Those who often shuttle between the various realms are well known. After crossing over, they either become saints or great emperors. However, you have been informed by the system that you can directly ascend to become the invincible supreme ancestor in the world. With the life and death of the great emperor also at your fingertips, you shuttle joyfully through the time tunnel, only to get stuck in the space-time tunnel during the crossing, which lasts a full 100,000 years. Fortunately, one day the spatial rift is successfully repaired, allowing your soul to pass into the body of a young man. Not applicable. Upon hearing the system prompt, you suddenly came to your senses. Ha, my golden finger has finally arrived. What does 10,000 years matter? It's still. Before finishing your sentence, your aura suddenly surged. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and dark clouds instantly shrouded the area for nearly 1,000 miles. In this situation, you quickly suppress your breath. After all, once this invincible aura is completely released, I'm afraid the whole world will be hard to bear. You clench your fists with both hands, constantly sizing yourself up. I ask, who else can fight me? When he was happy, suddenly came a burst of shouting from outside the door. Kid, why don't you get out quickly for this old man? When will you pay back the money you owe me? Then came the sound of intense knocking on the door. You were about to get up and go out to check, when a jade hand reached out from behind and pulled you back. Looking back, before you could react, your ears began to ache. You saw a slender and graceful young girl, holding your ear with one hand, her face full of frustration. You, Yang Bai, when did you go gambling again? Do you think there's too much money at home? The pharmacy left by father is almost bankrupt because of you. The girl's name is Yang Yuchan. She is your older sister, and also the foster daughter that your late father picked up. For a moment, you were stunned. The girl's skin is as smooth as condensed fat. Her two curved willow leaf eyebrows, under the gentle expression, also hides a carefree spirit, making it hard for people to look away at a glance. After training you, Yang Yuchan was very helpless towards you, took out a storage ring, walked to the door helplessly, and opened the courtyard gate. Seeing that the visitor was Lu Hansan, he appeared even more arrogant. You are the stewardess of his Yang Bai. Give me the money quickly. He owes me a lot of money. Yang Yuchan had to hand over the storage ring to Lu Hansan. Seeing her skillful movements, she must have often helped you repay your debts. After Lu Hansan looked at the storage ring, he was extremely dissatisfied. This little money is enough to send off a beggar? I'll tell you the truth. Your younger brother has mortgaged the entire pharmacy. If there isn't enough money to repay the debt, the entire pharmacy will be mine. But, with that, Lu Hansan's evil gaze roamed freely on Yang Yuchan's body. He had long coveted Yang Yuchan in the Yang family pharmacy, and now he finally had the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan exclaimed, "What?" She turned around fiercely and glared at you, then saw Lu Hansan looking at her with malicious intent. Tremblingly asked, "But what? This is our only money. We will exchange the medicinal materials in the pharmacy for spirit stones and give them back to you." Once this was said, Lu Hansan became even more dissatisfied. The debt will be settled today. How much money can you get for those broken medicinal materials of yours? Even if you can't pay it back, Yang Bai, as long as you hand over your position as the steward to me and become my wife. Once this was said, Yang Yuchan shook her head in panic, her body trembling uncontrollably. It was only then that you reacted, instantly burning with anger. "You despicable toad. How dare you have designs on my wife? Don't even think about it." Upon hearing this, Lu Hansan also showed a look of embarrassment and annoyance. "You little waste. Since you won't drink the toast, then don't blame me for being impolite." With that, he fiercely threw a punch at you. Given this situation, Yang Yuchan, who was just terrified, now disregards her own safety and stands resolutely in front of you, faced with this punch from a tempered body expert of the 5th level. If Yang Yuchan were to take it head-on, she would either die or be seriously injured. At this critical moment, your eyes suddenly opened wide, and ripples appeared in the space where you were, freezing the figures of Yang Yuchan and Lu Hansan in place instantly, and time and space came to a complete standstill at this moment. Then you slowly raise your right hand, gently flicking a finger at Lu Hansan, without using even 1/10 of your internal strength. Lu Hansan is then sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the spacetime has returned to normal, and Yang Yuchan, who was just about to be hit hard, looked at everything in shock. Lu Hansan was already lying on the ground at this moment, and soon he stopped breathing. "This is the result of plotting against my wife." Yang Yuchan finally came to her senses at this moment, looking at you in shock. "Did you do this?" You nodded and said cheerfully, "Big sister, look how capable I am. We won't be bullied by others in the future." Yang Yuchan was full of doubts. "Have you recently encountered some extraordinary master?" You are also unable to explain. After all, yesterday was the well-known waste young master of the Yang family. But today he is turned into an unparalleled powerhouse. So he mysteriously leaned over Yang Yuchan's fragrant shoulder and said, "Big sister, I'll tell you secretly, I'm actually a legendary recluse. The old me hid my cultivation." But as he said that, Yang Yuchan looked at him with a look of looking at an idiot. It was like saying, "Do you see what I believe?" Seeing this, Yang Bai awkwardly touched his nose and changed his words again. I really didn't lie to you this time. In fact, it was you who sacrificed your entire body's power to me in your last life. I was reincarnated, and I found you again in reincarnation. Goo. Just when Yang Bai was in the middle of his words, Yang Yuchan lifted Yang Bai's ear with one hand and pinched hard and snapped. "Will you talk properly? Do you think I'm a stupid girl? Any more nonsense, I'll rip your ears off." Ouch, 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 ouch. Yang Bai at this time held Yang Yuchan's snow-white soft little hands with both hands and wailed miserably, but at the moment, he was warm inside, having just crossed over and stumbled upon such a nice big sister, and his child bride. The point is that in his moment of crisis, seeing Yang Yuchan knowing that he was not going to be defeated, and yet, they still fought to keep him behind them. At that moment, Yang Bai already considered her as his daughter-in-law in his heart, and before that, because Yang was not doing his job during the day, always running to the gambling house to gamble. It's almost as if the family's money has been squandered, and in the face of such a muddled Yang Bai, Yang Yuchan didn't give up on him. Instead, he single-handedly supported the entire Yang family and diligently took care of the medicine store for Yang Bai. After Yang Bai's father left alone, it was Yang Yuchan who acted as if he was Yang Bai's elder. Nothing is too much for Yang Bai. Don't look like she's mean to Yang Bai all day, but it's all for his own good. Wouldn't want to see him go astray. Originally, Yang Yuchan's talent was excellent, but she didn't spend any of the spirit stones she usually used for cultivation. Instead, she left them all for Yang Bai to cultivate. At this moment, stroking Yang Yuchan's catkin felt fine and soft, and only then did Yang Yuchan react. Yang Bai was taking advantage of her. Immediately afterward, Yang Yuchan reached out her other hand and gave him a light tap on the head, ranting, "Trying to take advantage of me again. Go on, get that body out of here. Otherwise, if the city lord's law enforcement team sees us, we'll be finished." After saying that, she let go of the catkin that was pinching Yang Bai. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai let out a light "oh." Then, using that move again, he fixed time and space. Then Yang Bai went to Yang Yuchan's front and kissed her on her baby fat face. He then acted as if nothing had happened and dragged Lu Hansen's body away. And Yang Yuchan, who had just returned to normal, was slightly stunned and, with a suspicious face, he looked at Yang Bai, who was busy with his work, and muttered under his breath, Why does it feel weird? And why is my face a little wet?" Yang Yuchan touched her cheeks very puzzled. "I always feel that Yang Di is different today, even though he's still that gangster-like, but it feels like he's hiding something from me." After a short while, Yang Bai disposed of Lu Hansen's body. Then he clapped his hands and said to Yang Yuchan, He, big sister. I've taken care of everything. Make sure you don't get caught." While he was disposing of the corpse, Yang Bai secretly tore through the void with his bare hands and throw the body in. If this was still going to be a problem, then he was speechless. It's night. Yang Bai stood in front of the kitchen door, admiring Yang Yuchan, who was seriously frying vegetables in it. Look at her beautiful, dignified, blooming face. This look of a good wife and mother again made Yang Bai look dumbfounded. Soon, Yang Yuchan's dishes were fried. Seeing this, Yang Bai hurriedly went forward and asked, "Big sister, let me see. What kind of dish are you frying here?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan brought him the dishes on his plate. Looking at the black coal in the plate, Yang Bai's mouth cannot help but twitch. Carefully, he asked, "Big sister, is this what we usually eat?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan slightly tilted her head and asked rhetorically, "Isn't it?" Yang Bai finally realized at this time why he always loved to run outside before, hoping to eat this dark cuisine every day. Who can bear it? Big. Duh. Sis, let's go out to eat. That Manchurian restaurant is good, Yang Bai suggested at this point. As soon as these words came out, Yang Yuchan frowned, exasperated. He said, "Where is the money left in the family now? Didn't you lose it all? The remaining ones are still to be reserved for your cultivation." After saying that, Yang Yuchan turned around to be gloomy alone. Seeing this, Yang Bai cursed in his heart that his predecessor was not a thing. A daughter-in-law who is so good to him doesn't even know to cherish it. After cursing, Yang Bai took out a little bit of spirit stone from the system space. Then he placed it in front of Yang Yuchan and said, "Big sis who says our family doesn't have any money? Here, isn't this it?" Upon hearing that, Yang Yuchan then turned her head to see Yang Bai's hand full of spirit stones and was shocked. Then he asked, "Where did you get the spirit stone?" She counted carefully again and realized that there were actually a whole 1,000 spirit stones. At that moment, Yang Yuchan's mouth opened wide, unable to hide her inner surprise. Seeing her like this, Yang Bai then smiled and said, "These are all spirit stones for the best big sister in the world." Note, cultivation realm, body hardening, earthly yuan, heavenly yuan, Shenling, yuan shun, refining the void, transporting the first, to beginning, returning to the origin, 100 jaws, 1,000 questions, 10,000 images, imperishable, quasi-saint, saint, holy king, quasi-emperor, great emperor, cause and effect, heavenly fate, reincarnation, transcendence, supreme Taoist ancestor. Chapter 3, Drunken Beauty in Front of the Flowers and Under the Moon. Yang Yuchan looked at the entire 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones in Yang Bai's hand. All these 1,000 spirit stones were enough for her to cultivate for a whole year. The entire medicine store only earns more than 600 lower-grade spirit stones a year. It's all I won in the bookies, Yang Bai then explained. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan was just happy, but when she heard him say that he had gambled for this spirit stone, the little face pulled back. Seeing that she was unhappy, Yang Bai hurriedly said to her, "Big sister, don't be angry. I swear I'll never go to a gambling house again." And after hearing this from Yang Bai, Yang Yuchan's face did not show joy, but instead asked, "How many times have you said that oath?" Upon hearing this, Yang Bai was slightly embarrassed, and then he said, Big sister, don't say anything first. I'll take you to Manchurian House and show you a good meal, so you can savor the tastes of the world." After saying that, Yang Bai didn't wait for Yang Yuchan to say something else. As soon as she exclaimed, she picked her up. What are you doing? Yang Di, put me down," Yang Yuchan said in panic. Yang Bai then ignored the small pink fist that was smashing towards his chest, and with a fierce stomp of his feet, bringing up Yang Yuchan in his arms, he flew toward the air, looking farther and farther away from the ground. It was only at this moment that Yang Yuchan reacted to the fact that Yang Bai was flying high into the sky with her. Yang Yuchan was nervous at this time. Her hands encircled Yang Bai's neck, and she kept looking in all directions. Her pretty face was flushed, and it was hard to hide her inner excitement. Seeing her so excited, Yang Bai teased, "How does it feel, big sister? You haven't felt what it's like to fly through the sky, have you?" Yang Yuchan felt the sensation of flying free and, I can't help but exclaim, "Wow, wow, wow, what a thrill." Looking at Yang Yuchan who let herself go, Yang Bai's heart was vaguely painful, a little heartbroken for the young girl in his arms. At the moment, she must be getting a relaxation like never before. Since Yang Bai's father took over the burden of the family at his hands, she had never been so relaxed as she was now. After taking over her father's responsibilities, Yang Yuchan loses the color that belongs to a young girl. She was supposed to be like her peers, carefree in her daily grooming and blossoming beauty. But she didn't. She never dressed up or lived like a teenager. After Yang Yuchan exclaimed in shock, she asked with a surprised face, "Yang Di, you actually can still fly. Isn't that something only Xianling realm powerhouses can do? Can it be that you really hid your cultivation before?" Upon hearing this, Yang Bai said with some complacency, "That's not true. I'm whispering a secret to you." "Oh, what secret? Tell me." "Actually, your husband, I'm invincible," Yang Bai said cheaply. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's face immediately surged with a haze of light. Blushing red, she spat lightly, "Yang Di, don't talk nonsense. I'm your big sister." Seeing this, Yang Bai remained unforgiving and said, "Then you are also my child bride." Once these words came out, Yang Yuchan shyly buried her head into Yang Bai's chest and retorted as if she were a mosquito, "Who's your child bride now?" Yang Bai saw Yang Yuchan's shy posture, and in his memory, she'd never looked like that in front of him before. Usually it was a stern look to him, and Yang Bai was very afraid of her before. In his heart, he knew that Yang Yuchan was his child bride, but don't even dare bring it up in front of her. Yang Bai sighed in his heart. Is it because of the strength he has revealed? It made her feel like she didn't have to be hard on herself anymore and finally showed her true colors. Looking at Yang Yuchan in his arms with a bird-like appearance, he could make Yang Bai happy. Soon after, the two arrived inside the Full Fragrance House. At this time, it was the night market, and the street where Full Fragrance House was located was in the whole Mufeng city. With the largest crowd, this place naturally became the center of Mufeng city. At this moment, Yang Bai was leading Yang Yuchan into the building. Soon enough, it was time for the two to walk in, and the store's junior immediately ran to greet them. "May I ask if it is the two of you? I wonder if your honor is dining or housing?" Yang Bai said. "With this night view, we should have our evening meal here. Junior, find me a good spot with a night view." After saying that, Yang Bai handed out a few spirit stones to that junior. Seeing this, Junior's eyes suddenly lighted up, and after looking around and realizing that no one had noticed the place, he quickly pocketed the spirit stone and then said with a smiling face, "Okay, sir, please go inside." Junior held out his hand towards the building, signaling for them to follow. Afterward, Yang Bai took Yang Yu-chan's catkin on the side and walked towards the building, and Yang Yu-chan, who was held up by her hand, struggled a few times in dissatisfaction at first, but seeing how she couldn't shake it off, she let Yang Bai go. Soon, the two arrived at the first floor stage. The two sat next to each other and the ordered dishes were soon served. Looking at the table full of food, Yang Bai drooled and he had never eaten such food in his previous life on the blue planet, so he pointed at these and said, "Big sister, look, this is what you call a dish." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu-chan's mood, which had just been quite good, was instantly shattered by Yang Bai's words. So, she got angry and her pretty face bulged, but she couldn't refute it, and had to go on a rampage at the food on the table. Seeing this, Yang Bai couldn't help but feel that this scene was comical. The golden couple duo quickly drew the attention of the crowd. It wasn't long before someone came to the door. "Yo, isn't this our young master Yang? What? You've gotten so rich lately that you've brought that housekeeper of yours to dinner. AI brother Yang is really forgetting his own righteousness when it comes to sex. With money, he actually didn't think of me, his good brother. It's really cold." When these words came out, Yang Yu-chan, who had just been showing off her food, raised her head at this moment and looked at the visitor in anger. She hated being called a Yang Bai stewardess, and Yang Bai said, "What? I want a small wave at the gambling house, can't I?" The name of the visitor was Lu Go, and as his name suggests, the man was like a rotten man in a stinking gutter. Before, he often encouraged Yang Bai to go to the gambling house to gamble, and Yang Yu-chan sent him spirit stones on the first of every month. Then he will be targeted by Lu Go and instigated to gamble quickly. And in response, Yang Yu-chan was extremely annoyed with this person, feeling that it was all his gang that bringing down her yendi. "Yo, since you have money, what are you waiting for? Go with me to the gambling house to earn some more." Upon hearing this, Lu Go immediately showed a look of surprise, so he abetted again. As soon as these words came out, Yang Yu-chan, who was on the side, looked at Yang Bai with a worried expression and shook her head at the latter. Looking at her pleading and worried look, Yang Bai then said to Lu Go, "I'm sorry, my daughter-in-law won't let me gamble, so I'd better not go. Please make yourself at home." Foot. After saying that, Yang Bai poured wine into Yang Yu-chan's wine cup under the eyes of the two surprised people. Lu Go just wanted to go pull him away, but when he heard what he said, he froze in place. Afterward, he wanted to continue persuading, but was stared back by a look from Yang Bai. Those horrible eyes were like that of an overwhelmingly ferocious beast, almost scaring the piss out of him on the spot. So he stopped making a fool of himself and ran off alone in gray. And Yang Yu-chan couldn't believe that Yang Bai actually really didn't go to the gambling house anymore. Immediately afterward, she smiled joyfully at Yang Bai, her two eyes curved in willow leaves. "Cheers." Yang Bai saw that the atmosphere was just right, so he raised his glass to Yang Yu-chan. "Cheers." Yang Yu-chan was genuinely feel happy for him and drank the peach blossom brew in her cup. In his heart, he secretly said, "The former Yang D is back again." After 3 rounds of drinking, both of them were a bit drunk, especially Yang Yu-chan. She wouldn't have been able to drink if it weren't for the fact that it was a happy day. The drunken Yang Yu-chan tilted her head up and looked at the full moon above her head, clasped her hands together and, the heart murmured, "Father, did you see that? Yang D has now changed back and is still so powerful. I don't have to worry about him anymore." Yang Bai was looking at her at that moment, and in his heart, he also said secretly to the moon, "I'm already invincible and have nothing more to ask for. I just want a protector in this life." Chapter 4, Little Sheep Lu Linger. Female leopard Yang Yu-chan. Looking at the unconscious Yang Yu-chan who was drinking in front of him, Yang Bai gently lifted her up. Afterward, he took Yang Yu-chan back to the medicine store with a flash. Carrying her back to the house, Yang Bai would have stayed in her house, but her whine suddenly woke up. Not long after, she hastily blew Yang Bai out of the room after learning of his intentions. Unable to do anything about it, Yang Bai had to run back to his room in a grayish manner. Early the next morning, Yang Bai was then awakened in his sleep by a shout from outside the courtyard door. Young white boy, are you home?" At that moment there was an obese old woman standing outside the door. Unable to do anything else, Yang Bai had to get up and go forward to open the door. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he happened to bump into Yang Yu-chan who got up at the same time. "Big sister, what a coincidence, you're up too." Yang Yu-chan gently nodded her head, then asked, "This early in the morning, who's knocking at the door?" Yang Bai spread his hands and went forward to open the door. seeing the person behind the door, then asked curiously, "Grandma May? Why do you have the time to pay a sudden visit? I wonder what's the matter?" The obese man was named May, a well-known matchmaker in the neighborhood. One of her greatest hobbies in life is to matchmake for unmarried young boys and girls. She's called both Mui and matchmaker. Faced with Yang Bai's question, Granny May immediately said, "Aga young family boy is actually so forgetful. Have you hardly forgotten the matter of coming to me for a red string a few months ago? No? I've found a good girl for you now. Meiba, do you want to take a look? I've brought all the people for you, and they're waiting outside the door right now." As soon as these words came out, Yang Bai was in deep thought. He did remember now that there was indeed such a thing. Yang Bai couldn't even hold her hand normally because Yang Yu-chan had been keeping him away before. He's a big man and he's so afraid of Yang Yu-chan. So unable to stand it, he approached Mrs. May to find a little sheep for him. And Yang Yu-chan, who was in the courtyard, also happened to hear what Madame May said. With that she scraped him hard with an extremely dangerous look. Seeing his big sister like this, Yang Bai shivered from the bottom of his heart. So he stammered, "That May-chan, you're being too sudden here, aren't you?" Seeing Yang Bai in such a state, Meiba immediately gave a meaningful laugh, then said quietly, "This is the girl I went out of my way to find for you. Besides, you're the one who asked for it in the first place. You said at the time that your child bride wouldn't let you touch her, didn't you? You say she's a she-panther. Now I can find you a little lamb, as you asked for then. She's very pretty. The most important thing is that she's obedient and gentle." As soon as these words came out, Yang Bai instantly felt a chill at his back. He sensed a strong killing aura behind him. Yang Yu-chan took in what Meiba said near the bottom of her ears and looked at Yang Bai with a look of gritted teeth and said, "Yeah, I'm the leopardess and everyone else is the lamb. Mrs. Plum, quickly, let the little girl come in. I'd like to see what that little sheep looks like." After saying that, Yang Yu-chan walked behind Yang Bai and pinched his waist with one hand. As long as Yang Bai meant something else, she grunted. Seeing this scene, Meiba smiled awkwardly and then he glanced at Yang Bai with a sympathetic look, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Aha, so Cicada girl is also there, ah." So she hurriedly pulled out the girl who had just been hiding behind the door. "Check it out. It's okay." Seeing this, Yang Bai then raised his head to look at the young girl who had her head lowered with a shy face at that moment. The young girl was long and very well behaved, standing in place, dressed in a plain light green dress. Nervousness was written all over the girl's fleshy little face. The delicate little hands were clutching the hem of her skirt at this point. "It sure is a little sheep." And seeing this, Meiba hurriedly pushed Lu Linger and leaned over to whisper a reminder in her ear. "Girl, let me remind you, this is the last house, and if you don't get looked at again, you know where you're going from here." At those words, Lu Linger's petite and thin body shivered, her eyes filled with fear. So Lu Lingdao was bold. Turning to Yang Bai in front of her, he said as if he were a mosquito, Okay, my name is Lu Linger." The young girl was so nervous at this point that her voice trembled, but she still made an effort to introduce herself. That way she was afraid that Yang Bai wouldn't be able to look at her. I usually eat very little. I'm easy to feed. I can also help you. Work, please." Looking at the 16-year-old Lu Linger in front of him, Yang Bai was also a bit stunned. He had originally thought that Meiba would find him an imperial lady with big breasts and long legs, but I didn't realize the girl was actually a little beaner. As for Yang Yu-chan, who was standing behind Yang Bai with her hands around his waist, at this time, after hearing this woman's name, some dismay. She was on fire just a moment ago, but she seemed unusually quiet at the moment. The hand that was pinching Yang Bai's waist was also released at this time. Moreover, she kept measuring Lu Linger with her eyes and softly inquired, "This girl, you said your last name is Lu?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Linger's eyes dimmed and she gave a breathless The little girl's big eyes misted up at the thought of where she was about to go behind her. The bean-sized teardrops like pearls kept sliding down her pretty face, and on the sidelines, Meiba secretly shook her head and, in his heart, he sighed. It's a pity for such a good yellow girl. After all these visits, the Yang Bai one is the last one. Originally she hadn't expected much, but Yang Yu-chan's next words left the three people present in shock. "May woman, let her stay." "Really?" Yang Bai asked in unison as all three of them were delighted. And in the next second, Yang Yu-chan glared viciously at Yang Bai. With that, Yang Bai hastily suppressed the wildly rising corners of his mouth and tried his best to remain calm. Yang Yu-chan was furious when she looked at him in that manner. "Cindy girl, are you telling the truth?" Meiba spoke out again at this time and inquired. And Lu Linger was also looking at her with expectant eyes. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu-chan stated, "Of course it's true. I, Yang Yu-chan, will always stand by my words." When these words came out, Lu Linger immediately smiled with joy and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Thanked her constantly. Thank you sis, thank you sis. Yang Yu-chan, on the other hand, hastily interrupted the little girl's thanks and said, don't be too happy. First of all, the first point, my young D will not marry you. You stay here and help out at the drugstore during the week. And don't even think about the rest. When these words came out, Yang Bai looked at Yang Yu-chan with some consternation. Said, that big sister. Isn't this a little less? And without waiting for him to finish his sentence, he was glared back by Yang Yu-chan's large Kaziran eyes. Everything is at big sister's disposal. Yang Bai awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. Seeing the flirting duo, Lu Linger instantly understood. Then he looked at Yang Yu-chan with envious eyes and said in a good-natured manner, Sister Yang, don't worry, Linger will never think ill of brother Yang Bai. Chapter 5, Sincerity. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu-chan then looked at Lu Linger with a satisfied face and said, well then, Linger, you can stay here from now on. Seeing that the matchmaking was a success, Mrs. May was also smiling happily. With that, she walked over to Lu Linger's side and gently stroked the young girl's 3,000 green threads. From the bottom of my heart, I am happy for it. Linger girl, Granny, I've found a family for you. You must be obedient here. Lu Linger turned around and gently hugged Granny May, saying gratefully, thank you, Granny May. After the two of them separated, Meiba then ran to Yang Bai with a smile on her face, so he extended his hands to Yang Bai. Seeing this, how could Yang Bai not know what Meiba meant and asked, how much? With that, Meiba held out 5 fingers. Seeing this, Yang Yu-chan then hastily took out the 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones that Yang Bai had given her yesterday. Then, she was seen taking out 50 spirit stones with a face of flesh and pain, handing them to Meiba. Meiba, however, did not take the spirit stone, but shook her head and said, Cindy girl, it's not 50. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu-chan asked with some consternation, not 50? Then it's 5? I can't believe it's so cheap. When she said that, she smiled joyfully and took back 45 lower-grade spirit stones. Graciously, he handed the remaining 5 to the matchmaker. Seeing this, Meiba said, it's 500 pieces. When these words came out, Yang Yu-chan immediately exclaimed, what? 500 pieces? No, Meiba, we are at least neighbors on the street. What's the difference between that and robbery? Upon hearing this, Granny May said, this little ninny is in a special situation. Cicada girl, I'm sure you know more or less, so that's the price. Subsequently, Yang Yu-chan fell into hesitation, spending 500 spirit stones in order to help a little girl. It's simply not cost-effective. There was no way that the formerly thrifty woman would spend this muddled bill. And when Lu Linger, who was on the side, saw this, she couldn't help but be worried. Just as Yang Yu-chan was about to reject Granny May, Yang Bai then generously threw 500 lower-grade spirit stones to Meiba. And after receiving the spirit stone, May Granny immediately smiled with joy and gave a simple thank you. Just turned and ran away in a puff of smoke. That look was afraid that Yang Bai would backtrack in the next second. While Yang Yu-chan, who was on the side, froze and looked at Yang Bai at this moment. She hadn't had the time to react to it yet. Meiba then ran away. Then, Yang Yu-chan asked angrily, and where did you get the spirit stones from? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai said, I am my good big sister. Didn't I explain it to you yesterday? I am a recluse. And for the invincible, this spirit stone is nothing at all. Yang Yu-chan wanted to say something else, but he stopped him. Yang Bai gently lay on Yang Yu-chan's fragrant shoulder and whispered, don't talk about this first. I'll tell my big sister all my secrets from now on. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai was able to stabilize Yang Yu-chan. After helping Lu Linger clean up the room she was staying in, Yang Yu-chan pulled him to the kitchen. A confused Yang Bai was still unclear about what was going on. Once Yang Bai was pulled into the kitchen by her, Yang Yu-chan turned around and closed the door. Then with lightning speed, he sloppily imprinted on Yang Bai's lips. Immediately afterward, Yang Yu-chan said as if she were a mosquito under the dumbfounded gaze, don't think about all the wildflowers out there. After saying that, Yang Yu-chan's face was covered with a haze, and even her earlobes were red. She was also shocked by the boldness of what she had just done. Before, she didn't let Yang Bai touch her because Yang Yu-chan thought it wasn't good to let Yang Bai touch women's colors too early. That's why he hasn't been allowed to get close. After that, Yang Yu-chan tried to fly away from the scene. Seeing that his own child bride was so cute, Yang Bai touched the place where he had just been kissed and, with one hand, he pulled Yang Yu-chan, who wanted to escape. He then saw him say to Yang Yu-chan with a mysterious face, big sister, aren't you curious about where I got my spirit stones from? Now I'll tell you. After saying that, Yang Bai poured out a large handful of spirit stones under Yang Yu-chan's stunned gaze. Countless spirit stones were piling up at this time and were still pouring out of Yang Bai's hands. seeing that it was about to fill up the entire kitchen. Yang Bai stopped his hands. At this moment, the two were bathing in a sea of spirit stones, and when Yang Yuchan saw this, she kind of couldn't believe her eyes, so she pinched herself hard. Ouch, it hurts. Seeing Yang Yuchan like this, Yang Bai only felt that her appearance was very cute. Yang Yuchan looked at the spirit stones piled up on the ground and realized that they weren't even lower grade spirit stones. Rather, it was an extreme spirit stone. She said incredulously as she swallowed her saliva. Could it be that what you said yesterday, Yang Di, was true? Are you really a hidden world powerhouse? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai greatly enjoyed Yang Yuchan's surprised expression at this moment and replied, as good as fake. You won't have to be so frugal from now on. Big sis, you can have all the top quality spirit stones on the ground for your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan said worriedly, you gave me all these spirit stones. What about you? Don't you have to practice? Yang Bai saw that Yang Yuchan was even thinking about whether she had enough at this time, and was momentarily very touched and said, didn't I say at your husband I'm invincible and don't need to practice? Rather, it was you who had previously suffered, big sister. You've been saving your money for me. You can't even spare a single lower grade spirit stone for cultivation. Having said that, Yang Bai thought that Yang Yuchan would throw herself at him with a touched face. However, then Yang Yuchan's cold voice came and broke his fantasy. Thanks to you, you still know how bitter I was before. Since you have so many spirit stones, then why didn't you take it out earlier? Wasn't it sincere? Yang Yuchan's voice's icy cold questioned. When these words came out, Yang Bai was at a loss for words. You can't say you've traveled from another world, can you? Put. Seeing Yang Bai's look of being at a loss for words, Yang Yuchan was rare and mischievous. She then spat out her pink tongue and giggled playfully. Yang Di, don't be so serious. I don't want to have to probe you inside and out. Big sister, after all, who doesn't have some secrets? It doesn't matter if you don't. I just want you to live a good life. Yang Di. Upon hearing this, the panicked expression on Yang Bai's face just now was driven away by these words from Yang Yuchan. In its place was a warm, touched smile. It was a blessing for him to be able to have Yang Yuchan as a child bride. Yang Bai meanwhile was still sincerely thanking that cheap old dad inwardly. If he hadn't casually picked up Yang Yuchan from the street, where would he have found someone as wonderful as her? Yang Yuchan smiled sweetly at Yang Bai, who was looking at her in a daze. Then he used his storage ring to collect the extremely high-grade spirit stones that were all over the ground. I didn't expect that you, Yang Di, would become an unrivaled and supreme powerhouse in the blink of an eye. This puts a lot of pressure on big sis. I'll have to cultivate properly in the future. Looks like I have to take this spirit stone. Chapter 6, The Lu Family's Great Tragedy. War in the Fire Yuan Country. In the face of Yang Yuchan's teasing, Yang Bai couldn't help but laugh. Yang Bai then asked her about Lu Linger this morning. Big sister, what were you thinking this morning? Why did you agree to let that little girl stay in our drugstore? Hearing Yang Bai's doubts, Yang Yuchan explained, you really don't know about that? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai scratched his head and asked with a confused expression, which thing? I really don't know. Seeing Yang Bai in such a state, Yang Yuchan also said as she held her forehead and cried and laughed. Well, it's only natural that you don't pay attention to what's going on in the outside world when you're wandering around all day. That's what happened about a week ago. One of the prestigious Lu family fortresses around our Mufeng city was wiped out by the Black Dragon Fortress. And that little girl called Lu Linger is the son and daughter of the head of the Lu family fort. Burger Lu tried his best to protect her before he died. This allowed Lu Linger to escape to Mufeng city. When these words came out, Yang Bai said, so that's how it is. The Black Dragon Walled City was a notorious bandit walled city around Mufeng city. Its strength was no less than that of Mufeng city, and even more so. The Black Dragon Walled City's walled city is also a neighboring hegemon, named Zhou Yuanfang. His cultivation had reached the Xianling realm. Because Zhou Yuanfang's strength was not bad, there were few forces that dared to mess with it, and the court of the Fire Elemental Kingdom had failed to successfully kill him on several occasions by sending out powerful men. Every time, Zhou Yuanfang had noticed something in advance. The Lu family fort has a dispute over its interests, and that Zhou Yuanfang gave an order, led many of his men to eliminate them, and after that, Lu Linger was the only one who escaped from the entire Lu family fort. So that Lu Linger's life is so miserable. Yang Bai instantly lamented after learning about Lu Linger's origin. Yang Yuchan also sympathized greatly with that girl and said, so after I learned that the girl was from the Lu family fortress, I was moved to compassion. I've heard about Mei's wife looking for a family for her before, but no one ever wants to take it in, and our family would have been the last to come to the door. And if we hadn't taken her in then the only place for that Lu Linger girl is the greenhouse. When he heard the word greenhouse, Yang Bai froze for a moment and said, so big sister, you can't bear to see such a young girl's life ruined, can you? Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's forehead nodded slightly. That's right, I really can't watch it. Yang Di, would you mind if I go AWOL? After all, this is still using your spirit stones. After saying that, Yang Yuchan looked at Yang Bai with a worried expression. As soon as these words came out, Yang Bai became very emotional. It's obvious that she's not as well off herself, but she still can't see anyone else's fate as bad. That's really kind. However, this inferiority he was talking about was based entirely on the time when Yang Bai had not traveled here. Now, with Yang Bai's invincible cultivation and endless wealth, he would support whatever Yang Yuchan wanted to do. Yang Bai looked at the face in front of him that was worried that he would be upset, and immediately couldn't help but say, "Ai big sister, what are you talking about? Though I'm not a very good person, but what's the harm in helping with something like this that you can do in passing? Besides, it's not like we're short of those 500 lower grade spirit stones." When these words came out, Yang Yuchan then guffawed. Soon, night was in the air. At this time, Yang Bai again brought Yang Yuchan forward to eat at Full Fragrance House, and this time, because she still had a Lu Linger with her, Yang Yuchan decided that it would be better to walk. By the way, you can also enjoy the view of Mufeng City at night. After nightfall, Mufeng City was still full of traffic, with people coming and going everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's the sound of vendors, the hustle and bustle of the streets. There were also Kongming lanterns floating above the sky. For a while, the entire Mufeng City was so lively. Yang Bai as well as Yang Yuchan were shoulder to shoulder as they traveled through the busy streets. Lu Linger, on the other hand, followed behind the two. Soon, the three of them arrived at Full Fragrance House. Again, the same junior from yesterday came out to greet them. "Yo, sir, you're here again." Seeing this, Yang Bai similarly handed out a few spirit stones towards him and said, "Same old rules." The store assistant who got the reward money was all smiles and said, "Deli, please come inside." "Sir." The trio made their way to the second floor window. There are quite a few more people tonight than yesterday. Yang Bai walked to his seat and sat down, looking around and said, almost all around them were seated, and for a moment the building was filled with people. Soon the table for the three of them was filled with food. "Linger girl, eat quickly. This meal is considered a welcome feast for you from my Yang family." "Welcome to my Yang family." Yang Bai raised his wine cup at this time and said to Lu Linger. Seeing this, Lu Linger said slightly coyly, "Thanks. Thank, young Master Yang." The little girl was warm in her heart at this time, not thinking that the two Yang Bais were so good to her. The heart is very grateful to them. So the three had a pleasant evening meal, and just as they were eating happily, from the table next to them came the sound of a heated discussion. "Have you heard? Recently, the borders of my country are in a state of emergency." One of them, a young man with an elegant face, asked out loud. "That's true. This matter has been making a lot of noise in the Fire Elemental Kingdom lately. I have also heard, that there have been successive reports of defeats on the frontier. My Fire Origin Kingdom lost dozens of cities in a row." At this moment a middle-aged older man replied, "No way? How could this be so when all 5 of my desolate states countries are so different in strength? Could it be that there are other countries that have joined together to attack my Fire Elemental Kingdom?" At that point another person stepped forward to challenge it. There aren't any other countries that have joined together and waged war against my Fire Elemental Kingdom. It's the Great Zhou Kingdom that neighbors us." The older man replied, "The Great Zhou Kingdom? How is it possible for a single Great Zhou Kingdom to break through dozens of cities in my Fire Elemental Kingdom in a row?" As the voices at that table got louder and louder in conversation, it attracted a large group of people to the argument for a moment. There was a great deal of human noise there. "My Mufeng City is closer to the border. Doesn't that mean the Great Zhou Kingdom's iron cavalry will soon set foot in our area?" When these words came out, the surrounding crowd exploded. For a moment, everyone was at risk. If the news is true, what can we do? Yeah. How come this Great Zhou Kingdom has suddenly become so strong? The timing has been unfavorable lately. The Lujia Fort tragedy happened not long ago, and now there's a war going on. Seeing that the soldiers are about to descend upon the city, many people have begun to pack up their bags. Prepare to escape this place early before the Great Zhou Kingdom arrives. Yang Bai had been silently listening to the crowd's discussion, and after listening to it, his face remained breezy and light. There was no panic over it. And Yang Yuchan, who was sitting next to him, was worried at this time, starting to worry about his own safety as well as Yang Bai's. After all, what's left of the fire? So Yang Yuchan spoke out to Yang Bai and inquired, "Yang Di, should we pack our bags as well?" After Yang Yuchan learned about Yang Bai's strength last night, gradually she had switched from being the head of the household to having him as her main focus. Chapter 7, Knowledgeable and Capable Lu Linger, Master Chow. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai laughed it off and comforted. "It's okay big sis, with me everything will be fine." Yang Yuchan wanted to say something, her face was worried, and the restlessness in her eyes hadn't diminished at all. Seeing this, Yang Bai then reached out and gently patted on the back of the beauty's soft hand and said, "Sister, don't worry, didn't I tell you? Yang Di, I am invincible." When these words came out, Yang Yuchan rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly, "You're here again, Yang Di." Yang Bai said, "Big sister, just relax, everything is with me." Afterwards, the three of them who had eaten and drunk enough quickly returned to the medicine store. Inside Yang Yuchan's room, Yang Yuchan, who had been distracted since she returned from Full Fragrance House. It's very scary that the Great Zhou Kingdom will be at the city's doorstep the next moment. Back in her room she lay on her bed unable to sleep. No way! I want to prevent Enron from happening. Yang Yuchan immediately decided that she would not sleep tonight, and that she would cultivate properly. Previously, he had left cultivation behind because of the spirit stones as well as Yang Bai. With that, Yang Yuchan took out those extremely high-grade spirit stones that Yang Bai had given her today. Looking at the extremely high-grade spirit stone in her hand, Yang Yuchan said from the bottom of her heart, "Yang Di has a secret. Right now, his strength is at least at the Xianling realm. I do have to catch up with Yang Di." After saying that, Yang Yuchan absorbed the aura of the extremely high-grade spirit stone in her hand. Wow! It's worthy of being an extreme spirit stone. The aura it contains is actually so thick. Yang Yuchan, who had just used an extreme spirit stone to cultivate, exclaimed at this moment. Before, she had never used a single lower-grade spirit stone, much less did she think that one day she would be able to use an extreme spirit stone. Just like that, Yang Yuchan stayed up all night. The next day, the sky was just breaking. Yang Bai then saw Lu Linger getting up early. At this moment, the little girl was organizing the messy herbs within the medicine store. Lu Linger saw that Yang Bai was standing behind her at that moment and hurriedly greeted him. "Good morning, young Master Yang Bai. I'm tidying up the pharmacy, and I've just sorted out all the herbs." At those words, looking at Lu Linger, who was so well behaved in front of him, Yang Bai couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. The young girl's body was small and delicate. Her head was only flush with Yang Bai's chest. And look at her little flat-laying boobs. This is a proper little douchebag. Oh, little doujinshi have a heart. Hearing Yang Bai's compliment, Lu Linger revealed a rare smile. And shortly after, Yang Yuchan also came out from within her room. As soon as she came out, Yang Bai let out a light eep. After only one night of his perception, Yang Yuchan then broke through from the 3rd level of body tempering to the 5th level of body tempering. Yang Bai then looked at the dark circles covering Yang Yuchan's eyes at this time. It was immediately clear that she had been up all night last night. So Yang Bai walked over and said, "Big sister, I know you want to get ahead, but there's no need to practice all night without rest." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan said, "It's okay, it's just a night without sleep. It doesn't matter. Besides, Yang Di, you don't even know when you quietly reached the Xianling realm. As a big sister, I certainly don't want to be too far behind you. But then again, this extreme spirit stone is really good. And after just one night, I just broke through 2 minor realms in a row. There was nothing Yang Bai could do about it." Within this another leisurely day, Yang Bai's medicine store would have a few customers come to his door every now and then, and all of this didn't require him to do it himself. It was all taken care of for him by Lu Linger. Yang Bai, who had nothing to do, was lying on a bench on the compound, sunbathing, looking at Lu Linger, who was squatting beside him and was reading a medical book with a serious face. And then look at Yang Yuchan, who was trying to cultivate inside the house. Yang Bai inwardly only felt very cozy at the moment. He enjoyed being in such an atmosphere. Shortly afterward, an old man hurried in through the door of the pharmacy. Dr. Yang! Dr. Yang! Master Chow was shouting anxiously at this time. Yang Bai then rose at the sound, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and said after seeing that the visitor was Master Chow, "Master Chow, I'm here. What's the matter with you?" After saying that, Yang Bai poked Lu Linger, who was still crouching on the ground reading a medical book. Quickly, "Little beaner, go greet the patient." Lu Linger gave a good-natured "oh" and walked towards Grand Master Chow. And Master Chow saw this and asked anxiously, "Oops, it's the young kid at home. Is your Cindy at home? I'm looking for her for something urgent." Lu Linger saw that the visitor was not here to see a doctor, but to find Sister Yang. Then he squatted back down beside the Yang Bai bench and carefully looked through the medical books. And at this time, Yang Yuchan heard the commotion in the courtyard and hurriedly ended her cultivation, walked out of the room. After seeing that the visitor was Master Chow, Yang Yuchan asked, "So it's Master Chow. May I ask what is the urgency of your old man's call for me?" Chow was once visiting the pharmacy when they met. Mr. Chow was a good man, and after he learned that Yang Xiangtian had left alone, seeing that the two of them, Yang Yuchan, were living such a hard life, they offered them a lot of help. From time to time, he would slip a few spirit stones into Yang Yuchan's hand, though not many, but it represents the heart of a warm-hearted old man. At this time, when Yang Yuchan saw Master Chow arrive, she was also very enthusiastic and went forward to greet him. Ago cicada girl. Something big has happened. My little boy came back from hunting in the mountains this morning and collapsed in bed and couldn't get up. His face was still blue. He was shaking constantly, and he was spitting white. Halfway through his words, he saw Master Chow fall straight down. Seeing this, Yang Yuchan hurriedly held Grandpa Chow down. Seeing this situation, Yang Bai instantly came from on top of the bench to Master Chow's side. He then took Master Chow from Yang Yuchan. At this moment, only his pale face was ironic. Seeing this, Yang Yuchan hurriedly asked, Yang Di, what's going on? Seeing this sudden event, Lu Linger didn't care to read it this time and also ran over. Immediately, Yang Bai then used his divine sense to probe around Grandpa Chow's body and said, Master Chow should be poisoned. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan asked with a confused expression, poisoning? How did Master Chow somehow get poisoned? Immediately afterward, Yang Bai flipped one hand over, and a burst of divine white light surged up in his hand. Then Yang Bai just slapped his hand in the middle of Master Chow's chest, with that divine light entering the latter's body. The toxins in its body were instantly purified by that holy light. Yang Yuchan as well as Lu Linger were currently staring blankly at Yang Bai, who was radiating a clean white light all over his body. Lu Linger opened her tender mouth to make an O shape, couldn't help but say, young master just seemed like an angel, and Yang Yuchan on the side also nodded her head. At this time she felt more and more that her Yang Di was so mysterious. Chapter 8, The Poisoning of All the Poisons. After the poison in Chow's body was cleared, he then slowly woke up. Seeing that Master Chow has woken up, Yang Bai's trio rushed to the bedside to carefully inquire about the old man's condition. Master Chow, how are you feeling now? Any better? Seeing this, Yang Yuchan hurriedly pulled Master Chow's dried-out hand and asked eagerly. She had a lot of respect for this elder who had been taking care of her quite a bit before. Ahem, what's wrong with me? At this time, Chow Di coughed violently again. He was obviously not clear about what had just happened. At this time, Yang Bai also rushed forward when he saw this and said, Master Chow, you were just poisoned. Upon hearing this, Chow's brain was a bit turned around. Seeing this, Yang Yuchan also spoke out. That's right, Grand Master. You fainted just as you entered our drugstore. You were indeed poisoned. Or Yang Di helped you to get rid of the poison. It took a while before Chow Di slowed down, and then hurriedly said, Poisoned? Right, poisoned. My stupid son is poisoned. When he said that, Master Chow grabbed Yang Yuchan's sleeve and said, Cicada girl, quick, my son is poisoned. He's in bed and can't get up. I've come to see you for this matter, Miles. You quickly go to Tainyo village to help my son. After knowing what happened, Yang Yuchan said, Don't worry, Master Chow. After saying that, Yang Yuchan turned her head and was about to pull Yang Bai to head to Tainyo village. Yang Di, come on, let's go. Let's go to Tainyo village. While Yang Bai shook his head at this time and said, Big sister, I'm afraid you'll be too late to make it back if you walk over there like that. And it took a long time for Master Chow to enter Mufeng City, and you're rushing over there like this now. Time is definitely running out. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan inquired with an anxious face, Yang Di, then what should we do now? Looking at Yang Yuchan, who was like an ant on a hot pan in front of her, Yang Bai only found it very interesting, so it was only with a big wave of his hand that the crowd in the room suddenly felt the space around them constantly changing. Yang Yuchan and the others were accompanied by a feeling of vertigo as they instantly arrived at Master Chow's home, only to see that Chow Din-yo was lying motionless on the bed with an iron face at this time. Breathing was already very weak. There was also a middle-aged woman holding a baby lying on the side of the bed, presumably Chow Danio's daughter-in-law. The crowd felt unreal when they saw that they had arrived at Master Chow's home in a flash. Dumbfounded, Lu Linger's head was covered with a big question mark. At that moment was being nice and cute and pinching her fleshy cheeks with baby fat. Ouch, it hurts. Sister Yang, this doesn't seem to be a dream. On the side, Yang Yuchan was looking at the breezy Yang Bai with a shocked expression. She obviously didn't expect her Yang Di to have such terrifying aptitude. It was actually able to manage to get them to Master Chow's home in a flash. There is still a distance between Mufeng City and Tainyo village if you want to. There were dozens of miles between them. Yang Yuchan couldn't help but suspect at this point that her Yang Di realm was really only the Xianling realm. I'm afraid it's more than that. Can a Xianling realm powerhouse really do this? Chow was also shocked by the scene in front of him. There was no way to speculate on what had just happened with his eyes, but he didn't wait long to be shocked, before he saw Chow Tinyo, who had collapsed on the bed. Again, he then walked over to the bed. My daughter-in-law, who was at the edge of the bed, was taken aback, and said with some strangeness, Why did you come back so soon? Our father, Didn't you say you were going to the city to look for a bone setter? Upon hearing this, Master Chow then hurriedly pulled Yang Yuchan to the bedside and said in a panic, "Cicada girl, you must save my Tainyo. Your grandfather is my only son. If he falls, the family will fall, even if I'm begging you." After saying that, Grandmaster Chow was about to kneel down to Yang Yuchan. Seeing this, Yang Yuchan hurriedly took hold of Grandpa Chow and comforted him. "Master, you can't do that. Don't get excited. Uncle Tinyo, this poison can definitely be cured." After saying that, Yang Yuchan looked at Yang Bai. Yang Bai instantly understood and gave her a reassuring look. Seeing this, Chao Tinyo's daughter-in-law hurriedly picked up her daughter to make way. Yang Bai reached out and probed Chao Tinyo, and then he only saw a holy light emanating from his body. As soon as that holy light entered Chao Tinyo's body, it instantly cleansed him of the poison he had been infected with. At this time, after the poison had been purified, Chao Tinyo's face gradually regained its rosy color. Breathing gradually became stronger as well. Even after a few moments, he actually snored. Seeing that Chao Tinyo had finally recovered, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Chao was even more relieved at this time, and his mouth kept saying words of thanks to Yang Bai. Something like what before was Master Chow looking away and actually thinking he was a dude that, "I'm not good enough for Yang Yuchan and all that." And aside, Tinyo's daughter-in-law, seeing that his husband was at last out of danger, so he picked up a glass of water from the table. Just as she was about to drink it, it was Yang Bai who sensed a hint of something wrong with his divine sense. So Yang Bai hastily scolded her, "Don't drink that glass of water." Hearing Yang Bai's sudden bellow, Tinyo's daughter-in-law was immediately startled. It just so happened that one of her hands didn't hold it steady, and the glass of water just fell to the ground. Only the water that had fallen to the ground was now being bared on the ground. The crowd was taken aback at the sight, and Tinyo's daughter-in-law was even more paralyzed with fear at this time. "It's the water that's poisoned. Who in the world? Who is it that is so evil as to poison the water?" Seeing this, Yang Yuchan reacted, and at that moment Yang Bai said to Tinyo's daughter-in-law again, "Quickly, give me the child in your hand." When these words came out, Tinyo's daughter-in-law then reacted. The baby in her arms hadn't cried in a long time. When she thought of this, she hurriedly handed over the baby in her arms to Yang Bai, and her mouth kept saying, "Dr. Yang, you must save my child." Receiving the baby, Yang Bai used the same method to help the baby detoxify as well. The child was then handed back to her again. On the side, Yang Yuchan had been silently watching Yang Bai, and in her heart she only felt, "It's good to have Yang Di." Seeing this, Grandpa Chow gave another burst of thanks to Yang Bai. At that moment, Lu Linger asked, "What kind of people are they? I can't believe they poisoned the water in Master Chow's house." Upon hearing this, Yang Bai used his divine sense to instantly scan the entire Iron Ox village inside and out carefully. So he said, "I'm afraid it's not just Master Chow's family. Someone should have poisoned the water supply of the entire Iron Bull village." Just as Yang Bai swept through Tainyo village with his divine sense, it was then discovered that there were people in every household with symptoms similar to those of poisoning, so he hypothesized that someone had thrown poison into the water source of Tainyo village. Chapter 9, The Book of Life and Death. The crowd was taken aback by these words. "Yang Di, are you saying that the entire village's water has been poisoned?" Yang Yuchan said in shock. Yang Bai nodded, and then he clenched one hand towards the sky above Iron Ox village. Only at that moment, a golden glow suddenly shone in the sky of the village. The holy golden light soon spread throughout the village. Many of the village families were poisoned in their beds, and beside them sat paralyzed family members who had lost their minds. And at that moment, as that light descended upon them, the poison was removed from their bodies. People who were just now in endless despair. This light gave them infinite hope the next moment. Seeing that the toxin was instantly cured by this light, many of the villagers were kneeling down towards the sky that was emitting holy light. "It's the gods. It must be the gods. Thank the gods for the relief of the living." On the other hand, Yang Bai's crowd had already arrived next to the water well in Tainyo village. Under his divine sense detection, he really found out that it was this water well that had been poisoned by someone. "Humph, let me see who actually is so heartless." Going back to the roots. When he said that, Yang Bai used the avatar of invincible cultivation, and his eyes suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Immediately afterward, with his supreme divine ability, he easily gained insight into everything that had happened here before. All the things that happened near the water well were taken in by Yang Bai at this moment. Soon, Yang Bai found the culprit. Only 3 days ago, a sneaky figure came to the well. The man then took a bag of powdered medicine out of his arms, and then he poured a handful of it into the well of water. Mouth that chanting, "Let these foolish men of the fire elemental kingdom taste the latest poison configured by the high priest." Jia. Seeing this, Yang Bai instantly locked the aura emanating from that person. Looking at his clothing and what he said, It seems that he is not from the Fire Origin Kingdom. And Yang Yu-chan, who was beside him, asked curiously at this time, Yan Di, what's going on? Did you find anything? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai said with an air of victory, Big sister, you and little doubting stay here and don't move. Wait for me for a few moments. I'll be right there. After saying that, Yang Bai's figure instantly disappeared in place. Yang Di is still so secretive. Seeing this, Yang Yu-chan said with a puffed up and somewhat depressed look, inside a hidden mountain forest in the village of Iron Ox. At this moment, there was a figure that was silently observing the situation in the village all the time. And the next moment, a ghostly figure appeared behind him without God's knowledge. Immediately after that, Yang Bai choked its person's neck from behind that person. Say, who are you? Why did you poison the well in Tu village? Early on, when Yang Bai entered Tinyo village, he then sensed that this person was sneaking around and lying on the ground. With Yang Bai's invincible cultivation, nothing that happened within tens of thousands of miles around him could escape his eyes. And that was on the premise that he had deliberately suppressed his own aura. The man saw that the matter was lost, so he decisively took the poison that had been hidden in his mouth. Soon after, the man's breath gave out and he died. Seeing this, Yang Bai snorted coldly. Humph, I had anticipated that you would do this, but does that help? Afterwards, only Yang Bai's eyes stared. His other hand lifted and opened, and then slowly turned it in a counterclockwise direction. And so time keeps going backwards in his neighborhood. All of a sudden it was back to the second before the man took the poison and killed himself. And the man froze for a second at this point, only to think that he had just hallucinated that, and then decisively took poison again. Seeing this, Yang Bai was quite patient. Since you like to have fun, I'll have fun with you. After saying that, Yang Bai reversed time and space again. Once again, time went back to the second before the man took the poison and killed himself. At this point, the man was unbelieving, so he committed suicide by taking poison again. And Yang Bai was not accustomed to seeing him, so after going back and forth like that in times, at this moment, we only saw that the person in Yang Bai's hand was panting. This my warrior, my grandfather, my ancestor Lu, can you give my little one a pain in the ass even if my little one begs for your mercy? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai then snickered. What? Tired of playing? Shall we continue? At these words, the man's head shook frantically like a rattle. That expression looked like he had seen a living hell, and his tone was tinged with a sobbing voice. Oh ancestor, what do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. I only ask that you give me a pain in the ass. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai then said with a satisfied face, Say, what are you? And why did you poison the wells of innocent people? The man hurriedly asked and replied, I'm just an ordinary soldier of the Great Zhou Kingdom. This time, I was ordered by the high priest to secretly test the poison for him in the territory of the Fire Elemental Kingdom. Yang Bai then asked again, Tell me the name of your high priest. Lin Tianin. After saying that, Yang Bai decisively ended this person. Then, he was seen placing his left hand across his chest and, from within his body emanated a terrifying and boundless spiritual energy that was slowly condensing a book at this moment. The book was plain, and on its cover were engraved 3 large words: the Book of Life and Death. Immediately, Yang Bai's right hand was held in a false grip, and a brush appeared in his hand out of thin air. 3 big words were also engraved on that pen, Tian Yuan pen. Then, he saw Yang Bai slowly flip open the Book of Life and Death. On the book, the words Lin Tianin were written with a Tian Yuan pen. After writing these 3 words, a violent fluctuation of breath erupted above the Book of Life and Death. However, it was fortunate that Yang Bai suppressed it in time so that it didn't spread outward. At this time, the border of the Fire Elemental Kingdom, inside the camp of the Great Zhou Kingdom, a group of generals from the Great Zhou Kingdom gathered at this time. How valiant is the Grand Marshal! Under the leadership of my Great Zhou's iron cavalry broke through the Fire Yuan Kingdom's defenses in an instant. Yes, thanks to the leadership of the Grand Marshal, our army was able to break through all the way. This first bowl, to the Grand Marshal, to the Grand Marshal. At this time, within the barracks of the Great Zhou army, Zhao Tianyu was holding a celebration banquet. Seeing the cudgels of the generals, Zhao Tianyi came to the rescue and returned the salute one by one. My army was able to kill its way into the territory of the Fire Elemental Kingdom so easily. It's all thanks to the bloodshed of the generals. Next, my Great Zhou's army will be able to gallop across the entire Fire Yuan Kingdom, and there will be no more obstruction. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhao Tianyi thought of something, so he asked Lin Tianin inside the tent. High Priestess, as a poisoner, you have been given credit for this time, but have you done what I commanded you before? And Lin Tianin, who was drinking to his heart's content from below, replied confidently, Rest assured, Grand Marshal, I've arranged for my men to go to the nearest place to test the poison. Guaranteed foolproof, the marshal will. Halfway through his words, the bowl in Lin Tiannin's hand fell down. A snap instantly broke the happy and lively atmosphere in the tent. Afterwards, I only saw Lin Tiannin fall straight down without a sound. Chapter 10 Queen, Holy Virgin of Jade Clearance. Inside the tent, all the great Zhou generals saw Lin Tiannin fall down like that without a sound. They all looked at each other. Seeing this, that Grand Marshal instantly reacted and arrived in front of him with a flash. Then as he caught it in his hand, his mouth cried out, "High Priestess, what is the matter with you?" The generals all gathered down at this time as well, calling out Lin Tiannin's name. Zhao Tian used a careful probe on his body and sighed helplessly. Generals don't need to shout. He's dead. The generals in the tent were all shocked when these words came out. What? Not only is the High Priestess a poisoner who specializes in poison, and a void refining realm powerhouse at that. Yes, a void refining powerhouse actually died so silently? For a moment, all the great Zhou generals were talking, and everyone began to jeopardize themselves. After all, to be able to make a void refining realm powerhouse die with his breath severed just like that for no reason. Such tactics were unheard of for them. Seeing that the heart of the army was about to collapse, Zhao Tianyu hurriedly stood out to stabilize the heart of the army, and then loudly and angrily rebuked. What are you all afraid of? The high priest is old and weak, and with this expedition with the army, a hidden disease suddenly erupted in his body. This time there's no way to fall. Men, pass on my order to transport the high priest's immortal body back to the great Zhou kingdom. The high priest has died in the service of his country and is buried with the highest rights. Then, just a few soldiers walked in from outside the tent and carried Lin Tiannin's body out. At this time, the just excited atmosphere in the tent instantly became extremely low. After all, many of the cultivation levels of the great generals here were not as high as that of the high priest. Including the strongest grand marshal among them was only at the peak of refined void. Faced with such a bizarre scene, how could they not be afraid? Thus, Zhao Tianyu did not dare to neglect this matter, and hurriedly reported it up to be decided from above. Fire Origin Country, Chaofeng City. Inside the palace hall, a gorgeously dressed and beautiful figure sat in the highest seat. I saw this woman wearing a crown on her head, holding a scepter in her hand, and wearing a long red robe and dress. Underneath the long skirt was a pair of slender jade legs that were hard to hide. Your Majesty, another urgent report has come back from the border. The Tiger Palace Pass has also been lost. At this moment, the Holy Maiden of Jade Clearance knelt down on one knee and was reporting the latest situation on the front line to this Queen of the Fire Elemental Kingdom. When these words came out, the ministers standing in the Great Hall all looked shocked. At this time, a minister came forward to advise, Your Majesty, now that the Hujing Pass has been lost, then my Central Plains hinterland will be completely exposed to Great Zhou's iron cavalry. The old minister suggests sending troops to the front line again for support. As soon as these words came out, many ministers above the courtroom agreed. Seeing this, the queen immediately made a decision and announced towards the bottom, declaring my decree. I hereby order the Holy Maiden of Jade Clearance, under my seat, to lead an army of 100,000 men. Go to Mufeng City to block the Zhou dynasty's army. Upon hearing this, the Yuqing Holy Maiden below stepped forward to receive the holy decree and said, I, Xian Yuqing, accept the decree. With that, the queen announced that she was leaving the court. In turn, the entire hall was now left with just two women. Yuqing, Mufeng City is a necessary route for Great Zhou's invasion of our central plains. You must guard it for me. Gong Qingya said to Xian Yuqing below. Upon hearing this, Xian Yulist crossed his hand in front of his chest and said with conviction, Your Majesty, rest assured, the city is here. After saying that, Xian Yuqing excused himself and walked out of the great hall. Looking at her departing back, Gong Qingya frowned. With a worried face, he looked towards the direction of Mufeng City and couldn't help but murmur, This great Zhou kingdom, when did the country's power skyrocket to such an extent? It's really weird. After saying that, her figure disappeared inside the great hall. At this time, inside the queen's chambers, Gong Qingya slowly removed the wide dress she was wearing, leaving only a loose blouse. At that moment she walked toward a bath in her chambers, and, removing her robes, she was striding those slender jade legs. Entering the bath, she washed away her fatigue. In front of her curtain was coming a wonderful woman, dressed in a pale green dress. The face is exquisite. Your Majesty, I have read your fortune. There's a reason about that great Zhou kingdom's strength surging. I roughly did figure out 1 or 2 inch. Then a slightly lazy voice came from behind the curtain. Tell me about it. I'm curious about it. How on earth was the dim king of Great Zhou able to do so in this short period of time? After saying that, Gong Qingya lifted out a proud and slender jade leg on the surface of the water. Seeing this, Tianji Xian Maiden hurriedly said, I have projected that it seems to be related to that 100,000 mountains. When these words came out, Dong Xingya said in surprise, "Is it that there is some kind of inheritance present within the 100,000 mountains?" After Yang Bai had sent that high priest to the western paradise, he then took Yang Yuchan and the two of them to leave Tainyo village. Before leaving, he did not forget to say with Master Chow, "Grand Master, that well water in your village is now edible again." Upon hearing this, Mr. Chow brought his entire family to thank Yang Bai again. Returning to the pharmacy, Yang Bai returned to his salty days, and after experiencing this, Yang Yuchan once again refreshed her perception of Yang Bai's strength. "No, Yang Di's strength is so strong, I can't lag behind too much." Thus, Yang Yuchan began her day and night cultivation again. On the contrary, Lu Linger girl, Yang Bai recently observed that niece was very wrong, always distracted while doing his work, usually crouching next to him to read his medical books. Many times they looked to him for words. In response, Yang Bai couldn't help but ask her, "Little doubting, if you have anything to say to young master me, feel free to say it to me, there's no need to hide it in your heart." Upon hearing this, Lu Linger then stammered, That, Linger wants to practice too. Young master, can't too, give me some spirit stones for training." Then, with a nervous look on her face, the little ninny added, "Just a little bit will do." After saying that, Lu Linger hung her little head in shame. In fact, she always knew in her heart that she was just a small maid that Yang Bai had taken into the medicine store. She was already grateful in her heart that Yang Bai was able to take her in, or else, now she had been sent to the greenhouse, and at this time she was making such a request of him. In her mind she found this behavior very insatiable, but she was tempted too. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai looked at the little pea ding in front of him with an unspeakable expression on his face. So he reached out tenderly and rubbed his hand gently on the little Jin's head, saying, "I thought it was much of a big deal. So, what's so hard to say about this? You're a young master. I'm not a poor young master. Can't I afford to feed you a bean-sized pea?" After saying that, Yang Bai took out a storage ring, which contained a whole 10,000 extreme spirit stones. Chapter 11, Revenge and Hatred. Receiving the storage ring, Lu Linger said nervously, "Young master, Linger won't want it for nothing. The spirit exchanges something with you." When she said that, she saw the little ninny pull out a mini necklace from her chest. Lu Linger placed it in her hand and held it before she solemnly shoved the necklace into Yang Bai's hand. "Young master, this is something I've been wearing since I was born, though it's not worth much, but it's the only thing I've got on me. Linger will pay you back later, when she's made enough money. The necklace is yours as a pawn." Yang Bai picked up the necklace in his hand and looked at it. With his eyesight it was not difficult to see that this necklace must have a matching one. So Yang Bai stretched out his hand and pounded on little Doubting's head for a while again, smiled and said, "Well, since you've accepted all of your little friend's belongings, then you can take this spirit stone." Upon hearing this, Lu Linger narrowed her eyes, and then she peeled open the storage ring. The little ninny was stunned in an instant as she looked at the mountains of extremely high-grade spirit stones inside. Then she saw Lu Linger deflate her mouth and say, "Young master, it seems like selling Linger wouldn't even be enough to pay it back." After she saw the amount of spirit stones inside, the small flame of hope that had just been kindled in her heart, this was extinguished in an instant. Seeing this, Yang Bai suddenly felt that this little bean ding in front of him was very cute. Another hand rubbed her little head. At this time, Lu Linger stared at Yang Bai with a somewhat complaining little eye and said with a puff of air, Young master, don't rub it. Look, you've messed up my hair." Upon hearing this, Yang Bai then withdrew his hand with a satisfied face and said, "Don't worry, how is my little Dojin worth so little spirit stones? I wouldn't trade with anyone else even if they gave me 1,000,000 spirit stones." When these words came out, Lu Linger's eyes were slightly moist, her teeth biting her lips. A snotty voice said, "Really? Young master, you're too good to Linger, aren't you? I don't want your maid here at all." When Yang Bai heard Lu Linger say so, he immediately said with a stern face, "Little Doubting, who treats you like a little maid? Don't ever say that again. Quickly put away the spirit stones. Don't you want to cultivate? I'll teach you to cultivate next, young master." After saying that, Yang Bai took out a handkerchief and helped her wipe the snot as well as tears from her face. Seemingly realizing her indecency, Lu Linger hurriedly snatched the handkerchief and haphazardly wiped his face clean. Afterwards, Lu Linger took out an extremely high-grade spirit stone. Then he followed Yang Bai's instructions to draw in the spiritual chi contained within the spirit stone. After inhaling the aura into her body, as it worked its way through her surrounding acupoints, she finally opened the first step of her cultivation. And Yang Bai, who was beside Lu Linger, at that moment, he was looking at the former, who was in the middle of cultivation, with a strange expression on his face. "I'm afraid it's not as simple as that for this little peahen." under Yang Bai's divine sense perception. He realized that there seemed to be a powerful force reviving within Lu Linger's body. This power. It seems to be a powerful bloodline power. Yang Bai stared at Lu Linger with unblinking eyes. Then in the very next second, only a burst of intense light erupted from within Lu Linger's body. A mighty pressure from the ancient vicissitudes instantly enveloped the entire Mufeng city. Fortunately, Yang Bai reacted in time, utilizing his invincible cultivation to shield the aura with a swiftness. And at that moment, another huge python silhouette emerged above Lu Linger's head. Just based on the aura emanating from this silhouette, it gave off an infinite amount of pressure. Yang Bai stared at the shadow and said with some surprise, "It's actually the ancient heavenly serpent." This little dojin turned out not to be of human bloodline, but a descendant of the snake race. And at that moment, Yang Yuchan also heard the commotion in the courtyard and hurriedly ended her cultivation. As soon as she came out of her room, she saw the scene she had just seen. Only Yang Yuchan asked Yang Bai in shock, "Yang Di, what's wrong with Linger? Just now I gave her spirit stones to cultivate, and then she became like this." Yang Bai spread his hands and then explained, "Little Do Ding is a member of the snake clan, and he also carries the bloodline of the ancient heavenly serpent. She should be awakening the ancient heavenly serpent bloodline within her at this moment." When these words came out, Yang Yuchan was even more shocked. It seems that everything will be known only after her bloodline awakens. After a long time had passed, Lu Linger's bloodline awakening finally came to an end, as that ancient heavenly serpent's silhouette merged into her body. Lu Linger's aura also began to rise up at this time, hardening the body 1, quenching the body 2 times, hardened body 3 times, 9th level of body hardening. Little Do Ding's breath didn't completely stabilize until the 9th level of body tempering. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Yang Yuchan on the side stared like bronze bells, her face full of unbelief. She had been cultivating hard for a whole week, and only then did she manage to reach the 6th level of body tempering. And Lu Linger? This has just started cultivating. It was like riding a rocket directly to the 9th level of body tempering. The perceptive Yang Bai sensed the annoyance in Yang Yuchan's heart and said comfortingly to her, "Other people's little doubting did so by virtue of the power of his bloodline. If we're talking about cultivation talent alone, she may not necessarily be able to compare to Big Sister." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan said with dark eyes, "Yandi, you don't have to comfort me. Your big sister isn't that fragile." While the two were talking, Lu Linger had opened her eyes and completed her bloodline awakening. Seeing this, Yang Bai stepped forward and asked, "Are you in any discomfort?" Lu Linger then asked with a blank expression, "No, why would young master say that?" And hearing the little ninny say that, Yang Bai said with relief, "Little Do Ding, you want to cultivate so much because you want to avenge your father and other relatives, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Linger nodded. She actually still had this matter in her heart, just that she usually didn't show it. Now that Lu Linger had been exposed by Yang Bai, she no longer hid it. "That's right. I'm looking for those evil thieves from the Black Dragon Walled City to avenge my father's death. All of us in the Lu family fortress were slaughtered by those bastards. Linger is the only one left. If it wasn't for father's desperate defense, Linger wouldn't have been able to escape." As she spoke, Lu Linger wept, and bean-sized teardrops kept slipping down. Seeing this, Yang Bai said, "Don't worry, those evil thieves' young master will exterminate them for you." With that, he covered the top of her head with his palm, feeling the warmth coming from the top of her head. At this moment, Lu Linger felt very relieved. Afterward, he only saw Yang Bai directly tear open a space crack with his bare hands under the two women's shocked gazes, and the sky above the Black Dragon Walled City at this time. The sky suddenly split open a huge crack. The crowd of Black Dragon Walled City felt the terrifying pressure coming from above their heads, so they all looked up towards the sky. "What is it? What a horrible aura! What the hell is this?" And at the other end of the spatial rift, Yang Bai, like the will of heaven, was looking down at the mole-like figure below. With that, he slowly reached a hand in towards the crack, and at that moment, in the sky above the Black Dragon Walled City, a giant hand in the sky appeared abruptly. Then he saw the terrifyingly huge hand pressing down towards the bottom. Sensing the intense pressure, Zhou Yuanfan rushed out from the fortress long ago. He looked at the huge hand that covered the sky above his head at this time and, feeling the suffocating aura emanating from it, unparalleled fear welled up in the depths of his soul. It was in this moment that he felt how small he was. The people of the Black Dragon Walled City were just about to escape, but in the next second, he was then suppressed to the ground by the aura emanating from that giant hand, unable to move. Then that giant hand slapped this place to ashes under their despairing gazes. Chapter 12, Reunion of Old Friends. Many people far away from Mufeng City had witnessed the scene at the Black Dragon Walled City. What exactly is this giant hand? Just by looking at it, the soul can't stop trembling. Yes, this must be the will of the heavens. That black dragon-walled city purely deserved it. Let them do their usual evil. That's right. Now even the heavens can't stand to watch. They're going to personally take action to exterminate these evil thieves. All of a sudden, the people who saw that giant hand in the sky were talking. Inside the pharmacy, Yang Yuchan's two daughters looked at Yang Bai with their jaws agape at this moment, momentarily too surprised to speak. What's the matter with you guys? Why are you all looking at me like that? Yang Bai, who had done all this, clapped his hands and turned his head to look at the two girls, only to see them all looking at him like they'd run into a ghost in broad daylight. At this moment, Yang Yuchan swallowed her saliva and stammered. You, really, are my, Yang Di? At this moment, Yang Yuchan only felt that this Yang Bai in front of her was very strange and incredibly powerful. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai felt amused and then paid it off by saying, Big sister, didn't I tell you a long time ago that it would be good? You, Yang Di me, are invincible. 3 days after helping Lu Linger take revenge. At this moment, Yang Bai was lying on top of the bench with a comfortable face, and Lu Linger was helping him pound his chest and pinch his legs at that moment. Young master, how is it? Are you comfortable? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai gave a comfortable not bad, a little higher. Hey, yeah, that's it. Just when Yang Bai was enjoying this happy life, suddenly there was another shout from the door. Brother Dabai. Yang Bai looked with the sound, only to see a figure running in with quick steps right through the door. There was also a wonderful woman immediately behind him. Fitty. Yang Bai couldn't help but shout even after seeing the visitor, so the two ran in both directions toward each other. Soon the two were embracing each other. Oh little Fei Di, you've disappeared for so long. I miss you so much. Big brother, why did you suddenly think of coming to see me again this time? Yes, brother Dabai, I've missed you, too. It's not that I've recently heard that you've suddenly gotten rich, so when the hell are you going to pay me the money you owe me? When these words came out, Yang Bai, who was embracing Li Xiaofei, his face instantly darkened. Immediately afterward, he saw Yang Bai directly drop his man behind him with an over-the-shoulder slam. Then he pushed him toward the door and said, Take care. What do you mean by that? Dabai? Looking at the playful duo in front of her, Li Qingluo couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. You happy couple. You still look the same when you meet so soon. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai stopped jostling with Li Xiaofei. I didn't know that Sister Lightning Luo was also here. Little Dojin, come greet the guests. Lu Linger sniffed and immediately came with a bounce. This little ninny had completely let go of her natural instincts after Yang Bai had helped her take revenge. Every day is a cheerful one. Brother Yang doesn't have to be so polite. Where is Yu Chan? Seeing this, Li Qingluo hurriedly stated. After hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Yang Yuchan also came out from her room and saw that it was Li Qingluo visiting. She was instantly beaming with joy, and stepped forward to take its person's arm, asking with a smile on her face, Yo, how come Sister Li, a busybody of the court, is suddenly free? I've come from Chaofeng City to see my sister Me. You can stop poking fun at Sister Me now. With that said, the two women walked intimately hand in hand into the boudoir to talk in whispers. Li Xiaofei and his two siblings were Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan's playmates from childhood. The four had known each other since they were children and their relationship was considered to be a moot point. But the good times didn't last long for the four, as the parents of Li Xiaofei's siblings were reappointed by the imperial court, and Yang Bai's father also left him behind. And Yang Yuchan and the two of them are dependent on each other. He Dabai-chan. I was just purely joking. Don't mind it, haha. Once these words came out, the anger in Yang Bai's heart subsided quite a bit, and then he asked, Say, it's been years since I've seen you. Why do you and Sister Lightning Luo suddenly have the time to visit us this time? Upon hearing this, Li Yifei hung his head. I don't say it. It's not because De Zhou is about to come in. As one of the vice commanders of this army of the Jade Qingxian Maiden, it's only natural to come to Mufeng City with the army. No, I came by to see you, Dabai-chan. As soon as the words fell, Yang Bai smiled and knocked his head, saying, Yoo-hoo, I can't believe it. You're quite a righteous kid. Ha, I thought you'd become a big shot. It'll just forget about me as a brother. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaofei smiled in a shabby manner, scratching his head in a naive manner and said, How can this be possible? Don't make fun of me, Dabai-chan. It's not that big of an honor. It's just a vice commander. As soon as these words came out, Yang Bai hammered his man's chest and said, It's been good. Not bad. You're not bad, kid. And it's no loss when I took you to peek at Irma's bath next door when I was a kid. Gave you the spot with the best light. When these words came out, Li Xiaofei instantly turned red with embarrassment and helplessly held his forehead and laughed straight. Hey brother Dabai, why do you still remember this? But it's been years since I've seen you, and I wonder if you've grown in your skills. Brother Bai? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai said, haha little Fei D. I didn't expect to see you for a few years. You haven't gotten any taller, but you've gotten a lot louder. Go! Brother Bai is going to show you my skills. With that said, the two brothers hooked up and headed towards the creek near the outskirts of the city. Seeing this, Lu Linger, who had just brewed the tea, saw that all the people in the compound had left, so he hurriedly shouted towards Yang Bai. Young master, where are you going to play? Can you bring Linger along too? Linger is so chatty at home alone. Oh. As soon as these words came out, Yang Bai and his duo looked at each other in disbelief. The two exchanged glances and then a wicked grin appeared on their faces. Yang Bai then revealed a meaningful smile to Lu Linger and said, it's little doujinshi then. If you want to come along and play, then come along. Having heard what was said, the simple Lu Linger didn't even think much about that meaningful smile that Yang Bai had just shown her. So it was only to see the little ninny jumping right behind Yang Bai and the two of them. Soon, the three of them went out of the city gates one after another, and soon came to the edge of the creek at the edge of the city. Young master, what are we doing here? There's nothing to do here. Lu Linger, who was standing behind the duo, blinked her big eyes at this moment and asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai turned his head and said, hey little Do Ding, you'll know later. Then he turned to Li Xiaofei next to him. Well, are you ready? All set, Li Xiaofei replied with an excited face, with a tug on the belt of both men's pants, accompanied by the screams of the young girls behind them. Just between their legs shot two jets of water. Well, little beanpole, don't you want to come and play together? Why don't you come over and play together? Woohoo! Lu Linger looked at the scene in front of her, so shy that she let out a series of screams. At this time, little Doubting's face was red and his head was still faintly hot, seeing that Yang Bai was still shouting for her to join him. So Lu Linger hurriedly covered her eyes and shy ran away headlong. Seeing the young girl behind them in such a state of embarrassment, the two of them burst out laughing in unison. Hey, little Fei D, you're not honest. Why are you secretly looking at the move? Brother Big White, you're farting. You're the one who moved forward. You're going to lose today. Ha ha. Chapter 13, Caught in the Act. Soon, the two of them, Yang Bai and Li Xiaofei, were lying beside the creek exhausted. Well, little Fei D, are you convinced? Convinced? I'm completely convinced. You're better than me, Big Brother Bai. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and immediately let out another laugh. By the way, how's your military life going? At this time, Yang Bai suddenly asked. AI, it's just like that, but there are a lot of great beauties that I met at the court, Li Xiaofei said. Hearing this, Yang Bai instantly became interested and asked after him. Tell me more carefully. In response, Li Xiaofei narrated. When it comes to beauty, this empress of our fire elemental kingdom is a great beauty, but when she goes to court, I don't even look up at her. Next is the 9 heavenly maidens under the queen's seat. The 9 of them, each one of them a beloved of Her Majesty the Queen. Not only, and they're all beautiful. This time, the one who led the army and came to defend against Great Zhou is one of the 9 great Xian women, the Jade Clear Xian woman. When these words came out, Yang Bai was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that the one who commanded the fire elemental kingdom was actually still a female empress. Brother Great White, speaking of which, when I came here, I heard that the Tianla Pavilion in Mufeng City has many new beauties. Do you want me to take Tobacco for a dash? Li Yifei suddenly did up and proposed to Yang Bai. When these words came out, Yang Bai was first delighted, but then he thought of something and said with some difficulty, it's not good. Besides, I'm a 7-foot man. I don't think I'll ever be able to get my hands on that kind of trash. After saying that, Li Yifei looked at Yang Bai with a suspicious face and laughed with a mocking meaning. AI, my big white brother, it's been so long. Why are you still so afraid of Sister Cicada? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai anxiously jumped up, his eyes glaring like bronze bells, urgently saying, what are you babbling about? I wouldn't be afraid of that pussy. I'm usually the one to talk at home, Li Yifei had said. Oh, is that so? So who peeked at Sister Cindy's bath when she was little and got chased all over the street by her? These words awakened that memory that was hidden in Yang Bai's deepest recesses again, only to see Yang Bai bashfully blushing his old face and gently coughing a few times. Ahem, the past is the past. Isn't it just visiting a kiln? Just go. What's wrong with that? After saying that, Li Yifei happily pushed Yang Bai towards the city. And the other side, Lu Linger, who had just blushed red, ran into the city again at this time. And at that moment, she happened to bump into the two girls, Yang Yuchan, who were shopping on the street. Yang Yuchan saw that Lu Linger was covering her cheeks as she flew in the direction of her home, with cheeks that looked like ripe apples. He couldn't help but curiously stop its people in their tracks. Linger, didn't you go out with Yang Di? Why are you here again? And what's with this face of yours? Why is it so red? With these words, Lu Linger became even more embarrassed, and recalling the scene just now, the little girl's little brain swooned with shame. So he stammered, young master, really, it's too bad. Seeing that Lu Linger was too embarrassed to speak up, Yang Yuchan no longer had the good sense to ask. Instead, he went forward and took Lu Linger's hand and said affectionately, then you've come just in time to hang out with us. After saying that, Yang Yuchan pulled her for a stroll. As for Lu Linger, who was being pulled, her heart was indeed warm, and she couldn't help but think secretly, not only is young master good to Linger, but even Sister Yang is so good to Linger. Young master and Sister Yang really do look good together. So the three women were just walking down the street, picking this and that off the street from time to time. Yuchan na, how is your progress with brother Yang nowadays? At this time, Li Qingluo asked with a curious face. These words immediately made Yang Yuchan feel a trace of unnaturalness. Then she saw her eyes dart about in obvious panic. What about what? What else? That's all. Upon hearing this, Li Qingluo said with a smiling face, I knew you would say that. I was asking, when are you guys getting married na? Married? I don't know. Yang Yuchan's head was also dizzy at this time. She honestly didn't expect her best friend to drop such a big bomb on her. I think you still haven't thought about how to face him officially. After all, after being his big sister for so long, it's still too much of an identity switch, isn't it? Li Qingluo looked at her best friend with this look and instantly saw through its person. This is something you're going to have to face sooner or later, and I wish you'd faced up to your heart sooner. Stop running away. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan said, oh, like a mosquito. Then I will speak with you again. Do you know where my brother will go with him? At this time, the dull Yang Yuchan's brain couldn't fit anything down and casually asked, where to? Seeing Yang Yuchan in this state, so Li Qingluo leaned over her fragrant shoulder and gently said, greenhouse. No way. He dares? Yang Yuchan's body was jolted when she heard this. Then look at those two sneaky figures up ahead, where are they headed? Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan looked towards the front end. He then saw the sneaky figure of Yang Bai and his duo enter the Tianlu pavilion. Seeing this, Yang Yuchan was burning with rage and hurriedly walked towards the nearby stall selling knives. Buy a knife. At this time, Lu Linger voiced out and asked, Sister Yang, what are you buying a knife for ya? Castration. Yang Yuchan sharpened her knife, her eyes showing a murderous aura. Seeing her like this, Lu Linger silently prayed for Yang Bai in her heart. And at this moment, Yang Bai, who had walked into the Tianlu pavilion, didn't realize in the slightest that he was being watched. Seeing the two walk in at this time, the pimp hurriedly went forward to greet them. It's okay. Ahem, let's take a look. Yang Bai felt very unnatural. After all, this was the first time he had ever visited a greenhouse. So the duo made their way to the second floor. Brother Bai, why do you feel that you've become so shy now that you're shopping at the kiln? The old you wasn't like this, wow. As soon as these words came out, Yang Bai touched his nose in embarrassment. Soon, Yang Bai's attention was drawn to the sculpture standing off to the side on the second floor, only to see that there was a statue of a woman right next to him. Seeing that Yang Bai had been staring at the statue next to him, Li Xiaofei could not help but ask out loud, Brother Bai, what's wrong? Why do you keep staring at a statue? And Yang Bai didn't respond to him. Yang Bai only felt that this statue was weird and, so he reached down and removed the pendant from the statue's earlobe. After picking up the pendant and scrutinizing it, he put it away in his storage ring, and then reached out to try to remove the necklace from her chest. But at this moment, from outside the Heavenly Joy Pavilion suddenly came Yang Yuchan's bouts of shouting and cursing. Good you Yang Bai, actually sneaking behind my back to visit a youth center. You quickly get out of here. At this time, Yang Yuchan was carrying a kitchen knife and rushing upstairs. And seeing this, Yang Bai instantly panicked, so his hand also fell. But the next moment, it wasn't hardness that was felt from his hand. Instead, it was soft and hot. And then Yang Bai involuntarily grabbed it. Are you touching my boobs? At those words, Yang Bai stiffened and twisted his head to look. Only a second ago it was a statue made of stone, but now it's a living, breathing teenage girl. I saw that the young girl had a head of white hair, and a small, delicate unicorn horn on her cicatrix. The slightly juvenile face is adorable when you fix your eyes on it. And this scene happened to be caught in the eyes of Yang Yuchan, who had gone upstairs. In the next moment, just as Yang Bai wanted to explain, the young girl disappeared into thin air again. Big sister, listen to my sophistry. Not explain. At this time, Yang Yuchan's fleshy face was suffocated with a reddish color, and her mouth was even higher up. A pair of eyes were on the verge of spewing flames, and Lu Linger also came late at this time, only to see her grabbing Yang Yuchan's hand that was holding the kitchen knife. Quietly, Sister Yang, You'll make young master lose face in public like this. Hearing this, Yang Yuchan considered again at this time, only to see her viciously scraping Yang Bai. That look seemed to be saying, I'll get you when you get home. Chapter 13, Yang Di, will you marry me? Tada! 100 kilometers outside of Mufeng City, the soldiers of Great Zhou were marching forward in a neat and tidy manner. The sun shone on the soldiers' armor under the hot sun. At this moment, outside the gates of Mufeng City, an army was slowly entering the city, only to see that at the forefront was a female general riding a red and brown horse. The junior official greets Lord Jun Envoy as he brings his army into the city. The city lord of Mufeng City stood within the city and slightly arched his hand towards Shen Yuqing. City Lord Ning, is there any news of the Great Zhou army? Simply and ably tying up her long hair with a valiant look, Shen Yuqing asked. Hearing this, Ning Yuan replied, according to the reports from the scouts, Great Zhou's army has been spotted 100 miles outside the city. It's coming this way right now. When these words came out, Shen Yuqing frowned. By all rights, with the speed of Great Zhou's march, we should be almost under the city gates at this moment. Why is it so much slower now? Seeing this, Ning Yuan replied, back to your excellency, my subordinate just got the news from the front. A week ago, the high priest of Great Zhou actually died in their tent for no reason. Upon hearing this news, Shen Yuqing's red lips surrounded slightly opened and said in a rather surprised manner, oh, it said that their high priest was a strong void refining powerhouse, so how could he die so hastily? That I do not know. After saying that, Shen Yuqing no longer dwelled on it, then shouted to the soldiers behind him, pick up the pace and try to have them all stationed in the city by nightfall, outside the pharmacy door. At this time, Yang Bai is sneaking quietly into the door, afraid to cause a little noise. Finally you know to come back. I thought you were going to rot inside the heavenly music pavilion. Looking in the direction, he saw Yang Yuchan as well as Lu Lingair standing in front of the kitchen door. Haha, it's big sister. What? We're not going out to eat today? Yang Bai saw that the kitchen behind them was on fire and asked out loud. I'll cook for you tonight. What are you waiting for? Come in and help. After saying that, Yang Yuchan led Lu Lingair inside with her. Seeing this, Yang Bai had no choice but to go in and see what they were up to. When Yang Bai entered the kitchen, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Duh, sister, sis, let's eat a king's rump today. Ha! Upon hearing this, she only saw Yang Yuchan holding a kitchen knife in one hand and, then it's a knife to the king's ass on the chopping block. The knife directly chopped off that bastard's glands. Yang Yuchan then picked up the kitchen knife and said to Yang Bai with a grim face, yes, tonight, we'll eat the bastard. With that, she raised the kitchen knife. The blade light emanating from that chopper couldn't help but make Yang Bai's crotch go cold. And then look at the chopped off glands on the cutting board. Yang Bai only felt that there was now a cold wind coming from outside and shuddered. Looking at Yang Yuchan's ferocious appearance in front of him, Yang Bai couldn't help but wow. Whoa, a big sister. You mustn't be impulsive. If you really slash down like that, then what will you do with your lifelong happiness in the future nah? After saying that, Yang Bai directly hid behind Lu Lingair. Half a head poked out over its person's fragrant shoulder. Since you can't keep the gun down, simply don't. And I've heard that that thing can also be planted a fake. I don't know if you're interested. Yang Di, come experience it. Yang Yuchan said grimly. At those words, Yang Bai, who was hiding behind Lu Lingair, shook his head frantically. Seeing the pitiful Yang Bai behind herself, Lu Lingair finally couldn't look at her anymore. So the little ninny blocked Yang Bai behind her and pleaded with Yang Yuchan. Sister Yang, Lingair thinks it's better to let it go. Lingair thinks that the young master should realize that it's wrong and, I won't do it again. Seeing that little doubting actually defended him so much in this moment of crisis, Yang Bai felt relieved and said, worthy of being my little dojin. It seems like I didn't love you for nothing normally young master. Next time young master I go out to play, I will definitely still call you. As soon as these words came out, Lu Lingair recalled that humiliating scene. So Lu Lingair double-sided fascia ran behind Yang Yuchan and said with a red face, young master is too bad. I won't plead for you. It was fine if he didn't talk about it, but as soon as he mentioned it, Ni couldn't help but blush. The scene was unspeakable. With that, Yang Bai squatted on the ground alone, looking pitifully at the two women. A look of a delicate woman being bullied. Seeing that look on his face, Lu Lingair's heart softened again, and she wanted to say something to plead for mercy. But then he was interrupted by Yang Yuchan. Alright, Lingair, don't plead for him. I was only trying to scare him, and now it seems that this guy really doesn't dare to. Hearing this, Yang Bai nodded frantically as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Then, he changed his expression again, and with a smile, he ran to Yang Yuchan's side and, one said as he took his person's hand, I knew big sis wouldn't give it up, so she was just scaring me. Then, Yang Bai made a death wish and said in Yang Yuchan's ear, Don't you dare next time. There's a much gentler sister there than the big one. After saying that, Yang Bai twisted his head and ran. And when Yang Yuchan heard this, she exploded on the spot, her big eyes glaring like copper bells. With that, he chased towards Yang Bai. Yang Bai, waho pissed off old me. Stop right there. I'm going to skin you when I catch you. With that, the two of them began a chase within the small courtyard within the medicine store. Yang Bai ran ahead. Yang Yuchan chased after him. Seeing this, Lu Linger also felt very helpless towards this young master of hers. Obviously, he was so afraid of Sister Yang in his heart, but he still wanted to deliberately provoke her. The little ninny looked at the duo who were chasing and playing around in the small courtyard, looking at Yang Bai's face without the slightest fear at all. He thought with emotion, maybe the young master isn't afraid of Sister Yang at all, but respects her a lot. Immediately after that, the little ninny also ran out with a small nervous face, shouting as she ran. Sister Yang, calm down. Dusk, in the light of the setting sun, the three of them were in this small courtyard. Their silhouettes are infinitely elongated. Yang Bai, don't you run. You come after me. Young master, be careful now. As the sun sets over the mountains, darkness falls. At this time all the homes were lit up. The three were also tired of chasing. Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan were currently leaning against each other on the roof to view the full moon overhead. The two bathed in the gentle moonlight. Yang Yuchan appreciated the moonlight and looked sideways at Yang Bai's clear face under the illumination of the moonlight. Looking at it, her mind recalled what Li Qingluo had said to her today. Then she only saw her bite her lip, as if she had made some sort of determination, and asked softly, Yang Di, will you marry me? At those words, Yang Bai, who was on the side, froze slightly and it hadn't occurred to him that the always high and mighty big sister had actually asked him this question at this moment. So Yang Bai twisted his head to look at Yang Yuchan, only to see a stirring pretty face under the moonlight. It's flushed at this point. A pair of long eyelashes fluttered and it seems to suggest the shyness of a young girl. It seemed to have sensed Yang Bai's gaze towards her. Out of instinctive reaction, she involuntarily bowed her head but soon restrained the shyness in his heart again and raised his head bravely. The two men looked at each other, and for a moment the air was filled with the odor of hormones. Yang Bai looked at the delicate person in front of him and said softly but with an undeniable voice, willing, of course I am. I was willing 10 years ago, said the two, their eyes growing misty. And so on the roof, the two figures got closer and closer, and Lu Linger, who was squatting below, cupped her small face with both hands and the dark figure that was looking at the two men on the roof with a pleased expression muttered, I really hope that young master and sister can stay like this and never separate. Chapter 14, Death to the Army and to Those Who Cross the Line. 3 days later. Yang Di, have you picked a date yet? Who are we going to call then? Yang Yuchan was currently looking at Yang Bai, who was lying on the bench, with a face full of anticipation. For the past few days, she's had this exuberant, agitated look on her face. I've even let go of my cultivation lately. Accompanied by Lu Linger as well as Li Qingluo, he carefully selected the clothes he would wear when he got married. In this regard, Yang Bai was also very pleased. For the date, let's pick 2 days from now. It doesn't take much to be a human being. When the time comes, just call the neighbors down the street and Master Chow and the others. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan nodded and said with a Wanyan smile, aha, just listen to Yang Di and everything. Immediately afterward, Yang Yuchan began to fantasize about the images from that day again. Her cheeks flushed. Seeing her in this infatuated state, Yang Bai only felt that the beautiful person in front of him was very beautiful. But then, Yang Bai secretly said in his heart, unfortunately someone doesn't want us to have peace. But don't worry, big sister, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't disturb us. At this time, above the walls of Mufeng City, Xian Yuqing as well as Ning Yuan stared solemnly at the overwhelming army below. Great Zhou is really well prepared this time. 500,000 men have turned out in force. Looking down at the large army with iron armor and cold light, all the people on top of the city wall showed incomparable gravity. City boys, listen up, behave yourself and open the gates and surrender. If we wait for my army to break open the gates, there will be no chickens or dogs left in the city then. In front of the formation, Zhao Tianyu, who was the Grand Marshal, called out. In the face of the other party's intimidation, Xian Yuqing leapt into the air. Zhao Tianyu, I didn't realize it was you as the commander of the 3 armies this time. I wonder if your high priest is well now. The moment these words came out, the aura of the great Zhou soldiers below instantly dropped to the bottom. Seeing that this had only just met up with the other party and his own army was unstable, Zhao Tianyu secretly sighed in his heart. This Xian Yuqing is worthy of being one of the 9 heavenly mysteries under the throne of the Empress of the Fire Origin Kingdom. Just a little bit of talk and my army is in disarray. So Zhao Tianyu similarly flew up into the sky to confront him and said, He Xian Yuqing, My country's high priestess just went back with a health problem. And for you to think of blocking my great Zhou's iron cavalry is a fool's errand. If you know what's good for you, surrender and become His Majesty's woman. Oh, if that queen of yours will also submit, perhaps His Majesty will also be merciful and barely give her the status of a noble consort. In the face of Xian Yuqing's eloquence, Zhao Tianyi wasn't a generalized person, and he hastily disliked back. At these words, the soldiers of the great Zhou below whistled. Ha ha! Good, good. The Empress of the Fire Origin Kingdom is marrying into the Great Zhou Kingdom along with her 9 heavenly mysteries. Wonderful! Hearing that Zhao Tianyu had actually insulted the Empress in such a manner, Xian Yuqing's cicatrization veins flared up. He shouted angrily, "How dare you, Zhao Tianyu! How dare you insult Her Majesty like this?" Unable to bear it, Xian Yuqing said in a domineering manner, "Humph, this general doesn't care to show off with you. Let's see how much you've improved over the years." After saying that, Xian Yuqing flashed his body, then drew his long sword and killed towards Zhao Tianyu. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu said with disdain, "Just you?" So he likewise flashed his lance to meet him. The two then collided with each other and, instantly the sky above the city walls was enveloped by a powerful energy. The two men's swords and spears collided, sending a gust of wind swirling below. The aftermath of the battle instantly rippled downward, so the army fell back another mile, only to see Zhao Tian use his mouth to recite a true secret, and a huge golden lightsaber appeared in front of him. It attacked towards Xian Yuqing with a stern sword chi. In the face of this strike, Xian Yuqing, on the other hand, easily dodged it by utilizing his bizarre stance. Then, Xian Yuqing then took advantage of this to suddenly send a powerful sword chi towards Zhao Tianyi in a swift manner. The sword chi tore through the sky and cut through the heavens. Zhao Tianyu, on the other hand, didn't dodge and directly crushed it with a punch. The figures of the two men were constantly colliding above the sky. Looking at Ning Yuan, who was standing on top of the city wall, he sighed repeatedly. Is this a void refining powerhouse? Who can trigger such a might with a single move? Even with my Xianling realm cultivation, if I were to accidentally get caught up in it, I'm afraid I won't even last a breath before I fall with a grudge. Xian Yuqing was fighting soundly at this time, and on the outside, she was coping very easily. But not really. On the contrary, Zhao Tianyu looked like he had been hiding his clumsiness. Haha, Xian Yuqing, I didn't realize that after so many years have passed, you've only just reached the peak of void refining. You're strong, but not enough. After he said that, Zhao Tianyu stopped hiding his clumsiness, and his body's aura was surging. In an instant, a powerful and incomparable pressure descended on the entire field. The transported one realm. How is this possible? Xian Yuqing felt the aura emanating from Zhao Tianyong's body. This is clearly the aura that only the transported one realm can possess, shouting with an unbelievable face. With that, the situation of the battlefield was instantly reversed at this moment, only to see Zhao Tian appear behind Xian Yuqing in an instant using his lightning speed. Immediately afterward he slammed his fist into her back with thunderous force. Xian Yuqing, who had not yet had time to react, violently spat out a mouthful of blood under this strike. The body shape kept storming back. The peak void refining Xian Yuqing was defeated in just one strike, before any of the people on the city walls could get frustrated. Zhao Tianyu, who was high in the sky, pointed his sword at Mufeng City. Generals, the time to build is now. Charge with me and break open the gates. With these words, the Great Zhou's army was in high spirits, and their morale was instantly at its peak. With Zhao Tianyu's order, all the soldiers stormed towards Mufeng City. Kill. On the contrary, on Mufeng City's side, their morale was depressed and they were hastily defending. Zhao Tianyu commanded his army to charge forward while he then killed his way into the city. Soon, the gates of Mufeng City were broken open by the enemy all at once. It's only been less than half a quarter of an hour, and if I lose the city, I will not have the face to face His Majesty. Xian Yuqing saw that the city gates were wide open, so he hurriedly acted as one person to block the army. Seeing Xian Yuqing blocking the way, all the soldiers did not dare to advance. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu appeared in front of his person with a flash, then knocked him back with a slap. And on the city wall, Li Xiaofei, as the vice commander, was fighting with the enemy troops in a bloody battle, only to see that the next second, a flying dagger appeared right behind him. It was too late for him to dodge, and he was going to fall in the next moment. But just then, behind him a crack in space appeared, and from it a hand poked out that. A hand directly crushed that flying sword. On the other side, when the Great Zhou soldiers who were no longer hindered were about to rush towards the city to make a big kill, suddenly the ground began to shake, accompanied by thunder and lightning in the sky. Immediately afterward, he saw a lightning bolt cut through the sky, tearing a huge gash in the dim sky. A spatial crack with a terrifying aura appeared right above the heads of the crowd. Retreat! An ice-cold voice came out from the spatial crack. Words follow the law. And in an instant, those great Zhou soldiers who were preparing to kill their way into the city, including Zhao Tianyu, it was wrapped in a burst of spatial power at that moment. In the next second, they all appeared 10 miles outside the city. Just as the crowd was confused, another laser shot out from above that spatial rift. A dividing line tens of miles long was drawn in front of Mufeng City. Death to those who cross the line. Chapter 15 Untitled. The voice was irreversible, cold and majestic. Xian Yuqing, who was ready to martyr himself in the last second, was also confused when he saw this turn of events. Seeing such a great opportunity, she led her troops under the gates of the city and prepared to fend off another attack from Great Zhou. As for Zhao Tianyu, his face was grim at this moment as he stared at the terrifying spatial crack above his head. What kind of god is this man that he can do what he says? I didn't expect that this Fire Yuan country actually hides such a strong person. It's better not to mess with it. Without even seeing the other guy. You can do this. He should have known with his ass that that person was by no means someone he could mess with. Feeling the terrifying and boundless aura emanating from that spatial rift, the people present were all chilled to the bone. The scene was at a standstill. Just as Zhao Tianyu was about to order a withdrawal, right beside him was an unknowing general leading his men towards the city gates. Seeing this, just as Zhao Tianyu wanted to shout at them to stop, their legs had then crossed that line. The next second they crossed that line. From that spatial crack came another terrifying aura. That terrifying pressure was suffocating, as if even the heavens and earth could not carry his power. Immediately afterward, invisible flames rose from those who crossed the line for no apparent reason. It was burned to ashes in an instant. Only a pile of ashes remained scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, the soldiers who had just charged hurriedly stopped and kept retreating backward. The look was full of fear. Seeing this, Zhao Tian used the depths of his soul to unconsciously rise with boundless fear as well. So he hastily ordered the army to withdraw. Retreat! Retreat! Without even seeing anyone from the other side, his army was routed. What kind of fight is that? It's a complete blow. Unless he's been kicked in the head by a donkey. It's the only way to stay on. Seeing the enemy's asses drop their helmets, the crowd of Fire Elemental Kingdom generals cheered. Xian Yuqing, on the other hand, was staring deathly at the spatial crack above his head. In her perception, even Her Majesty, whom she admired the most, was completely incapable of doing so. And without even showing his face, this man easily repelled the incoming enemy. Is this the absolute strongest? Xian Yuqing looked at the sky and muttered. His eyes filled with a look of longing. Then she was seen bowing and arching slightly towards the spatial rift in the sky above. Thank you for your great kindness. I don't know your name. Please show yourself, so that I can thank Senior in person. And after a long time, she didn't see any response. Hey, strong people are all so godlike. Even Her Majesty, the Queen of the Great Beginning Realm, couldn't do it. I also don't know what kind of terrifying realm this Senior is in. The originator of all this, Yang Bai, was currently lying on top of a bench with a leisurely face. Lu Linger on the side was obediently pinching his back and legs. At this time, he only saw that the little ninny was looking at Yang Bai with stars in her eyes and a face of worship. Whoa, young master is really good. I can't believe I fought off so many people so easily. Looking at Lu Linger with this look of adoration, Yang Bai extremely enjoyed this feeling and said, "That's true. Don't you see who your young master is? Cheer up and cultivate little Dojin. As long as you're willing to struggle, you too can be like young master me." When these words came out, Lu Linger clapped her hands and asked with an excited expression, "Really? Then Linger will go cultivate now. I want to be like the young master." After that, Nissan ran off to cultivate. Soon after, Li Xiufei ran to Yang Bai with great gusto. "Brother Bai, you know what? Something big just happened." "Oh, what happened? You're in a hurry." Yang Bai got up and asked knowingly. "Just now, when Great Zhou came to attack your little Fei Di, I was killing people in all directions. Kill the bastards of Great Zhou's ass. And that's not even the most important thing. You know, this great battle has actually alarmed a mighty 1-inch. That Senior used his great power to draw a line to Mufeng City. It makes the soldiers of Great Zhou afraid to come near." Li Xiufei vividly recounted everything that had just happened in the great battle. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai just couldn't help but skim his mouth and thought in his heart, "What great power. It's just a matter of waving my hand. Oh, by the way, you've come just in time. I was just about to inform you of something." Li Xiufei sniffed and asked, "Brother Bai, what is it?" "It's just that in a few days, I'm going to be married to your sister Cindy. Don't forget to come." After saying that, Yang Bai looked at Li Xiufei with a smug expression. As soon as these words came out, Li Xiufei looked at Yang Bai with a shocked expression and said, "Awesome, my big white brother. I really admire you. I can't believe I took Sister Cicada just like that." Yang Bai said even more smugly after hearing this. Taking down your sister Cindy would be a breeze. In the future, you'll admire me even more. Li Xiaofei instantly gave Yang Bai a thumbs up. I'll see what happens. Soon the time flew by. All of a sudden it came to the day of Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan's wedding. Early in the morning, before dawn, Yang Yuchan then got up early. She was so excited she didn't sleep all night. After all, this was her life's work as a girl. How could she not be excited about a once-in-a-lifetime event? So she hastily took out her carefully prepared dowry, and sat down at her dressing table, and, carefully comparing them over and over again, the smile on his face never stopped. Lu Linger, on the other hand, helped her with her makeup, muttering in dissatisfaction. Young master is also really, today is such an important and big day, actually still huffing and puffing. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but smile. That's a rare thing to say. You little ninny. I can't believe you're still talking about your young master. Then Yang Yuchan added with a gentle face. It's alright, let him continue to sleep if he wants to. There's no rush. Then, from just outside the house came Yang Bai's voice. Geez, I'd like to see that. Whose little girl actually dared to sneak bad words behind his young master's back? Seeing that she was caught, Lu Linger instantly blushed and felt embarrassed. So stammered a sophomoric argument. Choi. Just. No. Linger. I didn't. Behind young master's back. I'm not talking behind your back. Seeing that the little ninny actually didn't fight, Yang Bai only felt that it was extremely interesting to mess with the little beanding. Oh, is that so? Humph. Even if that's the case, I'll still punish you. After saying that, Yang Bai walked up and tickled Lu Linger. Lu Linger, on the other hand, was tickled with a hefty smile. Linger knows she's wrong. Seeing the playful fighting duo, Yang Yuchan also couldn't help but cover up the corner of her mouth and couldn't help but say, alright, Yang Di, just stop teasing Linger. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai let go of little Do Ding. At this moment, he stared at Yang Yuchan above the mirror and said, Big sister, you're so beautiful. Chapter 16, A Man Like a Rainbow. You'll know it when you meet him. Yang Yuchan, who heard this, couldn't help but smile sweetly and then gave Yang Bai a blank stare. Smooth talker, don't be a jerk. Soon it was just breaking dawn. Li Xiaofei and the others who received the invitation arrived one after another. One of them, Mr. Chow, actually dragged his family and called all his family. So Yang Bai was busy with the crowd inside the medicine store. After a long time, the drugstore was decorated with lights and colors everywhere. The red carpet went all the way from the doorway to the wedding room. And the neighbors down the street got in at this point. With a burst of firecrackers, Yang Yuchan then slowly walked out of the room. And at this time, Yang Bai was also wearing a gown and red robe, standing on the other side of the aisle silently watching the beautiful man walk towards him. As soon as Yang Yuchan came out, she caused the crowd to cheer. Just see her cape stepping on the green lotus step. A bright red wedding dress to show all the dignity, covered with a light scarlet veil, stopping the waist tied with a flowing cloud phoenix belt, shoulders draped with double happiness patterns scented pouches. This wedding dress had taken her a long time to select, and the moment she put it on, the delicate peonies are humbled by it. The two of them then took up their towels together and stepped into the hall together to be married. Since both elders were absent at this time, the high hall was empty, a bow to heaven and earth. The second worship. Husband and wife worship each other. The two slowly made a deep bow towards each other. After the simple rituals, Yang Yuchan was sent to the cave, and Yang Bai stayed behind to greet the crowd. It's night. There was a big banquet in the drugstore today. Brother Bai, let's drink to our heart's content today. Li Xiaofei raised his wine glass high and said to Yang Bai. Seeing this, Yang Bai was unceremonious. Good. I'm happy today. Your big white brother. So I'll drink with you. So the two began to spar over their drinks. Soon, Li Xiaofei fell to the ground drunk and unconscious, mumbling, Brother Big White, you're cheating. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai said without a trace of anger, Hey, you kid, I'm going to be in a cave later. How could I let you get me into trouble by getting me drunk? When he just drank, Yang Bai secretly used his cultivation to digest the wine. I'll leave you alone, brother. After saying that, Yang Bai walked towards the cave. At the entrance of the cave, Lu Linger as well as Li Qing Luo had just come out from inside. So Yang Bai walked in under the smiling gazes of the two. After entering, Yang Bai gently closed the door of the room. At this time, Yang Yuchan was draped in a cover and was sitting on the edge of the bed in a well-behaved manner. Seeing this, Yang Bai swallowed his saliva, then moved to the bed and gently lifted Yang Yuchan's cover off. Beneath the cover was a moving face. Big sis. When these words came out, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but give Yang Bai a big blank stare, then said with a guffaw, And you're called Big Sister. At those words, Yang Bai's expression moved and he quickly changed his words. Mother, son. As Yang Bai shouted out this mother, Yang Yuchan's heart also trembled violently. Looking at the delicate Yang Yuchan in front of him, Yang Bai instantly went to his head and, then he hastened to pinch its person's pointed chin with one hand and said with a smiling face, "Don't call your husband yet." Seeing this, Yang Yuchan shyly endeavored to twist her head to the side, then said as if she were a mosquito, "Husband." Upon hearing this, Yang Bai then laughed out loud. "My lady, as the saying goes, a moment of springtime is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Let's drink this cup of wine quickly." In the middle of his words, Yang Bai then picked up 2 cups of wine and handed one of them to his person. Then, after the 2 men had briefly drank a cup of wine, Yang Bai then monkeyed around and pushed Yang Yuchan down onto the bed. The curtains fell slowly at this point. At the moment, the room was full of spring. The next day, Yang Bai then got up refreshed. Behind him, Yang Yuchan was limping out with one hand on her waist. Seeing this scene, Lu Linger rushed forward to assist and asked carefully, "Sister Yang, what's wrong with you?" When these words came out, Yang Yuchan blushed in embarrassment. Yang Bai, who was on the side, coughed awkwardly a few times. "Ahem. Ah, your wife has sprained her leg." He also didn't expect this little beaner of his to be so simple and simply shocking in his words. Lu Linger sniffed and gave a thoughtful "oh," looking at Yang Bai's springy appearance at this moment. And Yang Yuchan said with dissatisfaction in her heart at this time, "Humph, this dead cow doesn't know how to show mercy at all." Dynasty Phoenix City, inside the palace. "Your Majesty, I have something important to report." At this moment, Xian Yuqing was kneeling on one knee outside Gong Qingya's chambers. "Well, I just got a report. You did a great job this time, Yu Qing. Originally, I only asked you to be able to defend Mufeng City. I didn't realize that you actually repelled the Great Zhou incoming directly." Gong Qingya's slightly happy and lazy voice came from inside. After the Battle of Mufeng City, Xian Yuqing judged that Great Zhou would not come back in a short period of time. So immediately and hastily, he returned to the court. "Your Majesty, it was not at all my doing that I was able to repel the enemy this time. I didn't expect that Zhao Tianyu to actually break through to the transported one realm in this short period of time. I was no match for him at the time." Just as the enemy was breaking down the gates, suddenly a senior stepped in to help the microcosmic minister repel. Xian Yuqing recounted to Gong Qingya word for word what had happened that day. After listening to her account, Gong Qingya's eyes looked in the direction of Mufeng City with complicated eyes, muttered under his breath, "To actually be able to do what he says, and to tear apart the void with his bare hands, without even showing his face, he easily repelled Great Zhou's 400,000 strong army. Even I can't do any of these. What kind of existence is that high person?" The shock in Gong Qingya's heart was no less than Xian Yuqing's, in indicating that she had only demonstrated a cultivation level of the realm of the beginning, while in reality, her cultivation had long since reached the return to Yuan realm. Even so, she couldn't do any of what Xian Yuqing had just described. From this, it could be seen that the strength of the person who had struck out was so strong and the realm was so profound. "No, that senior should still be inside Mufeng City at this time. I am going to meet him in person." Gong Qingya couldn't calm down anymore at this point and hurriedly stood up. Such a terrifyingly strong person had suddenly appeared within the territory of her fire element kingdom. How could she not jump at the chance to win the one's favor? With that said, Gong Qingya stepped out of the bath and lifted her long, slender legs and, putting her big red robe back on, she wrapped her proud body in it. And the other side, inside the Great Zhou imperial capital. In the courtroom, King Wu of Zhou, after learning the news from the front line, was directly angry with his nose crooked. As soon as he threw down the scroll in his hand, he roared in anger. "Humph, it really pisses me off. That Zhao Tianyu is just a rice bucket. It's just a thing that eats dry rice. Thanks to me allowing him to enter the 100,000 mountains, it gave him such a great chance. But in the end, it's the answer I get." Seeing King Wu of Zhou so enraged, the courtiers below lowered their heads. "Pass on my decree to remove Zhao Tianyu as Grand Marshal. Replace this position with a prince who has been practicing meditation in the Great Mountains, and increase the army by 500,000 more to go out to the Fire Yuan Kingdom." Chapter 17 Auction. Elf Girl. As King Wu of Zhou's orders went down, the ministers below were busy. 3 years ago, the Great Zhou Kingdom, had discovered a major opportunity in the Great 100,000 Mountains, and during these 3 years, the Great Zhou Kingdom, had even by virtue of the chance he had sought from the 100,000 Mountains, strength has skyrocketed, and with the substantial increase in strength, the long-lurking ambition in the heart of King Wu of Zhou was exposed. With the strength of the Great Zhou Kingdom at this time, it could completely crush the remaining 4 countries. So, King Wu of Zhou chose the nearest Fire Yuan state to start with to realize his dream of unification. However, he didn't expect that this had only just begun, and he had planted his head in the Fire Elemental Kingdom. How could he not be angry? Mufeng City. In the crowded streets. At this time, Yang Yuchan was holding Yang Bai's arm with both hands, strolling east and west on the street. Lu Linger, on the other hand, followed the duo silently all the way. After the wedding, Yang Bai has been living a sweet two-person world with Yang Yuchan, not counting that little light bulb behind them. Yang Bai felt the soft mass coming from his arm and was in a very cozy mood. Yang Jun, I heard that Mufeng City's annual auction is going to start today. Just in time. Shall we go and join in the fun? Yang Yuchan suggested. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai said, Aha! It's good that Madam is happy. After saying that, the three of them walked towards the auction house. Mufeng City holds an auction every year. Vendors collect things from all over the world to be auctioned off at the auction today. At this moment, there was a sea of people in front of the door of the auction house. And many people had come here early to wait, looking forward to what's in store for us again this year. And every time the Mufeng City's auction was held, it would usher in attention from all sides. Even many cultivators from the neighboring cities would come here on the news. Seeing this, Yang Bai hurriedly held the hands of the two. Ma'am, Dottie, this is too many people. If we line up to get in, I'm afraid we won't even get in when the auction starts. After saying that, the three of them flashed, and Yang Bai sneaked into the auction house with them. They then arrived at a private room in the auction house. In response, both Yang Yuchan and Lu Ling'er were used to this, and neither of their faces changed in the slightest. They've even seen the scene where Yang Bai repelled hundreds of thousands of troops with the lift of his hand. This situation is all considered a minor scene. Soon, the auction officially began. Only a tall and exquisite young woman stood on the stage. Distinguished guests, welcome to the 103rd auction of Mufeng City. Without further ado, the auction of the first item will now begin. The extremely well-built young woman spoke in a manner. This first auction item is a marrow cleansing elixir. I don't think I need to explain what it does. The starting price is 1,000 lower grade spirit stones, and each increase shall not be less than 100 lower grade spirit stones. Soon and someone started to call out the price. 1,100 lower grade spirit stones. That last marrow cleansing elixir was then taken by a burly man. It was the first time Yang Bai had seen such a powerful and hot scene. Usually nothing was going on. He had been lying within the pharmacy as a salted fish. He's all but invincible and can't really find anything to do. Mother, if you see something, just tell me. Our family lacks everything but spirit stones. Yang Bai doted on Yang Yuchan next to him. Oh, and doubting. You can tell me what you see. At those words, Yang Yuchan smiled sweetly, her hand lightly covering the corner of her mouth. Yang Kuan, that's nice. Soon, the auction proceeded to a white-hot stage. The following auction items are the finale of this auction. The first turning Tianshan Lotus. Taking this item will not only enhance your cultivation, but also improve your physique, uplifting the cultivation talent of monks. The starting price is 100,000 lower grade spirit stones. Each increase shall not be less than 10,000 lower grade spirit stones. This statement caused a sigh of relief from the cultivators below who had come to participate in the auction. And Yang Bai also noticed Yang Yuchan's eager eyes on the side at this time. So just as the crowd was about to come in for some fiercely anxious shouting, suddenly he was startled by a voice. 1 million lower grade spirit stones. Yang Bai spoke in a shocking manner, leaving all the people present with their jaws agape. Who the hell is that in the second floor private room? I'll go. So ferocious? The first thing that comes up is 1 million lower grade spirit stones. Is this the rich? They don't give us a chance to compete. Looking down at the crowd talking below, the beautiful woman on the stage was at a loss for words at this point. Auctioneer, since there's no one to call the bid, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and announce the results. Seeing the delay in finalizing it, Yang Bai spoke out to remind him. At those words, the beautiful woman then slowed down. She had been an auctioneer for so many years. It's the first time I've seen such a shout. She then announced the results in a leisurely manner. Congratulations to VIP number 83. Bidding 1 million lower grade spirit stones to win the first turning Heavenly Shan Lotus. I just hate that I don't have enough money. Yeah, my whole body adds up to only 200,000 lower grade spirit stones. Looks like this auction is going to be empty-handed again. The people below were secretly annoyed at this time. Here is the real grand finale of this auction. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a huge iron cage rise from the stage. When the crowd saw this, they all probed and stretched their heads to see what it was. Then, only a surprisingly beautiful-looking woman was seen imprisoned within the iron cage. The woman had long blonde hair, pointed earlobes that fear was written all over her pretty face, and such a beautiful woman was now dressed in rags and tatters. There were a number of holes above the clothes, from which snow-white skin was revealed. Only the beautiful young girl was looking around with a horrified look on her face and nervous, scared and helpless. Her small hands kept covering herself to shield her from the glowing eyes of those on stage. The crowd on the stage whistled at the sight of this scene. Some of them kept on throwing prodigal glances at the young girl. Gentlemen, I'm sure none of you from the eastern wasteland have seen this creature before. Let my slave introduce you. This woman is a member of the elfin race. And elfin maidens are all fair-skinned and beautiful. Shoot its home and think more than fun. The beautiful woman explained to the crowd. The moment these words came out, the crowd on the stage salivated at the young girl from the elven race. Start the auction. I can't wait. Okay, the starting price of this auction item is 500,000 lower grade spirit stones. Feel free to raise the price. 51,000, 520,000. As more and more people got involved in the markup, the price went up on the stage in a flash. Many people are turned off by this. Chapter 18, Deterrence. Listening to the higher and higher prices being shouted outside, Yang Bai, who was in the private room, couldn't help but frown. Husband. Of course I know in my heart what my lady wants to say. Yang Yu-chan was just about to say something when he was interrupted by Yang Bai. I'm also very sick of this human trafficking, but that's the way the world is. I can't save them all. Hearing this, Yang Yu-chan lowered her head in frustration but then Yang Bai's next words made her eyes light up again. Though it cannot be saved and kept with him, but this kind of hand-holding can be helpful. After saying that, Yang Bai then stared at his eyes and clenched his one hand tightly. I only saw that at this moment. The entire auction house was constantly boiling with the power of the laws. The power of space and time was even filling the surroundings. 600,000 inferior. The sound came to an abrupt end. Except for the three Yang Bais and the terrified and frightened elf maiden on the stage. The figures of the people present at this moment stood still in place, looking at the supreme divine ability that Yang Bai had casually executed. Yang Yu-chan as well as Lu Linger once again refreshed their knowledge of the former's strength at this time. Yang Bai then gently took a small step towards the stage. The next moment his figure appeared out of thin air in the middle of the cage. And the young girl, as if she had sensed something unusual outside. So she cautiously poked half her head out to watch the surrounding area. Seeing the crowd present go still, the young girl wore an incredulous expression. But then she saw Yang Bai standing beside her. So panicked, he hastily buried his head deeply between his legs again, and his thin body couldn't stop trembling. Don't be afraid, little girl. Yang Bai stretched out his broad palm and gently placed it on his person's cicatrix. Then a holy, warm light was seen enveloping the maiden's body. It was constantly healing the injuries on her body. Soon, the various wounds on her body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After doing this, Yang Bai took out another wide piece of clothing to cover it over his person. The young girl felt warmth all over her body and couldn't help but was boing. Only after a long time passed did the young girl raise her head, her big eyes looking at Yang Bai. A look of bewilderment and disbelief. I can get you out of there, but in the end, whether you survive or not depends on your own destiny. After saying that, Yang Bai tore open a void passage with his bare hands right in front of the young girl. This passage will transport you to the depths of the eastern wastes, where there is little trace of the human race. As soon as the young girl heard that she was able to escape from this place, she hurriedly stood up in excitement. She looked at the void tunnel ahead of her, then at the strange man in front of her. After a few moments of hesitation, she made a determined move into the tunnel and, then looking back at Yang Bai, he said, My little daughter Mukid, thank you senior for saving my life. After saying that, her figure immediately disappeared into the tunnel. Seeing this, Yang Bai made another flash and returned to the private room. Then he simply snapped his fingers in front of him. In the next moment, the static spacetime resumed its operation, and only then did the crowd lift the restraints. The recovered crowd just wanted to continue shouting, but then someone noticed an anomaly. Even shouted, Hey, what happened to the guy in the cage? As soon as these words came out, the people on and off the stage hurriedly looked at the sound of the voice. Discover the young girl who had just been in the cage. The moment disappeared without a trace. How can that be? She was just there. Yeah, now how come people are suddenly disappearing? Then it's over. They're gone. What's the point of auctioning? The crowd on the stage let out gasps of surprise. And for a moment, there was a lot of talk. The beautiful woman standing on the stage was also panicking at this moment. Gentlemen, be at ease. Such is the case. I, Fu Tian Merchant Guild, will definitely give you all a certain amount of compensation, and we're going to get to the bottom of this. Chief Frost now had to speak out in order to stabilize the situation and calm the hearts of the crowd. And so this auction ended hastily. After the crowd of cultivators received the compensation given by the Fortune Sky trading firm, they had no choice but to withdraw unhappily. Ma'am, you and little doubting wait for me outside first. Yang Bai was going to go forward to exchange for the first turning heavenly Shen Lotus that he had just auctioned off, so he instructed Yang Yu-chan and the two of them. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan nodded, then took Lu Linger's hand and walked outside. Soon, Yang Bai arrived at the interior of the auction house, only to see Chi Frost sitting at the table in the room. Seeing Yang Bai come in, she smiled charmingly towards him. I didn't expect to meet a strong person like your excellency here in the savage land. Surprisingly, even my merchant bank's deacon elders can't see through your strength. I still don't know your honor's name? Just as Yang Bai took a step into it, Chi Frost then secretly transmitted his voice to the deacon elders hidden in the perimeter and asked, Elder Wu, how about it? How is this person's strength? Unfathomable. My divine sense only senses an unfathomable pool of ethereal spring. I'm afraid this man's strength is far above that of my old man. Soon after, a terrified voice came out of Chi Frost's ears. When these words came out, Chi Frost was instantly shocked. The elder who had sent the voice to him was a powerful person of the returning Yuan realm. If even a strong returned elementalist couldn't see through his strength, then how terrifying was this person's strength? Do you still have this kind of rule in Futian Merchant House? Yang Bai sniffed and replied coldly. When these words came out, Chi Frost was slightly embarrassed. The guests she usually meets are all scared of her Fortune Sky Trading Company, and their attitudes are all very respectful, and never had she encountered one so unkind to her as Yang Bai. Ahem, indeed there is no such rule. It is my slave who has offended. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Chi Frost was momentarily overwhelmed by Yang Bai's aura. Then let's hurry up and complete the deal. Here's 1 million lower grade spirit stones. Count them. Yang Bai then threw out a storage ring towards the table. The voice transmission between Chi Frost and the man in the dark just now had long been heard by Yang Bai. With his invincible cultivation, their secret passages of, there is no difference between being in his presence and having his person speak in his ear with a loudspeaker. Seeing this, Chi Shuang then hurriedly put away his storage ring and took out the first turn Heavenly Shan Lotus. There would be no need to order. A strong man like you is enough for me to trust in the Fortune Sky Trading Company. Yang Bai received the Tian Shan Lotus, so he turned around and walked towards the door. Seeing that Yang Bai wanted to leave, the secretive deacon elders couldn't sit still at once. Just let him go? This man is so strong and he's probably the one who took the elf maiden. Elder Lu has a point. If we just let him rob the auction items right under our noses, where would the face of my merchant bank be? He's just one person. How strong can a strong person born in this barren land be? There are so many of us. I don't think we can't take this guy even if we go together. It shall not be. Since this person was able to rob people without us even being able to notice, it's not something we can fight against. Hey, you all stop arguing for a moment. What do you think, Chi Frost? Upon hearing this, Chi Frost secretly transmitted his voice. This man brings me no less pressure than the master, if not more, so I'd suggest staying put. Seeing this, the elders only then dispelled the attention in their hearts, and at this time will walk out of the door. Yang Bai suddenly turned back and said, you should be grateful that you have just made a rather wise decision. After he said that, he only saw Yang Bai clench his hand with one hand, and a terrifying aura instantly swept across the entire field. The several deacon elders who were hiding in the dark had been carried out one by Yang Bai with a big hand of spiritual power. Chapter 19, The Whereabouts of the Nine Turns Heavenly Shan Lotus, only to see that all those elders were like little chickens, being carried by Yang Bai's giant hand of spiritual energy. Looking at these few elders who usually called the shots, they were defenseless in front of Yang Bai at this moment. Chi Frost covered her cherry mouth in surprise. Yang Bai threw a few people at her feet as if they were trash. He then turned around and drifted away, leaving a lonely back to the Chi Frost crowd. Only then did the several elders get up, and they swallowed hard. This person was even able to directly intercept our transmissions. We're not even on the same level. This matter must be reported to the top immediately. This tiny eastern wasteland could never have given birth to such a strong person. Looking at Yang Bai's back as he turned to leave, Chi Shuang secretly rejoiced at the decision she had just made. Husband, what took you so long? Did the head of the auction house give you a hard time? Seeing Yang Bai finally walk out from the auction house at this time, Yan Yuchan went up to ask with a worried face. The words reveal nothing but concern for him. Between inquiries also constantly in Yang Bai body carefully survey, delayed to see its people out. It can make her anxious. It's okay, just how dare they give me a hard time? I'm lucky I didn't topple their auction house. Seeing Yang Yuchan so worried about his safety, Yang Bai felt warm in his heart, so Yang Bai gently pulled the person in front of him into his arms and said tenderly. But then, Yang Bai felt a sharp pain coming from his waist. I've been worried for so long for nothing, and I actually want a hug. After hearing that Yang Bai was fine, Yang Yuchan then let out a sigh of relief, but then it angrily pinched Yang Bai's waist with one hand, and then viciously and violently spun around. Goo, it hurts me. Daughter-in-law. Let go. Daughter-in-law. Don't use that trick when you're angry. Between the words, Yang Bai was thus pinched by Yang Yuchan all the way home. So which move do you want me to use? Noni Anko, you actually have a trick up your sleeve. Yang Bai ghostly wailed. And Lu Linger, who was following behind the duo, looked at the tussle ahead with her eyes mimicked, and so followed in stride. After returning to the medicine store, Yang Bai took out the first turn Heavenly Shan Lotus in front of Yan Yu-chan. Seeing this, Yan Yu-chan brought her face closer to scrutinize it. Husband, do you think this thing is really that amazing? Smiling, Yang Bai said. It should be just as the auctioneer said. Yang Bai looked at the green lotus in his hand and suddenly had a flash of light. He had been bothered by Yang Yu-chan's poor cultivation talent before. After she had seen Lu Linger's cultivation talent, she had always held a grudge over the matter. Granted, she hasn't been showing it much lately, but the attentive Yang Bai still noticed the envy hidden deep beneath her eyes. And the appearance of this first transformation Heavenly Shan Lotus had guided the direction for Yang Bai. Hey, why didn't I think of this before? Yang Bai thought secretly. Upon hearing that, then Yan Yu-chan couldn't wait to take this first turn Heavenly Shan Lotus. Seeing this, Yang Bai helplessly held his forehead and laughed straight as he hurriedly stopped her. Mother, hold your horses. Although this turning Heavenly Shan Lotus can help you improve your qualifications, the effect is weak. I can help you find a better one. The reason why Yang Bai didn't let her take this lotus, it was because this heavenly treasure that could improve a cultivator's cultivation qualifications was most effective when taken for the first time. If one were to take any more of these types of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, then their effects would be greatly reduced. Yang Yu-chan certainly understood this. Why would she not want to take a better one? But as soon as she thought that Yang Bai would be involved in danger because of this, she dismissed the idea. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu-chan smiled sweetly at Yang Bai. Of course I understand how my husband feels about me, but my husband has helped me enough, and I am content. Moreover, for an elixir like this that can improve qualifications, it's feared that it will be guarded by extremely terrifying ferocious beasts. That's why I don't want my husband to risk his life for me. When she said that, Yang Yu-chan's heart warmed up to the fact that her husband could treat her so well. That's certainly something to be happy about. Hearing this, Yang Bai's hand gently stroked the delicate face of the beautiful woman in front of him, then smiled confidently. Mother, don't think so much. Didn't I tell you so long ago? Your husband, I am invincible. It's decided. I'll take care of this. Yang Bai's words were filled with dominance. Seeing Yang Bai actually speak to her in such a domineering manner for the first time, Yang Yu-chan was quite surprised, so she nodded gently, then fell limp in its arms. It's night. Yang Bai was just about to fall asleep when he felt a powerful aura. Mother, go to sleep. I have a little business I need to take care of. After saying that, Yang Bai turned around and left. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu-chan said, Go early and come back early. I'll wait for you at home. At this moment, he only saw that Gong Qingya had already arrived at Mufeng City at some point. She used her divine sense to search Mufeng City inside and out, but didn't find anything unusual, so she had a disappointed look on her face. Could it be that senior has already left? The words were followed by a voice in her ear. If I can spot my father with you, then I've practiced all the way to the dogs. As soon as these words came out, he saw a void channel suddenly emerge from the space in front of Gong Qingya, and in it slowly stepped out a figure. Seeing this, Gong Qingya arched his hand extremely respectfully. I, Gong Qingya, pay my respects to senior. The man in front of him gave a nonchalant Upon hearing this, Gong Qingya raised her forehead, only to see in front of her at this time stood a body covered in hazy gray gas, appearing very mysterious. She tried desperately to look human, but in vain. Not only was she utterly incapable of speculating on her strength, even more so, people were standing right in front of her unable to see each other's true appearance. I didn't know that senior was here, so please don't blame me for not being able to do my duty as a landlord. The latecomer has come this time too. It is precisely to thank senior for previously stepping in to save the entire population of this Mufeng City. Hearing this, Yang Bai said indifferently, It's not worth it, but you've come at the right time, and there's something I'd like to ask you about. What is it? Elder, there's no harm in telling me. I'll definitely know everything. Gong Qingya said. With that, Yang Bai stated that he was seeking spirit medicine that could improve the cultivator's qualifications. He had sensed Gong Qingya's presence just as she had entered within Mufeng City. A single glance pierced through that she was that dang Fire Elemental Kingdom Empress. Gong Qingya, as the Empress of the Fire Yuan Kingdom, had the strength of the returning Yuan realm all over her body. I'm afraid there are quite a few who must know. I see. My daughter happens to know the whereabouts of a 9 turns Heavenly Shan Lotus. When these words came out, Yang Bai hurriedly asked, Where is it? Is in the deepest part of the eastern wasteland. My junior still remembers that it was more than 10 years ago when I went alone to explore the eastern wasteland. Inadvertently, discovered a 9 turns Heavenly Shan Lotus growing in a deep mountain. At first the latecomer was very excited. but just as I wanted to go up and pick it, only to find that there was a demonic dragon with an extremely terrifying aura coiled right there. It seems to be just waiting for that green lotus to fully mature. Its unintentional aura alone makes the souls of the latecomers tremble. Fortunately, the latecomer did not startle it, so I fled in haste. Gong Qingya slowly recounted what happened back then. Chapter 20 Green Lotus matures. Crowd appears. The Kunlun realm is divided into 4 major boundaries. They are the northern plains, the southern border, the western desert, and the eastern wasteland. The eastern wasteland is a vast landscape, and the forces of the human race are weak in this place. More barbarians as well as beast races were entrenched here, and the desolate state that the cultivators of the fire elemental country spoke of was merely a coupling of the human forces in the eastern wasteland. After listening to Gong Qingya's narration and learning about the downfall of the 9 turns heavenly Shin Lotus, Yang Bai was then overjoyed. Since you have told this to my father, then naturally my father cannot be petty. Let's use this charm as a thank you gift. After saying that, Yang Bai then condensed a power rune and sent it to Gong Qingya. Seeing this, Gong Qingya hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Elder is overstating it. It's just a message. Besides, Senior has been kind to me before. How can Senior accept Senior's gift again?" But nevertheless, she hastily reached out her hand to catch the power rune. The moment she received this rune, it merged into her body. In times of crisis, activate this talisman. After saying that, Yang Bai's figure steeply disappeared in place. "Greetings, Elder." Gong Qingya saluted towards the location where Yang Bai had disappeared. She then carefully felt the rune hidden within her body. Under her perception, the rune faintly emitted a powerful and terrifying aura. Shocked, Gong Qingya couldn't help but murmur, "Just one casually condensed rune exudes a breathtaking aura. This senior's strength is truly terrifying, and I don't know what kind of god he is?" The next day, the sky was just breaking. Yang Bai then prepared to depart for the depths of the eastern wasteland. "Ma'am, I'll go out first. You and little Doubting wait for me at home until I return." Aha! Yang Jun puts his own safety first in everything. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai turned his head to look at Lu Linger again. "Little Do Ding, be good at home. Oh. Aha! Young master, go early and come back early. When you come back, Linger will cook shrimp for you." Lu Linger nodded solemnly. So Yang Bai quickly disappeared into the sky under the watchful eyes of the 2 women. Before leaving, in order to prevent accidents for the 2 girls, Yang Bai also purposely set up a formation inside the medicine store, as well as placing a life and death talisman mark on Yang Yuchan. When she encounters a crisis, that rune mark will be activated. A spirit body of Yang Bai was hidden on it, and as soon as the rune mark was activated, that spirit body would appear. Soon, Yang Bai arrived at the depths of the eastern wasteland. Under the scanning of his incomparably powerful divine sense, the entire eastern wasteland was within his field of vision. In other words, as long as Yang Bai has a thought, it wasn't even difficult for divine sense to envelop the entire Kunlun realm. After some careful searching under the probing of the divine sense, Yang Bai quickly discovered the target this time. He was then seen taking a slight step, and the next moment it appeared out of thin air in the sky a million miles away from him. Yang Bai, who was standing 10,000 miles above the sky, was looking down at the bottom at this moment. At the top of a mountain peak, there was a 9 revolutions heavenly Shen lotus growing, and the eye is about to ripen. The Heaven's Path demon dragon that had been guarding its side opened its huge eyes at this time, its pupils resembling copper bells, deadly staring at the green lotus plant. He was prepared to pluck it the moment it matured. And at that moment, the human cultivators who had been hiding in the surrounding area could no longer hold their breath at this moment. One by one, they revealed themselves. Greedy human, finally willing to show his true self. How dare you guys compete with me just by yourselves? Seeing the group of cultivators suddenly appear at this moment, the heavenly Tao demon dragon let out a deafening roar. The sound shook the heavens and the earth, triggering a burst of sonic booms that, a terrifying and boundless aura instantly swept across the entire field. Seeing this, Wang Tanjin laughed bashfully. "Dragon cub, do you think I'm scared of the big man? You're the only one who can yell." With that, his person opened his huge mouth savagely, and the clothes on his body burst open at once. A roar was then returned towards the Heaven's Path demon dragon. With a roar, Wang Tanjin's savage and powerful aura emanated from his body. The surrounding spiritual energy instantly boiled. A barbarian is a barbarian, coarse and vulgar. A man dressed in elegant clothes with a white scarf wrapped around his head looked at Wang Tanjin with great contempt. Upon hearing this, Wang Tanjin immediately said angrily, "A stinking scholar, what's the point of pretending there? If you dare to look down on my barbarian tribe, let me see what you're capable of." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Tanjin took the lead in launching his attack. The fist carrying the force of 1,000 pounds was then blasted at Zhang Li Ran. Seeing this, Zhang Ran took a step backward without slowing down, and the two of them just brushed shoulders. A barbarian is a barbarian and cannot be taught. When he said that, he saw this person pull out a feather fan and slammed it into Wang Tanjin's back with a blow. Painful. Wang Tanjin then flew backwards, but this is for the thick-skinned him too. It's not even an injury. That's it? I didn't realize that after all this time, you'd still be in the same place, stuck in the early stages of immortality. Zhang Ran said disdainfully. Well, senior, don't tangle with that brute. Don't forget that our purpose this time is the 9 revolutions. Tian Shan Lotus. An equally elegant man suddenly appeared beside his man and reminded him. Yes, senior brother, that demonic dragon is quite deep. Only by combining the strength of the 3 of us, it's the only way to fight it. At this time another clear woman flew out and said, good, take the green lotus first. With that, the 3 of them rushed towards the soon-to-be-ripe green lotus in unison. Seeing this, how could the Heaven's Path demon dragon let them have their way? Only to see the Heaven's Path demon dragon violently open its black wings. The huge wings that were several miles long unfolded. It then leapt up violently, just as the 3 senior siblings were about to arrive at the huge body of the heavenly Tao demon dragon then blocked their way. Careful! Eldest senior brother Gu Haochen hurriedly shouted. Then he saw his person storing up his strength to chop a sword at the demonic dragon. The youngest senior sister Shang Wanyu and Zhang Ran were also on the sidelines attacking the demonic dragon. In an instant, the 3 people and the dragon battled together, and a terrifying and boundless aftershock swept around. The powerful aura shook the earth from time to time, and Wang Tanjin, who had been left out to the side, saw the opportunity and directly charged towards Qinglian. Cunning human, how dare you? Barbarian, how dare you? With that, the 3 people and the dragon temporarily stopped fighting. Shang Wanyu as well as Jiang Ran were responsible for dragging down the heavenly Tao demon dragon. Gu Haochen, on the other hand, was alone to intercept Wang Tanjin who wanted to take the green lotus. With that, the Heaven's Path demon dragon was dragged down by the duo, and that's when the accident happened. Just as Gu Haochen was about to intercept Wang Tanjin, a giant finger suddenly appeared. A direct finger slammed into the back of its person. The giant finger brought its person to slam into the ground, and for a moment the dust flew up. The earth kept cracking open. The terrifying aura emanating from the giant finger instantly swept across the entire field. Eldest brother. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ran as well as Shang Wanyu's eyes were wide with anger, and they panicked for a moment, even cried out anxiously. Seeing such a great opportunity, the Heaven's Path demon dragon directly slammed above the chests of the duo with a divine dragon swing. The 2 of them spat out blood and flew backwards, penetrating dozens of mountain peaks along the way. Until the figure was rooted directly into a mountain peak dozens of miles away. A mere 3 immortal stages, still presuming to take the green lotus, simply seeking their own deaths. After saying that, the Heaven's Path demon dragon looked upwards at the silhouette in the sky that had just made a sneak attack. It's you barbarian actually still alive? Wang Xiangba sniffed and laughed roughly. Haha, you, a demonic dragon, haven't even died yet. How can I be willing to die first? And at this moment, the 9 turns heavenly Shen lotus bloomed with an intense light. This was a sign of the full maturity of the green lotus. And just as Wang Tanjin was about to touch the green lotus, there was another incident. I only saw that the sky, which had been clear just a moment ago, was now covered with dark clouds. Immediately afterward, a thick and open world-destroying thunderstorm violently struck down. And for that, Wang Xiangba had expected it. Then with a flash, he brought Wang Tanjin to dodge the deadly divine thunderbolt. If you want the 9 turns heavenly Shen lotus, your barbarian clan will have to ask me. Lei Jun, this green lotus, I'm determined to get it. High above the sky, another terrifying figure emerged. Haha, brother Lei, what do you mean you're bound to win? Before you do that, I'm afraid you'll have to ask me about the sword in my hand. With the complete maturation of the 9 revolutions green lotus, those figures hiding in the shadows all finally revealed their figures at this moment. Chapter 21, World in a Poem. Gu Haochen, who had been suppressed underground, finally staggered up at this moment. He looked around and realized that the situation was not right, so he hurriedly pulled up the 2 Zhang Ran, who had been knocked out, vanish away into the distance, not forgetting to put in a hard word on the way out. You all remember well. I, the Tai Chou Holy Land, will take note of this matter. With that, the 3 disappeared into the sky. Cut. 3 lost dogs in the district. How dare you hand out K-words? It's more like letting your holy lord come. At those words, Su Wenhao, who was holding a long sword, arrogantly mocked. At this moment, there were still 5 remaining players on top of the field, and they were now in such a stalemate. There's actually a 6th person. All of the below was captured by Yang Bai's eyes. What a funny farce. But it'll be more fun later. None of the 5 people below had realized that there was another person who had been silently watching their every move. Humph. This stalemate is no good, my barbarian friend. Even though we are not of the same race, we are at least of the human race. How about the 4 of us cooperate and get rid of that demonic dragon together first? At this moment, Su Wenhao took the lead to break the deadlock and proposed to Wang Xiangba. The 4 present, with the exception of Wang Tanjin, who had the worst strength and only had the cultivation of an early stage of indestructibility. The remaining 4 were all at the peak of indestructibility. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiangba thought twice, so he nodded his head and agreed. He had also long regarded the demonic dragon as a thorn in his side. Seeing this, Su Wenhao was overjoyed, so he turned his head to look at Lei Jun again, just as he was about to open his mouth to persuade it to join him as well, only to see his pupils drastically shrink as he looked down with a shocked expression at the giant claw that had penetrated his body. How could it be? I don't know. When the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon suddenly appeared behind him, the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon violently drew out its giant claws and shook off the blood zephyr on its claws, so Su Wenhao fell headlong towards the ground. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 were shocked, and Lei Jun even exclaimed, "Quasi-saint! That demonic dragon is actually a quasi-saint." After saying that, Lei Jun couldn't care less and hurriedly turned around and ran, and the barbarian duo who reacted at this moment also sped off in different directions. A peak indestructible realm powerhouse was killed in seconds without even being able to react in its front. This could only be done by a quasi-saintly powerhouse. Many holy places existed in the Kunlun realm, and for a power to be called a holy place, the prerequisite was that it must have at least one paragon-level powerhouse within its sect. A holy place of great renown, attracting people from all walks of life. Half of it was due to the intimidation of the paragon powerhouse. And don't look at the fact that the imperishable peak is only a small realm away from the quasi-saint, but there is a gap as wide as the sky. Humph! I have waited with great difficulty for such scum as you to show themselves. How can I let you get away so easily? The Heaven's Path Demon Dragon looked at the fleeing crowd and roared. Immediately afterward, it was seen dragging its huge body, and its giant claw was a slap towards the ground. The next moment, the ground began to shake violently, and within a radius of thousands of miles with it at its center, it was instantly enveloped by a black barrier. All 3 were stopped by this barrier, and no matter how they bombarded it, the barrier didn't even move. Not even a single ripple was stirred up. On the other hand, the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon spread its wings and drew up, charging in the direction of Lei Jun. In only a breath's time, it arrived at less than 100 meters from Lei Jun. Seeing this, the 3 of them then truly felt the powerful sense of oppression from the Paramount Saints. Barbarian friends, please also help me, or else we'll all die here today. Lei Jun saw the raging Heaven's Path Demon Dragon, so he hurriedly shouted towards the barbarian duo. He was going to die anyway, so he planned to gather the strength of the 3 of them, thinking that he could put up a fight with them. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Just as Wang Xiangbai and his duo tried to rush over, he was directly decapitated by the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon. It didn't even last a breath. Seeing this, the barbarian duo dismissed their decision to fight against it on the spot. Elder Demon Dragon, this time it's my barbarian clan's fault. I am willing to use my life's possessions to make amends to you, and I ask you to release. Before Wang Xiangba could finish his plea for mercy, the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon understood him in a flash. Hey, I'm not interested in your life's possessions. I just want you to die. Having said that, Wang Xiangba died in peace, and on its side, Wang Tanjin was scared out of his wits at this point. You, how dare you? Aren't you afraid of drawing endless pursuit from my barbarian race? At those words, the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon laughed hideously at its people. Jie, as long as you are all dead, then how will you barbarians know that I killed you? After saying that, the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon stopped pulling its lips with it and directly spat out a mouthful of fiery dragon breath. Wang Tanjin didn't even let out a scream before he directly turned into pieces. It then did likewise so destroy the body of Wang Xiangba. This battle for the 9 revolutions Tian Shan Lotus. In the end, he swept the field with the Heaven's Path Demonic Dragon's quasi-saint level cultivation, and after doing so, the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon withdrew that black barrier, then excitedly flew towards the 9 turns Heavenly Shan Lotus. Just as he was about to take it off, a sudden burst of applause came from the sky. Snap, that's wonderful. At those words, the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon was instantly startled and turned around to look towards the back in a hurry. Who is it? Those who hide their heads and tails, have the guts to show yourself to me. The Heaven's Path Demon Dragon looked around with a wary expression at the moment. Then, a terrifying and boundless pressure descended upon it from the heavens. Under this pressure, even its blood stopped circulating at the moment. Go down! With a voice of cold majesty, the Heavenly Tao Demon Dragon was then directly suppressed into the ground by this pressure. It struggled hard to get up, but no matter how hard it tried, the pressure was like a huge mountain, pressing it down to death. Soon, only a giant hand of the heavens was seen covering down towards it. Boom! With a roar, the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon briefly lost consciousness, and Yang Bai, who was 10,000 miles above the sky, also withdrew his palm at this time. He held his palm flat in front of his chest and carefully scrutinized the miniature dragon on top of his palm. Only after several breaths had passed did the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon wake up. It looked around with a puzzled expression. Where am I? In its unintentional looking up, it suddenly realized that a huge eye was staring at it at the moment. This really startled it, and after seeing the 5 giant pillars of the sky again, it exclaimed, "Is it possible that I am in the palm of that man's hand?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Bai mischievously grabbed its small tail with one hand and flung it around in the air. Live. Stop. Hands. Thou. I'm going to be thrown off my feet. The Heaven's Path Demon Dragon had completely lost its mighty and domineering aura from earlier at this moment. In Yang Bai's hands it was just like a small stuffed toy, letting him play with it. I do think you look better in this form. Just in time to capture you and make you a pet for mistress. Hearing the word pet, the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon immediately exploded its fur. Bastard human! I'm an honorable and incomparable Heaven's Path Demon Dragon. How can I be your pet? I vow to die. Looking at the small bug in his hand, Yang Bai instantly lost his temper. You-hoo! You're being stubborn. See you never from? He then grabbed it again and just shook it in the air. After Yang Bai's 2.5 minute long fling, the Heavenly Tao Demon Dragon was fronted with foaming at the mouth. Then he hastened to plead with Yang Bai. Warrior, I'll do it. Stop it. I'm going to faint. It was only after these words came out that Yang Bai stopped his hand movements and said with a smug look on his face, "Hey, you're going to have to suffer." With that, Yang Bai took it back into his palm. Then he flew towards the 9 turns Heavenly Shan Lotus. After coming next to it, he directly uprooted it with one hand and put it into his storage ring. Chapter 22, Soldiers in Chaofeng. Time to die. The border of the Fire Elemental Kingdom. The Prince of the Great Zhou personally led a large army to kill towards the Fire Origin Kingdom once again. At the front of the vast army, Prince Zhou rode alone at the very front. Following him closely were the 8 dead soldiers under his command, each of them emitting a dangerous aura. Soon, the army stopped in front of Mufeng City again. Prince Zhou looked up at the huge void directly above the city. It hadn't closed for a long time, ever since Yang Bai had ripped through the void there, and that boundary was likewise still in place. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from there, Prince Zhou couldn't help but frown. Zhao Tianyu, I order you to go ahead and scout the way. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu looked at the former with a terrified expression and said in a hurry, But, that line. This is a sort of chastisement for your unfavorable behavior in the last battle, and if you can scout the way for the army too, that'll be a credit to you. Prince Zhou looked at him with a cold expression and said, seeing his people push him into the fire, but he can't do anything about it in the slightest. Unable to do anything about it, Zhao Tianyu could only slowly walk towards that line. When Prince Zhou saw this, he immediately cast a careful glance at him, and after Zhao Tian stepped over that line with all the courage he could muster, his body was instantly burned to ashes by the invisible flames. Seeing this scene, Prince Zhou hastily dispelled the idea in his mind that, so he ordered to the army behind him. All troops listened to the order. Bypass Mufeng City. Even Zhao Tianyu of the transportation realm died on that line. How could Prince Zhou dare to continue hitting Mufeng City? The Great Zhou's army then managed to bypass Mufeng City by going over the mountains. The cities behind Mufeng City were not so lucky. Under the leadership of Prince Shou, the Iron Cavalry of Great Zhou captured one city of the Fire Yuan Kingdom after another. And at this time, Chaofeng City. One battle report after another was handed over to Gong Qingya. Gong Qingya was sitting on top of the main hall at the moment, and her expression no longer had the lethargy of the past. Your Majesty, the commander-in-chief this time is the Prince of Great Zhou. A few days ago, he led the Great Zhou army around Mufeng City. Now it has come straight to our capital. The Jade Qing Xian Nu from below reported. Beside her were 8 other women who were equally as beautiful as she was. They stood alone in the Great Hall, each with their own splendor. Judging from the strength that Prince of the Great Zhou is shown now, I'm afraid that it's not below the Great Beginning realm. At this moment, Tianji Xian Maiden came out and analyzed. When these words came out, the ministers on the stage showed expressions of horror, and in the midst of it all, there was one person who did the opposite. Your Majesty, I would like to lead the army to stop that raging Prince Zhou. Just as the crowd was panicking, the White Tiger Xian Nu stepped forward and took the initiative to ask Gong Qingya for help. I saw that White Tiger Xian Nu, who was also a woman, wearing tight battle armor and, it outlined her perfect figure. As soon as these words came out, Su Tao Xiannu voiced out to stop them. White Tiger Xiannu must not. That Prince Zhou's strength is obvious to everyone. The last time I gathered the strength of several of my Xian maidens. Even the 8 deadly soldiers under his men are struggling to cope with it. If you go alone this time, it's the same as sending someone to their death. The White Tiger Xiannu sniffed and retorted. That time it was because I wasn't there. If I had been present at that time, I won't let them break through the gates so easily. Besides, should we just watch the other side hit the doorstep of our national capital? Gong Qingya, who was sitting on a high seat, said with relief. Status, 429 from https://bkuj. tw/book/2792301/840965525_2. HTML failed to retrieve this paragraph, no text content. Chapter 23, White Tiger vs. 8 Deadly Soldiers. Sudden change of events. Seeing her being so arrogant, Prince Zhou's eyes clouded as he said to the 8 dead soldiers behind him, "Go! Destroy her!" As soon as the words fell, behind him rushed out 8 black shadows dressed in black brocade garments with bandages tied around their heads. The auras emanating from those 8 black shadows were all at the early stage of the transported one realm, facing the siege from 8 early stage recluse realm powerhouses. Only Luo Shishua coldly snorted. With that, he drew the Jade Lady sword at his waist. Only in the next second, she swept her sword out horizontally. Sword blossoms fluttered. A sword light like a swimming dragon flashed in the clouds, and the Jade Maiden's sword appeared in a shocking manner. And the 8 dead soldiers are also not willing to show weakness. Their body like flowing clouds to escape the sun is swift and light. Easily, he dodged the powerful sword chi. With that, they quickly dodged in front of Luo Shishue. Huge auras had coalesced above the single fist. Immediately after that, he threw out a punch towards his person, and his fist brought up a gust of wind whistling past. Seeing this, Luo Shishue directly held a sword and plunged it straight into the ground. A terrifying and boundless pillar of light instantly rose up from the ground, enveloping the rushing 8 deadly soldiers within it. The pillar of light erupted with a dazzling light. With a rumbling sound, all 8 dead soldiers flew backwards. After the rolling dust and smoke dispersed, Luo Shishue rose into the sky again at some point. She was currently holding her sword above her head, and a powerful and unrivaled sword aura was condensing above the blade. At the same time, a roiling sword shadow slowly condensed above the jade sword. Just Xian Yuqing, who was standing on top of the wall of Chaofeng City, 10 miles away. All of them felt the terrifying sword intent, and even their cheeks were stabbed with gusts of pain from the sword chi. The Su Tao Xian maiden on the side did the same as she exclaimed. Look at this situation. Big Sister actually broke through to the peak of transported one again this time when she came out of seclusion. That's right. No wonder Big Sis is so confident. With the peak cultivation of transportation 1 plus the sword technique she practiced, it seems that the 8 deadly soldiers are really going to die this time. Xiao Sharuo, the heavenly Qi Xian mistress dressed in a light green dress, said. By the time those 8 dead soldiers stood up, the roiling sword shadows also happened to completely coalesce. Then Luo Shishue stretched out her jade finger, pointing at the 8 people below, and her eyes condensed, accompanied by the rain of swords that fell from the sky. 10,000 swords return. In the face of this rain of swords in the sky, the 8 dead soldiers could only respond in haste. Clank. Below, only the sword shadows were heard as they continued to collide with them. Soon, the 8 dead soldiers failed to withstand the strike and were successively drowned by the sword rain. Luo Shishue then retrieved the Jade Maiden sword in a dashing manner and turned to Gong Qingya. Fortunately, but when she finished, a trickle of blood came out of the corner of her mouth as well. Apparently she had also suffered a considerable amount of injuries in the clash just now. The eyes of Prince Zhou, who saw the scene, completely darkened. Humph, what a bunch of losers. 8 recluse realms can't defeat a peak recluse girl. Then his violently stood up. A foot stepped out, causing a burst of spatial ripples. In an instant, he appeared behind Luo Shishue. Big Sister, be careful. The remaining few great Xian women on top of the city walls hurriedly shouted, and Luo Shishue couldn't react at all and exclaimed in her heart, so fast. Just as Prince Zhou's punch was about to land, Gong Qingya, on the other hand, had anticipated it. She dodged between the two, helping Luo Shishue block the fatal blow. The 2 fists clashed, and the horrifying aftermath of fist power instantly swept through dozens of miles of space in a circle. 2 heaven-destroying auras enveloped the 4 directions. After the blow, each of them took a step back. Your Majesty, Luo Shishue Fong realized it afterward. Go back, only to see Gong Qingya's finger behind her back, waving it towards the former. The invisible chi then pushed her back over the walls. Luo Shishue, who had just landed on the ground, had been staring at the duo confronting each other in the air. Seeing this, the rest of the Xian maidens rushed forward to support Luo Shishue's body. There were worried outbursts of inquiry. Big Sister, how are you hurt? After saying that, The Su Tao Xian maiden on the side cast a healing technique to help heal his injuries. Looking at the worried looks of the women surrounding her, Luo Shishue smiled sweetly and said, "There's no harm done. Sisters, no need to worry too much. It's still big sister, reaching the peak of transported one so quickly. Yes, yes, yes. I thought that all 8 of us were no match for that dead man. At this rate, we're only going to get bigger and bigger with big sister." When the women heard this, some of them praised it, while others secretly sighed. The 9 great Xian maidens were the redheads under Gongqingya's seat, and the 9 of them got along well on the ground, as close as biological sisters. You don't need to be too presumptuous. As your big sister, how can I not be stronger? Luo Shishue hurriedly comforted at his words. After saying that, she looked towards the sky above, while all the women also had sideways glances with worried faces. Humph. Although the Prince of Great Zhou's cultivation is much better than before, he is still a dog that can't change his ways. Still the same mean, ugly face. Gongqingya couldn't help but speak out in mockery. Humph. Her Majesty is only interested in the results. Whether your Fire Origin Kingdom survives or dies today depends on whether you, Gongqingya, are strong or weak. As soon as the words fell, Prince Zhou killed towards Gongqingya. The 2 figures just kept colliding in the air. Each impact caused space to quake. Around the 2 of them, the space was showing signs of being torn apart. The terrifying aftermath of the battle made the crowd watching the battle have to resist with all their might. Those with slightly weaker cultivation had already been directly crushed to the ground by the pressure of the aftermath. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them clashed with each other for several hundred moves. Only Gongqingya's hands were clasped together at this moment, and an intense light blossomed in her eyes. A surging and abundant force was struck out towards Prince Zhou. Seeing this, Prince Zhou hurriedly pinched his hand to conjure up a huge green dragon silhouette. The 2 collided, stirring up terrifying waves of air. Only Prince Zhou was seen being lifted off by the airwave, his body falling backwards. Obviously with this move, he fell into a disadvantage. Both of them belonged to the same returning Yuan realm, but Prince Zhou had only just broken through. Gongqingya, on the other hand, had been polishing at the returning realm for a long time. Her entire cultivation had long since reached the middle stage of returning Yuan, far beyond the former. The later the cultivation realm got, the difference of one small realm would be a world of difference. Humph, you're nothing more than that. All you do is blabber on. Gongqingya followed up with another magnificent strike, directly slapping Prince Zhou away with a slap. The latter was directly smashed deep into the earth's surface by this palm. Ahem. Worthy of being the Empress of the Fire Elemental Kingdom, it seems that it will be difficult for me alone to deal with you. But fortunately, this prince has left something behind. Prince Zhou slowly climbed up from the ground at this moment, and at this moment, he was gray-headed and there was still a slight sheen of blood running down his face. With that, he stood up and took out the jade slip he had been hiding on his body. He then crushed it right in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Gongqingya had a wave of uneasiness welling up in her heart. It wasn't long before there was laughter from a distance. Ha ha, Empress of the Fire Elemental Kingdom, truly living up to her name. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a man in gold silk brocade clothes suddenly appear in front of Gongqingya's eyes. Greetings to Her Majesty. Introduce myself, I am the Great Zhou Provider. When he said that brocade-clothed man took off his hat and elegantly bowed to his person. Chapter 24 Rune Manifestation. Terrifying Power Rune. Gongqingya looked at the visitor with a serious expression, detecting his human aura, and was secretly alarmed in his heart. Late stage of returning Yuan. When did this great Zhou produce another offering with such great strength? Seeing his people finally arrive, Prince Zhou revealed a teasing smile. Humph, just with your district daughter kingdom, you still presume to fight against my great Zhou. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It's not worth dying for. Seeing the scene change instantly, the Zhou Tianxian maiden on the city wall felt bad, facing the siege of 2 returning Yuan realm powerhouses, one of whom had even reached the late returning Yuan stage. Miyagi-Saya will surely lose. At that moment the vile Prince Zhou took advantage of the fact that she was focusing all her attention on the confession. He launched another sneak attack. Vile. Seeing its people trying to sneak attack, Luo Shishue couldn't sit still at all, so she rushed out with the 9 heavenly mysteries. And just as Gongqingya was distracted, Provider Zhou hurriedly attacked and killed towards his people. Humph. Against me. How dare you get distracted? Looking for death. At this moment, Zhou Confessor's body was ablaze with a blazing fire, and the blazing flames rose up to the sky. Berserk flames churned in the air. Immediately after that, he threw a punch at Gongqingya, and the sharp wind of his fist whistled past. Seeing this, Gongqingya hurriedly resisted, only to see the spiritual energy within her body instantly explode and a majestic energy erupted from her palm. Both fists facing each other, the 2 of them instantly intertwined. their spiritual energy glowing in all directions. They collided dozens of times in just a breath of time. After these dozens of exchanges, Gong Qingya's figure retreated violently. Her palms were trembling slightly at this point, and she kept gasping for air and the peaks on her chest were constantly rising and falling high and low. On the contrary, the weakly confessor still looked like she was swimming with ease, and just as she was catching her breath, the former lunged at her again. Immediately after, Gong Qingya brought her spiritual power to bear again and met her head-on. The two then engaged in another fierce battle in the air. On the other hand, the White Tiger Xian Nu led the 9 heavenly Xian Nu to block Prince Zhou. Under Luo Shishue's leadership, the 9 of them formed a special spell formation. The power of the remaining 8 was all focused on her alone at this moment. With the spell formation formed by the 9 of them, Luo Shishue could only temporarily stop Prince Zhou. At this moment, she was hurriedly dealing with Prince Zhou's attack. That's funny. I didn't expect you 9 heavenly mysteries to still have this hand. Prince Zhou's hands condensed 2 balls of energy, and the wind hissed around his body as it then attacked towards Luo Shishue. Luo Shishue utilized her powerful sword technique as well as her bizarre stance too. It was constantly circling around it. Soon her breath was disorganized. She had suffered a considerable amount of injuries earlier when she fought against the 8 deadly soldiers. Now it's even worse. Despite the combined efforts of all the women, there was a full realm difference between her and Prince Zhou. The difference in strength was too great, and it was only a matter of time before he lost. And Gong Qingya, who was fighting against Provider Zhou at this time, was no better. Even the corners of his mouth showed the slightest hint of blood. She also noticed the condition of Luo Shishue and the others below and frowned for a moment. Your Majesty, I will give you as well as the 9 heavenly creatures one last choice. Succumb to my great Zhou and obediently become a vassal of the king of Zhou. Otherwise, you and your Fire Yuan kingdom are both doomed today. Confessor Zhou persuaded to surrender. At those words, Gong Qingya's white teeth clenched as she looked at its person with indignation. Your Majesty, my patience is limited. Facing the other party's aggressiveness, Gong Qingya finally remembered the power rune inside her at this moment. That rune was handed over to her by Yang Bai the other day. Afterwards, Gong Qingya said with an evil smile towards Provider Zhou, become a vassal of your great Zhou? I'm afraid you can't afford it. After saying that, Gong Qingya resolutely activated that power rune within her body. In the instant of activation, unparalleled greatness erupted from within her body. Her breath was also climbing wildly at the moment. Late reverie, peak reverie, early Baha, mid-thousand question period. The breath climbed all the way up to the middle of the 1,000 questions before it stopped. Feeling the terrifying aura gushing out from her body, Gong Qingya was completely shocked at the moment. That power rune hardened her realm by 2 whole great realms. It directly crossed the 100 Zhao realm and came to the 1,000 questions realm. As for the Zhou provider who was opposite her, he looked at Gong Qingya in shock as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Incredulous. This, how? Possible? How? Do it? At those words, Gong Qingya looked towards its person, followed by her non-answer, and held her left hand in a false grip towards him, only to see that the space in her vicinity was constantly twisting. Seeing this, Provider Zhou looked terrified and tried to scatter his legs, but the next moment, he felt the space around him continuously squeezing his body. With Gong Qingya's fierce grip, Provider Zhou drank his hate in the next second. At this moment, Luo Shishue, who was in a fierce battle with Prince Zhou, could no longer support her at this moment, being slapped away by his person. The body smashed heavily into the city wall, and because Luo Shishue, who was in the main formation, was defeated, the remaining few Xian ladies were also spitting blood from their mouths. Breath shriveled. Humph. A mere recluse of the first realm can actually engage this prince for such a long time. You'll be proud of yourself in hell. After saying that, Prince Zhou took an arrow step and rushed towards Luo Shishue. Seeing this, Xian Yuqing as well as Qiao Xiaorua and the other women exclaimed in shock. Big sister. Just as Prince Zhou was about to have his way, Gong Qingya suddenly appeared in front of him, only to see her grabbing its person's long sword with her bare hands. Seeing this scene, Prince Zhou was incredulous and thought in his heart, isn't she at war with the confessor? Could it be that the confessor has? Impossible. It's never possible. The confessor is a strong person of the late stage of returning Yuan. With great difficulty, he tried to draw out his long sword, but naturally, the long sword didn't even move in Gong Qingya's hands. Prince Zhou had no choice but to give up his long sword and retreat towards the back, trying to distance himself from him. But the next moment, he felt a jade hand pressing on his back. A sense of deathly crisis instantly surged through his heart. Prince Zhou was trying to beg for mercy, but the next moment, Gong Qingya twisted with one hand and his body exploded into blood mist in an instant. A generation of lords fell, and after doing this Gong Qingya had wanted to experience this terrifying power some more. But then she realized that her body was on the verge of not being able to withstand the greatness. Her exquisitely beautiful face was actually showing the slightest crack at the moment. Seeing this, Gong Qingya hurriedly put away the power rune. Within moments, she was surprised to find that the rune didn't just dissipate. Instead, it remained quietly suspended within her. At this moment, Gong Qingya could no longer use any words to describe the excitement within her. This rune she had thought was just a one-time thing, and it was far from surprising that it possessed such greatness. Yet the truth was that this rune was surprisingly capable of being used multiple times. Moreover, under her perception, the limit of this power rune was not here. The middle stage of the 1,000 questions realm was only the limit of what her body could withstand, not the limit of the runes. Chapter 25, Returning in Changes. Spoiled Yang Bai. Thinking of this, Gong Qingya had to sigh. Just the runes condensed by that senior's hands possess such great power. I also wonder just how terrifying a realm that senior has reached. With the successive fall of Prince Zhou as well as the Zhou Confessor, the remaining Great Zhou army was not broken. Under the leadership of the 9 heavenly maidens, all of them were wiped out. After the great battle, inside the Queen's chambers in Dynasty Phoenix City. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for destroying the incoming enemy. Now that Great Zhou may not be able to come back to violate my Fire Yuan kingdom. The 9 heavenly mysteries were gathered together at this time. Aha! I was able to win a big victory this time, but I still have to thank you, Yu Qing. Gong Qingya smiled at Xian Yuqing and said. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuqing said doubtfully, what does Your Majesty mean by that? Although she had gone all out in this great battle, but in terms of credit, she couldn't even compare to Luo Shixue, who had single-handedly swiped the 8 deadly soldiers. Gong Qingya then explained, the reason why I was able to easily defeat that late-stage Guiyuan Great Zhou provider in a short period of time. It's all because of this. After saying that, Gong Qingya took out the power rune. The 9 heavenly mysteries were all her beloved ones, and she could naturally trust them 100%. A few women's eyes were dead set on the power rune hovering in its person's hand. This talisman was given by that senior who repelled Zhao Tianyu in Mufeng City back then. When I learned of this news at that time, I hastened to Mufeng City alone. Afterwards, Gong Qingya told them everything about that day. So, I still have to thank you, Yu Qing. If you hadn't informed me of the news in time in the first place, I'm afraid that both I and the Fire Yuan Kingdom will suffer today. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuqing came to the realization that His Majesty's strength had soared by leaps and bounds, so it was due to this item. Your Majesty is overstating the case. Between you and Yu Qing, there is no need to say the word thank you. Yu Qing's life was all picked up by His Majesty. The several great Xian maidens were actually all rescued by Gong Qingya in the beginning, and what happened to each of them was pretty much the same. No, I have to find some time to thank that senior again. Yang Bai, who had successfulully retrieved the 9 turns heavenly Xian lotus, had also returned to Mufeng City at this moment. He had just landed into the courtyard of the medicine store with his front foot when Yang Yuchan arrived at the sound. Husband, you're finally back. You're not hurt, are you? As soon as she saw Yang Bai return, she rushed forward and took his hand. Eyes swept back and forth over his body. Naturally, nothing has happened, and the stuff has been brought back to you. No. After saying that, Yang Bai took out the 9 turns heavenly Xian lotus and handed it to Yang Yuchan. Hey, why haven't we seen the little doujinshi yet? Where is the girl? Good you little ding-dong. Young master came back and didn't even come out to greet him. After I find you later. See if I don't punish your little ass. Yang Bai was late in seeing Lu Linger come out, so he went into the house to look for her, while his mouth was still saying. At those words, Yang Yuchan said with some difficulty, Husband, you stop yelling. That girl Linger is gone. When these words came out, Yang Bai was instantly jolted. What? Dinky's gone. Could she have been abducted by traffickers? Geez, how am I going to live without my little beaner? Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan just thought of going up to him to comfort him, but his subsequent words left her speechless for a moment. Little doubting, if you leave, then who's going to squeeze young master's shoulder and back for me from now on? Who comes to wash young master's feet for me every night? Yang Bai fell down on his knees in the small courtyard and told the sky about the misery in his heart. And Yang Yuchan, who was beside him, couldn't help but skim her mouth and thought to herself, you really love that little girl Linger. After Yang Bai cried for a full 2.5 minutes, Yang Yuchan just couldn't watch anymore, only to see her step forward and directly kick Yang Bai to the ground on the spot. Then she stuck her hands on her hips, her mouth puckered high in discontent. Hey, I say to you, can you have some decency? Now that Linger has disappeared, what's the use of just stopping here to cry if you're not going to look for her? It's thanks to Linger, that little girl, for treating you so well. Every day, she talks about her young master in her heart. Yang Bai, who was kicked to the ground, looked at Yang Yuchan's face when she was angry with her arms crossed. Can't help but feel. It's still more comfortable to look like a big sister like this. When these words came out, Yang Yuchan cried and laughed, and she was all laughed out by Yang Bai. Hey, I don't even know what to say about you. The heavenly Tao demon dragon, who had been hiding in Yang Bai's palm, witnessed this scene at this moment. Then he said in shock, I've got beans. This great god is actually powerless in the hands of this woman. Let me see what kind of being this warrior woman is. So the curious Heaven's Path demon dragon probed with his divine sense, and was even more shocked by the results. What? It's actually only the body-hardening realm. At this time, countless small question marks rose up on the head of the Heaven's Path demon dragon. Hearing the exclamation, Yang Bai remembered that there was still a small stuffed animal lying on his hand, so he said mysteriously to Yang Yuchan, Mistress, put the spirit's business aside. I have another surprise I want to give you. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan was like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and worried. You really aren't worried about Linger. She never came back this morning when she went out to buy lobster. I'm not in the mood to talk to you about anything else right now. You quickly go find Linger. I've searched the entire Mufeng city and I can't find her. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai had no choice but to tell the truth. In fact, he had sensed Linger's captivity long ago when he seized the green lotus. His divine sense then never left Mufeng city, but the reason he didn't put a stop to it, that was because he had sensed the power of the same ancient heavenly serpent's bloodline in that person who had taken Lu Linger. The most important thing was that the man was still wearing the exact same chain on his neck as the one Lu Linger had given him back then. So Yang Bai speculated that that person should be Lu Linger's real relative. Moreover, his divine sense sensed that that person had then taken Lu Linger captive to the territory of the Snake People clan deep in the eastern wasteland. Right now, Yang Bai's divine sense was still locked onto that little ninny all the time. As long as she encountered any danger, Yang Bai would be able to sense it first. That's why he's not panicking at all. After hearing Yang Bai's explanation, Yang Yuchan lightly covered her red lips in surprise. Husband, what realm are you in? Divine sense can actually sense such a long distance. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai laughed out loud and said, didn't I tell you this a long time ago? For the last time this time. Your husband, I am invincible. Yang Yuchan looked at him in a daze, then asked curiously, so what was that surprise you were talking about? Only after learning that Lu Linger was fine did she let go of her hanging heart. In the face of Yang Yuchan's inquiry, he didn't answer in a hurry, but pointed a finger to his cheek. Seeing this, how could Yang Yuchan not understand what he meant? She gave him a blank look and then kissed him on the cheek. Seeing this, Yang Bai happily hemmed and hawed. Seeing him smiling deliriously, Yang Yuchan was also thinking very arrogantly in her heart. Little sample. I don't care if you're invincible. She's still on her knees under my skirt. Hey, nerd, what are you giggling about? Seeing him still giggling there, Yang Yuchan spoke out. Who knew that Yang Bai pointed to his cheeks again and shamelessly pouted. Mother, not loud enough. Seeing that Yang Bai had gotten so carried away, Yang Yuchan helplessly kissed his face again, this time louder than the last. Well, loud enough this time. Come on with me. What's that surprise of yours? And Yang Bai is again guilty of saying, well, people's mouth also want it. When he said that, he frantically rubbed and rubbed at his person's chest, showing off his pouty look. Just like that. In the end, Yang Yuchan's red lips were swollen from kissing. Seeing this, Yang Bai let her go. And the Heaven's Path demon dragon on its palm had long since looked dumbfounded. The mind hissed in anger. I am the one who was easily taken by this thing? Are all the human powerhouses like this? Chapter 26, Blackie. Deadbeat. Now you're satisfied. Yang Yuchan touched her swollen lips and gave Yang Bai a fierce white look. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai let out a hefty laugh, and then he pinched the tail of the Heaven's Path demon dragon and put it in front of its people. No, oh ma'am, this is the surprise I've prepared for you. A stuffed toy dragon. Taking the little dragon cub from Yang Bai's hands, Yang Yuchan shook it off with disgust. It's black and ugly. When these words came out, the Heaven's Path demonic dragon was immediately on fire. Hey, little girl, what's with the disgusted look in your eyes? I am the famous Heavenly Tao demon dragon, and I am even a supreme quasi-saint powerhouse. How can you treat me like this as a small body-hardened cultivator? At those words, Yang Yuchan stared at her beautiful eyes. Yeehaw, the little guy is small, but he has a big temper. Let you brag. With that she flicked its little tail violently. Don't, shake it off. Seeing this, Yang Bai said with a forced smile, Mother, this little dragon cub is indeed of the Heaven's Path demon dragon bloodline, and its cultivation has reached quasi-saint. After hearing what he said, Yang Yuchan froze in place like a bolt from the blue. What she was holding in her hand was actually really a Heavenly Tao demon dragon? Or a paramount saint? Ha ha, little sissy, do you hear me? Your Grandmaster Long is a quasi-saint powerhouse, an existence that can destroy a side of heaven and earth with the snap of a finger, the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon arrogantly said at this moment, but it was depressed at the thought of this. It had managed to get through the thunder tribulation with great difficulty, and finally stepped into the Paragon after experiencing 9 deaths, but before it could show off its power, it met such a perverted Yang Bai. Yang Bai, who was on the side, saw that it was so inverted against the Big Dipper, and said, "Humph, what are you being arrogant about? I brought you back so that you would recognize my mother as your master." With these words, the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon was immediately knocked back to its original form. It had forgotten the scene where Yang Yuchan had just violently beaten up Yang Bai, and at the moment it was inwardly terrified. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. I forgot that Little is that pervert's lover. This is dead. Boo-hoo, I don't want to die. The Heaven's Path Demon Dragon's eyes darkened when he saw that there was no hope for the dragon's life. With that, Yang Bai cupped out the spell with one hand and huge ancient runes appeared around its Yang Yuchan. This is a soul recognition contract. As long as the beasts sign this contract with the humans, it binds the master-servant relationship, and this deed is divided into 2 categories. A relationship of slavery, in which sign humans control each other's lives and deaths. Just a single thought can make his body die. While the other is a relationship of equality, in which the parties enter into a relationship of equality and mutual benefit. Preferred combat partner. The soul contract that Yang Bai is using at this time is exactly the first one, so he hurriedly urged Yang Yuchan to sign the contract quickly. The Heaven's Path Demon Dragon, on the other hand, was forced to sign this contract under his intimidating gaze. If it does not comply, then it will have to die. For all of this, Yang Yuchan knew it all by heart. With that, she tore up that contract under the surprised gazes of the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon as well as Yang Bai. Yang Bai looked at its person at this time in disbelief. Mother, what are you doing this for? The Heavenly Tao Demon Dragon also looked curiously. Could it be that Little can't see me? Then wouldn't I? Facing Yang Bai's inquiry, Yang Yuchan smiled sweetly and said, "My husband's heart, my concubine understands, but I don't want to easily enslave others for the sake of my own well-being, so please also ask June to change the equality contract." Upon hearing this, Yang Bai momentarily felt that his daughter-in-law was even more beautiful. In his heart he did not approve of such kindness, because in this cruel world of immortality, it's quite possible that for once an act of kindness, and put himself in a desperate situation. In this world, kindness requires strength that can crush everything, and it just so happens that Yang Bai he has. So in other words, he has become invincible. He does good, then all must praise. He does evil, and then no one dares to say a word against him. Good. My little daughter-in-law is just kind-hearted. For my husband's support. Yang Bai possessed endless strength, so naturally he had to unconditionally satisfy all sorts of little caprices of his intended victim. Seeing that her husband actually respected her decision so much, Yang Yuchan's heart was warm at this time, so she looked at Yang Bai with a face like a peach blossom deep in love, and her cheeks were covered with a flying haze on top of her face. Filled with happiness, he fell into his man's arms. Yang Bai also lightly embraced the beauty into his arms, and the Heavenly Tao Demon Dragon, which had just been in Yang Yuchan's hands. At this moment, she was mercilessly and casually thrown to the ground. The Heavenly Tao Demon Dragon instantly walked away from the euphoria of the contract, and at the moment, sitting on the ground, it was looking at the embracing duo with sultry eyes. Originally in a comfortable mood, it was again sprinkled all over its face by the sudden dog food from the two of them. After a few moments passed, the two gently separated. "Huh, where's that little dragon cub?" It was only at this moment that Yang Yuchan realized that the magic dragon grasped in her hand had disappeared, so she looked around, before she saw it sitting on the ground with a grimace on its face. With that, she re-grabbed its dragon's tail and gently patted the ash off of it. Yang Bai then cast another soul contract. This time it was a contract of equality. Seeing this, the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon hastily signed the contract. The look was as if they were afraid they would backtrack the next moment. Seeing that look on its face, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but smile and sign the contract as well. After the soul contract was signed, a special connection appeared between her and the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon. Thus, Yang Yuchan happily cupped the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon and placed it on top of her fragrant shoulder. She was excited at the thought of a quasi-saint level demonic dragon becoming her pet just like that. And after signing this contract, Yang Bai unlocked the restrictions on the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon. It had regained the strength of a paraclete. Then Yang Bai placed another kind of prohibition on his body and said threateningly, "Since you have signed a contract with my mother, keep your breath. My mother's cultivation is not enough, so you should be more restrained. If, in the future, you have the slightest desire to harm her, then the restriction I set inside you will instantly obliterate you. At those words, the Heaven's Path demon dragon shrunk its neck and hurriedly stated, I wouldn't dare. I would never think anything of my master. Seeing this, Yang Bai nodded in satisfaction. Measure you don't have the guts. Ma'am, give this guy a name. It's impossible to keep calling it the Heavenly Tao Demon Dragon, right? Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan nodded her head, fronting her small head in thought. What should I call you? Then her eyes drifted to the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon. And when the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon saw this, he also looked at Yang Yuchan with an expectant look on his face, wondering what kind of overbearing name she would give herself. Yang Yuchan looked at its black and unkempt appearance, so she blurted out, I'll call you Koro from now on. When these words came out, Xiao He immediately exploded his fur, his small paws constantly waving. I protest. I'm a Heavenly Tao Demon Dragon. I'm even a great Paramount Sing powerhouse. I would never use such a name. Yang Yuchan, on the other hand, didn't care about its protests and instead knocked it on the head. What goo goo? It's not nice at all. It's happily decided. Koro. Chapter 27, Refining the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Shin Lotus. 100,000 Mountains Strange Movements. It's night. Inside the house, Yang Bai threw out Xiao He who had been lying on Yang Yuchan's fragrant shoulder. Blackie sat crouched on the floor, looking at the closed door of the room with an exasperated sigh. Mother, it's time to take this green lotus. This kind of heavenly treasure is still most effective when taken freshly picked. Yang Bai said. Yang Yuchan hurriedly brought out the green lotus plant and asked, how should this be used? With that, Yang Bai took out a large wooden barrel and said, of course it's best to take half directly and half in a medicinal bath. After that he poured fresh water into the barrel, and immediately after that he divided the green lotus into 2 halves. Drop one of the portions into the water. Once that was done, he hurriedly urged, my lady, what are you waiting for? Why don't you take off your clothes and get into the pool? Go in and take the other half. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan twisted and untied her dress. Seeing her move so slowly, Yang Bai rushed forward. Hey, daughter-in-law, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Why are you so shy in front of me? After he said that, he acted sharply and stripped Yang Yuchan clean. AI husband, no need. I can do it myself, even though it's been done several times. But if she was stripped to a clean white bunny in front of Yang Bai, this still made her a little embarrassed. Afterward, Yang Yuchan was red-faced as she took the green lotus steps, her jade feet stepping into the wooden barrel. The medicinal power of the 9 turns Heavenly Shen Lotus was very strong, and as soon as her snow-white skin came into contact with the potion, it just made a giggling sound. Yang Yuchan groaned in pain. Mother, hold on. It'll soon be over. Be sure to hold on and it won't hurt later. Yang Bai, who was on the side, hurriedly comforted and urged his people to quickly take the other half of the green lotus. She then took a handful of the green lotus and stuffed it into her mouth. Yang Yuchan, who was sitting in the wooden barrel, had her skin turn red at this time. A pained look came over the handsome little face of the manic medicinal power was constantly improving its physique. She clenched her white teeth and tried to endure the pain. After a long time had passed, the manic medicinal power was finally refined away. And as the medicinal power was refined, Yang Yuchan's breath was rising at this moment, hardening the body 7 times. Body tempering 8th level, 9th level of body hardening, middle earth element, late earth elemental. Her realm stopped at the late stage of the earth elemental realm. Yang Bai, who was on the side, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, worthy of a heavenly spirit, actually broke through directly to the late stage of the earth elemental realm. And this is just the incidental effect of the 9 turns Heavenly Xuanlian Lotus. Its true terror also lies in improving the cultivator's physique. When the 9 turns Heavenly Xuanlian Lotus was about to mature, but it had brought in the peak of the Undying Realm's powerhouses, and Xiao He, who was in the quasi-saint realm, was guarding for it day and night, thus showing the preciousness of this thing. As the last drop of medicinal liquid was refined by her, Yang Yuchan also fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Yang Bai gently picked her up and personally put her dress on her, and then just cuddle her in bed until morning. The next day, both of them were awakened by an earthquake that shook the mountain, only to see the ground suddenly start shaking violently for some reason. It was immediately followed by a roar. The duo, who were sleeping soundly in bed, were instantly awakened, unsure of what was going on. The 2 men hurriedly got up and came outside the yard to check, only to see that the turmoil was coming from the 100,000 mountains, 100 miles away from Mufeng City. The shaking of the ground was accompanied by countless rocks smashing towards Mufeng City. Just as countless rocks were about to hit the city, those rocks were shattered by a mysterious force. At this moment, Yang Bai had one hand raised high in the air, and it was he who made the move. With that, he used his divine sense to head towards the 100,000 mountains. In his perception, there were a very large number of divine senses that were staying on the 100,000 mountains at the moment. Among them, there was no lack of people with powerful breath, and there were even individuals who were stronger than even Little Black. Is it a strong person from beyond the eastern wasteland? Except for Yang Bai's divine sense that passed through the 100,000 mountains, the rest of the power of divine sense was blocked out. That's funny. After some careful probing by Yang Bai, it was only then that I realized that the interior of the 100,000 mountains was actually hidden. Husband? What's going on here? Yan Yu-chan inquired suspiciously. It's fine. It's just a huge secret realm opening up. Nope. It's more like a passageway than a secret place. In short, I'm afraid the entire eastern wasteland will be bustling in the future. Yang Bai looked at the direction of the 100,000 mountains, and everything there was in his eyes. At this time, inside the capital of Great Zhou, what's going on? How did this 100,000 mountains suddenly spring up with such a big commotion? King Wu of Zhou, who was sitting on top of the throne at this time, was shocked and furious. He had originally wanted to secretly seek opportunities within the 100,000 mountains in secret, but with the sudden appearance of this vision, the secret of the 100,000 mountains couldn't be hidden at all. Now it's feared to be exposed in the eyes of all cultivators. How could he not be angry? On the other hand, inside the Great Hall of Chaofeng City, Dong Qingya was still enjoying the flowers in the company of 9 Xianwei, but then she sensed a strange image. 100,000 mountains? Humph. Great Zhou, let's see how you can still hide this time. She then gave a few simple commands and led the 9 heavenly mysteries towards the 100,000 mountains in unison. Meanwhile, the old monsters within the holy grounds of various sects far away in the southern border, northern plains, and western desert opened their eyes. All of them looked in the direction of the 100,000 mountains, inside the holy land of the apocalypse. Old ancestor Chaoyang transmitted his voice towards the inside and outside of the holy land. All disciples and elders of the heavenly enlightenment holy land, depart for the eastern wasteland at once. The disciples who received the order from the old ancestor stepped on their flying swords and rushed towards the eastern wasteland. Not only the holy land of the apocalypse, the disciples of the remaining holy land sects were all flocking in the direction of the 100,000 mountains at this time. At this moment, the holy lord of the heavenly revelation came before old ancestor Chaoyang. Old ancestor, the strange movements in the 100,000 mountains are obviously related to the heavenly demons. Are you sure you won't rush over there yourself? Upon hearing this, old ancestor Chaoyang slowly opened his eyes and said, I have my own decision on this matter. Old ancestor, you don't need to worry too much. Even if the heavenly demons attack again, there are still us old guys to carry the load, aren't we? You might as well mind your own business. How's that girl dream eating? The holy lord of the apocalypse sniffed and sighed deeply. Hey, that rebellious girl still looks the same. She's been out of her mind ever since we forced her back from the eastern wastes. Old ancestor Chaoyang added, that's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about that marriage with the dragon sacred land. At those words, the holy lord of the apocalypse's face became even more ugly. This, what's so hard to say? Yining said she hadn't given the matter much thought. Meng Xiuyu stammered. As the holy maiden of the holy land of the apocalypse, she should take the initiative to shoulder the responsibility of reviving the holy land. How can you be so shy? As her father and a holy lord, you go and persuade more. Old ancestor Chaoyang said, if there's nothing else to do, stand down. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiuyu exited the ancestral land. Chapter 28, The Secret Realm Opens. Linger in difficulty. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Within this month, more and more cultivators gathered under the 100,000 mountains. Cultivators from all the major powers gathered together. Now that the secret realm of the 100,000 mountains has not been opened for the time being, Mufeng City was already flooded with many disciples and elders from various Holy Land sects. Many cultivators from all over the world have come here in admiration of They had heard about what had happened in Mufeng City when they arrived in the territory of the Fire Origin country. Knowing that there is such a powerful person hiding in Mufeng City, those high and mighty disciples of the Holy Land sect were unimpressed, and they scoffed at this, thinking that in this barren state where aura was so thin, how could such a strong person be born? At this moment, 10 miles away from Mufeng City, there was a group of cultivators rushing towards Mufeng City. Legend has it that there exists some supreme power in this Mufeng City, and as far as I can see, it's just something these eastern barbarians made up. What do you think, Your Highness? The Holy Sun? There were a total of dozens of disciples on the flight, all from a power called the Mingjian Holy Land. Behind them there were also 5 elders at the peak of indestructibility, as their protector for this adventure. In the middle of the dozens of disciples was an imposing man. He flew like a star in the middle of the crowd. Ling Ruobai sneered, a look of contempt on his face. This eastern barbarian is not strong. but his imagination is quite rich. The crowd arrived near Mufong City in the middle of their words. Looking around, there was nothing out of the ordinary about the entire city. The only thing that drew a sideways glance was the huge void rift directly above the city. The crack in the void could not be sewn up for a long time, and a suffocatingly strong pressure overflowed from it from time to time. It wasn't just the crowd from the Mingjian Holy Land that came to the bottom of the city. At this moment, the city gates had already been filled with figures underneath. The crowd of cultivators under the city gates all tilted their heads with curious faces as they gazed at the huge void rift above their heads. One person fell to the ground with a black eye after staring for too long. Seeing this, all the people's pupils shrunk dramatically and withdrew their gazes, fearing that they would be next. Ling Ruobai was also looking at the sky above with a dull expression at this time. He had just seen that scene. He only felt a hot pain on his face, and for a moment he couldn't say anything. And the 5 elders who had been silently following behind him all the way walked up. One of the elders, Haren Dui, counseled, "Your Highness, I'm afraid there are indeed powerful people in that city. The mere hint of a breath revealed by this spatial rift makes old me feel fearful deep in my soul. This adventure in the great mountains of 100,000 is very dangerous. The Holy Lord himself has told us never to take too many chances." At those words, Ling Ruobai nodded woodenly. Immediately afterward, Ling Ruobai and the rest of the Mingjian Holy Land disciples entered the city. Inside the pharmacy, Yang Yu-chan was sitting down to cultivate, and one extreme-grade spirit stone was rapidly being consumed, only to see that her aura had suddenly become much stronger at that moment. Early Heavenly Yuan Realm. After the transformation of the 9 turns Heavenly Xuanlian Lotus, her cultivation qualifications were obviously plucked up quite a bit. Congratulations Mama, you've successfully broken through to the Heavenly Yuan Realm. Yang Bai saw this and went up to say goodbye. Yang Yu-chan smiled sweetly and said, "It's thanks to husband. If it weren't for the 9 turns Heavenly Shen Lotus, I don't have that kind of cultivation speed." At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the side of the 100,000 mountains. Yang Bai then looked towards the direction of the 100,000 great mountains. Only his eyes surged with light, piercing through what was happening 100 miles away there with a single glance. The entrance to the secret realm had already shown its tail, but there was still a formation at the entrance. This formation looks powerful, but it's actually in tatters. Let's all work together to break it up. That's right. Together we can definitely break the formation and enter the secret realm to seize the opportunity. With that said, right under that cultivator's leadership, the crowd was poised to attack the formation in a combined attack. With a violent roar, that formation was broken open. The secret world inside is finally coming back into view. Seeing this, a group of cultivators entered the secret realm in a row, all of them impatient to enter the secret realm. Retracting his gaze, Yang Bai explained to Yang Yu-chan who was at the side, "It's that secret realm of the 100,000 mountains that's been broken open. Those monks are going crazy at the moment." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu-chan nodded her head thoughtfully. "Ma'am, it's useless to just keep practicing. If you're interested, you can explore that secret territory, too. It's a good way to get some practice. Everything there is very interesting." When he said that, he gave a frowny face. With that, Yang Yu-chan said, "Aha! I happen to be of the same mind. I haven't even seen a cultivator outside of the eastern wasteland yet. But husband, I see you like this. It seems to know a lot about this secret realm of the 100,000 mountains." Upon hearing this, Yang Bai said mysteriously, "It does seem quite understandable." After saying that, he suddenly looked towards the depths of the eastern wasteland. Seeing this, Yang Yu-chan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Hey, seems like there's been a little trouble over there with the little beaner." "Ma'am, it just so happens that you are going to the secret realm to experience the experience. It's not good for me to come along with you. It would be pointless for her to travel to the secret realm to practice if Yang Bai followed along." Yang Yu-chan certainly understood this. As soon as she heard that Lu Linger was in trouble, she lost her color. "Then husband, go to Linger's place quickly. I still have Blackie. You don't have to worry too much about me here." After saying that, Yang Yu-chan anxiously pushed and shoved to tell him to hurry up and get going. "Aha! Take care of yourself, ma'am." After saying goodbye to his people, Yang Bai gently stepped out and the figure disappeared in an instant, and in the next second, it appeared tens of thousands of miles away. After seeing him leave, Yang Yu-chan also began to pack up her belongings, preparing to head to the secret realm. Xiao Hei, who had been sleeping lazily on his person's fragrant shoulder at the moment, lazily rolled over. Upon smelling the commotion, Blackie gently rubbed his sleepy eyes with a small paw. "Whoa, where are you going, master?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yu-chan couldn't help but give it a blank look, and seeing it in this state, he said, crying and laughing, "Hey, you lazy dragon. I really don't know how you managed to cultivate to quasi-saint. Who knew that its next words would anger it to no end? I'm a heavenly Tao demon dragon. I can cultivate even when I'm lying down and sleeping. Cultivation to me is like eating and drinking water. One person and one dragon went out of the door as they spoke, and came to the flourishing and bustling street. Yang Yuchan, who heard this, was instantly infuriated and her lips were crooked. With that, she pinched its dragon's tail, and just as she was about to fling it, the Blackie then rushed to bite the neckline of her dress. The two just played with each other, and coincidentally, they ran right into Ling Ruobai and the others who had just entered the city. As soon as Ling Ruobai entered the city, he bumped into Yang Yuchan, who was hanging out with Xiao He, right in front of him. Yang Yuchan's cicatrization and skin like grease instantly attracted his gaze. The woman was laughing playfully, using a retrospective smile that, it's not an overstatement to say that there is no color in 3000 powders. I didn't realize there was such a stunning woman in this barbarian land. Ling Ruobai secretly sighed in his heart. Compared to Yang Yuchan, the women he had met before had undoubtedly become rouge and vulgar. Ling Ruobai then straightened and organized her clothes, trying desperately to present a jade-like, gentle appearance. So he walked towards Yang Yuchan with a slight smile. Chapter 29, Sacred Master of the Mining Sword. Dare to touch her? This girl? I see you are in a hurry. I wonder where you are going. Yang Yuchan heard someone talking towards her, so she stopped tussling in a hurry. Look away with the voice. Looking at the rather elegant Ling Ruobai, she replied politely. I'm about to head to the secret realm of the 100,000 mountains. I don't know what's up with you, Your Excellency? At those words, Ling Ruobai's eyes lit up. I see. What a coincidence. I am also planning to go to that secret realm for some training, to see if I can obtain some opportunities. I don't know. Before he could finish his words, Yang Yuchan hastily interrupted him. Oh, then I wish you good luck in obtaining your chance. With that, she sidestepped around the side of its person. Seeing this, Ling Ruobai froze, and as the holy son of the Mingjian Holy Land, usually, all kinds of gifted and proud girls were not at his disposal. Where had he ever encountered such a situation? An invisible rage burned in his heart. He did his best to suppress it, though, and continued to maintain the image of a modest gentleman that, rushing forward to catch up, seeing that his person blocked the way again, Yang Yuchan slightly frowned and her red lips lightly opened. I don't know what else your honor has to say. I'm in a hurry, Ling Ruobai said with a smile. Rumor has it that the secret realm is very dangerous, and it's very dangerous to see you go alone. That's why I have the audacity to invite you to come with me, so that we can take care of each other. When the disciples of the Mingjian Holy Land beside his person saw their own holy son like this, there was a look of surprise. It was the first time they had seen Ling Ruobai speak to someone so politely. But when he saw Yang Yuchan's appearance, he was quite shocked, and only felt that this woman should only be found in heaven. Everything was released again, and it was no wonder that the Holy Son was like that. It is not necessary. If your excellency has nothing else to do, please don't stop me from going. After saying that, Yang Yuchan was ready to turn around and leave again. At those words, this time Ling Ruobai finally couldn't pretend anymore. So he watched her departing figure with shadowy eyes and a wink was given towards the disciple next to him. Those disciples instantly understood in seconds. With that, several people quietly tailed Yang Yuchan all the way out of the city gates. Yang Yuchan was walking alone on top of the forest path. Xiao He, who was then lying on his person's fragrant shoulder, said lazily, there are a few unknowing people following the master. Were they the ones at the city gates just now? Hearing this, she hurriedly asked. Good. I sense the man's scent. Hey, that guy's a real toad trying to eat a swan. A mere holy son of a holy land in the 100 realm actually has the audacity to hit his master. As soon as the words fell, the disciples of the Mingjian Holy Land who had long been ambushed on both sides of the grass jumped out at this moment, attacking towards her. Those disciples weren't weak. The weakest of them all had the cultivation of the great beginning realm, and the strongest ones all had the cultivation level of the returning Yuan realm. However, to Xiao He, who has the cultivation of a quasi-saint, they are all just a bunch of dirt dogs. With that, Blackie sneezed lazily. Only the sneeze instantly whipped up a violent gust of wind that, it blew those disciples of the Mingjian Holy Land out of the water one after another. Some of those who were not strong enough were even blown up above the clouds of the 9 heavens. The fall went straight to pieces. Seeing that this time he actually ran into a tough opponent, Ling Ruobai, who was hiding in the dark, gritted his teeth in hatred. A bunch of losers. They can't even deal with a little from the Tian Yuan realm. After saying that, he sneaked towards Yang Yuchan with a swift attack, and all of this had long been in Blackie's sights, only to see Xiao He casually waving his little paw. He directly slapped his person out of the way. Ling Ruobai, who received such a heavy blow, suddenly had a sweet throat and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards tens of meters before he stabilized himself but the ensuing clawed mane made him cry out. 5 elders, don't come out yet. Immediately afterward, Hellion Decision then brought the remaining 4 peak undying elders in a flash to block in front of his person. The 5 elders instantly and quickly pinched out their spells, and a chi seal collided with the clawed mane. With a loud boom, the 5 elders flew out backwards with Ling Ruabai under the flying dust. Each of the 5 elders spat out blood furiously, and the blood quickly stained the Dao robes red. Ling Ruabai looked at this scene with an unbelievable face. How could it be possible? 5 peak undying realm sacred land elders couldn't even block a single blow from the other side with their combined efforts. The point is that he didn't even get a good look at the enemy's face. A quasi-saintly powerhouse. Hellion Decision and the other 5 elders staggered to their feet at this moment and exclaimed in shock, able to directly re-injure 5 of their peak indestructible realm powerhouses with a single strike. Only a quasi-saintly powerhouse can do that. Paraclete. Ling Ruabai understood that he had gotten into big trouble, and was currently looking around with a horrified look on his face. When he heard the word quasi-saint, he was almost scared to death. The entire Mindsword Holy Land only had one paragon saint, the Mindsword Sacred Lord. The quasi-saint realm could be considered strong in the entire Kunlun realm, and today, he had actually provoked a paragon. How could he not be afraid? I don't know which sacred grounds Paragon Lord has descended. We are from the Mingjian sacred ground. Today's matter is indeed an offense by my holy son. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Helianji clasped his hands together and arched towards the surroundings. The wind blew the fallen leaves around them, and Yang Yuchan's figure came slowly from the depths of the woods. Blackie then jumped off his person's fragrant shoulder. Immediately after that, Blackie said in an old-fashioned manner, "Humph, a mere Mingjian Holy Land. Is that great? A holy land that doesn't even have a single saint, and still dares to clamor in front of me. A tiny mole cricket of the 100-jar realm. How dare you hit my master's idea?" The moment he saw Xiao Hei appear, Hellion Decision's eyes bugged out in shock. Heavenly Dao Demon Dragon. But when he heard the word master again, he looked fiercely at the plain and ordinary Yang Yuchan. "You're actually the master of the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon. Humph, give me death." Immediately after that, he saw Little Black attacking towards Ling Ruabai. Hellion Dictator on the side was alarmed, but it was too late to stop him. Just in the nick of time, the jade slip at Ling Ruabai's waist then flashed, only to see a shadow suddenly emerge from within the jade slip, catching Little Black's attack with a palm. As the smoke cleared, Blackie looked playfully at the shadowy figure in front of him, and when Hellion Decision as well as Ling Ruabai saw this, they respectfully bowed towards the shadow. "Greetings, Holy Lord." The void waved his hand towards them, then said to Blackie, "Heavenly Dao Demon Dragon, I didn't realize that with your nature. To think that he would recognize a human woman with such a weak cultivation level as his master." At those words, Yang Yuchan glared at him with dissatisfaction. Afterward, the Mingjian Sacred Lord snorted coldly, "Griffin, how dare you disrespect the strong?" Immediately, a terrifying soul attack erupted from the eyes of the Ming Sword Saint Lord. Seeing this, Xiao Hei hurriedly blocked in front of her, helping her people block this attack. "Humph, why do I need to explain to you what I do? Try touching a hair on my master's head? Believe it or not, your Mingjian Holy Land will be razed to the ground in minutes." Seeing that the Mingjian Sacred Lord had dared to make a move against Yang Yuchan, Little Black roared angrily, "Just you?" Immediately afterward, the Holy Lord of the Ming Sword, under the gaze of Little Black shocked and furious, with a big wave of his hand, he rolled away several people from the Mingjian Holy Land, and Little Black didn't dare to block it, although it didn't fear the Holy Lord of the Ming Sword. What's more, that was only a spirit body, not a real body, but it was afraid that Mingjian Sacred Lord would strike at Yang Yuchan again. It dares not gamble with the safety of its people. Chapter 30, Heaven and Earth Without Limits. So what if hegemony? So Blackie just watched the few people leave. The exasperated Xiao Hei jumped back on top of Yang Yuchan's fragrant shoulder, muttering non-stop, "Wah, I'm so mad at you. I can't believe I'm being underestimated by him." Watching those few people actually escape right under its nose like that, it was angry and annoyed. Seeing it in this state, Yang Yuchan guffawed. "It's good enough to run away. The other party has a paragon powerhouse after all." Thinking of this, she inwardly desired to become stronger even more. If she didn't have the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon by her side, then I'm afraid today will be a bad day. Although she still had Yang Bai, with her strong, forceful nature, is not willing to be evased by Yang Bai's side all the time. She hoped to one day be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with her person, instead of hiding behind him or her all the time. So Yang Yuchan's eyes looked at the 100,000 mountains with a little more determination. With that, she took a big step in the direction of the 100,000 mountains. All of this had just been captured by the Yang Bai spirit body that was hiding in the life and death talismanic seal within her body. At this moment, in the dark space in the rune seal of life and death, Yang Bai's slightly closed eyes slowly opened at this time, and this spirit body slowly awakened. Muttered, "Is the sword inscription Holy Land?" Outside, Blackie, who was about to squint and sleep, the Yuanshan was then pulled into the life and death rune seal by a huge soul force. Cluelessly, Kuro looked around in a daze and realized that it was pitch black, and in one of the lights, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. Seeing this, Xiao Hei couldn't help but ask curiously, "My lord, aren't you out?" "How? This is just one of my spirit bodies," Yang Bai explained with a smile. So, immediately, Yang Bai collected his smile and his eyes gradually turned stern. "What a Ming sword Holy Land! What a Ming sword Holy Lord! Actually daring to strike at my canyon! You've just fought with that Holy Lord of the Ming sword and transmitted a wisp of his aura to me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei revealed the man's aura, and with this ray of qi, Yang Bai instantly locked his person. He ran quite fast, and returned to the Holy Land so quickly. "Humph!" With a low, cold grunt from him, and under Blackie's shocked gaze, taking it along with him, he instantly appeared in the skies above the Mindsword Holy Land. At this moment, sensing the strong aura coming from the outside world, a strong uneasiness rose in the heart of the Ming Sword Saint Lord. Immediately, he flew out of the hall and looked up to spot the Yang Bai duo. Heaven, earth, no, extreme. Xiao Hei as well as the Ming Jian Sacred Lord exclaimed in unison. The Ming Jian Holy Lord who flew out saw the end at a glance, while Little Black naturally saw it as well. Yang Bai as well as Xiao Hei who appeared in the sky above the Holy Land at this time was nothing more than a projection, while their true bodies were still within the space of the rune seal of life and death. Inside the space of the life and death rune mark, Xiao Hei looked incredulously at Yang Bai's spirit body in front of him and swallowed his saliva. "My lord, are you sure this is just one of your spirit bodies? As good as fake." Yang Bai spread his hands and said in a breezy manner, "Heaven and earth without limits is a supreme divine ability. A divine ability that could only be comprehended by a powerhouse of the Saint King realm, and those who are proficient in this power need only think. It would be able to project a projection equal to the strength of the main body into the range of divine consciousness. This was not even many times superior compared to the spirit body, and the fact that Yang Bai was able to perform this technique with just a single spirit body had already surprised Xiao Hei. What's more crucial is that the average Saint King would then only be able to project his own projection across but he was still able to take Kuro with him and project him." At those words, Xiao Hei's jaw dropped. It had initially thought that Yang Bai was at most a supreme saint, peak saint, but at this moment it realized that it had far underestimated Yang Bai's strength. A spirit body can do this. I'm afraid his original body is a quasi-emperor powerhouse. Darkness muttered to himself. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air in its heart. A paragon emperor. A powerhouse of this level was already at the ceiling level of the Kunlun realm. The strongest person in the entire Kunlun realm is only a quasi-emperor. Great emperor powerhouses hadn't even appeared for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, above the Ming Jian Holy Land, the entire Holy Land had opened the Sect Protector formation at the order of the Sacred Lord of the Inscribed Sword. Yang Bai, on the other hand, looked down with an icy gaze and did not make a move to stop it. Seeing the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon at his side, the Holy Lord of the Ming Sword immediately thought of a certain possibility but forced to do so, he said stiffly, "This Excellency, I wonder what your honor is doing here in my Holy Land." With that came Yang Bai's icy voice, "Hand over the heads of those 6, and you'll chop off an arm, and the matter will be closed." Of course, Ming Jian Holy Lord knew which 6 people Yang Bai was talking about, so he said with a grimace, "Your Highness is highly powerful, although it was the holy son of our clan who was unreasonable and molested and attacked that girl first, but they've all been duly punished. Besides, the girl wasn't actually harmed. You still have to do this. Don't you think it's too overbearing? Moreover, my Ming Jian Holy Land has the Dragon Holy Land at its back, so don't go too far." Upon hearing this, Yang Bai looked at his person with grim eyes. It was like looking at a corpse. "I was thinking of letting you off the hook because you're not the main culprit in this case, but you are so illiterate. So what if I'm domineering? I'm going to be overbearing and domineering today. I'll see who can do anything to me." After saying that, Yang Bai didn't talk any more nonsense with him, and directly pushed one hand towards that Sect Protector formation horizontally. As soon as the two came into contact, the large formation was like a stone hitting glass, instantly shattering, and the next second, a might capable of crushing the 9 heavens and 10 earths then descended on everyone in the Ming Jian Holy Land. The Ming Jian Holy Lord had just wanted to try to resist to fight for his life when his legs were instantly crushed to the ground. Immediately afterward, his hands and head were crushed to the ground, and he could not move his body. Seeing this, Yang Bai then coldly scanned the bottom. Soon, he locked onto the 6 figures, just by simply snapping his fingers. Electricity flashed and thunder roared above the firmament. Then suddenly 6 lines of extinguishing divine thunder descended, slanting down towards Ling Ruobai's 6 people. Ling Ruobai was in the midst of this divine thunder without even uttering a single scream before he was reduced to pieces, and the Holy Lord of the Ming Sword ultimately failed to carry the pressure and was hardened to death. Watching a generation of paramount saints being crushed to death just like that by the pressure that Yang Bai casually released, Xiao Hei's heart was filled with fear and shock. Of course it knew that Yang Bai had brought it here not only to seek justice for Yang Yuchan, and it's used as a way to put the squeeze on it to keep it from having small minds. This was of course Xiao Hei's rambling thoughts. Yang Bai didn't think that much at all. In fact, as long as Blackie dared to have half such a mindset, it's going to hell in a handbasket. Chapter 31, Destruction of a Saint with One Hand, Fall of a Saint King with Lifted Eyes. Looking at the Mingjian Holy Land below, which had been completely destroyed by Yang Bai's mighty pressure, he then withdrew the pressure. He wasn't a person who killed innocents indiscriminately, and since Ling Ruobai and the others had already been ambushed, then there's no need to go after anyone else. The pressure pressing down on the people of the Mingjian Holy Land dispersed, and they gasped for air. They just sort of walked in a ghost store, and that's when things didn't seem to end. A powerful aura was heading this way. One could only see a middle-aged man with a country face rushing towards the Mingjian Holy Land at breakneck speed. Ha! Yang Bai let out a light eep and turned his head in the direction of the visitor. Nan Liqing could see the tragic scene in the Mingjian Holy Land at this moment at a glance from a distance. When he saw the kneeling body of the Mingjian Sacred Lord, his face snapped into shock. Only then did the party shift their sights to Yang Bai. He looked at Yang Bai and instantly understood what had just happened here. So Nan Liqing slightly arched his hand towards Yang Bai to show the respect due to a strong person. My name is Nan Li Chang, from the Dragon Tang Holy Land. I don't know your name. From which Holy Land? What grudge does this Mingjian Holy Land have against you, that you should suffer such a terrible fate? At those words, Yang Bai's eyes coldly squinted at the other party. What's it to you, Your Excellency? This Mingjian Holy Land is a vassal Holy Land of my Dragon Tongue Holy Land. You're so blatantly exterminating the Sacred Lord of the Ming Sword. Isn't it too much of a disregard for my Dragon Totem Holy Land? When Nan Liqing saw Yang Bai speak so nonchalantly, a hint of shade flashed in his eyes. It looked as if he wasn't afraid of Yang Bai, a suspected Saint King powerhouse. After all, his Dragon Tang Holy Land was the #1 Holy Land in the southern borderlands, and there were still powerful Saint Kings. When these words came out, Yang Bai said with some impatience, Is this a threat from you? Listening to your words, are you trying to give this Mingjian Holy Land a hug? I'll say one last thing. This Mingjian Holy Land's grudge entanglement with me. Bystanders stand aside. If you dare to say one more word, then the Holy Lord of the Ming Sword will be your downfall. Hearing this, Nan Liqing couldn't help but sink inwardly, but for the sake of the majesty of the Holy Land, still out loud, Your Excellency, even if you have some heavenly grudge against the Mingjian Holy Land, nor can you privately execute the Holy Lord of Mingshu. To kill him, you still need to get my dragon. Before the words were finished, Yang Bai was finally annoyed at this point, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. How dare you talk too much? Then go down there with him. After saying that, Yang Bai released his terrifying and boundless pressure. The sky couldn't stop trembling at this point, and large swaths of the void were torn apart. A great power that even heaven and earth could hardly carry instantly swept across the entire field. And as early as when he saw Yang Bai's eyes, Xiao Hei felt bad all of a sudden and was the first one to run away. Flying far away at this point, just a single look made him, a paragon, feel fear from the depths of his soul. And Nan Liqing, a saint, was instantly crushed to the ground by this terrifying pressure, unable to raise his head. At this moment he felt the flow of holy blood stop all over his body. The horrible oppression made it difficult for him to even breathe. Court! Undur! If you dare kill me, Dragon Holy Land, I won't let you go. In this life and death situation, Nan Liqing was still thinking of using the prestige of the Dragon Sacred Land to make Yang Bai compromise. However, he had overestimated the weight of the Dragon Holy Land in Yang Bai's eyes, and even more so, he had underestimated Yang Bai's strength, only to see Yang Bai's big hand directly cover above his person's heavenly aura. Invisible flames rose up in his hands. Nan Liqing was instantly burned out of existence by this flame. Except for turning into a wisp of blue smoke, nothing else remains. And at this moment, the slightly narrowed eyes of the Dragon Tang Holy Land's Pavilion Guard Elder snapped open at this moment. Shocked, he looked upwards at Nan Liqing's shattered soul jade slip. Sacred realm powerhouses like Nan Liqing would have soul jade slips left behind within the Holy Land. And in case of any accidents, the Holy Land powerhouses were also able to trace who had done this through their soul jade slips. Yang Bai naturally knew about this, but he acted as if he were a non-entity. Casually, he patted the dust on his body. Xiao Hei looked at Yang Bai in horror. A Saint Realm powerhouse? fell like this? With a wave of Yang Bai's big hand, the projections of the two instantly disappeared in place. The chi left behind by the duo in the Mingjian Holy Land was also completely wiped clean by Yang Bai. Inside this dilapidated and broken down Mingshan Holy Land, the crowd of disciples and elders were looking at the surrounding debris with a dumbfounded expression at this moment. What happened? This is our Holy Land? Why has it become so dilapidated? Goodness! The one kneeling there seems to be the Holy Lord He. As soon as these words came out, many undying realm elders rushed forward to check on them and hurriedly helped up the sage lord of the inscribed sword. Seeing that the vitality of their own holy lord was completely cut off, so all of them lost their voices and cried out in pain as they embraced the corpse of his person. None of the people in the Mingjian Holy Land could remember what had just happened. Their memories were erased by an invisible great force. Dragon Tongue Holy Land. Inside the Elder Pavilion Soul License Hall. At this time, a group of Holy King protectors gathered together. The voidless Saint King looked at Nanli Chang's shattered soul jade slip with a grave expression at this moment. Turning his head, he looked at that pavilion guard elder. For how long? Just now. At those words, he turned his head to look at the Tianji Saint King on the side again and said angrily, Sage King Jiang, you're the best at deducing heavenly chances. Please do the math to find out who dared to kill my sacred land elder. The Dragon Totem Sacred Land had enough power of speech, and not to mention the southern border. Even in the entire Kunlun realm, it's been thousands of years since anyone dared to mess with his dragon sacred land. And to this day, I can't believe there are people who dare to be offended. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianji nodded, only to see his eyes fiercely blossom with a dazzling light. The heavenly Tao aura constantly surrounded his body, an imagery of clouds and cranes stacking on top of each other. Through the endless darkness, he finally saw a blurry figure in the endless abyss, only to see that the figure actually slowly turned around at this moment, looking at Jiang Tianji across the sky. When Jiang Tianji saw this, he was shocked. With that, he wanted to get a good look at the other party's appearance to lock in his person's aura, but no matter how hard he tried, he could never see the other man's face. The figure's face was obscured by layers of hazy gray mist and the chi is even more impossible to find. Fiercely, as the eyes of the dark figure stared at a terrifying and boundless greatness erupted from its person, instantly destroying the heavenly chi channel. Jiang Tianji was then hit hard by this great force, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, and was forced to withdraw from the deduction. Outside, only to see Jiang Tianji's blood spitting out furiously, and the eyes that had just met with the dark shadow of At this moment in time, blood was also oozing out non-stop. When the holy kings on the side saw this, they were shocked and alarmed. He hurriedly held Jiang Tianji, who was about to fall headfirst to the ground. At this time, Jiang Tianji's breath was very weak, and if it weren't for the crowds surrounding the near, can't even sense him anymore. Hanging on to his last breath, Jiang Tianji said, terrifying black shadow. Saying the last sentence, he fell with infinite regret. The voidless Saint King watched as the Tianji Saint King fell so hastily. It was a little hard to believe my eyes for a moment. A Saint King powerhouse fell like this? Since when were Saint King powerhouses so easy to kill? My lord, have times changed? Chapter 32 Western Buddha, Eastern Qilin, Southern Immortal Crane, Northern Optimus Prime. The loss of a Saint King powerhouse was quite a meaty pain even for this number one power in the southern borderlands. After all, in the Dragon Totem Holy Land's bright side, there were only the 10 Saint King protectors. As the first Holy Land of the southern borders row, the loss of even one would cause the Holy Land to lose face. This matter is extraordinary, and the existence that touches it is no longer within our grasp. Go and report this matter to the Holy Lord at once. The voidless Saint King looked at Jiang Tianji, whose vitality was severed on the ground, with a terrified expression, toward that pavilion guardian elder, and he couldn't help but inwardly rejoice at the moment that he had just thankfully not pushed the envelope himself. His strength was only half a caddy with the Tianji Saint King. Since the other party could easily exterminate Jiang Tianji, it wouldn't necessarily be difficult to stifle him. That pavilion guard elder then went forward to report to Holy Lord Longting with a terrified expression. Inside the dragon's great hall, sitting cross-legged inside the secret room, Void Sky heard the panicked voice of the pavilion guard elder coming in from outside. So frowned in. Only after hearing the summons did the pavilion guard elder stagger and push open the door. Seeing the cold sweat on his face, Void Sky's expression was calm. As an elder of the Holy Land, look at what you look like now. What happened that even the 10 protectors couldn't handle it well enough to bother this seat in seclusion? At those words, the pavilion guard elder instantly panicked and his legs went limp. I asked the Holy Lord to chastise me. Something big has happened within the Holy Land. The Holy King of Tianji fell just now. Upon hearing this news, Void Changkong was a titanic mountain without changing his face. There was no look of panic on his face. Oh, do you know who did this? How dare you offend my dragon totem Holy Land? If Void Changkong, as the head of the No. 1 power in the southern borderlands, didn't even have that kind of determination, then he won't be able to sit in this position. So the Pavilion Guardian Elder told his people the whole story. After understanding all the causes and consequences of the matter, Void Changkong couldn't help but shrink his brows together. Jiang Tianji had merely simply deduced the other party's heavenly chances and was instantly exterminated. This kind of means of killing someone from millions of miles away, and moreover, the one who killed was a Supreme Saint King. This tactic alone was enough to confirm the other party's terrifying strength. After thinking about it again and again, Void Changkong still strongly suppressed the urge to deduce the other party's heavenly chances. He estimated that the cultivation of someone who was able to do so would probably not be below that of a sixth happening quasi-emperor. And as the dragon's sacred lord, he was only a 5-jacked quasi-emperor. I am aware of this matter. This seat has its own decision. You go down, and tell the sacred king of voidlessness to stop investigating this matter. That level is not something they can touch. Upon hearing this, the Pavilion Guard Elder respectfully bowed and slowly retreated towards the outside of the Great Hall. After the Pavilion Guardian Elder left, Void Changkong immediately got up, coming to an extremely hidden secret realm in the Holy Land. This secret place sits on several large mountains, all surrounded by clouds and mist, and from time to time there are immortal cranes flying by. A fairyland-like scene, on the top of an endless, ethereal mountain. It was able to dimly see an immortal figure sitting there. He was sitting on top of a wall at the top of a mountain with a fishing rod in his hand. I don't know what I can catch at this 10,000 foot cliff. Master, my disciple has an important matter to report to you. Void Changkong looked at the figure on top of the mountain, then respectfully arched his hand at it. The old man sitting on the top of the mountain opened his eyes slightly, and then he saw the cranes around him chirping. An overwhelming silhouette bowed towards it. Oh my good disciple. As the titular Dragon Tang Sacred Lord, with the cultivation of a 5-jacked quasi-emperor, what is the use of coming to seek my master? Taoist Immortal Crane was slightly surprised at the sudden arrival of Void Sky. Between the words, only the clouds that had been permeating his surroundings suddenly dispersed. The crane's feather white hair and the child's rosy cheeks were revealed, and the cheeks of a kind face. The old man was the Tao ancestor of the Dragon Tang Sacred Lord, as well as the #1 powerhouse in the southern borderlands. Alongside them were the primed Song Heavenly Monarch of the Northern Plains, the Buddha Holy Monk of the Western Desert, and the Kirin Demon Sovereign of the Eastern Wasteland. In the Kunlun realm it is known as the Western Holy Monk, the Eastern Unicorn, the Southern Immortal Crane, and the Northern Optimist. The four represented the overwhelming battle power of the Kunlun realm, and were the four recognized powerhouses of the Kunlun realm. It was also the only 4 Ninth Tribulation Paragon Emperors that existed in the Kunlun realm, and the old man in front of Void Changkong at the moment was one of them, Immortal Crane Tao Lord. It is also his master today. Master, just now, a Saint King powerhouse was killed in my Holy Land. Disciple suspects that the other party is at least a 6th happening quasi-emperor, so that's why I have the audacity to disturb Master. I would like to ask the Master to make a move to find out where the other side is coming from. Otherwise, my Dragon Sacred Land will lose a Saint King for no reason, and if we can't even find the murderer, then my Holy Land will lose face. The majesty of the world is lost. Void Changkong narrated the matter. Upon hearing this, Taoist Immortal Crane then put down the fishing rod in his hand, and pinched out the spell with both hands. A magic mirror coalesced in front of him. Seeing this, Void Changkong hurriedly stepped forward and walked beside his person and, wanting to see with his own eyes just who it was that was working against his dragon totem Holy Land. But just when Immortal Crane Taoist wanted to deduce the heavenly chances, the jade talisman hanging on top of his Tao robe suddenly sprouted a dazzling light like crazy, and at the same time, silk cracks appeared on its talisman body. Seeing this, Immortal Crane Taofather immediately lost his footing. With an incredulous face, he picked up the jade talisman. How? His already wrinkled old face was twisted into a chrysanthemum. It was the first time that Void Changkong had seen his teacher show this expression of horrified seriousness, so he rushed to ask in surprise, Master, what's wrong with you? Who knew that Immortal Crane Taofather's next words would instantly shock him in place? The jade talisman was passed down from the ancestors all the way to the old man. Whenever the owner of a jade talisman is about to encounter a deadly crisis, it then prompts a warning, as just seen, and I don't know how many generations of Longting Taoist ancestors have escaped one disaster after another with this jade talisman. After Void Changkong heard the words, he was unable to regain his senses for a long time, and it was only after a long time that he swallowed his saliva. Doesn't that just mean? That's right, just as Master was just about to deduce that person, the jade talisman reminded me that, in doing so, I will surely die. The words were not shocking, and Void Changkong was completely taken aback. Who's his master? That's the immortal crane Taoist priest, the #1 powerhouse in the Southland. One of the 4 great 9 tribulation paragon emperors of the Kunlun realm. And even then, he would surely die just by projecting the other party's heavenly chances? Then how strong is the other party? Is it a great emperor? The incredulous Void Changkong couldn't help but be skeptical. Master, could this be a problem with the Jade Talisman? At those words, Immortal Crane Daofather nodded thoughtfully. Not unlikely, but the matter is still better believed than not. Void Changkong's skepticism was not unreasonable. After all, the entire Kunlun continent hadn't seen a great emperor for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, a great emperor had silently appeared. A bit too nonsensical. This is something you need to keep in your stomach and never spread. Immortal Crane Daofather specifically instructed. Yes, Master. Disciple keeps this in mind. With that, Void Changkong exited the secret realm in shock. The immortal Crane Taoist was left alone to meditate at the top of the mountain. Chapter 33, Queen Medusa, Humiliation of the Serpent Man. At the northernmost tip of the eastern wasteland, it was an endless barren desert. The eastern wasteland was already desolate, and that desert was the barrenness of barrenness. Above that hot land was the habitat of the serpent people. Serpents are eaten by nature, yet they live in this hot place. It's all a matter of necessity. The serpents have a tiny presence in the eastern wasteland, and everywhere they are suppressed by the powerful dragon clan. The serpents are also at the point where the dragons have no other place to go, had to migrate to this watery place. Inside the temple of the serpent people, there was a small, delicate, young girl in a pale green dress sitting in the window of the very delicate little hands held a small branch. The first time I've been away from young Master and Sister Yang for so long, and I wonder if they'll be worried about Linger. Lu Linger looked out at the flying desert outside with a sad face, and couldn't help but look out of her mind. So she came up with a great idea. Immediately, Lu Linger plucked a leaf from the small branch and muttered under her breath, "Will." All the while there was a look of delight on his face. She then picked another leaf. No. After the last of the leaves were removed, her little head pulled down, her eyes bleary. Then he thought of something and hurriedly dropped the branch he was grasping in his hand, both eyes curving. Will. Raychan, what is it that makes you so happy? At this moment, a person who looked quite similar to Lu Linger walked in from outside the house. I only saw that the person's skin was delicate and smooth, as if it was as crystal clear as white jade. It makes you want to touch it. Her figure was even more delicate and attractive, her slender legs standing tall and erect, her thin waist like a willow. Shapely and graceful. Seeing the visitor, Lu Lingren hurriedly stepped forward with a smiling face and held his lotus root arm with both hands. Intimate shout. Sister, why are you suddenly free to visit Linger? Baisu asked rhetorically as she doted on her person's 3,000 green silk. You still haven't told your sister why you just smiled and cried at the same time? The person who came was named Baisu, the queen of the snake people race, known as Queen Medusa. Originally, Lu Linger and Baisu were 2 sisters, but on the night Lu Linger was born, the serpents had a surprise attack, and the dragons had no shame in sneaking up on them. In a panic, the top brass of the serpent people clan rushed to meet the battle in a hurry, and naturally there was no room for the little newborn baby, and right in the middle of the war, Lu Linger was suddenly nowhere to be found. Afterwards, no matter how much the seraphim searched for them, there was no sign of their people. But Baisu, as her sister, has never stopped looking over the years, and it wasn't until Lu Linger awakened the ancient heavenly serpent bloodline that Baisu relied on the sense between the same ancient heavenly serpent bloodline. The location of Lu Linger was faintly perceived in this vast eastern wasteland, so Baisu quietly and alone left the snake people in a hurry, came to the wasteland state, the territory of the human race. Then in Mufeng City he ran into Lu Linger, who had just finished buying lobsters and was preparing to go back to the medicine store. And only after being brought back did Lu Linger realize that Baisu was her true family. The bloodline homology, coupled with Baisu's usual hush-hush treatment of her, Lu Linger slowly began to accept this sister. Nope. No. Nothing. Seeing that Baisu had been clinging to this matter, Lu Linger's face instantly filled with blood. It was suddenly red, so she hastily changed the subject. By the way, sister, what about the situation of the dragon race? When these words came out, Baisu immediately put away her playful smile and looked serious. Originally, you just returned to the clan not long ago. It is not appropriate for you to be involved in the big events of the clan too much. Sister, how can you say that? Linger is also a member of the Snake People clan. As the successor of the ancient heavenly serpent bloodline, I should know about the major events of the clan. Lu Linger said stubbornly. Baisu had to expound on the situation of the Snake People today. The dragons are now eyeing us again, intending to completely wipe us out. Annexation of my serpent people. Linger, you are also the successor of the ancient heavenly serpent bloodline. If it really comes to that, You need to lead your clan's fire to escape the eastern wasteland and head to the northern plains. You've only just returned to the clan. The dragon side doesn't know of your existence. So, the future of the serpents rests on your shoulders alone. The strength of the serpent people clan simply couldn't compete with the powerful dragon clan. Bai Su, the Medusa queen of the snake people clan's cultivation level was only at the peak of indestructibility. And the dragon clan even had several quasi-saint powerhouses. And the clan chief was even a saint realm powerhouse. Based on high-end combat power alone, the serpents were thrown off by several blocks. So if the dragon clan really wants to go after the snake people clan, Bai Su has to be prepared for the worst. The serpent people must not be allowed to perish at her hands. Lu Linger, being of the ancient heavenly serpent bloodline, if she could successfully escape with the clan's fire seed, then with the gift of blood, it's not impossible to revitalize the serpents. Hearing the heaviness in Bai Su's words, Lu Linger nodded her head heavily. Sister, Linger will, and you take care of yourself, sister. The following day, early in the morning the beacons of the Serpentine Temple were all lit. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Only to see countless huge fireballs slamming madly towards the Snakeman buildings. All of a sudden, with a loud bang, countless serpent people were buried in it. For a moment, the serpent people's territory was screaming like hell on earth. Can't help it at last? Bai Su, who was sitting inside the queen's bedchamber, instantly sensed the movement outside. With that, she appeared in a flash over the serpent's territory, looking at the roiling fire. With just a wave of her jade hand, a bright red energy barrier coalesced right above it. Countless fireballs collided violently with the barrier. Boom! Dragons! Is that all they can do? Facing the other party's sudden attack, Bai Su looked upwards with angry hair. Above the dome of the sky, the clouds were parted, and several majestic figures were suddenly revealed. They were looking down with scornful faces. The Dragon Clan sent just a few of your goods and you dare to come to my Snake People clan's territory to spread your wildness? The moment these words came out, the figures above then burst out laughing. How dare you bark at the end of your life? In the end, the only reason your snake people have survived all this time, and that's thanks to your last queen Medusa. If she hadn't heroically given her life, your snake people's graveyard grass is a few feet tall now. Almost everyone in my dragon clan has experienced her honestly. Your mother, it's very moist. At those words, Bai Su could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Over the years, she had always regarded this matter as her scales, and whoever touched it would die. Back then, the Serpent People clan was also like this day, when they were suddenly attacked by the Dragon clan. The serpents, of course, were no match for the last Queen Medusa of the last generation, also the birth mother of Bai Su as well as Lu Ling. In order for the race to continue, she then made a decision to sacrifice herself. Every generation of Queen Medusa has looked like a beautiful, gorgeous woman. This is naturally less coveted by the side clans. She traded her personal freedom for the continuation of the Serpent People. And so that day, just as Bai Su's eyes were glaring at she stepped into the dragon territory alone. Dragons are lustful by nature, and such a beauty of an enemy race is like falling into an endless abyss. After days and nights of torture, she was then humiliated to death alive by the dragons. Within a few days, her naked body was dumped at the door of the serpent's temple. The serpents, on the other hand, were able to survive for decades. Bai Su can never forget those people of the Dragon clan back then. The look of throwback banter as she left after dropping her mother's body. She held her mother's corpse like that in the first place. His eyes were dead set on the departing figures of those few people, and the playful and mocking expressions that appeared on their faces. Faced with the disappearance of his sister and the humiliation of his mother, Bai Su vowed at that moment to bring the snake people back to the top. She stared at a few people with tears of blood unconsciously flowing from the corners of her eyes, her mouth hissing. What happened today will be repaid 100 times over. Chapter 34 Heavy Battle. Fierce Bai Su. The burning anger in Bai Su's heart completely erupted with the flirting of several people, only to see the huge ancient heavenly serpent silhouette appear behind her. The aura of the peak of the undying realm instantly filled the entire space, stirring up a ripple. Then his hands shook, and the spiritual energy in his body surged wildly. Shen Ruohong, who was in the lead, saw his people rushing in and went forward alone. Let me meet how great the ancient sky serpent really is. After saying that, the two figures staggered, colliding. Terrifying energies scattered in all directions. Bai Su had a pair of bright red feathered wings unfolding behind her at the moment, their feathers burning like flames. She made a seal with both hands, and as she mouthed the words, a huge spell formation appeared out of thin air. The various runes flashed in the formation. The formation instantly protected the clan behind her. Fighting against me and still dare to be distracted. Looking for death. Seeing this, Shen Ruohong hurriedly seized the gap, and her arms were densely covered with dragon scales. A pair of huge dragon claws slammed into Bai Su. The huge dragon's claw smashed into its body with an ear-piercing wind-breaking sound. Just as he was getting carried away, the dragon's claws unexpectedly passed through Baisu's body. No good. It's a stigmata. Shenruohong was instantly alarmed, and Baisu had already circled around behind his person unbeknownst to God at this point. She stared at its person dead on, a dangerous light flashing through her eyes. Baisu used her spiritual energy to manifest the twin blades and swung them towards him immediately afterward. Countless harsh sword chi tore through space, pouring down with Baisu's endless anger. Shenruohong couldn't react at all, and was then buried in it. A puff of smoke cleared, and Shenruohong just staggered to her feet. Baisu then grabbed his person's heavenly aperture and lifted his entire body up, and it then smashed wildly towards the ground. Bang bang. After a few sounds, Shenruohong collapsed limply to the ground. Baisu slammed a few more punches into his man's head, and his entire head sank into the ground. And the other 4 dragon race powerhouses in the sky were looking confused at the moment. They never thought that Shenruohong, who was the pride of the dragon clan, would be defeated in just a single glance. And it's still a fiasco. Baisu shook off the dripping blood on her palms and looked at them with fierce eyes. On the surface, she was clearly a delicate and moving beauty, but at the moment, she looked so fierce and venomous. The 4 undying powers of the dragon race were completely shocked by the ferocity she displayed. They only felt a chill on their scalps. In the very next second, Baisu's figure appeared behind them at some point. And with both hands, he grasped each of the 2 men's skylines, only to see her hands clench violently. The surging spiritual energy instantly twisted and exploded the 2 into a bloody mist. Dragons, today it's time for you to pay in blood. Baisu had completely transformed into an absolute killing god at this moment. The only 2 remaining indestructible powerhouses looked at the scene in front of them, watching Baisu kill indestructible like a dog, scared and running. Soon she was clutching 2 more bodies in her hands. The crowds of serpents in the formation watched their queen slaying and destroying incoming enemies. Hands were raised and cheered. Lu Linger stood in the center of the crowd, looking up with a worried expression. Sis. She then silently fulfilled Baisu's previous instructions to her at the urging of the elders, and so she quietly prepared plans for racial fire retention. Just after the several people who had just come in were all ambushed, suddenly a dragon's breath with a terrifying aura fell from above the endless firmament. The dragon's breath collided with the formation in the blink of an eye, and the latter didn't even last a second, shattering at the touch. The serpent man who had lost the shelter of the formation immediately became a lamb to the slaughter. The terrifying and boundless dragon's breath carried flames in the sky, and the serpents immediately wailed. Seeing that the terrifying dragon's breath was about to destroy the entire Snake People clan, Baisu had to stand in its way. She fought back hard with her hands. It was only after she had exerted all her strength that the dragon's breath slowly dissipated, and Baisu was already scorched and bruised at the moment, and her jade hands were even more unbearable. A bloody mess. Finally, a decent character. She looked at the sky above her, her eyes filled with wariness. She didn't lose her confidence because of the huge gap in strength. Instead, it fueled the wariness within her even more. A mere indestructible realm. Why take your own life? This saint can give you the Snake People a chance. That would be to follow your mother's example and take your serpent people into eternal submission to my dragons. An intense holy light suddenly emanated from above the firmament. Behind the clouds appeared a majestic and incomparable figure bathed in holy light. If you want to fight, fight. Don't be delusional. Baisu glared fiercely at the figure, and if his gaze could kill, the person in front of me had died hundreds of times already. In the face of her opponent's beck and call, she was unmoved. Baisu was resistant to this kind of condescending compromise. She thought that instead of dying in battle, she would never live such a humiliating life. A wolf will still get hair all over a dead duck. Humph. Stubborn. After saying that, Guti and I pressed towards Baisu with the supreme pressure of a paramount saint. Baisu suddenly felt her body sink, and the feathers on her back felt like they had been snapped off. The whole person slammed heavily on top of the ground, bearing the force of 1,000,000 pounds. She clenched her teeth and did not budge, only to see that she had actually ignored the paragon mighty pressure at this time, and had transformed into the ancient heavenly serpent's original body, tearing towards Gu Tianyi. Gu Tianyi's face showed surprise as he only raised one hand lightly in the face of Baisu's sweeping giant tail. With ease, he held the tail of the ancient heavenly serpent. Ancient heavenly serpent? It's nothing more than that. Gu Tianyi shook his head slightly, believing that she was struggling on her deathbed to no avail. But right at this moment, the scales on the ancient heavenly serpent's body instantly became incomparably sharp. Countless scales then attacked Gu Tianyi with a breaking wind. Seeing this, he reacted quickly and hurriedly let go of his tail, appearing miles away with a flash of his body. But he was still a little slow. Feeling the stinging pain coming from his face, he reached up and touched his cheek. Only a faintly visible gap in his face showed that the Then dark green blood gurgled out of it. He was a paragon saint. And now he had been slashed in the face by a tiny undying realm cultivator. Gu Tianai was instantly infuriated, staring angrily at the huge heavenly serpent in front of him. Damnable! If this seat doesn't destroy your snake people race today, it will be hard to get rid of my heart's hatred. With that, he was ready to activate his spiritual power to exterminate Bai Su. But then he sensed a hint of something wrong. Most of his spiritual energy was sealed away. Just as he lingered for a few moments, Bai Su came charging towards his people again. From his mouth, he violently sprayed out a ghostly green venom. Seek death. Seeing that Bai Su dared to take the initiative to launch an attack towards him, a paramount saint, he felt a great loss of face, but there was no choice but to avoid it. Damnable! You actually dare to backstab this seat and poison the scales. Gu Tianai Xianxian ducked out of the way. Chapter 35, Repeated Situations. Better to die than to live. After being poisoned, Gu Tianai was completely unable to exert the strength that an associate saint should have. Bai Su, on the other hand, was hard-pressed by the power of the ancient heavenly serpent's strong bloodline. Carrying the infinite rage in her heart, she declared her full power with each strike, only to see her carrying 1,000,000 pounds of force. She seized the opportunity and slammed her fist into Gu Tianya's chest. A fist mark immediately appeared on Gu Tianya's chest, and he was forced to do nothing. He had to reveal himself. A huge green dragon appeared steeply, its green scales revealing an endless luster. Sharp fangs bared at the corners of his mouth. To be able to force the seat to have to use its honored dragon body to fight you, you're good enough to die. Gu Tianai roared towards Bai Su. He was considered the most miserable of all the paragon saints. The two were evenly matched, and for a moment no one could do anything about it. Just as the two were at a standstill, suddenly a voice came. Gu Tianyi, you've kind of disgraced the face of my dragon clan. You can't even take down one little snakeman clan. I'm afraid there's a lot of water in your quasi-saint cultivation. As soon as these words came out, Gu Tianya's veins immediately flared up, but he was helpless and couldn't refute them at all. While Bai Su looked around with a wary face when she heard that, inside, he was also ready to die at any time. As soon as the words fell, a figure in a red robe suddenly descended. Tisk! It seems that this generation's Queen Medusa is quite skillful to be able to do so. Gu Tianai, it's a shame that you're still a paramount saint, but you're being pressed by an undying realm cultivator. Long Qi Yan spoke out in mockery at Gu Tianyi. Enough! The Lord Patriarch has called us here to annex the serpents, and not for you to come and talk to your own kind. Immediately after that, another figure with a terrifying aura descended. Yi Tian looked down with a disdainful aura. Facing the sudden arrival of two paragon saints, Bai Su's heart undoubtedly sank to the bottom. Only one Gu Tianyi had made her anxious, and now there were even two more paragon saints. The dragon clan still looks up to my snake people clan, actually sending 3 paragon saints in a row. Bai Su looked at the trio sternly. You're quite good at sticking it in your own face. If Gu Tianai hadn't been useless, just me alone, it's enough to take over the serpents. The short-tempered dragon Red Flame took the lead, only to see him violently charging towards Bai Su, each move invoking the momentum of heaven and earth. A giant dragon that was illuminated by flames then killed towards its people. Facing the attack of a full-strength paragon powerhouse, Bai Su didn't dare to slow down. The body of the ancient heavenly serpent was constantly bubbling with 7-colored rays of light, and Bai Su was instantly wrapped in the rays of light. It collided violently with the giant dragon. With a loud bang, Dragon Red Flame didn't give Bai Su the slightest chance to, like a hawk toward Bai Su to kill. And Bai Su also burned his body's essence blood at this moment, and his breath steeply climbed to a new height. The two of them just fainted and fought. There were loud noises coming from the sky continuously. Seeing that Dragon Red Flame alone couldn't actually take her for a moment, Gu Tianai also hurriedly tried to step forward to join the fray. However, it was stopped by the flying Yi Tian. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Yi Tian was the strongest amongst the 3, having reached the middle rank of Associate Saint. The Dragon Clan also honored absolute strength, so Gu Tianai still respected him. That Bai Su was not enough to worry about. She was only able to fight Red Flame by burning her blood and relying on the power of her bloodline. It won't be long before she falls. On the contrary, it's better for you to let me detoxify you first. After saying that, Yi Tian began to detoxify Gu Tianai. The secret realm of that 100,000 mountains has opened, and the clan is now in dire need of manpower to devote to the secret realm. Once we've settled things here, the matriarch has ordered the 3 of us to be the vanguard of the Dragon Clan, to the secret world. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianai had no choice but to put the matter of revenge aside, still focusing on the major events of the clan. After a long time had passed, the poison on Gu Tianya's body was finally fully relieved. On the other hand, Bai Su's face turned white after sparring with Long Qi Yan with a palm strike. A mouthful of blood was violently spat out. She could be considered to be at her limit now, and the essence and blood in her body had almost burned out. In the face of impending death, there wasn't a trace of regret in Bai Su's eyes. Instead, it carries a sense of relief. Looking in the direction Lu Linger had fled with her clan, she thought darkly, "Spirit, I hope you can lead the snake people to a whole new future. That way, I won't have any regrets. But there's one more thing I can do before I die." Bai Su looked at the three with determined eyes, looking as if she was ready to die. And Gu Tianai, who had freed up his hands, finally had a chance to take revenge at this moment. Gu Tianai then rushed towards her with the two of them. Long Qi Yen, Yi Tian, who was on the side, watched silently and did not make a move. It wasn't that he couldn't save face with three paramount saints surrounding an undying realm cultivator together. Rather, the eyes looked as if they were pondering something, and then the insight that immediately, his body disappeared in a flash. Bai Su was already at the end of her strength, and now she was facing the siege of two paramount saints. Only a look of madness appeared on her face, and her breath went wild all of a sudden. The surrounding spiritual energy was also completely boiling at this moment. No good. Gu Tianyi and the two of them immediately felt bad. She was going to blow herself up and die with them. Ha ha, come on, vile dragon cub. Bai Su had long ago hated the dragon clan to the bone. Just in the nick of time, Yi Tian's figure instantly appeared in the middle of the three, only to see an additional figure in his hand. Seeing the human child grasped in Yi Tian's hands, Bai Su instantly controlled her intention to explode herself. His face looked at his person with a grimace. Behind Yi Tian there were also a large number of Snakeman children floating silently. Those are the fires prepared by the serpents. Bai Su looked at the scene in front of him with eyes wide open. An infinite despair suddenly welled up within her. Originally, all of her hopes lay in this, and originally, with Lu Linger as her backhand, she can then lead the serpents to war against the dragons with honor and without fear. But now her soft spot was pinched, and for a moment she was desperate. Yi Tian teasingly looked at Bai Su and said, "It's a good thing I noticed the abnormality in time, or else you'd really have gotten away with it." Tisk, I really didn't expect it. The Serpent People clan actually has an ancient heavenly serpent bloodline. That's a lot of hiding. Long Qi Yan as well as Gu Tianyi stopped at this time and stood behind his people. When they heard that the young girl in Yi Tian's hands was actually of the ancient heavenly serpent bloodline as well, it was quite a surprise. Bai Su, I'll give you one last chance. Behave yourself. You don't want the serpents to be destroyed at your hands, do you? With these words, Bai Su's state of mind finally faltered at this moment. Seeing her will waver, Yi Tian hurriedly transmitted his voice to the duo behind him. Is it time for another tragedy? And just as she was filled with despair, a sudden cry came from below from the crowd of serpents. Don't promise them, my queen. Yes, the serpent people, will never live this groveling life again. Right, we'd rather die standing than live on our knees. It is better to die on your feet than to live on your knees. At this time, more and more serpent people stood up in the temple covered by the fire, shouted into the sky. They've also seen the misery of Bai Su's birth mother, and watched their queen endure such humiliation. Every serpent was inwardly grief-stricken. At this moment they no longer want to continue living. Hearing the cries of the clansmen from the bottom of their hearts, Bai Su pinched the idea of having to make the same choices as her mother. In this moment, her state of mind was finally elevated. At this moment, Bai Su finally let go of the burden of the Snake People clan in her heart, and instantly broke through the cultivation barrier. The cultivation had reached the quasi-saintly realm, only to see endless power erupt from within Bai Su's body. A circle of terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions with her at the center. Seeing the queen's breakthrough, the group of serpents' hearts were stirred with infinite power that, for a moment, the entire clan erupted with a battle intent that went straight to the clouds. The queen has broken through. Brothers and sisters, kill for me. Kill all those dragon scum. Kill, kill, kill. With this stirring sound of kill, 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 at this moment all the serpent people, including the old men, women and children, took up their weapons and fought their way towards the invaders. Yi Tian, who saw the scene, immediately had a gloomy face. How could he have imagined that just by his words, just let Bai Su have a breakthrough in the midst of infinite despair and stress? It also completely galvanized the serpentine's battle spirit. He then had to wave his finger, and immediately after that, a group of Dragon Clan powerhouses appeared from behind him. A great war broke out between the two races. Although the overall strength of the serpents was inferior to that of the dragons, they were now as imposing as a hard-fought draw against the front and back, regardless of life and death. Good, yes. Looking at the scorched battlefield below, Yi Tian shouted 3 times in anger. Good Queen Medusa, I underestimated you. The 3 of them Paragon Saints felt ashamed after suffering losses at the hands of Bai Su one after another. Bai Su, who had just made a breakthrough, had a high level of battle spirit, and then she took the lead in killing towards the three of them. Chapter 36, Ignoring Linger has its own way. Mighty and furious spiritual energy swept out from Bai Su's body in an overwhelming manner. Seeing this, Gu Tianai as well as Long Qian rushed forward, and the three of them then fought into a ball. Bai Su, who possessed the power of the ancient heavenly serpent's bloodline, was like a female god of war at the moment. She casually waved her hand, and a huge blade on of hundreds of feet instantly pierced through the void. It swept towards the two. But a temporary breakthrough. Still want to turn the world upside down? With that, Dragon Red Flame made a split-second decision and manifested his own body. Blazing Dragon's Breath. Only a huge dragon body with endless flames constantly burning all over it appeared. Dragon Red Flame spat out a dragon breath from his mouth. The two collided, and a burst of terrifying energy aura filled the surrounding space. Everything that had just happened between the two sides was reflected in Yang Bai's eyes. At this moment, above the endless sky, only Yang Bai was sitting in the middle of the clouds, was leisurely crossing his legs to take in everything that was happening below. What a show! He was squinting and had a melon in his mouth. The twists and turns on the battlefield below were merely a brilliant play in his eyes. After seeing Lu Linger being discovered by that Yi Tian when she escaped, Yang Bai then unhurriedly carved a wooden statue on the spot. With that, after carving it, he casually tossed it toward the clouds down. So he switched the Lu Linger below him in such a godless manner. And the one Yi Tian was now grasping in his hand was the wooden statue that Yang Bai had just carved. At the moment, Lu Linger was being good-naturedly pounding Yang Bai's chest and pinching his back. When she saw that Bai Su was about to fall into a desperate situation, Lu Linger's small face tightened. With that, she pulled Yang Bai's arm and shook it from side to side in a pouting manner. Young master, just stop watching the show and go help your sister. Linger, please. Lu Linger's small breasts were pressing tightly against Yang Bai's arm, and her mouth was puckering up high and wide-eyed and pitiful. He looked at the latter, feeling the two soft masses coming from his arms. Yang Bai thought to himself, it's okay, I didn't realize that little Dojin had only been gone for a short month. It's already taking shape. But then he saw Lu Linger's little face, which was still in a juvenile state, and he immediately blushed with his old face. I feel like I've just been tortured. Seeing Yang Bai's slightly reddened cheeks, the dull and simple Lu Linger couldn't help but ask out loud, young master, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Little Doubting sensed his abnormality and couldn't help but tighten his hold on his person's arm even more. So Yang Bai hastily broke away and used a few coughs to hide the embarrassment in his heart. Ahem, what's your hurry, little Dojin? But how come you're so confident in young master me? Not afraid that young master I won't be able to defeat those giant insects down there either? Upon hearing this, Lu Linger's big watery eyes turned around and said with a straight face, didn't the young master say you're invincible? Could it be that the young master can't beat those bedbugs either? That, young master, you'd better not go down. Immediately afterward, Lu Linger revealed a worried expression. When these words came out, Yang Bai's heart was instantly happy, but he planned to tease little Do Ding a little more. Hey, it's not that it can't be beaten, it's just that it's also quite costly. But since my little beaner has asked for it, then even if I have to fight for my life, young master, I'll kill those bugs. Having said that, Yang Bai then deliberately revealed a look of death. That pompous acting that any normal woman would have been able to break down his disguise on the spot. But the dumb Lu Linger was completely fooled by Yang Bai. The little ninja was still looking at its person with a touched face. Young master, woo, young master, you're too good to Linger, aren't you? Linger is so touched. Oh, the little ninny's watery eyes sprang to life as she choked on the side of the bean-sized little pearls kept slipping down her baby-faced face. Watching the little beaner in front of him being touched by his own, Yang Bai immediately had the feeling of abducting a young girl. So he struck while the iron was hot. That little Dojina, do you see that young master, I have paid a lot for you? Upon hearing this, Lu Linger nodded fiercely, a palm-sized snot bubble still hanging under her nose. Then don't you have to give the young master a little reward? After saying that, Yang Bai cheaply pointed his finger to his lips. If Yang Yu-chan was there and let her know that he was snubbing Lu Linger like that, had to skin him. Once these words came out, Lu Linger understood what he meant even if she was even more innocent. So she hesitated in place with some hesitation, her little fingers constantly stirring the hem of the skirt on her, stammering and whispering, young master, I'm afraid that's not a good idea. If Sister Yang finds out, it's not a good idea. Yang Bai sniffed without a care in the world and continued to snub. Ego, my little doujinshi, this is just your way of thanking young master for me, nothing else. Besides, with me around, if you don't tell me and I don't tell you, how will your sister Yang know? Hearing Yang Bai's flippant words, Lu Linger seemed to feel that there was a little bit of truth in it. Then she blushed somewhat shyly and said to Yang Bai seemingly like a mosquito, then young master, Close your eyes first. Hearing this, Yang Bai looked at this dainty appearance of the little pea ding in front of him, as if it were a docile and obedient kitten. It gave Yang Bai an eyeful. There was an urge to take it into his arms and love it, but he eventually suppressed the evil fire in his heart and didn't let the tent underneath him rise. That's gonna scare the little peasants. So Yang Bai obediently closed his eyes. Seeing his tightly closed eyes, Lu Linger then nervously approached slowly towards his person, and the wetness and softness that young White's face had expected did not descend upon the. Instead, a mesmerizing softness came from the lips. This. I'm afraid the little beanstalker misunderstood him, but this kind of misunderstanding seems to be quite good. The soft and delicate sensation passed in an instant, and Lu Linger hastily retreated backwards in panic at this moment. The blush on her face couldn't hide her inner shyness at all. Even the roots of her ears were red. Fixing her eyes from a distance, her entire body was like a ripe apple. Yang Bai looked at Lu Linger with a smirk, while the latter didn't even dare to raise her head to look at his person. Then he thought in his heart, with this simple nature of the little peahens, I'm afraid I'll be abducted by yellow hair sooner or later. Seeing this, Yang Bai felt that a young girl's reserve should still be maintained. So he said, then, little doubting, young master, I'll go down. After saying that, only Yang Bai was seen leaping towards the bottom, and when Lu Linger heard this, she restrained the shyness in her heart and hurriedly looked up at him. Young master, everything is for your own safety. Got it, little beaner, just stay here and wait for my good news. From below came Yang Bai's confident voice. Lu Linger hurriedly covered her flushed cheeks at this moment, her heart pounding with fear. Muttered, oh my god, what have I done? Chapter 37, Strong. At this moment, countless serpent people were fighting with the dragons. The serpentine brought the battlefield to a scorched state with his strong will. On the other hand, the duo of Bai Su and Long Chi Yen were also fighting for a long time. Looking at the Bai Su who was getting stronger and stronger, Yi Tian shifted his gaze to Lu Linger in his hands. So in order to avoid bloodshed, he grabbed the person in his hand and choked him by the neck. Threateningly, he turned to Bai Su. Bai Su, if you continue to be so stubborn, believe it or not, I'll crush her right now. Bai Su, who saw this scene, was stunned, and then the two of them, Gu Tian Yi, seized the opportunity too. The two of them hastily combined their efforts to strike a powerful blow. Bai Su suffered a heavy blow, and her figure retreated violently. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth as she stabilized herself. Seeing Bai Su being traumatized, as her battle power slipped, Gu Tianyi hastened to beat the dog that fell into the water. It was pursued vigorously against its people, and the dragon red flame on the side also seized the gap. The blazing spiritual energy condensed into a pair of huge dragon claws. It slapped down towards its person's heavenly aura. In the face of this sudden blow, Bai Su, who had gone through several heavy blows, at this moment, there was no way to receive this strike. Just as she was about to fall, Yang Bai's figure was as ghostly as appeared out of thin air between the two, only to see him just gently exhale a breath, and that giant claw instantly dissipated between heaven and earth. He then stifled another fart that, directly, the dragon red flame that was charging towards him was sent crashing away hundreds of miles away. Long Chi Yen only felt a divine and powerful greatness pressing down on him. His figure then violently flew backwards and forwards, and he didn't know how many gobi rocks he had crashed along the way. It didn't stop falling backwards until it had skidded for hundreds of miles. Yang Bai then extended another finger towards Gu Tianai, who kept attacking Bai Su, only to see a giant finger of the sky emerge right above the dome of the sky and fall down violently. Gu Tianai just wanted to dodge. With that, a powerful to suffocating pressure descended on him without warning. In an instant, he was immobilized by this might. Immediately after that, he watched as that giant finger of the heavens killed him with a single finger. In the face of this sudden change, Yi Tian looked at the visitor in horror. Who is your excellency? Why are you meddling in the affairs of my dragon clan? Who knew that Yang Bai's next words directly exasperated him? Oh, I just have nothing to do with my hands itching to test the moves. Just happened to see the two little bugs and swatted them in passing. Originally, looking at how hideous you worms look, I thought that your strength wouldn't be anywhere near as bad. Who knows? Upon hearing this, Yi Weather became so vain that he said with a furious air, is your excellency not taking my dragon clan too lightly? The chaotic battlefield below also stopped fighting at this time because of this unwarranted change. They raised their eyes to the majestic figure in the sky. Oh, so you guys are dragons. I thought it was a reptile. When these words came out, Yi Tian was instantly enraged. Humph, I'd been bullied too much. As soon as the words fell, a majestic and powerful aura erupted from within Yi Tian's body. A fierce wind swirled around them, and for a moment yellow sand filled the sky. And Bai Su, who was in a daze at the side, held her breath as she was pressurized by the might he unleashed. In my mind, I thought, so strong, Immediately after that, he only saw Yi Tian manifest his body and attack towards Yang Bai with a divine dragon swinging its tail. Humph. Overrate yourself. Seeing this, Yang Bai let out a cold snort, and facing the incoming blow, he just gently raised his right hand and directly grabbed its person's tail like that, and the figure didn't move back a single inch. Seeing this, Yi Tian exclaimed, how is that possible? Bigger than who? Ha? Well, watch this. Having said that, as Yang Bai's mind moved, his figure was gradually enlarging. After a long time, his figure was 100,000 feet tall. At the moment Yi Tian was just like a small worm being casually grabbed into Yang Bai's hands to play with it recklessly, indiscriminately rubbing the reptile in his hand. Yang Bai said teasingly, look, I told you my eyes weren't wrong, what are you if not a reptile? His voice thundered and rolled, reaching Yi Tian's ears like a thunderous explosion, while Bai Su stared blankly at the slightly comical scene in front of her. Some incredulous red lips parted slightly. Your Excellency, I suppose it's the man in my hands you care for. If you spare me, I will release her. If not, I will burn with her. With things having come to this, Yi Tian could think with his ass that Yang Bai was clearly towards the snake people. In this moment of life and death crisis, he had no choice but to take up Lu Linger in his hands as a hostage. Oh, then show me one of those jade ones. Yang Bai didn't panic in the slightest, but instead said teasingly. When these words came out, Bai Su below was shocked at the words, so he hastily looked up at Yang Bai's huge body. Elder, I implore you to take action to save Linger. As long as you save her, even if you want me to be a slave or a pygmy, I'll do it. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai quickly said comfortingly, don't worry, I'm here. You don't need to worry. Humph. In that case, then let this little girl die with me. Yi Tian saw that there was no hope of survival, so he looked at the person in his hands with a fierce face, then violently snapped its man's neck. Seeing this, Bai Su fell to her knees with a pale face. Linger. But then, Yi Tian sensed a hint of something wrong, only to see that the human child he was grasping in his hand had bizarrely turned into a puppet at the moment. When Yi Tian saw this scene, he looked up as if he had seen a ghost and looked at Yang Bai's smiling, frowning expression. God said incredulously, impossible, how did you do that? Instead of replying with, Yang Bai said, that's a question you'd better ask Hades. With that, he clenched one hand. No, I hate it. With his miserable screams, a generation of heavenly pride fell, and below, a group of dragon race powerhouses who traveled with them saw Yi Tian fall. Then they scattered and fled, discarding their armor. The snakes, on the other hand, cheered as they rode the wave of victory. After all this, Yang Bai then saw that Bai Su, who had lifeless eyes and a pained face, was sitting on her knees above the ground. In response, Yang Bai had to wave his hand, and then Lu Linger was taken away from him above the clouds, appeared on its side. Lu Linger, who had just landed on the ground, looked around in surprise and could not help but exclaim, how wasn't I on a cloud? How come I'm suddenly down? Hearing Lu Linger's voice, Bai Su hurriedly looked up and then he saw Lu Linger, who was bouncing around, so Bai Su hugged him. Linger, it's great that you're okay. The unaware Lu Linger was overwhelmed by her move. Only Linger's small hand gently stroked her green silk, and her mouth said naively, sister, don't cry. It's the young master who's here. We don't have to worry about those bedbugs bullying us anymore. After saying that, Lu Linger then realized that at this moment, Yang Bai's huge body was standing there quietly. With that, the little beanstalker lifted his head and asked curiously, wow, how did the young master become so big? Chapter 38, Gratitude. Yang Bai laughed it off. Then he resumed his original body size and landed beside his person. Young master, this looks like so much fun. How did you do that? Can you teach Linger? Linger wants to get big too. He. Lu Linger looked excited as she drew her hands in vain, her large eyes twinkling with stars. Seeing this, Yang Bai couldn't help but reach out and rub the little nymph's dull head. That said, he hadn't even been this way in a long time, and there was a sense of long overdue peace of mind. So he doted on Linger. Haha, if the little beanstalker wants to learn, then let's make a pact. I'll teach you when your cultivation reaches the Taisha realm, okay? With the 10,000 extreme spirit stones that Yang Bai had given him, plus the talent of the ancient heavenly serpent bloodline, now her cultivation level had come to the Xinling realm. I'm afraid that this cultivation speed would be envious of others, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a rocket ride. After hearing what Yang Bai said, Lu Linger was instantly overjoyed, her eyes curving like willow leaves. Turning to him, he said, then don't go back on your word. Young master. Who is your young master? Never go back on your word. Then let's hook up. After saying that, Lu Linger stretched out her small hand towards her person. Seeing this, Yang Bai cried and laughed as he similarly stretched out his little thumb and clasped it together. Don't change for 100 years by pulling the hook and hanging yourself. If young master cheats Linger, I'll secretly tell Sister Yang what young master just did on the cloud. Lu Linger finished her pretty face and lowered her head with a flushed face, and that last sentence seemed to be like a mosquito fly as she said. This was followed by a sneaky bad grin. When Yang Bai heard this, he immediately showed a surprised look on his face. In his heart, he had already imagined Yang Yu Chan's fierce look after learning about this. He couldn't help but break out in a sweat just thinking about it. He hastily shook his head and said to Lu Linger, who was only as tall as his shoulder in front of him, "Well, wow, just leave the young master only a short month. Little bean ding, you learn bad. How dare you learn to threaten the young master? See if I don't make your little ass blossom. You won't know why flowers are red like that." As soon as these words came out, Lu Linger panicked and hurriedly put her small hands behind her back. Death covered his little ass, seeing Yang Bai's hands approaching her with false grasps, so she hurriedly covered her little butt and fled in a panic. "Humph, little doubting still wants to run? You won't be able to escape from young master's 5 fingers mountain." With that, he chased after Lu Linger. Young master Dona Linger knows it's wrong. After a long time, Lu Linger finally fell into Yang Bai's clutches. Only Yang Bai used his spiritual energy to visualize a small chair. He hurriedly sat down on top of the chair, and then he laid Lu Linger across his thighs, and, little ass face up. With that, his big slap came down hard on her little ass. Pa. With a few crisp sounds, the little ninny was hit and wowed. "Let's see if you dare again. Keeps you from learning." Yang Bai slapped down towards Lu Linger's little ass with every word. At this time, Bai Su had also come out of the pain she had just experienced. Seeing that Linger was fine, the stone hanging in her heart finally fell. At the moment, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly as she looked at the comical scene before her. She saw in Yang Bai's eyes the infinite favor he had for Linger, and her heart was warm and fuzzy, all the while lamenting in disbelief. This powerful person who is so strong that he is a mess is also a person of true character. At this time by Yang Bai public spanking Lu Linger ashamed of nowhere. Before in the drugstore, okay. No one saw it, and now it's in front of all these people. Feeling the slight pain coming from her small buttocks, Lu Linger's face flushed red as she protested. "Oh young master, don't fight. How can we let Linger marry someone in the future like this now?" Oh. Yang Bai who heard this immediately exploded. "Hiya, good for you little beaner. What's going on in that little head of yours? I can't believe you still wanna follow yellow hair. Ha, don't even think about it." When he said that, Yang Bai pushed harder. At once, Lu Linger turned her gaze to Bai Su under a mixture of shame and anger. "Oh sister, come and save Linger ya." Bai Su sniffed, then pretended to be dizzy and said, "Oops sis, just hurt her eyes from the big fight. I can't see anything spirit, where are you?" When she said that, she even acted pompously, her hands constantly groping around. Only after a long time had passed did Yang Bai let go of Lu Linger. Just after putting her down, the little ninny covered her little face and hid behind Bai Su, and Bai Su had also settled down the Snake People clan at the moment after the big battle that had just taken place. After this great racial war, the entire Snake People race was devastated and wounded. The snakes have sacrificed even more. After cleaning up the mess, she then returned to face Yang Bai. Many thanks to this excellency for his generous gesture, saving Linger and saving the entire Snake People clan. I hereby sincerely thank you as Queen of the Serpents. Bai Su respectfully arched his hand at Yang Bai. "Hey, it's all by the way. No need for that. I still don't know your honor's name. I, the Serpent People, will definitely regard you as an honored guest." At this moment, Lu Linger, who was hiding behind her person, slowly revealed half of her small head. "Sister, his name is Yang Bai. He's my young master. When the Lu family fort, where Linger was from, was destroyed, Linger escaped. In the end, it was fortunate that the young master took Linger in, or else Linger would have been sold to a greenhouse by now." Lu Linger carefully introduced Yang Bai to Bai Su, tell her everything before and after. Now that Lu Linger thought about it, she felt very lucky, and fortunately, she was lucky enough to let her meet such a good young master. Clearly aware of all the causes and effects of the matter, Bai Su instantly flung herself down towards Yang Bai. "Thank you, Mr. Yang, for your great kindness. I can't thank you enough. If there's anything you need help with afterward, Bai Su will do whatever it takes." Yang Bai is undoubtedly a recreation for Lu Linger and even the entire Snake People clan. A favor that she didn't think she could pay it back in a lifetime, since she took over the devastated serpents from her birth mother. "I've never had anyone help me so much," her mother had told her, before she left, that one day, there will be a topsy-turvy figure who will hold it all together for them. But all the previous things, has long scoffed at this, thinking that there is no such thing as a top man in the world. Until today, Yang Bai's appearance shone a warm and dazzling light into her dim world. Seeing this, Lu Linger also followed Bai Su and knelt down towards him together. completely without the shyness she had just felt. Instead, he looked at his people with a grateful face. Chapter 39 Terrifying Strength, Linger Dizzy, Eastern Wasteland, Dragon Clan Territory. Ao Ying's tightly closed eyes snapped open at this moment. With that, a spatial storm instantly rose around him. A terrifying and boundless aura filled the entire Dragon Clan territory. At that moment, the countless figures sleeping within the Dragon Clan opened their eyes. For a time, the sound of a dragon's roar resounded everywhere in the depths of the Eastern Wasteland. It's the Patriarch. Why is he out of the gate? And numerous elders have awakened as well. Only Ao Ying hurriedly transmitted his voice to all the elders. And then the many elders gathered together. I sense that Yi Tian has fallen. A single word stirred up 1,000 waves. And the elders were shocked and angry. How is that possible? Yi Tian is the pride of my clan. The strongest member of the snake people race is only at the peak of indestructibility. How could he kill him as a quasi-saint? At one point, an elder questioned. Not only did Yi Tian fall, but Gu Tian Yi, who was with him, as well as Dragon Red Flame, have all fallen. At these words, this room fell into silence. On the other side, in front of the Serpent's Great Hall, Yang Bai saw the two perform such a big salute, so he hurriedly used his spiritual power to gently help the two up. I told you, it's just a favor, you don't have to do it. And little doubting, what else do you need to be polite to me, young master? When Lu Linger heard this, she ran to his side with a happy face, and took his arm as soon as she could. The ecstasy kept rocking. It was as if the mustiness of just now was completely forgotten. After taking care of all the aftermath, Yang Bai was led by the two girls to the Serpent's Great Hall. Upon arriving at the main hall, Bai Su hurriedly invited him to the main seat. And then she thought of the Dragon Clan. So said with a hard face, Mr. Yang, the ones you struck out to kill were the three great prides of the Dragon Clan. The strength of that Dragon Clan should not be underestimated. There are many quasi-saint level cultivators in its clan. There are even quite a few Saint Realm powerhouses among them. Legend has it that their old ancestor is even a Saint King level powerhouse. I'm sure with the nature of the dragons, it won't be long before they exact their revenge on us. That's why we have to make plans soon. Lu Linger, who was on the side, immediately revealed a worried expression after hearing this. Yang Bai, on the other hand, was still sipping the tea in his hand in a cloudy manner, not taking what she said to heart. Seeing this, Bai Su continued. Your Excellency was offended by the Dragon Clan because of my Snake People clan, and if that Dragon Clan comes to your door, I will fight to the death to escort your son to escape. Escape? Who said I'm running away? Why would I run away? At this time, Yang Bai suddenly raised his head and looked at her with a puzzled expression. I know that your Excellency is strong, but we're facing the entire Dragon Clan, as the saying goes, outnumbered, even if. Seeing that she wanted to continue, Yang Bai hastily raised his hand to interrupt her next words. Bai Su looked at him quizzically. With that, Yang Bai hastily released some of his cultivation. All of a sudden, the entire Serpentine Hall was trembling, and the sky was instantly covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashes and thunder, only to see that the breath overflowing from Yang Bai's body unexpectedly made the surrounding space unable to withstand it. Large swaths of space collapsed away, revealing hideous and terrifying cracks in the void. The countless serpent people in the temple all had horrified faces. What's going on? Is there another enemy attack? At this moment, Yang Bai slowly stood up from his seat, only slightly stepping out with the underworld moon swirling behind him. The endless white and clean moonlight converged and turned into billions of streams of light. Stepping out once again, he directly shattered the Kunlun realm boundary wall 10 million miles above the endless firmament. In the face of the horrors spewing from ahead, Bai Su only felt that at this moment, Yang Bai was just like a heavenly master, scornful of all beings, and at this moment, all the top powerhouses in the Kunlun realm had sensed the terrifying aura coming from the eastern wasteland. With these two kicks from Yang Bai, the entire Kunlun realm shook 3 times. Countless powerhouses of the Kunlun realm wanted to find the location of the owner of the scent through imagery, but undoubtedly they all ended in failure. They were all stopped by a supreme greatness. This included those 4 Ninth Tribulation Paragon Emperors, Dragon Totem Holy Land. Within the secret of stasis, Taoist White Crane's eyes gazed intently at the 10 million mile long spatial rift above the endless dome of the sky. Only he said in a deep voice, could it be the same person? Just by relying on that 10 million miles of void, I conclude that this person's strength must be above mine. I couldn't have done it if I had been in my place. Such a terrifyingly strong person seems to still harbor hostile intentions towards my Dragon Tongue Holy Land. How can this be? There were also 3 other Ninth Tribulation Paragon Emperors who shared the same sentiment with him, and they were also worried. And the closest Kirin Demon Sovereign felt even more tangible and real. He vaguely sensed that the scent was coming from the northern part of the eastern wasteland. Could it be the dragon race? No, that old dragon is only a sane king. To be on the safe side, the Qilin demon sovereign still ordered that no one was allowed to approach the northern part of the eastern wasteland. Inside the great hall of the serpent, the breath came hard and disappeared fast. This was the first time Yang Bai had unleashed such a powerful pressure since he crossed over. And that's just the tip of his iceberg. Well, now do you still think I'm no match for that dragon race? Bai Su looked at the person in front of her incredulously. Slow down. This kind of suffocatingly terrifying pressure was something she had never seen before. Even when she was at the Griffin clan banquet earlier, the aura emitted by the Kirin demon sovereign that he had the honor of meeting was also far from being comparable to the person in front of him. If you have to compare the two, it is undoubtedly difficult to compare the light of a firefly with the white moon in the sky. Who is the Kirin demon sovereign? Ninth happening quasi-emperor. Demon realm co-respector, one of the 4 recognized powerhouses in the Kunlun realm. And if the Qilin demon sovereign was so terrifying, then how heaven-defying must the Yang Bai in front of him be? Such a strong person. Bai Su, when she thought that she had just compared the district dragons to him, she then felt instantly overwhelmed. Seeing Bai Su's face of embarrassment, Yang Bai also saw fit to ask her, "Let me just ask you this, do you want revenge?" He'd learned all about the snake people's previous feuds with the dragons. They also learned about their birth mother's tragic experience from Lu Linger. The little peahen recounted to him the wretchedness of his own mother. Seeing the endless sadness in her eyes. From that moment on, Yang Bai had already set the death penalty for the dragon race in his heart. Anyone who broke the hearts of those he Yang Bai cared about had to die. With absolute strength, Yang Bai was just so strong and domineering and unreasonable. He already had invincible strength, and had nothing else to pursue in himself. I just want to guard the one who is in my heart. If he couldn't even do that, then what was the point of having all this power? Upon hearing this, Bai Su looked as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw and said with an excited expression, "Is Mr. Yang serious about this?" With Yang Bai's terrifying and invincible strength, if we can get his help, then revenge couldn't be easier. On the other hand, Lu Linger, who was on the side, didn't have much excitement, but instead muttered in her heart in doubt, it's reasonable to say that the young master's strength isn't very strong. Then wasn't the way he acted just now on the cloud of pretense? At this time, through the strength revealed by Yang Bai, the dull and simple Lu Linger was finally able to see a hint of what was going on. Doesn't that mean that at that time the young master did it on purpose? He deliberately wanted Linger to kiss him. Could it be that young master is interested in Linger? When she thought of this, the little girl's little head suddenly swooned, directly giving her a little red face of shame. The heat still kept rising from his head, so Lu Linger shook her head in panic. No way. Sister Yang is the young master's wife. Linger is only young master's little maid. How can she steal young master from Sister Yang? No way. Linger can't do that. That would be too sorry for Sister Yang as well. At this moment, Lu Linger's heart had countless deer thumping about. It slammed the chambers of her heart straight up. Chapter 40. Right. Never do that. If you do that, then in young master's eyes Linger won't be a little dojin, but a bad dojin. Ever since then, Lu Linger had decided inwardly that she would keep a certain distance from her young master in the future. Gentlemen, don't make jokes. Bai Su was overjoyed when she heard this, but revenge is still something you need to do on your own. I'm not going to help you personally. Then Yang Bai added, "This is a power rune that I casually condensed. Take it." After saying that, Yang Bai was seen condensing a rune in his hand, and then he threw it towards Bai Su. Seeing this, Bai Su hurriedly caught the rune, just as she was curiously surveying the strange rune. The rune then silently and perfectly integrated into its person's body. With your strength as a paraclete, activating this rune, enough to gain the power to crush all powerhouses below the Saint King. If you meet a Saint King level powerhouse, you take out this. With that, Yang Bai gently pulled a strand of hair from his head and handed it to her. Bai Su did not doubt it and thanked him again at him. "Mr. Yang, I'll never forget your kindness." Yang Bai nodded gently. "Well, with that rune as well as that strand of hair, you're good enough to sweep through the entire dragon clan." Just as Bai Su was about to set off, she finally noticed the abnormality that Lu Linger was displaying on the side. What's going on with you, Linger? Why is your face so red? With that, she reached out and touched Nikki's cheek. "Whoa, it's so hot. What's wrong with you, Linger? Is your body not feeling well?" As soon as these words came out, Yang Bai also turned his gaze to Lu Linger. "Nope, no, there's, sister, that, Linger, can go with you too?" Seeing that she was seen through by Bai Su, Lu Linger was immediately uncomfortable, and steam was whistling out of her head. So it stammered, "No way, Linger, you're only at the Xinling realm. It's too risky to go with sister there and sister can't guarantee your safety." Yeah, doubting. Stop it. You'll only be a burden if you go there with your three-legged kung fu. You'll stay here with young Master Me, and you're not allowed to go anywhere. Yang Bai, who was on the side, also persuaded. Seeing this, Lu Linger could only nod her head in agreement. Odd. Linger, just wait for your sister's good news within the clan. I will avenge our mother's death. As soon as the words fell, Bai Su flew towards the sky. Lu Linger, on the other hand, chased out closely and shouted, "Sis, be careful." "Well, Dinky, I've got enough for your sister. She'll be fine." Yang Bai also followed out and patted the little nymph's fragrant shoulder to comfort her. Lu Linger was as quick to dodge this as if she had been electrocuted. So she said in a panic, "That young Master Linger is going to go into closed-door cultivation." After saying that, Lu Linger fled without looking back. What's going on with this little doujinshi? It feels so weird. Could it be that you want to learn that move of mine too much? Wanting to break through to the Taisha realm quickly? On the other hand, the dragon race had wanted to travel to the serpent people race to raise the offense. But just now, Ao Ing and the other group of dragon sacred realm elders all felt the terrifying pressure coming from over there. Even though they were so far away, that aura still caused them to feel their hearts tremble. Soon after, they received another instruction conveyed by the Qilin demon sovereign. Only then did they give up on the matter, deciding to let it go for a while, and then go forward to the serpent people clan after it was over. Matriarch, that direction happens to be the territory of that snake people clan. Do you think it's possible that the killing of Yi Tian's trio is related to the owner of that aura? At this time, Grand Elder Wang Shangzhou guessed. No way. It should just be a coincidence, right? It's not like Yi Tian's trio is stupid. How could you provoke that kind of power? Punishment Elder Feng Chen retorted. Ao Ing listened to the two elders' analysis and fell into a deep thought. The dragon race has a total of three Lotus Saints. Among them were Grand Elder Wang Shangzhou, Penalty Elder Feng Chen, and Clan Chief Ao Ing. The Sage Realm, in total, was divided into three major realms. One Lotus Saint, the second Lotus Saint, three Lotus Saints. After cultivating to the Saint Realm, a cultivator who had condensed a Holy Lotus could be called a One Lotus Saint. And a saint who has condensed a Holy Lotus is better than a saint who has not condensed a Holy Lotus. That's a world of difference. The saint who has coalesced a Holy Lotus. It was completely possible for a single person to fight three saints who hadn't condensed the Sacred Lotus alone. As the saying goes, one lotus, one heavy sky. The difference between one Holy Lotus, that is the difference between sludge. The Dragon Clan had a full three Lotus Saints alone, and their strength was truly terrifying. Its position in the eastern wasteland is also evident in the entirety of the. All are considered to be on the same side. Just as Ao Ing was pondering, a sudden roar came from just outside the temple. The entire hall was trembling unceasingly, accompanied by the screams of the giant dragon outside. Ao Ing and the three of them then realized that it was not good. Outside the great hall, inside the Dragon Clan's territory. At this moment, a paramount saint looked at the terrifying silhouette in the air that was slaughtering recklessly and hurriedly shouted, "Enemy attack! Quickly open the clan protection formation." After saying that, the man hurriedly took out a formation disc and prepared to join forces with the crowd to open the grand formation. Due to that paramount saint's shout, he also managed to attract Bai Su's attention at this moment, only to see Bai Su at this moment, in the midst of the group of dragons, as if no one was there, killing towards that paragon. Along the way, all those who dared to obstruct her were killed one by one. At once, the entire dragon clan was killed by her. With a flash from Bai Su, she instantly arrived in front of that person. Immediately, she then stored up a fist with one hand carrying the force of 10,000 pounds, and smashed it towards that array disc. The space around them was constantly collapsing from the sharpness of the fist's energy, only to see the Dao array disc fall apart like tofu dregs under this terrifying punch. Afterwards, Bai Su used her other hand to directly grab its person's neck. The man fought to stomp his legs and grimaced. You, don't be complacent. If it weren't for my people, my clan, the elders are not here. How could you?" Before the words were even finished, she directly snapped his neck, ending his life. Under the augmentation of that rune of power from Yang Bai, her current battle power was equivalent to the peak of a three Lotus Saint. Killing these quasi-saint and below cultivators was as easy as slaughtering dogs and chickens. She once again sighed at the terror of Yang Bai's strength. Just a randomly condensed rune that. There is such greatness. And at that point, the Ao Ing trio in the main hall finally arrived with the Sacred Realm Elders. Chapter 41, Transforming 10,000 Saints. Blood vengeance finally avenged. Looking at the corpses all over the place, Ao Ying's few people were suddenly in a rage. "Bitch, how dare you?" Bai Su was pointing her sword at the visitor at this time, gritting her teeth and looking angrily at Ao Ing. "Scumbag, Today I'll take your entire clan and sacrifice them to heaven to console my mother's spirit in heaven. After saying that, she directly activated the power runes in her body with all her might, and her breath instantly climbed to the extreme. From the top of her head, 3 holy lotus shadows slowly coalesced. Seeing this scene, Aoing as well as Feng Chen and the others froze in place in shock. And Wang Shengzhou even exclaimed out in shock, 3 lotus saints, how is that possible? Without further ado, Baisu carried the anger that had been in his heart for more than a decade towards the group of Saint Realm elders. He killed, only to see her anger-laden punch, carrying the momentum of 10,000 pounds. The void behind her was constantly shattering. A sacred realm elder who has yet to condense the sacred lotus. Straight away, he was knocked out by this sudden punch. That sacred realm elder's figure immediately flew backwards without stopping, and blood sprayed out of his mouth in a big gulp, passed out shortly thereafter, having received Baisu's all-out punch, which was infinitely close to that of a Saint King. Head on. He was considered to have a fairly strong physical body if he didn't turn into pieces on the spot. Unbridled, rampant. Immediately, Aoing, Feng Chen, as well as Wang Shengzhou released their breath with all their might. 3 holy lotuses slowly appeared above the heads of the 3. Under the powerful and terrifying aura released by the confrontation of the 4 3 lotus saints, quite a few people of the Dragon Clan couldn't withstand the pressure and were directly crushed to the ground on the spot. So the 3 of them joined forces and went forward to surround Baisu. Seeing this, Baisu's battle intent increased instead of decreasing, and her eyes were filled with madness, only to see her directly meet the 3 head-on and engage in a physical fight. At this point her arms, and all the organs in her body became powerful killers. For a while, the 4 actually fought for a long time. Ao Shadow no longer stayed his hand and directly manifested his own body to fight. He raised his huge sharp dragon claw, slicing through countless spaces with an ear-piercing air-breaking sound that, slamming hard towards Baisu. And when Baisu saw this, she wanted to avoid it for a while, but the 2 of them, Wang Shengzhou, suddenly wrapped her up. Humph, this seat will see how you can hide? Wind-bound. The 2 of them, Wang Shengzhou, combined their efforts to strike a powerful wind net binding that fixed Baisu in place. Can't move. A violent puff of smoke passed as the huge dragon claw landed on its person, only to see that Baisu was now woefully kneeling on one knee on the ground. The snow-white back was gurgling and bubbling with blood. Fake is still fake. Humph. You need to pay for your recklessness. Don't worry, I won't let you die so soon. I'm going to make sure you see the serpents exterminated with your own eyes, and I'm going to make you die like your mother, with countless humiliations. Aoing looked at the present-day Dragon Clan destroyed by the aftermath of the 4's battle. He said angrily to his people. The rest of the Sacred Realm Elders listened to the order. Rush to the serpents at once. I am bound to make these filthy, lowly serpents disappear from this world once and for all. Looking at Ao Ying's twisted and hideous face at this moment, it must be that he had long been infuriated at this moment. First, the 3 great prides of the clan had fallen, and now they had been killed directly by Baisu within the clan. This succession of humiliations came from the snake people, whom he had always despised. How could this not make him angry? Yes, when the Sacred Realm Elders received the order, they were about to move out. Shiresu, however, staggered back to his feet. Bah! Old scum! You're delusional! With that, she took out the strand of hair that Yang Bai had left for her from her bosom. With that, she blew her hair. Only the strands of hair were seen slowly floating towards Aoing and the others. Haha, I'm really laughing. Thought she'd end up with some powerful card. It's a real laugh. I think that is just crazy, but I've never tasted such a beauty before. Baisu pulled out a strand of hair, and the crowd in the room laughed and laughed. However, the Aoing trio, who were the 3 Lotus Saints, did not laugh out loud. Instead, his eyes gazed at the flat, uninteresting hair. It's just a strand of hair. With that said, one of the unknowing Saint Realm Elders reached out and pinched the hair. Look out! Fengchen was the first to realize that something was wrong and hastily warned. But still, it was too late. And the moment the man pinched the strands of hair, and he has gone into Hades, only to see that Sacred Realm Elder instantly burned to ashes by the bizarre flames in the very next second. There wasn't even a hint of a scream. The rest of the elders who saw the scene moved away from the strand of hair and kept retreating with frightened expressions. All the elders listened to the order. Stay away from that weird hair. Join forces with this seat and pounce on that together. Aoing shouted in a hurry. Such unimaginable means had completely exceeded their cognition, and he was finally afraid at this point. Fear that Baisu would pull out a few more strands of the same hair. Fear that she had some other scary undercurrent. So he no longer hesitated, wanting to exterminate Baisu as soon as possible. And just then, the hair suddenly erupted with an intense glow that, the glare instantly blinded everyone present. After they opened their eyes one after another, they were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. only to see that at this moment, there were actually countless energy bodies with terrifying breaths that were standing behind Bai Su. Upon closer inspection, the densely packed energy bodies actually all had 3 holy lotuses on their heads. These densely packed figures actually all possessed the cultivation of a 3-lotus saint. No way. It's never going to happen. It must be an illusion. Right. It must be that SI shaking technique. With that, Wang Shengzhou murmured incredulously. Such a horrifying scene was something he couldn't even dream of imagining even if he was allowed to do so. And Bai Su was similarly shocked. She didn't know exactly what the hair was for before. Only now did she see the horror of the hair. Immediately afterward, she perceived that she could easily command these energy bodies with a single movement of her mind. Elders, follow me to exterminate this bureaucrat. This is all an illusion. Don't believe it. After saying that, Aoing brought Wang Shengzhou as well as Fengchen together to attack and kill towards Bai Su. Humph. Bitch. I didn't realize that your illusions could be so realistic and I almost believed it. Wang Shengzhou couldn't help but sneer at this time. And when the elders saw that the patriarch had said so, they all killed towards Bai Su. The corners of Bai Su's mouth rose slightly, revealing a teasing expression. Scumbags, all of you, go to hell. With a movement of her mind, those densely packed energy bodies shifted their figures and so the rabble killed toward them. There is no doubt that this is a one-sided massacre. At this moment, countless energy bodies all released the aura pressure of the 3 lotus saints. Under the superimposition of countless breaths, above the 10,000 miles of sky above the Dragon Clan's territory, it actually collapsed out of a huge black hole in space. The spatial black hole was so large that it actually covered the surrounding area of 10 million miles. It was on the verge of enveloping a quarter of the eastern wasteland. Countless beast races living in the eastern wasteland raised their heads at this moment and the eyes looked at the terrifying spatial black hole above his head with unparalleled horror. From that black hole, a little bit of horror still spills out from time to time. The soul could not stop trembling just from watching a glance from afar. At this time, inside the Dragon Clan's territory, just as Aoing led a group of Dragon Clan powerhouses to rush towards Bai Su, they were then struck by a mighty pressure, too powerful for words, that descended upon them. Just at the moment when the pressure descended, apart from these powerful people above the saint realm in front of them, all the rest of the dragons were crushed into bloody foam. In an instant, the entire Dragon Clan was filled with the smell of blood, and the surroundings were completely dyed red with blood. Aoing looked at the scene in front of him with eyes wide open, and that's when Bai Su walked towards him with crisp footsteps and an expressionless face. Aoing looked at her, and even though he had countless vicious words, he couldn't open his mouth to say them, only to see that Bai Su's face, which was so pretty and absolutely beautiful at this time, actually revealed a hideous color. Then a hard punch was slammed toward his face. This punch, it's for my mother. Then she raised her hand and struck toward his face again. This punch, it's for my sister. This punch is for all the serpents you have slaughtered. The last punch was for myself. After countless punches, Aoing had long since completely lost his breath. So Bai Su came back to all the people who had insulted her mother back then. Under the terrifying pressure, they couldn't even send out a single scream. One could only watch as Bai Su slammed down punch after punch towards them. After venting, Bai Su's mind moved, and the pressure increased steeply. Those bodies lying on the ground instantly turned into blood foam. After doing all this, Bai Su's face tilted up to the sky. A trail of tears kept sliding down. Her voice choked. Mother, Suzu has finally avenged you. Did you see that? Chapter 42, Marrying Linger? Regathering her emotions, Bai Su looked around at the blood swamp with no mercy in her eyes. It's all what they deserve. As the saying goes, good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and the way of heaven is good for reincarnation. If you don't believe me, look up and see who the heavens have spared. She looked back at the countless dense figures standing behind her, sighing for a moment. Mr. Yang's strength is truly astonishing. Just a strand of his hair can have such terrifying power. As soon as the words fell, those mindless energy bodies dissipated at this moment. It turned into a mass of light that converged together. The countless clusters of light regrouped into a strand of hair, and then the hair completely dissipated between heaven and earth. And as the hair dissipates, the terrifying and boundless spatial black hole above the sky also disappeared at this moment. Everything was calm again once more, as if nothing had just happened. But the hideous cracks in the heavens were enough to indicate that a great terror had just been experienced. Meanwhile, inside the Serpentine Temple, Yang Bai was lying flat on top of the bench with a comfortable face. He squinted his eyes and saw the moment a black hole in space appeared above the sky. He then knew that things were basically over there. While beside him Lu Linger pouted, her little face drooping down and, full of reluctance, she squeezed his shoulders. She was captured by Yang Bai. Yang Bai looked at the little Nini standing beside him in confusion. That's strange. What's going on with the little doujinshi? He was all happy when he was pounding my chest and squeezing my back before, and he was asking questions while he was doing it. Why are you crying your eyes out now? He couldn't help the doubt and curiosity in his mind at last. And so immediately he stood up and asked towards Nasan. Little doubting, do you have something on your mind? If you have anything, just tell young master. While saying that, he also reached out his big hand towards the little ninny's dull head, but the next second it was dodged by Lu Linger with a quick wit. Yang Bai's outstretched hand also lingered in the air at this point, and his words broke off. 10,000 thoughts flashed through his mind at this point. Dojin doesn't like her young master anymore? Did my little beaner really run into a yellow hair out there? No way, this is my cabbage. How can I let another pig take it? Thoughts kept flashing through his mind like lightning. Immediately afterward, the exasperated Yang Bai cast another great spell. Young master, what are you doing? Oh young master, I'm going to tell Sister Yang that you even took advantage of her absence too. Bullying little peasants. Oh. Lu Linger watched Yang Bai getting closer and closer to herself, and an ominous premonition came over her. Just as she was about to spread her legs and try to run, Yang Bai's big hands then picked up her collar, followed by his grip on the air. So the little ninny closed her big eyes and her short legs just kept stomping around in the air. It was only when she reacted that she realized she had been grabbed. Yang Bai moved a small bench and sat on it with his butt, again like last time, laying the little peahen across her thighs. She slapped her big hand on her tender little ass. Say, what the hell is wrong with you? I always felt weird about you, Yang Bai said as he kept waving his big hand. Lu Linger couldn't break free. Feeling the hotness coming from her small buttocks, she whimpered. And soon, Bai Su, who had returned from dealing with the dragon race, saw the scene as soon as she came in. Sister, save Linger. Seeing that my sister is back, Lu Linger instantly looked at Bai Su pitifully with her big watery eyes. Seeing this, the corners of Bai Su's mouth twitched viciously. It was followed by a loving look back at her. Let's see if you still dare to be indifferent to your young master. Still dare? You've got it. You're trying to snitch on your sister Yang. Oh young master, Linger was wrong. Linger won't dare to do it again. Oh. Lu Linger saw that her sister was so unrighteous, she had to compromise with Yang Bai. I'll spare you this time, but if there's a next time, young master, I'm going to crack your little ass open. Only after hearing little Doubting's plea for mercy did Yang Bai Fong put her down. Lu Linger, who had escaped from the clutches of the devil, hastily got up off his body and, the eyes also kept looking around. After seeing that there was no one else around, the little ninny then patted her flat little breasts and, there was a sigh of relief. Lucky no one else saw it. Little Do Ding. Why don't you come over and squeeze young master's leg? At this time, Yang Bai reclined again and made a call to the little ninny. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger covered her little butt with her small hands and walked towards him with a puff of anger. So she beamed, and her whole little face was like a little balloon full of air. And, give Yang Bai a gentle leg squeeze. In her heart, she secretly thought, young master is too bad. He just knows how to bully Linger. When we meet Sister Yang next time, Linger must tell her off. The aside Yang Bai still does not know that this little ninny has already secretly memorized this matter of him in the small book, and also greeted Bai Su. Yaha, I didn't think you'd be back so soon. Well, the magic treasure I gave you works well, doesn't it? At that, Bai Su replied gratefully. Thank you for what you have given me. Bai Su is grateful. This object is returned to His Excellency. With that, she took out the power rune from her body and handed it to him, though with a look of reluctance. This was something that could raise her strength to the level of a three-lotus saint. This would have been cherished by anyone else, but she insisted on returning it. Seeing this, Yang Bai waved his hand and said in an unimpressed manner, this talisman will be a gift to you. It's just something I coalesced with my hands. It's useless to me. Besides, as your sister to the little dudes, I haven't given you serpents a dowry yet. This item will be taken as a dowry. So don't push your luck anymore. At those words, Bai Su froze for a moment, then realized. At first, Lu Linger was not through the matchmaker's matchmaking, and that's how she entered the Young family's door. Besides, Lu Linger is technically the Young family's youngest daughter-in-law. For this, Bai Su could not have asked for more. Having a brother-in-law who was so powerful to the point of being a mess, and who also doted on Linger so much, that's not something anyone would say no to, is it? After hearing this from Yang Bai, Bai Su hurriedly put away the power rune. It was like he was afraid he would back out. As for Lu Linger, who had also heard these words, the movements in her hands stopped. His head was instantly dizzy, and his little face was even more flushed with shame. She was trying desperately to restrain the shame in her heart, thinking darkly, dowry, young master is marrying Linger? Chapter 43, Karin Realm, Karin 8, Descend. But what about Sister Yang? If only Linger could have met the young master earlier. Then I could. Ah, what was I thinking? Lu Linger's mind was suddenly filled with thoughts, and the more the little ninny thought about it, the more she strayed. She couldn't stand the scene any longer, and she felt her sister's sizzling eyes that. Sone ran out in a panic. After seeing Lu Linger run away, Bai Su awkwardly said towards Yang Bai, "Ahem, that. I'll go find Linger." After saying that, she also chased out, leaving Yang Bai alone with a bewildered face, not knowing what to do. These sisters are really the same. They're both weird. Yang Bai hadn't yet realized that it was the careless remark he had just made that, stirring up the surface of a lake of calm water within a young girl. These two really don't let a single one of them get in the way. Bai Su, the queen of the snake people tribe, still doesn't get it. Immediately, Yang Bai's eyes brightened slightly as he stared into the distance, muttering under his breath. Only the next moment, he took one step and a projection of power belonging to him instantly vanished into the void. Kirin realm. Inside the Kirin sanctuary. At this moment, all the senior members of the Eastern Wasteland tribe were gathered in the main hall. They're all under the orders of the Kirin demon father, come to the Qilin realm to discuss together about that terrifying aura suspected to have emerged from the Eastern Wasteland. Only a huge projection stone stood in the center of the hall. The scenes of the battle that had just taken place in the Dragon Clan's territory were being projected within the projection stone. When the Qilin demon sovereign saw that a strand of Yang Bai's hair had suddenly manifested thousands of three lotus saints, he finally couldn't fade. He rose violently from his seat of honor at that moment, and the eyes were dead set on the thousands of energy bodies that suddenly appeared in the screen. Feeling that each of those figures exuded a saint realm aura, he revealed a rare fear. With this terrifying camp, it was feared that it would be enough to sweep across the entire Eastern Wasteland. Below, the Kirin demon sovereign's Kirin A tribes also stared in disbelief. Aogia. Who came to the Kirin realm to deliver it? At this moment, his legs were even weakened and he directly sat down on his butt on the ground. A generation of supreme saint kings, at this moment, actually revealed such a scandalous state under this large crowd. But none of the people on the scene were surprised as well as outspoken. They were equally frightened. A single strand of hair could manifest countless three lotus saints. So just how powerful was that person? Aogia, as an old ancestor of the Dragon Clan, saw his clan destroyed. At this moment in his heart, he couldn't even generate a single trace of anger as well as a vengeful mentality. He was now completely dominated by fear. In the eyes of the world, he was a supreme power, but in the eyes of the owner of that Harry, it's just a slightly larger ant. The 8 Kirin tribes turned their gazes to the Kirin demon sovereign on the seat of honor, and then they were all very surprised, because none of them had ever seen the slightest bit of fear in his eyes since they had followed the demon sovereign. But at this point it's, Demon Lord, I still ask you to decide on this matter. Not bad Demon Lord. As the co-respecter of the demon world, such a shocking event has actually occurred within the Dragon Clan. It should be decided by the Demon Lord. Another person stood out from the stage. This person was a green deer, and he was the patriarch of the Green Deer clan. It was also the most loyal general of the Qilin demon sovereign. Only after these words came out did the crowd below look at the Qilin demon sovereign in unison. They wanted to see that this overlord of the Eastern Wasteland, who had such a great event happen on his own territory, what would be the attitude? The Qilin demon sovereign was silent, and only after a long time did he slowly open his mouth. This is a matter of great importance, and my father does not yet know all the circumstances of the matter. That's why my father can't decide this matter for the time being. Before that, this honored one would like to understand what you think about Aogia. The Qilin demon sovereign immediately threw this thorny issue to Aogia. After all, the location where this matter took place was in the Dragon Clan, and Aogia happened to be the Dragon Clan's oldest ancestor. He has enough to say. The crowd converged on him again. Aogia was made uncomfortable by the gazes of the crowd, and he hadn't come out of the fear he just felt. So with a quavering voice he said, reporting back to the demon sovereign, my Dragon Clan has never messed with such a powerful person, and I don't know about it either. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure walked out from the Qilin's 8 congregations. He was only seen questioning loudly with a sharp gaze towards Aogia. Aogia, what do you mean you don't know either? Isn't the woman who just appeared in that screen the fallen Queen Medusa of the Serpent People clan? Don't think we don't know about the ugly things you dragons have done before. And don't treat everyone like cuties. Be a good boy and explain things clearly, or else. Saying that, Muse's eyes flashed dangerously. This old man really doesn't know. Before the words were even finished, a faint imperial might was seen emanating from Muse's body. Only a wisp of thin and incomparable emperor's might. Let Aogia, this holy king, was pressed on the spot to break his tendons and bones. The bones rattled at once. As the 8 ministries under the Qilin demon sovereign, every single one of the 8 of them was a quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperor. already half a foot on the threshold of a great emperor, already able to initially grasp a faint hint of imperial might. And the emperor power released by a quasi-imperial emperor is not yet true emperor power, and its comparison to true emperor power, there is a world of difference. Stop! The Qilin demon sovereign who saw this scene coldly rebuked. At those words, Mu Zefang withdrew his imperial might. Demon Lord, this matter is important, and my subordinate is afraid that this damned Aojia will hide something, and when it does, it involves the congregation. Yes, Demon Lord, what Mu Ze said from the crowd is not unreasonable. At this moment, the people under the stage are all in danger, fearing that Aojia will involve their own clan. Looking at their faces, the Qilin demon sovereign was instantly enraged and shouted angrily, "All of you shut up! What's with that look on your faces? My father is not dead yet. Why are you guys panicking? Each and every one of them is the existence of a party's hegemon. What is the decency of showing this appearance now?" While angrily rebuking, the Qilin demon sovereign instantly revealed the surging infinite imperial might within his body. Instantly, a terrifying and boundless imperial might instantly filled the entire hall. All of them were pressured by this suffocating imperial might and did not dare to breathe a single breath. It was as if there were countless five-fingered mountains pressing down on his back. Compared to the imperial might that Mu Ze had just unleashed, the former was like a drop of water. The Kirin demon sovereigns, on the other hand, was an ocean. Feeling the powerful imperial might of the Qilin demon sovereign, they only then felt a trace of security, finally stabilized that terrified and unsettled heart. All of them sighed in their hearts. Fortunately, there's still the demon sovereign. And just after they had only just gotten a sliver of comfort, the vision occurred abruptly, only to see that a space within the great hall was constantly collapsing and an aura that completely crushed the Qilin demon sovereign also emanated from it. That pressure suppressed the Qilin demon sovereign's imperial might in a matter of moments. Immediately afterward, an out-of-this-world pressure took its place. It instantly filled every corner of the Qilin realm. Chapter 44, Shocking the Eastern Wilderness. In the endless void where the space collapsed, an indistinct figure slowly walked out. The crowd struggled to raise their heads against the Tarzan-like pressure to look at the figure in the air. It was strange that the figure was still so hazy even though he was right in front of me. Layers of foggy, chaotic aura surrounded him, making it difficult to figure out. The crowd was all suppressed in place and unable to move by the aura released by the visitor. Those whose cultivation hadn't reached quasi-emperor level had their figures plunged into the ground. The whole thing was even sprawled on the ground in a toad-like position. The situation of the paragons was no better, as the floor beneath their feet was crumbling and cracking. Cold sweat was also running down his face. Then, from his mouth came a voice that could not be heard as male or female. "Little mouse, it was lucky that you almost got away with it." As soon as these words came out, Aojia from below immediately detected a cold gaze cast toward him. It instantly sent chills down his spine, and he shuddered. Knowing that a great disaster was upon him and that there was no escape today, he braced himself for a furious rebuke. "Ah, old immortal hate, if there is an afterlife, I shall exterminate your 9 clans. I'll capture your flesh and eat your skin. TCH, I was kind enough to give you the chance to leave your last words. I give you death by fear." When he said that, he only saw Yang Bai's eyes glaring like a torch. Aojia then showed a look of fear on his face. The god was beyond horrified and died with hatred in the midst of endless fear. With just a simple look, he had easily killed a supreme saint king. The crowd was shocked to witness this. At that moment, the Qilin demon sovereign on the honored seat finally couldn't look on anymore. Hard against the endless breath pressure, his voice said with difficulty, "Your Excellency, who exactly are you? Slaughtering a race at will is too much." Every word came out of his mouth through gritted teeth. "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Yang Bai's eyes looked at its person in surprise. The Kirin demon sovereign's face was gloomy as he looked at the hazy figure in front of him, and as the Eastern Wasteland Supreme, the demon world shares a common respect. Now others are slaughtering an entire dragon tribe in front of their eyes. Even more so, he killed the dragon clan ancestor in front of his eyes. What was this if not a strange shame for the Qilin demon sovereign? Humph! With Yang Bai's cold snort, the pressure that descended on the Qilin demon sovereign steeply strengthened. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As the pressure increased, a crunching sound came from his knees. Soon, his legs were about to be bent and he fell to his knees. However, the Qilin demon sovereign was still holding on strongly with his extremely strong will. As the co-respecter of the demon realm, if even he knelt down, then the majesty of the entire demon race would cease to exist. Seeing his person like this, Yang Bai's face however showed a hint of appreciation. Immediately, he no longer wanted to continue to make things difficult for the rest of the people, so he waved his big hand and dispersed the pressure. As soon as the pressure that filled the surrounding area dispersed, the crowd was finally able to catch their breath, and were gasping for air. There's a sense of aftermath. If any of you want to avenge the Dragon Clan, then feel free to come. and end up like a oh yeah, do you remember that? As soon as the words fell, Yang Bai's projection, unbeknownst to the crowd, suddenly disappeared into thin air. Only its echoes rippled through the Kirin's hall. Seeing that Yang Bai had finally left, the hearts of the crowd that were hanging in the air were released. Muzei similarly looked incredulous, but quickly recovered as before. With that, he led the Kirin 8 sectors forward. Demon Lord. This person. There is no need to say more. My father weighs it freely in his mind. He is not a being that we can speculate about. It's even more unlikely that my father would offend such a terrifying figure just for the sake of a small dragon clan. At this moment, the Qilin demon sovereign quickly picked up his legs, his face still sweating coldly. Pass on this honor's order that today's matter shall not be divulged by those present. Those who disobey this order will be killed without pardon. With that, he waved his hand toward the bottom. Yes, by the order of the demon lord. Immediately, the top echelons of the various demon clans retreated unhappily, leaving only the 8 Qilin clans as well as the Green Deer clan chief. What none of the people knew was that in the corner of the great hall, there was another pair of eyes staring them dead in the face. Humph, Kirin, you have to be glad you made a very wise decision. Otherwise, saying that, a strong and substantial killing chance flashed by. After seeing them leave, the Qilin demon sovereign's entire body went limp on the throne of honor. His face very pale, a mouthful of blood arrows then violently sprayed out, and his figure became shaky. Demon Lord. Seeing this, the crowd left behind was alarmed, and Muzei took the first step forward and one assisted its person's body. The Qilin demon sovereign just now had merely been holding on strongly. If it had been a second longer it would have been revealed. He knew very well in his heart that he was the biggest platoon of the demon clan, and if he fell, then it will inevitably cause chaos in the eastern wasteland. Seeing this scene, the 8 Qilin tribes came forward and sat down cross-legged with Muzei. Heal the Qilin demon sovereign, the snake people, inside the spirit's boudoir. At this time, Lu Linger, this little ninny, covered her little head tightly into the quilt. Face rolling, the mind is restless with random thoughts. Bang bang, when she heard a knock on the door come, Nikki's nerves immediately sensitized and, what a jump, like a frightened little wildcat. Who, yeah, Lu Linger carefully inquired. It's me. Linger opened the door quickly. Spirit isn't home. Hearing that it was Bai Su who had come, Lu Linger thought of how unrighteous her sister had just been. He was so angry that he blurted out. She then hastily covered her cherry mouth. Oh, who's in there then? As soon as Bai Su heard that the little ninny actually answered in such a way, she hid her mouth and laughed. Okay, Spirit, don't make a scene. Sister has something serious, she wants to have a good talk with you. Oh, upon hearing this, Lu Linger weakly answered, and then reluctantly opened the door to her room. Sister, what's the matter with you? Bai Su did not speak, but looked at her with a sort of antly smile on her face, and then took its person's hand again. The two walked straight to the bed and sat next to each other. Sister wants to talk to you about Mr. Yang this time. As soon as Lu Linger heard Yang Bai, she instantly became incredibly sensitive, and her little face swished and filled with blood, flushed and adorable. She stammered, I, with the young master, have, what is it? Seeing that she acted so shy as soon as she heard Yang Bai's name, Bai Su already had a certain answer inside, but asked anyway. Sister wants to ask you a serious question. Are you in love with your little young master? Chapter 45 News of the Emperor's Soldier. Yu-chan enters the secret realm. Hearing that her sister would actually ask such a question, Lu Linger panicked at a loss for words. The little ninny suddenly blushed like a ripe mountain persimmon, so she busied herself with lowering her head and, not daring to look up at each other, a stubborn little voice retorted. Sister, don't talk nonsense. Where did Linger come from? Oh, is that really true? Bai Su pressed on, her eyes firmly fixed on the little ninny. With regards to the look Lu Linger displayed, how could it be hidden from her as her sister? You're treating your sister like an outsider. What is it that you can't tell me? Tell my sister the truth, did you or didn't you? In the face of Bai Su's persistent questioning, Lu Linger couldn't hold on to the defense of her heart anymore, so stammered. Actually, Linger doesn't know if that feeling is liking. So tell me with your sister what that feeling you were talking about is like. Bai Su sniffed and asked in a hurry. Then she saw the little ninny thinking dully that the big watery eyes turned nimbly. Let the spirit think about it. As Lu Linger thought about it, images of spending time with Yang Bai continued to float in her mind. Sitting next to the young master and watching him take a nap, happily beating his chest and kneading his back, and seeing the young master standing by the river. Ha. This silly girl, thinking about it, actually heatedly giggled. Seeing her own sister being charmed by someone else into this kind of nymphomania, Bai Su burst into tears. Seeing her keep giggling like that, Bai Su finally couldn't stand it anymore and so a chiseled chestnut came over her little head. Ouch! The pained Lu Linger's eyes glared at Bai Su with grudging eyes, her small hand covering her head, her face full of unhappiness. Sister, what are you doing, you bully Linger too? If I don't bring you back to reality, I'm afraid you're dreaming of marrying your lover brother. Bai Su threw a blank stare at the little ninny. No way. And you don't need to tell me about that feeling of yours. My sister already knows it in her heart. Well, it's getting late, so I'll leave you alone. Sister, you have an early night. After saying that, Bai Su exited Lu Linger's room. Walking to the door, through the crack, she could still see the girl actually giggling there again, with his hands propped up on his little head, and his legs behind him rocking ceaselessly. And a heckle from time to time. Bai Su, who saw this scene, couldn't help but shake her head straight. Within the great hall, couldn't she see that it was just something Yang Bai said casually? She looked at her sister sitting in front of the bed and sighed inwardly. I hope this Nico's relationship doesn't end in tragedy. 100,000 mountains, with a dry land inside. The Great Mountain Mystery Realm is divided into 9 levels. The deeper we go into the 9th layer, the more the danger factor increases, and that means the further back you go the greater the treasure of opportunity. Many cultivators who were keen on exploring the secret realm had claimed that there were Emperor soldiers hidden within the 9th layer of the secret realm. The foremost cultivator was now deep into the 6th layer. Exploring the cultivation of the 6th level showed that they were within the passage to the 7th level of the aura coming from the Imperial soldier was vaguely felt. The news spread frantically throughout the entire Kunlun immortal cultivation world. There were already quite a few Holy Land Great Clan forces that had begun to put in saint-level cultivators to head to the secret realm. More and more disciples and elders from powerful forces were streaming in. Enter the secret realm to scavenge for treasure opportunities for the clan. And the scattered cultivators who have no power have gathered together. A powerful force called the Scattered Cultivators Alliance was formed. Imperial soldiers had a fatal attraction to the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. Emperor's soldier. As the name suggests, they are supreme weapons used by great emperors. Each imperial weapon is made by a great emperor powerhouse, through his own imperial source chi, constantly hardened. Nowadays, the forces that possess imperial soldiers are all the giants of Kunlun. Just a wisp of imperial might released from activating an imperial weapon could easily obliterate a quasi-emperor powerhouse. This was the deterrent power of an imperial soldier. However, to activate an emperor soldier, only a great emperor powerhouse could fully utilize its power. As for non-great emperor realms, unauthorized activation of an emperor's weapon would endure a powerful backlash. Only a quasi-emperor would be able to barely catalyze an imperial soldier, but he would also be seriously injured by the force of the backlash. Under a paramount emperor, the person who catalyzes it must die. That's why the news of the emperor's soldier was rumored within the 100,000 mysteries. The crowd of cultivators would become so crazy. At this moment, the first level of the secret realm, a beautiful red-clothed silhouette was constantly looking around. What's special is that there's a plush doll dragon lying on top of her shoulder. The young girl was none other than Yang Yuchan, who had finally arrived at her destination after a period of time. The first 3 levels of the secret realm had a hint of something special about them. That's all beings are equal. Once a cultivator steps into the space of the first 3 secret levels, regardless of his or her cultivation level, all of them will be suppressed to the Yuanshan realm. And at this time, Yang Yuchan was only in the Tian Yuan realm. But since the moment she stepped into the secret realm, her cultivation breath then came to the Yuanshan realm. At first she was pleasantly surprised, but then she learned from Kuro that it was only temporary. Once she left the secret realm, or traveled to the 4th level, then she returned to the Tian Yuan realm. It was like throwing cold water on her head, dousing the leap of faith within her. AI Master, to tell you the truth. In fact, Master doesn't need to come to this so-called secret realm to practice at all. As long as you keep following your lord, it won't be difficult for my master to surpass me in minutes. Seeing Yang Yuchan's frustrated face, Xiao He couldn't help but raise his voice to remind him. It had seen Yang Bai's supreme strength with its own eyes before. It was no problem to say that he was walking horizontally in the entire Kunlun realm. At the thought of it, it sighed. Again, with a sense of, why had he never heard of Yang Bai's great name before? How did such a terrifying powerhouse suddenly appear in the Kunlun realm? Hearing Blackie say that, Yang Yuchan's mind went back to Yang Bai strutting and shaking his head in front of her. Ma'am, remember, your husband, I am invincible. So Yang Yuchan smiled sweetly and shook her head. Kuro, though it's true that husband has this ability to help me become strong quickly, but I don't want to be subservient to him, to be a vase around him. By the way, little Blackie, do you know what level husband's cultivation level really is? Speaking of which, Yang Yuchan asked a question she had always been curious about. Facing Yang Yuchan's question, Xiao He was momentarily stumped. It was very clear about how powerful Yang Bai was, but it couldn't really say anything about the specific realm. The first emperor? The second? Actually, I'm not sure of the exact realm your lordship is in, but you should know, Master. Your Excellency is considered a supreme powerhouse in terms of the entire Kunlun realm, like those so-called saints and kings. In front of His Excellency, it's nothing more than a fart. Yang Yuchan, who heard these words, couldn't help but lightly cover her red lips, revealing an expression of disbelief. Chapter 46, The Holy Path is tough. The dead bones are countless. All below the Holy Realm are ants, the realm of returning to the origin. Already, the previous 8 realms had been blended together. Cultivators who reached this realm initially realized the meaning of returning to the basics. One could try to charge towards the realm of the Holy Realm, but when that time comes, there are 3 major problems ahead of the cultivator. That's 100 yokes, 1,000 questions, and a million things. These 3 major realms were the paths that cultivators had to go through to step into the realm of the sacred realm, and they were called the 3 haltings of the sacred realm by cultivators. The first stop is 100 yokes, the so-called 100 shackles, in layman's terms, meant that those who reached this realm would be bound with hundreds of shackles on their bodies. A cultivator of the 100 yoke realm needs to constantly break free of those 100 yokes through himself. This is how you can advance to the next realm. The second stop is 1,000 questions. The so-called 1,000 questions are those in which a monk questions his own Taoism, and only those with a strong heart and mind. Only then can you be in the position to cultivate this realm. 1,000 questions realm cultivator, at this stage, is constantly stabilizing his Tao. Prepare for the heart demon tribulation of the quasi-saint thunder tribulation afterwards. The last stop is Vientian, Wanxiang. As the name suggests, it is all things in heaven and earth, all things on earth. The only way to enter this realm is to see the world for yourself. To see the world, realize your own unique insights into all things in heaven and earth. This realm tests the cultivator's enlightenment, and those who lack enlightenment. Then one will be completely lost in all the phenomena of this heaven and earth, thus forgetting who one is and losing one's Taoist heart. How could it be so easy to step into the realm of the saint realm? With these 3 stops alone, I don't know how many cultivators have fallen. A stop is more difficult than a stop, and a stop is more dangerous than a stop. If you're not careful, at any moment, he could become a nameless withered bone on top of the holy road. After 1,000 dangers, I finally stepped through the realm of the 3 stops. The cultivator, however, had not yet truly touched the threshold of the sacred realm. After experiencing the ordeal of the 3 stops, the cultivator will completely return to the basics and reach a whole new realm. That's indestructible. Immortality realm cultivators, after baptism, have been transformed, enough to move mountains and fill up the sea. Just one hand can shake heaven and earth. Those who reached this realm could actually break through to Paragon at any time, but there was still one last hurdle to break through to quasi-sainthood, and it was also the most difficult one. It's simply not comparable to the previous 3 stops. That was the Paraclete Thunder Tribulation. For the quasi-saint Thunder Tribulation, outsiders couldn't help. They could only rely on their own strength to cross the tribulation. There were a total of 779 heavenly thunderbolts descending, and the further back they went, the more powerful the heavenly thunderbolts became. But there's much more to it than that, whenever it comes down to it. From the thunderbolt on top of it will descend to the heart of the devil to disrupt the mind. The slightest carelessness will end up in the ashes. The most despairing thing was that last thunderbolt, the heavenly thunderbolt that contained a hint of holy might. This thin strand of holy might was enough to overwhelm 90% of the cultivators, and with just a single holy might, it was enough to suppress cultivators below the saint realm. However, some cultivators who carry a powerful bloodline can avoid this thunderbolt and cultivate undying perfection. It would be possible to directly advance to paramount sainthood. Like back then, when Bai Su possessed the ancient heavenly serpent bloodline, she skipped the quasi-saint thunder tribulation, stepping directly into the Paraclete. Xiao He was likewise the same. The power of the heavenly Tao demonic dragon's bloodline could not be weaker than the ancient heavenly serpent in the slightest, or even as if it had been. But skipping the thunderbolt isn't exactly a good thing. While the thunderbolt was destroying the cultivator, it was likewise continuously tempering the cultivator's body. Enhances the cultivator's physical strength by a lot. And the benefits of being baptized by a thunderbolt don't stop there. Heavenly thunder also has the ability to improve a cultivator's physical gifts. If one's enlightenment was heaven-defying, one could even comprehend a trace of the laws of the thunder road after the thunder tribulation. The so-called power of law. That was a great power that was more powerful and high-end than spiritual power. Generally speaking, only by reaching the Saint King realm could one barely sense and comprehend a trace of the power of the laws. From there, one could imagine how rare this power of law was. Cultivators who could master the laws were all giants on one side in the Kunlun realm. That's why the benefits of thunderbolts for cultivators are self-evident. But But the prerequisite for all of this was to be able to survive this terrifying thunderbolt. Some cultivators are obsessed with confidence and covet the benefits of the thunderbolt, to forcefully cross the tribulation even at the risk of being powerful, and end up with a dead body. All in all, crossing and not crossing have their own benefits. As the saying goes, all under the holy realm are ants. These words are not empty words. When I think about it, Xiao He, who just broke through the quasi-saintly, with his own strength, he had very easily exterminated several peak undying cultivators on the spot. Those few undying peak powerhouses couldn't even put up a shred of resistance. This was enough to reflect the world of difference between the powerhouses of the sacred realm and the cultivators under them. And the quasi-saint who had only just stepped into the realm of the saint realm was so perverted. One could imagine how terrifying those saints and saint kings should be. But at this time, Yang Yuchan learned from Xiao He's mouth that, how could such a powerful man be considered nothing but a fart in front of her husband? She also had some understanding of how difficult the path to the sacred realm was. I don't know how many cultivators fell on the path to sainthood. And those powerhouses within the holy realm were actually so bad in front of Yang Bai? Yang Yuchan then looked at Xiao He with a slightly skeptical gaze. Koro, don't you dare swindle me. I know exactly what my husband was like before. Even though I've learned that he has some secrets. It's not that much of a stretch, is it? Blackie sniffed and licked his little paw absently. Master, how could I possibly lie to you? I think I was also wildly abused by His Excellency. I'm afraid there is no one who can speak more eloquently than I am when it comes to the horrors of my lord. Only when Yang Yuchan heard this did she half-heartedly nod her head. The secret territory of the 100,000 mountains hid a lot of treasures everywhere. Various kinds of pills, talismans, and superb weapons that are rare to see on a normal day. There is a lot to be had within the secret territory, and that made it inevitable for the cultivators who entered the secret realm together to fight. In order to get the elixir equipment, many cultivators are going around robbing and killing people for their treasures. It is played out all the time within the secret territory. In the midst of this chaotic secret realm, there was only an agile and compact red pretty girl that kept weaving in and out of the secret realm. Everywhere she passes, the fragrance of this wonderful woman wafts through the air. The red shadow was none other than Yang Yuchan, who, ever since she and Yang Bai had been happily married and joined together, just always had a thing for red dresses. For on that day, the day when she felt happiest, in a red dress that, nowadays wearing red at all times would feel like overflowing in that atmosphere all the time. She was currently rushing towards a secret room not far away, only to see her look slightly anxious and, the mouth kept muttering, Lidlow, don't let anything happen to you guys. Chapter 47, Encountering an Acquaintance, the Valiant Cicada. Inside the chamber, an elixir emitting a faint fragrance was hovering in the center of the secret room. There were several circles of special Dan patterns on it, which was precisely the void-breaking Dan, peak Yuanshan powerhouses. When advancing to the refined void realm, take this Dan. It can increase the success rate of breakthrough by 40%. And at this moment, inside the secret room, Li Xiufei was supporting Li Qingluo with one hand. With fierce faces, they glared at the three burly men who surrounded them in front of them. Those three strong men came from the same force, and it was not difficult to see that they came from the western desert by looking at their clothing. Not long ago, Li Xiufei as well as Li Qingluo were the first to discover the secret room where the void-breaking pill was hidden. But just as the two of them were getting the pills, that's when three uninvited guests suddenly came. So they broke out into a fight, and the Li Xiufei duo were clearly no match for each other. Brother cough cough, you leave me alone. You go. Li Qingluo lightly coughed a few times, and blood was suddenly spat out from his mouth. His face pale. Humph. Little beauty. Don't you worry. I won't let you die just like that. I didn't realize there were such delicate beauties in this eastern wasteland. He. Several people swept their eyes colorfully over Li Qingluo's dimpled and shapely body. The harumph was about to come out. Bah! You three stinking Hans! How dare you hit on my sister's attention? Hearing the filthy words of the three, Li Xiufei angrily rebuked towards the several people. Humph! Bastard! How dare you be rampant at the end of your life? With that, one of the strong men charged across the room towards Li Xiufei. The muscles in his body exploded with infinite brute force. Li Xiufei then felt a strong fist wind coming towards him. Unable to do anything else, he pushed away the injured Li Qingluo as he, crossing his sword in front of him to parry the incoming blow. Bang! The barbarian slammed his fist into the sword. Immediately, Li Xiufei felt a mountain of power pouring over his body. Immediately afterward, his figure flew backwards, and seeing this moment, another burly man seized the opportunity, and, with a flash, came up behind him and, toward him was another violent blow. Li Xiufei was ultimately unable to defeat four hands with two fists, and was beaten back, his chi and blood rolling. Just as the three burly men were combining their efforts towards him, Yang Yuchan, who had heard the news, finally arrived. Seeing that the situation was so critical, she pulled out a basilisk sword from her waist and breath erupted from his body. For elephant sword technique, green dragon chop, only to see her eyes flash a sharp sword aura, turning the Xian iron sword in her hand. A sword mane accompanied by a green dragon's shadow swept towards those three people. Powerful sword intent rushed up to the sky, and when the three of them felt a chill in their heavenly aura, it was already too late when he realized that he was locked by the sword intent. The green dragon sword awnings instantly overwhelmed the three. Yang Yuchan, on the other hand, quickly held the two of them hostage and exited the secret room, so as not to be affected by the aftermath of the sword stance. As the thick rolling dust and smoke cleared, three burly men revealed themselves. They obviously hadn't fallen yet, but their bodies were pierced with skin and flesh by Yang Yuchan's sword awnings. The three of them, which had thick skin and flesh, took her sword trick hard. Ahem, I didn't realize I had help. Here comes an even prettier little sissy. Humph. Bitch, don't be so proud. You just got lucky with your sneak attack. Seeing that the three of them still looked as if they could not see the coffin, so Yang Yuchan carried her sword towards the three again. Humph. Three disgusting bedbugs. I married long ago. How dare you hit on me? It makes me sick to see you all like this. She looked disgusted, so she softly recited, for elephant sword technique, for elephant combination, for elephant chop. Immediately, an unprecedentedly powerful sword intent erupted around her. The invisible sword awnings pierced the skin of the three burly men with raw pain, and the eruption of the sword awnings made it impossible for them to open their eyes. No good. They detected a strong crisis of death in the slowly rising sword intent, but it's too late to think about running. The shadows of the four divine beasts came out in unison, and with a destructive aura, they drowned the three of them. This time, their chances of survival were completely extinguished. Seeing this, only then did Yang Yuchan retrieve the Xian sword in a dashing manner, and the whole action was completed in a single breath. It was quite a valiant style. This sword move called the four elephant sword technique. It was something that Yang Bai had fumbled through the corpses of those few peak indestructible powerhouses when he had traveled to the eastern wasteland to seize the Nine Turns Heavenly Shan Lotus. And this sword skill was useless to Yang Bai, so he just brought it back, gave it to Yang Yuchan. At the same time that Xian Iron Sword was also the matching sword of a peak indestructible powerhouse at that time. With this layer of buffs, this was what caused Yang Yuchan to erupt with such terrifying strength. Easily did one against three. Li Qingluo and the two of them looked at the somewhat unfamiliar figure in front of them, and both fell into silence. Seeing that the trouble was over, and after looking around to make sure that there was no other danger, only then did Yang Yuchan walk towards the duo with great interest, happily catching up with them. What a coincidence. It's really been a long time. Lightning Luo and Little Fei Di. They hadn't seen each other since her wedding to Yang Bai, and now that they'd met again, a few pleasantries are inevitable. The two of them sniffed before they slowed down, and Li Qingluo said with an incredulous face, "Are you really my cane? How did it get so strong?" As he spoke, Li Qingluo also carefully disliked pretty to Yang Yuchan looking up and down in front of her. "Yeah, Sister Chan, it's only been just over a month since we've seen each other. Why do you seem so different all of a sudden? I don't even recognize you anymore." Yang Yuchan enjoyed this look of surprise from the two of them at this time very much. Thinking about finally raised my eyebrows for a moment, so she pushed the nearer Li Qingluo with slight dislike. "I am who I am. Yang Yuchan is also how is it? I'm strong now, right? He. Seeing her smug face, Li Qingluo suddenly cried and laughed, and no longer suspected her identity. "It's this character. Absolutely right. Cicada, how did you suddenly come to this secret realm? And where is your brother Yang Bai? Why don't you see him here with you? This brother Yang Bai is also good enough to let you come alone." At this time, Li Qingluo realized that Yang Yuchan was actually alone, so she couldn't help but to blame Yang Bai. Yes so. Why didn't Brother Dabai come with Sister Cicada? Brother Dabai is really something too. How could he let go and let Sister Cicada be alone, in a place of great danger? At this time, Li Xiufei also stood out to fight for Yang Yuchan. Seeing that the two of them actually defended themselves so well, Yang Yuchan felt relieved. Seeing that they thought it was Yang Bai who had abandoned her, they hurriedly explained, "I came to the secret realm mainly because I wanted to practice and polish my strength. Yang Bai didn't leave me behind either. She even gave me a powerful bodyguard. Come on Kuro, they're my best friends. Say hi to them." Chapter 48, Friendship Lives On. Growling. A loud grunt came from Yang Yuchan and she sniffed at it, only to see that Xiao He was lazily lying flat on top of his person's fragrant shoulder, with bubbles coming out of his nostrils. Looking at the scene, she was furious, so Yang Yuchan puffed out her cheeks in exasperation, and stretched out her delicate hand and, a finger poked the bubble. Immediately afterward Blackie was awakened from his sleep, sat up in alarm, rubbed his sleepy eyes, And, look around. What happened to the master? Li Qingluo on the side was preparing to see the joke of its people, when he saw that Xiaohei actually came alive. At first she thought it was a stuffed animal hanging over its person's shoulder. Wow, Cicada, where did you buy this little dragon cub? So cute and bouncy and cute. Li Qingluo had no resistance to such a small and cute creature. Between the words he couldn't help but step forward and grab little Black in his hands, playing with it recklessly, and he kept tugging on Blackie's Q-tip face. I'm the famous Heaven's Path Demon Dragon. Little, how dare you treat me like this? I'll make you look good. Xiaohei, who had been treated as a toy and played with recklessly, was furious. AI little cutie, you say sister looks good? You've got a good eye. I'll give you a reward. Enchanted beyond recognition, Li Qingluo beamed at Xiaohei and, showing his red lips towards it, he was about to kiss it. At this time, it was good that Yang Yuchan snatched back Xiaohei in time and said to Li Qingluo, helplessly holding her forehead, Light Ruo, calm down. Li Xiaofei, who was on the side, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw his own sister in such a state. It was completely at odds with her usual demure and generous fair ladylike appearance. My dear Cicada, don't be so stingy. Let me have this little dragon cub. Will you? I'll trade spirit stones with you. As soon as these words came out, Yang Yuchan instantly became vigilant, protecting Xiaohei to the death. Eyes guarded at its people. No way. It's a gift from that deadbeat in my house. How can I let you have it? Absolutely not. Yang Yuchan hurriedly shook her head like a wave drum. Did brother Yang Bai give it to you? Then I'll ask him to give me one when I meet him someday. Seeing Li Qingluo's starry-eyed appearance, Yang Yuchan hurriedly explained to her about Xiaohei's identity. Actually, what Xiaohei said just now is true. It is indeed the Heaven's Path Demon Dragon. Only after her explanation did Li Qingluo dispel the idea in her mind that, somewhat regretfully, he looked at Xiaohei, who was in his person's arms. AI, so that's how it is? That's too bad. So you're called Blackie. This Yang Bai's brother has no taste. How can such a cute little guy have such an awful name? While Li Xiaofei listened to her explanation, his focus could not be on his sister's channel at all. Paraclete? Heavenly Tao Demon Dragon? Pets? This? Li Xiaofei exclaimed in disbelief. Sister Cicada, is this really a gift from Brother Dabai himself? When he thought that Brother Big White had actually given a quasi-saint level Heavenly Tao Demon Dragon to his daughter-in-law, Li Xiaofei was shocked beyond measure. Paramount Saints? That's a realm he can't even dream of imagining. This was completely the level that he had never been able to reach in his entire life. Was this still the Big White brother he knew? I actually kind of can't believe it. He's just so sudden. Suddenly you're talking to me about being invincible. But he had that gangly look all day before. It was really unbelievable. At first I didn't believe it either. But after all this time the dead ghost has shown his strength. That's when I was convinced that he did have some secrets. It took Li Xiaofei a long time to get over his shock. Li Qingluo, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear to this and was still obsessing over Xiaohei. I'm so envious of Cicada. I can't believe I have such a strong and considerate husband. If I had been the one to set it up with brother Yang Bai when I was a child. The perceptive Yang Yuchan heard something extraordinary. Only a dangerous glint was seen in her eyes. Lightlow, what are you thinking? You actually want to steal Yang Bai from me? I'll strangle you. As soon as the words fell, Yang Yuchan made a flying lunge towards Li Qingluo. With one hand in a death grip around its person's neck, she was pinned down, while the other hand was roaming around her body. Ha 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 ha. Cicada. Cicada. Don't. Can't I be wrong? Stop tickling me. Li Qingluo was suppressed by Yang Yuchan without any power to fight back, and the whole person laughed and shook with laughter. Tears of laughter came out of the corners of my eyes. Let's see if you still dare to get a bad idea. Humph. You still want to hit on my Yang Bai. I think you owe me a beating. With that, she slapped towards Li Qingluo's little butt. Don't I surrender? Can't I just surrender? Li Xiaofei, on the other hand, stood quietly on the side, looking at the two women who rolled on the ground and fought to their heart's content. The thought crossed my mind. It's so nice everyone is still the same as when we were kids. The four of them wore the same pair of pants when they were kids. Not only would the two of them, Yang Bai and Li Xiaofei, hang out from time to time, but the two women were the same. Inside the space of the life and death rune mark, Yang Bai's spirit body silently watched everything outside, and his heart was flooded with relief. When he was born, he lost his mother, and at a very young age, his father went away and, he said he wanted to find his mother, but until now he has not been seen. Thinking of this, Yang Bai had probed the entire Kunlun realm inside and out with his divine sense before, and yet there was no sense of its person. Seeing this, he had to stop. So, Yang Bai grew up lacking parental love, and fortunately, he also had Yang Yuchan, who was both his daughter-in-law and his big sister, who had always treated him well. And there's Li Xiaofei and Li Qingluo. The close friendship with the two also fills that gap in the psyche. The two women tussled for a few moments, both panting and looking at each other. The two mountain ranges on her chest continued to rise and fall. AI then again. How did you and little Fei Di come to this secret realm? Is it also for the sake of practicing? At this time, Yang Yuchan suddenly inquired curiously. No, my brother and I came with Lord Yuqing. It's just that the two of us got separated not long ago from the Empress who came with us as well as the 9 Shin maidens. After that we stumbled upon the secret room where the void-breaking pill was hidden. That's what just happened. The last thing I expected was to meet you here. Li Qingluo excitedly described the experience with Yang Yuchan. If that's the case, then next, let's move together so that we can take care of each other. Yang Yuchan suggested. Chapter 49, The Dark Side of Humanity. Li Qingluo nodded and immediately agreed. Subsequently, the three of them traveled in pairs, seeing countless scenes of murder and treasure along the way where they passed. Eastern Wasteland, Karen Realm. The Qilin demon sovereign was lying on the bed, his face still pale. Ahem. A few violent coughs reached the ears of Muze, who had been guarding his person's side. Muze sniffed and hurriedly helped the Qilin demon sovereign up. Muze, how long has this honored one been unconscious? Returning to the words of the great exalted one, you have been unconscious for 3 whole days. 3 days? Did those old foxes notice anything during that time? The Qilin demon sovereign asked with a worried face. Please don't worry, great father. These days, my subordinates have been circling them. But, they seem to have detected a hint of something. It's amazing that those old guys didn't receive your orders. Great exalted one. He sent his men to the 100,000 mountains without authorization. Muze thought of the fact that ever since the Qilin demon sovereign fell into a coma, all this time the eastern wasteland was showing some vague signs of chaos. The Qilin demon sovereign didn't show too much of a surprised expression. His face as calm as water. Humph. This is all within the expectations of this honorable man. Speak with my father. Who are they? Upon hearing this, Muze respectfully listed the lists one by one. The most rampant of them all is the mythical ancestor with his golden winged rock. The mythical beast clan led by them as well as the Kuan Pang clan are kind of close to breaking away from the Qilin realm's control. They're the ones who took the liberty this time. I also asked the Great One to make a deterrent move. The Qilin demon sovereign smiled evilly. Are they thinking that my father can't do it anymore? Mythical ancestor as well as the golden winged rock were not weak, both having the cultivation of a 7th tribulation paragon. It is second only to the Kirin demon sovereign in the entire eastern wasteland. And the two clans were only inferior to the Qilin clan. In the eastern wasteland it could be said that it was below one clan and above all clans. During the Qilin demon sovereign's heyday, the two naturally didn't dare to venture out. But after learning that he had been seriously injured by the mysterious powerhouse, they could no longer sit still. Since that's the case, it's a good time to take this opportunity to cleanse the entire eastern wasteland for once. So much time has passed that they've forgotten who really owns this eastern wasteland. Muse asked at this point. Then, Your Holiness, this 100,000 mountains. I know what you want to say. Just let them go. But this 100,000 mountains is by no means as simple as you think. It's not time yet. Let's wait and see what happens. It involves a heavenly demon. The Qilin demon sovereign hastily interrupted him. Hearing the words heavenly demon, Muze's face visibly changed. This 100,000 mountains actually has something to do with the heavenly devil? In the Kunlun realm, only a very small number of people know about this. So keep it quiet and just let those who don't know how to die scout the way for us first. Humph. Muze, as his most trusted confidant, and as the head of the 8 strongest warring factions under him. So the secret in the 100,000 mountains was told. Muze, now this father orders you to take an object and go to the mythical beast clan as well as the Kuan Pang clan. With your cultivation of a 6th happening paragon, it just so happens that it's most appropriate for you to go in this matter. With that, the Qilin demon sovereign took out an object and handed it to Muze. As soon as Muze looked at him, he immediately understood and hurriedly exited the hall. And after he left, the Qilin demon Zun spat out another mouthful of blood violently and fell asleep once again. As one of the 4 great powerhouses of the Kunlun realm, the 9-jacketed quasi-emperor of his, just by taking a simple pressure from Yang Bai, he suffered such heavy internal injuries. 100,000 mountains, within the secret territory, after a long journey through the thorns and thistles, the 3 of them, Yang Yuchan, also managed to arrive at the intersection leading to the 2nd level. With Yang Yuchan as a powerful fighter along the way, they could be said to have gained a lot. After Li Qingluo obtained a fistful of red Winshin silk, paired with the Peiyuan Dan, it can permanently increase the speed of cultivation in small increments, while Li Xiaofei obtained a strand of strange flame this flame was called White Cloud Spirit Amazing. He was very excited to get this flame and there was no shortage of strange flames like the white cloud spirit amazing flame between heaven and earth. After obtaining this strange flame, it was able to enhance the cultivator's battle power by a certain amount. Haha, this flame is just cool. Li Xiufei was still constantly surveying the white flames that surrounded his body. Okay, Fitty, stop playing. Next we're going forward to the second level. The second level will only be more dangerous than the first, so let's be careful, Yang Yuchan said to the duo. Along the way, she didn't look at anything, having what Yang Bai gave her. Naturally, I don't see any of this. Now that more and more cultivators were pouring into the secret realm, some of the sect disciples from the big powers, they were so powerful that they couldn't even look at the first few floors. Naturally, he explored deeper. With the news of the 9th floor possessing imperial soldiers spreading out, the saint-level elders who were previously holding down the path outside the secret boundaries to protect their own disciples. Originally, they had prided themselves on being holy realm powerhouses and disdained to compete with their juniors for opportunities. But at this moment, they could no longer control their inner desire and greed, and they put down their stature, enter the secret world to explore. So with the influx of those saint realm powerhouses, this secret realm became more and more dangerous. Yang Yuchan and the three of them looked at the passageway to the second level and resolutely stepped in. It was only after some heavenly spinning that the party finally landed. All three of them were thrown to the ground in a state of disarray. Straightening her dress, Yang Yuchan looked around and realized that the space on the second level was even more solid. The surroundings were also pitch black, with an aura of danger emanating from everywhere. While the three were unsure of where to go, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Yang Yuchan was on the alert in a hurry, slowly pulling out that Shin iron sword at her waist. Hee, a few fellow Taoists, please don't be nervous yet. I mean no harm. By the looks of the three of you, I'm afraid you've just arrived at this second level. Li Qingluo and the others didn't dare to relax, and didn't let the man's simple few words dissuade them. They had seen a lot of shady scenes along the way. Some of them were smiling and saying hello to you one second, only to end up with such a cut in your back the next second when you're not looking. During this period of time, the three, who were not deeply initiated into the world, had suffered a lot in this aspect of human nature. Once, they saved a little girl with a pathetic appearance, thought it did a good job. As a result, just when the three were in trouble, she actually suddenly delivered a fatal blow towards their backs. Fortunately, there was Little Black, which had long seen through her, so at the critical moment, Little Black stepped in and that's what saved a few people. After that lesson, Yang Yuchan and the three of them realized the sinister nature of the world. It's all about the darker side of humanity that they don't normally get to see. This was also the reason why Yang Bai was very supportive of Yang Yuchan's desire to go forward for training. He was a member of the Blue Star in his previous life. What kind of metaphysical novels hadn't he read? He naturally knew something about the various aspects of the world of immortal cultivation. Chapter 50, All the women gather together, surprised by the heavenly devil's dry bodies. So what? The three of them, Yang Yuchan, had their eyes dead set on the silhouette in front of them and were on guard. Three fellow Taoists, I really don't have any ill intentions. I've come because I have something I want to ask for your help. Only to see a crane-haired, kindly old man coming from the darkness. Sorry, forgive us for not being able to help. Farewell. After saying that, Yang Yuchan pulled up Li Qingluo and walked towards the other side. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly blocked their way. Three of you, you've just come to the second level. You don't know anything. The second level is different from the first. The treasures of opportunity here are not scattered everywhere. Instead, they are all concentrated in a central hall. But that great hall has been set up with a terrifying prohibition, and it will be difficult for any force alone to break it. That's why we're calling on all the monks around here to work together to break the ban. The old man carefully explained the specifics of the second layer with the three of them. Yang Yuchan and Li Xiufei exchanged eye contact and were not sure whether to believe what their people said or not. What the old man said is true. I can sense it. In the central area, a large number of cultivators have gathered. At this time, Xiao He transmitted his voice to a few people. Hearing that Little Black had said so, the few people then dropped their guard. According to the old man, then we would like to contribute. After saying that, the three of them followed the old man to the entrance of the central hall. At the gate, a sea of cultivators were gathered at this time. Now that there was no interest in strife, the crowd stopped fighting. Yang Yuchan's gaze was quickly attracted to the majestic hall in front of her. The great hall is majestic, and the cracks that cover it clearly reflect its vicissitudes. Above the great hall, a terrifying layer of prohibition was covered with the naked eye. This was the culprit that turned away the crowd of cultivators. Sister, I seem to have sensed Lord Yuqing's aura, Li Xiufei said excitedly towards Li Qingluo. Upon hearing this, Li Qingluo also gladly stated that she had similarly sensed it as well. So she said to Yang Yuchan, Cicada, we've sensed the queen and the others. We're heading forward to rendezvous now. What do you think? That's good. I'm afraid the competition on this second level will only be fiercer than the first. It's good to have more help. With that said, the few people then followed their senses to quickly find Xian Yuqing and the others. My officers Li Xiufei and Li Light Luo have met you all. Your Excellencies. At this moment, Gong Qingya stood with the 9 heavenly mysteries, and was likewise waiting for the prohibition to break. Since sensing the strange movements in the 100,000 mountains, Gong Qingya immediately took the 9 Xianwei, come to the 100,000 mountains. But what they didn't expect was that the disturbance had actually attracted cultivators from the entire Kunlun realm. Xian Yuqing looked over at the sound of the voice and instantly showed a surprised expression on his face. Li Xiaofei, Li Lightning Luo, the two of you actually came to the second level as well? The duo had gotten separated from them on the first level before. In the midst of this murderous secret realm, Xian Yuqing had thought that the two had met an untimely end. But I didn't expect to meet at the second level. My lord, my humble servant would like to introduce you. This is Yang Yuchan. He was a childhood playmate of Fei and I. Cicada, this is Yuqing Xian Maiden, my brother and I's head supervisor yet. She treats us so well. Li Qingluo hurriedly began to introduce himself to the duo. As a person of the Fire Yuan Kingdom, Yang Yuchan had naturally heard of the great name of Yuqing Xian Maiden before. An unassuming greeting followed. My name is Yang Yuchan. I've met the Jade Clear Xian Maiden. So you're Lightning Luo and Fei's friends. Nice to meet you. At this time, Gong Qingya and the others also leaned over at the sound. What's wrong? Sister Yuqing? What happened? Luo Shishue was the first to ask. Seeing Gong Qingya and the others rush over, Xian Yuqing hurriedly explained. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that 2 of my men rushed over to meet us as well. Oh. Gong Qingya sniffed and said with some curiosity as she sized up the trio for a few moments. Yuqing, your ministry is good. To actually be able to walk to the second level by yourself. Seeing that Li Qingluo and his duo were actually able to break through to the second level, he was immediately in love with his talent. Not bad, Yuqing. I didn't expect your men to possess such strength. I don't know where the people I brought with me are now. Su Tao Xian Maiden said in a snarky manner towards Xian Yuqing. Just as the crowd was gathering, a majestic voice came from a short distance away. Everyone, I am the deacon of the Scattered Cultivator Alliance. This seat, Dugu Wentian. It is this seat that has summoned you all here, in order to be able to obtain the treasure therein. Now, it's the time for us to combine our efforts to break through the prohibition and enter the Great Hall. This seat guarantees that all of you who have contributed will be able to receive some chance after the restraints are opened. Now, you and I will work together to break the restraints. After saying that middle-aged man called Dugu Wentian had his breath exuded. A ripple of chi shook the space. With that, he stored up his strength and struck towards that forbidden system. Seeing this, the crowd also built up their strength to send out attacks towards the forbidden system. As for the last thing he said, the crowd dismissed it as a fart. Anyone who is a human being knows that he's just painting a big picture. As soon as the ban was opened, he was a different person again. Rumble rumble. The forbidden barrier clashed violently with the roiling attacks struck by the crowd. The prohibition had been there for some years, but the power was still there. Even with the strength of all the people, they still couldn't shake it in the slightest. Seeing this, Dugu Wentian cursed in his heart and then shouted, Gentlemen, don't keep your hands up. If this continues, no one will be able to get the treasure inside. With that said, Dokurak Wentian increased his power to blast towards the forbidden system. Gong Qingya was also leading the 9 heavenly mysteries to continuously bombard the prohibitions at this time. But no one is doing their best. After a period of warm water boiling the frog, this prohibition was eventually worn down by the combined efforts of the crowd. As the prohibition was broken, look at the door of the Great Hall was slowly opening. Many cultivators had waited for several days, and at this time, seeing that the hall had finally been opened, they could no longer sit still. So frantically, he ran towards the central hall. Ha ha, the opportunity and treasure are all mine. Ha ha. Seeing this scene, Li Xiufei also wanted to move forward, but was stopped by Xian Yuqing. Xian Yuqing signaled with his eyes that he should not act rashly yet. The Gong Qingya as well as the 9 heavenly mysteries on the side didn't move either. At that moment there was a sudden scream from the entrance of the Great Hall. Li Xiufei looked at the sound and saw only those cultivators who had just taken the lead in entering inside the hall. At the moment, they were all covered in a faint black aura and were covering their necks in pain. Dugu Wentian's eyes stared deathly at the several figures that stepped out from the entrance of the Great Hall. After a long time, those few cultivators collapsed to the ground, their vitality broken. Immediately afterward, in the depths of the Great Hall also slowly walked out a few black shadows. The same faint black gas rose from his body, emitting a foul odor. The cultivators were stunned. Could it be that there were still natives within the secret territory? Just when the crowd was confused, Those black shadows came towards them to kill them, and there was also a miserable roar coming out of his mouth. And the few cultivators whose vitality had just been severed, at this moment, even slowly stood up again. Gong Qingya and the others who watched the scene were at a loss for words. They had never seen such a bizarre scene. At this time, as lying on top of Yang Yuchan's fragrant shoulder of the small black, finally woke up from sleep. Rubbing its sleepy eyes, it saw the creepy scene even in its trance. Immediately, Xiao Hei was startled, sleepy, and exclaimed, This, heavenly demon dryad. How? Chapter 51, Little Black manifests his might and kills. The heavenly devil dryad was filled with outward breath. The transported one realm. These heavenly demon dryads had unexpectedly ignored the laws of the secret realm, and their strength had not been suppressed to the Yuanshan realm. Just as the crowd froze, the several black shadow dryads instantly rushed into the crowd. How could the crowd of cultivators at the Yuanshan realm be a match for the dryads at the transported one realm? For a moment, the secret realm on the second level screamed miserably. Seeing this, Dugu Wendian looked at the entrance of the great hall with an ironic expression on his face. In the depths of the central hall, more heavenly demon dry corpses were pouring out from it in a steady stream. The monks were killed without any power to fight back. Retreat! Gong Qingya looked at the cultivator alliance that was already in disarray and hurriedly shouted. Just as she was about to retreat with the 9 heavenly mysteries, a dryad had already rushed in front of her and, stopping them in their tracks. Spinning around, Gong Qingya had no choice but to tough it out. Sisters! Formation. Luo Shishue was in a state of crisis and immediately commanded the 9 Xian maidens to form a combined attack formation. Together with Gong Qingya, they met the battle and went forward. A dryad that is not restricted by the laws possesses the cultivation of the transported one realm. Gong Qingya, whose cultivation was suppressed at the Yuanshan realm, as well as Luo Shishue, were not even a match for him. The two of them were blown back by the dryad's punch, their chi and blood tumbling, and just one strike left them lightly injured. In a crisis of circumstances, Gong Qingya immediately activated the power rune that Yang Bai had left her back then. All of a sudden, her aura soared and she once again killed towards the dry corpse. Although cultivators entering the secret realm had their cultivation suppressed at the Yuanshan realm, the stronger their own cultivation was, then even if they were all suppressed to the same realm, their strength far exceeded that of those in lower realms. Whether it was in terms of combat skills or understanding of the Tao, it was all better. What on earth is this thing that can actually ignore the laws of the secret realm? Gong Qingya, who had the power rune enhancement, and Luo Shishue, who had formed a spell formation, joined forces. Fong was barely able to fight the dry corpse on an even keel. Luckily this thing doesn't know any spell fighting techniques, or it would be even more dangerous. This thing is dead, not alive. After many encounters, the sharp-eyed Luo Shishue quickly detected where that demonic dryad was flawed. She realized that although this dryad was incredibly strong, it would only use the power of flesh. This thing is quite difficult to deal with. We need to get rid of it and escape quickly. Xian Yuqing's eyes flicked to the other battlefields, seeing that there were other dryads coming towards them in the distance. Unable to help, he said with a worried look on his face. The zombies came at them like nobody's business, charging in their direction. Those temporary alliance cultivators along the road could be described as a scattered mass. Under the onslaught of those dryads, there was no counterattack at all. Unfortunately, the dry corpse was not afraid of any pain, and after being repulsed, it lunged again without any hesitation. Like a Tarsus that wrapped the two of them around Gong Qingya to death, they were completely unable to break free. On the other hand, as a deacon of the Lustraining Union, while commanding the cultivators to fend off the attack of the dryads, Dr. Wendy's figure sneaked away towards the outside. He was the strongest person present, with his cultivation reaching the 1,000 questions realm, but the tiger was bullied by the dog. Seeing so many recluse realm dry corpses killing, he can only run away. The scene instantly became one-sided. Just when the stalemate was over, another dry body lunged towards the large formation formed by the 9 heavenly mysteries from the side. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Yuchan stored up her sword and struck out with a 4-elephant sword technique. The dry corpse was sent flying backwards hundreds of meters by the sword awnings. Blackie, do you know where these came from? Yang Yuchan had just clearly heard Xiao Hei's cry of alarm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hei looked at those dry corpses that didn't fear pain and pounced on people when they saw them with an unbelievable face. This thing is called the Heavenly Demon Dryad, and when I advanced to the level of Paramount Saint, it appears in the memory of the ancient inheritance that I received. What exactly is the origin? I'm not really sure. Kill again, Yang Yuchan exclaimed. While the two were talking, the dryad came back to kill again. This time the target was aimed straight at her. Seeing this, the Li Qingluo duo on the side unhesitatingly blocked in front of his person. That dry corpse was as fast as lightning, and in the twinkling of an eye, it arrived in front of the two of them. hard iron fist slammed towards the duo. The winds of the fists whistled past, and the two of them were unable to do anything at all to counter them. But in the next second, a giant tail, also pitch black, smashed into the dryad's chest. Whip it hard and fly. Just a dark, black. The dragon shadow that emanated a demonic aura all over its body stood behind Li Qingluo and the two of them. In the face of such a critical scene, Xiaohei finally stopped giggling and stood sternly at the front. Little Black let out a piercing dragon roar. It stumped heavily towards the ground, its huge body shaking the sky and the earth. The stiff dry corpses all fell to the ground, and taking advantage of this moment, Blackie swung his dragon claws and, with a claw, he slapped away the dryad that was entangled with Gong Qingya and the others. Immediately, he lifted up Yang Yuchan as well as Li Qingluo and fled, leaving this place of wrongdoing. However, the huge body that Xiaohei had manifested also managed to attract the attention of a group of dryads. A large group of dry corpses stood up and came forward to kill towards Xiaohei. The speed of these dryads was extraordinary, and Blackie simply couldn't escape. Soon, Xiaohei was surrounded by densely packed dryads. In order to save Yang Yuchan and the others, Xiaohei threw the three of them towards Gong Qingya and the other side as soon as he could. Come on, scumbags, if I fear my lord, will I fear you, the living dead of the district? Only a circle of ancient runes lit up above Xiaohei's huge body, and his breath exploded. A gust of wind swept up. The crowd of dry corpses roared, lunging towards Xiaohei without fear of death. Immediately, Blackie poised an inky black demonic amazing dragon breath that emitted a terrifying aura gushed out from its mouth. Wherever the devil amazing passed, the dried corpses were turned into ashes. However, whenever a tiny bit of demonic amazement was stained on their bodies, those dry corpses were instantly burned through. This devil amazing spit was a natural divine ability that belonged solely to the Heaven's Path Devil Dragon clan, and it's still the ultimate avatar. Xiaohei was a quasi-saint himself, and even though his cultivation was now suppressed at the Yuanshan realm, it is also enough to deal with these half-assed recluse realm dry corpses that can't perform spell fighting techniques. This was an absolute crushing that belonged to the Tao. A host of dry corpses were all burned to ashes by the demonic amazement, but due to the large number there were still quite a few dryads killed close to Kuro. Unable to do anything else, Blackie had to stop spitting and engage in a physical fight. The number of dry corpses is countless, and at a glance, a large and dense area and there was a steady stream of more dry corpses coming out of the depths of the hall. Many dryads climbed on top of Blackie's massive body and fists continued to slam towards his body like rain, some of them even tearing at it with their teeth. On top of Xiaohei's body there are incomparably hard scales protecting his body. Those dryads couldn't even break through its defenses, only to see Blackie unfold its massive wings and mighty roar towards the large swath of dryads in front of him. The sharp wings swung toward the front, constantly harvesting dry corpses like the scythe of death. The dry corpses continued to pounce towards the front without fear of death. In the distance, Gong Qingya and the other women managed to pick up the three Yang Yuchan. They looked at the ferocious killing scene in the distance with different expressions. Looking at the small black that huge body cranes, heroic and fearless with the crowd of dry corpses to kill. Gong Qingya, as well as the 9 heavenly mysteries, all sneaked to look at Yang Yuchan with incredulous eyes. The mind wondered. That demonic dragon with the cultivation of the Yuanshan realm was able to kill these dry corpses of the transported one realm like dogs. Its cultivation must be profound. But a demonic dragon with such a strong strength actually recognizes this woman as its master. This woman must be unusual. Chapter 52, Sacred Source Stone. Status, 429 from https://bkuj. tw/book/2792301/8409655. HTML failed to retrieve this paragraph. No text content. Chapter 53, Hidden Secrets of the 100,000 Great Mountains. Quasi-Sacred Soldier. Sudden Change. Status, 429 from https://bkuj. tw/book/2792301/840965556. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. No text content. Chapter 54, Life is like a play. It all depends on the acting skills. Boom! Xiaohei used his wings to protect the three of them. Yang Yuchan. With that, 2 figures were revealed not far away. One of them was Dugu Wentian, who had escaped from the second layer and ascended to heaven. At this moment, he was standing very respectfully behind an old man. Yunfan's face was expressionless, his gaze sharp as an eagle as he stared at the several people on the ground. Are you sure? Elder Yun, I would like to vouch for my life. This matter is definitely something I saw with my own eyes. Dr. Wenti replied with a firm look in his eyes. When he saw that Xiaohei could ignore the laws of the mysterious realm and use his quasi-saint cultivation at the second level, he then left the secret realm. He hurriedly reported this matter to Yunfan. Yunfan held the position of elder of the Scattered Cultivators Alliance, and was Dugu Wentian's head boss. Was amazed to learn this shocking secret. This is a shocking secret for him. If you think about the news of the Emperor's soldier that came out not too long ago, there were quasi-emperor powerhouses who personally came to find out what was going on. But after that quasi-imperial powerhouse stepped into the first layer of the secret realm, his cultivation was similarly suppressed at the Yuanshan realm. Not even a quasi-emperor could break free from the laws of the secret realm. The news took the wind out of the sails of the crowd, covering the 100,000 mountains with a veil of puzzling fog. Not even a quasi-emperor powerhouse could manage to ignore the laws of the mysterious realm. But this matter had been done by a paramount saint. How could this not make Yunfan feel shocked by it? At first he did not believe it, but with the idea that he would rather believe it than not believe it. He still held the Dokoroku Wentian hostage and chased after him, wanting to find out what was going on. Upon hearing this, Yunfan pondered for a moment and said to Yang Yuchan and the others below, "You had better tell us the secret of the secret realm. How did you break free from the secret realm laws?" His voice was low and strong, and he uttered it word for word, and with every word that fell, all of them brought great pressure on Blackie and the others. Xiao He shielded several people behind him in death. It sensed a powerful aura from Yunfan. "I do not understand what thou art saying, but I counsel thee that thou hadst better not act rashly, or suffer the consequences. I didn't pay attention just now. It's actually still a heavenly Dao demon dragon. That's interesting. Is that a threat?" As Yunfan spoke, his majestic and raging aura swept over him. 2 holy lotuses also rose slightly behind it. The second lotus saint. This elder of the Scattered Cultivator Alliance was actually still a second lotus saint. After saying that, Yunfan did not talk nonsense with them and directly rushed towards the several people in a flash. The powerful pressure increases steeply. The 3 of them, Yang Yuchan, who had a weaker cultivation level, felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. Seeing this, Xiao He deadpanned Yang Yuchan behind his wings. "Looks like you care about that girl." So Yunfan directly targeted Yang Yuchan. The terrifying fist force was mixed with a vast holy might and smashed towards its person. The Yang Bai spirit body in the rune seal of life and death was just about to strike, but it seemed to have sensed something and then it stopped. Is it the honored one who has come? Just now, Yang Bai's spirit body sensed that the honored one was nearby. Yang Bai had already rushed back from the snake people. In the nick of time, Yang Bai's figure suddenly blocked in front of Yang Yuchan's body, took the hit for her. The terrifying fist force violently exploded behind Yang Bai. Yang Bai deadlocked his arms around Yang Yuchan, and the 2 of them were washed away by the aftermath. After a tumble, they came to a stop, only to see Yang Bai violently spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, his face pale as he looked at the person in his arms. Yang Yuchan, on the other hand, was staring blankly at the pale-faced Yang Bai in front of her. "My lady, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you anymore. You, too, take care of yourself. Coming, I'll find a good family. It's an honor to have met you." As if he had used all his strength, Yang Bai looked at Yang Yuchan with a deep look on his face. He said and slowly raised his bloodstained hand to touch her cheek again. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's gaze froze as she looked at his dying appearance and the tears fell like rain, and the weeping went pear-shaped, and he cried out, "Big dummy, big liar. Didn't you say you were invincible? You big liar." Yang Yuchan held his hand tightly and placed it on her pretty cheeks, her small face gently rubbing against it. When Xiao He saw this sudden scene, he was a bit confused and looked at the mouth spitting out blood. A big question mark popped up on the head of the dying Yang Bai? How could His Excellency be beaten like this by a mere second lotus saint? With that, it was about to go forward and ask, but it saw Yang Bai's eyes blinking towards it. Blackie saw this and instantly understood in seconds. So in order to match him, Xiao He also pounced towards Yang Bai with a sniffle and a tear. The voice cried out miserably, "Wah wah wah wah, my lord, you died a horrible death. How could you leave me behind like that?" Oh. He said so on his lips, but secretly thought in his heart, "Hi, really hi. My lord, this means of getting a girl is just brilliant. I'll use this method to trick female dragons in the future." Li Qingluo as well as Li Xiufei, who were on the side, also wailed and ran over when they saw Yang Bai like this. Lu Linger was again left alone by Yang Bai above the clouds. At this moment, the little ninny puffed out her cheeks and looked downward with an exasperated expression. "Humph, young master is really too bad. Bullying Linger not to mention. This time you actually dared to lie to Sister Yang." Yunfan's eyes looked downward with contempt. "You're looking for death yourself, so it's not my fault." "Hey, you guys." The words were interrupted, and Yunfan lowered his head with a horrified expression. Incredulously, he looked at the long sword that pierced through his heart. One could only see Dugu Wentian holding a long sword in his hand, his godly eyes dull. Shortly after, he finally came back to his senses. but found himself stabbing Yunfan with his sword. This big man. At this moment, Yang Yuchan trembled and tightly hugged Yang Bai's body. The cicatrices rested against the chest of his people. Deadbeat. You hold on. Don't leave me alone. Yang Bai's chest was immediately wet. Looking at her so sad, he was a little overjoyed. Then a good idea came to mind. Whirling around he said in a weak voice, Mother, actually, I don't have to die. You can save me. When these words came out, Yang Yuchan's eyes lit up, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Hastily, he clutched his hand. Really? How can I save you? Nyoko. In fact, you have a special physique, so you can bring me back to life with your love's kiss. At this time, Yang Yuchan was completely overwhelmed. All she could think of was how to save Yang Bai. Without any hesitation at all, he kissed down towards Yang Bai. At that moment, Yang Bai felt that his whole body was wrapped in a soft and moist end. Carefully savoring the soft and delicate red lips of the beautiful person, he revealed a smug look of triumph in his trickery. Blackie, on the other hand, is very sensible and, it hurriedly pulled the two of them, who were still in a state of confusion, Li Qingluo, to turn around, and at the same time, it sneakily backed its paw and gave a thumbs up towards Yang Bai. On the other hand, Yunfan directly slapped Dugu Wendian to death with a single slap. Turning back, he realized that Yang Bai and the others actually didn't put him in their eyes at all. Immediately, he was burning with rage and was about to charge towards them. Seeing that someone had the audacity to disturb his good deed, Yang Bai stretched out his hand and secretly snapped his fingers. In the next second, that Yunfan realized with horror that his body was dissipating. After a few breaths, Yunfan completely lost his divine soul. A generation of Erlian saints died in this way. Chapter 55, Lift your hand to make an immortal body. Thai Goblin. Yang Bai very much enjoyed tasting the Jew lips of the beauty, and even turned passive into active. A large hand pressed against the back of its person's head, claiming it for all it was worth. Yang Yuchan was all confused by his entirety and her body went limp. Soon the silly naive chick finally realized something was wrong. She immediately opened her eyes, her big watery eyes glaring at Yang Bai, now with the breath probe, which he has half a weak look, completely alive and well. Little being couldn't be angry, so his heart was hardened, followed by a heavy bite from his white teeth. Ouch! Yang Bai ate the pain, sensing that she had reacted, and hurriedly tried to back away. But Yang Yuchan's stubborn nature kicked in and just kept biting its person's lips without letting go. She was only seen staring at its people with a sultry, beautiful look in her eyes. Yang Bai's lips were deadlocked, and he whimpered indistinctly from his mouth. After a long time, when Yang Yuchan saw that Xiao Hei and the others were about to find out, she was in the way. It was finally loose. After letting go, she flung herself heavily into Yang Bai's embrace. As powerful as Yang Bai, he was knocked back by her, taking the good person into her arms. Yet Yang Yuchan swung her little pink fist and bang bang slammed a few times towards Yang Bai's chest. After that she broke away from his embrace again and mounted Blackie directly to it. Koro, go! Let's go home. Xiao Hei sniffed and didn't dare to disobey Yang Yuchan's order when she was angry, so carrying her as well as Li Qingluo, the two of them flew towards Mufeng City. Before he left, he also left Yang Bai a look full of deep meaning, telling him to fend for himself. Brother Yang Bai, you've gone too far. That's right, brother Big White, causing us to feel bad for nothing. Both of them looked at him with a bit of a grudge. AI. Cindy, ma'am, AI. Seeing that his daughter-in-law was ignoring him, Yang Bai hurriedly called out and chased after him as well. Young master sister Yang, don't leave Linger behind. The crowd had left, and Lu Linger, who was standing on top of the clouds, stomped her feet anxiously when she saw this. They had rather forgotten about this girl. Linger, Mufeng City, inside the Yang family medicine shop. Yang Bai gently knocked on the door of the room. My lady, I'm coming in. With that, he tiptoed inside the room. After coming back, Yang Yuchan has never taken care of him, obviously still mad at him for that incident earlier. There was no way. He had upset his daughter-in-law, and he had to put her right even if he cried. On the side, Xiao Hei and Li Light Luo all cast a look of love. Seeing that Yang Yuchan was sitting on the edge of the bed with an exasperated look at that moment, Yang Bai gently closed the door. When he turned around, Yang Yuchan's exquisitely beautiful face was close at hand. The hot breath of the beauty's breath hit his cheek, only to see Yang Yuchan pull him over to the bed and pounce on him. Her large watery eyes looked deeply into its person as if she wanted to carve him into her soul forever. No more jokes like that. That feeling. It's not nice. That feeling of being about to lose the most important person in her life was not something she wanted to experience a second time. Her jade hand carefully stroked its person's cheek at that moment. very much coveting the sensation of feeling the real presence of the person in front of you. Aha! It won't happen again. Yang Bai also looked deeply into his eyes, and the atmosphere in the room instantly turned springy. Dry wood meets blazing fire, and it burns vigorously. 100,000 words omitted. Inside the room, Yang Bai's big hand caressed the smooth and delicate jade back of the beautiful woman in his arms. The other hand was still acting up. Deadbeat, why don't you get up? It's broad daylight, and you're still playing tricks. Yang Yuchan hastily knocked off his bad hands and gave him a blank stare. What? How can I be considered a hooligan if I love my own wife? In that case, I'll be a hooligan every day. Hearing her say that, Yang Bai was still energized. Bah nasty. Hey, 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 hey. Listening to these ear-heating, unashamed words spoken by Yang Bai, although Yang Yuchan resisted with her mouth, but the heart felt like it was soaking in a honeypot of sweet. This feeling of being lost and regained caused the feelings between Yang Yuchan and Yang Bai to heat up quickly again. That's right, Mama. How was your adventure this time? Although Yang Bai was very clear about everything that had happened to her along the way, he still couldn't help but inquire. It's okay, it's been a great ride, but as soon as I got out of Mufeng City, I ran into an obnoxious guy that, he also pretended to be a fluttering gentleman, and I heard that he is still the holy son of the Holy Land. But fortunately, there is little black. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan then gabbled to Yang Bai about all the things that had happened along the way. Laughing and sad at times, Yang Bai just quietly listened to her wonderful narration, completely pretending to be unaware of the situation. Looking at her beautiful eyes that seemed to hold a sky full of stars glowed slightly, he propped his head up, having a feeling that the years were going by and nothing was as good as the person in front of him. Unfortunately, in the end, we had to exit the secret realm because we weren't strong enough. After that, I met husband. After saying that, Yang Yuchan inclined her head and looked at Yang Bai with a smile, realizing that he'd actually started looking at her face. So she gently waved her jade hand in front of its person's eyes. Husband? Yang Bai Fong woke up with a start. What's wrong with you? It's fine. It's just that my maiden is just too beautiful. More beautiful than a fairy. It made me look at you without even realizing it. Yang Yuchan sniffed, lightly covered her red lips, and her jade finger gently tapped her person's forehead. Hey you nerd. You know how to talk. Don't talk too much. Isn't it true that you always want to become stronger? My lady, it just so happens that I have a solution. With that, Yang Bai condensed a drop of essence blood on his fingertips. What is it? Yang Yuchan curiously surveyed the drop of essence blood in front of her. Mother will know later. Immediately afterward, it was only seen that the drop of essence blood, after being baptized by a burst of Yang Bai's spiritual power changes, it became thinner but more mysterious all of a sudden. At this time, that essence blood had been diluted countless times by Yang Bai. Plus it was infused with a small amount of his invincible cultivation's spiritual energy. It had now completely metamorphosed into a drop of Xianling immortal body's essence blood. As long as one refines and swallows this essence blood, one would be able to possess the legendary Xianling immortal body. Yang Bai told her all about the effects of this drop of essence blood and then urged, Mother, quickly, absorb and refine this drop of essence blood. I'll be beside you to protect your hair and help you absorb it. After Yang Yuchan learned that this drop of essence blood was so valuable, she was even more shocked at the power of Yang Bai's strength. However, she didn't raise her voice to ask any more this time. As long as it was what Yang Bai said, she would do it. Afterwards, she hurriedly sat cross-legged on the bed and began to refine and absorb the drop of essence blood. This essence blood came from Yang Bai, who was watching from the side to ensure that he could do everything. After a long time, a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy violently erupted from Yang Yuchan's body. At this moment, a natural phenomenon was born, and lightning flashed and thunderclouds rolled over the 10,000 miles of Mufeng City's sky. The sky was dark, enveloping Mufeng City for thousands of miles around. This is the birth of a perverted physique between heaven and earth. Even the heavenly will of the Kunlun realm felt fear, wanting to completely exterminate it in the cradle while it had not risen. Get out! With Yang Bai pointing angrily at the heavens. In a cold cry of his, the heavenly Dao rolled and fled, not even daring to turn around and look at Yang Bai more than once. At this moment, Yang Yuchan was wrapped in a burst of holy light, in which every cell of her physical body was constantly undergoing an amazing metamorphosis. Her cultivation level was even rubbing off on her. Peak Tian Yuan realm, the peak of the Yuan Shen realm, peak void refining realm, the peak of the first transportation realm. It didn't stop until it skyrocketed to the peak of the transported one realm. This was still under Yang Bai's deliberate suppression from the side. If she allowed her cultivation to skyrocket, this would lead to an unstable foundation, which would not be conducive to her later cultivation. The Xianling immortal body. Not to mention the fact that not even one has been born in this Kunlun realm. Even if it was taken in the entire Hongmeng universe, it was a physique that ranked in the top 10. From this, one could see the terror of this Xianling immortal body, and it was such a horrible physique. That was just a matter of a drop of Yang Bai's essence blood. He could give birth to a supreme physique with the lift of his hand. Yang Yuchan, who was wrapped in radiance, had also completely completed her metamorphosis at this time. After achieving the Xianling immortal body, she was even more beautiful than before, and on top of that previous beauty, it adds a bit of holiness, as if it were a fairy who doesn't eat fire. Only to see Yang Yuchan's beautiful eyes flowing. The description of her beauty could not even highlight her beauty. Clear water out of the hibiscus feeling, clean white face, through the angular cold handsome. Yang Yuchan threw a wink at him with a flirtatious face. She's a vixen who's a pest. This look made Yang Bai's mouth dry, and he couldn't suppress the evil fire in his heart. So he pounced on Yang Yuchan, amidst her exclamations of surprise, all the while being, "Tai, goblin, today I'm going to bring you to justice and give you a taste of the stick." Now, he's about to drag this unearthly fairy down to the mortal world. Chapter 56, The Clear Wind. The two were sweating profusely at this point after a spring break. "You're happy now, asshole. Why as tireless as a bull?" Yang Yuchan helplessly gave Yang Bai a blank look. She was so tired now that she couldn't even get out of bed. "Nyanzi, you might as well cultivate now. Yang Yuchan, who possesses the Xianling immortal body. I'm afraid that no one in the entire Kunlun realm will be able to match their cultivation speed in the future." Thus, she took out a few extreme spirit stones and began to cultivate, only to see that the surrounding auras instantly became active, and they all intimately approached towards her body. Even some of the laws of heaven and earth were agitated by it. Observing the surrounding aura actively condensing, Yang Yuchan was quite surprised. Is this the Xianling immortal body? At this rate of cultivation, it won't take 3 days for me to break through to the great beginning realm. Thank you, husband. Seeing that his body had actually undergone such an astonishing metamorphosis, Yang Yuchan said sweetly towards Yang Bai. Then, "Little fox, how should you thank my husband?" Yang Bai pinched his person's sharp chin and said in a domineering manner. 3 more days passed. Yang Bai was leisurely lying on the bench at this moment when a riot of aura came from inside the room. Within this short period of 3 days, Yang Yuchan made another breakthrough, her cultivation reaching the great beginning realm. Bad. I seem to have forgotten something. Looking at the emptiness around me, which usually happens when I lay down by myself, that ninny Lu Linger would run over to him with her ass and pinch his back. At this moment, he finally remembered Lu Linger, this little girl. Only when he waved his big hand, the power of the space laws around him instantly boiled. After a moment of distortion in space, Lu Linger appeared within the small courtyard of the medicine store. At this moment, the little girl, who was crouching on the ground in a huff, was, in his hand, he held a twig from nowhere, is grudgingly drawing circles on the floor. I hate young master the most, draw a circle to curse you. Little Beanpole's entire being was depressed, a dark cloud hanging over his head. That, Du Jinshi, slightly embarrassed, Yang Bai scratched his head and was speechless for a moment, having indeed forgotten about this little transparency at that time. When she heard his voice coming, Lu Linger's body trembled, but she just didn't turn around to look at him. At this moment, Yang Yuchan finished her breakthrough and walked out from the house. Seeing her return, she said in surprise, "Huh, spirit, I thought you didn't come back." Seeing Yang Yuchan walk out, Lu Linger stood up and trotted to her person's side and tattled to her. "It's not like that. It's the young master who left Linger alone on the clouds in the first place. Leave Linger alone and leave." So that's how it was. Yang Yuchan looked at the pitiful little Dojin in front of her, crying and laughing. He stroked the young girl's dull head to comfort her. "And, young master is so bad. He even spanked Linger's ass. I'll let Linger talk to Sister Yang." Linger continued to sue Yang Bai for his sins while covering her little buttocks with her little hands. "Alright, spirit. Sister knows all about it. Don't you be afraid, sister will definitely do you justice, ha." As soon as these words came out, Yang Bai felt bad, and an ominous premonition enveloped him. It's not good. Let's run. So he hastened to sneak a step toward the door. "Husband, where are you going? You can't go anywhere today." After he said that, Yang Bai saw Yang Yuchan bringing Lu Linger closer towards him with a deep look on her face. "Daughter-in-law, what are you doing?" "Don't." I only saw Yang Yuchan sitting on a chair, while Yang Bai was placed horizontally on top of his person's thighs, ass side up. Lu Linger stood aside with a satisfied face, drumming her little hands and cheering with a leap of joy. "Ray-chan, he did this to you before. Now I'll fight back for you, oh." After saying that, she raised her jade hand towards Yang Bai's ass. Yang Bai, on the other hand, purposely let out a miserable scream. Ah, murdering my husband. Xiao Hei, who was lying on top of the tassel tree in the courtyard of the medicine store, watched the scene, the corners of his mouth twitching and can't help but sigh. Your Honor is really afraid of his daughter-in-law. My lord is really different. A great power like him who possesses such great strength. All of them are cold in nature. Some will not even hesitate to sell out their friends and family in the pursuit of power, which would value a loved one so much as an adult. But that's good. It's nice to have such a sentimental lord to shelter you. The afterglow of dusk spilled over all corners of Mufeng City, dressing up this ancient romantic city in a golden color. In the small courtyard of the pharmacy, the shadow of the three scuffling around was stretched infinitely. A month passed in the blink of an eye. A month had passed, and Yang Yuchan, who possessed the Xianling immortal body, cultivated like a rocket, rapidly breaking through to the peak of the two beginning. It was only a foot away from the realm of return, and Li Qingluo as well as Li Xiufei were also thanks to Yang Bai's blessing. Once the duo returned to Mufeng City, Yang Bai similarly improved their physiques, only instead of essence blood, ordinary blood was used. Nonetheless, the duo's cultivation talent had been greatly improved. Not only that, Yang Bai also gave them a nano ring containing a whole bunch of spirit stones. He also personally built a spirit gathering formation for the duo. In it, the concentration of aura was hundreds of times higher than the outside world, and the speed of cultivation was unknown to be faster. As soon as they came back, Li Qingluo's siblings buried themselves in the large formation and cultivated painstakingly. After this secret adventure, what I've seen and heard along the way, cultivators kill and seize treasures at the drop of a hat, as well as cultivators' deceitfulness. All of this undoubtedly does not irritate their hearts, forcing them to recognize the lowly strength of the desperate for a boost in strength. If I hadn't met Yang Yuchan, without her protection along the way, neither of their siblings could walk out of the secret realm at all. At this moment, they finally walked out of the large formation. After the cultivation over the past month, it wasn't enough to describe the duo's cultivation as having skyrocketed. They had broken through all the way from the Xinling realm to the early stage of the transported one realm. Its sister Lightning Luo and Little Fei Di. You've finished your seclusion. Well, not a bad haul. Seeing the duo walk out, Yang Bai went forward to greet them. Puff. The Li Qingluo siblings knelt down directly towards Yang Bai, their voices carrying infinite gratitude. Brother Yang Bai, Brother De Bai, it's unforgettable to receive such a great favor. Seeing this, instead of being happy, Yang Bai slatted his face and helped the two of them up. What are you doing? Why should this be necessary between the three of us? You guys don't think that I, Yang Bai, am a villain who forgets his family and friends when he's powerful, do you? If there's a next time, then don't blame me for disowning you guys, huh? When these words came out, Li Qingluo's siblings were immediately moved to redden their eyes. Husband is right. Between us, let's not be so outgoing. Seeing that the husband and wife still treat them as if they were their own, just as they did when they were children, so the four of them looked at each other and laughed. In this world of self-interest and cruelty and the cultivation of immortality, this kind of pure friendship is really rare. Chapter 57, The Mysterious Man. It's none of my business. Chaofeng City. On top of the tall and majestic city wall sat a beautiful silhouette, dressed in a white coat of snow. The pretty cheeks were covered with worry and despondency. Luo Shishue's gaze looked to the north, holding the glazed sword in her hand, her expression self-conscious. Auntie and sister, are you all right? Just as she was looking into the distance, Chaofeng City was suddenly enveloped by a powerful pressure. There was also a majestic voice coming from the endless void. If you miss them so much, why don't you go back and see them? Only to see the void shatter above the 10,000 mile dome of the sky. The flotsam and jetsam with a destructive aura fell down from the void. A slender black shadow walked slowly from it. Luo Shishue looked at the handsome-looking man above the dome, her eyes filled with indignation. So long the bird has not heard a word. It turns out that it has run to this barbaric land. No wonder my father couldn't find you. The handsome man was like a lord of this world, and with every step he took, the rules and Tao laws of the surrounding space were boiling over, and various Tao rhythms surrounded the period. He looked down proudly at Qiankuan and huffed as he looked down at Luo Shishue below. Is that the way you look at my father? It's so rude. After saying that, the man slapped his palm down at Luo Shishue through the air. Pop! A loud slap hit its person's pretty face. Luo Shishue's body flew backwards like a piece of fluff. A red slap mark was left on the delicate and playful snow-white cheek. On the palm print, silk blood flowed out, and the force was evident. Gong Qingye came at this time at the sound of the voice, and went forward to catch its person. At the same time, his eyes stared viciously at the man above the firmament. Your Excellency, how can you, as He Shui's father, Lay such a heavy hand on her? What the man had just said was all caught in her ears. At first she thought it was a good thing, that it was the father of his people who had come to take her home. And happy for the latter. The 9 heavenly mysteries are actually all poor young girls with poor backgrounds taken in by Gong Qingya. But now that I look at it, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. At the same time, Xian Yuqing brought the crowd of Su Tao Xian Nu to surround the two in the center. There was a look of stern anticipation, each with a wary look in their eyes at the man. Ahem, my father? Does a scum like you deserve it? Luo Shishue violently coughed out a few streams of blood and uttered one vicious sentence at a time. That's when the spunkiness in her was on full display. He worthy of being the daughter of this seat. Her temperament is extraordinary, but her strength is a bit weaker. The man, not annoyed in the face of her vitriol, said with a leathery smile, my good girl, I'm going to ask you one last time. Will you come back with me? All that will come back with you will be a corpse. Luo Shishue said with a strong attitude. At these words, the man immediately became furious, and a suffocatingly terrifying pressure erupted from his body. With that, his figure disappeared like a ghost. In the next moment, he appeared above its head and reached out his large hand to grab her. Hey Shui, be careful. Sister, be careful. Gong Qingya, as well as the Xian Nus, exclaimed in shock and rushed to protect her behind her in death. Griffin seeks death. The man's breath shook, and several women were instantly lifted away by the airwave. Still, the man deliberately stayed his hand, having learned a few things before he arrived. Knowing that a strong person had recently appeared in the eastern wasteland, including that terrifying spatial black hole not long ago, far away in the northern plains, he felt a hint of palpitations. With his senses, it must be a great emperor. Before he came to the deserted state, he went forward to probe Mufeng City, and so it was that the long-lasting spatial rift above the firmament could not be healed. Just as he was about to delve deeper, Yang Bai, who was lying on the bench of the medicine store, had long since discovered him. With that, Yang Bai stretched out a finger and directly flicked him away with a finger. So he connected the two and thought that the overwhelming great emperor was hiding in Mufeng City. This Chaofeng City is not close to Mufeng City and not far away, so he didn't dare to be too reckless. Worried about drawing his attention, the women were smashed to the ground, and at this time, each of them had their clothes and skirts broken and were in a sorry state. The man was like a god descending to earth, his eyes scornful of the women. My patience is limited, but even so, in the face of such a huge gap in strength between the two sides, Gong Qingya still staggered up with all the women and blocked in front of Luo Shishue, her eyes firm. If you want to take her away, step over our corpses first. They have been living together for a long time and have become like sisters. Not family but like family. Luo Shishue's eyes were red. The corners of her eyes were slightly moist, and the softest mass in her heart was touched. I'm coming with you. Just as the man became enraged, Luo Shishue suddenly spoke out. When Gong Qingya and the other women heard this, they all turned back to look at her in shock. What? Shishue, are you crazy? Look at how he treats you like this. How is he like a father? Yes, sister, even if we die, we'll be with you, Xian Yuqing stated with firm eyes, but Luo Shishue shook her head slightly. No, Luo Shishue, am honored to have met your majesty as well as your sisters in this life. She knew her father. If this continued, Gong Qingya and the others would die. She didn't want the women to die in vain because of her. After saying that, Luo Shishue's eyes were hollow and desperate as she walked towards the man. But what a sisterly love. Afterwards, the man was seen waving his big hand, rolling up his person and disappearing into thin air. The last few moments of disappearing, Luo Shishue looked back one last time and, like a final goodbye to them, I will always be your white tiger Xian maiden. Gong Qingya and the other women could only watch Luo Shishue being taken away. Unable to do anything, Xian Yuqing sat paralyzed on the ground, and Tianji Xian maiden was no longer as calm as she used to be at this time. Su Tao Xian maiden even cried her nose, her small hands smashing hard into the ground. All along, the white tiger Xian maiden, as the head of the Xian maidens, had taken good care of them, and now its people are being taken under their noses and they can't do anything about it. Gong Qingya clenched her fists tightly, and the slightest bit of blood flowed out, but the next second something came to mind, so like grabbing a lifesaver, he took out the power rune. Senior, my daughter implores Senior to come to her aid, and afterwards, my daughter will do her best to repay you. She didn't know if she could reach Yang Bai this way, but there was no other way to do it now. Had to beat a dead horse. Everything here naturally could not be hidden from Yang Bai. Far away in Mufeng City, he smiled faintly after receiving her voice transmission. It's none of my business you can't get what I'm interested in, and after I give you this rune, we're done with names. Don't bother me. Yang Bai, he doesn't care about what happens between fathers and daughters. He's not their babysitter. There's no reason to do things for them. As long as the man didn't hurt their lives, he wouldn't have the leisure to make a move. And that's for the sake of Li Qing Luo and her siblings. Otherwise he wouldn't even look at it. Yang Bai's mysterious voice came out leisurely. After hearing this, Gong Qingye sat down helplessly on the ground and he could only look at the direction where Luo Shixue disappeared and sigh longingly. Chapter 58, Su Yao. Ling Yifan vs. Luo Qingcong. Luo Shixue was being held up by Luo Qingcong with his spiritual power, and the two of them were currently on their way to the northern plains. Her charming cheeks were unusually sad at the moment. The eyes were as empty as a lifeless rag doll that could only be manipulated. Luo Qingcong's cultivation was so good that the space around him kept regressing away. The speed was unknown to be faster than the speed of sound, walking millions of miles in a single breath. But at this moment, in front of the duo, two single figures blocked the way. Sure enough, it's you guys. The Tsunhai sect is well informed. You guys are really heroic, Luo Qingcong said with gloomy eyes. Luo Qingcong, you're at least an honored one who commands the northern plains. All these years, I thought you'd long since given up that disgusting idea, and I didn't realize. Su Yao pointed angrily at Luo Qingcong with his sword. Ling Yifan stepped forward and blocked his lover behind him, looking at his person with a wary expression. Auntie. It was only when Luo Shixue saw the duo blocking the front that her eyes were able to clear again. Just the two of you want to snatch someone from this seat? Are you sure you don't want the old man from the Tsunhai sect to come in person? Look at this seat's memory. I almost forgot that your Tsunhai sect's emperor soldier was lost. Ha ha. In the face of the duo's interception, Luo Qingcong wasn't the least bit afraid, but instead scoffed wantonly. Seeing him laughing so wildly, Su Yao immediately gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, you definitely have nothing to do with this. Hey sister-in-law, if you don't have any evidence, you'd better not say anything." Immediately, Su Yao's ears heard Luo Qingcong's whisper. At those words, her figure flew backwards in panic. Ling Yifan, who had noticed the disappearance of his person on the side, immediately reacted, and hastily raised the lance in his hand, stabbing towards Su Yao's side. A shock of energy rose up to the sky. Berserk aura fluctuations rippled wildly in all directions like a tidal wave. The surrounding laws boiled with it. In the face of this shocking blow, Luo Qingcong lightly stretched out his hand and, surprisingly, he took this terrifying shot with his bare hands. Tisk, it seems that you couple are still so useless as a wimp. Today, I will again take her before you as well. Ha ha. Right, that's the look. That's the same expression you guys had back then. Ha ha, it's so funny. Only to see that at this moment, Luo Qingcong was as if he was possessed, with an evil expression on his face, and stuck out his tongue and licked his lips in a perverted manner. Seeing the venomous and resentful eyes of the Su Yao duo made him inexplicably excited. Today, I will not let you take Heishui no matter what I say. Su Yao was completely thrown into a frenzy by his person's outburst of mockery. At this moment, the quasi-emperor essence blood within her body was burning frantically without wanting to die. A terrifying aura of a quasi-emperor filled the air, and the space around them was constantly shattering. Behind her, a bronze giant shadow 10,000 feet tall holding twin swords slowly coalesced. After saying that, only Su Yao's eyes emitted a shocking green aura, and the bronze giant shadow swung its twin blades and a shocking blow was sent towards its person. In the face of this astonishing strike, Luo Qingcong's might did not diminish in the slightest and did not make any steps back, only to see him move in a single motion, first slapping Ling Yifan directly into the air. He then took Luo Shixue into the inner world again. As the twin swords attacked, his hands stretched out and gripped the blades tightly. The terrifying aftermath shook the sky and the earth. The duo's fight created a vacuum within a radius of hundreds of feet. Is burning essence blood only to this extent? Luo Qingcong's eyes stared, and a terrifying force of laws coalesced in his palm. The twin blades instantly fragmented, while two haunting lasers shot out from the holes in his eyes. The laser cuts through space so fast that Su Yao can't dodge in time, and the laser pierces through his shoulder. All of a sudden blood and flesh flew everywhere. Even so, Su Yao still killed towards Luo Qingcong despite everything. But how could Su Yao, who was only a quasi-emperor of the third stage, be a match for Luo Qingcong, who was at the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor of the ninth stage? Even the former's desperate burning of essence blood could hardly make up for the gulf-like gap between the two sides. Seeing this, Ling Yifan cried out in worry. Yaoer, don't be impulsive. Shut up, you can escape, but from now on, you and I are husband and wife. That's all, Su Yao said while attacking frantically towards Luo Qingcong. Luo Qingcong's attacks kept landing on its person, but she just didn't know the pain in general. Completely uncaring, trying to trade injuries for injuries. Soon, Su Yao's blood spurted out in a big mouth, and his body was pierced through several bloody holes. It was still oozing blood. Extremely miserable. Seeing that she was so persistent, Ling Yifan clenched his teeth and similarly burned up his entire body's essence blood, to fight Luo Qingsong to the death in a hard battle. Yaoer, since you insist on this, then I will join you. We'll go to the Yellow Springs together. After saying that, Ling Yifan stepped forward to join hands with Su Yao to battle Luo Qingsong. Ling Yifan of the 4th Paragon and Su Yao of the 3rd Paragon both burned up their entire body's essence blood. Fight hard with Luo Qingsong. The two of them were ready to die, and they attacked Luo Qingsong violently, all but ignoring the power of the laws that struck them. In the face of such a life-threatening fight by the couple, Luo Qingsong, as the number one person in the Northern Plains, it was also beaten out of the fire at this point. The Honorable North Plains Venerable One was surprised by a 4-jacked quasi-emperor, as well as a 3-jacked quasi-emperor. Make such a mess. Since you're in a hurry to die, then this seat will come and give you a ride. After saying that, in the void behind him, a giant bow was slowly revealed. Immediately, Luo Qingsong fiercely drew his bow, pulling up a half-moon and shooting an arrow towards the two of them. The arrow was condensed from the power of dozens of laws that Luo Qingsong had mastered. The arrow of the laws pierced through the endless void, carrying the power of infinite destruction. Shooting towards the Ling Yifan duo, the two of them combined their efforts and condensed a shield of laws that was thousands of meters thick to block in front of them. The two collided, and in just a short second, the shield of laws was pierced through. Ling Yifan clearly felt the strong flavor of death, but just as the arrow was about to pierce them, a pair of large hands suddenly reached out in space and, dragging the two into the void, putting away his bow and arrow, Luo Qingsong raised his eyebrows slightly and snorted coldly. Humph, count on the old man coming just in time. But next time you and your Tsanhai sect will have no escape. After saying that, he continued to fly towards the northern plains. Ling Yifan and his duo, who had survived the calamity, were covered in cold sweat at this time. No way. I can't watch He Shui fall into that S hands. When she thought about what Luo Shishue would face after she fell into Tiannan, Su Yao instantly sobered up. To return, however, the Tsanhai sect's supreme elder who had saved them on the side reached out to stop her. Elder Taishan, thank you for saving me today. But even if I put my life on the line, I have to save He Shui too. Chapter 59, Past Events. Battle of the Two Sects. Western Desert Buddha versus Northern Plains Prime. Seeing Su Yao like this, the Supreme Elder then let out a cold snort. Calm down. Is that Luo Qingsong not something you can fight against as a mere 3rd-jacked Paragon Emperor? Hearing this, Su Yao remained stubborn, knowing that he won't be defeated. Su Yao still has to go. I told you to calm down. Then what is the purpose of Prime Tsan capturing his daughter? It's nothing more than to impact the Great Emperor realm. He's looking at Luo Shishue's innate Taiyin body. Even if he gets his way now, how can a Great Emperor break through so well? In addition to the innate Taiyin body, he needs a Blood Moon Night. Only on the day of the night of the Blood Moon, and then by virtue of the pure to metal yin of the innate Taiyin body, it's only then that he'll have the slightest possibility of advancing to Great Emperor. And until then, He Shui will not be in danger. On the contrary, Prime will also have to take care of her in every way possible. The immediate priority is to find that Tsanhai Pearl, only with an Imperial soldier in hand. That's how we can pose a threat to him. Listening to the Supreme Elder's careful analysis, Su Yao as well as Ling Yifan instantly sobered up. The duo arched their hands at their man. We are foolish. Thank you, Supreme Elder, for pointing us in the right direction. Alright, now I order the two of you to go forth at once to find the whereabouts of the Tsanhai Pearl. This doesn't just concern girl Shishui, but rather it also involves the entire Tsanhai sect. The two of them then hurriedly traveled to the northern plains to search for the whereabouts of the Tsanhai sect. Step back in time a few decades. At that time in the northern plains, there were two fairies whose immortal names resounded throughout the northern plains. They are recognized as the most beautiful fairies in the northern plains. In order to compete to find out who was the number one fairy, there were even quite a few cultivators who fought over it. And what made these two fairies even better was that they were actually two sisters. One of them was Su Yao, while the other was her sister, Su Shuriying. The two were not only beautiful, but their strength was even more superb, both being the top Paragon Emperors of the world. Later on, during a secret exploration, Su Yao, I met the suave and elegant Ling Yifan by chance. Two people in the secret world in the same suffering and life and death. Unknowingly mutual affection. Married, Luo Qingsong, as the overlord of the northern plains, had long coveted the two girls, so he sent out invitations to the Tsanhai sect, wanting to include the two girls in his harem. They all belonged to the same Tsanhai sect, and they were shocked when they received the invitation. The higher-ups of the Tsanhai sect wanted to agree to the marriage for the benefit of the sect, not to mention the fact that Su Yao already had a Taoist couple, and Su Shuriying didn't like that Prime Song. In the northern plains, who doesn't know that Luo Qingsong is a womanizer with a harem of more than 3,000 beauties? He's been taking beautiful women into his harem in the northern plains. Fewer women do not seek wealth and power and do not want to enter his harem. Little did they know that they would be greeted with hell. With the strength of a ninth tribulation quasi-emperor, he could be said to have a hand in the northern plains. For his lecherous character, Su Shuriying couldn't like it at all. However, due to the pressure of the sect, as well as for the sake of her sister's happiness, Su Shuriying decided to sacrifice herself. I can marry into tenant, but my sister can't. As long as Prime agrees on that point, I have no objections. She knew her dear sister already belonged. She couldn't bear to see Su Yao split from her beloved, so she chose to sacrifice herself. After that, Prime agreed to the matter. When Su Shuriying saw that her sister had been preserved, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. If neither one of them agrees, what would be ushered in would be a horrifying blow from Tiannan as well as Prime. In the northern plains, there was no power that could compete with it. Shortly thereafter, Su Shuriying married into Tiannan under the watchful eye of Su Yao. Sis, watching her dear sister marry into the devil's den, Su Yao suddenly reddened her eyes. A year passes in the blink of an eye, and Su Yao learns of her sister's birth of a baby girl. She wanted to travel to Tiannan, but Prime ordered that no one should go near Su Shuriying. She had no choice but to retreat in anger. Time passed for another 10 years, and Su Yao and Ling Yifan also gave birth to a daughter during this period. She hadn't even seen her sister again since she learned that Su Shuriying had given birth to a daughter. During that time, she had her doubts, but due to the intimidation of Tenant as well as Optimus Prime, she didn't dare do anything rash, so she kept telling her daughter about her affair with Su Shuriying. Just a short while later, news of Su Shuriying sitting down suddenly came out from Tiannan. When Su Yao learned of this, he could no longer control the anger in his heart, so she brought her sword and killed directly into Tiannan, roaring towards the Tiannan Hall. Prime old thief, where's my sister? Ling Yifan, who had learned of this news, also rushed to Tiannan at a rapid pace. Bold, is Tiannan not a place where you can act recklessly? With a cold heave, Luo Qingsong's figure slowly stepped out. If you don't give a clear account of what happened today, I will bloodily cleanse Tiannan. Just you? And what about adding the old man to the mix? At the time of Su Yao's critical situation, it was only at this time that the Shanghai sect's supreme elder came late with the sect's strongest men. In his hand, he also held an emperor's soldier. He knew that today's matter could not be settled, and that Su Shuriying, as a member of the Shanghai clan, now die in vain in the south of heaven, whether out of the clan's reputation, or out of a debt to her. He all had to line up the Shanghai sect's congregation and bring the sect's strongest members as well as the emperor's soldiers, come to Tenant to ask the matter to the end. Prime Tsong, Su Shuriying, as a member of my Shanghai sect, was a quasi-emperor of the current generation. And now she's suddenly sitting down. What is your explanation? Joke. Shuriying is this seat's woman. Why do I need to explain to you? Seeing Luo Qingsong with such a strong attitude, the Supreme Elder couldn't help but frown slightly. With his cultivation of a seventh happening quasi-emperor, even with the addition of an emperor's soldier, he could only draw with it for a short period of time. As time passes, he will surely lose. And just then, a voice suddenly came from the distance. Since all the monks can't come up with an idea, let the poor monk do justice. The crowd followed the sound and saw an ascetic monk approaching. Bald ass. This seat advises you that it's best to mind your own business. Luo Qingsong's eyes were shadowy as he looked toward its person. Amitabha Buddha. In her lifetime, Monk Su was kind to the poor monk. It's a pity that when she came to see the poor monk decades ago, the poor monk had important matters that he couldn't get away from. Scholar Su sat down to die, and the poor monk, in return for his favor, will find out the cause of death today. The person who came was none other than the Buddha of the Western Desert, one of the 9 jihadi paramount emperors of the world, the number one power in the Western Desert, and existence alongside Optimus Prime. Seeing that there was such a strong person backing her up, Su Yao led a group of Shanghai sect powerhouses to barge into the Grand Hall. While the Western Desert Buddha was responsible for stopping Prime Tsong, the Shanghai sect's supreme elder stopped the rest of Tiannan's powerhouses. Soon, Su Yao arrived at her sister's bedchamber. Only Luo Shishue sat paralyzed in despair on the edge of the bed. Su Shuriying, on the other hand, was lying on the bed with a bloodless face, and her human skin was dried up and the former beautiful face also no longer exists. All the old look. Seeing this scene, how could Su Yao not understand that? Sister, this was sucked dry and died by that Optimus Prime that using the technique of double cultivation. And when she saw Luo Shishue, her pupils even shrunk violently and she exclaimed in shock. Innate Tai-in body. Spinning around, she instantly recognized Prime's ruse. This was to break through to the great empress by virtue of Luo Shishue's Yuanin. I can't believe this didn't even spare his own daughter. So she had no time to grieve, and hastened to collect her sister's body. As soon as he took the agonized Luo Shishue by the hand, he fled outside. When she came to the outside world, she then confessed all of Prime's crimes. The people who learned the news were shocked, while Prime Song was furious and killed towards Su Yao. Fortunately, the Buddha of the Western Desert stopped him in time. Ah Tiannan listened to the order. Kill Su Yao immediately. Capture Luo Shishue. The Tiannan powerhouses hurriedly opened their great formations while Su Yao brought Luo Shishue to run away frantically. Learning that Su Shiying had died such a miserable death, the crowd of Songhai sect cultivators were instantly enraged. Pitiful tenant! You've bullied us too much. A great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? People of the Songhai sect, listen to the order. Join me in the battle against Tiannan. Having said that, the Songhai sect's supreme elder then led a group of Songhai sect's powerhouses to stop the Heavenly South powerhouses that were chasing after Su Yao. With the cover of the Songhai sect's crowd of powerhouses as well as the Buddha of the Western Desert, Su Yao buried Luo Shishue deeply in the eastern wasteland, and she was instructed to never come back without the strength of a ninth tribulation paragon. After saying that, Su Yao planted a spell formation to conceal his breath within his person. After doing so, she forced down her heart and turned to leave. It was her sister's daughter, and she said she would protect it at all costs. Sister, you were the one who saved Yaoer in the first place, and now even if I have to spell out everything, I'll protect He Shui and all of them. If it hadn't been for Su Shiying in the first place, I'm afraid she would be the one dying in bed right now. At this time in the south of heaven, the two clans were erupting into a horrifying melee. The whole of Tiannan had been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Looking around and seeing that only some debris remained in Tenet, Optimus Prime was enraged. A bunch of harpies, and you bald ass. Today, this seat is immortal with you. With that said, Prime Song engaged the Buddha in a terrifying fight. Humph, Prime Caster. I didn't expect you to be so brutal and unkind. Today, the poor monk will definitely seek justice for sure Master Su. And the battle between the Songhai sect as well as Tiannan was also intense. The Songhai sect's supreme elder of the 7th Tribulation Quasi-Emperor was even fighting 3 of Tiannan's 6th Tribulation Quasi-Emperors all by himself. The battle lasted for months. The two great Northern Plains powers had both suffered heavy losses, and the fight between Prime and Buddha lasted for a few whole years. Being the same 9th Tribulation Paragon Emperor, neither of them could do anything about it. Damn bald ass, this matter has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. The poor monk is here to do justice to the injustices of the world. And this is the root of the poor monk's cultivation. Amat Ba. The two men rolled through the entire northern plains, and the entire northern plains were pulled into the mire of the. It was only when both of them were seriously injured that they each retreated. And Optimus hasn't fully recovered until now. This was one of the reasons why he had delayed eradicating the Songhai sect. Another major reason was that he was afraid of the Emperor's soldiers held by the Songhai sect. After this protracted battle, in the end, Optimus Prime was unable to retrieve Luo Shishue. The Songhai sect in Tiannan had also been recuperating over the years, and it wasn't until today, when the 100,000 Mountains secret realm came out, and he came to the eastern wasteland, through supreme cultivation as well as bloodline connection. That's how I sensed Luo Shishue. Chapter 60, Heavenly Demon Realm. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Yuchan made another breakthrough when her cultivation reached the returning Yuan realm. The Xianling immortal body was truly as terrifying as it was. This unimaginable speed of cultivation, placed in the outside world. I'm afraid it would make the Kunlun realm cultivators drop their jaws. An ordinary peak Taisher cultivator who breaks through to the returning Yuan realm will have to polish for 40 to 50 years. And Yang Yuchan, who possessed the Xianling immortal body, had broken through in just 1 year. The Li Qingluo siblings had also successively broken through to the great beginning realm. The two of them had also gone through Yang Bai's improvement of their physique. And although their cultivation talent was not as good as Yang Yuchan's, however, it was considered to be at the ceiling level when placed in the Kunlun realm. In just 1 year, he had broken through from the early recluse stage to the great beginning realm. The three of them, whose strength had risen greatly, immediately decided that they wanted to re-travel to the 100,000 Mountains, polish that sudden increase in strength. Good thing too. It is indeed not suitable for you to continue your closed-door cultivation now. If you continue, I fear that your spiritual power will be weak. Yang Bai agreed with the trio's idea of practicing battles in order to solidify the vapid spiritual energy in their bodies. Then, husband, do you want to go forward with us? Yang Yuchan's beautiful eyes looked towards Yang Bai, and Li Qingluo's siblings also carried a hopeful gaze. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai shook his head slightly. You guys are practicing. What's the point of me following you around? If he had gone forward together, what the hell would they have come to practice? Just following him. Yang Bai waved his hand, and with slightly more force. All of them were afraid of directly slapping the entire secret realm down. It is. It is. The adventure is your business. If His Excellency goes, too, then also you guys don't need to practice. Blackie, who was on the sidelines, chimed in. Alright then soon we'll leave. Yang Bai was lazily lying in the courtyard. Lu Linger's small hand was propped up on his belly. The wide-eyed curiosity surveyed its person. Young Master Linger sees that you haven't even practiced. And you're lazy all day long. How did you get all mushy? Young Master me, that's natural. Yang Bai proudly bragged in front of the little ninny. Oh, Linger also wants to follow Sister Yang and the others. Lu Linger looked at Yang Yuchan and the others who were packing up their belongings not far away. Her eyes filled with longing. Want to go? Then go. No one's stopping you. During this year, Yang Bai likewise gave Lu Linger, the little nymph, a heavenly chance. Under the effect of his essence blood, little Nico's ancient heavenly serpent bloodline received a shocking metamorphosis. The ancient heavenly serpent bloodline metamorphosed into the even more heaven-defying Geolite Song Dome Python. Now her strength had also come to the 2 beginning realm. Really? Linger can go too? Of course, what's wrong with that? Yeah. The little girl happily bounced towards Yang Yuchan's trio. Sister Yang. Sisterly. Brotherly. Linger can go with you guys too. He. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan stroked his person's head in a doting manner. Seeing this, Xiaohei did not know when to sneak up on Yang Bai's bench, said pitifully to the latter. My lord, you can give my little one a little bit of chance with your hand. I don't need essence blood. Ordinary blood will do. Besides, now with my measly quasi-saintly cultivation, facing those saints, how can you still protect the master and the girls? As soon as these words came out, Yang Bai narrowed his eyes slightly and casually took out a drop of blood. Into a burst of change, toss this drop of blood, diluted 1,000,000 times over. To this one. This is a drop of essence blood of the Heaven's Path demon dragon race that is comparable to a 9th Tribulation Paragon Emperor. Blackie's hand was quick to grab it. The essence blood of this 9th Tribulation Paragon Emperor was already enough for it to absorb. And if it were to be replaced with the essence blood of a great emperor, I'm afraid it'll hold the bastard up. Immediately, Little Black began to refine the drop of essence blood in place. After a long time, Xiaohei's body was filled with blood, and his breath rose and fell, a sign of an impending breakthrough. With a boing sound, Xiaohei's cultivation barrier was instantly broken. Middle-ranked quasi-saint, high-ranked paragon, peak paramount saint, saint realm. Xiaohei directly broke through all the way to the saint realm. It was also only one step away from condensing the holy lotus. Just a single piece of ordinary blood that had been diluted countless times was comparable to the essence blood of a 9th Tribulation quasi-emperor. Just let it break through to saint in place. A 9th Tribulation quasi-emperor only had less than 10 drops of essence blood in his body. Essence blood. It's not like ordinary blood. It's where the cultivator's essence resides. Every drop of essence blood lost would cause the cultivator immense heartache. After all, to regather a drop of essence blood, it would take 10 years at least. That's why in the Kunlun realm, very few high-ranking cultivators would utilize the essence blood to make breakthrough pills for low-level cultivation. Essence blood was a means used by cultivators to save their lives in times of crisis. By burning essence blood, one could get a surge in strength in a short period of time. Thank you, my lord. Xiaohei's heart could be described as happy, and he was very glad that he had met Yang Bai in the beginning. Follow the adults. There's meat to eat. Shortly afterward, the crowd was about to set out again. Husband, brother Yang Bai. Young master, brother De Bai. Goodbye. After everyone bid farewell to Yang Bai one after another, they immediately sped towards the direction of the 100,000 mountains. Looking at their backs, Yang Bai shouted, "Take care of everything." Meanwhile, the heavenly demon realm. It was a world full of blood. Even the sky was blood red. From outside the universe, the entire heavenly demon realm was a blood red planet. But within this dim, blood red world, there was one place that seemed so out of place. Unlike the blood red of the outside world, there was a holy Snow White. Cultivators living in the heavenly demon realm were called heavenly demons in the Kunlun realm. The overall strength of the heavenly devil realm was quite a bit stronger than the Kunlun realm. In terms of top combat power alone, compared to the only 4 9th Tribulation Paragon Emperors in the Kunlun realm, the heavenly devil realm was completely victorious. The heavenly demon realm had 4 quadruple overlords, all 4 of whom were great emperors. They were the Black Fury Demon Emperor, the Underworld Demon Emperor, the Night Shadow Demon Emperor, and the Sacred Sky Demon Emperor. There were countless Paragon Emperors under their banner. The strongest among them was the Holy Sky Demon Emperor. The dominion he commanded was the grungy, Snow White, Holy Land. In that land, there lived a race that was different from the other heavenly demons, the Holy Demons. Holy Devils were different from other heavenly devils in that they were not bloodthirsty. Ordinary heavenly demons had a hideous and terrifying appearance, with sharp fangs leaking out. On the contrary, the Holy Devils with their beautiful appearance, snow-white hair, and there was also a small, delicate little horn above his forehead. Because of this, the rest of the sky demon communities were resistant to this alternative. Just tens of thousands of years ago, the heavenly demon realm suddenly ended its crusade against the Kunlun realm. They launched a raid on the Holy Devil, trying to root out the alternative. For many years, the conflict between the heavenly devils and the holy devils was instantly ignited to explode. With his strong strength, the holy demon emperor hardened himself and drew with the other three demon emperors. The heavenly demon realm was also caught up in a civil war at this time, so it naturally had no time to care about the weak Kunlun realm. In the eyes of the heavenly devils, the Kunlun realm without a great emperor powerhouse was like fish and meat on a chopping board. At their mercy. Chapter 61, Returning from Exercise. White-haired old man. Another 6 months have passed. More and more cultivators poured into the 100,000 Great Mountains, except for a year ago when there was a sighting of a sky demon on the second level. The third layer, the fourth layer, and so on were all surprised one after another by the traces left by the heavenly devil. Without exception, the same heavenly demon dryads as the second layer appeared. Not long ago, appalling news was spread within the secret territory. The third level suddenly surprised the heavenly demon dryad of the returning realm. The crowd of cultivators whose cultivation was suppressed at the Yuanshan realm were faced with an absolute gap of 4 whole realms. Without exception, none of them were spared. The whole army was wiped out. At this time, there is nothing to do. Yang Bai sat alone in the full incense building. Alone tea. The hustle and bustle of Mufeng City was in his sights. Every cultivator who came to the eastern wasteland had more or less heard that Mufeng City hid a hidden powerhouse. At first the cultivators from all the top powers scoffed at it. But just half a year ago, Optimus Prime himself issued a decree. It is strictly forbidden for any Tiannan cultivator to approach Mufeng City, and those who disobey the order will be killed without pardon. Kang Sang is the Northern Plains Exalted One of the 4 great powerhouses of the Kunlun realm. His every move implicated the Northern Plains and even the entire Kunlun realm. With the issuance of Prime Sang's decree, it was also officially confirmed that Mufeng City was harboring a hidden powerhouse. Today's Mufeng City is wrapped in mystery. Many cultivators shunned Mufeng City after learning this news. Even Kang Sang, one of the 4 great powerhouses of the world, was quite fearful of that reclusive powerhouse, not to mention other cultivators. However, this also attracted quite a few aspiring cultivators who wanted to learn more about this mysterious powerhouse. As a result, the crowds in Mufeng City have skyrocketed. Many disciples and elders from the great powers flocked to Mufeng City, all wanting to make a good connection with this mysterious strongman who could make even Prime Sang afraid. The foreign cultivators also didn't dare to be reckless in the city in the slightest, even though they despised the eastern wasteland natives in their hearts. Yang Bai laughed at all of this. For those cultivators who came in admiration, he was even lazier. Mufeng City is quite lively now. Yang Bai looked at the crowded street below this. Pedestrians shoulder to shoulder. So lively. Suddenly there was a cry from the table next to his. Only a man with a clean-cut appearance was hiding his face and weeping. This fellow Daoist, what are you crying about? A kind young cultivator came forward and asked. It's all because of the third secret level of the Heavenly Fury. Not long ago, my Daoist partner died there. After learning the original reason, the young cultivator sighed and walked away. When the news of the shocking emergence of a dry corpse of the returning Yuan realm was spread on the 3rd floor, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Cultivation was suppressed at the Yuanshan realm, while facing countless returning realm dryads. I'm afraid this 3rd floor is the most treacherous one. Another major event was the entry of the mythical ancestor as well as the golden winged rock into the mysterious realm with their clans. This was the first superlative power to go down after the opening of the secret realm. In the Kunlun realm, there was also a strict hierarchy of forces. A power that had a powerhouse of a 5-ject quasi-emperor and above in attendance could be called a superlative power. The 6th Tribulation Quasi-Emperor was the watershed of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Once one reached the 6th Tribulation Quasi-Emperor, they could already achieve the level of destroying the heavens with their hands. And forces with Quasi-Emperor 1 and above were first-class forces. By analogy, Saint Kings correspond to second-rate powers. Saints correspond to third-rate powers. Quasi-Saints, on the other hand, are fourth-rate powers. If a power that didn't even have a quasi-saint, it would be considered a disreputable power. The mythical beast clan's old ancestor, as well as the golden winged rock, were both at the cultivation level of a 7th Tribulation Paragon. This was considered to be one of the best amongst the superb forces. However, even though the second ancestor was a 7-jacked quasi-emperor, he was still unable to break free of the secret realm's laws. The cultivation of the two was similarly suppressed at the Yuanshan realm. The two ancestors quickly swept through the first 3 levels with their cultivation underpinnings of a 7th Tribulation quasi-emperor. Even the 3rd level, which was defined as hell by all the cultivators, was swept away by the duo. Nowadays, the cultivators at the forefront of the Kunlun realm's cultivators had all explored the 7th level. There are just 2 floors left until the final floor. Yang Bai looked in the direction of the 100,000 mountains, not worrying in the slightest about the safety of Yang Yuchan and the other women. With the spirit body he left inside Yang Yuchan's life and death rune mark, the small secret realm really couldn't make any waves. The ladies, as well as Li Xiaofei, had seen their strength skyrocket, and had gone to the 4th floor 5 months ago. The 4th level was not bound by the law of equality of all beings, and they returned to their original cultivation level. Another month passed. At this time the crowd that had been practicing finally returned. After 7 long months of experience, they have all improved a lot. This was not only an advancement in cultivation, but also an enrichment of combat skills as well as a growth in the Dao mind. But following Yang Yuchan back was an old man, Yang Bai, who was just about to get up to greet the crowd as they returned. A quick glance revealed the old man following them. His spirit body only awakens when they're in mortal danger. The usual time is in a state of slumber. Therefore, what exactly happened to them in the secret realm? Yang Bai didn't understand and didn't want to understand. He didn't want his lady to live under his watchful eye all day. This is disrespectful to her character. So Yang Bai didn't want to do that. Nyoko, I really missed you after not seeing you for so long. Seeing that the person he had longed for finally came home at this time, Yang Bai also disregarded the fact that there was an unfamiliar old man directly grabbing Yang Yuchan's small waist, picking her up and spinning her a few times in the air. It's like playing with a brat. Haha, deadbeat. What are you doing? Stop it. Put me down. With outsiders here, Yang Yuchan really couldn't let go. Her cheeks were bloodied and flushed. Lu Linger, however, was a real brat, and when she saw such fun, she immediately ran up and yelled at the top of her lungs. Young master, Linger wants it too. Hearing this, Yang Bai then put down Yang Yuchan and turned around to satisfy the little girl. Seeing Yang Bai's happy family of 3, Li Qingluo siblings could not help but cover their mouths and laugh. Back inside the medicine store, the bloodthirsty aura on everyone's bodies dispersed quite a bit. It's in this little yard that they can do their relaxation. Ahem. That's when a cough broke the cozy atmosphere. Yang Bai frowned slightly, very disliking this old man who was destroying the atmosphere. Hey, whose old man are you? Did you come to the wrong door? He sensed that this crane-haired old man was not ordinary. He was a grand paragon emperor, with Yang Yuchan and the others' cultivation level. How could they come into contact with a powerhouse of this level? When these words came out, that old man immediately blew his beard in anger. Hey, you stinking brat, why are you so rude? Chapter 62, Master? We'll be leaving. Stinky brat? Old man, I think you're tired of living. Saying that, Yang Bai's eyes glared ferociously at its person. Seeing this, Yang Yuchan hurriedly pulled him back. Husband doesn't know. The old gentleman is the master I worshipped not long ago. When these words came out, Yang Bai obviously froze, very confused. Master? Why do you need to find a master when you have my husband? My lady? Yang Yuchan shook her head slightly and guffawed. I have known since that my husband can make me strong. Master comes from the holy land of the apocalypse, so I want to go forward to see the outside world. I wonder if you, after all this time in the field, Yang Yuchan had seen many things that she had not been exposed to before. Yang Bai said after a moment of contemplation, since my lady has made her decision, I support it. You're not my personal property after all, so go ahead and do whatever you want. Seeing Yang Bai so sympathetic, Yang Yuchan was moved to jump into his arms. A moment later, Yang Bai carefully sized up the old man in front of him. Kid, I am the supreme elder of the holy land of the apocalypse. My name is Wu Jue. Others honor me with the title of Taoist Master Wu Jue. Don't worry, your little lady is extremely gifted, and she's here with the old man too. I'm sure I won't be wronged. Don't worry, Taoist Master Wu Jue declared himself to Yang Bai. The old man had wanted to frighten Yang Bai with this overwhelming identity. After all, in the eyes of his people, he is nothing more than an Eastern barbarian. In his heart, he even felt that Yang Yuchan, who had such outstanding talent, was not worthy of him at all. Who knew that Yang Bai didn't show the surprise he expected, but instead warned, Old man, I don't care where you're from, if I find out, my lady has suffered one iota of wrongdoing in your holy land of the apocalypse, I shall visit you then. The words were not shocking, and Taoist Wu Jue just wanted to reprimand this boy who didn't know the heights of heaven. But the next moment, a terrifyingly piercing light erupted from Yang Bai's eyes. Immediately, Taoist Master Wu Jue's soul was directly shaken out of his body. Immediately afterward, he felt a heavenly turn of events. The space and time around him were constantly changing, and his soul was instantaneous and entered within a hyperspace alien dimension. At that moment countless hands climbed up his body. Daoist Wujue looked at the incredible scene in front of him in horror. Immediately afterward, a black hole in space like an endless abyss appeared before his eyes. His soul was pulled into it, and black fear engulfed him in an instant. Just then, a delicate palm suddenly stretched out in front of his eyes and snapped his fingers lightly. Outside, Daoist Wujue finally woke up, and at this moment, his entire body was covered in cold sweat, and Yang Bai's snapping fingers stayed in front of his head. He was filled with fear about what had just happened. Everything seemed like a dream. Looking at the youth in front of him who was smiling evilly at him, Dao Master Wujue instantly reacted. Recall that not long ago it was rumored that in Mufeng City, there was a hidden powerhouse. He immediately understood that he was the youth in front of him. Elder, please forgive me for the offense I just took. Wujue hurriedly arched his hand slightly at Yang Bai. What's going on with you guys? The uninformed crowd looked at the duo with puzzled faces. What do you call senior? Since you are already my mother's master, wouldn't calling it that mess up the seniority? Remember what I just said and don't doubt the truth of my words, Yang Bai said with a cold voice. Yes, I've memorized it, Taoist Master Wujue replied in fear. Judging by that unthinkable means just now, even he, a third-jacketed quasi-emperor, couldn't see through it. That suffocating feeling of oppression. He hadn't even felt it on the sunrise ancestor of the Holy Land of the Apocalypse. Old ancestor Chaoyan was a supreme combatant of the Holy Land of the Apocalypse, an 8-jacked quasi-emperor powerhouse. In the southern borderlands, he was only located below immortal Crane-Dowfather, and was the second strongest person in the southern borderlands. It was a level he had trouble understanding, so he didn't dare to slack off any further. While thinking of the constant trial on the brink of death that he he then couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Alright, you just stop scaring Master. Master is actually very nice, and once in the secret territory, when we were in trouble, he's the one who saved me. When Yang Yuchan saw that Dao Master Wujue was so obsequious in front of her husband, she couldn't look at him anymore. Sister Yang is right, the old man does look quite lewd, but he's quite nice. Lu Linger, who was on the side, tipped her onion finger against the corner of her mouth and gabbled in agreement. Brother Yang Bai, in fact, Fei and I have come to say goodbye to you. At this time, seeing that they had almost finished talking, Li Qingluo's siblings came forward and said, Sister Lightning Luo, and Little Fei Di, even you guys, not bad. Little Fei and I have worshipped in the Northern Plains Tsanhai sect. It was one of the elders of the Tsanhai sect who saw the talent of Fei and I. So in a few days, we're about to leave for the Northern Plains. Between the words, Li Qingluo was full of anticipation for that more expansive heaven and earth. All of this is thanks to Brother Bai, or else with our previous cultivation talent. I'm afraid I don't even have a chance to see this level. Seeing this, Yang Bai cried and laughed. Why are you all thinking of running away? That's fine. Good luck to you guys at the top of the heap. Although he was not willing to give up in his heart, Yang Bai still chose to respect their choice. After all, everyone has their own way of living and becoming the person they want to be. Before departing, the group decided to gather in the courtyard of the pharmacy for a meal. Inside the kitchen, Yang Yuchan had a spatula in her hand and was feverishly trying to fry a good handful of dishes for the crowd. Seeing this scene, Yang Bai, who was lying on the bench, couldn't sit still and hurriedly went forward to stop her. Whoa, Nyoko, you want Sister Lightning Luo and the others to have diarrhea on their first day of departure? Hey, good you Yang Bai, are you disliking my cooking skills, looking for a fight? At these words, Yang Yuchan's nose was crooked, and she lifted the spatula and chased after him. The Li Qingluo siblings who were helping to burn the fire on the side couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Lu Linger, who had bought a large basket of crayfish and returned, bumped into the scene as soon as she opened the door. Why is young master being chased by Sister Yang again? It's night. A fragrant meal was set out with a few candles on the table. With the full moon in the sky, the 5 men sat at the table and clinked their glasses together. Yang Bai grabbed a large lobster and dazzled a bite, saying with praise, yummy, it doesn't compare to someone's dark cuisine. Yang Yuchan sniffed and gave him a blank look. Such a nice scene. I don't want to hit you. Ha ha. Watching the bickering couple, the 3 people in the room took it in stride. After drinking and eating, Yang Bai overbearingly carried Yang Yuchan and said to the crowd, well, all of you go back to bed early. Ignoring the small pink fist that landed on his back, inside the house, Yang Bai threw her on the bed. Deadbeat, you don't know what you're doing. On this night of impending parting, destined to be another stormy. Chapter 63 Holy Demon Emperor vs 3 Great Demon Emperors. The next day, Yang Bai watched Yang Yuchan and the others leave. Now that the drugstore is empty again, Lu Linger, that girl, had all gone with Yang Yuchan to the Holy Land of the Apocalypse. Lying on the bench, without the sound of the little Dudano's intimate call for the young master in his ears, He's not used to it. With his ears clear, Yang Bai fell into a state of unconsciousness. And I don't know if it's the crossing over that. A disease developed from staying in that time tunnel for a whole billion years. Another year has passed in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Demon Realm. This is a great world with an incomparably vast territory. One of the continents on it alone stretched for several light years. In the Hongmeng universe, with a great emperor powerhouse sitting in the middle, and a world with a planet radius of more than 100 light years can be called a tertiary world. The Heavenly Demon World is precisely the third-level world. As for the Kunlun Realm, neither of these two conditions were met, and this kind of world couldn't even make it to the rankings. It can only be considered a savage world. In a world of darkness, only a man with a tall figure and a head full of snow-white hair, with a speed comparable to the speed of light, could be seen. The figure cut through the sky. Wherever it passed, the space exploded. Shortly thereafter, 3 more figures with equally unfathomable auras pursued towards the front. The Holy Demon Emperor was still holding 2 beauties with outward appearances tightly in his arms. Feeling the 3 auras at his back getting closer and closer, he couldn't help but frown. Lu Jiruo, who was in his arms, looked at its person with a worried expression. Your Majesty, if you take my concubine and Qingji with you, sooner or later you'll be caught up. And please, Your Majesty, abandon my mother and daughter, the Holy Demon Clan. As long as there is still you, there will be a comeback. No, there hasn't been any chance for a long time. After Qingji's return, at those words, the Holy Demon Emperor's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. At this moment, he looked ahead with a grave expression. A hurricane tornado that stretched for several light years blocked their path. Once a great emperor was reached, the cultivator's life level would undergo an unprecedented metamorphosis. A great emperor with full speed would not be much weaker than the speed of light. A casual strike from a great emperor powerhouse could obliterate a side of heaven and earth. Non-quasi-emperors can be mentioned in the same breath. The Night Shadow Demon Emperor, the Black Fiend Demon Emperor, and the Underworld Demon Emperor surrounded the 3 of them to death from 3 different directions. Don't be too deceitful, the Holy Demon Emperor said with his eyes wide open in anger. If you're not of my clan, your heart will be different. Today, we'll take you, the Sacred Demon Clan, and sacrifice you to the heavens. A few people had nothing to say as the 3 Demon Emperors attacked the Holy Demon Emperor in unison. Seeing this, the Holy Demon Emperor was helpless and he could only temporarily put the 2 girls into his long-tattered inner world. With that, he unsheathed his Emperor armament Profound Rainbow. A shocking chop was made towards the 3. How sharp the Emperor's soldier was, the blade piercing the void, carrying dozens of laws of the, it pierced through space towards the 3. Only a sword light that was tens of light years long rose up into the sky, illuminating the entire Heavenly Demon Realm. The piercing sword awnings were clearly visible from every corner of the Heavenly Demon Realm. Facing this amazingly powerful blow, the Black Fiend Demon Emperor blocked the front and offered his own imperial weapon, the Heavenly Demon Bell. The magic clock was covered with mysterious and ancient strange runes. Clang! The demonic bell and the sword on collided together, instantly setting off a huge shockwave, and with it, it caused a violent space storm that, the storm swept over a continent a light year long in the blink of an eye. The continent is as fragile as an egg, breaking at the slightest touch. A small world that was comparable to the size of the Kunlun realm was just ashes and ashes. With it came the destruction of countless beings who lived on it. If that strike had just landed on the Kunlun realm, I'm afraid that the entire Kunlun realm would have instantly gone up in smoke. Swinging, powerful imperial might filled the entire Heavenly Demon Realm. I don't know how many heavenly demons and holy demons were crushed to the ground by the powerful imperial might. The Night Shadow Demon Emperor seized the gap, clad in a darkness cloak, his body completely blending into the void. The aura of his body instantly disappeared between heaven and earth. The Underworld Demon Emperor was also holding the Heavenly Demon Divine Flame Bow. His body was filled with Underworld Ghost Flame, and his aura was compelling, powerful and unmatched. Shot an arrow. The countless voids behind them suddenly exploded, and the space behind them appeared chaotic. The arrow pierced through space and time. It shot towards the Holy Demon Emperor at the speed of light. He had no choice but to cross his sword to parry the arrow with a loud bang. The powerful airwave directly lifted him off the ground, only to see the Holy Demon Emperor's figure rapidly falling towards the heavens. He fought 3 great emperors alone, while fronting off 2 demon emperors. What's more was that one side had to watch out for the Night Shadow Demon Emperor hiding in the shadows. To say who was the greatest threat to him, it was undoubtedly the Night Shadow Demon Emperor. The threat of the Night Shadow Demon Emperor hiding in the shadows was far more dangerous countless times than the one who revealed himself. It was not guaranteed that he would strike a fatal blow when the Holy Demon Emperor was vulnerable. This also made the Holy Demon Emperor not dare to put his full strength against the other 2 demon emperors. One needs to always be on the lookout for the Night Shadow Demon Emperor in the shadows. one could only see the holy demon emperor's figure crashing down hard into the uninhabited satellite outside the heavenly demon realm. Just as he stood up with his sword in his hand, the two demon emperors held their imperial weapons and used their godless might control a huge meteorite from the sky coming towards him. With that, the holy demon emperor held his sword across his chest. An intense light exploded from his eyes. The invisible sword intent pierced through cosmic space. Abyssal rainbow sword recipe. Abyssal rainbow sword. Chopping and standing skill. A sword on that was as dazzling as a star directly cut the meteorite off. But the Night Shadow Demon Emperor, who did not speak of martial virtues, took advantage of this moment to slash at the Holy Demon Emperor's heavenly aura with a pair of ghostly claws. In the nick of time, the Holy Demon Emperor's eyes flickered slightly, and the spatial laws around him boiled over. Due to the full force of the three Demon Emperor's suppression, his figure only shifted a little, but that also avoided the menacing blow, and the ghostly claws eventually landed on top of his shoulders. Although, with the great Emperor's strong and incomparable physical strength, that blow landed on the heavenly soul cover. It won't even kill him, but it will reduce its combat power for a short period of time. The sacred Demon Emperor hardened himself against this strike, forcing out the Night Shadow Demon Emperor who was hiding in the shadows. Immediately, he fiercely made a sideways turn. His single fist clenched tightly, countless fist Dao laws condensed in his fist, carrying enough power to collapse planets. The punch ruthlessly smashed into the left side of the Night Shadow Demon Emperor's face. The Night Shadow Demon Emperor immediately flew backwards, and the remaining two Demon Emperors rushed forward to catch his person. The three of them slid all the way for millions of miles before finally stabilizing themselves. This blow, the Holy Demon Emperor hit cannot be said to be unpleasant. To say that of the three Demon Emperors, he hated the most, it was the Night Shadow Demon Emperor. This bastard, he's been hiding in the dark, sneaking around. It caused him to never dare to let go with all his strength. This punch, on the contrary, relieved him of the anger in his heart, and it was too painful to fight. However, after receiving several moves hard, the Holy Demon Emperor could hardly support himself anymore, and the slightest bit of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, the Night Shadow Demon Emperor's jaw was skewed by this punch. Chapter 64, The Secret Law of Inheritance. Humph, old sacred demon brother, do you still want to resist? If you are willing to obediently hand over the law of your clan's power inheritance to me, I promise to retreat immediately now, and never violate the sacred demon race again for eternity. What do you think? The Underworld Demon Emperor leisurely said. The Holy Demon Emperor stood with his sword, his eyes widening in anger. Humph, finally stopped pretending? I told you, don't even think about it. On the surface, the three great demon emperors commanded the heavenly demon clan to conquer the Holy Demon Emperor because of the racial issue. But in reality, it's clear to all of the heavenly devil hierarchy that it was actually the three great demon emperors who had long been salivating over the unique power inheritance of the Holy Demon. The Alien Crusade is nothing more than a vile excuse. Holy devils and heavenly devils were essentially of the same race. However, each Saint Demon Emperor mastered a secret technique unique to the Saint Demon race. That is, every Holy Devil Emperor, on the verge of his great death, can, through this secret art, pass on your whole body cultivation to your biological children. Moreover, the side effects were minimal, and the children were able to accept the great Emperor cultivation perfectly. Not only that, but also the previous one's fighting skills as well as the law Upanishads. All can be received 100% perfectly. Many great powers actually had this kind of means, but the cultivation level of the legacy was at most the undying realm, and can only receive cultivation only, and there are various side effects after receiving it, like a big reduction in longevity, etc. A secret method that could perfectly receive the cultivation of a great emperor. Think about how terrifying it was. This was also the reason why the Holy Demon Emperor was so powerful. It is the accumulation of generations of Holy Devil Emperors. The remaining three Demon Emperors were completely crushed in terms of law Upanishads alone. Although this secret method was heaven-defying, it wasn't so heaven-defying that it was kind of costless. The price is that it will sacrifice the cultivation talent of the successor. After inheriting a great emperor's cultivation, it would be very difficult to make any further refinements in one's cultivation. A great emperor was already a realm that countless people could hardly touch in their lifetime. So even so, the value of this secret law was difficult to estimate. The Holy Demon Emperor was ready before the war started. Even if he was strong, a single Demon Emperor alone would not be its match. However, facing the siege of three great emperor powerhouses, it still seemed overwhelming. It was difficult to resist the three Demon Emperors. So as early as 3 years ago, he secretly used the secret method of pouring his entire body's cultivation into his daughter, Chao Qingji. It is a long process for the successor to receive the cultivation. It all takes hundreds of years at least. During this time, The successor is temporarily transformed into a stone statue sculpture. Only after receiving the great emperor's cultivation would he be able to unseal it. And that has an Achilles heel. There's a key on top of all the stone statues. Once the key is pulled out, the secret method is forced to be interrupted. For this reason, stone statues are usually carefully kept in a safe place. In the beginning, after Chao Qingji was transformed into a stone statue, the holy demon emperor naturally lost his entire body's cultivation. The sacred demon region was not safe at this time, and had long been under the deadly gaze of the forces of the three great demon emperors. So the holy devil queen, Lu Jiruo, gathered a group of holy devil paragons, forcefully breaking the spacetime channel between the heavenly demon realm and the Kunlun realm. The other side of that passageway is that secret realm of the 100,000 mountains, sending Xiao Qingji to the Kunlun realm so that she could escape the detection of the three great demon emperors. When Xiao Qingji achieved greatness, it would be the time for the holy devil to make a comeback. But what made the holy demon emperor as well as Lu Jiruo furious was that she had just been sent to the Kunlun realm. The key on Xiao Qingji's stone statue was then pulled out. That key was the earring she was wearing. The secret method was interrupted when one of the earrings was removed. Xiao Qingji's unsealing. The moment the holy devil emperor's cultivation was restored, he instantly summoned her back to his side through his person's other earring. This earring was also considered a backhand left behind by the holy demon emperor in case an accident occurred in vain. Once the secret method was interrupted, it would take another 10 years before it could be used again. The holy demon emperor was angry and puzzled. This earring could not be removed by just anyone. In the beginning, he had placed a terrifying restriction in the two earrings, and those who were not great emperors. There is no way it will ever be removed. By all accounts, there are no great emperor powerhouses in the Kunlun realm. The strongest was only a mere ninth happening quasi-emperor. This was why they had sent Xiao Qingji into the Kunlun realm. No one in the Kunlun realm can remove the earrings. But the truth slapped him hard in the face. In order to investigate clearly, the holy demon emperor forced his way through the spatial passage again, sending several quasi-emperors to the Kunlun realm. This is the fundamental reason why the 100,000 mountains are moving and the secret realm is opening up. This all came from the holy devil emperor. Since you are obstinate, then I won't blame the three of us for being merciless. After saying that, the three of them, the underworld demon emperor, went back towards the heavily injured holy demon emperor to kill him. Who's afraid of who? If you want to fight, then fight. If the three of you can get the secret method today, I'll kill myself and return to heaven immediately. Abyssal Rainbow Sword Technique. Abyssal Rainbow 2 Chop. Heaven and Earth Move. Immediately, the countless sword Dao oracles in the cosmic space within the range of several light years. It all converged on top of the holy demon emperor's profound rainbow sword blade. The profound rainbow sword pulled out a terrifying and incomparable sword light. And the light directly overshadowed the star in an instant. Imperial Seal Decree. All laws to one. Dark fierce shadow. The underworld demon emperor stored up his sword, and a terrifying arrow Dao Upanishad converged on the arrow. Pull out the full moon to shoot a shocking arrow that cuts across the ancient world. The night shadow demon emperor's figure completely merged into the void, his dark night cloak emitting heavy black shadows. Surprisingly, he manifested three ferocious shadows of equal strength and pounced towards the saint demon. The Black Fiend Demon Emperor cupped his hands to make a spell, and then he slapped his palm out. One could only see a huge celestial palm seal slapping towards the Holy Demon Emperor. Boom! The three Demon Emperors joined forces to strike a full force strike, colliding with the Holy Demon Emperor's sword light. At once, the terrifying aftermath instantly blasted that huge satellite into pieces. A satellite comparable to the Kunlun realm was thus in the midst of the four great emperors' fight, like a piece of papier-mâché, puffing. The Holy Demon Emperor was clearly undefeatable, and he, who had already suffered heavy injuries, now became even more shaky. Even his internal world completely collapsed. The mother and daughter hiding in it fell out. Seeing this, the Holy Devil Emperor protected the mother and daughter in death, with their cultivation level. As soon as they came into contact with the aftermath of a great emperor's fight, their form would be destroyed in an instant. This was the gulf that was difficult to cross between a paragon and a great emperor. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you, mother and daughter. Hearing this, Lu Jiruo gently shook her head, her jade hand gently caressing her lover's cheek. Your Majesty, it is not your fault that things are not beyond repair. As long as Qingji is still alive, there is still hope. After saying that, Lu Jiruo revealed a determined expression. No, what are you doing? Only to see Lu Jiruo use a strange secret method to sacrifice her ninth tribulation quasi-emperor cultivation, and immediately after that, her whole body turned into a ball of light. The light wrapped around the bewildered Xiao Qingji and disappeared with its person. When the Holy Demon Emperor saw this, a tear escaped from the corner of his eye. What more could a man ask for in a wife? When Lu Jiruo sacrificed herself and sent Xiao Qingji away, the holy devil emperor would have no more worries. His only soft spot was now gone, so that there would be nothing to threaten him with. What the three great demon emperors needed was the secret method, and the secret method was only known to the holy demon emperor in this world. This will save its life. Chapter 65 Raising the Pen to the Life of a Para-Emperor. Kunlun Realm, Eastern Wasteland, Mufeng City, inside the medicine store. Yang Bai was lying on the bench, squinting and dozing, bored out of his mind. It's not a boring year. Suddenly, a silhouette dropped from over the courtyard. It directly fell into Yang Bai's arms. Yang Bai, who was lying on the bench and sleeping, was very confused and was directly awakened by the commotion. Is this a dream? Maidens falling from the sky? The young girl had a head of snow-white 3,000 hair and a white dress that was as snowy as the snow. The pretty cheeks seemed to have been carved from the will of heaven itself, only to see Chao Qingji lying on her back in her person's arms. The two of them were looking at each other in a weird atmosphere. The distance was so close that the young girl's red lips were less than half a finger away from his. Out of nervousness, the young girl's long eyelashes were fluttering. The two bodies were pressed tightly together. Yang Bai could clearly feel the softness coming from his chest. What kills me is that there's still a clump of it in my hand. What's worse? Yang Bai also involuntarily scratched. Ah! A scream pierced the clouds. When Meiba, who lived next to her, heard this, she immediately revealed a smile with a darker meaning. Yeah, this Yang Bai kid is playing with quite a flower. I didn't realize that he, who is so afraid of his daughter-in-law, would let go only a year after the little lady left. After the scream, Chao Qingji quickly jumped away from Yang Bai like a frightened little wildcat. The little head hung down even more shyly. A blush rose on her beautiful cheeks, as beautiful as the evening sun in the sky. Only Chao Qingji's small hands were seen tightly wrapped around her chest. Chao Qingji, as the jewel in the holy demon emperor's palm, the young princess of the holy demon race, had a noble status. Before that, he hadn't even talked freely with any other man except his father. Never before had I been so close to a strange man as I was today. Ahem. Yang Bai's old face was also red at this time, but when he looked at the beautiful young girl in front of him, he actually seemed to have some familiar feelings. Ahem, that sister, that just actually pure misunderstanding. Who knew you'd fall out of the sky while I was sleeping? But, haven't we met somewhere before? Yang Bai carefully sized up the young girl in front of him. Once these words came out, Chao Qingji finally raised her head and looked at Yang Bai's appearance. The young girl immediately faded away her shyness, clenched her teeth, and stared at her person with big beautiful eyes that were milky and ferocious. With that, she stomped her foot, swung her little pink fist, and smashed it towards Yang Bai's body. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You bad boy. Chao Qingji couldn't help but shed uncontested tears as she spoke and fought. Yang Bai was all confused by the whole thing for a while, letting the young girl's fists hit her body and, after all, he was the one who had slighted people, and he was the one who had deserved it first. Tired of fighting, the young girl's vision blurred, her large eyes filled with watery mist. A teary-eyed look at him. This delicate and miserable appearance of the young girl made people want to hold her in their arms and love her fiercely. Yang Bai was no exception, and seeing that she seemed to have lost her temper, he asked her again. Sis, I'm sorry, but isn't it true that we've met somewhere before? At first, just a quick glance, he was killed by Yang Yuchan to mess up his heart, so it's normal to not remember her. Hearing this, Chao Qingji hurriedly remembered everything that had happened in the heavenly demon realm again. It was her mother, Lu Jiruo, who sacrificed herself and used the other earring on Yang Bai's body to send her to the ladder. When she thought of her mother's immortal death, Chao Qingji couldn't help but cry all over again. Seeing the young girl cry even more miserably, Yang Bai hurriedly took out his handkerchief and stood aside and, quietly, he listened to the young girl's sorrowful sobs. Only after a long time had passed did the young girl slowly stop crying. Not that I'm saying, sis, but didn't I just shake your little buns? You don't have to cry so much. Besides, it was just an accident. Besides, compared to the scale, it's still my mother's little watermelon that's better. The latter sentence, Yang Bai naturally did not say it, but only secretly spat it out in his heart. When these words came out, Chao Qingji glared viciously at him again, and for a moment, her voice choked with anger. You, HNN, you, you, badass. In the words of my mother, you're a, you're a traitor. Thinking of Jiru Lu, she gritted her teeth again. And, it's all you. You're the cause of, you killed, my mother. Yang Bai was confused by this and hurriedly asked after him. Maisie, don't you throw dirty water, I don't know your mother. How dare you argue? If you hadn't taken my earrings away in the first place, how could my sacred demon clan end up in such a state? And how could my mother die? Chao Qingji's words were not shocking, and Yang Bai then recalled the scene when he was in Xuanla Pavilion. You're the statue. Yang Bai looked at the young girl in shock, and when he said that, he took out the earring. But what does this have to do with your mother's death? Seeing the earrings, Xiao Qingji thought again of what her father, the Holy Devil Emperor, had said, that only the Great Emperor, the party can remove the earrings. Lu Jiruo also knew deep down that the person who removed the earrings was most likely a Great Emperor. But even so, she had to do it. She would rather take a gamble than let Xiao Qingji stay there and act as the Holy Demon Emperor's soft underbelly. If Xiao Qingji stays there, both father and daughter will die. On the contrary, send her away, and with a bit of luck, it would save both the Holy Demon Emperor's life and hers. The worst-case scenario would at least save the life of the Holy Demon Emperor alone. But after she probed Yang Bai for a while, she found that he was devoid of any cultivator's aura. Not even a dantian. Immediately, Xiao Qingji choked back her sobs as she recounted the reason for this. After understanding the matter clearly before and after, Yang Bai came to a realization. All things considered, the incident does have a lot to do with him. If it hadn't been for his cheap hand, removing Xiao Qingji's earrings, the Holy Devil Emperor's family probably wouldn't end up that badly. Looking at the young girl in front of him, squatting on the ground, crying her heart out. For the first time, Yang Bai felt so much guilt welling up in his heart. With that, he couldn't help but step forward and reach out to try to touch the young girl's head and comfort her. But the young girl deliberately dodged it, and gave him a disgruntled glare with a wicked eye. She could be said to hate Yang Bai in her heart right now, but thinking that the other didn't know and didn't mean it, his eyes softened a little more. AI in the end, this matter is also my fault. Maisie, don't cry either. Tell me your mother's name, and I can bring her back to you immediately. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Qingji immediately stopped crying and stood up from the ground with a miso sound. Excitedly, he looked at Yang Bai. Are you telling the truth? The package is real. Yang Bai replied confidently. Humph, if you dare to lie to me, I'll never forgive you. With that, she told Yang Bai her mother's name. Immediately, Yang Bai's hands spread out, and a terrifying greatness slowly condensed in his hands. That power is mysterious. It was not like spiritual power, much less the power of the Law Upanishads. The feeling that Xiao Qingji brings is that this kind of power was not at all comparable to spiritual power as well as the power of laws. The surrounding spiritual energy, as well as the power of the laws, were as if they had seen a monarch approaching. All of them then kneeled toward it in general. At this time, only to see in Yang Bai's left hand slowly condensed a book of life and death. A heavenly yuan pen slowly coalesced in his right hand. He then turned over the book of life and death to a page that carried the breath of infinite life. He picked up the Tian Yuan pen and wrote the three big words Lu Jiruo on it. In the book of life and death instantly erupted with an intense light that, the rich aura of life instantly enveloped a side of heaven and earth. All sorts of visions then appeared, but they were all suppressed by Yang Bai one by one. Not long after, under Xiao Qingji's shocked gaze, Lu Jiruo's figure slowly coalesced and it appeared on Yang Bai's side. Chapter 66, Infernal World, Otherworldly Space, Hell Realm. In a trance of consciousness, Lu Jiruo looked around with a shocked expression. She clearly remembered that she had fallen not long ago. So how did she suddenly come to this strange place? Just as she was puzzled, Xiao Qingji's petite body excitedly jumped into its person's arms. Looking at the dear person in her arms, Lu Jiruo looked at the scene in front of her incredulously. I can't believe she's still alive. Qingji? Good girl. Gently stroking the forehead of the person in his arms, Xiao Qingji hugged her tightly, clear tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. I'm afraid it's all a beautiful dream. Mother and daughter cling to each other after a life and death experience. After a long time, the two separated. Qingji, talk to me? What's going on? Where is this? After doing this, Yang Bai silently put away the book of life and death as well as the heavenly yuan pen. After hearing this, Xiao Qingji looked at him with a face full of incredulity. She didn't expect the latter to really have such heaven-defying means. The mere lifting of a pen to write the name of a mother can bring her person back to life in the same place. Such tactics are appalling. It's simply unprecedented and unheard of. Even her father, the Holy Demon Emperor, couldn't do that, right? Immediately afterward, Xiao Qingji said in a soft and sticky voice, thank you. When she finished speaking, her pretty face was covered with a reddish blush. Apparently she was still uncomfortable with the way the two had just reunited. Then she recounted it all with Jiru Lu. It was then that Willow Jiro noticed that there was someone standing next to her. After learning that it was Yang Bai who had resurrected her in such a heaven-defying way, she immediately rose with a hint of respect. Turning to Yang Bai, he thanked him. My name is Lu Jiruo. Thank you senior for saving my life. To write her name at will, and let it be reborn. Such a strong man. It must be far beyond the great emperor. At least in her opinion, her husband, the Holy Demon Emperor, was far from being able to do so. Nothing. I owe it to you, too, to say the least. I didn't mean to take off my earring. It was an accident. Ahem. Just now it was an accident. After saying that, Yang Bai looked at Xiao Qingji again. Seeing him bring up this matter again, Xiao Qingji spat lightly and hurriedly turned her back with a blush. When has Lu Jirua seen her own daughter show such a shy appearance? It was instantly clear that something must have just happened that she, as a mother, didn't know about. With that, she looked at the two men with a look of dark meaning, thinking that Yang Bai might be a supreme powerhouse above the great emperors. If Qingji's girl can really be married to her, then this would be a heavenly good for her as well as the Holy Demon Clan. Being able to climb up to such a strong person, she immediately rose the idea of combining the two up people at this time. Right at this moment, something strange happened, only to see countless dark tentacles suddenly stretching out from the ground. With lightning speed, the dark tentacles grabbed Lu Jirua's anklet and dragged it into the dark abyss. Seeing this, Xiao Qingji exclaimed, "Mother, what's going on here? What are those tentacles? Why are they taking mother?" Between the words, the young girl hurriedly ran to Yang Bai's body, and hastily pulled up his big hand. Nor did he care about what men and women were not to be kissed, and looked at the latter with an anxious face. It's really unconscionable. It seems that I can't even do it without knocking it down a notch. Otherwise these guys would actually have the nerve to put things on my head. Don't worry, I will bring your mother back safely. Yang Bai gently patted the young girl's slippery jade hand and pacified her. When he finished speaking, he couldn't help but reach out in curiosity and touch the small horn on his person's cicatrix. Boing! At the instant of the touch, the young girl's sensitivity immediately jumped away. His face was so red it was dripping blood. You stay right here. Don't move. And wait for me to come back. But Xiao Qingji took his hand at this moment. No way. I want to go with you. There was no way to argue with the young girl's stubbornness. Good thing too. It's just the right time to bring you to see some of brother's handsome and divine martial arts. With that, he took a handful of the young girl's small waist amidst her exclamation of surprise. Then again, he breezily and casually tore through the void in front of him, opening up an alien space tunnel. Taking the young girl in stride, he crossed into the otherworldly tunnel. The space in which all living things normally live is called real space. After tearing away the true interstices of reality, an endless void was revealed. A world that is all emptiness is called an infernal world. The infernal world is a void, where crises abound and the environment is very harsh. Everywhere was filled with sharp void cracks as well as terrifying and boundless tides of energy. The slightest carelessness on the part of the cultivator would be torn to pieces by the void rift. Even great emperors didn't dare to stay in the infernal world for long. If it had been a quasi-imperialist, I'm afraid that just by going in, one would be torn to shreds by the tidal wave of energy from the infernal world. And after the infernal world, there is another world. That's heterodyne. Otherworldly space and time is also considered the last barrier of the Hongmeng universe. On the other side after breaking through this layer of space is the Hell Realm. The Hell Realm, as the name suggests, is the netherworld, the world that governs the dead. Dead beings come to this world. By all accounts, the Hell Realm also belonged to the Hongmeng universe. It is a part of the Hongmeng universe. The other time is the chaotic space between the Hell Realm as well as the Hongmeng universe. It was filled with the power of chaos. In the otherworldly space and time, there was no other force of law at all. All there was the endless chaos law. Therefore, in the other space, the cultivator could not utilize the rest of the power of the laws at all. Otherworldly space is again much more dangerous than the infernal world, and those who are able to enter it, only the legendary reincarnation powers could barely make it. The only way to travel through a different dimension is to be a strong person of the transcendence realm. And now, Yang Bai has directly crossed the infernal world as well as the otherworldly space and time. With just one hand, he tore right through the barriers of the otherworldly space and time. Ahead is the Hell Realm. The tunnel behind the heterospatial barrier was so long that it could not be measured in light years at all. If a great emperor is at full speed, reaching the speed of light per second, let it fly to the other side of the tunnel regardless of consumption. Then it's all far from attainable by the time its lifespan is depleted. Inside the tunnel, Xiao Qingji had long been too shocked to even speak. She stared blankly at the scene before her. Regarding the infernal world after the real world, she had heard about it from the Holy Demon Emperor. This was a place where even a father of the great emperor realm couldn't stay for long. But at this moment, Yang Bai actually tore apart the infernal worlds in a row, and connected them to the otherworldly space and time. With such unimaginable means, how strong should Yang Bai be? The realm of karma? It's not enough, is it? The heavenly fate realm? Or not enough? Reincarnation doesn't seem to work either? At this time, Xiao Qingji was completely unaware that her soft and boneless delicate body is tightly fitting with Yang Bai. Yang Bai very clearly felt the young girl's warm and soft delicate body, and couldn't help but blush with his old face. but not the slightest intention of letting go. Instead, they hugged tighter, eating tofu squarely. Chapter 67, The Four Supreme Beings of Hell. A few breaths later, the end of the otherworldly time tunnel appeared ahead. After a burst of intense light, it was dead and cold. The space was filled with the stench of burning as well as miserable wailing. The bloody sun covered the sky. It was an eerie blood-colored Shura world. A tall statue of an earth demon loomed large, though all of them were stained with scarlet blood. The rolling earth demon castles were shaped unusually close to the demon's head. Standing in this eerie purgatory, endless skeletons floated. Beyond the devil's castle was an endless expanse of underland as well as the endless burning fires of hell. Within the castle are the willful souls of tens of thousands of the dead. Upon death in the real world, the will of the dead comes to the hell realm. The soul here is different from the soul power cultivated by cultivators in the real world. But the consciousness soul, the two are not the same thing. Xiao Qingji surveyed this strange and eerie world filled with death everywhere with a curious expression, not noticing in the slightest that the two were still tightly pressed together. Yang Bai's figure was in the air, looking down at the purgatory below. Immediately afterward, his eyes erupted with dazzling light, and this was the first time he had opened 50% of his soul power. The power of divine sense directly took in this vast hell realm. At this moment, every place inside and outside of the hell realm was visible under his soul perception detection. The hellish realm frontier is vast, boundless, and not a planetoid. Instead, it's a giant prehistoric continent. The range is 1,000,000 Kaitan. 128,000 light-years is 1 Azer. 128,000 eons, on the other hand, is 1 Kaitan. And the hell realm boundary was 1,000,000 Jingtian. The Kunlun realm was not even a wisp of dust compared to it. It was also the first time that Yang Bai's divine sea incorporated such an expansive heaven and earth. He was dazzled for a moment. But this was only 50% of his full strength, and even Yang Bai himself wasn't sure. How terrifying would the current him be if he was at full strength? Deep within a demonic castle, inside the great hall of the castle, the fires of hell blazed on the 4 surrounding walls. 4 figures with terrifying auras sat in a circle together. The slightest hint of aura that unintentionally emanated from their bodies was enough to crush a great emperor. The 4 were the supreme rulers of the hell realm, ruling over one side. Now that they were all gathered together, it must be that a great event that turned the world upside down had occurred within the hell realm. King Yama, what explanation do you give for the Book of Life and Death? The Fengdu Emperor, who wore a crown and was dignified and majestic, with 12 tassels behind his back, was the first to speak. Questioned. I saw the King of Hell's white face, both sides hanging incense bags to protect his ears, wearing a ruffled collar and wide-sleeved robe, boots on both feet, hands on the chest holding the tablet, sitting upright, face grim. This king doesn't know either. As early as 3 years ago, the Book of Life and Death, for some reason, was, suddenly it's out of my hands. When these words came out, Nyang Ho too, whose skin was as delicate as spring snow, was greatly shocked. What? How could this happen? The 4 great powerhouses of the hell realm gathered together because just now, the Book of Life and Death was abnormal. A quasi-emperor woman had disappeared without a trace in the hell realm out of thin air. After some investigation by King Yama, it was found that it was the long out-of-control Book of Life and Death that did the demon. After this outburst, the other 3 great hell supreme beings who lived on one side also heard about it. They have come running to Yama's devil's castle to raise hell, and after learning the ins and outs of the matter, the Earth King even took matters into his own hands. Utilizing the supreme magical power, the fugitive Lu Jiruo was captured back from the real world. According to this emperor's guess, this woman must be in the Hongmeng universe. A certain transcendent realm powerhouse is interested in. This tactic is definitely from the transcendent realm. Fengdu Emperor pointed his finger at the trembling Lu Jiruo on the side. Just by the invisible pressure that the 4 of them unintentionally exuded. Just let her soul tremble as a paragon emperor who had once amazed the world. No matter what, this matter concerns the entire hell realm, even the transcendent realm. I will never allow the majesty of my hell realm to be challenged. If the next of kin dies, and every transcendence is so unruly, will the world not be in chaos? King Yama, since you, as the supreme being of the hell realm on one side, is it not too much of a child's play to not even report the loss of control of such an important object as the Book of Life and Death to us in a timely manner? At this moment, Empress Hotu's wise light was like a torch as she said to King Yan Luo in dissatisfaction. At those words, King Yama was speechless and could only smack his lips. As one of the 4 supreme beings of the hell realm, if the 3 of them had known that he had even had his own original magic treasure taken away by others, how could this make him lose face? By all accounts, he was also a powerful man of the transcendent realm. Now that it's happened, there's no need to speculate. Search the woman's soul. Everything will be clear at a glance. After saying that, The simple and rough Thingdu Emperor walked towards Lu Jiruo, who was kneeling on the ground. He then grabbed his person, and just as he was about to search his soul, the Earth Store King, who had not spoken just now, suddenly opened his mouth at this moment. There's no need to go to such trouble. That man is already here. The Earth Hidden King snapped open his eyes, which had been tightly closed. With these words, the three Thingdu Emperors similarly felt a strong soul force sweeping over them at this moment. All four of them were shocked. They hadn't expected the other party to be so bold and it actually killed them directly on their territory. Humph! How dare the harlot be so wild? King Yama had long been holding his breath and roared in anger. After saying that, he and Feng Dudidi's figures disappeared into thin air. I don't know how many years have passed since the last time a guy who didn't know what he was doing broke into hell with the strength of the transcendent realm? I've been bored all these years. So don't let them die like that. Give me some fun too. Empress Hotu also hurriedly chased after her. And in the Great Hall, only the Earth Store King remained untouched. After only a few moments of pondering, he always felt that things were not so simple. The other party could easily control the Book of Life and Death. Could that be an ordinary transcendent realm? Those three brainless things. Seeing that this Yama King trio was so gullible, the Earth Store King cursed but there was no choice but to chase them out together as the other party had already hit home. Before he left, he also purposely took Jiru Lu with him. On the other hand, Yang Bai, after detecting Lu Jiruo's aura, just take Xiaoqingji all the way towards there, only to see Yang Bai take a slight step out, the laws of space converging in front of him. A whole leap of 100 Kyoto days. Did you finally notice? Oh, that's good. Let me measure how much weight the four supreme beings of hell have. Ahead. For breaths that shook the heavens and the earth stirred up the laws Upanishads of the entire hell realm. The endless hellfire burned even more ferociously at this time. Piles of bones climbed out of the hellish rock as if summoned by some kind of call. The four supreme beings came out in unison, crazily stirring the power of heaven and earth in the hell realm. Chapter 68 Heaven Refining Furnace. 7 deadly soul-destroying arrows. Golden tin Zen staff. 1 move defeat. The four of them, King Yama, Fengdu Dadi, Empress Hotu, and the Earth Store King, appeared one after another. Yang Bai looked at the four people in front of him whose breath was incomparably majestic. With that, he turned his gaze to Lu Jiruo in the hands of the Earth Hidden King. Seeing the culprit, King Yama immediately stormed and roared. Human powerhouse! How dare you! How dare you trespass on the Hell Realm! Fengdu the Great stopped the imposing King of Hell. With a cautious face, he stared at the thin figure in front of him. With his supreme realm of the transcendent realm, under the divine sense of it actually detected a hint of crisis in its person. At first, he had thought that the visitor was at most nothing more than an undwelling realm transcendent, but now it seemed that the other side is much more than that. There was also a division of strength and weakness between transcendence realm powerhouses, the subdivided into non-residency, emptiness and clarity, through purification, sudden manifestation, and immortality. Empress Hotu's pretty forehead was also slightly wrinkled at this time, secretly transmitting her voice. 3. Can you see the strength of this person? Unfathomable depths. A pool of clear water when viewed quietly, but it's a bottomless abyss under the soul's probe. Emperor Fengdu responded with a voice transmission. With our strength we can't even see through his strength. I'm afraid he's at least a Dunhuang realm transcendent. The four people's faces did not have the slightest bit of the composure they had just had, and were replaced by gravity. The Hell Realm? Where in this heaven and earth can I not go? You should know what I'm here for, so I'll cut the crap and deliver. The four people's secret voice transmission could not escape his capture, and then Yang Bai snorted and laughed after. Said to them. There was a note of irresistibility in his voice. The dead go to hell after death. That's the rule. Your Excellency, as a supreme transcendent powerhouse of the Hongmeng universe, are you still unable to see beyond the cycle of life and death? Empress Hotu spoke out to persuade. Your Honor, don't act recklessly just because you're strong. I, the Hell Realm, am still sure to keep you here. Leave now and return the Book of Life and Death. Then we can forget all of this. As soon as these words came out, a terrifying and boundless greatness suddenly erupted from Yang Bai's body. The pressure shook the heavens and the earth, as if heaven and earth could not carry it. Looks like you guys don't want to let go. After saying that, he wrapped one hand around Xiaoqingji's small waist and his figure steeply disappeared in place. In the next moment, he appeared behind the four people in a bizarre manner, only to see him push with one hand. All the invisible space was compressed together, emitting an ear-piercing popping sound. The four of them then felt the invisible infernal was crushing down on them. Immediately, the four of them hurriedly retreated violently, and Empress Hotu called out the heaven refining furnace. Numerous powerful emperor soldiers were manifested to strike out. As soon as countless emperor soldiers came into contact with that invisible greatness, They all turned into nothing and dissipated between heaven and earth. The Harridan has bullied us too much. It's only because you're strong that we're talking to you. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Facing the invisible force that kept coming, Fengdu Emperor pulled his bow with both hands in vain. Immediately, the power of heaven and earth and the power of laws of the entire hell realm converged between his hands. In less than a breath, a stormy mass of energy strong enough to collapse hundreds of millions of stars coalesced in his hands alone. It was only at this moment that the energy storm mass instantly transformed into a sharp arrow. 7 deadly soul-destroying arrows. The arrow, surrounded by countless storms around its body, violently tore through space and instantly shot out. Boom! The 7 deadly soul-destroying arrows collided with the invisible force, and a storm of destructive aftershocks erupted. The crowds of ghosts lined up inside the devil's castle ready to be reincarnated. At this time, they were all stabbed in the eyes by the light rising from the distant explosion. 7 deadly soul-destroying arrows. The great Fengdu Emperor, and the rest of the 3 great supreme beings. Something big is happening in the hell realm. The 10 temples of hell sitting in the devil's castle had awakened from the 18 layers of hell at this time. Instantly to the outside world. Mang woman, who was guarding the bridge of Naiha, was even more shocked as she looked toward the terrifying energy storm. The 4 supreme beings, the 10 temples of hell, are all gathered by the bridge of Naiha at this time. The first hall of hell looked grave as he questioned Mang woman. What's going on? How did the 4 supreme beings suddenly come together? Mang could only shake her head slightly, stating that she only knew that it seemed that someone from the real world had broken in. Then the 4 supreme beings came out in unison. The rest was beyond the knowledge of her, a mere heavenly fate realm. At this moment, the black and white irregulars, the judges of water and fire, and other one-term hellish powerhouses all came at the sound of their voices. No good. The terrifying energy storm in the distance was sweeping their way. All officials of the hell realm listened to the order. Join with this seat to defend against the storm. Seeing this, the most powerful 10 halls of hell hurriedly propped up the boundary. The storm grew more and more intense, and now it had directly evolved into a terrifying mass of white holes in space. The fallout from the collision between the 7 deadly soul-destroying arrows and the invisible force instantly covered half of the hell realm. Only by gathering the strength of the 10 great Yama monarchs, the black and white irregulars, the judges of water and fire, Mang Pa, as well as a group of judges of the earth's mansion, was the devil's castle barely held behind them. After the storm and the white hole in space, the guardian boundary had become shaky by now. Brokenness is strewn everywhere. The devil's castle here was saved, but other places weren't so lucky. Half of the hell realm became fragmented under the aftermath of this. At the center of the storm, a figure with a shriveled breath flew backwards at this moment. Seeing this, Empress Ho-Tu, King Yama as well as the Earthstore King rushed up to catch him. At this moment, Fengdu Emperor was just like a dying man. There was no more of the unbeatable aura from before. The Earthstore King hastily summoned his own magic treasure, the golden tin Zen staff, which condensed dots of golden light. A point of the staff on his chest was considered to stabilize his breath. Immediately, the 3 of them turned their heads with gloomy faces to look at Yang Bai, who was walking towards them idly. Yang Bai's face was bland, and he didn't look the least bit injured. Even the corners of his coat weren't blown about by the aftermath of the battle. There was also a dainty Ame in his arms. Xiao Qingji, the Ame in her arms, was completely shocked and couldn't even speak. Even she didn't get a single strand of hair hurt by the fallout. Xiao Qingji froze and looked around. To describe the shock within her heart at this moment with disbelief and shock would pale in comparison. What did she see? Who's standing in front of you? That's the legendary Fengdu Emperor. That was an overwhelming figure that even her great emperor father couldn't help but tremble for when he mentioned it. But now, she was heavily injured by the person who held her in his arms with the lift of his hand. I'm afraid I can't even dream of it. On the contrary, the 3 of them, the Earth-Hidden King, had their chi and blood tumbling and were so gray that even their breath was unstable. With just this strike, the 2 sides' highs and lows were immediately apparent and very clear. Fengdu Emperor's 7 deadly soul-destroying arrows are said to be the strongest offensive killing weapon in the hell realm. Transcendents have to avoid it. It was the Fengdu Emperor who had killed that transcendent powerhouse who had intruded into the hell realm with a single arrow in the first place. It was said that it was a Tonkin realm transcendence powerhouse. Chapter 69, Dutian Divine Devil Grand Formation. 2 or 3 of 10. Even so, this move was nothing more than that in front of Yang Bai. The Jizo King was horrified to realize that Lu Jiruo, who had been in control of his hands, was, and now it's gone missing. When he returned to his senses, Lu Jiruo's figure stood behind Yang Bai at an unknown time. The Earth-Hidden King and the others were all shocked and jaw-dropped. He was actually able to do this, while remaining unharmed. It actually managed to take its people captive silently. The 4 supreme beings of hell had to be shocked by the strength that Yang Bai had displayed. Ahem, your excellency is really good at what you do. I have not lost unjustly. Emperor Fengdu staggered to his feet with the help of King Yama. coughing up blood from his mouth. His breath was shriveled to the extreme, and he was obviously deeply struck by Yang Bai. It was the first time that he, a Hell Supreme, had been made so physically helpless by his opponent when he fought against someone. If you're tired of living, I don't mind if I can give you a hand. Yang Bai's eyes were full of disdain, and he coldly scorned the bottom. Judge the world as if you were the master of heaven and earth. Humph, your strength is indeed breathtaking, but don't think that my hell realm is powerless to fight back. Nyang Ho Tu held the heaven refining furnace and looked straight at Yang Bai without fear. And with that, the next second, the 10 temples of hell, the judges of water and fire, Meng Pa, the black and white irregulars, and a host of judges of the hell realm had all heard about it. Hell realm cultivators listened to the order, formed the heavenly divine devil formation. Immediately, with the 10 halls of hell as the eyes of the formation, a large formation that was sufficient to seal the heavens and trivialize the earth was formed. The Du Tian divine demon formation instantly enveloped the 3 Yang Bai people. The 10 halls of hell are all reincarnation realm powerhouses, with 10 reincarnation realm cultivators as the eyes of the formation. The big formation became impenetrable. Lu Jiruo was only a quasi-emperor. How had she ever seen such a scene? The large formation gathered almost the entire hell realm cultivators, and as far as the eye could see, it was densely packed. The aura emanating from each of these figures was enough to make her, a quasi-emperor, tremble. The cultivators in the grand formation all had a minimum of great emperor cultivation. With that, Lu Jiruo couldn't stop trembling and couldn't help but lean towards Yang Bai's side. Faced with so many powerful people surrounding her, she could only pray that Yang Bai would be able to cope with. But there is no bottom to the heart. Xiao Qingji, who was in Yang Bai's arms, didn't have the same kind of fear that her mother had. She couldn't help but glance at Yang Bai's handsome side face, seeing that his person always had a clouded look on his face. Facing the siege of the entire hell realm powerhouses, he didn't even show the slightest hint of timidity on his face. Looking at his person's angular side face, Xiao Qingji, for some reason, it felt like no matter what crisis she encountered, as long as she stayed by his side, she would be immensely relieved. Gradually, the young girl could not take her eyes off of it, and her large eyes remained fixed on its person. Without realizing it, the evening sun rises on her face. The Du Tian divine devil formation is complete, only to see that in the large formation, a huge giant statue of a god and devil slowly coalesced. The god-demon colossus exuded a terrifying and boundless aura all over its body. Just from this aura alone, it completely crushed the 4 supreme beings of the Tongpu realm. How small Yang Bai's figure appeared in front of this huge god and demon colossus. Under the manipulation of the 10 temples of hell, the power of the laws of heaven and earth of the entire hell realm converged in the double fists of the god-demon colossus. The countless rules of the Tao law were all boiling over. With that, the god-demon colossus carried the full force of the strike representing the hell realm and slammed his fist at Yang Bai. Wherever the winds of the fists cut through, the fires of hell were burning. Facing a strike from heaven and earth, Yang Bai finally got into the spirit. That's a bit of fun. At least it didn't make him feel sleepy. He only slightly raised his left hand, extending a middle finger and pointing it forward. Arrogant man. When King Yama saw that Yang Bai actually deluded himself into using a single finger to withstand the full force of the god-devil colossus strike, there was a moment of anger. The god-demon colossus's fists that covered the sky smashed in. However, this heaven-destroying strike, moments after colliding with Yang Bai's middle finger, the blazing fires of hell were abruptly extinguished. The countless rules of the Tao law implied in the fist all invisibly and strangely dissipated. In the next moment, starting from the fist, the entire arm of the god-demon colossus began to shatter, and Yang Bai's figure never took a step back, only slightly retracting his middle finger. This strike, however, did not produce a violent energy aftermath, and not even a single ripple in space was stirred up. The god-troll colossus clutched its crippled arm, and its figure kept falling backwards. All of the people in the large formation encountered backlash, and silk blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Among them, the ones who suffered the strongest repercussions were the 10 temples of hell. The hallowed reincarnation mirror powerhouse's breath was chaotic after this strike, and he was spitting blood furiously from his mouth. With just one strike, the great Du Tian divine demon formation was about to fall apart. The 4 supreme beings who saw the scene were all jaw-dropped and wide-eyed, and showing a look of disbelief. How? Just how strong is he? Can it be that his cultivation has reached supreme Tao ancestor? The Du Tian divine devil formation was formed by the power of all the hell realm cultivators. Surprisingly, none of them were a match for him. To think that the strength of this god-demon colossus was infinitely close to the level of a supreme Tao ancestor. Not to mention that kind of powerhouse has long since transcended the world. Even if a supreme Taoist ancestor were to come in person, it was also impossible to repel and heavily damage the grand formation so easily. Is that the best you can do? I'm really disappointed. Just now, Yang Bai didn't even use 20% of his strength. He had only used 10% of his strength. He had thought of taking this opportunity to quiz him on how far his true strength has reached. Now it seems that the guys are pretty useless. It's come to this. Gentlemen, we can only go all out. No matter how strong he is, the majesty of hell is not to be offended. This bureaucrat must not be allowed to take those who deserve to die from the hell realm. Having said that, the four supreme beings also completely stopped hiding, and their auras steeply erupted. The figure flew directly into the large formation and took over the eye of the formation. The four supreme beings were all Tongpu realm transcendence powerhouses. With the addition of the four transcendent realm powerhouses, the grand formation was obviously much stronger again. The god-demon Colossus even directly recovered from its injuries, and its aura steeply rose to a higher level. The aura emanating from the god-demon Colossus had already solidified into something. A pressure visible to the naked eye descended, and the surrounding space shattered in succession. The terrifying pressure directly shattered the outer chaos wall, revealing the endless chaos beyond the world. At this time, the strength of the god-demon Colossus had completely arrived at the level of a supreme Tao ancestor. It's quite a bit stronger, but I said it. Today, I want to see who can stop me. Yang Bai's little patience for it had been exhausted. It was clear that they couldn't measure their true strength at all, so there was no need to watch them continue to perform. Immediately, Yang Bai's eyes stared, and his unrivaled aura directly overshadowed the god-demon Colossus. An unprecedented pressure instantly rose. A strong sense of suffocation filled the hearts of the four supreme beings. No good. Seeing that the situation was not good, the three Hotun Yangs hurriedly struck out their own innate magic treasures. With that, the heaven-refining furnace, the 7 deadly soul-destroying arrows, and the golden tin Zen staff were struck out together. Roll up the rules of the Supreme Path Law. Let you witness what kind of grandeur I am when I utilize 2/3 of my full strength. Chapter 70, Sword Degree Songhai. Outer Chaos. 50% Strength. Another world. Yang Bai's aura exploded, and solidified pressure descended on the entire hell realm like a dragon scroll. This was the first time he had utilized his strength to 20%. The small fight in the Kunlun realm hadn't even utilized 10% of its strength. The entire hell realm was shrouded under the sky-blanketing pressure. There were even signs that it was about to collapse, only to see him use his finger as a sword, and his eyes erupted with a shocking sword intent. Sword across the sky. The fingertip sword light rotated, and as Yang Bai's finger crossed, the sword blade instantly chopped out. The sword's on rolled up a storm of energy, and wherever it passed, life was extinguished. The three supreme beings' original weapons were reduced to nothing the moment they came into contact with the sword awnings. However, the sword's power did not decrease at all, still piercing towards the front, tearing through layers of space. The speed was so fast that it actually reached a staggering 100,000 jingtian per second. In just less than a breath, the sword-on pierced through the heavenly divine demon formation. The god-demon Colossus was also instantly annihilated by it. After 10 breaths passed, the sword arrows reached the border of the hell realm. Immediately afterward, under the shocked gaze of the crowd, even the chaos wall couldn't last a moment under its hands. Straight through, revealing a hideous outer chaos. The raging and surging chaos aura instantly swept towards the hell realm. The power of this strike not only swept across the entire hell realm with a devastating force. Even more so, it pierced through the chaos wall. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Hongmeng universe, the chaos wall was the hardest barrier in the entire universe. Thinking back to the time when the Supreme Tao ancestor of the Supreme Divine Hall had united a group of contemporary transcendent powerhouses, trying to gather the strength of all the people and break the chaos wall together. Come and see what kind of world is beyond the Hongmeng universe. But even so, the Supreme Tao ancestor was not able to do as he wished. The Supreme Divine Hall was a dominating force in the Supreme Immortal region, and the Supreme Tao ancestor was even a Supreme Tao ancestor. Even so, he couldn't break the chaos wall. You can see how hard this chaos wall is. Since then, the chaos wall was also known as the hardest substance in the Hongmeng universe. The cultivators of the hell realm had also heard a little about this matter, but at this time, they actually witnessed Yang Bai easily piercing through the chaos wall with just his own strength. And it didn't even last a moment. The grand formation was broken, and the four supreme beings were all heavily injured, especially the three of them. The Empress Ho-Tu, who had struck their own magic treasures. Fengdu Emperor, on the other hand, directly fainted, his breath so weak that it was hard to notice. Before and after a series of 3 heavy blows, ordinary transcendent realm powerhouses are afraid that they would have already died. The 3 Earth-Hidden Kings struggled to get up and watched in disbelief as the chaos wall was chiseled through by this strike. Yang Bai, who had done all this, only slightly retracted his stance, pretty happy with how that worked out. Lu Jiruo, who was standing behind him, looked numbly at the incredible scene in front of him. Is this really a realm that a human being can reach? How boring. Today count on me to show mercy and spare your lives. After saying that, Yang Bai slightly rested his hands and was about to leave this place with the two women. Yang Bai didn't want to exterminate the four of them, and if he did, I'm afraid that would cause turmoil in the entire Hongmeng universe. That's not what he wants to see. After all, the Hell Realm had an extremely important position in the Hongmeng universe. But at that moment, the three Earth-hidden kings hurried forward and solemnly knelt down at him. Your Excellency, it is we who have no eyes to see, and we have offended your Excellency. But please also, for the sake of the thousands of innocent dead in the Hell Realm, step in and fill the Chaos Wall. Yang Bai's figure paused. Then he looked in the direction of the Chaos Wall. Only a small piece of the Chaos Wall shattered, and in that vacancy the countless chaotic chi surged into the Hell Realm. The chaotic chi carried an endless power of destruction and was destroying madly. Wherever it passes, the sky falls apart. Not only that, but wherever the chaos has swept through, all of them were assimilated into a chaotic space full of destruction. In the face of this obliterating force, the cultivators of the Hell Realm were simply defenseless. At this rate, I'm afraid it won't be long. The entire Hell Realm would be completely transformed into part of the outer chaos. Spinning around, Yang Bai also had to clean up the mess left behind himself. Even with the strength of the four supreme beings in the transcendent realm, there was simply no way to take this chaotic chi. Yang Bai's figure disappeared in an instant, and the next moment, he then appeared in front of the chaos wall hundreds of thousands of Kyoshi heavens away. In just an instant, he had crossed hundreds of thousands of Jingtian. Yang Bai then turned to look at the chaotic chi that was raging to its fullest behind him, only to see him slightly raise his hand and a strong suction force erupted in its palm. The gray and chaotic chi were all sucked into his palm by this powerful suction. Yang Bai was like a human-shaped spatial black hole at this moment, crazily absorbing the chaotic chi. After only a few breaths, all of the chaotic chi that surged into the Hell Realm was sucked into the palm of his hand. Yang Bai curiously surveyed the small gray mist on his palm. In the outer chaos space behind him, chaos chi was still pouring in. Seeing this, he had no choice but to turn around. His eyes filled with curiosity as he kept glancing towards the outer chaos. However, the outer chaos was dead silent, without the slightest bit of life at all. His divine sense even extended outward chaotically for nearly 1,000,000 Jingtian, and he still found nothing. There was nothing there but a chaotic storm that smelled of destruction. It's all a gray, endless world. Chaotic chi endlessly raged inside. Even an incomparably powerful transcendent realm existence wouldn't be able to survive in it for long. Even Supreme Tao ancestors wouldn't be able to hold on before being torn to pieces by the obliterating power of the chaos storm. Seeing this, Yang Bai was bound to follow the trail and see the secrets of this world to the end. Only his breath was climbing up, with the powerful aura. Even those barbaric chaotic chi no longer dared to approach the slightest bit. They have been avoided, and are even crowding out into the depths of the outer chaos. So soon after, surprisingly, within the outer chaos tens of Jingtian in front of Yang Bai, a vacuum was created. Yang Bai erupted with an unprecedentedly terrifying aura. He directly utilized 50% of his body's strength this time, bound to figure it all out. The divine sense thoughts instantly swept away, and in just one breath, his divine thoughts swept across a distance of 10 million Jingtian. With the frantic exploration of divine sense, finally, the divine sense swept across the entire distance of billions of Jingtian days and finally detected a chaotic wall. There really is another world. After getting the answer, Yang Bai then withdrew his divine sense. There is no longer any need to continue exploring. I only saw him casually strike a boundary seal that it directly blocked the chaos wall that had been pierced by the sword. Then he briefly patted the wisps of dust from his body, and with a great wave of his hand, the spiritual power directly rolled up Chao Qingji's mother and daughter, taking the two of them to break through the foreign space and leave the Hell Realm. Greetings, my lord. Seeing this, the three of them, the Earth Store King, hurriedly and wisely arched their hands slightly toward him and said, their four supreme beings could be considered to be convinced by Yang Bai. This was a ruthless person who could even easily chisel through the chaos wall. It's ridiculous that Fengdu Emperor still wants to fight him alone. It was even more ridiculous that they had the delusion to gather the power of the entire realm to do resistance. Chapter 71, Xiantian Spiritual Treasure. Supreme Tao Soldier. Hongmeng Supreme Treasure. Chaos Supreme Soldier. After several terrifying battles, the Hell Realm had long been devastated. After the aftermath of those amazing battles, the Hell Realm hardened and obliterated nearly 2/10 of the territory. A group of judges of Hell were even more skeptical of ghost life by Yang Bai's beating. The most miserable ones were the four supreme beings. The Tongpu realm transcendence was even shattered by its own weapon. The three of them, the Earth-hidden king, fleshly and silently collected the fragments of weapons that hadn't yet dissipated. Their original weapons were all Hongmeng supreme treasures. Above the imperial weapons held by great emperors, there were even more powerful weapons. After the imperial soldier, there were also even more powerful Shin Tian spiritual treasures, supreme Dao weapons, Hong Meng supreme treasures, chaos supreme weapons, as well as legendary creation artifacts and the ancestor artifacts that were born at the beginning of the universe of the heavens. A Hong Meng supreme treasure would already be the strongest weapon in the Hong Meng universe. Instead, the chaos supreme soldier had never even appeared. Only normal causal and heavenly destiny realm cultivators could hold Xian heavenly spiritual treasures. Reincarnation and transcendence, on the other hand, generally hold supreme Dao weapons. The Hongmeng supreme treasure was a supreme weapon that even a supreme Dao ancestor would be jealous of. And as the four supreme beings of hell, who possessed the Hongmeng supreme treasure right from the transcendence, now losing this supreme divine weapon, it's a real pain in the ass. Heavenly demon realm. Inside the underworld demon palace, it was difficult for the holy demon emperor to resist the siege of the three great demon emperors by himself, and despite exhausting himself in a deadly struggle, didn't get away with it either. At this moment, his body was trapped and locked in the underworld demon coffin. The spectral demon coffin was another imperial weapon of the spectral demon emperor. Locked up in a powerful imperial weapon, the holy demon emperor couldn't even use his divine sense, couldn't move the slightest bit of his body. The three great demon emperors stood in front of the coffin in a rather sorry state, only to see that the three of them were covered with sword marks of varying sizes all over their bodies. Blackish demonic blood was also oozing from it. Even though the three of them had joined forces, capturing the holy demon emperor had come at a rather steep price. The battle between the four was exceptionally intense, and the holy demon emperor even went so far as to explode his own imperial weapon, the profound rainbow. The earth-shattering self-destruction of the emperor's soldiers blew out several planets on the spot. The power could be imagined, and the three, even if they had expected it, but neither did he expect his people to be able to be so determined. They were all seriously injured. Only the Night Shadow Demon Emperor in the Shadow Cloak was in a slightly better situation. Old brother holy devil, things have come to this point, do you still want to resist? Hurry up and hand over the inheritance secret method, and we'll promise to let you off the hook. How about that? The Underworld Demon Emperor compelled toward the Holy Demon Emperor in the coffin. Humph, delusional. You're not afraid of making a fool of people by saying such things. The Holy Demon Emperor in the coffin responded with a cold snort. They're all 1,000-year-old foxes. What's the point of playing chatty with me, since you're refusing to do it until you're forced to do it? Humph. After saying that, the Underworld Demon Emperor cast a glance towards the Black Fiend Demon Emperor on the side. Seeing this, the Black Fiend Demon Emperor walked forward with an evil face. Only a poisonous scorpion crawled out from his cuffs, and then his person put the scorpion into the coffin. The Black Fiend Demon Emperor was most adept at raising some highly poisonous and incomparable poisonous creatures. The poisonous creatures he raised were all extremely poisonous, and had once poisoned several quasi-emperors to death. The poisonous scorpion burrowed into the coffin, and under the guidance of the Dark Fiend Emperor, it slowly climbed onto the forehead of the Holy Demon Emperor. It then raised its sharp, poisonous tail and dug into it viciously. Immediately, the miserable screams of its people came from the coffin. Ha ha! I'm the best at prying open mouths. An extremely lewd smile appeared on the Black Fiend Demon Emperor's face, his wrinkled old face twisting into a chrysanthemum. The screams were endless, and the Black Fiend Demon Emperor excitedly released several more poisonous creatures in a row. In an instant, the coffin was crawling with all kinds of poisonous insects. All right, that's about right, old man. If you get him killed, I'll send you down with him. The Night Shadow Demon Emperor coldly watched all of this. Ha ha, don't worry. How could these poisons threaten the life of a great emperor powerhouse? That's too much to ask of me. After saying that, the Black Fiend Demon Emperor still kept releasing insects. After a long time had passed, there was no more sound in the coffin. I only saw that the Holy Demon Emperor was being tortured at this time, and his body was covered in purple and green pieces. The toxin had spread throughout his body. Damn, this guy's mouth is really tough. Seeing the Sacred Demon Emperor faint past, the Black Fiend Demon Emperor exasperatedly said, they could only pry out the inheritance secret method from the Holy Demon Emperor's mouth. I wouldn't dare to search his soul. Soul searching is a way to enter their spiritual world. Before soul searching, the spiritual will of its people must be obliterated. But who is the Holy Devil Emperor? That was a supreme great emperor. The spiritual will of a great emperor powerhouse was so well worn out? Despite the fact that he had been subjected to this torture, his mental will remained unshaken. Which of those who could achieve supreme greatness was not a dragon and phoenix among men? Although the Holy Demon Emperor's entire cultivation was inherited, that secret method was too heaven-defying. Even the spiritual will is so immovable. If he were to forcefully search his soul, the Holy Demon Emperor feared that he would directly explode his emperor source. To die with them. The power of a great emperor's self-detonation was such that even great emperors could fall. That was why the underworld demon emperor and the others didn't dare to do so, didn't dare to really push him to the brink of extinction. Those who could erase the will of a great emperor had to be at least a causal realm powerhouse, but that was a strong person that could only be born out of a second-level great world. Just as the three of them sighed, a sudden supreme pressure descended from beyond the heavens. Strong and incomparable pressure instantly fell on the three of them. Under this terrifying pressure, the entire heavenly demon realm trembled violently. The three spectral demon emperors were crushed by the pressure and directly fell to their knees. Bang! The three men's foreheads slammed heavily into the floor while their bodies clicked. The entire body of the emperor's bones were all crushed and brittle, with their tendons and bones broken by inches. The three men's bodies were like a mess of rotten meat, paralyzed on the ground. A closer encounter with the earth than ever before. Now, the name of the great emperor is finally well deserved. The underworld demon emperor lifted his head with difficulty and looked toward the source of the pressure. Only the blood-red sky shattered, revealing an endless void. A single, thin figure slowly stepped out of the void. The underworld demon emperor stared at the incoming person dead on, trying to see what kind of strong person it was. With just a single pressure, the three great emperor powerhouses were pressed down like babies, unable to fight back at all. But the next moment two people came out from behind that single figure. When he saw these two people appear, the underworld demon emperor felt an unprecedented fear. The grimness of endless death surged through him. Only Yang Bai's three figures instantly disappeared in place. In the next second, he appeared in front of the three demon emperors. Chapter 72, Leaving the Heavenly Devil Realm. Vast Universe. Status, 429 from https://bkuj. tw/book/2792301/840965575. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. No text content. Chapter 73, God of Creation. The 9 Great Everlasting Laws. The Laws of Origin. Status, 429 from https://bkuj. tw/book/2792301/840965576. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. No text content. Chapter 74, Broken Boundary. Situation Crisis. 10 Great Tao Ancestors. Yang Bai rushed over. Status, 429 from https://bkuj. tw/book/2792301/840965577. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. No text content. Chapter 75, The Chaotic Chi Retreats. System 2. 0. Patriarchal God. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai and the others all curiously looked toward the direction of the spatial tremor. Only a ripple in space was seen not far away. Not a single one of them could be seen in that space. The only thing that could be seen was a trail of footprints left in the void. The footprints stepped towards them idly, and every time they took a step, a ripple of space would be caused. The footprints eventually stopped in front of the 72 Supreme Tao Rhythm Cage. Illusory Heavenly Tao Ancestor and the others all looked at the string of footprints in the void in confusion. In fact, Yang Bai was standing right in front of them, but with their lowly strength of being a Supreme Tao Ancestor in the district, divine sense simply couldn't capture his human form. Just as they were wondering, the footprints took a step into the cage. The moment the two came into contact, the 72 supreme laws then dissipated into nothingness. All 10 Tao ancestors were shaken back by the powerful backlash, and the Supreme Tao Ancestor reacted violently. Subconsciously, he wanted to pull his legs out and run, but an even more startling scene emerged. I only saw that after the shattering of the cage, those chaotic chi, which had always been manic in the past, were, at this time, it actually stopped where it was, stagnated, and became extremely docile. No, it's more like fear than meekness. The gray chaotic chi were all blocked in place, not daring to advance any further. After a few breaths, only those normally arrogant and domineering chaotic chi, all of them shied away from the footprints and frantically headed back toward the boundary crack. The 10 great Tao ancestors who saw the scene, each one of them was simply worse than eating. The face was extremely brilliant. What's going on here? Chaos is afraid of those footprints? The Supreme Tao Ancestor was even more jaw-dropped and secretly swallowed his saliva. In the entire Hongmeng universe, there hadn't been anything that had shocked him so much. The situation was similar for the remaining 9 great ancestors. On weekdays, they were all Starfield overlords. He was a supreme giant-like figure within the Hongmeng universe. At this moment, those footprints for the first time made them sincerely feel an unprecedented fear. The footprints then continued on into the knot. Wherever the footprints passed, the chaos aura retreated. Led by Hongmeng Will, the crowd also entered the boundary. After a long time had passed, all of the chaotic chi was driven out of the Hongmeng universe. Not a trace of it remained, and from the beginning to the end, The crowd froze and failed to see the owner of the footprints. After doing this, Yang Bai came to that crack in the chaos wall. A lance was stuck across the crack at that moment. The gun is engraved with the words Genshin Bright Silver, Chaos to End? After saying that, Yang Bai grabbed the gun body and pulled it out with a direct hand. Just right. I've always been missing a weapon. And this gun is handsome enough. The name is also overbearing. Dragon's Guts Bright Silver Spear. He scrutinized the gun, lovingly, and then waved it casually twice. The crowd on the side was again taken aback when they saw this, and actually drew that lance. Right at this moment, a long-lost voice suddenly came from Yang Bai's mind. Ding System Update 2.0 inch. System update in progress. Ding System update complete. System. Yang Bai was shocked. Ever since he got the creation god cultivation, this system was just like being invisible. Never ventured out again. If he hadn't suddenly come to life now, he would have forgotten that there was a system. Ding detected that the host's cultivation is that of a creation god, hereby sending a system update gift pack. Is it open? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai was instantly happy. This is a good feeling. The update also sends gift packages. However, on second thought, now that he was in possession of the creation god cultivation level, what else could be rare to him? Open up. Nonetheless, don't want it for nothing. He eventually chose to open the gift bag with a thought. Ding, congratulations to the host, gaining a copy of the beginning god cultivation. May I ask if you wish to receive it? As soon as these words came out, Yang Bai froze, and a large question mark appeared on his head. Ancestor god? Isn't the god of creation the strongest cultivation in the heavens? And what is the cultivation level of the beginning god? Ding, the creator gods are only the limit of what the beings of the heavens can achieve, but not the strongest in the heavens and the earth and the universe and the heavens. Above the god of creation is the god of beginnings. At this time, the system suddenly replied, solving Yang Bai's confusion. The patriarchal gods were born before the creation of the world, when the universe of the heavens was still in a state of chaos. It's already there. Is the originator of all life? The system has been updated to 2.0 and has a touch of intelligence. Hearing the system's explanation, Yang Bai was suddenly agitated. The gods of creation are only the limit of the beings of the heavens, but they are not the strongest, and perhaps in some universe there are beings who have reached the god of creation. So right now he wasn't truly invincible, and only after he reached the beginning god. That's what makes it truly unbeatable. The limit that the beings of the heavens could reach was the god of creation, but not his limit. The beginning god is the only one in heaven and earth. It is not a realm that living beings can cultivate. As long as one reached the beginning god, that was truly invincible. Receive. So Yang Bai received it on the spot without hesitation. It's not receiving or he's out of his mind. With a movement of his mind, suddenly, the entire Hongmeng universe was trembling unceasingly. The large swaths of space shattered. Nope, it's not just the Hongmeng universe. Rather, it is the entire world of the heavens. The universes of the heavens were trembling at this moment. Rumble. The moment. All the power of the laws of the Hongmeng universe, the power of the heavens and earth, and all the spiritual power of the world were all converging towards Yang Bai. 3,000 great Tao laws, 72 supreme laws, the 9 laws of everlasting ancient, the laws of origin. At once, the power of the laws of the entire universe was drained. It converged towards Yang Bai. The space of the Hongmeng universe trembled, and the 10 great Tao ancestors in the outside world had no idea what was happening, only looked around in fear. The entire universe was drained of all kinds of law power, heaven and earth power, and spiritual power. It's all converging here. The supreme Tao ancestor who used divine sense to detect it let out a shocked cry. When the crowd heard this, they probed with their divine sense and were all stunned in disbelief. On the sidelines, knowing quite effective Hongmeng Will couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat running down his forehead. Even he, the will of the universe, felt sweaty as he looked at the magnificent footprints in front of him and thought darkly. Is this the supreme power of the god of creation? It is truly unprecedented. You can mobilize the entire universe with the lift of a finger. After a few breaths, the power of the other universes in the heavens also penetrated through the chaos wall at this time. All together, they surged into Yang Bai's body. I'm chomping at the bit. I'm so sorry. My mom. Can it get any more outrageous? It's outrageous. The Hongmeng Will that looked at this scene instantly couldn't help but burst into foul language on the spot. It's okay to mobilize the power of the Hongmeng universe. Is mobilizing other universes too strong? Feeling the already indescribable energy storm in front of him could no longer be described as terrifying. A small wisp of that energy could easily obliterate a chaotic Tao ancestor. Chapter 76, Time Tunnel. Return to Kunlun. At the same time, the depths of the universe of the heavens. The giants from all sides opened their eyes at this moment, bursting out with terrifying breath rays. All of them felt that the energy in all parts of the universe was actually like a tidal wave. A frantic influx converged in one direction. Several of them had powerful breaths that could even be on par with the current Yang Bai. More and more energy converged in Yang Bai's body, and his aura completely exploded. Due to the overabundance of energy from the promotion of the ancestor god, the impact on the host's will is fierce. The host's consciousness will enter the time tunnel again. Countdown to entering the time tunnel 10, 9, 8. When these words came out, Yang Bai was violently shocked. Not to play like this, right? Seeing that there was no time left, he hurriedly glanced back to the few people behind him at Hongmeng Will. Then the chaos wall is yours to replenish on your own. This honored one has other matters to attend to. Saying that, Yang Bai crossed towards the direction of the illusory sky astral domain's Kunlun realm with full speed. At full speed, he had directly crossed half of the Hongmeng universe in just a few seconds. At the last second, his form fell into the Kunlun realm. Upon hearing this, Hongmeng Will hurriedly arched his hand toward the front respectfully to send off the party. Greetings to the honorable god. Tens of breaths had passed, and it had maintained its arching motion without getting up. The other party was a creation god, and this was the basic respect for a creation god. After getting up, it hurriedly greeted the 10 great Tao ancestors and came forward, combining their efforts to mend the chaos wall. Just what kind of person is that exalted god you speak of? When did such a strong person appear in my Hongmeng universe? Long Yuan Dao ancestor and the others struck out to repair the chaos wall while twisting their heads to look at Hongmeng Will. Couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. After pondering for a moment, the Hongmeng Will replied, that one is definitely a forbidden figure in the Hongmeng universe. He is a creator god. When these words came out, they instantly stirred up 1,000 waves and caused a furor. What? Genesis? The supreme Tao ancestor, illusory heavenly Tao ancestor, and the others disregarded the authority of the powerful when they heard the words. The face showed a look of fear and shock. After hearing that the other party was actually the legendary god of creation, it immediately sent a shock wave through their hearts. That's a creator god. Within the universe of the heavens, all of them were supreme, invincible and disdainful existences. At that level, they were not even qualified to look up. The transcendent realm cultivators present had even never heard of the great name of the god of creation. After a few moments, under the combined efforts of 11 supreme Tao ancestors and a group of transcendence realm cultivators, finally, the chaos wall was completely repaired. Looking back behind him, the space that had been ravaged by the chaotic chi, there was nothing there, and after the sweep of the chaos it had completely become a land of extinction. Half of the Dragon Abyss starfield was dead silent. No more planet worlds will be born there for at least the next 10 metasessions. Dragon Abyss Tao ancestor Long Bai pursed his lips bitterly. Even though the chaotic chi had been driven away, the crisis is lifted, but he was still very bitter in his heart. After all, the Dragon Abyss starfield, as the starfield under his command, after this disaster, the strength had fallen to the bottom of the 10-star realms. Seeing that the matter was finally over and the deadly crisis of the Hongmeng universe was lifted, all of them were ready to leave with mixed emotions. Before leaving, Hongmeng Will purposely called out to illusory heavenly Tao ancestor, Mirage Sky, you need to pay some attention. I'm here to give you a little heads up. The words are full of deep meaning, all flowing from one word to the next. Having said that, all of you present are not masters of the world. The illusory heavenly Tao ancestor certainly understood the deeper meaning, and cast a grateful look at Will, then turned away. After the rest of the Tao ancestors heard the words, their figures all paused, casting their gazes in the direction of the illusory sky astral domain. There was nothing but awe in his eyes, for no other reason than that they knew that in the midst of the bright cluster of stars that, inhabited by a creator god, the illusory heavenly realm, the Star Huan Star River, the Orion Galaxy, and the Kunlun realm, Eastern Wasteland, above the endless dome of the Eastern Wasteland, only a single thin and slim body was seen smashing towards the ground. The body was like a meteorite, ruthlessly smashing into the ground. Rumble! A huge crater was smashed out above the ground, and a huge mushroom cloud rose in the sky, suffering such a strong impact, but Yang Bai's body didn't have a single break. It was the body of a creator god. The strength of a creation god's body was strong enough to be compared to a creation artifact. It was to allow thousands of supreme Tao ancestors to indiscriminately bombard his body regardless of consumption. None of it could hurt him one bit. Creationism would be a descending blow in general, and the two are not even in the same dimension. This place belongs to the depths of the Eastern Wasteland, devoid of human habitation and littered with wild beasts in the wilderness. The strong roar soon attracted countless ferocious beasts. The strongest of them reached the 100-yoke realm. Roar! The leader of the Dark Knight Fierce Wolves of the 100-yoke realm led the Dark Knight Fierce Wolves pack to arrive at the sound. Soon under the intimidation of its strength, the rest of the ferocious beasts didn't dare to approach the deep pit for half a minute. only to see that 100-yoke realm Dark Knight fierce wolf slowly approaching Yang Bai's torso. Pupils like lanterns swept curiously over his body. Walking forward, upon smelling the rich aura of fleshly Tao rhythms emanating from the body, it immediately revealed a greedy look, not to mention the entire body. Just a drop of ordinary blood from the Creator God. It was a fatal temptation to all other cultivators. A single drop of ordinary creation god blood could directly cause a transcendent powerhouse to advance to the Tao ancestor level. The creation god blood that Yang Bai had given to Yang Yuchan's crowd in the beginning had all been diluted countless times. Otherwise, just one drop of blood alone could have just burst them. Especially the one given to Yang Yuchan, which was a drop of creation god essence blood. It's not like ordinary divine blood. The dark fierce wolf had been blinded by greed at this point. Fiercely, he bit down towards Yang Bai's arm, but in the next second, that dark fierce wolf's teeth crumbled and the supreme body of creation burns with invisible fire. That dark knight fierce wolf was instantly burned to pieces. Seeing this situation, all the ferocious beasts were terrified, scattered in all directions in fear, and fled in fear of their lives. Inside the time tunnel, Yang Bai was bored and lying in the tunnel in vain. This chaotic time tunnel was the one he had traveled through. The impact of advancing to patriarchal god on his will was truly terrifying, which was why he had to hide inside the space-time tunnel. That terrifying impact of will was simply not something that an ordinary creation god could carry. Besides, Yang Bai his realm was not something he cultivated step by step on his own. It all comes from billions of years of hanging around and practicing. Then it would be even more difficult to resist the onslaught of the consciousness of a promoted patriarchal god. Reviewing the realms here, there are just a bit too many realms these days, so I'm afraid I'll get confused and not be able to remember them. Recap: body hardening, earthly yuan, heavenly yuan, Shenling, Yuan Shun, refining the void, transporting the first, to beginning, returning to the origin, 100 yoke, 1,000 questions, 10,000 images, imperishable, quasi-saint, saint, holy king, quasi-emperor, emperor, cause and effect, heavenly fate, reincarnation, transcendence, supreme Taoist ancestor, true spirit Taoist ancestor, chaos Taoist ancestor, chaos dominator, god of creation, god of the beginning. Weapons, quasi-sacred weapons, quasi-imperial weapons, Xian Tian spiritual treasures, supreme Taoist weapons, supreme treasures of the heavens, supreme weapons of chaos, divine artifacts of creation, divine artifacts of the founding fathers. Chapter 77 Elf Clan, meeting Mu Keat again. Inside the uninteresting time tunnel, 100,000 years quickly passed, and Yang Bai has been in a state of slumber during these 100,000 years. 100,000 years was nothing more than a snap of the fingers when viewed in his consciousness. Meanwhile in the outside world, only a mere year had passed. Yang Bai's body had been hanging out in the middle of nowhere for a whole year. 100,000 years had passed in the time tunnel, but there was still a distance to go before achieving the patriarchal god. But it's not far off. During this year, the aura emanating from the creation god's body continued to improve the surroundings. Around the edge of the pit, not only is the concentration of aura denser than in the outside world, and I don't know how many of the various rules of the Tao are active. A piece of coupled land in the eastern wasteland. In a prehistoric forest inhabited by the eastern wasteland elves. It was as green as a pine, surrounded by giant trees, and the scent of life was incredibly strong. It was even more deserted, and even the beast race of the eastern desert rarely set foot here. Although the scenery of this prehistoric forest was pleasant, the concentration of aura was really thin. Anyone living in such an environment for a long period of time would have their cultivation stagnate. Even so, generations of elves have lived here. The reason why they chose a place with such thin spiritual energy was because they had no choice. The entire Kunlun realm's attitude towards the elves was extremely bad, as the elves were all handsome. The male elves are handsome and strong, while the female elves are all fair-skinned and beautiful, so they are often hunted and captured and offered to adults as playthings. The elves were too weak to resist. A number of elves are caught by monks throughout the year. The fate of the captured elf was undoubtedly very miserable. One of the most important reasons is still the unique heart of the elves. The Kunlun realm had an elixir that had a price, the life elemental pill. As the name suggests, the function of this elixir is to increase the lifespan of a cultivator whose lifespan is about to end. For renewal, it was evident that this elixir was rare, and one of the most important herbs for refining the life elemental pill was the elf's heart. You can imagine how crazy it would be for a monk to run into an elf. That's an elixir that increases longevity. It was difficult for the elves to fight against the entire Kunlun realm, so they could only come to this remote place in order to avoid the world. That's why elves are often sold as auction items, and are fought over by various bids in auction houses. And there is only one thing that can happen to an elf who is an auction item. And it is the most miserable. That's to be played with by the buyer for a while, and then killed when they're tired of it. Then take its heart and use it as the refining material for the life element pill. So the status of the elves in the Kunlun realm was not even as good as that of mortals. The poor elves lived their days in fear. Another year has passed. The clothes on Yang Bai in the pit had long since become tattered after 2 years of wind and sun. His body was also covered in dust and looked extremely wretched. Yang Bai, who was in the space-time tunnel, was unaware of it, and his consciousness was still in a deep sleep. When he woke up the next time, he would be able to truly achieve the beginning God, become a truly invincible existence in this outer universe of the heavens. The giant pit is not far from the prehistoric forest and sits at its edge. At that moment, suddenly a small half of a skull poked out from the dense bushes. It was only an elfin maiden with blonde hair and pointed earlobes. The young girl's skin was as fair as congealed fat, and could be blown away. A look of panic and fear was written all over her pretty little face. Mukid had come out to inspect this time, but she didn't want to be captured by the cultivators again. The thought that as soon as he left the forest a few years ago, he was targeted by a cultivator and tragically captured for auction. Now she couldn't help but shiver straight up whenever she recalled that experience. On the outskirts of the forest, the elves send their clansmen out to inspect the area every day. You have to report any sign of monks. It was Mukid's turn to inspect again today. She was kind of blessed last time. After being captured, he unexpectedly turned around in the human land and miraculously returned here. At the auction in Mufeng City, it was Yang Bai who made the move and saved her. When she first went through the space tunnel, she luckily just happened to land back here. The young girl also wondered if this was the benefactor's intention. However, just as the little ninja was probing her head, she suddenly noticed the huge pit in front of her. Curious, she couldn't help but look into the deep pit. When she saw the figure of a human cultivator lying among them, she subconsciously pulled out her legs and ran, but after running for some distance, she noticed a hint of abnormality. In the hasty glance just now, Mukid seemed to feel a sense of familiarity with that face. So the young girl took a small, heart-stopping step and, step by step, he slowly poked half of his little brain out toward the deep pit again. Yikes! It's him! A startled Mukid let out a gasp of surprise when she saw the face in the huge pit. With that, she walked towards the deep pit without further hesitation. Despite the nervousness and fear written all over her pretty little face. But it wasn't so much the fear of the person in the pit as it was the fear of other cultivators suddenly scurrying out at that moment. Mukid quickly came to Yang Bai's side. She looked at Yang Bai, who was close at hand, and gently nudged his mans. A worried voice inquired, "Senpai? What's wrong with you?" Gently shaking his human body a few times, he found that no matter what, Yang Bai just didn't react. Looking at Yang Bai at this time, his body was tattered and gray. Mukid associated with something. Her jade hand lightly covered her lips, and her green onion fingers tremblingly stretched out, trying to feel the other's vitality. Living in a place where spiritual energy was so thin, plus the young girl was only 18 years old. The cultivation level was only faintly at the earth elemental realm. Not even divine sense has been awakened yet. Only when one reaches the Yuanshan realm does one possess divine sense. Only after sensing that Yang Bai was still alive did Mukid let out a sigh of relief. Jade hands gently patted her small, flat chest. The young girl had only just reached adulthood and her body had obviously not ripped the strip yet. A silly mutter escaped his lips. Still alive. Scared me to death. The divine tree granny really didn't lie to me. Kind, good people are blessed with a great life. Not to mention a good person like Senpai. He. After hesitating at the thought that the elves hated the monks, the kind-hearted little ninja still didn't feel comfortable letting Yang Bai be alone in the middle of nowhere in the sun like this. In case you meet any wolves, tigers or whatever, you'll be really dead. When Mukid thought of this, her face instantly turned pale and she hastily shook her head. In the end, he chose to drag Yang Bai back. As for the clansmen and the side of the divine tree granny, she'll convince. I'm sure Granny Godtree and everyone else will understand. Aha! Just do it. With that, the young girl rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white dewy arm coupling, and grabbed Yang Bai's collar with both hands. So with all the strength he could muster, he managed to drag him a short distance away. Ai, it's so heavy. Mukid wiped her fragrant sweat, panting and dragging for a while, resting for a while. It took 3 hours of work to finally drag him into the forest. Hoo! Seeing that she had finally come in, the young girl lay down tiredly. At this time, the light green dress that Mukid was wearing was already completely soaked with fragrant sweat. The plain dress clung to the young girl's small, delicate body. Under the sweat, the unique, ethereal aroma of a young girl's nose. Unfortunately, at this point, Yang Bai couldn't even smell. Chapter 78, Granny of the Divine Tree, Queen of the Elves, Moon Dance. The central area of the prehistoric forest, where a huge and old ancient tree was situated. Giant trees rose to the sky, and underneath them was a concentration of elven dwellings. Most of the elves live in the trees and live in tree houses. At this time in the treetops one after another poked out a lot of cute little head. Big coppery eyes looked down curiously. Mukid was struggling to drag Yang Bai's body in the direction of the giant tree. The elves that poked out looked different. Some showed indignation. Others looked panicked and closed their windows and doors tightly. The elves have been bullied for generations, and many of them have been killed and used as playthings. Therefore, when they saw the human cultivators appear, they all panicked. After the young girl's efforts, she finally dragged Yang Bai under the giant tree. The giant tree was called the wood spirit tree, and the aura was much denser all around it. Granny God Tree. Mukid gasped and shouted in the direction of the wood spirit tree. After a few sounds, a white-haired old woman came out right behind the wood spirit tree. The old woman, with a charitable face and a pair of crutches, walked slowly step by step. The moment she saw Yang Bai, Granny Divine Tree obviously panicked for a moment. The crutches he was leaning on fell to the ground with a shudder. Outside cultivators. Divine Tree Granny, you take it easy. Elder is not that kind of bad person, and he's in a coma. Seeing her person like this, Mukid rushed forward to support her and explain to her about Yang Bai. Granny Divine Tree was the highest ranking person in the elf clan, and was said to have lived for tens of thousands of years. A person's cultivation had reached Saint King. Although the Saint King's cultivation was strong, it wasn't enough to support this faltering elf clan. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, the Divine Tree Granny is about to run out of gas, already sort of half a foot in the grave. After listening to Mukid's explanation, Granny Divine Tree whirled around and turned her gaze towards Yang Bai, eyes full of deep meaning. In all the world, it is not surprising that there are such kind people. Divine Tree Granny Elder has saved people's lives before. I can't bear to see him exposed to the desert like this, in case he encounters any ferocious beasts. When Mukid heard this, she hurriedly trotted forward and pulled up the pale hands of Granny Divine Tree. Shaking vigorously, she pouted at her old man. The elves, have always returned favors. Little girl, you did the right thing. Don't worry, let him stay in the clan. Yeah. When these words came out, Mukid jumped in place with joy. Within the clan, the Divine Tree Granny had always been the most admired senior of the elves. Not only was he highly powerful, but he was usually a notoriously kind person. Within the elf clan, it was a pivotal position. This highly respected old-timer of the elven race did not have the slightest bit of the majesty and indifference of a superior. There's just kindness. As a result, the juniors get along with her, too. All of them treat the Divine Tree Granny as if she were the common grandmother of all of them. Granny, it must not be like this. In case this cultivator wakes up and has a different heart, then for our clan. But it's doom and gloom. Another voice came out from behind the wood spirit tree, and a tall young woman walked out. The man wore a crown on his head, and his golden hair was bound by a wind pin. The person who came was the Queen of the Elves. The Queen of the Elves walked towards this direction with her slender jade legs. God looked at Yang Bai on the ground with a wary expression. Seeing this, Mukid shook her head eagerly like a rattle. Your Highness, Senior is not such a person. When Kid was captured and auctioned off, it was still Senior who came to the rescue at that time. That's why Kid believes that Senior is never a bad person. Kid is willing to vouch for it with her life. After saying that, Mukid clasped her hands in front of her chest to show her sincerity. But the Elf Queen retorted, Hey, people's hearts are not ancient. The hardest thing in the world to read is the human heart. Kid, have you forgotten about the moon dance? When she heard the word moon dance, Mukid's body trembled violently and her small face turned pale. The eyes as beautiful as stars flickered with pain, caught in a wave of painful memories. Once upon a time, Mukid had a good best friend, Moon Dance. The two have been inseparable since they grew up playing together, vowing to be best friends for life. Moon Dance was still the young princess of the elf clan, being the daughter of the elf queen. When she awakened her cultivation talent at the age of 16, Moon Dance inherited the unprecedented bloodline talent of the elves. Wood Spirit Sacred Body. Moon Dance accidentally awakened the Wood Spirit Sacred Body at the age of 16. This is a powerful physique unique to the elves. As long as it didn't die in the middle of the journey, it was a proper way to reach Quasi-Emperor. Divine Tree Granny also had a special physique, and she was only able to advance to the Saint King realm by virtue of her Wood Spirit Shen Body. The Moon Dance's awakened Wood Spirit Sacred Body was even more above the Wood Spirit Shen Body, and was stronger than the latter by an unknown amount. After that, Moon Dance had completely become a star-studded existence within the clan. The clansmen all regarded her as the pride of heaven and saw her as the hope for the revival of the elven race. And only Moon Dance, who possessed the Wood Spirit Sacred Body, could lead the elf clan to be powerful. No more bullying by foreigners. And in fact, as soon as a quasi-emperor appeared within the elven race, Many forces in the Kunlun realm didn't dare to hit the elves again. To be promoted to quasi-emperor, that's a leap in the hierarchy of life. Even forces that possessed quasi-emperors wouldn't dare to be too reckless. As long as there is a paramount emperor, the elves will be able to raise their heads in the Kunlun realm, no longer sold as commodity livestock. Moondance is also well aware of the great responsibility she carries. So after that, she stopped continuing to play around with Mukid all day long. Instead, he stayed at the Divine Tree Brahma and practiced hard. The Divine Tree Brahma, as a holy king, instructed her that cultivation was sufficient. She knew deep down that she no longer had a chance to be a paragon in this life, and was already half in the ground. So she also put all her heart and soul into Moondance, expecting that day to come soon. Mukid, who was Moondance's best BFF, was also happy for her best friend from the bottom of her heart. At the same time there was a hint of pain as well as concern in his eyes. Mukid looked at her friend who was previously lively and jumpy and was happy all day long no longer existed. There is too much responsibility on my back right now. She took it all in and was very distressed by Moondance. Being a good friend, she wants to help Moondance share the burden of reviving the elven race. However, Mukid didn't have such a powerful talent. Until now she was only a small earth elemental realm. Before this, Moondance was likewise the star of the clan. From the oldest old man to the youngest child, all of them are very fond of the Moondance. The Moondance girl was lively by nature and often revealed her bright and flawless smile. Just a year after the elves were thrown into a fit of jubilation over her awakening of the sacred body. Then came the bad news. The Moondance girl has disappeared. Having searched the entire forest, no trace of her has been found. Chapter 79 Hopes, Holy Land of the Apocalypse. It was then that the Lift clan searched the forest. Nay, still hadn't seen half of her. In the end, the Divine Tree Granny clenched her teeth and rushed out of the prehistoric forest, going forward to search in the outside world. A month later, the Divine Tree Granny returned with bad news. Mukid will never forget that. The scene where Granny Divine Tree returned to the elves holding Moondance's miserable corpse. The young girl had long since lost her original beauty, and there was a huge bloody hole in her chest. The blood has long since dried up, and there are scars all over his body. The dress on the inside was even more torn and tattered, and the outside was still the clothing that Granny Godtree had draped over her. Looking at her good friend becoming like this, Mukid burst into tears and nearly fainted. That day was the darkest day of the elves. With Tsukumai abused to death, hopes for revival are dashed. It was Mukid who buried her herself. Granny Divine Tree also became even older after that day, and there was no longer any light in her eyes. Of course I remember. The Elf Queen's words undoubtedly poked at the softest and most fragile part of Mukid's heart. Over the past year, people in the clan rarely mentioned Moondance. It was a grief that was hard for anyone to forget. But who knew that at this time Mukid responded like this? But I remember more than that. She said something to Kid once. She said there are still so many different people in the world. One cannot generalize that all human cultivators deserve to die. Kid thought that Senpai was the kind of different person she was talking about, because Elder once saved me from death. After saying that, Mukid pointed at Yang Bai who was lying unconscious on the ground. When these words came out, the Elf Queen immediately revealed a stunned expression. Seeing that she could not argue with his person, she could only sigh softly. And her daughter's tragic death. She was undoubtedly more distraught than anyone else. AI, since you insist on it, let it be. But before that, after saying that, the Elf Queen arrived in front of Yang Bai with a flash, and then stretched out her jade finger and, releasing his divine thoughts, he wanted to probe Yang Bai clearly. However, just the moment her divine sense touched Yang Bai's body, his body steeply erupted with a terrifying breath pressure, and space was shaken. A suffocating pressure swept across the entire arena, instantly overwhelming the three people present. Ouch, it hurts. The pressure descended on her body, and Mukid slumped to the ground in a toadstool. The snow-white, slippery cicatrices crashed to the ground. It was good to see that the pressure came and went quickly. It disappeared without a trace the moment the Elf Queen's divine sense left. It's just the unconscious pressure released by the creation god's body. Not even 1/10,000,000th of what the main body was in its heyday. Otherwise, the breath pressure alone would be enough to directly collapse the entire Kunlun realm. Divine Tree Granny looked at Yang Bai with a terrified expression and asked Mukid out loud about the latter's origin. Kid girl, what is the origin of this benefactor of yours? Just an unconscious pressure from her body alone could crush her. A Saint King powerhouse, to the ground. It's simply appalling. How powerful should he be then? At this time, the Elf Queen also got up in shock, not daring to probe at will any longer. Turning his gaze to Mukid, Mukid softened her head and stammered for a moment. Actually, I'm not sure where senior came from, he. Saying that, the young girl let out a silly laugh with some embarrassment. That's just it, Kid, just take him to your place. Seeing that nothing could be asked, the divine tree granny as well as the elf queen left successively. Then, after Mookeed had exerted a lot of effort to, finally it was time to drag young White back to his own tree kiln. The maiden's tree kiln is elegant and simple, and also smells faintly of fresh scent. Looking at Yang Bai's clothes were tattered and torn, and his body was even dirtier. Mookeed then took out a few pieces of her clothing, but the next moment the young girl was in trouble. The god looked at Yang Bai's face with an embarrassed expression, but if she called the other elves, no one would even pay attention to her. Right now, apart from her, the entire elf clan, up and down, was filled with malice towards the human cultivators. Thus, Mookeed clenched her teeth, twisted and stretched out her jade finger and, nervously, he slowly unbuttoned his man's coat. Underneath the tattered clothes, Yang Bai's large and strong muscles were revealed. The girl blushed for a moment as she watched, steam whistling from her head. After a while of busy work, the maid party dragged Yang Bai into the barrel filled with fresh water, carefully cleaning his body. The entire time Mookeed covered her small face, occasionally unable to resist opening her fingers to curiously steal a few glances, then quickly closed his eyes, his little face covered with redness, like a ripe little apple. After cleaning, Mookeed put her clothes on Yang Bai again. The young girl seemed to have a penchant for light green, awesome green clothing. The malgreen dress looked so out of place on Yang Bai. After doing this, the young girl put Yang Bai on the bed again and tired herself straight down on the wooden chair. Looking over at Yang Bai, he looked at the handsome side of his young, equally boyish face. The young girl couldn't help but think to herself, I don't know your name yet. It feels like you're not that old, and it's always weird to keep calling you senior. Hey Jean, why don't you wake up? Mookeed had understood the power of Yang Bai's strength. She had seen it when she was at the auction in Mufeng City. With a mere lift of his hand, he tore open a spatial tunnel that spanned half of the eastern wasteland. A light ringing of the finger caused the many powerful people present to freeze in place, unable to move. This kind of unimaginable tactic was something that she had never seen even in the tree goddess granny. And now, the so powerful Yang Bai, at this time, has been unconscious, and I don't know what's going on. Mookeed just fell into a deep sleep with a mutter. South border, Holy Land of the Apocalypse. Sacred Source Peak. A silhouette was standing on the top of the mountain. Only the sinister shadow, dressed in a bright red dress, her pretty eyes looking at the ravine in front of her. Muttered. It's been 2 years. Husband, where are you? I miss you so much. They've lived together since they were children. It's the first time the two have been apart for such a long time. It had been nearly 2 years since he had cultivated in the Holy Land of the Apocalypse. Yang Yuchan's cultivation was surging at this time. Nowadays, she was already 1,000 questions realm cultivator. Before she left, she was still in the returning realm. After only 2 years had passed, she had crossed the 100 yoke realm and arrived at the 1,000 questions realm. The Xianling immortal body that Yang Bai had awakened for her was as terrifying as it was. Lu Linger came to his side at this time. The little ninny had also progressed quite a bit, and with the powerful bloodline talent of the 9 Dawn Python. At this time, he also had the cultivation level of the 100 yoke realm. Chapter 80, Heavenly Soul Mountain Range. Nikki sat and stood on the edge of the cliff with her hands on her little head. I miss the young master so much. This place is so boring. After that, both feet kept wiggling. Shortly after the two girls arrived at the Holy Land of the Apocalypse, they displayed amazing talent, received a focused training from the Holy Land. Lu Linger was now all but the chief disciple of Sacred Origin Peak, and Yang Yuchan was one of the 10 holy maidens of the Holy Land of the Apocalypse. The Holy Land of the Apocalypse was divided into various holy peaks. The peak masters were all at least sacred realm elders within the Holy Land. Their master, Taoist Master Wujue, was the peak master of Sacred Source Peak, one of the few quasi-emperor peak masters who also served as a Tai Shang elder. Hearing this, Yang Yuchan lightly covered her red lips and stretched out her jade hand to rub her person's head. Missing your young master so much? Then why don't you go and cultivate? If your young master sees that your cultivation level is still at the 100 yoke realm, he'll have to spank your little butt again. When the time comes, I won't be able to stop him. As soon as these words came out, the little ninny hastily covered her little butt, and her little face turned white. Seeing this appearance of the little ninny, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but snicker. Sister Yang, you're too bad. Even you like to scare Linger. When Lu Linger saw this, she immediately puffed up her cheeks. Her little face reddened, and she looked at its person with an exasperated look. Senior Sister Linger. At that moment a figure walked above the mountainside. The visitor wore a spandex scarf on his head and held a folding fan in his hand, which was quite elegant. So Senior Sister Yang is also here. Greetings to Her Highness, the 9 holy maidens. Li Haoran slightly arched his hand at the two women. Yang Yuchan lightly nodded her head at its person. I don't know what Senior Brother Li has come for. The visitor, Li Haoran, was likewise the holy son of the heavenly apocalypse Holy Land. However, the ranking was behind her, and it was the 10-temple sacred son. He was also a great disciple of Taoist master Wujue, and belonged to the same sacred source peak. In the holy land of the apocalypse, strength had always been honored, and it was preached that cultivation strength was paramount. Her strength was above that of its people. So naturally, she had to call out to her as a senior sister. At those words, Li Haoran's clear and clean face was slightly grave. Elder sister is so focused on closed-door cultivation that she doesn't know anything about the outside world. Recently, the southern border has been turned upside down. When these words came out, Yang Yuchan got up and asked after him, "What is it?" "It's the Heavenly Devil. The Heavenly Devils are attacking in force, right in the southern border's Heavenly Soul mountain range. I've come here to inform Senior Sister Linger of this. Master, his old man, has already gone with the Holy Lord to suppress the Heavenly Devil. Along with them, there is a group of honorable elders as well as elders. Before leaving, the Holy Lord decreed that the disciples of the Holy Land are led to the front line by the 10 great sacred sons, daughters, as well as the chief disciples of each great sacred peak, work together to defend against the heavenly demon invasion. Now the entire southern border is in chaos." After saying that, Li Haoran turned around and left, his face gloomy. "Now that the word has gotten out, I'm going to go get ready. Farewell." Hearing the word heavenly devil, Xiao He, who had been lying on top of the pavilion, was completely sleepless, taking in all of Li Haoran's words just now. Heavenly demon. It could have dealt with it before in the 100,000 mountains. At that time, it was only a group of heavenly demon dryads in the district that made it cope with the situation. After that battle, it secretly decided in its heart that the next time it met it would have to save face. 2 years had passed, having absorbed the essence blood of the 9th tribulation quasi-emperor given by Yang Bai. Its bloodline power has been boosted like never before. Today's strength is even more refined by an unknown amount. The cultivation advancement was even more perverted than Yang Yuchan's 2 daughters. Already a 3-lotus saint. Chapter 81 Heavenly Demon Invasion. But it knew clearly that Yang Yuchan that was deliberately suppressing her cultivation. If one were to let their person let go with all their might, I'm afraid that they would have long since cultivated to the quasi-saint realm. It vaguely feels that the quasi-saint Thunderbolt is afraid to take her helplessly. It was also unknown what kind of heaven-defying physique His Excellency had awakened in her. After receiving the news from Li Haoran, Yang Yuchan pondered for a moment and then decided that, go down the mountain and head to the Heavenly Soul mountain range. Linger, you go gather the Sacred Origin Peak disciples now and follow me. Aha! Good Spirit will go now. Lu Linger nodded her head before bumbling forward to the Sacred Peak Hall to announce this matter. During these 2 years, quite a few major events had happened in the Kunlun realm. Just a year ago, the secret realm of the 100,000 mountains surprised several quasi-emperor heavenly demons, led by the Golden Winged Rock as well as the mythical beast ancestor. They united with a group of quasi-emperor powerhouses, repelled the paragon heavenly demon. Shortly thereafter, as the cultivators were about to break the 9th layer of the secret realm and obtain the emperor's soldier, the secret world suddenly closed. A group of Kunlun realm cultivators were all sent back to the outside world by an irresistible force. In the end, everything came to naught. Not even the shadow of an imperial soldier was seen. Shamed to the core, the mythical ancestor and the golden winged rock were annoyed and furious, but they were still unable to shake the secret realm gate in the slightest. With no choice but to return to the clan with their clansmen in ashes, the mythical beast ancestor as well as the golden winged rock had no choice but to return to the clan. Returning to the clan, they were again struck by sudden events. Mia's, under the seat of the Kirin demon sovereign, claimed that within the 2 clans, the Kirin realm's imperial weapon, the Kirin divine bow, was discovered. Muze then led the Qilin 8 crowd in a major purge within the 2 clans. Anyone who did not submit to obedience and confessed to the crime was beheaded. When Old Ancestor Mythical Beast as well as the Golden Winged Rock led the return of the strongest members of the clan, all that was seen was the blood-washed clan lands. The duo, who were already experiencing frustration in the 100,000 mountains, after seeing the tragic state of the clans, there was a thunderous outburst of anger. Immediately, he struck out at the Qilin 8 tribes with anger. Who knew that the injured Qilin demon sovereign would suddenly kill out at this time and capture the 2 of them instantly? Forced by the intimidation of the 9 tribulation paragon emperor, the 2 of them could only raise their clans to surrender. After that, the entire eastern wasteland was completely unified under the unity of the Qilin realm. Inside the Great Hall of Sacred Source Peak, many Sacred Origin Peak disciples gathered here, and the hall was bustling with activity. Only a huge stone monument stood above the Great Hall. It was inscribed with a dense variety of clan tasks. There were group quests enacted by the disciples, with various elixir rewards afterward. There were also quests enacted by elders in holy places that rewarded a large number of holy place contribution points upon completion. Contribution points can be exchanged for treasures in the spiritual treasure pavilion. There are all kinds of heavenly treasures in the spiritual treasure pavilion, and as long as you have enough contribution points, anything can be redeemed. Even the holy source of a saint king could be redeemed. This was all done by the higher-ups of the Holy Land to motivate their disciples to practice hard. It's just a small means of contributing to the clan's Holy Land, to mobilize the disciples. Not only the Holy Land of the Apocalypse, including the great powers of the Kunlun realm, had set up this kind of system. At this moment, many disciples who were preparing to receive the quest suddenly realized that the quest stone monument had undergone a strange change. The original quests on the stone monument had all turned into a huge blood-lettered leaderboard at this point. The names of all the disciples of the clan were inscribed on it. The first 10 are inscribed with the names of the 10 holy sons, daughters, all followed by the number 0. In the face of this sudden change, the disciples of Sacred Origin Peak were all at a loss. Not only was this the case with the Sacred Source Peak, it was the case throughout the entire Holy Land. The quest monolith becomes a list of merits. At this moment, Lu Linger, who was the chief disciple, rushed over. Chapter 82, The Southern Borderland boils over. Upon seeing the visitor, the disciples of Sacred Origin Peak saluted his person. Greetings, eldest sister. All of the disciples in the task hall slightly bent down to salute when they saw the arrival of the senior sister. There was a great deal of respect for this newcomer Lu Linger who had become the chief disciple after only 2 years. Seeing this, Lu Linger's little face revealed a small arrogance, enjoying the disciples' admiration for her very much. Mentally, he thought happily and secretly, I never thought that I, Lu Linger, would have such an awesome day. If the young master knew that the current little dudin is so mushy, he might praise me. Even though the heart has been happy for a long time. But the elfin and quirky little ninny was keeping her surface as calm as it should be. Good old-fashioned saying. The sect has ordered that all the disciples of Sacred Origin Peak come with me to the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range. Suppress the heavenly devil. Right after eldest sister. If Yang Bai saw Lu Linger's dangling complacency at this moment, mustn't take a whip to her little ass. Soon after, all the disciples of Sacred Origin Peak assembled on top of the warship. The sky above the Holy Land of the Apocalypse was densely packed with pieces of warships. The Holy Land of the Apocalypse possessed hundreds of counts of holy peaks. Each sacred peak had at least hundreds of thousands of disciples. The disciples of the entire Holy Land added up to millions of people. At this time, all the disciples of the Holy Land were out in full force. The sound was overwhelming, and the superimposed aura went straight to the clouds. Even from tens of thousands of miles away, one could be emboldened by the powerful battle intent. Each of the warships was a quasi-saintly soldier. Hundreds of quasi-saint level warships. It was evident that the Apocalypse Sacred Land had a strong foundation. On the warship of the Sacred Source Peak, Li Haoran, Yang Yuchan, and Lu Linger stood at the very front of the deck. Behind them were several Sacred Origin Peak disciples. Senior Sister Linger, I heard that the heavenly demons are incomparably fierce. When the time comes to fight, just hide behind me. I'll make sure you're safe. Senior brother. At this time on the next door Heavenly Spirit Peak warship came a male disciple with a clear face. Going up to Lu Linger, he offered his attentions to her. The person who came was the chief disciple of the Heavenly Spirit Peak. Che, with your mere 100 yoke realm cultivation, how can you want to protect Senior Sister Linger's safety? The chief disciple of the Dharma Spirit Peak next door also came to the Sacred Origin Peak's warship. To the chief disciple of the Heavenly Spirit Peak, he taunted, Senior Sister Linger, that guy from Heavenly Spirit Peak can't protect you. Senior sister, it's better to stay safe in Senior brother's formation. Hey, good for you formation nerd, with your broken formation. The Heavenly Spirit Peak's chief disciple who heard this was instantly displeased. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Li Haoran's sharp eyebrows, who was standing at the front, frowned tightly, sternly chided, quiet, all shut up. The powerful pressure of the Thousand Questions realm instantly swept towards the two. In the face of the overwhelming pressure, the two chief disciples hurriedly shut up and eyes cringed at its person. That's the Holy Son of the 10 Temples. The status and position could be too much stronger than them. The chief disciple of a peak. Thank you for your kindness. 2 senior brothers. The spirit appreciates it. Lu Linger turned around and revealed a sweet smile to the two people who came to offer their love. The eyes were curved in a cute way. This scene instantly watched the two people freeze, and in their hearts, they both felt that it was worth it. As soon as Lu Linger entered the Holy Land of the Apocalypse, she revealed her astonishing cultivation talent, together with her captivating looks and her good-natured, vivacious character. Immediately, it attracted a large number of suitors. Chapter 83, Stone Tablet of Merit. Such a witty and gentle little senior sister with a surprisingly perverse cultivation talent. Who couldn't love that? Nowadays, the little ninny's fame was not weaker than the 10 great holy sons and daughters in the slightest. Not only in the sacred source peak, the people who pursue their favorite little girl can be lined up from the west of the river to the east of the river. The even more outstanding Yang Yuchan had quite a few suitors at first. However, her nature is very cold and her powerful strength scares away many people. Within the holy land of the apocalypse, she was accustomed to the title of the absolute Ice Beauty. They call her Ice Beauty. The reputation of the colorfulness was more than Lu Linger within the Holy Land. On a certain day, it was suddenly rumored that Yang Yuchan, the holy maiden of the 9 temples, already had a husband. On that day, I don't know how many male disciples' dreams were shattered within the Holy Land. The man of my dreams is actually married. Humph. With your cultivation level, you still think of protecting Linger? It's hard to tell if you guys can even beat her. It's about to set off. You as chief disciples, why don't you return to your own warships? Only Yang Yuchan glanced coldly at the duo, her cold gaze scraping them fiercely. Ah, yes, what the 9 holy maidens said. After saying that, the 2 of them ran back to their respective warships in a grayish manner. At that moment, a majestic figure appeared in front of the group of ships. Seeing that figure, the many disciples saluted. Greetings, great elder. The visitor, the grand elder of the Apocalypse Holy Land, was an overwhelmingly powerful quasi-emperor of the world. The pale-faced, white-haired Shou Daoran waved his hand and said with a calm demeanor, I'm sure you all know about the heavenly demon invasion. Now that the merit list has reappeared, this is a rare opportunity for you. It's up to you to catch it. Well, I don't have much to say. All disciples listened to the order. Follow me to kill the heavenly devil. After saying that, I only saw Shou Daoran take the lead. His body's aura released and the surrounding space was filled with a powerful emperor's might as they advanced towards the heavenly soul mountain range. Kill. Feeling the aura of the grand elder that was enough to look out of the world. All the disciples were soaring with energy. Let out earth-shattering killing cries. Immediately afterward, the warship cut through space and sailed towards the heavenly soul mountain range with a great momentum. At the same time, quite a few forces in the southern borderlands had similarly assembled their entire clan of disciples at this time. Only a few disciples and elders were left to stay in the sect. All of them rode on the warships and headed towards the heavenly soul mountain range. For a moment, the entire southern border was covered with flags. The crowds of cultivators surged madly towards the heavenly soul mountain range in a forward and backward motion. There were also quite a few casual cultivators among them. Now, the news of the heavenly devil's attack had instantly ignited the entire southern border. Above the 10,000 mile dome of the southern border, a huge stone monument of merit descended. The stone monument of merit landed in the pilgrimage mountain range in the southern border. And the monument had just landed not long ago. He was then surrounded by a group of cultivators. In a short while, the pilgrimage mountain range was destined to become the center of the southern border. One could only see the names of the Kunlun realm cultivators densely engraved on the huge stone monument of merit and virtue. The descent of the merit monolith meant that the Kunlun realm had been invaded. As long as enough heavenly demons were exterminated, they would receive the corresponding merit points. Killing a heavenly demon of the body-tempering realm would earn 1 merit point. The higher the level of the heavenly demon you slay, the more merit points you will receive. Once you get merit points, you can exchange them for various treasures in front of the merit monument. On it, have whatever you want, as long as there are enough merit points. Sacred realm puppets, the 9 turns heavenly Shan lotus, sacred sources, and even emperor sources, as well as all sorts of heaven-defying pills. It's available on the merit stones. The thing that makes cultivators the most crazy about it is the cultivation installation. Cultivation installation. That's a method that can directly raise your cultivation level. The vast majority of cultivators were headed toward this. Chapter 84 Moral Law. Blatant Disobedience. The stone tablet of merit was a supreme treasure of the world that the world will of the Kunlun realm had descended into. The last time the heavenly devils invaded, the Kunlun will similarly descended the merit stone tablet. Even sacred realm powerhouses and even quasi-emperor powerhouses were very covetous of the merit monument. Lower-ranked cultivators looked at cultivation installation, but higher-ranked cultivators looked even deeper. In fact, the merit monolith had an even more counterintuitive role. It involved the moral laws among the 9 everlasting laws. Merit points on the merit tablet can be used to exchange for moral Upanishads, not to mention the 9 everlasting laws, even if it's the 72 supreme laws. No ordinary great emperor could grasp it. The will of the Kunlun realm, in the face of the invasion of the heavenly devil, descending the merit monolith was considered a means of self-preservation. It was equivalent to a full bounty on the heavenly devil in the Kunlun realm. The one thing that makes high-ranking cultivators go crazy is the moral Upanishad. The warships that covered the sky all sailed towards the heavenly soul mountain range. Heavenly soul mountain range. It is located in the southern borderland. At the junction of the Western Desert, there were relatively fewer Southland forces there, and they were generally weak. The warships of the Apocalypse Holy Land were getting closer and closer to the Heavenly Soul Mountain range. All of the disciples stood on the warship. Their eyes were all filled with excitement. When they thought of the rich rewards on the Merit Stone Tablet, they couldn't wait to kill all the heavenly demons. The rewards on the Stone Tablet of Merit could be far from the rewards within the Holy Land Spiritual Treasure Pavilion. A red dress fluttered, and the breeze brushed through Yang Yuchan's 3,000 green silk. Millions of miles away, looking toward the Heavenly Soul Mountain range, she all but saw a blood-red color there. Even the air held the slightest hint of blood. In response, Yang Yuchan frowned slightly and asked Li Haoran, who was beside her, "Senior brotherly, I wonder how much you know about this heavenly demon." Looking at the vague piece of blood red in front of her, she didn't have the same sense of excitement that the other disciples did. Instead, they acted very grave. Upon hearing this, Li Haoran also looked grave and shook his head. "I don't know much about it, except that it's a very bloodthirsty race. Being able to quickly break through the cultivation level by sucking the blood of my Kunlun realm cultivators, it was still revealed to me inadvertently by my master back then." "Okay, senior sister, we'll know when the time comes." The warship sailed away at breakneck speed. Soon, a small village surrounded by the color of blood appeared just ahead. Miserable screams of the villagers were being emitted from the village. A large, densely packed mass of blood-red figures could still be seen lunging at the villagers from the ground. Yang Yuchan, who saw this scene, was about to draw her sword and kill down. However, she saw that the Holy Land warship had no intention of stopping, and then she loudly questioned, "Can't you see that there are heavenly demons down there slaughtering the villagers? Don't stop the ship yet. Go down and kill the heavenly demon." Who knew that the disciple who was in charge of the boat would say this? "The Grand Elder has given orders. Go straight to the Heavenly Soul Mountain range. No stopping the ship. Those heavenly demons in the middle of the journey are of low strength, so there's no need to pay attention to them." As soon as these words came out, Yang Yuchan looked at the surrounding disciples with a somewhat stunned expression. People obviously didn't want to go down there, and couldn't look at those lowly strength heavenly demons at the bottom. Heavenly demons with low strength meant that less merit points would be obtained from decapitation. They don't want to do all this thankless work, don't want to focus on these small fry. Seeing the crowd of disciples look like this, Yang Yuchan was instantly enraged. "I order you now. Stop it now." Originally, she thought that the sacred land of the Apocalypse, as one of the most prestigious sects in the southern border, the reason for coming to exterminate the heavenly devil is to defend the homeland. But now it seems to be all about the bull ***** merit points. As for the unarmed people of the world, they do not consider their life and death at all. "Sister, what are you doing? You'll receive a sect chastisement when the time comes for you to so blatantly disobey the orders of the Grand Elder." Seeing this, Li Haoran hurriedly discouraged him. "I say again, stop the ship. When the time comes, the Great Elder will chastise. I'll take the blame alone." Sacred Origin Peak disciples listened to the order. "Follow me off the ship." If there are those who do not wish to follow, they can go to the other Holy Peaks warships on their own. Forced by the intimidation of the 9 Temples Sacred Maiden, the disciples in charge of the boat had to stop the boat, followed by Her Highness the 9 Virgins. The Sacred Origin Peak disciples were all united and decided to follow Yang Yuchan. Immediately, Yang Yuchan led Lu Linger and a group of Sacred Origin Peak disciples off the boat. There were only a handful of Sacred Origin Peak disciples who did not follow. Seeing this situation, Li Haoran clenched his teeth and escaped along with them as they fooled around. The rest of the warships all sailed normally towards the Heavenly Soul Mountain range without stopping in the middle. The great sage Sun Zhou Yuan looked back and seemed to have detected an abnormality in the rear, so he sped in a single figure and flew towards the great battle of Qiu Daoran, who was leading the way ahead. "Great Elder, the Sacred Source Peak disciples have all followed the 9 Halls Holy Maiden to break away from the group." After hearing this, a hint of shade flashed in Qiu Daoran's eyes. "And among the elders in the Holy Land, it was the Grand Elder's majesty that was quite high. Normally, within the Holy Land, whoever dared to disobey his orders, that Yang Yuchan is simply bold, relying on the fact that Taoist Master Wu Jue attaches great importance to her. You dare to defy your orders." At this time, the Holy Maiden of the 3 temples, Li Yuexin, also came to fan the flames. Before Yang Yuchan's future in the Apocalypse Holy Land, she was the recognized goddess of the Holy Land. But after Yang Yuchan came to the Holy Land, not only was her beauty famous, even the cultivation talent steadily overpowered her. How could this be tolerated by a very narrow-minded little princess like her? So the 3rd Temple Holy Maiden, Li Yuexin, has been fighting her heart against her people since then. No need to pay attention. This 9 Temples Holy Maiden does not submit to this elder's discipline. There will be sect regulations to punish then. Hearing this, Li Yuexin's heart burst with joy. This time she had pulled enough hatred from the Grand Elder for Yang Yuchan. Afterwards, the warship of the Heavenly Enlightenment Holy Land was still heading towards the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range. In front of the Scarlet Village, Yang Yuchan led a group of Sacred Origin Peak disciples to kill their way into the village. The heavenly devils in the village were generally low in strength, with most of their strength at the transported one realm. The strongest person was only in the realm of the beginning. The Holy Land of the Apocalypse was worthy of being the second largest force in the southern border. Even if it was an ordinary disciple of the Sacred Source Peak, all of them were at the cultivation level of the realm of the Great Beginning. The scene was shocking, but the village was full of ruins and walls. The mangled bodies of the villagers fell in a pool of blood. The strong smell of blood comes to the nose. Lu Linger, this little niece, although also experienced killing. But how have I seen this kind of morose bloodshed like the Shura Purgatory? Naysan sat down directly on the floor and began to dry heave. At the same time, quite a few Sacred Origin Peak disciples did the same. As disciples of the Apocalypse Holy Land, which one of them was not an outstanding genius in the limelight? But seeing this scene, he was also frightened and turned pale. Usually, they're all pampered and cultivated, and there's been a lot of fighting, but the bloody scene still froze them in place. Chapter 85, Enlisting in the List. Old Sunrise Ancestor. Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor. At that moment, only a very large and burly heavenly demon was seen. The was frantically gnawing on the corpse of a villager. There was also a constant clicking sound. Hearing the hairy bones of the crowd of disciples, even Li Haoren, who had always been calm and collected, saw this scene. The faces were all white. That heavenly demon seemed to have sensed a strange noise behind Lien, so he slowly twisted his head to look. It was only then that the disciples could see its hideous and horrifying appearance, with its long tongue spitting out, constantly curling through the air. That devil only has the cultivation of the first evil realm. At this moment, he panicked when he saw so many great beginning realm cultivators surrounding him. With that, only that heavenly demon could be seen letting out a sharp hissing sound. Not long after the hissing sound was heard, in the depths of the village, a large group of heavenly demons densely surged out. The was staring at the disciples with open teeth and claws. It was like looking at food. Seeing this, Yang Yuchan hastily pulled out the quasi-Holy Spirit sword, and the palm of her jade hand was constantly sweating coldly. However, as the eldest senior sister, plus the fact that she was the one who brought out the disciples from Sacred Origin Peak, say anything to keep them safe. Li Haoren, who was on the side, also recovered his usual calmness at this moment. Don't be afraid, everyone. These disgusting guys are nothing more than creepy looking. Cultivation strength is far inferior to ours. Don't forget, we are disciples of the Holy Land of the Apocalypse. How can you be so scared by these things that you don't fight? After saying that, Li Haoren took out his innate magic treasure, the Skybuster gun. An absolutely domineering aura erupted from his body. The majestic aura instantly swept away. Only one person leading the charge towards the crowd of heavenly demons. Li Haoren was worthy of being the sacred son of the 10 temples, and he had cultivated for much more time than Yang Yuchan. It quickly overcame the fear and killed towards the heavenly demon. Li Haoren, who was at the peak of the Thousand Questions realm, held the bastard pistol as if he were in no man's land. Each swing of the lance swept up a tornado of spiritual energy. The heavenly devils fell in droves under their hands, mastering such a dominating and majestic shot. It was a stark contrast to his previous elegant appearance. This is exactly what the truly strong do, being able to face the fear in their hearts and overcome it. The crowd of Sacred Origin Peak disciples were all infected by his man's domineering and overwhelming aura. The Holy Son of the 10 Temples is right. Yeah, those disgusting guys are just a mere recluse. Kill all these invaders. Anyway, with the 10 Temples Saint Sun as well as the 9 Temples Saint Maiden, the 2 great saints around, what are we afraid of? With that, the group of disciples were soaring with vigor, retreating their timidity to kill the heavenly demon head-on. Even Lu Linger, who had always been timid and weak, clenched her small pink fist at this time. The small face was slightly angered as it attacked towards the heavenly demon. With the strength of the 100 Yoke realm, the little ninny blew up a group of transported one in Taisha realm heavenly demons with a single flick of her fist. These guys aren't so bad, they knocked down a piece of them with one punch. Linger is really good. The ghostly little ninja was still waving her fists around while he was hemming and hawing in triumph. Yang Yuchan on the side was even more ferocious than Li Haoren. A sword light went down and all the heavenly demons along the road were turned into chicken under the sword light. Deep chasms were left on the ground, and the heavenly demons beyond the sword light were frozen into ice sculptures by the extremely cold sword intent. This sword went down and wiped out half of the heavenly devils at once. Under the combined siege of a group of Sacred Source Peak disciples, the village was cleared of every single one of the sky devils. Oh, long live eldest sister. Long live His Highness, the 10th Saint. Long live senior sister Linger. After the great victory, the disciples of Sacred Origin Peak all chanted the names of the three. After this battle, the disciples of Sacred Origin Peak became united like never before. Yeah? Lu Linger's eyes curved happily after she heard that there was someone else calling her name. The dorky hairs on his head were shaking. At the same time, the stone monument on the pilgrimage mountain range also had a strange change. Only Yang Yuchan as well as Li Haoren steeply appeared on the stone tablet. There was a huge list carved on the stone tablet. As long as a cultivator had slain a heavenly demon, his name would be recorded on it. The names of the two men were shifting dramatically. Soon, Yang Yuchan ended up coming to the 180,000th place. Li Haoren, on the other hand, was 123,000 names with a string of numbers after his name. That was the merit points they had gained from killing the heavenly demon. Lu Linger, as well as the other disciples, were ranked outside of the 1 million rankings. The ones who came to hunt the heavenly devil were not only southern border cultivators, but also a bunch of cultivators from the other three domains. The first place name on the list of the merit monument shone brightly, appearing particularly dazzling. Cultivators in the Kunlun realm could see the list with just a thought. At this time, Yang Yuchan and the others were also paying attention to the changes on the list. Look, that first name up there. At this moment, a disciple exclaimed. The crowd followed the sound and saw the four big words Sunrise Ancestor engraved in the first position. It's old ancestor Chaoyang, the old ancestor of my holy land. Old ancestor Chaoyang was the guardian god of the heavenly apocalypse holy land, and his cultivation had reached a terrifying 8th tribulation quasi-emperor. He was the second strongest person in the southern borderlands, second only to immortal Crane Daofather of the Dragon Tongue Holy Land. The Heavenly Soul Mountain Range was closer to the Heavenly Enlightenment Holy Land. Therefore, as soon as the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range erupted with a strange movement, the old ancestor Chaoyang, who was in the Holy Land of the Apocalypse, rushed over. After the name of the Chaoyang Elder Ancestor, its number surprisingly reached the tens of millions. Yang Yuchan as well as Li Haoren were only a few thousand merit points. Sister Yang, look, it's the master. Lu Linger's watery eyes could find people accurately, and at once, in the midst of the densely packed names, the found Taoist Master Wujue. Follow Nikki's finger. Taoist Master Wujue was ranked 23rd, with a full million merit points. The Heavenly Soul Mountain Range spread more than millions of miles across the southern border. This place was also a heavenly demon battlefield tens of thousands of years ago. Naturally, there was also a spatial passageway left for the heavenly demon realm to travel to the Kunlun realm. On top of a mountain, there were several figures confronting one another. One of them was none other than the Sunrise Ancestor of the Heavenly Enlightenment Holy Land, and behind him were two figures. They were the Holy Lord of the Apocalypse as well as the Taoist Master of Wujue. Opposite them was a heavenly demon that exuded a terrifying aura. A strong smell of blood emanated from it all the time. The only one who could make even the Chaoyang Old Ancestor have to stand in strict wait was the 9th Tribulation Paragon. That heavenly demon was clearly a supreme 9th Tribulation Paragon Emperor powerhouse. He was one of the leaders in this invasion of the Kunlun realm, named Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor. The Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor was originally a demon emperor under the Night Shadow Demon Emperor. Nay, the three great demon emperors all died tragically under Yang Bai, knowing that if he continued to stay in the heavenly demon realm, sooner or later, he would be approached by the Holy Demon Emperor. Facing a great emperor powerhouse, he was a mere 9th Tribulation quasi-emperor, and he could be said to be certain of death. So he fought to the death to open the passage to the Kunlun realm, and led the demonic congregation under his seat to invade the Kunlun realm to fight for your life. Chapter 86, 4 Paramount Emperors Battle Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor. The entire Heavenly Soul Mountain Range was trembling violently. Large swaths of space shattered, and the hideous void was revealed in its original form. Bang bang! Terrifying tides of energy swept through the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range. Above the endless sky, four figures collided with each other. Every strong collision triggered a terrifying aftershock. I don't know how many of the surrounding mountains had been leveled. The 8th Paragon's old ancestor Chaoyang teamed up with the 5th Paragon's Holy Lord of the Apocalypse as well as the 3rd Paragon's Taoist Master Wujue to face the 9th Paragon's Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor together. However, even if the three of them combined their efforts to surround the Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor, the situation was still unclear. The three were suppressed by the Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor, especially Taoist Wujue, who only had the cultivation of a third happening quasi-emperor. Each collision caused a tumble of chi and blood. Humph! A mere third-jacked quasi-emperor. How dare you try to shake a 9-jacketed paragon emperor? It's like trying to shake a tree. I don't know what that means. Only the bloodthirsty demon emperor was filled with blood mist, and his hands condensed a terrifying blood aura. He mastered the blood sea Dao of the 3000 Great Dao. The blood-ons pierced through the void and attacked towards the three. Old ancestor Chaoyang could only respond in haste. Right at this moment of great danger, the Grand Elder of the Apocalypse Holy Land finally rushed over. The four-jacked quasi-emperor he immediately united 10,000 disciples to form an emperor formation. Millions of disciples from the Holy Land of the Apocalypse combined their efforts to lay down the imperial formation. Huge energy descended to enchant Xiao Daoran's body. Immediately, Xiao Daoran's aura suddenly climbed up. His disdainful might was enough to shake a ninth tribulation paragon. Xiao Daoran, whose strength had risen greatly, immediately joined the fray, facing the siege of Xiao Daoran, whose aura was comparable to that of a ninth juncture paragon, as well as an eighth juncture paragon. The bloodthirsty demon emperor also had no choice but to avoid the front line for the time being. Formations are ultimately not as skillful as using their own strength. The bloodthirsty demon emperor ended up fighting and walking away and managed to escape. As the great formation dispersed, Xiao Daoran made a slight bow to old ancestor Chaoyang. Greetings, old ancestor. Old ancestor Chaoyang nodded slightly in response. Good, Daoran, you've come at the right time. But how could a corner of this grand formation be missing? Which peak disciple didn't come? However, in the next moment, old ancestor Chaoyang's gaze glanced at the grand formation and realized that it was missing a corner. A frown creased his brow. As soon as these words came out, Daoist Wujue hastened to look into the large formation. It was discovered that the missing corner of the great formation was precisely the location of his sacred origin peak. Spinning around, he felt bad. Seeing this situation, Daoist Wujue seemed to have guessed a hint of what was going on, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Hey, I knew that girl would be like that. After 2 years of getting along, the old man already knew Yang Yuchan's nature quite well. This disciple of his is good at everything, but his nature is too stubborn, too insistent on what he has decided in his heart. Reporting back to old ancestor, its sacred source peak. Upon hearing this, old ancestor Chaoyang's cold gaze fiercely scraped towards Daoist Wujue, who was at the side of the room, blowing his beard and eyes out immediately afterward. Its sacred source peak again. Wujue, you're not doing a very good job as peak master. Taoist master Wujue smiled to hide the embarrassment in his heart. What the old ancestor said. Gagakure will make sure to teach those bastards a good lesson next time. Old Taoist Wujue was still very protective of his children. Having said that, every time a sacred origin peak disciple made a mistake, all merely perfunctory. Forget it, old ancestor. One less peak isn't a big deal. The most important thing right now is to dispatch disciples as soon as possible to clean up the heavenly devils. Capture more merit points before the major powers come. At this time, the Holy Lord of the Apocalypse said. Subsequently, at the order of the Chaoyang elder ancestor, all the disciples disembarked from the ship and went to exterminate the heavenly devil. However, their reaction when they saw the heavenly devil was even worse than that of sacred origin peak. Each one was paralyzed with fear, while the 4 heavenly enlightenment holy lords sat in the middle of the mountain top, patrolling the paragon heavenly demons. Old Sunrise ancestor's eyes looked deep into the depths of the mountain range, his intuition telling him that this heavenly devil invasion is by no means simple. Eastern Wasteland. In the prehistoric forest, Mukid looked at Yang Bai, who was still in a deep sleep in front of her eyes. In a bored manner, it's been almost a month since she dragged her people back to the elves, but he never showed signs of awakening. In this regard, the worried Mukid had even purposely sought out Granny Divine Tree once. Tell it to help probe Yang Bai's body to see what has happened to him. Obviously the vitality is so strong, but it has been in a state of slumber. In the face of Mukid's request, even the supreme cultivation of the divine tree Brahma Saint King did not dare to accede to it. When the tragic situation of the elf queen was still fresh in her mind, she didn't dare to probe her human body at will. In case it attracts any extinguishing lightning, her body won't hold up. And the old man still wants to live a few more years. Seeing how worried Mukid was, she could only speak out and remind her, that benefactor of yours must be a supreme power. His strength is terrifying. So nothing will happen. Seeing this, Mukid had no other choice. The only thing she could do was to guard him day and night. Benefactor, it was you who saved Keed in the beginning, but now Keed can't help you in the slightest. Hey, isn't Keed too useless? Mukid often sighed and muttered to herself beside Yang Bai. Another month has passed in the blink of an eye. The eastern wasteland has become more and more turbulent lately. First, the Qilin realm carried out a great cleansing of the mythical beast clan as well as the Kuan Pang clan. Then the heavenly devil rebellion broke out again in the southern border. The Kirin demon sovereign who got the news. He hastily dispatched the 8 Kirin divisions under his seat as well as the recently surrendered mythical beast elder ancestor. Go to the southern border to exterminate the heavenly devil and compete for merit points. The merit monument is renewed, meaning that the heavenly devils will come in force. In the Kunlun realm, there must be more than just one place in the heavenly soul mountain range where there was an influx of heavenly demons. In the eastern wasteland, there is more than just the 100. 000 great mountains that are heavenly demon battlefields. The Qilin realm still retained most of its strength to stay in the eastern wasteland to deal with the heavenly demons that were about to attack. Not only in the eastern wasteland, but also in Tenant in the northern plains and the temple of the heavenly Buddha in the western desert. All of them sent a large number of powerful people one after another to aid the southern border. Heavenly Demon Realm. After the death of the three great demon emperors, the Holy Demon Emperor swept through the entire heavenly demon realm with almost devastating force. After the three great demon emperors besieged a difficult time, the Holy Demon Emperor's strength was even greater than before. The laws of life that Yang Bai had retained within his body at the beginning were still radiating a holy radiance, continuously improving the physique of its people. Feeling the strands of the laws of life that remain in the body, the Holy Demon Emperor couldn't help but lament the power of the laws of life that Yang Bai had mastered. To be able to have such a powerful law of life, it was also unknown what a terrifying number of life mysteries Yang Bai had mastered. The strength of the power of either law. It all depended on the number of corresponding law Upanishads that the cultivator had mastered. The greater the number of Upanishads mastered, the stronger the power of the laws would be, and vice versa. After clearing out the remnants of the three great demon emperors, it was inevitable that there would be people who missed the net. The number of demon emperors under the three great demon emperors was so great. In the heavenly demon realm, those who could be called demon emperors had a cultivation level of a ninth tribulation quasi-emperor. If the ninth paramount emperor went all out to hide the heavenly chance, then even if the great emperor, trying to pick them up in a short period of time is no easy task. Chapter 87, Shattered Space Tunnel. Western Desert Strange Changes. Fall of the Buddha. Great Brahma. These demon emperors hiding in the shadows were not the ones that caused the Holy Demon Emperor the most headache. What caused him the most headache was his daughter Chao Qingji. Looking towards Chao Qingji, who had been sitting on the edge of the cliff all day and a days, the sacred demon emperor's heart felt very bad. The same is true for Jiru Lu, who is a mother. That girl had been like that since the last time she parted ways with Yang Bai. Sitting alone on the edge of the cliff, his mind kept recalling the little bits and pieces of his time with Yang Bai. A thought of the scene where the two had just met. At that time, it was still in the Xuanla Pavilion in Mufeng City. The slightly comical first sight made even Chao Qingji, who had a cool temperament, unable to hold back her laughter. But every time I think back to that day, I learned that he already has a Taoist couple. Chao Qingji's heart would all feel very desolate. After witnessing Yang Bai's unrivaled talent in the Hell Realm, Yang Bai's figure lingered in the young girl's heart from that moment. As if the lake had been calm, a huge stone fell, suddenly stirring up 1,000 waves. Ripples flooded the water. In the face of his daughter's state, the Holy Demon Emperor as well as Lu Jiruo were helpless. It's not good for her to look at anyone, but she had to look at Yang Bai, who was a powerful mess. Wouldn't that kind of existence be something that a small person like them could climb up to? Attention shifted back to the crowd of demon emperors hiding in the shadows. The Holy Demon Emperor felt rather strange these past few days. He hasn't even uncovered a single demon emperor lately. At first he thought that the group of demon emperors had grown in skill, but now I'm afraid it's not that simple. Ma'am, where do you think those guys are hiding? I have searched for several days in a row without finding a single one of them. The intelligent Lu Jiruo's eyes flickered, as if she had thought of a certain possibility. Your Majesty, do you think it's possible that those guys opened the passage to the Kunlun realm? Ran to the Kunlun realm for refuge? As soon as these words came out, the Holy Demon Emperor's eyes immediately erupted with refined light. Kunlun realm. Yikes. It's broken. At the mention of the Kunlun realm, the Holy Demon Emperor couldn't help but think of Yang Bai. He was very clear that Yang Bai was the person from the Kunlun realm. But what boggles his mind is this. A world like the Kunlun realm that wasn't even a tertiary world. How could such a terrifying powerhouse be born? The concentration of aura in the Kunlun realm could be considered quite thin. According to the aura concentration of the Kunlun realm, it was impossible for even a great emperor to be born there. Throwing away his thoughts, the Holy Demon Emperor suddenly panicked. He was afraid that Yang Bai would be angry with him because of this matter. The Kunlun realm was his homeland, and it was suffering from the invasion of those demon emperors at this time. In case Yang Bai is furious and lets out a fart, I'm afraid it could collapse the heavenly devil realm into atomic particles, reduced to cosmic dust. No way. I must personally make a trip to the Kunlun realm to exterminate all those fish that have fallen into the net. With that said, the Holy Demon Emperor was ready to make a trip to the Kunlun realm himself. Chao Qingji, who was on the side, took in the duos as much as she could. As soon as she heard that the sacred demon emperor was going to go forward to the Kunlun realm, the little girl's eyes burst with excitement all of a sudden. It was the place where the person she had been thinking about was, and she would go there no matter what she said. She didn't want to live in her memories every day anymore. So what if he knew that Yang Bai already had a partner? It wasn't normal for a supremely powerful man like him to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Thinking about his father, the Holy Devil Emperor, It wasn't like he had a harem of 3,000 beauties. Xiao Qingji, who had figured it out, washed her hands of the situation and made a decisive decision to follow the Holy Demon Emperor. Seeing his own daughter in this state, the Holy Demon Emperor burst into tears. But in the end, he was compromised by the softness of his own little cotton patty. The Holy Demon Emperor dotingly scraped his daughter's small agaric nose and sighed with an alas for a good while. AI, it's true that a woman is a big woman, and on the front foot or a profather's call. I've been thinking about Achan since I was a footstep away. Facing her father's jab, Xiao Qingji's face instantly filled with blood. The blush on her pretty face was like a rainbow haze in the sky. Even the cute little horn on her forehead was slightly red. Seeing her daughter reveal such a shy attitude, Lu Jiruo also covered her mouth and laughed lightly, knowing that this daughter is hopeless. Soon after, the family of 3 arrived in front of the spatial passageway to the 100,000 mountains. Xiao Qingji eagerly stepped inside the spatial channel first. The figure disappeared into the depths of the deep spatial tunnel. Seeing that their daughter was so eager to see the Agu in her heart again, both of them shook their heads helplessly. However, just as the Saint Demon Emperor duo were about to enter the spatial passageway, the vision burst out. One could only see that the space tunnel was shaking violently, and the laws of space were raging madly in it. The tunnel's space instantly became extremely unstable and was collapsing. There were broken pieces of space everywhere. This spatial tunnel looked like it could no longer be used. And with a flash of the Holy Devil Emperor's figure, there was no choice but to take Jiru Lu and exit together. Lu Jiruo looked back at the depths of the space tunnel with a worried expression. Xiao Qingji had only just gone in with her first foot when she was met with a sudden change of heart in the next moment. Don't worry, Qingji went in once, and from the soul jade simple her aura is still very strong. It should have reached the Kunlun realm by now. The sacred demon emperor calmed his wife's emotions while rushing towards the nearest spatial tunnel. But just before coming to the second space tunnel, it was only then that they were shocked to realize that the space tunnel had similarly shattered. Immediately, the Holy Devil Emperor used his divine sense to. The space tunnels that traveled to the Kunlun realm for several light years in a circle were swept one by one, surprised to find that all those passages were actually destroyed. Having reached this point, how could he not understand that he had been set up? A bunch of harpies! How dare you! The Holy Demon Emperor immediately erupted with an unparalleled aura. Instantly, the entire heavenly demon realm was enveloped in imperial might. The entire heavenly demon realm trembled slightly under the terrifying imperial might. In desperation, the Holy Devil Emperor had to rely on the cosmic coordinates of the. Alone, he flew towards the direction of the Kunlun realm on foot, leaving Lu Jiruo to guard the heavenly demon realm. The space tunnel to the Kunlun realm appeared so abnormal. There must have been a shocking change on the Kunlun realm side. The Holy Demon Emperor couldn't imagine that those rats would have the guts to do so. During this month, the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range was constantly flooded with heavenly demons. All forces gathered in the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range. In it, however, there was an anomaly in that the Heavenly Buddha Temple in the Western Desert had turned out in force. And the most unexpected thing is that the sky in the Western Desert has completely changed. The Buddha of the Western Desert actually fell. When this news came out, the entire Kunlun realm was abuzz with it. As one of the 4 great 9 tribulation paragon emperors of the Kunlun realm, he actually fell so hastily? What's even more unexpected is that the Heavenly Buddha Temple's great Brahma sky broke through the 9th paragon emperor, successfully inherited the position of the first person in the Western Desert of the Buddha and became the lord of the Buddhist temple. The Heavenly Buddha Temple's great Brahma, though not as renowned as the Buddha, but before that, he was also a 7-jacked quasi-emperor powerhouse, the second in command of the Heavenly Buddha Temple. At this moment, he had actually directly broken through to a 9th tribulation paragon emperor. These two powerful news quickly swept through the Kunlun realm. The cat's out of the bag. The Maharaja's ascension to the throne. Anyone with a clear eye on the death of the Buddha can see who did this. But those two pieces of news weren't the most shocking. The great Brahma, after ascending to the throne, actually led the Heavenly Buddha Temple to head to the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range with all their troops. But the ones who came in force didn't come to exterminate the Heavenly Devil. Instead, they surrounded the Chaoyang Old Ancestor and other people from the Heavenly Enlightenment Holy Land. This upside-down news momentarily made the Kunlun realm cultivators unable to accept it. Chapter 88, Shocking Change. The Tribulation of Kunlun, Heavenly Soul Mountain Range. The 4 of them, Old Ancestor Chaoyang, Holy Lord Tianqi, Qiu Daoran, and Taoist Master Wujue. All of them looked at the figures that surrounded the area with gloomy expressions. His face was so grim it was dripping. Only a group of Buddhist cultivators from the Heavenly Buddha Temple were all staring down at the 4 people below with ferocious glares on their faces. As far as the eye could see, with the great Brahma at the head of the Heavenly Buddha Temple had unexpectedly sent out 3 6th Tribulation Quasi-Emperors, 5 5th Tribulation Quasi-Emperors, and even more powerhouses under the 4th Tribulation Quasi-Emperors. In contrast, on the side of the Holy Land of the Apocalypse, there were only a pitiful 4 quasi-emperors. In the face of such a disparity of strength between the two sides, the old ancestor Chaoyan looked towards the majestic figure above the sky and said in a low voice, "Great Brahma, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. What a heart! What is your intention in leading all the people to come and besiege my heavenly enlightenment Holy Land?" The great Brahma, who stood proudly above the firmament, leisurely opened his mouth. "Hand over your heavenly enlightenment Holy Land's merit points to me, and I'll let you and the others go." This statement caused an uproar. Merit points can be transferred to others at the will of the monk. The major powerhouses who were watching from the sidelines were all shocked by what they heard, thinking that the heavenly Buddha temple is the #1 righteous force in the western desert. Now it is facing the invasion of Kunlun by the heavenly devil. Strong men have come out in force, not to exterminate the heavenly devil, but to take advantage of the fire and rob it instead, laying hands on the people of the Kunlun realm. This great Brahma is truly despicable and shameless. Yes, this heavenly Buddha temple has actually fallen into the hands of such a villain. What a defeat of the face that the Buddha fought out for the heavenly Buddha temple in the first place. This sudden taking advantage of the fire by the heavenly Buddha temple immediately caused all the major powerhouses to verbally attack them. The people have been denounced as despicable and shameless. In the face of the unpleasant invective around him, the handsome and somewhat evil face of De Brahma, a wry smile appeared. In the next second, a terrifying pressure emanated from his person like a flood. A disdainful aura instantly swept across the room. The invisible pressure directly crushed the few cultivators watching the battle who had just spoken out into bloody foam. A faint breeze blew through the empty valley, and the air was laced with the strong odor of blood. A dead silence fell over the scene. Everyone was shocked by this domineering image of the great Brahma. The strong smell of blood in the air instantly woke them up. In the next moment, the cultivators who had originally surrounded the area all fled to the distance in a puff of smoke. Seeing this scene, old ancestor Chaoyan angrily pointed at the great Brahma. The Maharishi slowly turned his head, ran his hands through his shiny bald head and, deep eyes looked towards old ancestor Chaoyan. Terrifying soul power exploded out from his evil eyes. It was as if it was going to pierce through the Chaoyan old ancestor. Immediately after that, all of the heavenly Buddha temple powerhouses that surrounded them released their soul pressure. The 4 people from the Holy Land of the Apocalypse felt as if 10,000 mountain peaks were pressing down on them. All of them held their red faces and struggled to support themselves. "I'll give you 3 more breaths of time. If you don't hand over the merit points." The great Brahma filled his body with a dangerous aura as he looked at the 4. Then die. Upon seeing the great Brahma's thunderous and powerful destruction of the crowd, old ancestor Chaoyan understood. Today's heavenly Buddha temple was no longer the Buddhist holy place it had been before. The monks of the heavenly Buddha temple under the leadership of the great Brahma were all a group of demonic monks. In order to save their lives, and with no other choice, the Chaoyan old ancestor several people finally chose to compromise, giving all the merit points in his hand to the great Brahma. After obtaining the merit points in the hands of the 4, the great Brahma's sky's ranking on the merit stone monument rapidly increased. Straight up swish, the name of the great Brahma then appeared on the first place of the stone tablet of merit. After the name came a full 9 figures of merit points. In the merit stone tablet's exchange list, the most expensive was the moral law. Just a small strand of moral Upanishad cost 10 billion merit points. For this kind of price, none of the cultivators in the Kunlun realm felt expensive. That's the moral law, one of the 9 everlasting laws. This merit point even fell a bit below the value of the 9 everlasting laws. The next was the Imperial Armament Qiankuan Divine Spur. It takes a whole billion merit points. The Qiankuan Divine Thorn was a special spatial type imperial weapon. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, it was the original imperial weapon of a great emperor of the Kunlun realm. But with his fall, the Qiankuan Divine Thorn was secretly taken away by the Kunlun Heavenly Tao. The 4 of them then quickly left this place, fleeing this place of wrongdoing in a grayish manner. On the way back to the Heavenly Enlightenment Holy Land for the 4 of them, Qiu Daoran's face was livid and his entire old face was twisted and deformed. By the looks of it, it was obviously furious. Old ancestor, Dao Ran will return to the Holy Land to bring help. The scum of the Heavenly Buddha Temple, bullying my Holy Land is too much. Now that great Brahma is in possession of hundreds of millions of merit points, it's almost enough to redeem the Qiankuan Divine Thorn. The Holy Lord of the Apocalypse on the side didn't lose his poise, but instead analyzed it calmly. There's no hurry to move help first. Old ancestor, I feel that this matter is too bizarre. Then let's not talk about the great Brahma's drastic change in temperament. How can a 9 heavens quasi-emperor be so easy to break through? And he, Heavenly Buddha Temple, actually came out in full force. There aren't even any people left behind. Are they not afraid of a sudden invasion of heavenly demons in the western desert? Old ancestor Chaoyan sniffed and nodded slightly, his deep eyes seemingly projecting something. Afterwards, Only the old ancestor's eyes flickered slightly with a horrified expression. For the first time, he showed an expression of godly disorientation. Senior brother was intercepted by the bloodthirsty demon emperor. As soon as these words came out, the figures of the three heavenly enlightenment holy lords stopped instantly, and a bone-chilling chill spread throughout their bodies. The senior brother in the old ancestor's mouth was the #1 powerhouse in the southern borderlands, Immortal Crane Dowfather. Back when the four were surrounded by all the powerful people from the heavenly Buddha temple, old ancestor Chaoyang then sent a message of distress to Immortal Crane Dowfather, who was far away in the Dragon Tongue Holy Land. After Immortal Crane Dowfather understood the situation, he rushed towards the heavenly Soul Mountain range at fire speed. But unexpectedly, halfway through the journey, the bloodthirsty demon emperor was surprised to appear and blocked Immortal Crane Dowfather. How could it be such a coincidence? How did the bloodthirsty demon emperor learn of Immortal Crane Dowfather's arrival in advance? All of this was clearly premeditated. The truth soon became self-evident. Just then, the vision broke out again. Only in the distance did the pilgrimage mountain range erupt in a shocking light. Dazzling rays of merit and virtue rose up to the sky, and the light of morality shot straight up into the clouds, illuminating the entire southern frontier. As the glow of merit dissipated after, a godless might that looked out of the world then enveloped the land of the southern border. The entire southern borderlands, heaven and earth trembled. The crowd of Kunlun realm cultivators hurriedly turned their minds to check the information on the merit stone tablet, only to see that it was clearly written on the merit stone tablet that the western desert great Brahma had successfully exchanged for the imperial armament, the Qiankuan divine thorn. The news instantly exploded in the hearts of the Chaoyang old ancestor and the others. How is that possible? Isn't he still a few 100 million merit points short? And where did he get the merit points? Old ancestor Chaoyang's face became unprecedentedly grave as he looked in the direction of the heavenly Soul Mountain range. I'm afraid the greatest calamity of the Kunlun realm is coming. Chapter 89 Prime Deal. Crossing the river and breaking the bridge. One touch. Endless stretches of endless mountains. The mountain range that should have been beautifully green and full of life had turned into a patch of dead wood and grass. All of this was only because of the Immortal Crane Dowfather and the bloodthirsty demon emperor whose figures were constantly interlacing in the sky. The aftermath of the fight between the two supreme Ninth Tribulation Paragon Emperors swept through the surroundings, destroying all life. There was a brief pause in the fight between the two. I can't imagine that the Kunlun realm still has such a strong person. This is the end of the line this time. Next time you see me, be prepared to stick your neck out and wait for the kill. Ha ha. Seeing the amazing imperial might erupting from the pilgrimage mountain range, the bloodthirsty demon emperor's mission had been accomplished. Countless blood mists surged around the figure. After the blood mist dispersed, his silhouette strangely disappeared in place. Only Immortal Crane Dowlord with a grave expression was left looking in the direction of the pilgrimage mountain range. The unique sense of crisis precognition of a strong man told him that this matter was definitely not simple. Then Immortal Crane Dowfather moved with a thought, and an ethereal and illusory cloud rose beneath his feet. Pushing aside the clouds, a snow-white and sacred crane appeared at its human feet. Go! In the next moment, the immortal crane exhibited its white wings and headed towards that mysterious secret realm in the Dragon Tongue Holy Land. Immediately, Immortal Crane Dowfather headed straight for the heavenly Soul Mountain Range, Northern Plains, Tennessee. After successfully catching Luo Shishua back to Tianan, Luo Qingtsong had then been proceeding to prepare for the night of the blood moon. Not only did he not hesitate to destroy his own reputation in the first place, but he also risked making an enemy of the Buddha of the Western Desert. It was also necessary to keep Luo Shishua in Tianan. The reason for this was that he needed to utilize the pure quality Yuan Yin of the innate Taiyin body. In this way, we can impact the realm of the great emperor. In order to achieve greatness, what is there to be ashamed of in these mere infamies? Even for his daughter. In order to achieve greatness, this deviation from ethics. And he's not shy about doing it. As long as one could achieve greatness, no one would dare to mention this. But in order to achieve greatness, relying on the innate Taiyin body alone was not enough. Luo Qingtsong still needed to utilize the endless Yin Qi as well as the blood fury Qi from the night of the blood moon, to impact the realm of the great emperor. The night of the blood moon is hopelessly delayed. But on second thought, Luo Qingtsong thought of yet another factor. Even if the night of the blood moon arrives, but as long as the Buddha of the Western Desert is there, it would be difficult for him to successfully impact the great emperor. With that bald donkey's persistent and stubborn nature, seeing evil as hatred, on that day, he would definitely come with the Tsunhai sect's group of mole crickets to stop them in Tianan. At that time, Luo Qingtsong, who was intent on concentrating on breaking through to the great emperor, didn't have the energy to deal with him at all. The congregation of powerhouses in Tianan couldn't stop him at all when they joined forces. Luo Qingtsong couldn't be clearer about the terror of a ninth tribulation paragon. If he didn't eradicate the Buddha of the Western Desert, he really couldn't sleep or eat well. and he couldn't make half the progress in his plan. Just as he was at a loss, a creepy black shadow found him, and told him that he could help his people to get rid of the Buddha of the Western Desert. At first, he didn't think that it was that easy to take out a ninth tribulation quasi-emperor, but when that black shadow erupted with an aura that was not inferior to his, Luo Qingtsong was stunned. What followed was even more shocking yet, and beside the dark figure, several more black shadows whose auras were also not inferior to those of the Nine Tribulation Paragon Emperor emerged from Cool. Seeing this situation, even Luo Qingtsong couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart. Gulped. Well, not only will we help you eradicate the Buddha, and it'll help create a blood moon night. After saying that, a dark shadow on the side dispersed its black mist, revealing the appearance of the bloodthirsty demon emperor. Immediately afterward, the bloodthirsty demon emperor's body suddenly burst with endless blood qi around him. That intense blood qi heavenly Dao law was enough to create a blood moon night. Then, under the compulsion of the dark shadow and a hint of menace, Luo Qingtsong finally agreed to their request. His appearance surprised and delighted him. The happy thing is that the realm of the great emperor has been settled, and the other party not only has the strength to be able to help him eradicate the Buddha, and it also creates the night of the blood moon. But the shock was that the other side was so terrifying. He was actually able to easily understand what was in his mind. I'm afraid that the matter of breaking through to the great emperor probably couldn't be hidden from him either. But under these circumstances, if he doesn't agree, I'm afraid that the next second, the Kunlun realm would no longer have the name of North Prime. And the only thing Luo Qingtsong needed to do was when the heavenly demons appeared in the Heavenly Soul Mountain range, go ahead and hunt the heavenly devils to earn merit points, and then give them to him afterward. And just now, as the great Brahma received merit points from the 4 Chaoyam old ancestors, Luo Qingtsong had long ago slipped quietly into the Heavenly Soul Mountain range at an unknown time. Before he came, he had collected the merit points gathered by the powerful people of Tiannan. He certainly could not do such a thing himself. He knew well enough that, conspiring with the heavenly devil, it is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Well done. We have already helped you with that Buddha. And as for that night of the blood moon, when we're done, we'll definitely help you. With the merit points earned by all the powerful people in the heavenly south, the great Brahma heavenly merit points also came to the number of 1 billion. With 1 billion merit points, he immediately exchanged the spatial imperial armament Qian Kuan divine spur. Seeing Luo Qingtsong, who was so perfunctory when he got merit points, he immediately couldn't help but question. Wait, didn't we talk about this before? After you guys get your merit points, just help me create the night of the blood moon. Where is the bloodthirsty demon emperor? In the eyes of the great Brahma who had achieved his goal, Luo Qingtsong naturally lost his utilization value at this time. The original hideous appearance was then revealed. A mere ant from a small barbarian world. How dare you speak so loudly in front of me? Just as well. As a ninth tribulation paragon you are no small trouble. It seems that I can't keep you. Said. De Brahma Tian's body erupted with a terrifying aura. A disdainful aura that overrode heaven and earth. It was as if this side of heaven and earth couldn't carry it. Humph. I had anticipated that you filthy heavenly demons would cross the river and break the bridge. Luo Qingtsong was instantly enraged at his words. At that time in Tiannan, he was forced to compromise as a way to fight because of the many powerful people on the other side. But as one of the 4 great powerhouses of the Kunlun realm, how could he have left no backhand at all? The heavenly devils were using him to seize merit points in exchange for imperial soldiers, so how could he not be using them? Now that the biggest threat to Luo Qingtsong's achievement of greatness, the Buddha, was dead. The only difference is that he has his own way on the night of the blood moon, and from the beginning to the end, he has never reported any illusions about the heavenly devil. How could the heavenly devil allow a great emperor to appear in the Kunlun realm? In the next moment, only Luo Qingtsong was not willing to show weakness, and the aura of a ninth tribulation quasi-emperor completely erupted. Immediately afterward, he condensed countless Dao 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 Ao rhythms with both hands. A storm of energy was raised towards the great Brahma. Do you really think that this gentleman is made of clay? The energy storm slammed into the great Brahma, and all the space around it was torn apart, exposing a hideous void. All the high-ranking monks and powerhouses of the heavenly Buddha temple who followed the great Brahma. At this moment, the eyes were filled with infinite blood aura. With that, they all attacked towards Luo Qingtsong. The Great War will be on the horizon again. Chapter 90 Repeated Situations. As early as a few years ago, the Shadow Demon Emperor under the Black Fiend Emperor infiltrated the Kunlun realm. At that time, the Great Brahma was at the critical moment of sprinting to break through the 8th juncture Paragon Emperor. Unexpectedly at this time, the Shadow Demon Emperor suddenly killed out, and with one strike, he injured the Great Brahma to the point of serious injury. Subsequently, the defenseless De Brahma heaven was instantly seized by the Shadow Demon Emperor. Today, The strongest members of the heavenly Buddha temple were all planted with demonic parasites by the Shadow Demon Emperor, manipulating their spiritual will. On top of that, the Shadow Demon Emperor was proficient in a Stash Emperor technique. This method is the supreme divine ability of the Black Fiend Demon Emperor. In the beginning, it was still the Black Fiend Demon Emperor who bestowed it on his people. By mastering this imperial art, the Shadow Demon Emperor managed to conceal himself from the world. Surprisingly, even the world will of the Kunlun realm did not discover his identity as a heavenly demon. Facing the crowd's siege, Luo Qingtsong wasn't afraid in the slightest. Only an ear-piercing air-breaking sound was instantly heard in the distance. All of Tiannan's powerhouses sped from afar. 3 heavenly South Supreme Elders of the 6th Paragon Emperor, as well as a host of Paragon Emperor powerhouses, killed out, stopped the heavenly Buddha temple powerhouse, 100,000 miles up in the air. The figures of Luo Qingtsong and the Shadow Demon Emperor intersected. The silhouettes of the two men shone like shooting stars throughout the entire Heavenly Soul Mountain range. Every fierce collision triggered a terrifying tidal wave of energy. The might of a 9th Tribulation Paragon truly shook the heavens and shook the earth. This time, when he came to the Heavenly Soul Mountain range, Luo Qingtsong had made sufficient preparations, bringing half of Tiannan's powerhouses along with him. The two were at a stalemate, and the aftermath of the battle gradually spread out towards the entire southern border. The immortal Crane Taoist at this time finally arrived, looking at the fight between the two in front of him, just as he wanted to join the battle. On the side of the Shadow Demon Emperor, 8 figures with terrifying auras slowly emerged, a whole 8 Demon Emperor-level powerhouses. Luo Qingtsong, who saw this scene, hurriedly stopped his body and looked ahead with a terrified expression. That was the heavenly demon powerhouse that appeared in Tiannan that day. The terrifying aura of the 9 Demon Emperors came crashing down on them, and the immortal Crane Taoist duo felt intensely suffocated. It wasn't until the two of them took out their imperial soldiers that the suffocating feeling eased quite a bit. The two understood before they came that the heavenly devil was bound to come in force this time, so all of them brought out the imperial soldiers. With the emperor's soldier in their possession, the two of them instantly climbed in aura. Endless imperial might recklessly swept through the entire Kunlun realm's heaven and earth power. The Shadow Demon Emperor scoffed at this. The emperor's soldier was indeed very strong. Its might was by no means something that a Paragon Emperor could contend with. But an emperor soldier in the hands of a quasi-empire simply couldn't exert its proper emperor power. Immortal Crane Tao Lord, who had the emperor's weaponry, as well as Luo Qingtsong. One person could only battle 3 quasi-emperors of the same level at the top. There was simply no way to resist their 9 great demon emperors. Ha ha, today, it's time for the Kunlun realm to die. With just the two of you, you still presume to resist my 9 devil emperors. It's really a fool's dream. The Shadow Demon Emperor laughed evilly with abandon. Humph. Then add in this father and see if we can fight you, heavenly demon. At that moment a longing voice came from the distance. The voice concealed the slightest hint of terrifying imperial might, only to see that in the direction of the eastern wasteland, the Kirin demon sovereign was holding an imperial soldier, and his infinite aura could shake the heavens. The strong battle intent went straight to the clouds. Behind his person, it was old ancestor mythical beast, the golden-winged rock, the 8 Kirin tribes, and a group of Kirin realm's quasi-emperor elders. At the same time, the quasi-imperial powerhouses of the Dragon Sacred Land, led by Immortal Crane, who was a 7th Juncture Paragon, and Saint Lord Longtang, who was a 5th Juncture Paragon. They stood behind Taoist Immortal Crane, all of them with a high level of vigor. Join His Holiness the Taoist in a bloody battle against the heavenly demons, those who offend my Kunlun. Kill. All the powerhouses of the Apocalypse Holy Land led by old ancestor Chaoyang also arrived late at this time. The battle at the scene was instantly reversed. The Shadow Demon Emperor also looked slightly grave at this time. He didn't expect the strongest of the top forces of the Kunlun realm to gather here so quickly. With a group of strong men to pray for him, Luo Qingtsong was immediately the first to charge towards the 9 great demon emperors, the 9 devil emperors, but they all knew his secret. He had to exterminate them completely. The Kirin demon sovereign as well as the immortal Crane Tao ancestor also attacked the 9 devil emperors together with their imperial armaments. The 3 supreme beings of the Kunlun realm held imperial weapons and fought against the 6 great demon emperors. The remaining 3 demon emperors were surrounded by the combined efforts of the Chaoyang old ancestor and the others. The 3 immortal Crane Tao lords with their emperor soldiers were unusually ferocious in their aura. The 6 devil emperors were actually suppressed for a moment and were in an absolute disadvantage. The other 3 great demon emperors were in an even more miserable situation. Old ancestor Chaoyang had the support of the great formation formed by the disciples of the Holy Land of the Apocalypse, and his aura was comparable to that of a 9th Tribulation Paragon. With dozens of quasi-emperors surrounding them, the 3 great demon emperors were losing ground and their injuries were steeply visible on their bodies. Humph! Shadow Demon Emperor, where is the Qiankuan divine thorn in your hands? Why the delay in bringing it out? Are you looking down on the three of us? Luo Qingcong kept waving his Emperor Armament battle axe, and the battle axe easily cut through the void. With supreme imperial might, it slashed towards the Shadow Demon Emperor. The coldness faintly emanating from the axe went straight to the sky. What Luo Qingcong and the three of them didn't understand was that the Shadow Demon Emperor's situation was clearly precarious now. However, the Qianquan Divine Thorn was slow to move. The Qianquan Divine Spur was considered to be at the top level amongst the Emperor's soldiers. Just as the three of them were wondering, in a remote mountain village near the Heavenly Soul mountain range, it actually erupted with an astonishing spatial power. Under the perception of Luo Qingcong's trio, the familiar spatial force it was clearly the spatial power that had erupted from the Qianquan Divine Thorn. Looks like it worked out over there. The Shadow Demon Emperor looked in the direction of the mountain village, his face showing ecstasy. The three immortal crane Dowlords wanted to use their divine sense to detect what was going on over there. But the next second, the trio's soul power was instantly blown apart by a massive energy. Immediately, the three instants were violently backfired, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. The breath suddenly became shriveled, as the Qianquan Divine Thorn erupted with terrifying spatial power. Those space tunnels of the heavenly demon realm heading to the Kunlun realm were all incinerated by this spatial force. What the Shadow Demon Emperor and the other group of demon emperors truly feared from the beginning was never the strongest of the Kunlun realm. The one that made them fearful was never more than the Holy Demon Emperor who was in the heavenly demon realm. A great emperor powerhouse was never something a quasi-emperor could fight against. Even more paragon emperors were no match for a great emperor. Meanwhile, over there in the mountain village, only a bizarre altar was built in the middle of the village. On top of the altar, there were 36 nine-tribulation paragon emperors sitting in a full plate. The bloodthirsty demon emperor was among them, and he was currently holding the Qianquan Divine Spur aloft. It was he who gathered the power of the 35 demon emperors and fully activated the emperor's armament, giving out the full power of the emperor's armament. A terrifying force of space erupted and, directly, he destroyed all the space tunnels of the heavenly demon realm heading to the Kunlun realm. That's when the truth really came out. It turned out that the bloodthirsty demon emperor and the Shadow Demon Emperor had planned everything long ago. The moment the Shadow Demon Emperor exchanged the Qianquan Divine Thorn, he then handed the Qianquan Divine Thorn to the bloodthirsty demon emperor. The bloodthirsty demon emperor, who had obtained the Qianquan Divine Thorn, then rushed to the remote mountain village without stopping. Quietly, he met up with the 35 demon emperors who had long been ambushed here. Together with them, they will combine their efforts to activate the Qianquan Divine Thorn, and they are bound to do so before the Holy Demon Emperor realizes it. Destroy the space tunnel. And during the period of activating the Qianquan Divine Thorn, the Shadow Demon Emperor and the other 9 demon emperors, on the other hand, only needed to attract the attention of the Kunlun powerhouses. Yet the bloodthirsty demon emperor was lucky enough to, just as the Holy Demon Emperor's front foot was about to step into the spatial tunnel, they then went ahead and destroyed the space tunnel. The Kunlun realm can be hundreds of eons away from the heavenly demon realm, and the fastest the Great One could go was only 1 light year per second. After the Holy Demon Emperor discovered it, the fastest it could take would be at least nearly 100 days or so. It was only then that he could rush to the Kunlun realm. That's still less than depletion. By the time the Sacred Demon Emperor arrived at the Kunlun realm, the bloodthirsty Demon Emperor and the others would have long since slipped away. Chapter 91, raising his hand to kill the 36 Devil Emperors. What a deep scheme. The plan of the bloodthirsty Demon Emperor as well as the Shadow Demon Emperor both could be described as a chain of events. There is also a seamless fit between the two. The plan has succeeded. Today is the day you and others will be buried. The entire space of the Kunlun realm was shaking non-stop. Spatial ripples swept through every part of the Kunlun realm. The Shadow Demon Emperor looked at the dazzling aura of space erupting in front of him. With grim expressions, he led the 5 great demon emperors to kill the 3 Luo Qingcangs in unison. Immortal Crane Daofather, Luo Qingcong, and Kirin Demonfather's auras now instantly hit rock bottom. It seems that this time, the heavenly devil has come out with far more substance than that. The 3 people who had no intention of fighting were deadlocked by the 6 demon emperors even though they were wielding imperial weapons. The other side of the remote mountain village. That happened to be the nearby village where Yang Yuchan and the other Sacred Origin Peak disciples had descended in the first place. After the bloodthirsty demon emperor and the others successfully urged the Qianquan Divine Thorn to destroy the spatial tunnel, Yang Yuchan happened to bring Lu Linger as well as Li Haoran to the small village. After several battles with the heavenly devil, the 3 of them, as well as the disciples of Sacred Origin Peak, had long since adapted to the ferocious killing of the heavenly demons. After that, at Yang Yuchan's command, the major disciples of the Sacred Source Peak all formed small teams and went to different villages to hunt and kill the heavenly devils and save the surviving villagers. Yang Yuchan's trio's rankings on the merit list rapidly rose upwards. Now even Lu Linger, This little ninny was ranked in the 10,000th place. Just as they were in the heat of the moment, a group of disciples was suddenly nowhere to be found, worried that something bad might happen to them. So Yang Yu-chan and the three of them immediately rushed towards the village where that small group had gone before. I didn't realize that just as they entered the village, he then bumped into the bloodthirsty demon emperor and the other 36 demon emperors who had successfully urged the Qiankuan divine thorn to destroy the spatial tunnel. And underneath the side of that altar, the corpses of the disciples of that squad were piling up. The bloodthirsty demon emperor slowly lowered the Qiankuan divine thorn in his hand and looked at the three people who had rushed in with a playful expression. Yo, I can't believe 3 more rats have slipped in. Xiao Hei, who was lying on top of Yang Yu-chan's fragrant shoulder, when he felt the aura of those 36 figures sitting on top of the altar, he was turned into a small white man, and his voice stammered. 16 quasi-emperors. After hearing Xiao Hei's alarmed cry, Yang Yu-chan's 3 faces were also pale with fear. Those 36 figures were actually all quasi-emperor powerhouses? This completely subverted Li Haoran's perception of. I'm afraid the Holy Land of the Apocalypse doesn't even have this many quasi-emperor powerhouses. No one expected that in this remote village, there were actually 36 quasi-emperor level heavenly demons hidden. There are 2 more gems among them. Just right. It's been a long time since this emperor has tasted a female cultivator from the Kunlun realm. And such a fine one at that. The bloodthirsty demon emperor looked at Yang Yu-chan as well as Lu Linger with great eagerness. Seeing this, Xiao Hei jumped down from his person's fragrant shoulder, and his palm-sized dragon's body gradually became bigger and bigger. His body's aura was instantly released, with 3 holy lotuses above his head. Master, you guys run. I'm in the way here. Xiao Hei's huge body blocked in front of the trio, a griffin of the 1,000 Questions realm in the district. I didn't expect there to be a Heaven's Path demon dragon of the 3 lotus saints protecting the Tao. But with a mere 3 lotus saint, how can you think to escape from this emperor? With that said, the bloodthirsty demon emperor spun with one hand and a huge barrier instantly enveloped the small village, facing the entire 36 quasi-emperor heavenly demons. Xiao Hei felt that this was definitely a certain death situation. Secretly, I'm afraid that even if the adults came, they wouldn't be able to defeat such a horrible lineup, right? Koro, you have too little faith in me, don't you? It's just a mere 36 reptiles. I can suppress them with just my hand. Yang Bai's lazy voice came out. At this time within the life and death rune seal, Yang Bai's spirit body violently opened his eyes. Then he stretched. Time to get out and get moving. Feeling the terrifying aura faintly emanating from those 36 demon emperors in front of him, the 3 of them, Yang Yu-chan, felt an unprecedented sense of despair as well as a sense of suffocation. This absolute gap in strength made Yang Yu-chan feel her insignificance once again. Under the pressure of the quasi-emperor's aura, Lu Linger even cried out her nose. One choked back a sniffle. Oh, Spirit doesn't want to die yet. Spirit's dead. Then who will give the young master a massage in the future? Oh. Under the strong crisis of death, Yang Yu-chan's figure of Yang Bai flashed in her mind. A clear tear crossed the young girl's fair face. Husband, I'll be your wife again in the next life. Just as the crowd was falling into despair, an illusory and blurred figure appeared in front of them. Heavenly devil cubs, how dare you? With a cold rebuke from Yang Bai's spirit body, the surrounding quasi-emperor pressure instantly dispersed. In its place was Yang Bai's invisible order field. Under Yang Bai's endless field of law and order, the bloodthirsty demon emperor and the other 36 demon emperors, not even a hint of fighting back, they were all crushed to the ground by the terrifying aura, their demonic bones clicking and cracking, and their ribs broken. The body was as limp as mud. The moment Yang Bai Ling's body appeared, the bloodthirsty demon emperor felt that something was not good. In a split second, the feeling the other party brought him was like facing an endless abyss. Unfathomable. In that split second, the bloodthirsty demon emperor was about to activate the Qiankuan divine spur and use the power of space to escape. But unfortunately, under Yang Bai's law and order field, the surrounding spacetime was suddenly frozen and everything stood still, and all the forces of the law were null and void. Includes the 9 constant laws as well as the law of origins. Even the 9 everlasting laws as well as the laws of origin are useless. Not to mention that it was just a spatial-type imperial weapon. You, who the hell are you? The bloodthirsty demon emperor asked with difficulty as he put together his last ounce of strength. In his cognition, even the holy demon emperor could not have lifted his hand to solidify space and time. That was the law of time and the law of space, 2 of the 9 great ancient laws. Only to see that Yang Bai did not pay any attention to his person, but turned to look at that dear person. With the movement of his thoughts, the 36 demon emperors were instantly obliterated into pieces by a supreme greatness. Chapter 92, Is he really your husband? Yang Bai felt that it was a waste of life for his eyes to linger on them for even one more second. Husband? Why are you here? Seeing Yang Bai suddenly appear in front of him, Yang Yuchan looked at his person with a puzzled expression. Then, without waiting for him to reply, Yang Yuchan lightly opened her jade feet and pounced into his arms. The head of his head rested against the top of his open chest. The two hadn't seen each other for a full few years. Now thoughts turned like a tidal wave into a maiden's teardrop. Soon, Yang Bai felt wet at his chest. That, my lady, in fact, I'm just a spirit body of my own, unable to do anything else. Yang Bai told the truth. After all, the spirit body was holding his own daughter-in-law. It made him fight a little bit of diarrhea. As soon as these words came out, the delicate body of the person in his arms shuddered violently, and then quickly bounced away from his arms. Yang Yuchan was like a scared little wildcat at this moment, with her arms embraced in front of her chest, eyes viciously staring at Yang Bai in front of him. He said fiercely, "Then why didn't you say so?" Between the lines her displeasure was evident. Li Haoran, who was standing behind his person, had yet to come out of his shock. Terrified, he looked at the majestic and incomparable figure in front of Yang Yuchan. This is the husband of the 9 holy virgins? The strength was actually so terrifying. 36 quasi-emperors were easily exterminated with the snap of a finger. I can't believe it's not a real body yet. It's still just a spirit body. For a spirit body to be so powerful, how terrifying should his true body be? Unbelievable. The moment Lu Linger, this little nymph, saw Yang Bai, she didn't care if he was in his real body or spirit body. A direct dive connected with a vertical leap, and the whole thing hung on him. Young master, it's really you. Linger really missed you. Having not seen her for several years, this little ninny could no longer restrain her heart the moment she saw Yang Bai. A little doubting I didn't realize that after a long time of not seeing you, you ninny had become so clingy Hearing Yang Bai's snickering voice. It was only then that Lu Linger reacted to the fact that she was now hanging onto the former. At that moment, the little ninny became a little uncomfortable and shyly jumped off Yang Bai's body. She herself didn't know how she suddenly pounced on it. My lord, my Kuro misses you so much too. Seeing Yang Bai, who was so powerful to the point of being a mess, exterminate an entire 36 quasi-emperors with the lift of his hand, Xiao Hei couldn't help but pounce on Yang Bai as well. This once again refreshed its understanding of Yang Bai's strength. A spirit body was so powerful. It seemed that the adult was countless times more powerful than it had imagined. What greeted Xiao Hei, however, was not Yang Bai's embrace, but the sole of his shoe, only to see Yang Bai's face full of disgust as he kicked it a full 2.5 meters away. Let it come to grips with the ground. Koro then staggered to his feet, his little paw covering the swollen right side of his face. Oh, you're treating me too differently, my lord. Seeing this, Lu Linger, who was blushing red on the side, saw how miserable little black was, couldn't help but snort with a flutter of laughter. When Yang Yuchan saw that Yang Bai had left a spirit body on her, she felt a sweetness in her heart. Intelligent as she was, how could she not understand Yang Bai's feelings for her? And then she spiritually said, "Husband, I didn't realize that your spirit body was all that powerful." When she said that, she recalled the time when she was in Mufeng City. Yang Bai then said to her with that expression, "Mistress, your husband, I'm invincible all right." At those words, Yang Bai Ling body was off again. Yeah, my husband is invincible all right. Before the words were finished, Yang Bai saw Yang Yuchan's face full of sweetness and, smilingly, he took in what he had to say. With that both of them looked at each other and smiled. Right, where is your main body now, husband? Facing this sudden question from her instantly stumped him. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer, so he stammered out a reply. Hey that, the main body, there's a situation over there, can't come out to see you for a while. As soon as these words came out, Yang Yuchan's little face immediately tightened, and then she stared at his person closely and worry filled his eyes. Lu Linger as well as Little Black, who heard this, also looked at its person with great surprise, but the spirit body quickly explained. Don't worry, you guys, the main body won't be in any danger, and you'll be fine after a while. You need not worry, don't just say that, trust your husband. Soon, the two women's emotions which were calmed down. Subsequently, after taking care of everything, Yang Bai Ling body waved his big hand. Instantly, it rolled up a space law. The invisible and unintentional spatial force rolled up a group of Sacred Origin Peak disciples, carrying them all back to the Holy Land of the Apocalypse. After doing so, the spirit body returned to the Life and Death Rune Seal space. Meanwhile, on the Stone Monument of Merit in the Pilgrimage Mountain Range, the rankings are changing dramatically. Only Yan Yuchan's ranking was rising violently. Even the previous first-place winner, De Brahma, was squeezed out by her. After her name, there was a whole 10 billion merit points engraved. The three of them, Yang Yuchan, who had returned to the Holy Land, naturally saw the drastic changes on the merit stone monument. Yang Yuchan also looked incredulously at her name in first place. It turned out that right after beheading the bloodthirsty demon emperor and the other 36 people, Yang Bai then used his divine sense to communicate with Kunlun Will. Count all the merit points of the 36 demon emperors he had killed on Yang Yuchan. Say it's communication. However, Yang Bai pressured the heavenly will of the Kunlun realm with his terrifying aura so much that the heavenly will of the Kunlun realm didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Forced by Yang Bai's obscene power, Kunlun will had to compromise. After all, it was nothing more than a world will that couldn't even be called a third-level world. In the face of a powerhouse above a great emperor, a snap of the fingers could destroy it. Each world gives birth to a heavenly will. The heavenly Tao consciousness was part of the will of the entire heavenly universe. So this is the original reason why the will of heaven has mastered a certain moral mystery. Looking at this ridiculous scene in front of him, Li Haoran, who was on the side, was completely dumbfounded, unable to hold back a gulp. He spoke with difficulty. Division, Master, Senior Sister, is that man really your husband? Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan nodded with firm eyes. This was simply appalling. I didn't expect Senior Sister's husband to be so outstanding. No, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's the brightest being in this world. This kind of strength was something that completely bowled him over, while marveling as well as admiring. A trace of loneliness that was hard to be detected by onlookers flashed in his eyes. Chapter 93, Amazing Coincidence. It was actually all him. Deep within the Heavenly Soul Mountain range, Luo Qingtsong and the others were fighting the Shadow Demon Emperor and the others. The three of them, Luo Qingtsong, who had the Emperor's soldiers, were not as powerful as before, although they were not as powerful as before. But the might of the Emperor's soldiers was still there, and after a long battle, the Shadow Demon Emperor's six were beaten back. The wounds on his body gradually increased, and after being wounded by the Emperor's soldiers, the Emperor's laws surrounded the wounds. It simply won't heal. Black blood was gurgling and dripping from the wound. Seeing that the bloodthirsty demon emperor and the others were delayed in coming to support them, the shadow demon emperor and the others immediately broke into a rage. It is truly abominable to the extreme. What on earth are the bloodthirsty demon emperor and the 30 or so of them up to? It's been so long, why don't we see them coming for support? The 6 demon emperors were once suppressed by the 3 from the Kunlun realm, and as the wounds on their bodies became more and more numerous, the shadow demon emperor, with some soul probing, to his horror, he realized that he couldn't actually feel the aura of the bloodthirsty demon emperor and the others. As if the earth had evaporated, the entire 36 demon emperors were actually nowhere to be found at this time. Instantly, the shadow demon emperor immediately realized that something was wrong. Cunningly, he then chose to stop fighting and turned his head toward the distance to vanish. Seeing this, the immortal crane Taoist trio were immediately confused. It was clear that the situation was going one way or the other towards the heavenly devil's side. The shadow demon emperor runs what? After the shadow demon emperor ran away, below, Old Sunrise Ancestor and a bunch of other powerful forces then finished resolving the 3 demon emperors and rushed towards immortal crane Taofather and the others. The remaining 5 demon emperors who were half a beat slower, when they saw the situation clearly and wanted to escape, it would have been too late. Old Ancestor Cha Yang led a group of quasi-emperor powerhouses to instantly blockade the entire Heavenly Soul Mountain range. The 5 demon emperors immediately cursed at the shadow demon emperor. Which sells teammates to sell can be really decisive. I'm sure it hasn't been done before. There was no doubt about the end. And the 5 demon emperors, after resisting for a while, it was then drowned in the midst of a crowd of Paragon Emperor's siege. In this battle, demonic blood instantly dyed the blue sky of the Heavenly Soul Mountain range red. The Devil Emperor level heavenly demons were all dealt with cleanly except for the Shadow Demon Emperor. The rest of those heavenly demons under the quasi-emperors were not enough to be feared. After several more days, the Heavenly Soul Mountain range's heavenly demons were then completely eliminated. In this battle, the heavenly devils suffered heavy losses, and 44 entire devil emperors fell. On the other hand, on the Kunlun realm side, only the western desert suffered relatively heavy losses. None of the other 3 domains had too many casualties. The only pity is the Buddha of the western region. Once he died, the heavenly Buddha temple was left without a leader. All of the strongest emperors and above were controlled by the heavenly devil, and all of them eventually fell. As this battle in the Heavenly Soul Mountain range came to an end, the rankings on the Stone Monument of Merit in the Pilgrimage Mountain range also disappeared at this moment. However, in these days, the vast majority of the strongest people did not pay much attention to the rankings. With the death of the 9 devil emperors, the cultivators of the Kunlun realm were all busy scrambling to hunt and kill the heavenly devils to earn merit points. Didn't even notice the change in the ranking on the stone tablet. Only a few cultivators noticed, and at first they couldn't believe their eyes. After the battle at the Heavenly Soul Mountain range, There were only 3 great powerhouses left in the Kunlun realm today. At this moment, Luo Qingtsong, Immortal Crane Daofather, and Kirin Demon Father were all gathered at the Dragon's sacred land. They were thinking about this great battle in the Heavenly Soul Mountain range. There's so much that's suspicious about this big fight. Just like that sudden appearance of the 36 demon emperors. Why did they suddenly disappear without a trace again? 8 of the 9 great demon emperors had fallen, and none of them had shown up yet. As the Qiankuan Divine Thorn erupted with terrifying spatial power to destroy the spatial tunnel, the 3 of them had clearly detected the aura of 36 Ninth Tribulation Paragon Emperors. At that time, they were directly plunged into an endless swamp of despair. Shenhe, what do you think of this matter? The Qilin Demon Sovereign turned his gaze to the Immortal Crane Daoist and inquired of him. Immortal Crane Daoist was the most skilled in celestial deduction among the 3 of them. Luo Qingtsong on the side just sat there silently, looking as if it was none of his business. Now that the only troublesome Buddha is dead, not too many people know about his plans. Now as long as he waited until the night of the blood moon again, that would be the moment he would impact the great emperor. As for the rest, he didn't care at all. What else was more important than his breakthrough to greatness? But so as not to arouse the suspicions of these 2 old foxes, Luo Qingtsong had to reluctantly follow along to discuss the matter, only to see Immortal Crane Daolord just shake his head slightly and let out a soft sigh. "Ai, this honored one tried to deduce the truth before, but..." Before the words were finished, Immortal Crane Daolord took out a broken jade talisman. The Qilin Demon Sovereign duo certainly recognized this jade talisman. This jade talisman was passed down from generation to generation of Dragon Tang's ancestors, and whenever they encountered a fatal crisis, it all gives the wearer a sense of life and death and insight into fortune and misfortune. And at this moment, this jade talisman actually shattered directly, which meant that there was a great terror in it. "This was broken when you were preparing to deduce the heavenly chance?" the Qilin Demon Sovereign inquired in horror. Immortal Crane Daolord was silent and nodded slightly. At this time, even Luo Qingtsong couldn't help but twist his head around to look at the former in surprise. But what the duo didn't know was that this was already the second shattered jade talisman. When Yang Bai strongly killed a Saint King protector of the Dragon Tongue Holy Land, it was also when he was preparing to deduce the other party's heavenly chances that the jade talisman violently shattered. Now that I think about it, I actually caused a jade talisman to shatter in the first place for the sake of a mere Saint King. It's a real waste. Now this was the last jade talisman. Immortal Crane Daofather's heart was aching inside, so much so that it could drip blood, and was pulling a gloomy old face. All 3 were silent at this point, and the scene fell into a deathly silence. Properly nowadays, and this honored one is truthful. In fact, before, my father had also tried to deduce the heavenly chances of one person, but it was just as it is today. After thinking about it for a while, Immortal Crane Daofather finally spilled that matter. Although it would be detrimental to the reputation of the Holy Land if outsiders were to learn of this, it's all come down to this now. There's not much point in continuing to hide it anymore. The words instantly caused a wave of resonance from the Qilin Demon Sovereign. The voice asked excitedly, "What you're saying, Immortal Crane, is that there's a possibility that those 2 are the same person?" Nice. To think that he could possibly have wasted 2 jade talismans in order to project the same person. Immortal Crane Daoist was depressed to the core. This drew sympathy from the 2 men, both of whom looked at its person with a look of pity. "Now that it's all said and done, you and I have stopped hiding and choking. A mysterious powerhouse was surprised in the territory of my Kylin earlier. That strong man has not yet descended in his true form. The pressure of just one projection has wounded this man." As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingtsong couldn't calm down anymore and also opened his mouth to say that he was in Mufeng City in the Eastern Wasteland in the beginning. He was flicked away by a hidden powerhouse hidden in the city. Combining the experiences of the 3, a figure begins to slowly reunite. "You guys say, we 3 won't meet a ghost, right? We're not talking about the same person, are we?" the Kirin Demon Sovereign said with a certainty in his tone. "If the circumstances are true, 18 or 19 he is the same person. After all, in the whole of the Kunlun realm, I dare say that there could no longer be found a second existence that could make the 36 demon emperors collectively disappear." Chapter 94, The Upanishads Come. Absorb the moral Upanishad. Who dares to touch my disciple? To think that such a terrifyingly powerful person existed within the Kunlun realm. The atmosphere of the scene steeply became incredibly dull. After all, with such a mysterious and powerful person at their head, anyone would find it difficult to sleep or eat. A few moments later, Luo Qingtsong hurriedly bid farewell to the Qilin Demon Sovereign as well as the Immortal Crane Daolord and returned to the south of heaven. The most important thing for him now was to wait until the night of the blood moon, when he would break through to the great emperor. He must return to Mufeng City to avenge the finger of that day. Subsequently, the Qilin Demon Sovereign also rose to take his leave. The Holy Land of the Apocalypse. Sacred Source Peak. only to see a red-clothed silhouette sitting on the edge of the cliff above the mountain. The body was surrounded by a circle of hazy and mysterious light. These mysterious and incomparable halos are moral mysteries. Not long ago, Yang Yuchan had exchanged a strand of moral Upanishad under the Merit Stone monument. At this moment, she was enveloped under the aura of moral mysteries, carefully comprehending and absorbing them, trying to master the moral law. But the moral law is the 9 great eternal laws of the universe, which is so good to master. Even if Yang Yuchan possessed the Xianling immortal body, and all the rules of the Tao laws of heaven and earth were intimate to her, but nay, the moral Upanishads were simply too few to support her in successfully mastering the moral laws. The result was undoubtedly that, as the halo dispersed, her attempt to master the moral law this time ended in failure. Luckily, it wasn't fruitless, but that small wisp of moral Upanishad was successfully absorbed by her. It's not bad to have a touch of moral arcana. Even if it is a touch of moral arcana, it can also be used with considerable power in future battles with hostiles. If only there were more moral arcana. Yang Yuchan looked a little lost, and her little face pulled down. This scene was captured by Yang Bai inside the rune seal of life and death. Seeing his own daughter-in-law pulling a sad little face, Yang Bai instantly couldn't sit still and, immediately, it floated out from within the rune seal of life and death. Why are you out again, husband? Seeing Yang Bai Ling body appear, Yang Yuchan curiously inquired. Isn't this to see my lady crying and mourning? It's just a mere moral axiom. Your husband I have as much as I want here. Oh I come. With Yang Bai's cry, all the countless moral mysteries in the universe caught wind of it. Large swathes of moral Upanishads shone densely like fireflies at night. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yuchan was submerged in the halo of moral Upanishad. Mistress, just yell if you need anything. The Ouija is enough. With this amount of moral Upanishads, I'm afraid that a pig bathing in them would be able to grasp the moral laws. In order to master the power of laws, at least 2 major conditions were required. The first is of course the need for sufficient corresponding law Upanishads. The second relies on the cultivator's own enlightenment and understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. But as long as the number of law Upanishads possessed reaches a terrifying level then the cultivator bathed in it, and with the passage of time, he could also naturally sense a trace of the power of the law. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time Yang Yuchan had been bathed in the ocean of moral mysteries. 3 days ago she had even pulled in Lu Linger, a little ninny, to absorb the moral mysteries together. At the rate the 2 girls are going, I'm afraid that in another month, then you can succeed in mastering the moral law. 3 days had passed since that world-shattering battle in the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range. Most of the cultivators had exchanged many treasures on the Merit Stone tablet, and all of them returned home fully loaded. There were still a few cultivators who continued to stay in the vicinity of the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range, search to see if there are any more leaks. Just as the 2 women were immersed in absorbing the moral Upanishads, suddenly there was a call from the Taoist Master Goju. Maiden Chan, Maiden Linger, come to the Heavenly Immortal Hall quickly. The 2 women who were summoned had to stop. It's the old man master. What's he calling us to the Heavenly Immortal Hall for? When she heard about the Antenna Hall, Lu Linger's small face revealed an expression of disgust. The Celestial Immortal Hall is the Grand Elder's territory. Normally, that old fellow Cho Daoran was at odds with their sacred origin peak. Even more so, there's that 3rd sacred maiden, Li Yuexin, there. Normally, when she had to pass by the Heavenly Immortal Great Hall, the little ninny would just go around it. Forget it. Since it's a summons from Master, we'd better go there. Looking at Lu Linger, this little ninny's exasperated little expression, Yang Yuchan reached out and patted his person on the head. Immediately afterward, she collected the moral Upanishad into the life and death rune seal within her body. Taking Lu Linger with him, he sped in the direction of the Heavenly Immortal Great Hall. Soon an imposing hall appeared in the eyes of the 2 women. In front of the main hall was a huge square, and from time to time, disciples patrolling the Holy Land passed by. Upon entering it, Yang Yuchan realized that the atmosphere was a bit weird, only to see that Grand Elder Cho Daoran was sitting high above the main seat, and their master, Taoist Master Wujue, was also sitting in the main hall. Li Haoren was standing in the center of the Great Hall. Except for that, there was also the great sage Sun Zhou Yuan as well as the 3rd sage maiden Li Yuexin and the others. They were obviously waiting for the 2 Yang Yuchan girls. Seeing that the 2 girls had finally arrived, Cho Daoran, who was sitting in the main seat, then questioned sternly, 9 holy maidens Yang Yuchan, this elder asks you, on the way to the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range, why did you disobey this elder's order and privately take the entire Sacred Origin Peak disciples out of the group? Upon hearing that, Yang Yuchan thought it was some big deal to make such a big show. If you didn't know, you'd think she'd violated the laws of heaven, reporting to the great elder. At that time, Yu Chan saw the nearby villages being slaughtered by the heavenly demons, so he led the disciples of this peak to kill the heavenly devil who was wantonly slaughtering the civilian population. Dare I ask the Grand Elder what's wrong with that? Hearing Yang Yu Chan explain in such an organized manner, Xiao Daoran immediately became furious. Is this elder asking you about this? For the sake of a few lowly lives, you've gone AWOL from the party, causing the Emperor formation to be missing a corner, greatly reducing its power, and causing our battle to fall into an uncomfortable situation. What crime should you be held responsible for? Facing Xiao Daoran's questioning, Yang Yu Chan's aura did not decrease at all. A few cheap lives in the district. I don't know what the great elder thinks, but Yu Chan's humble opinion. Isn't it true that our cultivators cultivate to go and save the dawn and the living? How can you treat the people as if they were nothing? Unbridled. Seeing Yang Yu Chan so disobedient to him, Xiao Daoran immediately broke his defense and the quasi-emperor's pressure instantly rose up from within his body. The powerful breath pressure was about to sweep towards Yang Yu Chan like a flood. Just at the instant the breath struck, within the space of the life and death rune seal, a red aura then flashed through but then it flickered away. Seeing this situation, Taoist Master Wujue finally couldn't sit still, only to see him violently slap his palm on top of the bench. The aura of a quasi-emperor was released at the same time, blocking back Xiao Daoran's pressure. Inside the Great Hall, the auras of the two great paragon emperors each held one side, dividing them. Xiao Daoran, I'm not asking for blame. If you're so impatient when you can't say anything, you look like you have a worrying pattern. Listening to Wujue old Taoist's conspiratorial voice, Xiao Daoran was instantly infuriated and jumped to his feet. Pounds of majestic aura was continuously surging out from his body. Yoo-hoo! You're still energized. Today I'd like to see, with old Taoist me, who dares to hurt my disciple one bit. The breaths of the two great quasi-emperors were clashing fiercely, and surprisingly, the slightest hint of imperial might rose in them. Wujue old bastard, are you trying to favor your disciple? Even the old ancestor has spoken. It is necessary to punish a rebellious disciple. How dare you stop me? Taoist Master Wujue and Xiao Daoran have always been at odds. This time, Yang Yu Chan's incident is just a fuse. Old Taoist, I do realize that there is nothing wrong at all with what my disciple said. On the contrary, it's someone who, I can't believe I'm talking about this. Tisk this minds itsk tisk. Chapter 95 Holy Land Competition. Mastering the Moral Law. A great increase in strength. Hearing that old bastard Gojue is ting on him again, Xiao Daoran's aura of a four-jacked quasi-emperor was fully unleashed at this moment. With you, a mere third tribulation quasi-emperor, how dare you call out to this seat? The three-jacked quasi-emperor Wujue Daolong was gradually outmatched against Xiao Daoran, who was at full aura. The two of you are both elders of my heavenly enlightenment Holy Land. What's with this behavior now? The Holy Lord of Heavenly Revelation stood in the air above the Grand Hall at this moment. Greetings, Holy Lord. The people present, upon seeing his person's arrival, respectfully bowed their hands and saluted. Seeing this, Xiao Daoran let out a cold snort before withdrawing his breath pressure. The old ancestor has already spoken, although the 9 holy maidens have done something slightly wrong in this matter. However, considering his original intention and not having caused any major mistakes, the Sacred Source Peak Master will punish him on his own. The matter is settled. All disperse. After saying that, the Heavenly Enlightenment Holy Lord's figure disappeared inside the Grand Hall. In the name of our Lord. Seeing this, Xiao Daoran had to reluctantly compromise. Old mongrel, don't you get too happy too early. The Holy Land competition is in a month's time. When that time comes, you Sacred Origin Peak don't lose too badly. I go Lao Dao, I'm so scared yo. Good disciples, let's go. With that said, Taoist Goju gave a wave of his hand and the spiritual energy rolled up Yang Yu Chan, Lu Linger, and Li Haoran, and they disappeared into thin air. After returning to Sacred Origin Peak, Yang Bai's spirit body then emerged again. Nienko, why did you stop me just now? Won't let me slap thee out of the Grand Elder? The kind like him? I don't know how many I could drown with a mouthful of spit. Seeing Yang Bai defending himself so well, Yang Yu Chan narrowed her pretty eyes and guffawed. Okay, of course I know my husband is invincible. I'll take this revenge myself later. Lu Linger, who was on the side, was also furious when she heard this and puffed out her cheeks in agreement. That's right. The young master should have slapped the damnable smelly old man to death with 2 slaps. That old man usually doesn't bully our Sacred Origin Peak much. Just thinking about this, little Neisan became angry, and her little mouth was even higher. Seeing Neisan looking so cute, Yang Yu Chan walked up and comforted her. Alright, if Linger is angry, after next month, just defeat the unbeatable disciple of the Great Elders faction in the Holy Land competition. As the chief disciple of the Sacred Origin Peak, you could all depend on Linger at that time. so we're going to have to step up our training. After all, the strength of Saint Zhou Yuan under that Grand Elder's seat cannot be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger immediately nodded heavily. Aha! Sister Yang, then let's intensify our cultivation this month. Strive to master the moral law during the great competition. Seeing the two girls insisting on this, Yang Bai was happy to see it and then joked. Oh, you guys go for it, and if you can't beat it then, remember to yell out and I'll come out and just flip them off the stage. This statement immediately drew blank stares from the two women. Lu Linger was even more furious with her hands crossed, her watery eyes glaring like copper bells. Young master, this is too much of a blow to my sister Yang and Ice Chi, isn't it? Ha ha, during this period of time, you guys just intensify your cultivation. Moral Upanishads are enough as all. Another month has passed in the blink of an eye. The Holy Land competition of the Holy Land of the Apocalypse was close at hand. The Holy Land would hold a Holy Land competition almost every 3 years. The main purpose of the great competition was to better motivate disciples to cultivate. At the same time, the grand competition would also rescreen a new round of holy sons, daughters, as well as the chief disciples of each peak. Sacred sons and daughters who are not as strong, as well as the chief disciples of the peaks. All will be pulled down by other competing disciples. This is also to prevent disciples who become holy sons, daughters, of the Holy Land from slacking off in their practice as a result. It's been a whole month since I bathed in the moral arcana. There's still one more day to go before the Holy Land competition. The two women's bodies violently erupted with bursts of dazzling light at this moment. A circle of mysterious moral halo surrounded the two women. Yan Yuchan as well as Lu Linger felt as if they had a deeper understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth in an instant. As the two women violently opened their eyes, a terrifying moral aeon burst out from their pupils all of a sudden. All the moral law forces around the Holy Land of the Apocalypse were generally summoned and surged towards the sacred origin peak. Fortunately, there was Yang Bai spirit body here, which timely covered up all the moral laws. No insight from outsiders. This was, after all, the bottom card of the two ninjas Holy Land competition, and it couldn't be leaked so easily like this. With the power of the moral law, the two women wanted to come out on top in the Holy Land competition. It's already a handful. The several saints at the top of the rankings were not people with generalized qualifications. Moreover, he had been cultivating for an unknown number of years longer than the two women. Although they could do so by virtue of their powerful physiques, against the upper realms of but in the face of the absolute cultivation gap, it still seemed overwhelming. Yang Yuchan of the Thousand Questions realm, with the strength of the Xianling immortal body, it was enough to buck the peak of the 10,000 elephants or even a strong person in the early stages of imperishability. This kind of strength, when placed on the last 8 holy sons, daughters, it was absolutely complete, but it's a little harder to pull it off. Those first 2 saints' sons were extremely powerful. The second saint's son's cultivation had reached the peak of indestructibility, and there was also the battle record of taking on a Holy Land Paragon Deacon without losing. There was a gulf-like gap between the Undying Peak and the Paramount Saints. Hundreds of peak indestructible powerhouses joining forces wouldn't necessarily be able to battle a single Paragon. After all, the latter was a powerful person who had stepped into the Holy Realm. The level of life has been dramatically crossed. This amazing record is enough to stand tall. And the first saint's son's cultivation had even reached the middle order quasi-saint. Saint Sun Zhou Yuan had drawn an absolute gulf of strength between the saints. There was a break in strength between the second sacred son and the first sacred son. The Holy Lord of the Apocalypse even claimed that Zhou Yuan was the centuries old, the most gifted saint's son that had ever appeared in the Holy Land. But after Yang Yuchan as well as Lu Linger's 2 daughters came to, this talent being the strongest came up for debate within the Holy Land. After all, it had only been 2 short years since the 2 girls first came to the Holy Land of the Apocalypse, and their strength had soared. Before mastering the moral law, Yan Yuchan's cultivation of only the Thousand Questions realm was bound to be unable to battle Zhou Yuan, who was a mid-stage associate saint. But now, the situation has all but reversed. Even Lu Linger, who was now in the 100 Yoke realm, with the 9 Dawn Python bloodline as well as the addition of the moral laws, all of them were able to maneuver with it for a moment or two. Chapter 96, Crushing Momentum. First, the central square of the Holy Land of the Apocalypse. At this time, countless disciples are all gathered here, and as far as the eye can see, there is a dense swath. Only to see the square's stone cracks loosen and rise up countless martial arts rings. The disciples all looked at the rising ring with excited gazes. For the vast majority of disciples, this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to turn over a new leaf. The disciples of the Holy Land of the Apocalypse are divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and holy sons, daughters. Among them, inner disciples can then choose to enter different holy peaks for cultivation, and the outer disciples could only concentrate on their cultivation. The long-awaited Holy Land competition was finally held. At this moment, above the countless rings, the huge silhouette of Qiu Daoran suddenly appeared. The void said in a mellifluous voice, "I announce in my capacity as the Grand Elder of the Holy Land, the 71st Holy Land competition officially begins." The disciples let out a cheer when they heard this. First of all, the first match of the grand competition is the selection of the top 1,000 of the outer sect. Disciples who entered the top 1,000 of the outer sect would be qualified to enter the sacred peak to cultivate and become inner sect disciples. In the next moment, a token with numbers appeared in front of all the outer disciples. Disciples with the same number compete. Now the first outer sect grand competition officially begins. With a command, all the outer disciples flew towards their respective rings. On the towering peak of the apocalypse, Holy Lord Tianqi, Qiu Daoran, Daoist Wu Jue, and the various great elders were all sitting on their honored seats to watch the battle, all of them narrowing their eyes slightly, clearly not having much of a sense of anticipation for this outer sect grand competition. While the disciples of the various holy peaks were watching the battle from their respective holy peaks, soon the first outer sect grand competition ended in a hurry. The chosen 1,000 inner disciples chose the sacred peak after the grand competition. It's the heavy lifting that comes next. Now, the old man announces, the second inner sect competition officially begins. Next, please ask the chief of each peak to come forward and draw lots. The competition will begin immediately. Qiu Daoran's voice spread throughout the Holy Land, and only then did the elders on the venerable seats open their eyes. The chief disciple of each peak went up and flew into the ring to draw lots. The inner sect grand competition was mainly a competition for the chief disciples of each peak. The holy peaks were then ranked according to the strength of the chief disciple, and the higher the ranked sacred peak naturally attracted more disciples to join. Upon hearing the call, only to see the weird and wacky Lu Linger jumping down from the holy peak with a cheeky grin. Drawing of lots. Go Spirit. On the side, Yang Yuchan cheered for Lu Linger. Don't worry, Sister Yang. Linger will definitely take back the first place to you. When the disciples of Sacred Origin Peak saw eldest sister, they shouted and cheered for her. Look at senior sister Linger. Go sister. There were a total of 20 holy peaks in the Holy Land of the Apocalypse. Lu Linger casually grabbed a ball of light that she drew into the formation Spirit Peak. Immediately after that, the little ninny walked towards ring number 8. There was also a Paragon Elder in the ring as a referee, preventing disciples from having accidents in the middle of a competition. The little ninny's opponent was the chief disciple of the formation Spirit Peak, a thin man that, it looks literate and bookish. The disciples of Formation Spirit Peak were all good at using formations against each other. Formation Spirit Peak, Shao Tian. Sacred Source Peak, Lu Linger. After the two of them bowed to each other, the competition officially began with a command from the Paramount Saint Elder. Immediately, the breath of the two instantly erupted from their bodies. As the chief disciples of the Sacred Origin Peak as well as the Formation Spirit Peak, both of them were actually at the peak of the 100-yoke realm. Only Shao Tian could see one hand spinning as spiritual patterns flowed between his fingers. A bizarre formation instantly rose from the ground. The array's overwhelming attack instantly came at Lu Linger. There are also phantom formations that attack the latter's form and spirit. In response, the bloodline pressure of the Jiuli Tsong Dome Python within Lu Linger's body instantly gushed out like a tidal wave. A pair of creepy eyes appeared behind the little ninny that, a touch of strong soul power accompanied by a low chant that seemed to come from the ancient times directly tore apart all the great formations. Shao Tian, who was hiding behind the big formation, did not expect that in just one glance. It was shattered in an instant by this seemingly weak little girl in front of her. In this brief blink of an eye, Lu Linger's figure was as fast as lightning. The next moment it appeared in front of Shao Tian's eyes like a ghost. Lu Linger was holding her spirit sword, the tip of the sword against her person's throat. He's seen your brother Shao. I'm sorry, Lu Lingren said with a smile as she retrieved her spirit sword. At this time, Shao Genius reacted and immediately arched his hand and sweated. Senior sister Linger's talent is too much for senior brother to hope for. And with this level of strength, I'm afraid that after this grand competition, I'll have to call you senior sister Linger. After saying that, Shao Tian dispersed the formation seal in his hand and jumped off the ring with 1 foot. Sacred Source Peak Lu Linger wins. The scene was silent. The competition had only just begun. How could the winner be decided so quickly? The face of the Formation Spirit Peak Master on Tianqi Peak was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten an Edo defense. On the side, old Taoist Wujua didn't forget to yin and yang a couple of times. Haha, this Neisan is good at everything. It's just that this talent is too unrealistically strong. Haha, it's quite like the old man back then. Old man Formation Spirit, I'm sorry. I'll tell that girl when I get back. In this public place, I don't know to give way to Shao Tian, causing your Formation Spirit Peak to lose face. I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, the Formation Spirit Peak Master's anger immediately flared up, and he was infuriated by this newbie old Taoist. The mind cursed. Humph, Complacent my ass. Isn't it just good luck to have taken in a disciple with such a strong talent? It's still quite a bit like you were back then. Hey, yo, can really put gold on your face. Shame on you. But these words, he still broke his teeth and swallowed them in his stomach. After all, Wu Jue old Dao quasi-emperor's strength is placed there. He couldn't fight a mere Saint King. At this time, the various holy peaks also smashed open at the same time. I've got a pox. This sacred origin peak's Lu Linger is too brutal. That's right. In just one look, he defeated Xiao Tian. To think that Xiao Tian's strength is not weak when placed among the chief disciples. He actually lost so easily. I didn't realize that this little girl, who usually looks soft and weak, is not weak at all. The disciples were completely convinced by the strength Lu Linger had displayed. The sacred origin peak disciples at the same time were even more joyful, and they were holding the little ninny up to the sky. After a long time, the top 10 disciples were all selected. After a short respite, the next round of competition took place, and the next match was the same. Lu Linger defeated her opponent once again with a single move with a crushing force. The strengths among the chief disciples were all comparable, and after seeing Lu Linger's strength, a couple of games back, the chief disciples of the peaks that encountered Lu Linger all took the initiative to admit defeat, choosing to save face. What's the point of fighting? It's a one-trick pony anyway. Just like that, little Meisan became the top of the chief ranking without any pressure, with Sacred Origin Peak coming in at number 1. Chapter 97, Challenging the Second Saint's Son. The moral law was present. The crowd was shocked. The disciples of all the great holy peaks were sighing. Originally, it was expected to be a fierce fight between the chief disciples. Who would have thought that it would turn out to be a crushing game for Lu Linger alone? Old Taoist Wu Jue on Tianqi Peak's mouth was about to give him a crooked smile. One by one, he said to the peak masters of the peaks that he would be obliged. All the major peak masters couldn't see his face, but they didn't dare to attack in the slightest, only to have their faces turned away. Out of sight, out of mind. The minds of the people are all very puzzled. How did such a horrible disciple with such a talent get seen by that old Nubizi Taoist? Above the summit of the sacred Sun's peak, great sage Sun Zhou Yuan's eyes, which were originally slightly narrowed, finally opened at this moment, and his gaze gleamed as he stared at Lu Linger. Although this woman is strong, but she is only at the 100-yoke realm. How could it give me a faint sense of danger? On the side, the second Saint Sun Li Chunjun similarly looked at Lu Linger with slightly heavy eyes. I'm afraid this girl's talent is no less than yours. In time, she will be another demon. The two of them had no intention of paying attention to this contest between the chief disciples. Both of them possessed breakneck strength amongst the sacred sons. But nay, Lu Linger's strong strength was too noticeable. You say, which saint's son will she challenge? Zhou Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the gazebo, stood up at this moment and asked, the first disciple of the chief. After the chief battle of the, one can then pick any of the saints to issue a challenge to them. If the challenge was successful, he would be able to replace him and take his person's place among the sons. Well, 10 Saint Sun Li Haoran also belongs to the same sacred source peak, and she, as the chief disciple of the sacred source peak, shouldn't challenge. The 9 sacred maidens and she have a close relationship again, and are inseparable as a whole, so naturally they won't challenge. That would be the 8 holy sons. Then, hearing Zhou Yuan, who had always shown no concern for such matters, actually ask him about it at this time, Li Chunjun hurriedly analyzed it. Nah, I think she'll challenge you. When these words came out, Li Chunjun was shocked and then riled. Hey, Zhou Yuan, although you as a paragon, I have always been inferior to you, but you're insulting me too much. She's only at the 100-yoke realm, and although she can be invincible at her level, but there can be a whole 2 realms difference between me and her. Seeing that Li Chunjun was so gullible, Zhou Yuan, who had been a good friend and rival for many years, kindly spoke out to remind him. You think she's weak? Never underestimate her. Just now, she actually gives even me a faint sense of danger. If she chooses to challenge you, do not be careless. What? The quasi-saint middle stage Zhou Yuan would actually still be jealous of a 100-yoke realm cultivator? At the same time, the disciples from all the peaks looked at Lu Linger with curiosity. There was much speculation as to which holy son, daughter, she would choose to challenge. The vast majority of people guessed that she would choose to challenge the 8 holy sons, and the 8 holy sons were all ready to fight on the sidelines. I choose to challenge senior brother Li Chunjun. Senior brother Li Chuanjue, please teach me more. As soon as these words came out, a deathly silence fell in the square. Then there was a huge uproar. Meisan's words are not shocking. It shocked the crowd of disciples watching the battle. What? She actually chose to challenge the second saint's son directly. Even the holy sons and daughters on the holy son list wouldn't dare to challenge him at will. What arrogance! Thinking that you're invincible after crushing a chief disciple of the same rank? It is. That's it. A mere 100-yoke realm and you think you can cross 2 realms in a row. the second saint son of the reverse degradation Undying Peak. In the face of this maneuver by Lu Linger, even sitting on Apocalypse Peak, the Taoist master Wujue, who was leisurely savoring his tea, upon hearing the words, shocked, all directly sprayed a mouthful of tea into the face of the opposite Grand Elder Chiu Daoran. Hi, sorry ha. Dear Great Elder. Sorry. Old Taoist Wujue hurriedly picked up his handkerchief and wiped it haphazardly on his person's face. Alright. At least you're a quasi-emperor powerhouse. Why don't you even have this kind of stamina? Chiu Daoran interrupted the old Taoist's movements in his hands while saying with a displeased face. In fact, the old fox has long been happy in his heart. This time to see how you get it. When the peak masters of the sacred peak sitting next to them saw this, they couldn't be happier in their hearts. The air in his heart was even a lot smoother. Just now the old Nubizi Taoists get up and go. They were hating it with all their hearts. Now that I saw that he was defeated, I couldn't be happier. On the sacred sun peak, Zhou Yuan spread his hands out. See, I'm right, aren't I? You go and come back soon. Good luck. Seeing this, the disbelieving Li Chunjun didn't believe that he would really lose to a little girl at the 100-yoke realm. So with a flash of his body, he arrived on top of the ring. Sword Dao Front Saint Sun, Li Chunjun, Sacred Source Peak Disciple, Lu Linger, Senior Sister Lu, Senior Brother, I am merciless with my sword. Beware. After saying that, the aura of the Peak of Indestructibility instantly swept across the entire field. Even the stone tiles in the ring were crumbling apart. Seeing this, the paramount saints guarding the sidelines offered up energy shields to block the ring, prevent capacity leaks from hurting the innocent. Li Chunjun drew his spirit sword, which was a quasi-saintly weapon, poised and ready to strike. Invisible sword intent filled the ring. Before the sword is unsheathed, lingering sword chi just kept rising from the ring. Zhou Yuan had reminded him before he came that he would never dare to be careless with a figure that could make even the former jealous. As soon as he stepped onto the field, he drew his quasi-saintly weapon, facing the imposing Li Chunjun. The little ninny no longer smiles and laughs. After all, the other party's strength at the peak of indestructibility was there. Only the little ninny didn't dare to hide anything, and her mind moved. The next moment a mysterious and incomparable moral halo surrounded its body. The very moment the moral halo appeared, the elders on Tianqi Peak all stood up from their seats with a whoosh, staring in shock at the mysterious halo that surrounded his body. Surprisingly, it's the power of the moral law. This. Seeing that the little ninny actually grasped the moral law, one of the 9 everlasting laws, Chiu Daoran was instantly stunned and incoherent. On the side of the Wujue old Taoist was even more shocked, secretly thinking that this girl actually hides so deeply. Even he, who was a master, didn't know that she still held the moral law. Ahamo Great Elder Chiu, as a paramount emperor, where's your strength of character? This seat's disciples are just that good. Just the 9 everlasting laws. Base, all sit down. Even though the surprise in his heart was not less at all, the old Taoist still forced down the surprise in his heart and the god acted very blandly. Once these words came out, the other elders as well as the peak masters of the peaks couldn't hold back any longer. Immediately, they all cast contemptuous glances at him. You're going to have to do this, aren't you? On the sacred sun peak, Zhou Yuan's eyes were dead set on the circle of light on Lu Linger's body. That sense of crisis was even stronger at this point. Is this the thing that gives me such a stirring inside? To actually possess such terrifying energy? What exactly is this thing? Chapter 98 Instantaneous Seconds. Second Holy Maiden Little Do Ding. The moment the moral laws appeared, Li Chunjun, who had drawn his sword, felt the pressure multiply. Immediately afterward, only Li Chunjun's sword flashed and a sky-charging sword blade carried a sharp edge as it stabbed forward. Seeing this, Lu Linger similarly used her bottom card. Used the 9 Dawn Python's natural aptitude, 9 Dawn Sacred Seal. A holy seal was struck out in the palm of the little ninny's hand. At the same time, the moral halo on his body suddenly shone brightly, and in an instant, the power of the holy seal rose by several notches, only to see the holy seal exuding infinite might. The moment it collided with the sharp sword awnings, directly, he would crush the sword on into dust. The sacred seal still carried supreme divine might crushing towards Li Chunjun. Wherever it passed, even the incredibly hard ring cracked. Li Chunjun looked at the holy seal coming with a destructive momentum. Only a chill was felt instantly surging through his heart. A sword chi swept across, but it was all in vain. With no choice but to cross his sword in front of his chest, Li Chunjun had no choice but to block this horrifying strike with his quasi-saintly weapon. Bang! With a loud bang, even the protective shield that the quasi-saint elder had set up began to reveal the slightest crack. Seeing this, several more paramount elders jumped down from the holy peak, joining hands together to thicken the protective shield. It was only with the combined efforts of several paragon elders that it was barely stabilized. the dust and smoke cleared from the ring and a deep pit appeared on the stage. In the deep pit Lee Chunjun fell to his knees in a sorry state, his coiled and bundled hair falling messily over his shoulders. Covered in blood. He then planted himself directly on the ground and fainted. On the other hand, Lu Linger on the other side was fully clothed and uninjured. Only her face was a bit pale. The spiritual energy was just too much to consume. The scene was instantly plunged into dead silence. The disciples of the peaks as well as the great saint's sons and daughters all looked at the scene below in disbelief. Lee Chunjun, the second saint's son of the undying peak. He was actually defeated by a Lu Linger who had only been in the Holy Land for 2 years. She was still only in the 100 yoke realm. A cultivation level of the 100 yoke realm was able to defeat Lee Chunjun, who was at the peak of indestructibility. How terrifying should Lu Linger be after that? Seeing this scene, Li Yuexin, the third holy maiden who often targeted the sacred source peak, there was a horrified, white-faced gulp. When Zhou Yuan on the sacred sun peak saw this, his heart was similarly filled with shock. He had thought that at least the two of them would be able to be evenly matched, but he had still underestimated Lu Linger's terror. Zhou Yuan's eyes were extremely grave as he recalled the mysterious halo that had just risen from Lu Linger's body. That holy seal wasn't considered powerful, but after that mysterious halo fused into it, the power just went up an unknown number of levels. At that time, if he had been the one to receive this move, I was afraid that he would have been injured as well. Just look at the way the several Paraclete elders responded. This saint seal had already reached the level of a high-level paragon saint. For a 100 yoke realm to actually be able to deliver a high-level paragon attack, this was simply terrifying as hell. On Tianqi Peak, Xiao Daoran stood out at this time to announce the results of the competition. Lu Linger of Sacred Source Peak wins this competition. Lu Linger has become the second holy maiden of the Holy Land. Li Chunjun is demoted to the third holy son. With the announcement of the results of the competition, the disciples of Sacred Origin Peak felt how unreal it all was. Like a dream. The disciples of the Sword Dao Front then silently walked up to the ring and carried Li Chunjun back to the Sword Dao Front. Sister Yang, did you see how awesome Linger was just now? After the competition, Lu Linger ran to Yang Yuchan in high spirits to beg for compliments. Yang Yuchan smiled sweetly, her jade hand touching the little ninny's head. Spirit is awesome. Senior Sister Linger. Oh no, I should call you Senior Sister Linger now. Congratulations, defeating a peak indestructible third saint's son at the 100 yoke realm. This kind of talent is truly terrifying. Li Haoran, who was on the side, also came forward to congratulate Lu Linger. Senior brother Li is too polite. From now on, it's better to call Linger senior sister, otherwise Linger would feel awkward. Lu Linger smiled with her eyes curved. With the little ninny becoming the second saint, Li Haoran, who was originally the 10th saint's son, was naturally pushed out of the saint's son position. But even so, not the slightest bit of resentment was visible in the eyes of the person who, instead, he sincerely congratulated the little ninja, a heartiness that was rare. When old Taoist Wujue on Tianqi Peak saw that the little ninny had defeated Li Chunjun in a single move, the mouth never closed, laughing like a monkey's ass. All the elder peak masters turned their heads away. After that, a number of chief disciples from various peaks came forward to challenge the Holy Sun. Next, was the most anticipated Holy List challenge. The next highest ranked sons, daughters, may challenge the next highest ranked sons, daughters. At this moment, Yang Yuchan, who was standing at the sacred source peak, leaped down to the ring with a single bound. The sword pointed at Zhou Yuan, the first saint's son on the saint's sun peak. Sacred source peak Yang Yuchan, please give your instruction. Your Highness, the first sacred son. Yang Yuchan's clear and pleasant voice spread throughout the peaks. The disciples of all peaks were shocked, and there was a lot of talk for a while. This Saint Origin peak can be truly terrifying. Chief Lu Linger dares to challenge the second saint's son. As the Saint Source Peak saint daughter, Yang Yuchan is now challenging a saint's son. TSK. It's true it's not a family. It's not a family. Do you think there's any chance she'll make it? After all, Lu Linger successfully challenged the second saint's son with the 100 yoke realm. Cut. I think it's pretty much up in the air. Saint Zhou Yuan is not comparable to the second saint. He's a quasi-saint. No matter how terrifying her Yang Yuchan's talent is, it's impossible to defeat His Highness, the first saint's son. That's just it. Saint's son Zhou Yuan is a middle-ranked quasi-saint. What's impossible? Wasn't no one watching Lu Linger just now? What's the fun in just talking? I'm betting on Yang Yuchan for 10,000 extreme spirit stones. Cut. I even bet on Zhou Yuan for 100,000 extreme spirit stones. On the Tianqi Peak, the elder peak masters had different expressions. Now anyone could see that Sacred Origin Peak was trying to go toe-to-toe with the heavenly immortal Great Hall's great elder lineage. Just now, Kendo Feng was affiliated with the side of the heavenly immortal Great Hall. And now, The first saint's son Zhou Yuan was even the inheritor of the heavenly immortal Great Hall, and anyone would understand that. This is really a battle between the two families. Great Elder, what did you say last month? Ouch, this face hit a hot and painful it. Old Taoist Wuju has started his yin and yang mode again, making a snide remark towards Zhou Daoran. What are you getting at? The competition hasn't even started yet? Besides, Zhou Yuan is not Li Chunjun. With Yang Yuchan's cultivation at the Thousand Questions realm, you want to win against a middle-ranked paramount saint? Humph. Delusional. Xu Daoran said with rhetorical force. Humph. Old guy. Still talking tough. Let's wait and see then. Chapter 99 Yang Yuchan vs Zhou Yuan. The first holy maiden. A breeze hit the ring, and the two men on the stage bowed to each other. Sacred Source Peak. Yang Yuchan. The Great Hall of Heavenly Immortals. Zhou Yuan. Enlighten me, please. There were 3 entire Saint Realm Holy Land elders located next to the ring. Saying that, Yang Yuchan directly pulled out the Soul Jade Lady sword at her waist in a smooth manner. This sword is still not long ago Yang Bai Ling bodyboard. In the space of life and death rune seal, a growth spirit sword personally tailored for her. This vegetarian sword was also equipped with the vegetarian Jade Maiden sword technique that Yang Bai had personally created for it. The vegetarian Jade Lady sword could gradually become stronger as Yang Yuchan became stronger. The sword skill was even from the hand of Yang Bai, the creator god, and its power was absolutely unparalleled. The heart's breath is connected and stretches on forever. Only Yang Yuchan's jade sword rotated and countless sword shadows attacked towards Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan stood still, his eyes unafraid as countless sword shadows stabbed at him. His speed was imperceptible to the naked eye, his residual shadow flickered, and his sword shadow never stabbed his real body. Zhou Yuan then saw the right moment and grabbed the sword. Immediately, the corner of Yang Yuchan's mouth hooked up into a bizarre arc. Raise your eyebrows. In the next second, Yang Yuchan directly let go of her sword, and her figure suddenly disappeared in place. Immediately, the Jade Maiden sword, which was held in Zhou Yuan's hand, instantly split into countless hilts, immediately followed by a rain of swords falling from the sky. The angle at which the sword rain came was very tricky, almost 360 degrees of all-round attack without any dead angle, facing the sword shadows in the sky. At this time, Zhou Yuan was shocked to find that he could not move his body and was trapped in place. As the sword rain came, he could only raise his sword to parry it. What puzzled him the most was that Yang Yuchan's breath had all disappeared. His divine sense couldn't even sense the presence of its person, and those swords raining down on him instantly dissipated. It was then that he realized with horror that he had been caught in the illusion of the pear of rice at some point. In fact, Yang Yuchan was one of the sword shadows he saw in his eyes. This was the sword technique created by Yang Bai. And in the face of such a huge difference in cultivation, Zhou Yuan, who was a middle-ranked quasi-saint, was still struck. If it's a sword that breaks through the air. Just then, she seized the gap and stored up her strength for a sword, the tip of the sword emitting a shocking coldness. The dazzling sword aura shot straight up into the sky. A terrifying sword chi tore through the void, cutting through space, instantly chopping into Zhou Yuan's chest. It was fortunate that Zhou Yuan reacted in time and realized in time that he was in an illusion. With that, Zhou Yuan directly erupted the quasi-saint pressure, and his terrifying quasi-saint aura directly dispersed the illusionary realm. Immediately after that, his fist strength was 10,000 pounds, and countless fist Dao mysteries were gathered on top of his fist as he slammed his fist into the sword awnings. The sword on scattered with a bang. It all happened in the blink of an eye, from the start of the contest to the present. In only a few breaths of time, the two engaged in dozens of exchanges. Some disciples with low cultivation could not see the two at all. The terrifying fist force landed on its person, and Yang Yuchan directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The gap in cultivation was revealed here, and even though she possessed such a powerful sword skill, but in the end, it could not utilize its full power. The sword technique is bizarre and incomparable. It's a pity. Your cultivation level is too low. After saying that, Zhou Yuan's breath poured out, knowing that the other party possessed such a powerful sword skill. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest now. Only Zhou Yuan's body exploded with golden light. His body was golden and shining brightly. As a saint's son, able to cultivate to a middle-ranked quasi-saint at a young age, what he relied on was the star arcane body he carried. Starry sky flash. Endless golden light erupted, and the golden light carried the might of a quasi-saint as it crushed towards Yang Yuchan. Seeing that the other party was actually harboring such a powerful physique, Yang Yuchan didn't dare to hide anything anymore. Immediately, she opened her Xianling immortal body. This was the first time she had opened her Xianling immortal body when fighting against someone. The mirror of Xianling. The next moment, a huge mirror blocked in front of his person. It directly rebounded his attack back. The golden aura counterattacked back, and Zhou Yuan did not dodge or avoid it. and received the move with his flesh. In the face of absolute strength, Yang Yuchan's attacks fell on him like light rain. Zhou Yuan's figure then flashed. His body was fast as lightning and instantly appeared behind his person. Terrifying fists slammed towards her body. The pressure of a quasi-saint descended upon her, and the intense sense of suffocation made it impossible for her to dodge at all. The terrifying fist force caused the space directly behind Zhou Yuan to shatter, revealing a hideous void. At the Paramount Sage realm one can shake the void. However, right at this moment, Yang Yuchan instantly split into three figures and dodged the punch. Immediately after that, the mysterious halo of the moral law enveloped its body. Facing the terrifying might of the paragon, Yang Yuchan had to use the power of the moral law. Seeing that mysterious halo of light, Zhou Yuan's eyes were filled with scorn and his heart was alarmed. She even mastered this mysterious halo as well. With the moral law's enhancement, all of her moves and styles were given a terrifying increase. Even his breath had risen to the high-level paragon level. The Xianling immortal body's bilocation talent aptitude and identity all had the full strength of the main body. In the next moment, only three figures were seen, all holding the vegetarian Jade Lady sword. The terrifying sword intent flowed out on the sword. The sword skill that had been increased by the moral law had also reached a terrifying level. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan hurriedly operated his star Xian body with all his might. Countless stars instantly manifested around him to surround him. The sharp sword awnings directly pierced through the void. Even the disciples sitting on the sacred peak watching the battle felt the chill emanating from the sword, stinging their cheeks. The sword-ons collided together with the star at an unfathomable speed. For a time, the stars shattered. At this moment, Qiu Daoran, who was sitting on Tianqi Peak, couldn't sit still at once. The figure appeared in front of Zhou Yuan in a flash. With a raised hand, he easily crushed the sword awnings and blocked this fatal occasion for him. Even Qiu Daoran, who was as powerful as a quasi-emperor, could not help but sigh at the power of this sword skill. When the moral law has not been invoked, Yang Yuchan was then able to barely even the score with Zhou Yuan at the peak of the Thousand Questions realm. But what he didn't know was that Yang Yuchan was not only relying on the vegetarian Jade Maiden sword technique too, and it also possessed the Xianling immortal body. Now that the moral law is being utilized, if this sword move were to land on its person, then you will definitely lose your skin even if you don't die. Alright, if you keep competing, I'm afraid that the entire ring will be destroyed by your sword. I declare, Yang Yuchan of Sacred Source Peak wins this competition. Yang Yuchan from now on, becomes the first holy maiden of my heavenly enlightenment Holy Land. From the moment the moral laws appeared, the contest was already without suspense. The Sacred Origin Peak was instantly thrown into a cheer. Only one was sad-faced. Xiao He was lying on top of the Sacred Source Mountain, looking at the increasingly powerful Yang Yuchan, which was worrying it to death. It's only been 2 short years, and she's so powerful that she's able to defeat a mid-ranked Paramount Saint. With his strength at full power, his strength was even closer to that of a high-level paragon. To think that in the beginning, it was only a small beginner quasi-saint, and now it was only a Lotus Saint. I'm afraid that in 2 more years, Yang Yuchan won't need it to protect the path at all, so he's afraid he'll be abandoned by the adults. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye from the Holy Land competition. Yang Yuchan, who had now become the first holy daughter of the Holy Land, had successfully broken through to the 10,000 Elements realm. As for Lu Linger, who was the third holy maiden, she had also successfully advanced to the 1,000 Questions realm. Just as the 2 women's strength soared, far away in the prehistoric forests of the eastern wilderness is a sudden disaster. Chapter 100 Death of an Elf. Misery. Eastern Wasteland. Prehistoric Forest. At this time, under the wood spirit tree, a large number of elves gathered here, only to see that the elves all looked terrified. The divine tree granny and the queen of the elves stood in front of all the elves. The eyes stared viciously at the human cultivators in front of them who were coming from a bad place. They were all from a power in the northern plains called the Aotian Pavilion. Strong and powerful. The pavilion even possessed a quasi-emperor powerhouse in attendance. Nowadays, by the quasi-emperor pavilion master himself leading all the disciples and elders under his banner together as a prehistoric forest, to wipe out the elves in one fell swoop. How did this happen? How did the outside cultivators find their way here? We have lived here for decades, here far from the mortal world. How was it found so quickly by the human cultivators? It's over. It's all over. The elves are in trouble. A strong sense of despair instantly surged within the hearts of the elves standing behind the divine tree grandmother as well as the elf queen. How? Mukid stood in the middle of the elves, looking incredulously at the murderous cultivators in front of her. As soon as she got the news that the human cultivators were coming, she hurriedly dragged Yang Bai along to the divine tree. After so much time had passed, Yang Bai still didn't have any signs that he was going to awaken. Mukid couldn't help but feel deeply worried for it. Now that another cultivator is attacking, the elf clan is even more in trouble. Mu Keed smiled bitterly. Is it so hard to live? But Nkong, don't worry. When you saved Keed's life, now Keed will keep you safe no matter what. Mu Keed looked at Yang Bai's angular face and her delicate hand unconsciously stroked its person's cheek, and a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. In the face of this benefactor, who had once saved her from the fire, the young girl seemed to develop a strange affection. The young girl then turned her gaze to the group of outside cultivators with glowing eyes in front of her. There was endless hatred in his eyes. I'm afraid that these Aoteon Pavilion cultivators have long known that the elves are hiding here. It was because over the years, news of clansmen disappearing had been spreading within the clan every now and then. Those missing clansmen must have had nothing to do with the Aoteon Pavilion. Kill. The Aoteon Pavilion master looked at the group of elves in front of him, his eyes filled with greed and, with that, he ordered towards the disciple elders behind him. With the pavilion master's order, the crowd of disciples and elders all went towards the elves to kill them. In their eyes, elves were not much worse than those heavenly treasures. One of their hearts could refine a good quality life extension pill. Instant, an overwhelming number of spells struck towards the elves. In a prehistoric forest with such a thin concentration of aura, the vast majority of elves had very low cultivation levels, with most of them being below the Yuanshan realm. On the contrary, the disciples who came to the Aoteon Pavilion were all elite disciples. The least cultivated had the refined void realm, not to mention the fact that there was also a peerless quasi-emperor like the Aoteon Pavilion master here. This was simply a crushing battle without any suspense. The elves were simply powerless to resist. Just as the elves were about to fight to the death, a sudden change occurred, only to see the divine tree granny exuding a terrifying aura. The walking stick in her hand slammed fiercely towards the ground. From the point where the walking stick made contact with the ground, a ripple of space was immediately set off. A strong pressure swept away. In the next second, all those roaming artifacts were directly crushed into pieces by the mighty pressure. This terrifying pressure was actually mixed with a small amount of hidden imperial might. Quasi-emperor cultivation. Feeling the aura that erupted from the divine tree granny, the elves behind her were suddenly overjoyed. The dawn of hope is rising. Great! Granny Divine Tree has finally broken through to Quasi-Emperor. With a Paragon Emperor, my elf clan will finally not have to suffer from oppression. The Aoteon Pavilion Master's eyes were shaded as he looked at Divine Tree Granny. Humph! A mere first-jacked Quasi-Emperor. Someone whose half of his body is in the ground. How dare you obstruct my Aoteon Pavilion? Immediately afterward, the Aoteon Pavilion Master's aura of a second-jacked Quasi-Emperor swept across the entire arena. The elves present all felt a strong sense of suffocation. Facing the imposing Aoteon Pavilion Master, Divine Tree Granny resolutely greeted him. The figures of the two great Paragon Emperors instantly arrived above the 10,000 mile dome of the sky. The two figures continuously interlaced in the air, and the aftermath of the collision shook the sky and shook the earth. Countless voids were shattered. A fierce melee also erupted in the forest below, only to see the Aoteon Pavilion disciples killing towards the elves all the way as if they were a force to be reckoned with. The male elves were all killed by their swords, and the female elves were all knocked unconscious and taken away. Even though just now, because of the Divine Tree Granny's breakthrough to Quasi-Emperor, the elves' morale was greatly boosted, but still cannot turn the tide. Both sides of the huge strength gap there. No matter how much the elves resisted, they were no match for the Aoteon Gu. The battle instantly turned into a one-sided crushing of the Aoteon Pavilion disciples. Seeing countless elves either chopped up on the spot to take out their hearts, or knocked out and taken captive, Mukid wasn't overwhelmed by the joy of Divine Tree Granny's breakthrough. After seeing the latter's sudden advancement to Quasi-Emperor, he instead thoughtfully sensed that things were bizarre and unusual, combined with the previous situation within the clan and the sacrifice of her best friend. Moon Dance. The more the young girl thought about it, the more absurd it became. It seemed to be guessing at some possibility, but then shook his head in panic. It won't. How could this happen? This can't be. But the next moment the young girl, upon seeing the Divine Tree Granny and the Aoteon Pavilion Master rushing into the air to fight, the water mist suddenly hazed his eyes, and he fell to the ground in a paralyzed state of despair and helplessness. Unparalleled despair filled the young girl's entire heart. The image of the most beloved and respected predecessor in his heart instantly collapsed and with it came the future of the elves. Mukid's stunning face quickly caught the attention of many Aoteon Pavilion disciples. Then large swaths of disciples were killing in the direction of his people. Mukid, who saw this, couldn't afford to be sad, hurriedly got up and dragged Yang Bai up and ran towards the wood spirit tree. Along the way, countless elves fell in a pool of blood, and the people of the pavilion of Aoteon were like the Hades of the world. Hands slammed into the elf's chest, pulling out the bloody heart. The forest that was previously full of vitality was suddenly turned into a Shura field. An inhuman massacre unfolded. There were constant cries of misery and despair from our compatriots all around us. As well as the perverted maniacal laughter of the Aotian Pavilion's disciples. This all deeply pierced the young girl's heart. Bean-sized pearls kept slipping down the young girl's face. And, in spite of the blurred vision, the Mukid dragged Yang Bai and kept escaping backwards. A spiritual arrow came out of nowhere and directly pierced through the young girl's ankle. The Mukid led Yang Bai directly to the ground headfirst, blood dripping from her ankles. And the Aotian Pavilion disciples who were pursuing from afar had taken advantage of this moment to catch up. Chapter 101, Stopping the Great War, Separation of Life and Death, and Renewal in the Afterlife. Miles above the sky. At this time, Divine Tree Granny had long since stopped fighting with the Aotian Pavilion Master. The Divine Tree Granny stomped her feet on the void and stood still above the firmament, looking down to witness the massacre below. Seeing that the elves were all like livestock, being slaughtered wantonly by the disciples of the Aotian Pavilion, Divine Tree Granny closed her eyes with a pained expression. The Aotian Pavilion Master on the side stepped forward and patted his man's shoulder, smiling contemptuously. It's not the first time. Why do you act like you're dying every time? Nice acting just now. And don't you act like you're a sinner of the elves, if it weren't for you. The old woman. The elves died out a long time ago. Oh, Granny Divine Tree burst into old tears and shook his dirty hands away in indignation. All along, she had been secretly interacting with the people of the Aotian Pavilion. In fact, the people of the Aotian Pavilion had already known about this news when the elves moved to the prehistoric forest. Every time the elves migrated one place, they would be found by the cultivators. But each time, they are not slaughtered cleanly and find new habitats again. The cultivators of the Pavilion of the Aeon have totally just kept the elves in captivity as if they were livestock. And the Divine Tree Granny is the hitchhiker in it. She had to do it to preserve the elven race. If she hadn't compromised, then the elves would have long since disappeared between this heaven and earth. Nothing pained her more than to personally snuff out the hopes of the elves. Moon Dance was her disciple, the one who had the most hope of leading the elves out of their predicament. After learning that Moon Dance possessed the wood spirit's sacred body, she was finally seeing hope. If it wasn't for the sake of preserving the elven race, who would stoop to being a traitor and endure the pain of extermination? The moment she saw the Moon Dance, Granny Godtree made up her mind to. One must hide the Moon Dance and nurture it in the shadows to grow into a generation of paragon emperors. At that time, she was working with Moon Dance inside and outside to exterminate the damnable Aotian Pavilion. But the plan of man is not as good as the plan of God. In the end, Moon Dance, who was carrying the wood spirit holy body, was still discovered by the people of the Aotian Pavilion who were secretly watching. The Aotian Pavilion executives who had learned of the news of course couldn't possibly allow the elf clan to have a clan member with such terrifying talent. Immediately, he ordered the Divine Tree Granny to hand over the Moon Dance. Otherwise, he will directly lead the disciples to exterminate the entire elf clan. At the same time, in order to stabilize the Divine Tree Granny, so that she wouldn't jump over the wall and send Moon Dance out of the elf clan, the Aotian Pavilion ancestor also promised to help her break through to the Paragon if she obediently handed over the Moon Dance. In desperation, for the sake of the elf clan to still continue to reproduce, the Divine Tree Granny clenched her teeth and, still handing over the Moon Dance, hope was personally buried in her hands, and she also succeeded in advancing to Quasi-Emperor with the help of Aotian Gu. Don't worry, this time it'll be the same as last time, and a little fire will be preserved for your elven race. As long as you behave yourself and become a dog of my Aotian Pavilion, the elves will surely not fall at your hands. The Aotian Pavilion master's voice came out leisurely. A mere first tribulation paragon, he, Aotianga, still had that confidence to suppress her. It's only been 20 years this time. Didn't we agree to harvest once every 40 years? The Divine Tree Brahmin questioned him. The great battle between the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range and the Heavenly Demons just ended not long ago. The demand for elves has increased greatly during this time, and the cabinet is running low on stock. That's enough. Kill any more. I'm afraid the elves won't be able to recover for 50 years. Seeing that the elves were on the verge of being slaughtered cleanly, the Divine Tree Granny shouted in a hurry. It's about time. These brats, they're no good. Below, just as several Aotian Pavilion disciples were about to grab Mukid, the pressure of Divine Tree Granny's aura came from high above. Stop it. If you dare to hurt one more person from my elf clan, do you believe that I will directly crush him to death? The crowd followed the sound, only to see the Aotian Pavilion master's breath wilting and the Divine Tree Granny's large hand was deadlocked around its person's neck. Quickly look. It's the court master. What? The Pavilion master has actually lost. With that, all the Aotian good disciples were transformed into Oscar-winning movie stars, unbelievably looking at their own Pavilion masters. With terrified expressions, they all lowered their weapons and exclaimed, "Look, it's Granny! Excellent! The elves are saved. The only remaining elves saw this and all shed tears of blood, their eyes looking at their savior with admiration. Facing the hot gazes cast by the elves, a flicker of guilt flashed through Granny Godtree's heart. But it was only a flash. Self-assured. Everything I do is for the elves. The Divine Tree Granny then used the Aoteon Pavilion Master as a coercion to have all the remaining elves gather under the wood spirit tree. The disciples of the Aoteon Pavilion had already conferred long before they came, and now they were backing away. The god looked at the Divine Tree Granny with a guarded expression. Immediately, the Divine Tree Granny's hands hurriedly formed a seal. Turn on the teleportation array that the Aoteon Pavilion had long ago set up here. The next moment the teleportation formation hidden underneath the wood spirit tree lit up with formation patterns. Violent spatial fluctuations were constantly stirred up around them. Mookeed was also in the middle of the formation, and at this moment, she looked at Granny Divine Tree with an unusual expression. The elder she once respected the most. This elder, whom she'd considered the most highly respected of the elves since she was a child. Usually it's an amiable look. I didn't realize that the backstabber was actually the biggest traitor to the elves, and all the elves of the elves were kept in the dark and still saw her as a savior. Now, in addition to Mookeed's insight into the conspiracy behind the Divine Tree Granny, the Elf Queen guessed just as much. How similar was her last experience, as the last elf to survive, to this one. Even the Divine Tree Granny holding the Aoteon Pavilion Master hostage at the end was the same. Unfortunately, she became a dead soul under the sword of the Holy King Elder of the Aoteon Pavilion when she just reacted. The Aoteon Pavilion's plans are meticulous. How could there be such a loophole? The moment the Elf Queen knew the truth, she was sentenced to death. Thinking about the next time another 30 or 40 years would pass, their group of cultivators would come to slaughter again. Mookeed can no longer see a future for the elves. It was destined to be a dark place. Just as the teleportation formation was about to start, the formation suddenly shook violently. The whole thing was tense on both sides. If the elves couldn't escape, how would the disciples of the Aoteon Pavilion act next? How will the leaks be cut after that? Not good. The number of people carried by the teleportation formation has exceeded the limit by one person. What? I can't believe that such an accident has occurred at this critical moment. One of the elves needed to voluntarily step out of the formation for the crowd to escape. At this moment, Mookeed stood up and once again looked back at Yang Bai, who was lying on the ground. It's all like a sign from fate that she doesn't want to be someone else's captive animal. It is better to die standing than to live on your knees. The young girl's delicate hand gently caressed and stroked Yang Bai's handsome face. Then with a slight blush on her pretty face, she ambled down and her thin red lips made a sloppy touch on her person's lips. I am fortunate to have met Sijuan, but it is a pity that you cannot understand my heart in this life. I wish to renew my relationship with you in the next life. Thinking back to the Mufeng City auction, in her dimly lit, incomparable world, Yang Bai was like a dazzling beam of light that illuminated the darkness deep inside her, pulling her out of the endless abyss. I thought that if we were destined to meet again, I would give my body to you in return. Unfortunately, it's too late to pour your heart out with June before the darkness envelopes you again. After one kiss, Mookeed, to the astonishment of the crowd, with determination, he stepped outside the spell. As she exited, the spell flickered back to life. A second before the crowd disappeared, Mookeed glanced at Yang Bai on the ground one last time with an unrequited lingering gaze and secretly said in her heart, "See you later, Seikuan." With a flash of light from the spell, Granny Divine Tree disappeared into the forest with a group of elves. Mookeed was left standing alone. Chapter 102 Elf Auction. Kunlun Giants Gather. Surrounded by cultivators from the Aoteon Pavilion, Mookeed was as helpless as a lamb to be slaughtered. The petite body trembled slightly under the evil gaze of the crowd. However, she still picked up the spirit sword that had fallen aside and held it with a wary face towards the crowd. Looking at the young girl's delicate and playful face, her diminutive figure, the evil gazes of the Aoteon Pavilion's disciples continuously swept over its people. Just when they couldn't help themselves and were about to rush forward, the Aoteon Pavilion Master timely blocked the center. A curious face surveyed the terrified young girl. "Oh, but that's interesting. Smart little ninny. You're afraid you know something." When these words came out, Mookeed's beautiful big eyes glared viciously at its person. Uncontested pearls slipped from the corners of her eyes. "Sooner or later you'll get your comeuppance for doing this." The Aoteon Pavilion Master laughed at this, and then he was only seen flickering and he came directly behind the young girl and knocked her out with a palm, then carried her person and flew in the direction of the Aoteon Pavilion. Go back to the clan. Eastern Wasteland, an extremely remote place. One could only see the space in this room shaking, with ripples continuously rising from it. After a burst of intense light, the elves led by the Divine Tree Granny appeared. This place was also a place prepared in advance by the people of the Aoteon Pavilion. The elves, who have survived 9 deaths, have finally escaped with their lives. However, thinking of the countless compatriots who had just died tragically under the swords of the human cultivators, none of their faces could produce the slightest expression of joy. Among them, the divine tree granny even seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. The aura of late old age radiates through her. The moment the teleportation array was activated, she saw the poignant look full of meaning that Mu-Ki threw at her. It was a look of infinite despondency as well as disappointment. She knew that girl had already pierced through the conspiracy between her and the Aoteon Pavilion. Granny Divine Tree closed her old eyes in agony. In order to preserve the elf clan, she had no choice. Afterward, she slowly opened her eyes and turned her gaze to Yang Bai, who was lying on the ground, with a strange expression. The feeling that the youth on the ground brought to her was too mysterious. During the time that Girl Kid brought him back, Divine Tree Granny couldn't help but want to use her divine sense to probe a bit several times, wanting to see what kind of character Yang Bai really was. Just as the idea was germinating, surprisingly, even her quasi-emperor god's thoughts were trembling violently and uncontrollably, and even cracks appeared in her soul of consciousness. It seemed as if it was going to be unable to withstand that mysterious power the next moment and turn into pieces. This kind of power is unheard of for her. It's so overbearing. It blasts away even the slightest idea that springs to mind. This mysterious force is the power of karma. Looking at Yang Bai, Divine Tree Granny's palpitations grew stronger. Dozens of days passed in a blink of an eye. The elves began to live again in this land, building a new home. They all thought everything was thriving and moving in a good direction. But what they don't know is that, in the shadows, there had been countless pairs of cultivators' eyes that were staring right at this place. Not to mention the fact that they were being held captive in this place like livestock. North Plains, Aoteon Pavilion. Inside a dark, weird and underground palace filled with blood and screams. This place was an underground cage set up by the Aoteon Pavilion specifically to hold the elves. After the prehistoric forest battle not long ago, countless elves were imprisoned here. Looking at the elf in the cage, the Aoteon Pavilion master immediately let out a hideous laugh. All these elves seemed like endless riches to him. Distribute the news. Tomorrow, my Aoteon Pavilion will host an elf auction. The Aoteon Pavilion master ordered to one of the elders behind him. In the Kunlun realm, elves were the highest priced slaves, basically priced out of the market. Because the whole of the Kunlun realm is pretty much butchered with elves, there are very few elves left. Now only the Aoteon Pavilion is the only one that still has channels, and the entire Kunlun realm is the only one. The Aoteon Pavilion also made a fortune with this advantage, especially the female elves, all of whom are white and beautiful, and can be used as both hearth and it can also be used to refine the life extension pill. The time rolled around and another day passed. Did you guys hear about this? The Northern Plains Aoteon Pavilion is organizing another elf auction. The old immortal must snatch the elf this time. Once again, I will also shoot for an elf heart as well. An old man who looked like he was about to run out of gas said with a certainty in his tone. As the news of the Aoteon Pavilion was released, the entire Kunlun realm was completely ignited by the news. Immediately afterward, countless cultivators all swarmed towards the Northern Plains. Among them were casual cultivators, sect disciples, sect elders, and even senior monks who usually preached and glorified virtue. In normal times, whether it's a dark and evil demonic cultivator or a righteous and bright cultivator, when faced with the temptation of the life extension pill, none of them could help but reveal their true faces hidden beneath the surface, including those of the so-called prestigious sects, the Grand Elder of the Southern Border Apocalypse Holy Land, the Holy Lord of the Dragon Holy Land, the High Priest of the Western Desert. In a moment, not long after the news had been spread, the entire Aoteon Pavilion up and down was surrounded by cultivators. Soon, the auction begins. The auction was set up directly above the huge square, suspended above the floating peaks of the. All of them were superb forces from various domains. The Heavenly Enlightenment Sacred Land, Dragon Sacred Land, Qilin Realm, Mythical Beast Clan, Koan Pine Clan, Tian Nan, Songhai Sect, and a host of other superb forces of the Kunlun realm were gathered together in a rare gathering, all just for the elves. Every major power has an old ancestor whose lifespan is approaching, and it's undoubtedly the town gate stone of the clan power, where the clan's underpinnings lie. In order to renew the lives of the clan's ancestors, all the major forces had brought enough resources and were prepared to hemorrhage once. Only in the center of the square, a huge stone pillar slowly rose to high altitude. Immediately afterward, a ripple rippled through the space, and the figure of the Aoteon Pavilion master instantly appeared on top of the stone pillar. On the other side, countless elite disciples and elders of the Aoteon Pavilion all appeared beside the stone pillars one after the other, maintaining law and order at the auction, in case any petty criminals make a strong move to rob the place. Even the Aoteon ancestor, who had been in seclusion, had come out of seclusion. An aura of a seven-jacked quasi-emperor swept across the room, and a powerful aura shook the entire arena. Facing the major giant forces of the Kunlun realm, the Aotian Pavilion Master, who was only a second-jacked quasi-emperor, was far from being able to suppress them. Feeling the terrifying aura coming at them, the crowd below that had just rioted instantly quieted down. I didn't think this old man was still alive. I haven't seen him in years. This seat thought that he would have sat down long ago. I didn't expect that not only did he not die, but instead, he went to the next level and broke through to the seventh happening quasi-emperor. On top of the peak belonging to Tianan, Dust Wushan leisurely said as he looked at the figure of old ancestor Ao Tian. There was envy in his eyes. For this auction, the one from Tianan was the second elder of the Taishan. Muze of the Qilin realm also looked at its people with an envious expression. Chapter 103, Wood Spirit Sacred Heart. Stormy Weather. Awakening. All of you who have come from afar. I am Ao Tian Pavilion Master. Ao Tian. This elf auction is presided over by this Pavilion Master. Below, this Pavilion Master announces, the auction officially begins. With that said, Aoti clapped his hands and, with that, the disciples under his command slowly came forward pushing a huge iron cage, which was covered with a black cloth. Immediately afterward, Aotian lifted the black cloth with a big wave of his hand under the eager gazes of the crowd. Only dozens of elves were seen huddled in the middle of the iron cage. There was no joy on the face of the elf who had seen the light of day again. Feeling the countless blazing gazes sweeping towards them, the elves all huddled tightly in a ball of nervousness and fear. There are a total of 23 elves here. The starting bidding price is 100,000 holy source stones. Elves were extremely expensive, and none of the bidding could be done with extreme spirit stones. Extreme spirit stones were indeed able to speed up cultivation with them quite a bit for cultivators below the sacred realm. However, for quasi-saints and above, they would simply look at the so-called extreme spirit stones, 400,000 sacred source stones. Xiao Daoran from the Holy Land of the Apocalypse eagerly shouted the price. It had been many years since he had stepped into the fourth tribulation quasi-emperor, and his cultivation had never been refined again. Seeing that his lifespan would be coming to an end in a few decades, he said that he would shoot these elves whatever he could. As a quasi-emperor, he had quite a few sacred source stones. Great Elder Chiu. Looking at you, I'm afraid you don't have much time left, and after a dozen years, I will personally go forward to the Holy Land of the Apocalypse and burn a pillar of incense for you. Dust Wushan, who didn't deal with the Holy Land of the Apocalypse, aimed at Xiao Daoran and then followed suit to raise the price. 800,000 sacred source stones. Sacred source stones were undoubtedly like stones on the street in the eyes of their quasi-emperors, not even looking at them. In the sect, the sacred source stones were all given to the sacred domain elders to use. Xiao Daoran was instantly furious at his words, and then gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words in his mouth. 100 Emperor Source Stones. This statement caused an instant uproar at the scene. The Emperor Source Stone was a spirit stone used by a quasi-emperor powerhouse for cultivation. The origin Emperor Chi contained in one of them was enough to be worth a whole month of a Paragon Emperor's usual cultivation. Its rarity was not comparable to that of a sacred source stone at all. 100 Emperor Source Stones translated to the results of a quasi-emperor's 8 years of cultivation. Refining these 100 Emperor Origin Stones was equivalent to obtaining the cultivation of a quasi-emperor for 8 years of cultivation. I didn't expect Xiao Daoran to hemorrhage money in order to get these elves. The sky-high price of 100 Emperor Source Stones was directly shouted out. Then it wouldn't be good for Dusty to raise the price. So let's just give them away. Dustless, who was seated on the seat of honor, saw Xiao Daoran. For the sake of these lowly mongrel elves, he actually directly spent a whole 100 Emperor Origin Stones. And in his heart, he couldn't help but curse his stupidity to the extreme. Xiao Daoran couldn't help but feel a meaty pain in his heart after shouting out this price. After all, even as the Grand Elder of the Apocalypse Holy Land, the number of Emperor Origin Stones he could receive in a year was only a mere 24. This shout was the equivalent of nearly 5 years of his offerings. 100 Emperor Source Stones. Once. 100 Emperor Source Stones. Twice. 100 Emperor Source Stones. 3 times. Congratulations Great Elder Chiu. These elves are yours. Seeing that no one raised the bid again, Aotian then sealed the deal and announced the auction result. This bidding by the two immediately caused the ordinary cultivators below to wail. Not to mention Emperor Source Stones, even 100,000 Saint Source Stones was a heavenly price for them. Other than the people of the super first-class forces, the rest of them were not even qualified to participate in the bidding. Waves of cages were then pushed up to Stonehenge, and the auction gradually came to a fever pitch. Countless elves were being auctioned off by giant powers. Alright, gentlemen, next is the main event of the auction. A giant iron cage was slowly pushed up the stone pillar, and in front of Aotian at the same time a wooden box was placed. which also continuously emitted a strong life breath outwards. After that, Aotian then slightly sidestepped as the Aotian pavilion's oldest ancestor slowly walked up the stone pillar. Let this seat preside over the next auction. With that, he lifted this last iron cage as soon as he could, and then opened the wooden box again. The gazes of the crowd were attracted to both at this time, only to see the iron cage imprisoned a group of white-skinned and beautiful elf girls, each looking like a beautiful country. Pull out any one of them and they are all magnificent beauties. Mu-Keed was also among them, her face also pale from the scene. Today's scene could be far from what it was back in Mufeng City. The aura emanating from any of the monks on the scene, all of it shivered her fragile soul at all times. The mysterious wooden box then revealed its true appearance. It's a heart that's still beating. That strong aura of life was emanating from it. Looking at the living beating heart, Mu-Keed, for some reason, her heart violently trembled and jade hands tightly covered her chest and stared with a pale face. From that heart, she felt an extremely intimate aura. Thinking of the owner of this aura, Mu-Keed was heartbroken. Tears instantly blurred her eyes. Several bean-sized pearls slid down her pretty face. Gentlemen, I don't think there is any need for the seat to explain too much about the elves in the cage. Everyone knows what they know. Ahem. Focus on this heart. Look at the richness of life emanating from it. I'm afraid you'll be able to guess how extraordinary it is. This is the heart of an elf who carries the sacred body of wood spirit. The words of the Aotian pavilion's oldest ancestor immediately caused an uproar. It's actually the legendary wood spirit holy body. That heart is actually the heart of the woodland sacred body. Then the effects of the life extension pill refined from this heart must be terrifying. Extend your life by thousands of years. The great name of the wood spirit sacred body was still slightly heard by the cultivators present. This kind of heaven-defying physique was rare in 10,000 years. Even Muze, Xiao Daoran, and Dustless, who were sitting on the peak and came from the major giant powers, all were gasping for air at this point, their eyes dead set on the heart in the box. Mu-Keed, who was curled up in the iron cage, was in tears and despair as she looked at her best friend's heart. What was once a bouncy, sweet little girl is now just a heart. It was also coaxed into auction by a crowd of cultivators. Endless hatred was suppressed in the young girl's chest, and a burning rage filled her entire heart. With eyes of endless hatred, he stared dead at the ugly faces of the cultivators on the scene. Old ancestor, just cut the crap and hurry up with the auction. The eager crowd urged at the Aotian pavilion ancestor, just as the crowd couldn't wait to shoot that heart. But he was unaware that somewhere far away in the eastern wasteland, a truly great terror was quietly awakening at this time, and instantly locked them in a deadly lock with the celestial plane. Meanwhile, in the newly built home of the elves, Yang Bai, who was lying quietly on the ground, his eyes gently flickered at this moment. In the space-time tunnel, Yang Bai, who had been in a deep sleep, violently opened his eyes at this moment. Chapter 104, Mighty Pressure Shakes the Heavens. Kiss me and I'll be responsible. In the time tunnel, Yang Bai slept for nearly millions of years. In his consciousness, though, it was only for a moment. Now, awakened once again, his spiritual will has been lifted up another level. Having crossed over the creation god, he had officially crossed over to the patriarchal god. The moment he opened his eyes, the aura of the universe originator emanated from him. Countless Tao law halos surrounded the area, and the spacetime laws within the spacetime tunnel boil up. Meanwhile, in the universe of the heavens, countless wills of the world have appeared in the universe, as if they had been summoned by some mysterious. All of them kneeled in the direction of the Hongmeng universe. Pounds of majestic Tao axioms boiled up in an instant. The universe of the heavens seemed to be welcoming the return of its master, and the power of heaven and earth leapt up. Subsequently, Yang Bai's will finally came out of the spacetime tunnel. The moment the will descends upon the body, everything that happened in the outside world while he was in slumber was captured by his divine sense. Only Yang Bai, who was lying on the ground, finally opened his eyes at this moment and stood up from the ground, surveying the ill-fitting, tight little dress on her body, which still had the distinctive scent of a young girl on it. An elf on the side noticed the awakened Yang Bai at this moment and immediately let out a cry of surprise. He was just about to run off and report the matter to Granny Godtree, but the next moment the latter then appeared at his side. Divine Tree Granny looked at Yang Bai with a curious face and introduced herself to him. This Excellency, you have finally awakened. I don't know your name. I'm the oldest elf, Granny Godtree. When he first awoke, Divine Tree Granny then sensed a powerful aura like an endless abyss and then rushed over. During this time, her divine thoughts had never left his body. During the slumber, everything that happened in the outside world was clear to Yang Bai. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai looked at his person with a look of looking down on an ant and replied with an ice-cold voice. You're not qualified to address me that way. That murmur as from hell echoed in the ears of the Divine Tree Granny, and in just a few words Her quasi-emperor's soul was actually shockingly cracked. The divine tree granny stumbled on her feet and kept falling backwards. Afterwards, only Yang Bai's figure flickered slightly, and he instantly disappeared in place. I'll come back to you to settle the score after we settle things over there. North Plains, Aoteon Pavilion, Central Square. The old ancestor of the Aoteon Pavilion standing on top of the stone pillar faced the urging of the crowd. The red-faced man said with a wave of his hand, "The heart of this wood spirit's sacred body as well as the elf of that iron cage are auctioned together. The starting price is 1,000 Emperor Source Stones. Of course, bidding with precious heavenly spirit treasures, quasi-emperor armaments, or peerless pills is equally fine. With the rarity of the wood spirit's sacred body, the starting price of 1,000 Emperor Source Stones was worth the price. The major superstar forces that had prepared earlier had brought enough resources this time. Just as they were about to go on a rampage, an extremely incomparable pressure descended steeply. A terrifying pressure instantly descended on every cultivator on the scene. In a flash, along with the space of the three major worlds of the real world, the infernal world, and the otherworldly space were all torn apart at this moment. The otherworldly space that not even a transcendent realm powerhouse can easily chisel through. At this point in time, it was as easily pierced as papier-mâché. The three worlds gradually reunite. Terrifying tides of energy continuously surged towards the real world. Under this terrifying pressure, space continued to collapse. At this moment, everyone present, from the body-tempering realm down to the quasi-emperor realm, was overwhelmed by an invisible force. A suffocating aura came over them. An endless fear instantly overwhelmed them. All of the strongest members of the various super first-class forces had red faces and looked toward the sky with great difficulty. One could only see that there was a young man dressed strangely, independently above the sky, dressed in a pale green woman's dress. Her dark hair fell loose over her shoulders. The slightest hint of terrifying breath pressure was emanating from its body in a hidden manner. Mu Keed, whose small head was buried deep between her legs and curled up in the corner of the iron cage. Ben was waiting for the cruel sentence of fate, but it was as if he had sensed the abnormality of what was happening in the outside world. With that, the little girl poked her head out and locked onto Yang Bai, who was standing proudly above the void with a single glance. "Unkong, it's you. You finally woke up." Keed knew that Ungong would definitely come to save me. Mukeed followed up with a sniffle and a tear of excitement. Yang Bai's figure above the void flickered slightly, and in the next moment he arrived in the iron cage, and with a wave of his big hand, the iron cage instantly went up in smoke. Seeing this, Mukeed could hardly hide her inner excitement, and directly pounced towards Yang Bai as soon as she could. Holding the person in front of him tightly into his arms, he greedily absorbed the scent from his person. "Oh Ungung, if you come any later, I'm afraid Keed won't be able to see Ungung anymore." The young girl hugged Yang Bai tightly, as if she wanted to hug the other party into her body. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai smiled faintly and patted the young girl's head comfortingly, looking at Mukeed, whose delicate body was still trembling in her arms. "Hey, kiss me. Then you're responsible for me. How could I let you die so easily? This MO karma. You can't escape it." When these words came out, Mukeed's body in her arms trembled violently. Hearing his gentle and slightly flirtatious words, the young girl popped right out of his arms in shock. The eyes as big as stars looked at Yang Bai, and immediately made a big red face. His head was spinning and his voice was a little shaky. "Young Geo, did you mean what you said? Don't ever snicker at Keed." Who knew that Yang Bai suddenly stepped forward and took the young girl's small waist by the hand. The bully cupped his person's pointed chin. Little girl, would you like to? Aha! This life of my little daughter was originally saved by Nkong. If Nkong doesn't give up, Keed would like to." Mukeed shyly looked at its person, her pretty face so red that it could drip blood. You, who the hell are you?" The old ancestor of the Aoteon Pavilion, who was lying on the ground, was moving his body with difficulty at that moment. Opening his mouth towards Yang Bai, he asked. However, in the next second, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning. A dark and rough thunder directly blasted down, bathed in black thunder. The old ancestor of the Aoteon Pavilion instantly turned into dust. The crowd of cultivators who had come to the elf auction saw this, sprawled out on the ground looking horrified at the scene. A seventh happening quasi-emperor fell just like that? And surprisingly, even the soul had turned into green smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. Today, people from the Aoteon Pavilion, none of them can run away. Kaoru-chan, open your eyes and watch. This will avenge your elven race. Yang Bai was carrying Mukeed in one arm. His figure slowly turned around and black thunder continued to roll over in the other hand, and the eye sockets were also flashing with thunder. The terrifying aura increased steeply. The crowd of the Aoteon Pavilion at that instant of time, all of them were crushed into blood foam by the strong pressure. millions of Aoteon Pavilion people binged the sky in unison, turning into a sky full of blood mist. Chapter 105, Kaizuki Memory. Tenjin Man. It's just that you're not there anymore. Status, 429 from https://bkuj. tw/book/2792301/840966608. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph, no text content. Chapter 106, Long River of Time, He Luo Yu. Time will Taoist ancestor. After lying in Yang Bai's arms, Mu Qi's gaze turned to the former. The original melancholy was suddenly washed away. Seeing Yang Bai in her dress and slaying the scene was hilarious in its own right. The ill-fitting bodice looked so awkward. Put. The young girl tried her best to suppress the laughter in her heart, but eventually she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Apparently what Qi girl had said earlier was particularly this aspect. Seeing that the girl in her arms had just now looked depressed and, now turn your eyes and laugh your ass off. Yang Bai looked at its person with a puzzled expression. After finishing things off, Mu Qi struggled to jump off of him, got up and walked forward and, carefully, he cupped his hands around the beating with spirit sacred heart. The familiar scent of the past came over me, and it seemed like yesterday. For the girl's previous affairs, Yang Bai also more or less understand a little. A comforting pat on his person's fragrant shoulder followed. I can actually get her back. Only, when these words came out, Mu Qi instantly came out of her grief and turned her head to look at him excitedly. Is what Yang Jun said true? You can really save Moondance? But she's been gone for over 2 whole years. And all that's left today is this heart. Hearing Yang Bai say that he could save Moondance, Mu Qi was first delighted. Then she felt that this was too ridiculous. As long as I want to, that's certainly possible. Only the problem is, Moondance herself if she wants to be resurrected or not. Nowadays, Yang Bai was the only patriarchal god in the universe of the heavens, equivalent to the correspect of heaven and earth in the universe of the heavens. The originator of all universes is the master of heaven and earth, and all things come to life at a single thought. But the question was whether or not Moondance wanted to be resurrected. She had such a tragic experience in her life that stepping into reincarnation was not necessarily a bad thing. Forgetting this life would be a relief for her. After hearing this, Mu Qi also fell into deep thought, and after a long time, she still said firmly, if Yang Kuan can do it, then please let me and Sukamai see each other one last time. Seeing this, Yang Bai nodded and then took the wood spirit's sacred heart in his person's hand. Both hands covered it. At once, the space around the two was constantly changing, and countless stars appeared behind them. Immediately afterward there was a flurry of buckets and bright, dazzling stars spinning madly. The laws of time converged on Yang Bai's hand like a flood. The current Yang Bai instantly transformed into the Time Lord, taking charge of the long river of time in the universe of the heavens. Being the god of the beginning, the long river of time was nothing more than a plaything in the palm of his hand. The wheel of life and death is in his hands. It can be said to be beyond the 6 realms and not among the 5 elements. Since Moondance has been dead in the real world for 2 whole years, its ghosts in the Hell Realm were afraid that they would have long ago drunk Mangpa soup, walked across the Neho Bridge and stepped into the reincarnation. That's why even Yang Bai, who is a patriarchal god, must resort to the relics of his people's lives. It was only then that the remnants of her soul imprints could be found from the river of time. The two are now in the middle of time. Only the turbulent river of time was swooping madly towards the duo. However, the river of time was blocked by an invisible greatness when it touched Yang Bai's body. In the turbulent river of time, there is also a fish with a shiny appearance that swims by every now and then. This peculiar fish is known as the Hello Fish. The Horo fish is a fish of time that exists only in the long river of time. In order to enter the river of time, in addition to mastering a large amount of time Upanishads, still need the help of the Hello Fish. Otherwise, even if the cultivator entered the river of time by virtue of the powerful laws of time, it's also hard to move an inch in time without the help of a Hello Fish. Couldn't advance half a step. Moreover, the long river of time was treacherous and far from being as calm and tranquil as it appeared on the surface. Under its calm exterior, there is actually a hidden crisis. The raging turbulence of time is the first major difficulty. If you are not careful, you will be swept away by the turbulence of time, and thus taken to an unknown time and space. That's 1,000,000 deaths. And even more menacing is the ubiquitous lightning sword blade. It was the blade of a sword hidden in the upper reaches of the long river of time. If a cultivator was accidentally struck by it, then in a split second they would have their lifespan chopped off on the spot. The lightning sword blade was as terrifying as it was, chopping off tens of thousands of years of lifespan in the short term, and directly chipping away the entire lifespan in the long term. There was an ancient chaotic Tao ancestor in the heavens universe in the beginning. At one point, he had mastered a large number of time mysteries, and the law of time was utilized in a perfect manner. At that time, he was known to the world as the ancestor of the Wheel of Time. the time wheel Dao ancestor, whose confidence was swollen, then relied on the powerful force of the laws of time to forcefully break through space and time, just to trip into the river of time without the help of a hello fish. And with the extreme power of the laws of time, the time wheel Taoist ancestor, it was actually alive and swimming upstream towards the long river of time. Terrifying time turbulence struck its body, and he continued forward oblivious to it. But accidents happen. In the upper reaches of the river suddenly killed a light and light sword blade. On the river of time, the slow-moving time wheel Dao ancestor was simply too late to dodge, directly struck by the lightning sword blade. On the spot, the time wheel Dao ancestor's protective time laws were directly blown apart under this strike, and he had lost nearly millions of years of life in a single moment, and his youthful appearance no longer. In the twinkling of an eye, they become gray-haired. Even more unluckily, he also encountered an attack from a powerful person from the ancient era who stayed behind in the river of time. The long river of time will bring the attacking Dao that was unleashed during the fights of powerful people from the ancient and even ancient times, transferred into the long run of time. The time wheel Dao ancestor, who had suffered several heavy blows, could no longer support himself. Knowing that his days were numbered, he resolutely used the powerful laws of time, hardwired to build an island in the river of time, on which rests his legacy. A large amount of time Upanishads as well as countless heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. A generation of peerless chaotic Dao ancestors had fallen into the river of time just like that. Learning that his supreme legacy remains in the river of time, it immediately drew many cultivators flocking towards the long river of time. But to this day, the legacy of the time wheel Dao ancestor has not been found. This shows how treacherous the long river of time is. The hallowed chaotic Dao ancestor all fell in it with hatred. The chaotic Dao ancestor belonged to an absolute powerhouse when placed in any universe. The existence of a cosmic co-respecter. Now, however, with the shelter of Yang Bai, the patriarchal god, Mu Qid, this little girl was actually frolicking happily in the long river of time. The curious Qid girl was under the shroud of Yang Bai's ancestor's order field. From time to time, he grabs a hello fish and plays with it, while holding it free to play happily in the river. If this scene was seen by the time wheel Daoist ancestor, I'm afraid that he would be so angry that he wouldn't be able to suppress the lid of his coffin. Chapter 107 Rejection. Release. Mysterious beads. Under the guidance of the wood spirit's sacred heart, Yang Bai made his way towards the upstream of the long river of time. The powerful patriarchal divine sense directly swept through the entire long river of time. After sensing the soul imprint that Moon Dance had left behind in the river of time, only one hand was seen slightly raised above his head, and the aura of the beginning god instantly spread throughout the entire long river. Invisible greatness coalesced in Yang Bai's palm. Immediately afterward, countless dim soul imprints converged in his palm. As more and more soul imprints converged, a remnant of Moon Dance's soul gradually coalesced. Mu Qid, who saw this scene, also stopped curiously surveying the long river of time. His eyes were cast tightly on the remnant soul that was gradually taking shape. Soon, Moon Dance's remnant soul was successfully condensed. Watching that familiar and affectionate face reappear before her eyes, Mu Qid could no longer suppress the thoughts within her heart. Directly lunged at Moon Dance with an arrow step. Unfortunately, Moon Dance was now just a remnant soul with no entity. Mu Qid pounced, her body directly passing through Moon Dance's illusory soul body. Moon Dance's eyes went into a trance, and then her consciousness finally came to her. I'm this. Didn't I already die and enter reincarnation? How come I'm back here again? Moon Dance looked her body up and down curiously, muttering to herself with a puzzled expression. Moon Dance. It wasn't until she heard that familiar voice that Moon Dance's body violently trembled and the soul body emitted a violent fluctuation. Moon Dance slowly turned around, and after seeing Mu Qid's gracious face, unable to hold back a line of tears, Mu Qid, who was standing across from her, was also looking at her with teary eyes. The two women told each other a lot, talking and crying, and talking, and suddenly let out a big laugh. During this time the two even looked back at Yang Bai from time to time, which whole he didn't know what to do. That's pretty special. Hello, my small daughter. Moon Dance, I'm glad to know you after death. Shortly thereafter, Moon Dance walked towards Yang Bai, extending her jade hand in a snarky manner, while Mu Qid stood beside her with a bleak expression on her face. The eyes never left their person. You're the same as Qid's mouth. Looks like you've made up your mind. Yang Bai similarly stretched out his hand and shook Moon Dance's jade hand. Hearing this, Yu Dance nodded and saw Mu Qid on the side looking at her with tears streaming down her face. She hurriedly walked over and brushed her jade hand over Qid's face in a comforting manner. Qid, separation in life and death is the norm. It's my choice. I don't want to go back to that world of deceit, and I want to forget that unpleasant past even more. For the matter of resurrection, Moon Dance didn't want to do so. Every time she thought of that unpleasant past, the insults she has suffered, all of this was stinging him deeply. At this moment, Moondance's remnant soul flickered slightly, and it looked like this remnant soul was about to dissipate. Yang Bai on the side could only sigh slightly. Since it's the moon dance herself who doesn't want it, then even if he possesses the most inscrutable skills, it won't help. Soon after, the only remnant of Moondance's soul left in this world completely dissipated at this point as well. Well, no one can forget that painful past. Let's just leave her alone. Remembering that would be incredibly painful for anyone. Listening to Yang Bai's comforting words, Mukid finally relieved herself at this time. He then broke into a smile at him, followed by his hands around his man's neck, his beautiful eyes staring at him, and said, "Thank you, Lord Yang, for letting me see Moon dance one last time." After saying that, the young girl quickly printed on Yang Bai's lips with lightning speed. After making the small gesture, Kid's girl shyly escaped. Yang Bai's fingers touched his thin lips. His heart was provoked by the young girl with a strong evil fire. "Little goblin, I've done you such a great favor. I'm afraid that's not enough of a gesture, is it?" After saying that, Yang Bai pounced on Kid like a tiger descending from a mountain and pressed the little girl underneath him. "Yang-kun, you, aha!" Not waiting for her to finish her sentence, Yang Bai aimed at her tantalizing Zhu lips and ruthlessly printed down. As her Zhu lips were sealed, Mukid immediately let out a mmm sound. It wasn't long before Kid's girl was stripped to a white rabbit. At this time, the raging river of time also became springy. Here again, 100,000 words have been omitted. I leave it to the imagination of the reader. After the two of them had gone through a bout of flirting, Yang Bai saw that Mukid was on the verge of fainting to death. Fong walked out of the river of time with great reluctance, only to see Mukid limping out of the time rift. The beautiful eyes looked at that head of Yang Bai with a grudge. This dead cow really doesn't know anything about compassion. Well, since this time has come, there is no need for this place to exist to come. Yang Bai looked down at the majestic and spectacular building of the Aotian pavilion below, and thunderons flickered in his gaze. At the same time the sky suddenly became cloudy, and a terrifying aura spread out. Thunder filled with a destructive aura roared continuously. Ha! Just as Yang Bai was about to completely destroy the Aotian pavilion, a strange thing suddenly swept through his divine sense. He then reached out and opened his hand, and a sky blue bead appeared in his palm. Under the probing of his divine sense, he realized that the bead was very peculiar. On the outside, it looked like just a mediocre emperor soldier, but in reality, the interior is dark. What fun! With that, Yang Bai put away the light blue bead, intending to measure it later. After putting away the beads, he only saw his fingers rotate slightly, and terrifying robberies of lightning surrounded his fingertips. In the next moment, countless destructive divine thunder divine soldiers descended from the heavens. Boundless aura of destruction descended. The building that had just been majestic and spectacular was annihilated in an instant in the endless thunder. All the buildings collapsed in this instant. Even the entire mountain peak was plunged into the ground. The once magnificent Aotian pavilion completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Tian Nan, the Qilin realm, the Dragon Holy Land, and the Heavenly Enlightenment Holy Land had all learned that the powerful people they had sent to participate in the elf auction had all fallen in it. In this regard, Luo Qing Tsong, Immortal Crane Daofather, and Qilin Demon Father were the three strongest existences in the Kunlun realm. At this point, they don't even dare to let out a single fart. They even ordered the disciples and elders of the major powers to which they belonged. "We're gonna have to go around all the elves we run into in the future. And also secretly the life extension pills left in the clan have been destroyed or taken directly, fearful that they would offend that terrifying existence as a result." And what happened in the Aotian pavilion spread wildly throughout the entire Kunlun realm. This immediately caused an uproar, and all the cultivators were in the same boat. Cultivators who had learned the news understood that since this matter had passed, in the entire Kunlun realm, the elf clan would become a taboo-like existence that no one would dare to infringe upon again. Chapter 108 Divine Tree Grandmother Falls. A Bleak Life. Supreme Divine Hall. Eastern Wasteland. The new elven quarters. All the elves are working hard to rebuild their homes. At this moment, above them, a ripple of space shook and a crack in space suddenly appeared. Mukid walked out of it with Yang Bai on her arm. The violent energy fluctuations soon startled the Divine Tree Granny. Seeing the duo return safely, Granny Divine Tree's face had an extra touch of relief. The strange movements in the northern plains just now were not difficult to sense with her quasi-emperor cultivation. After the relief, her face took on a complex color. When she saw the gaze Mukid threw at her, she couldn't help but dodge. It had always been she who had betrayed the elves, yet she had always been held in high esteem by her people. Now that it was known by Kid's girl, it made her, an old man, simply ashamed of herself. "The elves are fortunate to have your excellency as their patron. I don't think we'll have to worry about the outside world in the future. I am here to thank your excellency for your great favor." Divine Tree Granny looked at Yang Bai and made a solemn bow. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank Keed. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even bother with the elves. Yang Bai waved his hand toward his people. Upon hearing this, Granny Divine Tree looked at Moo Keed again, and sighed only slightly, and nothing else was said. The Divine Tree Granny then took a hobbling step towards the distance. Keed girl, you are good. It's Granny who's sorry for you in Moondance. The elves have you. I can finally rest and retire. Granny, looking at Divine Tree Granny's departing back, Moo Keed felt as if she had aged quite a bit more. Regarding this old man who betrayed the elf clan, Moo Keed was initially quite shocked when she learned about it. This was followed by endless anger. The elves were made to live like cattle and hated her by 1,000 cuts. But today's Moo Keed had obviously considered more things after the Moondance. Now that she was facing Divine Tree Granny, the hatred in her heart had somehow disappeared. Seeing its person, she couldn't generate half a bit of hatred no matter what. Even looking at the forlorn and aged back of the Divine Tree Granny as she departed, a feeling of pity came over the heart. In fact, thinking differently, if the Divine Tree Granny hadn't done so in the first place, I'm afraid the elves would have been exterminated long ago, and there would be no subsequent events. With Moo Keed's return, the news was spread back to the clan. The elves who raised their clans covered their faces with tears of excitement. In gratitude for Yang Bai's great kindness, they joined forces to build a huge statue of Yang Bai inside the compound. Yang Bai laughed at this and then punched one of his breaths into the statue. If, in the future, the elves were to be invaded again, that statue with his power left on it would be instantly activated to exterminate the incoming enemy. Shortly afterward, another shocking event happened to the elves. The God Tree Granny sat down and died. On seeing that no one in the elves dares to bully them anymore, the only belief in her heart that had kept her alive was gone. Before she died, she gathered the elves of her clan with superior cultivation talents. On the spot, she used her full quasi-emperor cultivation to imbue them with her cultivation. Using her lifelong cultivation to instill in her juniors, her cultivation is exhausted and she is about to run out of gas. Muttered, I have no face to face the ancestors of my clan. With this sound from her, a paragon emperor fell. It was difficult for her to live on with such a charge. Soon after, Moo Keed personally held a grand funeral for Granny Divine Tree. The elves at the funeral were crying their hearts out. Looking at them like that, Moo Keed's heart grew impatient ultimately. She didn't break down the backstabbing facade of the Divine Tree Granny to her face. The elf youth who had received the cultivation infusion from the Divine Tree Grandmother's cultivation had seen his strength skyrocket. The strongest had reached the Undying Realm. The weakest of them all have the Transported One Realm. Not long after the funeral was held, Moo Keed was about to become the new generation of elf queens. This was the will left behind by the Divine Tree Granny before she was born, and the other elves didn't dare to disagree in the slightest. But Moo Keed was fuming about it. She also wants to be queen and lead the elves to a renaissance. But nay, her strength was low and her cultivation talent was still poor. Yang Bai, who saw through her thoughts, immediately pulled her over to him. The intention was to refine a supreme elixir for her on the spot to enhance her cultivation qualifications. Yang Jun, you actually know how to make pills? When Moo Keed saw that her person was going to refine pills for her, she immediately had stars in her eyes. A face of admiration looked at him. That's for sure. Don't you see who I am? But Yang Jun, you don't even have a pill cauldron. I've heard that you need a pill cauldron to make pills. How can you make pills without a cauldron? Keed girl inquired curiously. I can still make pills without a medicine cauldron. Watch this, Yang Bai said with a mysterious face. In the next moment, his beginning god's thoughts instantly spread out from the Kunlun realm. The strong divine thoughts of the patriarch instantly covered the entire Hongmeng universe. At once, countless rare spirit medicines growing on top of the forbidden land were presented before his eyes. He then made a big move with his hand, and a storm of energy suddenly rose within the Hongmeng universe for no apparent reason. Not long after, the entire Hongmeng universe was enveloped within Yang Bai's beginning order field. As the will of the Hongmeng universe, it instantly sensed that the universe was enveloped by a powerful Tao, the invisible breath pressure released by the patriarchal order. All the time it made it, the will of the universe, tremble from the depths of its soul. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Star Realm, inside the Supreme Divine Hall, today is the 500,000th birthday of Supreme Taofather. Countless forces in the universe were like pilgrimages, sending messengers to send gifts. Inside the prosperous and luxurious hall, the Supreme Tao Ancestor was seated above the main seat. With a spring in his step, he greeted the emissaries who had arrived from the major powers. Outside the gilded hall, another underling was yelling, Lord of the Supreme Star Realm and Sacred Skystar River, bringing a heaven and earth Xian Huang fruit to celebrate his birthday. The Lord of the Supreme Star Realm and the Sacred Abyss Star River has come to celebrate his birthday with a 10,000-year-old Earth Source essence. The illusory heavenly realm. The Dragon Abyss Starfield. The Supreme Divine Hall shook the Hongmeng universe with authority over the entire Supreme Star Realm under its banner. The entire Starfield was named after the Supreme God's temple. There were countless strong people in the Supreme Divine Hall, and the Supreme Tao Ancestor was one of the top 10 strongest people in the Hongmeng universe. Supreme Tao Ancestor Cultivation. A supreme existence that would shake 3 times even if he stomped his foot in the Hongmeng universe. Even the subordinates yelling outside the hall had the cultivation level of a great emperor. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Supreme Divine Hall's strength was. Even one of the subordinates was an unrivaled existence in the Kunlun realm. Today is the 500,000th birthday of Supreme Taoist Ancestor. Countless Star River lords and cosmic giants did not dare to be the slightest bit slow. 100,000 years ago, there was a giant figure of the universe who didn't put the Supreme Divine Hall in his eyes. In the face of Supreme Tao Ancestor's 400,000th birthday, no one was sent forward to send gifts to celebrate the birthday. Just because of this matter, after being informed by the Supreme God's temple, in a fit of rage, he slaughtered the entire Star River under that giant. Not a single galaxy was spared. Since then, no one had dared to ignore the Supreme Divine Hall. Chapter 109, Small Era Calamity. Terrifying as hell. The Supreme Divine Hall acted very overbearingly in the Hongmeng universe, but everyone dared to be angry. After all, the Supreme Tao Ancestor was one of the top 10 strongest people in the universe. The existence of a Supreme Tao Ancestor. There was simply no one in the universe who could defeat him, unless the other 10 lords of the star realms joined forces. At this moment, countless masters from the major star rivers entered the Grand Hall, one after another. They bowed to the Supreme Tao Ancestor above them and offered the rare treasures they had brought with them. In response, the Supreme Tao Ancestor hastily greeted him with a smile and a red face. "Ha, thanks for coming, Lord. Just come and bring a congratulatory gift?" Although he said so on his lips, the next moment he waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to accept the congratulatory gifts. Seeing that the Supreme Tao Ancestor was actually so shameless, and that those who came here were all great powers of one party and lords of the stars and rivers, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly at this. However, due to the strong and terrifying strength of his person, he did not dare to show his joy and anger. After receiving the congratulatory gifts, the crowd was led towards the side by the underlings, ready to welcome the new visitors. The number of banquets organized by the Supreme Divine Hall was increasing lately. Every time the giants had to come and send congratulatory gifts. Fear will be the next to be exterminated. There were already quite a few voices in the shadows despising Supreme Tao Ancestor, cursing him for being strong and powerful. He forcefully searched the wealth of the entire universe. In fact, none of this was what the Supreme Taoist Ancestor wanted. It was all forced upon him, and he didn't want it to be. In the universe of the heavens, every 500,000 years was a small epoch. Every million years is a great epoch. Normally when one's cultivation reached the reincarnation realm, they had nearly 500,000 lifetimes, and when one reached the Supreme Tao Ancestor, they even possessed a lifespan of up to 2 million years. The path of cultivation itself was against the way of heaven. Once a cultivator lived past 500,000 years, it was a small epoch. The monks will then be in for a heist. This calamity can be considered a death sentence for a cultivator. How many giants, how many reincarnations, transcendentals, and even Supreme Tao Ancestors fell under the tribulation in ancient and modern times. After surviving 500,000 years, the cultivator is ushered in by the minor era tribulation, and the higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, the stronger the lightning tribulation that fell from his minor epoch tribulation. And the Supreme Taoist Ancestor is already 500,000 years old, and before long, he was then about to have one of his minor epical catastrophes. As a Supreme Taoist Ancestor, the minor epical tribulation faced by the Supreme Tao Ancestor was undoubtedly much more terrifying than the minor epical tribulation of reincarnation transcendence. The reason why the minor era tribulation was able to extinguish so many powerful people and make cultivators all scared of it, it was because the lightning of the calamity also contained the 9 great laws of the eternal ancient laws within it. The small epical tribulation of the Supreme Taoist Ancestor, on the other hand, was even more horrifying, and even in the last few tribulations of the Thunderbolt that, all laced with the power of the laws of origin, just a small wisp of origin law power could easily exterminate a Supreme Tao Ancestor. The laws of chaos, the laws of ashes, and the laws of obliteration were the most destructive forces recognized by the universe of the heavens. Even if one was as strong as a Supreme Tao Ancestor, one would not dare to slack off in the face of the minor epical tribulation. During the process of crossing the tribulation, if he was not careful, it was extremely likely that he would fall under the tribulation thunder. Of course, the minor epical hijacking wasn't the only thing that was treacherous. That being said, both are often dangerous and opportunistic. After surviving the minor era tribulation, cultivators could obtain a large amount of law Upanishads. If there was enough chance, it was not impossible to comprehend one of the 9 great eternal ancient laws from it. Even in the universe of the heavens, there have been cultivators who, after surviving the epical catastrophe, he had obtained a large amount of origin law Upanishads and had successfully mastered the origin laws. Nowadays, the Hongmang universe, who does not know that he, the supreme Tao ancestor, is about to usher in his first minor epical calamity? Many powerful people in the dark were now eyeing the supreme divine hall. At that time, as long as the supreme Tao ancestor falls under the small era tribulation, the supreme divine hall as well as the supreme star realm would instantly become a target. Without the supreme Tao ancestor in attendance, the supreme divine hall was undoubtedly a tiger without sharp teeth. They can only be rubbed by others, and by then, the major powerhouses hiding in the shadows would be able to participate in the fight to divide the supreme divine hall at the first opportunity. Facing the upcoming supreme Tao ancestor did not have 100% confidence that he would be able to successfully get through it. In order to keep everything safe, he had to scavenge the resources of the universe. He ordered his men to refine all sorts of supreme pills, defense formations, and supreme divine weapons for him. He wouldn't easily get through the epical tribulation until he had made a foolproof plan. Just as supreme Tao ancestor wanted to continue receiving congratulatory gifts, a weird and invisible pressure descended steeply. The pressure came from nowhere, as if it were pervasive. The powerful patriarchal order field instantly enveloped the entire supreme divine hall. The beginning ancestors' Tao filled the surrounding space, and all the forces of the laws and the forces of heaven and earth were reduced to nothing. Drained by the order field, a vacuum was created. A strong pressure descended on the crowd of cosmic giants at the scene. Jaw-droppingly, the cosmic giants and supreme powerhouses of the transcendent realm who were usually good another side of the Star River. At this moment, he was extremely wretchedly suppressed to the ground, his face coming into close contact with the earth. Even the supreme Tao ancestor who had dominated the supreme star realm was suppressed and fell to both knees. This scene immediately stunned the crowd that came to celebrate the birthday. Immediately, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the space of the supreme divine hall was torn open with a large opening. The infernal world, the other world, and the real world slowly rejoin. Immediately following, the congratulatory gifts sent by the sacred abyssal star river realm exalt and the sacred celestial star river realm exalt. Just now, the heaven and earth Shenhuang fruit and the 10,000 years of earth source essence had unexpectedly flown towards the spatial rift for no apparent reason. The supreme Tao ancestor who saw this scene was instantly enraged. That was the medicinal material he used to prepare for refining the mixed heavenly spirit pill. Soon he would have to undergo the small era tribulation, and the mixed element heavenly spirit pill was an important part of his tribulation. Don't worry. This seat won't take your things for nothing. Take this jade slip. If you encounter any fatal crisis in the future, crush this jade slip. I'm sure I can keep you alive. A voice that seemed to come from the distant past exploded in the ears of the supreme Tao ancestor. Only a spatial jade slip was thrown down from the otherworldly space and landed in front of the supreme Tao ancestor. The heterospatial rift then slowly closed, and the suffocating pressure on the crowd dispersed. The next second the pressure dispersed, there were quite a few powerhouses from the Supreme Divine Hall who wanted to enter the otherworldly space and time. Go forth and pursue the incoming enemy. Up until the creation of the Supreme Divine Hall, it had never encountered someone so arrogant as to forcefully rob a spiritual treasure. Stop! Don't even go after them. After putting away that spatial jade slip, the Supreme Tao ancestor hastily spoke out to stop the crowd of Supreme Divine Hall powerhouses who wanted to chase after him. He had learned something from the Hongmeng universe not long ago. Recently the Hongmeng universe had suddenly seen the emergence of a supreme powerhouse that was above the Supreme Tao ancestors. At that time, in front of the Chaos Wall and the Dragon's Abyss Starfield, he had also seen the other party's supreme means. The other party was clearly standing right in front of him, and he couldn't even see through his form. Only a string of footprints can be seen in cosmic space. A terrifying existence with such strength. It was useless for any of them to go after it. It was evident from just now that with just one of his mighty pressures, it was able to suppress all the powerful people present on the ground, and its strength was simply terrifying. Chapter 110, Imperial Pill, Immortal Pill, Divine Pill, Creation Immortal Spirit Pill, a heaven-defying elixir. A few breaths and the elixir is complete. Eastern Wasteland. Mukid stared dumbfounded as Yang Bai's palm explored and grabbed, and countless medicinal herbs appeared out of thin air. When many of these medicinal herbs appeared, they even caused the concentration of aura around them to increase quite a bit. There was a faint fragrance emanating from the room, and Mukid, of the earthly Yuan realm, just by inhaling a few puffs of the aroma emanating from the medicinal herbs, he had directly broken through from the earth elemental realm to the Xian spirit realm. These herbs, especially the heaven and earth Shenhuang fruit and 10,000 years of earth essence, even if it was placed in the Hongmeng universe or even the heavenly universe, it was considered a rare heavenly spiritual treasure. Any one of them can cause a bloody storm in the Hongmeng universe. It attracted countless cosmic powerhouses to scramble for it. Looking at the piles of medicinal herbs all over the ground, Mu Qid was dumbfounded as she felt the realm breakthrough, her beautiful eyes wide open. Yang Jun, what herbs are these? Yang Bai did not say anything, then he waved his big hand and a samadhi flame appeared steeply. The terrifying temperature of the flames caused the surrounding space to become distorted. The moment the flames appeared, the surrounding aura instantly rioted. The next moment the samadhi true flame transformed into a flaming medicine cauldron under Yang Bai's skillful maneuvering. Immediately afterward, Yang Bai waved his one hand and countless rare medicinal herbs flew into the huge flaming medicinal cauldron. Wow, Yang Jun, this is actually tripodless alchemy. It's so cloying. Qid's girl's eyes twinkled with countless little stars, and her red lips were slightly open. A face of admiration looked at its person. Alchemy without a tripod. In the pill refining world of the Hongmeng universe, only a very small number of pill refining masters could do it. Alchemists who reached this realm were honored as Dan ancestors by alchemists in the alchemy world. The process of refining medicine relies on the medicinal cauldron to bring together the medicinal properties of the herbs as they are transformed into spiritual liquid. Without the aid of a medicinal cauldron, the herbs that have just been refined, the medicinal properties evaporate quickly when exposed to air. A good medicinal cauldron can be of great help to the alchemist. Therefore, alchemists who could achieve tripodless alchemy were rare in the entire Hongmeng universe. Under the refining of the samadhi flame, countless medicinal herbs were refined into spiritual liquids in no time. Then only Yang Bai waved his big hand. An invisible greatness surrounded his fingertips. Spiritual liquids of various colors were forcibly and slowly fused together. After the spirit liquid was completely fused, the next moment an incomparably thick elixir floated out of the room. The potion took shape. If there was a pill refining master watching from the sidelines, I'm afraid that his jaw would directly drop in shock. You've become a Dan so quickly? Before and after a total of less than tens of breaths of time. The more powerful the elixir, the more difficult the refining process would be. The longer it wears off. From low to high, pills are categorized into 1 to 9 grades. After the 9th grade pills came the emperor grade pills. There was also a difference in the number of danjiao colors for the quality after the emperor's pills. 1-color imperial pills were the least and 9-color imperial pills were the best. There were also immortal pills and divine pills after the emperor pills. And now the elixir Yang Bai had refined was none other than the 5-colored immortal elixir, the creation immortal spirit elixir. A heaven-defying elixir that could improve a cultivator's cultivation physique. Even a cultivator with an extinct and wasted vein can transform and feather in place after taking this Dan. Becoming a saint in 5 years and an emperor in 10 years was not a difficult task. Now that illusory heavenly Dao ancestor of the Hongmeng universe was able to achieve supreme Dao ancestor, it was also all thanks to this heaven-defying elixir. When the illusory heavenly Taoist ancestor was still a great emperor, by chance, mistakenly entering an ancient Dao ancestor's inheritance cave, one of them hid an immortal spirit pill of creation. After taking the immortal spirit pill of creation, illusory heavenly Dao ancestor had been on a high ever since. 500 years to advance in karma, 3,000 years to emerge from heavenly destiny, 8,000 years to step on the wheel of reincarnation, 30,000 years to enter transcendence, and 100,000 years to become the Dao ancestor. Since then the illusory heavenly Dao ancestor has forged a generation of legendary tales. It is still being celebrated and praised at times. It can be said that illusory heavenly Dao ancestor was able to achieve supreme Dao ancestor. Not only did he rely on the power of his own cultivation talent, but more importantly, it was that immortal spirit pill of creation. If he hadn't taken the immortal spirit pill of creation in the first place, then with illusory heavenly Dao ancestor's talent, at best, he was just an ordinary heavenly fate realm cultivator. There was little hope of even stepping into the reincarnation realm. Since then, the immortal spirit pill of creation had ranked in the 3rd column of the top 10 greatest immortal pills in the Hongmeng universe. Secondly, the medicinal effect of the creation immortal spirit pill was extremely mild, so even mortals with no cultivation were able to swallow it. This is the wonder of the elixir. A normal immortal elixir. Even a 1-color immortal elixir of the lowest quality. It would take at least thousands of years to refine it. The 5-color immortal pill was even more so. And even if it took tens of thousands of years, it might not be possible to successfully refine it. In all these thousands of years of light, the slightest nuance goes wrong. It was highly likely that it would lead to a failure in alchemy. And 1,000 years of effort would instantly go down the drain. Refining an immortal pill was an extremely long process. It would undoubtedly be a fool's errand to refine an immortal pill with the power of one person. Let's not talk about whether or not one's soul power could support the refining of immortal pills. Even if they could, it would be impossible for one person to persist in refining pills for thousands of years. As long as one did not achieve the God of creation, a cultivator's energy was ultimately limited. It is impossible to be like the God of creation, who cages the heavens and the earth with a single thought. On the contrary, Yang Bai, refining the five-colored immortal elixir, the immortal spirit pill of creation. The center only took less than a few breaths. It's no longer appalling. It's unheard of. Something the alchemist could not even dream of. Immediately, Yang Bai's mind moved, and his powerful soul force seemed as if it couldn't even carry heaven and earth. The space around them fragmented. The terrifying soul pressure went straight to the immortal Dan. In a flash, Yang Bai's soul power instantly crushed the spiritual will of the immortal Dan. Freshly baked immortal pills, before it could escape by disappearing into a different time and space. It was taken and twisted by him. Once the grade of the elixir reaches the emperor rank and above, the elixir will give birth to a spirit. Possessing a powerful cultivation. An elixir that has developed a spirit will try to escape the moment it comes out of the cauldron. Yet that's not the most shocking. There are even more embarrassing deeds that is, there were quite a few alchemists who were killed by the backlash of the elixirs they had concocted and died under the elixirs they had concocted. High-grade elixirs such as the five-colored Immortal Dan Creation Immortal Spirit Elixir. The strength had even reached the terrifying Transcendence realm. Back then, illusory Heavenly Tao Ancestor was also considered a great Chi Master. The spirit of the creation Immortal Spirit Pill he had encountered had already been erased by the owner of that cave. Otherwise, at that time, with his regional Great Emperor cultivation, I'm afraid that a random fart from the Immortal Dan would be able to collapse and kill him. However, a transcendent realm Immortal Dan was no different from a slightly larger ant in front of Yang Bai. Turn over your hand and you can suppress it at will. Immediately afterward, above the endless cosmic stars of the Kunlun realm, the Danjak filled with a destructive aura slowly coalesced. The aura of destroying the sky and the earth spread rapidly in the deep space of the universe. This level of Danjak power, if it slashed down towards Yang Bai, then Yang Bai is fine, and the entire Kunlun realm will become atomic particles and cosmic dust. Chapter 11 Thunderbolts roll in. Words follow words. Late. Strong extermination. Rumble. The terrifying Dan tribulation resounded through almost the entire Starwan Star River where the Kunlun realm was located. The lightning would still strike, and its invisible emanation of pressure would be able to collapse an entire planetary world. The vast aura of the supreme lightning tribulation swirled throughout the entire Starwan Star River. Within the Star Huan galaxy, as the master of the Star Huan Star River, Star Huan Tian, a peak powerhouse of the reincarnation realm, he then sensed an aura within the river of stars that made him tremble. Without any doubt, Star Huan Tian immediately summoned the many powerful people under his banner, rushing to the galaxy where the Thunderbolt was located. When a Thunderbolt appeared in the universe for no reason, there must be a heavy treasure surprisingly appearing. Orion Galaxy, Kunlun Realm, East Wasteland. Looking at the Dan Lei that had appeared in the universe in a shocking manner, Yang Bai leisurely opened his mouth. Scatter! At this moment, Yang Bai was like the creator ancestor who ordered all the worlds, and his words followed the law, only to see the deep space of the universe. The thunderbolt that was just now brewing with destructive energy, now it was suddenly dissipated, and the Taoist rules of the universe were once again pacified. Yang Bai is the only patriarchal god in the world, commanding and dominating the will of heaven. He is the only true god of the universe of the heavens, the originator of the creation of the heavens and the earth. His one thought is the one thought of the universe of the heavens, and his one line is the one line of the universe of the heavens. His every move represents the universe of the heavens. Beginning God, both Yang Bai's cultivation and his identity. Holding the immortal elixir tightly in his hand, he measured it before handing it to Mukid. Nay-san, quickly take the immortal pill. Mukid was still in the midst of marveling at his terrifying strength for a long time. The little ninny was overflowing with excitement, and her little face was suffocatingly red. The small, not yet fully developed hills on her chest continued to rise and fall. Yang Jun actually refined the immortal Dan. Mukid only felt that this scene was like a dream. It was so unreal. Her Taoist was actually able to refine immortal pills. In the ancient books of the elves, she had heard a little about immortal pills. All along, her cultivation talent was as mediocre as the small hill on her chest. With that she simply immersed herself in the ancient books to increase her experience. So the little ninny had a good read. Immortal pills and all that, she still had some knowledge of them. After receiving the creation immortal spirit pill, Kid Girl then hurriedly put it in front of her eyes, carefully scrutinizing this immortal pill. Seeing that she couldn't see a thing, Nico even went so far as to sniff close to her nose and, it's all over the place like a pug. Seeing this scene, Yang Bai couldn't help but hold back a hearty laugh. Well, Nechan had better take it. Since you're so interested in pills, afterward, I'll teach you alchemy by hand. Yang Bai saw that Kid Girl was actually so interested in pills, and then he proposed. When these words came out, Mukid's eyes instantly lit up. her small face flushed with redness, quickly bearing a kiss on Yang Bai's cheek. Then shyly and impatiently, she turned her back. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Yang Bai touched his slightly moist cheeks, looking to the shy young girl in front of him. Ghost teased. "Oh, Nei-san, we've been honest with each other before. Why are you still so shy? If I remember well, back in the days of time, someone can be active and crazy. Not at all like this now." When these words came out, the young girl's pretty face immediately suffocated into a ripe apple, and her earlobes flushed red. The top of his head was still steaming. Yang Bai's revealing words made Mukid want to bury her head in the dirt pit. Immediately, the young girl's disgruntled cherry mouth was raised high and her cheeks similarly puffed out. When you fix your eyes on it, it looks like an angry blowfish. The little ninny then kept waving her little pink fists, hitting above its man's chest. You're so bad. How could you bully someone like that? The shyness of the young girl in front of him suddenly caused Yang Bai to cry and laugh. After the two of them had played around a bit, it was only under his urging that Mukid took the creation immortal spirit pill. As soon as the immortal pill was ingested, Nico's body erupted with a dazzling light, constantly surrounded by immortal chi. Subsequently, under the effect of the immortal spirit pill of creation, a large amount of dark impurities extruded from the surface of Nico's skin. Boing! The immortal pill was continuously transforming Nei-san's physique, including every cell in her tiny body. The comfort from her body's metamorphosis couldn't help but make Nei-san's sandalwood mouth oink a strange sound. Meanwhile, outside the Orion galaxy, a group of cosmic powerhouses were gathering here. In the middle of the crowd of strong men, there stood a middle-aged man, a country face showing all the grandeur. Star-Lord, the aura of the thunderbolt strangely dissipated not long ago, but my subordinate can still roughly sense the exact location. The department head of the Orion galaxy reported to Star Huan Tian, as head of the Orion system. He naturally sensed the terrifying thunderbolt that erupted within the galaxy just now. What I didn't expect was that the thunder tribulation had actually even attracted the Star River Lord. This really took him by surprise as a small department head. As a tiny department head of a party, he was usually not even qualified to meet Star Huan Tian face to face. Now that he had finally met the Star Huan Star River's Star Lord Orion appeared both excited and apprehensive. "Lead the way." Star Huan Tian's eyes slightly swept over the Orion Star Lord and said in a cold voice, "Yes, sir." Subsequently, under the leadership of Star Lord Orion, the multitude of powerhouses from the Staroan Divine Hall rushed in the direction of the Kunlun realm. The Staroan Divine Hall was the strongest force in the Staroan Star River on the surface. Its hall master, Xing Huan Tian, was the lord of the entire Star River, peak strength of the reincarnation realm. This time, Star Huan Tian had brought a total of 3 reincarnation realm Dharma kings and dozens of heavenly fate realm elders. It looked like it was bound to seize the treasure of opportunity. In the face of this lineup that was strong enough to easily subvert the Kunlun realm, none of the natives of the Kunlun realm realized that there was a strong enemy heading towards them. And in the face of Star Huan Heaven's line of powerhouses, all of this was under Yang Bai's eyes. Just as Xing Huan Tian's group was about to arrive at the Kunlun realm, an invisible barrier appeared directly out of thin air, blocking their path. "Anyone who dares to take 10 steps closer to this prohibition, die." An icy voice then came from the depths of the universe and exploded in everyone's ears. Hearing this voice that was full of majesty and dominance, the crowd all shuddered. Yet at this moment there was a person who didn't know how to die who stood out. Seeing that this was a rare opportunity to show off in front of the Star Lord, the Orion Star Lord. With that, he stepped forward and shouted at the invisible barrier in front of him. "Daring, where did you come from to hide your head and tail? Do you know that this lord in front of you is?" Before the words were finished, in the depths of the universe, a finger on suddenly crossed, so fast that it completely exceeded the knowledge of everyone present. The cold corpse of the Orion Star Lord instantly plummeted towards the cosmic space. A causal realm powerhouse had fallen so easily. Within 3 breaths, those who don't get the hell out of here. This person is an example. The cold and majestic voice came again. After hearing this, Xing Huantian's eyes became cloudy, and then he could only let out a long sigh. The opponent's strength was unfathomable, and he was clearly not its enemy. With that, he was ready to lead his strong men to prepare for evacuation. 3 breaths have passed. It's too late. Wait, Elder, we will. When Star Huan Tian heard this, he immediately shouted in panic. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, several channels had already crept in. Instantly, it resulted in a few people from Xing Huan Tian. The corpse of a powerful person floated in the cosmic space. It could be seen that Star Huan Tian was still widening his eyes in surprise at this time, with a shocked look on his face. Chapter 112, 10,000 Void Realm. Void Beast, Soul Source, time to come out. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After successfully refining away the creation immortal spirit pill, Mookeed's cultivation talent received an astonishing metamorphosis. In just a month's time, she had leapt from the previous Xianling realm to the current transported one realm. After being transformed by the immortal spirit pill of creation, Mookeed's cultivation speed was second only to Yang Yuchan, who possessed the Xianling immortal body. During this time, Mookeed had also learned from Yang Bai that he also had a married wife. Is that the woman who stood beside her husband at the auction house? Mookeed recalled the scene of the Mufeng City auction back then. Hearing this, Yang Bai nodded, thinking that it was also the fate of the two. You don't say. She was the one who suggested to me to save you in the first place. Otherwise now I'm afraid. As soon as these words came out, a look of surprise appeared on Mookeed's face. Ah, I see. Then I must go meet this sister sometime and thank her in person. The look on Yang Bai's face that heard this instantly became less natural, and the corners of his mouth twitched. If mother knew that he had taken a concubine in private without her knowledge, maybe Yang Yuchan would put on a show of righteousness on the spot. Thinking of the expression on her face when she found out about this at that time, Yang Bai couldn't help but shiver in his pants. What's the point? Actually, that she doesn't know about it yet. It was the first time Mookeed had seen a look of panic on Yang Bai's face. Previously, no matter what strong enemies they encountered, or the extinction thunder tribulation, he didn't even show the slightest hint of fear, and all waved his hand in a cloudy manner. All difficulties are solved. Then Mookeed looked at its person with a puzzled expression, curious as to why Yang Yuchan was mentioned. He just showed this look of fear. Husband, what's wrong with you? Ah, it's all right. It's all the after effects of the slumber. Yes, the after effects. Yang Bai was awakened from his imagination by her question and instantly defended himself. You can't tell her that you're afraid of your daughter-in-law, can you? How can I tell this girl about such a disgraceful thing? Immediately, Mookeed looked at its person with a suspicious face. Aftermath? The little ninny's big watery eyes turned around soulfully. She, who was already too intelligent, saw something strange on Yang Bai's face, adding the scene seen at the auction in the first place. It further validated the conjecture in his heart. Immediately after that, Mookeed, the girl, looked at Yang Bai with two curved eyes as if she had discovered a new continent. Contemplated. Husband shouldn't be. Yang Bai was stared at by this little ninny, and when he saw her expression of suspicion, in his heart, he felt bad. It's bad. Afraid of your daughter-in-law. When these words came out, Yang Bai's face instantly became extremely ugly. Seeing that his face was suffocated into a pig's gall, Mookeed burst into laughter. The girl's laughter was as clear and ethereal as a wind chime swaying in the breeze. Another 3 days passed immediately afterward, and the Kunlun realm witnessed another shocking event on this day. Half a month ago, while exploring the 10,000 Void Realm, a disciple of the Dragon Sacred Land, it was actually an accidental discovery of a fragment of the heavenly Tao Law. That disciple immediately reported the situation to the Holy Land. The immortal Crane Tao Lord who got this news was greatly shocked. With that, he ordered all the Holy Land powerhouses to accompany him to the 10,000 Void Realm to collect the heavenly Tao Law fragments. Even if the immortal Crane dignitaries order that this news must be completely blocked, no semblance of disclosure to the outside world is permitted. But in the end, paper can't hold fire. The news that the 10,000 Void Realm had shockingly discovered fragments of the heavenly Tao Laws was still being spread. When this news came out, it immediately caused a furor in the Kunlun realm. When the various giant forces learned of the news, they dispatched their powerful men and rushed to the 10,000 Void Realm. Competition for the fragment of the heavenly Tao Law, and the crowd of loose cultivators could only stomp their feet in place and dry out. The reason for this was that the entrances to the 10,000 Void Realm were all in the hands of the major giant forces of the Kunlun realm. The entrance was guarded by a large number of disciples and elders, while there were also various formations guarding the layers. It was surrounded and airtight. Outsiders can't even break in. The 10,000 Void Realm was originally a world that the ancient great emperor of the Kunlun realm had stumbled upon in the universe, which possessed not only various spirit stone veins, but also rare and precious medicines all over the place. So the many great emperors of the ancients of the Kunlun realm joined forces. Several spatial passages to the 10,000 Void Realm were arranged in the Kunlun realm. And now, with the passing of those ancient great emperors, the right to use these spatial passages was all in the hands of the few superlative forces in the Kunlun realm. But the 10,000 Void Realm has been explored and discovered by countless cultivators in the Kunlun realm. The veins there as well as the elixirs had been tapped out long ago. The only value of the 10,000 Void Realm today was those void beasts. Void beasts were creatures native to the 10,000 Void Realm. As the name suggests, the void beast has no entity, it exists in the form of a soul body. A void beast would leave behind a cloud of origin soul source after it was decapitated. If the soul source is not destroyed, the virtual beast can still regenerate. And what the Kunlun realm cultivators were looking at was that cloud of soul source. The soul source can be used for cultivation. Cultivators achieved the effect of enhancing their soul power by refining their soul source. It is not easy to cultivate the power of the soul, but in combat, the soul attacks, however, can have a surprising effect. That's why the major superlative forces blocked the entrance to the 10,000 Void Realm. It's that they want to monopolize the benefits of the 10,000 Void Realm, just in case more people come to get a piece of the action. After the news spread, the entire Kunlun realm immediately became seething. Many scattered cultivators with powerful talents, in order to enter the 10,000 Void Realm, have chosen to join the superpower. The major superstar forces had immediately harvested a number of highly talented casual disciples. Meanwhile, the Eastern Wasteland Elves. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Elf clan will announce their emergence to the cultivators of the Kunlun realm in the midst of this 10,000 Void Realm strife. Yang Bai said to Mukid. Upon hearing this, Mukid pondered for a moment, thinking carefully, and then made a mistake. Husband, Keed also wants to, but the entrances are all in the hands of those superb forces. How am I going to lead my people into the 10,000 Void Realm? The elves have been oppressed and abused for so many years in the Kunlun realm. Generations of elves don't know how many have died at the hands of outside cultivators. After so many years of humiliation, the present-day elf clan had Yang Bai, the #1 person in the world, behind them. It's time to take the first shot at the outside world. The blood debt from the beginning could be far more than a small Aotion pavilion could offset. After learning of the little ninja's concerns, Yang Bai laughed it off. Isn't it just the district 10,000 Void Realm? What's so difficult about going there? With that, he casually slashed through the real space in front of him. A spatial passage connecting the 10,000 Void Realms then appeared out of thin air. The 10,000 Void Realm was only a few Aizen away from the Kunlun realm. Not to mention a few Aija, even the entire Hongmeng universe. Yang Bai could cross it with just a thought. Let's go. May you return in triumph. Mukid froze for a moment. Then she was relieved. When he was in the Aotion pavilion, he was able to kill a bunch of quasi-emperor powerhouses with a snap of his fingers. What is this now? Before leaving, Mukid walked to Yang Bai's body and slightly stood on her tiptoes. Their thin lips touched slightly, then separated. Immediately afterward, little Ninny led the crowd of elves behind her to step into the spatial passage. Chapter 113, Misty Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao Law Fragment against the heavens. Shocking melee. Excited spirit. Tendo. Unlike the will of the universe, the way of heaven is the underworld that existed at the beginning of the birth of the universe, and the will of the universe is the will that is actively born at a later stage under the guidance of the Heavenly Tao. In other words, the cosmic will is the spokesperson of the Heavenly Tao incarnate. The Heavenly Tao is ethereal and mysterious. There has always been a saying circulating in the universe of the heavens. That is, everything is self-evident in the divine will of the underworld. It means that everything that happens in the universe is predestined. No one can change. The Heavenly Tao is above all beings and possesses infinite greatness. At the same time, the way of heaven is so ethereal and vague that no one has ever seen it and no one can confirm its existence. However, the heavenly universe cultivators all vaguely felt its presence, and the so-called fragment of the laws of heaven is not a law that. It did not belong within the 3,000 laws, the 72 supreme laws, nor did it belong to the 9 everlasting laws, nor did it belong to the laws of origin. It is simply a substance that exists in the universe, because it was so heaven-defying. It was called a fragment of the Heavenly Tao Law by the cultivators of the heavenly universe. Its anticlimax is that as long as a cultivator touches such a fragment, one can immediately comprehend a force of law. But this power of law is only within the 3,000 great laws. Even though he hadn't touched the 72 supreme laws, this was already heaven-defying enough. How difficult it was to comprehend the power of laws. Cultivators only reached the realm of the Holy King. It was only then that the party could vaguely feel the existence of the laws of the world. And generally only great emperors were able to comprehend the power of a law. In order for a quasi-emperor to break through to a great emperor, he would also need to comprehend at least one force of law before he could break through. It was evident that the power of the law was powerful. The power of the laws is so difficult to cultivate, but the fragment of the Heavenly Tao laws, with just one touch, one can then instantly comprehend the power of a law. The horror of it is simply not too unbelievable. This kind of thing is what is put in front of a figure like the Supreme Tao Ancestor. It can also be coveted by the other side. After all, who would mind having too much law power at their disposal? No one in the Hongmeng universe had ever mastered all 3,000 great Tao laws at the same time so far. Not long after the news was released, the major superpower ancestors of the Kunlun realm were startled out of their seclusion. In order to compete for the fragments of the Heavenly Tao laws, all the major powers had come out of the woodwork. The Tiannan ruins of life and death, which had been in a state of seclusion in Tiannan, had all come out. The Tiannan ruins of life and death were the ultimate underpinnings of Tiannan. Among them came out a whole 10 elder ancestors of the 8th Tribulation Paramount Emperor, who went straight to the 10,000 Void Realm right after they left the gate. The Kirin realm also sends out its underbelly. The old Qilin that had been sleeping in the ancestral land for an unknown number of years had all broken out of the ground. Led by the demon Exalt, he killed his way to the 10,000 Void Realm. The major powers can be found at the bottom. Large swaths of powerful people poured into the 10,000 Void Realm, and a brutal fight unfolded within it. The ancestors of all the forces were all killing Red Eyes. It was ironic, when the heavenly demons invaded the Kunlun realm. I don't see them breaking out of the earth to meet the heavenly devil and guard their homeland. At this time, the shocking appearance of the fragment of the heavenly Tao laws, out of the gate that is one earlier than the other. Hate to move the graveyard right into the 10,000 Void Realm. A shocking melee erupted in the 10,000 Void Realm, and blood dyed the sky of the 10,000 Void Realm red. Only after some heavy killing did the major superlative forces stop killing each other. Agreements were signed. The great power elders withdrew from the 10,000 Void Realm and chose to send out disciples from various sects to fight for it. The number of disciples sent out, on the other hand, was determined by the outcome of this amazing melee. The factions decided on the candidates to go to the 10,000 Void Realm within a day's time, and a day later, officially, the competition for the Heavenly Tao Law Fragment had begun. Due to Luo Qingsan's unprecedented failure to participate in the battle this time around, there were fewer 9th Tribulation Paragon Emperors to lead the way. The battle in Tenant was disastrous. Only 5 discipleship slots were secured. The 10th Tribulation Quasi-Emperor ancestors that had come out of the ruins of life and death had now directly died in battle. 6 of them. The grueling nature of the great melee is evident. The Qilin realm and the Dragon Sacred Land, on the other hand, each had a quota of 10 disciples. The Holy Land of the Apocalypse also only had a pitiful 5 spots. The Tsunhai sect as well as the Heavenly Buddha Temple were even more pathetic, surprisingly having only 1 disciple slot. Among them, the Tsunhai sect's supreme elders were all killed in battle. Nowadays, the Tsunhai sect only had 1 8th Tribulation Paragon ancestor left with a short lifespan. Facing Tiannan, who had been eyeing them, the Tsunhai sect's situation became precarious. Yang Bai, who was in the Elf clan, knew that Yang Yuchan, as the first holy maiden of the Holy Land of the Apocalypse, surely, he would be assigned by the Holy Land to go forward and fight for the Heavenly Tao Law Fragment, in order to prevent the 2 women from tearing each other apart if they met in the realm of 10,000 Void. Yang Bai immediately decided that it would be better to personally go to the Holy Land of the Apocalypse to come. This matter was going to be known by Yang Yuchan sooner or later anyway. It would have been better to tell her earlier what would happen instead. Say it and do it, while the scramble is still fresh. Apocalypse Holy Land. Sacred Source Peak. Inside the Great Hall of Sacred Source Peak, Taoist Master Wujue sat high at the main seat. Spirit Girl, Chan Girl, the old ancestor has decided to let the 2 of you represent the sacred ground to fight for the Heavenly Tao Law Fragment. I hope you will live up to the high expectations that the Holy Land covets in you, especially Cindy. As the first Holy Maiden of the Holy Land, you'll be leading the team this time. Make sure to capture the shard. Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger from below arched their hands and said in unison, I will follow my master's orders and will live up to the high expectations of the Holy Land. Right. On top of that, there are 3 more disciple slots in the Holy Land. Zhou Yuan, Li Purejun, and Li Xinyue will go with you. In order to prevent the involvement of elder personnel who are not disciples of the sect, the agreement also stipulated that no powerhouses above the quasi-saints were allowed to enter. The old ancestors of all the major powers have also joined forces to lay down a ban within the spatial passageway. All cultivators above the paramount saints would be bounced back by the prohibition and could not enter the 10,000 Void Realm. Most of the top disciples of the superlative powers had strengths at the Paragon Realm. At the top of the Sacred Origin Peak, Yang Yuchan was called away by the old ancestor, leaving only Lu Linger here. At this time on the top of the Sacred Source Peak, a shadow suddenly flashed by and Yang Bai appeared on top of the mountain. Lu Linger, this little nymph, at first thought that this was another spirit body of Yang Bai, but it was only after careful sensing that he realized something was wrong. Reacting to the fact that the one in front of her is the young master she's been thinking about day and night, Lu Linger could hardly hide her inner excitement, only to see the little ninny excitedly jumping straight into its person's arms. Young master, you're finally willing to come over to see Linger he. At this time, the little nymph was like an octopus, her delicate body hanging firmly on Yang Bai's body. I can't shake it off. Chapter 114 Linger is so happy. Looking at Lu Linger who was so clingy in his arms, Yang Bai couldn't help but pat the niece's fragrant back. Dinky, how did you become so clingy? In the face of Yang Bai's teasing and poking fun, although Lu Linger's pretty face was covered with redness, but still hangs on to him with a death grip and refuses to come down. who told her young master to disappear for 2.5 whole years. Only after a good deal of coaxing from Yang Bai did the little ninny get off of him. Young master, now little doubting is awesome. Look, after getting down from Yang Bai, Lu Linger hurriedly released the aura of the Thousand Questions realm. At the same time there were repeated wisps of moral light surrounding his body. She couldn't wait to show Yang Bai her current cultivation level. Yang Bai was also trying his best to match the little ninny, his mouth slightly open, pretending to look surprised. Worthy of being the young master's little doujinshi. Awesome. Then did young master bring any gifts for Linger? With that, Lu Linger looked at its person with an expectant expression. The big watery eyes were twinkling with little stars. Then how about the young master giving you a second young grandma? So Yang Bai just happened to go along with it and said one of the purposes of the trip. The little nymphomaniac who made a nuisance of herself is now listening to the wrong words. Thought Yang Bai was going to make her the second youngest grandmother, only to see the little ninny's pretty face immediately filled with blood. Her little face flushed with, even the small, delicate pink droop was red. The shy and impatient Nico hastily lowered her head and looked at her toes. The jade hands nervously clutched the hem of her small skirt. The top of the head was still whistling with hot air, and at a fixed glance it was a living little steam engine. Has young master really decided? Linger has no opinion. But what will Sister Yang do at that time? What will she think? Lu Linger nervously stood in front of Yang Bai, unnaturally twisting her delicate body, and every now and then she kicked the stones at her feet to hide the shyness of the young girl's heart. Speaking of Yang Yu-chan, Nico looked guilty again. I vaguely remembered that I had promised Sister Yang that I wouldn't have that kind of thoughts about young master, but after years of waiting in the holy land of the apocalypse, waiting for the young master in your heart, the thoughts in his heart were like a flood that was about to burst its banks, and it was no longer difficult to suppress the emotions within. And now with the emotions coming to her as they should, Nico was getting scared again, fear tinged with more anticipation. After hearing this, Yang Bai also said with extreme lack of confidence, that young master will convince the lady himself. You don't need to worry about this little beaner. The way this was said, Yang Bai he himself didn't quite believe it. After hearing Yang Bai's affirmative words, the little nymphette instantly raised her head. Both eyes curved towards Yang Bai. Immediately afterward, right under Yang Bai's shocked gaze, Lu Linger's delicate and playful little face gradually enlarged right in front of his eyes. The two lips pressed together. The next second, Yang Bai felt a cool, warm and soft touch on his lips. At that moment he opened his eyes wide, and little Doubting's pretty face was close at hand. Shy Nico closed her eyes tightly. Long lashes, pink face, hot nose. All of this undoubtedly kept stimulating Yang Bai's heart. What's wrong with this little beaner? After a kiss, their lips separated, and the shy and impatient Lu Linger didn't dare to look up at Yang Bai. Straight away, she buried her little head deep into his chest and, greedily sucking in the affectionate scent of the other. Nico wrapped her hands around Yang Bai's thick waist and buried herself in Yang Bai's arms with a happy smile. He young master. Linger is really happy. Linger has finally waited for this day. Yang Bai who heard this finally slowed down. It was only at this time that he reacted. So it was this little ninny who had misheard his words. After understanding the situation, Yang Bai appeared to be even more at a loss for words, and secretly said in his heart, "It's bad. There's a new grandma popping up. It's over. It's going to be even harder to explain this to my wife." Even if he thought so in his heart, Yang Bai couldn't bear to put words in his mouth. He wouldn't let his own little beaner suffer half the time. Besides, anyone could tell that this little ninny was deeply in love. If the words were poked and prodded at this point, then this would be so unfair to her. Maybe this little kid will run away from home, or the kind that can't be coaxed. That's just it. I don't care. Since there's one more, then it makes sense to add another little beaner. Immediately afterward, the bad taste in Yang Bai's heart began to work again, only to see him, as if pulling a carrot. With one hand, he pulled out Nico's head, which was buried deep in his chest. In the next moment, he directly shifted and transformed into Yang Yu-chan's appearance. Immediately after that, the jade hand twisted its person's small chin and said indignantly with Yang Yu-chan's voice, Good for you Linger. Sister, I thought I'd come and test you. I didn't think you really did have thoughts about your young master. I caught you red-handed, didn't I?" After he said that, he crossed his waist with one hand and looked at Lu Linger with an angry face. The little girl had never seen this scene before, and was immediately frozen in place, like a little wildcat caught stealing fish. He stammered pitifully, Young sister, that, Linger is not what you think." Looking at this Yang Yu-chan in front of her, whether it was her appearance or her demeanor, it was incomparably close to her own. How could the cute little peasants with simple minds not guess that this was Yang Bai's little trick? Ahem, how much longer are you going to tease Linger, husband your idol ha? At this time, Yang Yuchan, who had been hiding in the shadows, couldn't stand to watch. She had returned to the sacred origin peak the moment the two of them kissed together. Yang Bai had thought that she would cooperate with him, but she couldn't look away. Looking at the two identical Yang Yuchans that appeared in front of him, Lu Linger, the naive girl, was suddenly dizzy in her little head, her little finger pointing at the two figures that appeared in front of her. Two, Sister Yang. Yang Bai then felt the cold gaze that Yang Yuchan threw at him, scratched him hard. Seeing this, he had no choice but to disperse the spell and change back to his original form. Ah, it's the young master, and Sister Yang. Lu Linger finally understood what was happening at this time, her eyes sweeping back and forth between the two people in front of her. Spirit, you go to master's place first. I have something to discuss with your young master. Yang Yuchan glared at Yang Bai with eyes that seemed like they could eat people. Seeing this scene, Lu Linger's pretty face tightened and she hurriedly explained. Sister Yang, it's all Linger's fault. It was Linger who first. Alright Linger, sister has something else to discuss with your young master, and it's not convenient for you to listen in. So do as you're told and go to master's first. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Yang Yuchan walked over to Lu Linger and Jade hands gently rubbed her skull and said gently, Chapter 115, successfully taken. Oh, okay then. Lu Linger responded in a glutinous manner. She then took 3 steps and looked back at Yang Bai with worried eyes. It's like an ancient maiden seeing off her husband on the battlefield. Under Yang Yuchan's gentle gaze, Lu Linger's figure disappeared at the top of the sacred origin peak. It was only immediately afterward that she returned her gaze to Yang Bai. Looking at his own mother's fierce gaze, Yang Bai instantly felt uncomfortable all over. Panicked. Mother, I'm your own husband. You're murdering your own husband. Don't come any closer. Between Yang Yuchan was gradually approaching him step by step. Yang Bai couldn't help but let out a wailing sound. If his appearance was seen by the Supreme Tao Ancestor, the will of the Hongmeng universe, and all the powerhouses of the Hell Realm, the image of a supreme powerhouse that had been established in his heart collapsed. Is this the most mysterious existence of the Hongmeng universe? The absolute powerhouse who then broke through the chaos wall and dispersed the laws of origin with just one hand. The first person in the Hongmeng universe? In the end, he's the one who's afraid of his daughter-in-law. Just when Yang Bai thought that he was about to attract a deadly continuous question from Yang Yuchan as well as a leek chopping turtle head, who knew that Yang Yuchan was a change of pace, lying into his arms with a gentle face. Her jade hand encircled her neck, and her eyes were as bright as the stars in the universe, looking at him fondly, still remembering that familiar red dress. At this moment, Yang Yuchan was like a meek little sheep. If husband encounters anything in the future, speak with my concubine and do not let me worry too much. Since learning from Yang Bai's spirit body that there was a bit of a situation at the main body, I can't show up to see them for a while, she then kept the matter in her mind daily. Today, she finally saw Yang Bai's main body return safely, and the heart she was hanging in the air was finally put down at this time. Right now, as long as she saw that Yang Bai was safe and sound, all of that didn't matter. It won't happen again. Yang Bai also gently locked eyes with her. Tell me more about that sister. You. Yang Yuchan's forehead was resting on top of his man's chest. You don't want to frame me. I still know a little bit about it. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai had no choice but to truthfully relate the fact that since she and Linger had entered the Holy Land of the Apocalypse to cultivate the Qiaoqingji's holy devil, the Hell Realm, the Hongmeng universe, beyond chaos, and all of the elf clan's affairs were all related to her one by one. It was a time of crisis and the teleportation array was overloaded. Qi disregarded herself at that time and chose to preserve me by stepping out of the teleportation array alone. After listening to Yang Bai's narration, Yang Yuchan realized that in this short period of more than 2 years, it's amazing how much he's been through. Upon learning that beyond the Kunlun realm is the vast and infinite universe of deep space, Yang Yuchan's eyes flashed with yearning as well as anticipation. What surprised her even more was learning about the realm that Yang Bai was in at this moment, beginning God. According to what Yang Bai had said, the beginning God was the originator of the universe of the heavens, an absolutely invincible existence. Husband, are you really the beginning God? Yang Yuchan looked at Yang Bai with a face full of incredulity. In her perception, the great empresses were already absolutely supreme existences. Now, the patriarchal divine husband, Orion's constellation, star Huan Xinghe, illusory heavenly realm, Hongmeng universe, outer chaos, and the universes of the heavens. All of this was invariably washing away Yang Yuchan's cognition. As in fake, it was only after a long time that Yang Yuchan came out of her shock. Afterwards, the duo once again turned the topic back to Mukid. After some drastic ideological struggle, Yang Yuchan finally said with a clench of her teeth, "That's a good girl for not leaving you behind in a dangerous situation like that. Instead, they chose to sacrifice themselves. Well, Let's just say she's barely accepted. Then, seeing his own mother so considerate of herself, Yang Bai said solemnly to her, "Don't worry, my lady, all the others are just concubines. You're the only one who's married to me." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's cheeks blushed slightly and smiled sweetly. With that, the sacred origin peak instantly became full of spring. The two looked at each other with eyes that grew hotter and hotter. In the distant streets of Immortal City, a coachman was driving a blazing horse, and sitting in front of the carriage, there was also a whipcord in his hand, which he lashed hard against the rump of the blazing horse in front of him. Giddy up. After rushing for a while, the blazing horse was too tired to run, and lay motionless on the ground. The coachman was also tired and sat down on the side of the road to rest. After a flurry of rumination, the two of them walked out from above the sacred source peak one after another. Only Yang Yuchan's pretty face at this time looked even more flushed than usual. Lu Linger, who was standing on top of the mountainside, was waiting anxiously at this moment. Panicked eyes still flicked up to the top of the hill every now and then. After seeing Yang Yuchan walking down from the top of the mountain on Yang Bai's arm, Neisan rushed forward to greet the duo. "Linger, from now on, you'll be the second youngest grandmother of my Yang family." Without waiting for Neisan to speak, Yang Yuchan took the lead. Before that, she had spoken with Yang Bai. Linger, that girl was initially in the Yang family in the form of a woman passing through the door. No matter what, the second lady must be Lu Linger. Seeing that he couldn't argue with her, Yang Bai could only agree in the end. "The big deal is that I'll go talk to Keed's girl afterward. I believe that with that girl's nature, she will definitely agree." After hearing this news, Lu Linger froze in surprise. I couldn't believe that Sister Yang had actually removed the barrier and recognized her just like that. During these days in the holy land of the apocalypse, Linger deeply missed Yang Bai. Yang Yuchan had seen it all. A good girl like Linger, she was not willing to let go to another family. That's why Yang Yuchan agreed loosely. Without waiting for Neisan to react, Yang Bai, amidst an exclamation of surprise from Neisan's, reaching out, he wrapped his hand around his person's small waist. Little Duden's tiny waist was less than a handful and felt great. Just like that, Yang Bai embraced his left and right, and with a flash of his body, he returned to the top of the sacred source peak. After a day of uprooting the wind and chirping the one, the two women walked out of the hall of the sacred origin peak with flushed faces while holding each other's hands. "Young master is so bad." At this moment, Lu Linger's head was dizzy, and her pretty face was rolling hot and hot. Steam kept coming out of his head. Yang Yuchan on the side wasn't much better. Both of them were shocked by Yang Bai's bold behavior last night. The one who started it all, Yang Bai, was smilingly looking at the backs of the two women fleeing in panic. Not long afterward, the spatial passageway of the 10,000 Void Realm opened once again. Right under Yang Bai's watchful eyes, the two women led Zhou Yuan, Li Chunjun, and Li Xingyue. He stepped into the spatial passage of the 10,000 Void Realm. Chapter 116, One Finger Great Emperor Born. The terrified old ancestor Chao Yang, inside the Great Hall of Sacred Source Peak, only to see Yang Bai sitting high above the seat of honor. Aside Wujue old Taoist respectfully making tea for him. A look of flattery. An old face was even twisted and distorted with laughter. The old Taoist had personally seen the power of Yang Bai's strength before in Mufeng City. A slight thought could rip out his soul and pull it away to the unknown horrors of the cosmic abyss. All the scenes that his soul had seen in the beginning were always in his mind. "I didn't know that your excellency was coming, and I apologize for not being able to welcome you from afar in time. This tea is the enlightenment tea leaves that I have treasured for many years. It is the only one in the entire Kunlun realm." After carefully tasting the tea in his hand, Yang Bai nodded slightly in satisfaction. "Nice." He then turned his attention to his people. "My mother and little Doding have been taken care of during these years in the holy land of the apocalypse." Back in the heavenly immortal Great Hall, when Xiao Daoran was about to make things difficult for the two Yang Yuchan girls, it was also this new busy old Taoist who stepped in to protect the two women. This not so small favor, Yang Bai still remembered. Hi wherever. Those two girls are after all also disciples of old Taoist me. Your excellency is out of line. Although the words were so nice, but at this time, old Taoist Wujue kept rubbing his hands together and the cloudy eyes exploded with light. Looking at its person with a look of extreme anticipation, Yang Bai cried and laughed when he saw him in such a state. "Good old Nubizi Tao. Don't worry, I never want to owe anyone favors." After saying that, Yang Bai raised one hand slightly at Taoist Wujue. Immediately, the entire Kunlun realm as well as the Tao energy in the deep space of the universe instantly rioted. Countless fragments of Tao laws converged in a ball, and the aura boiled up in an instant, only to see the starlight carrying countless Tao Ao rhymes converging towards Yang Bai's fingertips. In this instant, the energies of the Kunlun realm as well as the surrounding universe were all mobilized by him at this time. The halo of the great Tao laws surrounded its fingertips. The next moment, The dots of starlight at his fingertips converged into a ball and shot towards Taoist Wu Jue's eyebrows. The moment the Tao starlight converged on his person's brow, countless forces of the great Tao laws were madly washing over Taoist Master Wu Jue's body. Within a short time, Taoist Master Wu Jue was wrapped in a dazzling halo of light. Within the Tao halo, his person's physical body was undergoing an astonishing metamorphosis. The blood flowing through his body had all turned into the sacred and incomparable Golden Emperor blood at this moment. Not only the physical body, but even the soul had grown a lot. At the same time, Taoist Master Wu Jue's aura was also climbing up. 4 Jacked Quasi-Emperor, 5 Jacked Quasi-Emperor, 6th Juncture Paragon, 9 Happening Paragon. The surging aura was like a flood that could not be stopped. Finally, in the great hall of the sacred source peak with a boing sound, it was as if a barrier that was difficult to cross had been broken through at that moment. Terrifying imperial might instantly filled the entire sacred origin peak. All the sacred origin peak disciples who were immersed in cultivation. At this moment, they all felt a strong pressure descending on them, as if there was a huge mountain of 10,000 pounds pressing down on them. His face was red and he couldn't breathe. Meanwhile, old ancestor Chao Yang, who was sitting in his ancestral land in a state of seclusion, violently opened his eyes the moment the emperor's might appeared. A face of incredulity looked towards the direction of sacred origin peak. This pure and extreme emperor might. It's a great emperor powerhouse. Why does this great emperor's aura seem like old man Wu Jue? Inside the great hall of sacred source peak, as the infinite golden light erupting from the body of Taoist Master Wu Jue dissipated, his breath finally stabilized. Feel the leap from the level of life and the infinite greatness that skyrocketed in his body. Taoist Master Wu Jue looked himself up and down carefully and the faint imperial might that invisibly emanated from his body seemed so unreal. Senior's great kindness, Wu Jue has no way to repay it in this life. Kneel here to thank the benefactor. In the next moment, Taoist Master Wu Jue flung himself to the ground towards Yang Bai, who was sitting on the honored seat. The usual playfulness on his face was gone, replaced by old tears and seriousness and solemnity. With Tao Master Wu Jue's talent, I'm afraid that the third tribulation paragon is the end of the line for him in this life. In the Kunlun realm, a large environment where aura was extremely thin, a quasi-emperor would already be the limit of cultivation. What are you doing? The Taoist master, as my mother's master, now kneels before my disciple's husband. Isn't that messing with seniority? Seeing this, Yang Bai felt the virtual palm of his hand and held his person up. Whoosh! A figure was as fast as lightning, appearing in the great hall like a ghost. Old man Wu Jue, it's really you. Your breath cultivation. The person who came was none other than old ancestor Chao Yang. As soon as old man Chao Yang came in, it was then that he felt the infinite imperial might emanating from Tao Master Wu Jue. Then looking at the old tearful face of his people, he was shocked on the spot and stammered for words. This is just unreal. The Kunlun realm hadn't seen a great emperor for tens of thousands of years. Now it was broken through by Tao Master Wu Jue, who had previously been a mere 3-jacked quasi-emperor. Yet the old sunrise ancestor, who had come in haste to, however, he did not notice Yang Bai, who was sitting on the seat of honor and had no fluctuation in his breath. Yang Bai's breath was completely internalized, and the terrifying aura was completely contained within him. If he didn't, with his supreme cultivation of the beginning God, even the mere reveal of a breath as small as dust would directly collapse the entire Orion galaxy. Nice! Ha ha, old Taoist, I've achieved greatness. Then, Taoist Wu Jue showed off fiercely in front of old ancestor Chao Yang and laughed loudly. All this is thanks to the benefactor. When he said that, Taoist Master Wu Jue hinted with his eyes to Yang Bai, who was sitting on the honored seat. Only after freezing for a while did old ancestor Chao Yang come out of his shock. Shocked, he followed Taoist Wu Jue's eyes and looked upwards at Yang Bai above him. The moment his eyes fell on his person, the Chao Yang old ancestor's sea of consciousness immediately shook violently, and even his soul was severely cracked. Yang Bai's aura that was as deep as an abyss came from him, like a world-dominating god. The will reigns over the universe of the heavens. Ahem. Seeing this, old ancestor Chao Yang hastily averted his gaze, and a large mouthful of blood was violently sprayed out. The feet staggered and kept falling backwards. Your honor must be the mysterious reclusive powerhouse that's been making the rounds lately. I don't know that your honor has descended to the holy land of the apocalypse. My humble servant has offended. Please forgive me. At this moment, old ancestor Chao Yang couldn't stop his body from trembling madly as he arched his hand toward Yang Bai above him. The shock inside was beyond words. Just by looking at the other party, he was severely injured. The strength of the other party could be imagined, and it was definitely not at a terrifying level that he could comprehend. At the same time, the many powerhouses who sensed the extreme imperial might of at this time, they were all coming towards the holy land of the apocalypse. Chapter 117, Deterring the Crowd. Familiarizing the hunchbacked old man. There's no need to be so nervous. Yang Bai looked at the Chaoyang old ancestor below, whose body was constantly trembling and shaking, and couldn't help but say, Taoist Master Wu Jue, who was on the side, then explained to old ancestor Chaoyang about its connection with the Holy Land of the Apocalypse. In the mind of the old ancestor of Chaoyang, he thought that Yang Bai was a Kuai hand. The opponent possessed such a terrifying mess of strength. Not long ago, the Northern Plains Aotian Pavilion was annihilated by this person with the lift of his hand. Moreover, all of the powerful people who participated in the bidding had fallen under their hands. Among them was their Grand Elder Chiao Dao Ran of the Heavenly Apocalypse Holy Land. Thus, old ancestor Chaoyang thought that Yang Bai had come to the Holy Land of the Apocalypse to look for trouble. Only after listening to Taoist Wu Jue's explanation did old ancestor Chaoyang put down the heart that had been hanging in the air, getting up and laughing in a hurry. So it is, for your ladyship to be able to come to the Holy Land of the Apocalypse to cultivate. That is a supreme honor for my Holy Land. I've long felt that the first and third saints are not to be trifled with, so it's a man of honor. Knowing that Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger were each other's Dao couples, old ancestor Chaoyang hurriedly kissed Yang Bai's ass. The old face full of wrinkles as even smiled to condense into a ball of chrysanthemums. Flattery said. As soon as these words came out, Taoist Wu Jue, who was on the side, then looked at this sacred ground ancestor with a look of contempt. I didn't realize that in order to curry favor with the other party, one could actually say such cheeky things. Seeing that Yang Bai actually turned his hand over and was able to help the third triumph quasi-emperor, Taoist Master Wu Jue, break through to the great emperor. In the face of such a thigh, how could the Chaoyang old ancestor not seize the opportunity and hurry to hug it? Meanwhile, outside the sacred source peak, it had already gathered many powerful people who had heard about it. Immortal Crane Dao Zun, Kirin Demon Zun, Luo Qing Tsong, and many other powerhouses. Not long ago, they had all felt the terrifying imperial might that had erupted in the Holy Land of the Apocalypse. That kind of pure sub-extreme emperor might was never something that a quasi-empire could unleash. That was definitely a godless might that only a great emperor powerhouse could unleash. So all of them came to find out what was going on with trepidation. After all, the Kunlun realm hadn't seen a great emperor powerhouse for tens of thousands of years. See the situation. Unable to do anything about it, old ancestor Chaoyang as well as Taoist Wu Jue respectfully bowed to Yang Bai above. His body then flickered and appeared outside the sacred origin peak. The moment Taoist Master Wu Jue appeared, the terrifying imperial might that was unintentionally emanating from his body instantly caught the attention of everyone. Gentlemen, I'm afraid it's not a good idea to come uninvited. After saying that, Dao Master Wu Jue's breath shook, and an invisible emperor's might instantly enveloped this area of heaven and earth. Under the emperor's might, the auras of all the quasi-emperors present were suppressed to death. Even the blood in his body stopped flowing, and a suffocating feeling surged through his heart. I can't believe it's him. Seeing that it was actually Dao Master Wu Jue who had broken through to the great emperor. In the hearts of the immortal Crane Dao Father, the Kirin Demon Father, and the others, waves of shock were immediately set off. How was it possible that Taoist Master Wu Jue, who was originally a three-jacked quasi-emperor, had directly broken through to a great emperor? The most stifled among them was Luo Qingtsong. He was still painstakingly waiting for the night of the blood moon in Tiannan as a way to break through to the great emperor and dominate the Kunlun realm. Who would have thought that Dao Master Wu Jue, who was only a third-jacked quasi-emperor, would suddenly break through to a great emperor at this moment? Since all of you are here, then follow this emperor in to meet with his excellency. Seeing the shocked look on their faces that was hard to hide, Taoist Master Wu Jue couldn't mention how happy he was in his heart. This wave really loaded him up. My lord? The crowd was puzzled. Not bad. The reason why this emperor was able to break through to a great emperor directly from a three-jacked quasi-imperator was all due to your lordship's means. The words are not shocking. When these words came out, everyone was surprised and stunned in place. Originally, they thought that it must have been Wu Jue, the old Nubizi Taoist, who had hidden his cultivation before. Who would have thought that this great emperor cultivation of his was a gift from others? As a result, the hearts of the crowd were all very curious about the lord that Taoist Wu Jue spoke of. Among them, the hearts of immortal Crane Dao Father, Kirin Demon Father, and Luo Qingtsong were violently stunned. A wave of unspeakable emotions rushed over them. Shouldn't. Thereupon, under the leadership of Taoist Master Wu Jue, a group of quasi-emperor powerhouses from the Kunlun realm entered the sacred origin hall. Just entered the great hall and looked around. Only in the empty hall, there was only a slender, and the young man with a slim physique sat and stood on top of the honored seat, holding a tea lightly in his hand. He sipped the tea with a calm demeanor. When they saw Yang Bai's such a young appearance, the crowd was shocked again. A terrifying powerhouse that could cast a great emperor with the lift of a hand was actually such a young man? We have met senior. Strongly suppressing the apprehension in their hearts, Immortal Crane Daozun. Several people still respectfully bowed their hands towards Yang Bai and said, "This honored one has called you all here to have a good talk with you about the matter of the elves." Putting down the tea in his hand leisurely, Yang Bai's cold gaze swept over the figures below one by one. The voice was mixed with invisible greatness, penetrating straight into the depths of the souls of the people. The divine sense was in a trance, and when they heard about the elves, the faces of the people instantly became abnormally pale. Of the many powerful men present, for the misery of the elves, all have their handiwork in one way or another. Among them, there were even quite a few strong people who couldn't withstand the pressure and directly went limp on the spot. In the next moment, the patriarchal order field instantly enveloped the entire hall. A terrifying aura filled the hall. Yang Bai's eyes flickered slightly with an intense light. Under the beginning order field, it was enough to pierce through all illusions. Only repeated traces of celestial energy surfaced on the people at the scene. A few of them were suddenly covered in green aura. That was the tip-off from the sky, that the men had a lot of elvish sense staining their hands. Seeing this, the multitude of powerful people whose bodies were covered in green aura immediately became alarmed and, pulling up his legs in a hurry, he tried to rush towards the outside of the hall. Humph! Yang Bai, who was sitting on the honored seat, narrowed his eyes slightly and then let out a cold snort. Immediately afterward, the Tao of the patriarchal order field that enveloped the surroundings flickered steeply. Those people who ran to the outside of the temple, at this time their figures instantly turned into a puddle of blood foam. Along with the soul, it was obliterated. The air was instantly filled with the rich smell of blood. Gulp! Immortal Crane Daofather, Kirin Demon Father, Luo Qing Tsong, and the rest of the crowd. At this time, they all involuntarily swallowed their saliva and secretly said in their hearts, Fortunately, there is still enough longevity. When I didn't swallow that bull ***** life extension pill, or you'll be dead today." A single movement of his mind had decapitated several quasi-emperor powerhouses. The slightest flicker of an eye can dominate the life and death of others. The rest of you listen to this honorable man. Elves, my father covers them. Understand? Yang Bai's voice that was full of dominance and majesty echoed continuously within the hall. Upon hearing this, all of them fell to the ground and violently prostrated and trembled. At your service, my lord. At this moment, everyone was overwhelmed by Yang Bai's strong and terrifying invincible strength. Meanwhile, in the 10,000 Void Realm, a shocking event had occurred. Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger, who had just descended to the 10,000 Void Realm. He came within the Tao field that the Heavenly Enlightenment Holy Land had built within the 10,000 Void Realm. The five had just arrived at the Heavenly Apocalypse Dojo when a pale old man walked towards them head-on. Only the white-haired old man, hunched over and, there was also a broken broom in his wrinkled hands. His pale hair was disheveled, and his scruff grew all over his face. The cloudy old eyes were as empty as they could be. The old man was carrying a broom at the moment and was cleaning the dojo. Yang Yuchan, who had just descended to the dojo, was not curiously surveying the surroundings at this time. Instead, his large eyes stared dead ahead at the familiar and unfamiliar old man. An invisible anger as well as sadness filled the girl's heart. Chapter 118, Old Father. It's you again. You dead old man. As soon as she descended into the dojo, Li Xinyue saw the dust that the old man swept off the floor fall onto her beautiful dress. She immediately became furious, and her undying realm aura was abruptly released. The pressure instantly pressed towards the old man. The old man was only at the refined void realm. How could he withstand the pressure of an undying realm cultivator's aura? The already stooped and old body was instantly suppressed by this strong pressure. Both of his legs fell heavily to the ground. His knees shattered and thick blood flowed out. If it weren't for the orders of the Holy Lord, as well as the old ancestor and others, this holy maiden would have sent you on your way a long time ago. Old man. Li Xinyue's beautiful eyes opened roundly, glancing at the kneeling old man with a face of extreme disgust and loathing. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan as well as Li Chunjun, both of whom were on the side, frowned slightly. Although her heart was a little resistant to this practice, she had no leisure to stop it. The two of them had still heard a little bit about this old man. For unknown reasons, he was heavily punished by the Holy Lord to come to the dojo of the 10,000 Void Realm as a handyman. Li Xinyue, stop it. Who knew that in the next second? Under the stunned gazes of Zhou Yuan and Li Purejun, Yang Yuchan, who originally stood beside them, had her eyes filled with blood, and her body's aura exploded, roared at Li Xinyue. With that, a gust of moral light slowly rose around her. With the power of the moral laws, the pressure of her aura instantly overpowered Li Xinyue, only to see a pair of giant hands transformed by spiritual energy. A palm violently slapped its person away. Li Xinyue, who flew backwards, immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood, her breath wilting. It was the first time that the Zhou Yuan duo on the side had seen the usually gentle and elegant Yang Yuchan reveal such an angry expression. Father! Immediately, Yang Yuchan hurriedly ran to Yang Tianxiong's side. Her jade hand gathered gentle spiritual power and, patting on the latter's hunched and pale back, healing his wounds. Under the detection of divine sense, the 5 organs and 6 bowels of his person were stirred up and, even the dantian was full of holes. The fact that he was still alive now was entirely due to his strong cultivation at the refined void realm. What's more, his lifespan was also just less than half a year left in the district. After sensing that he had actually suffered such a serious injury within his body, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but lightly cover her red lips with her jade hand, making it difficult to hide her inner shock and anger. Father? The two of them, Zhou Yuan and Li Purejun, noticed the way Yang Yuchan had addressed the old man just now. When they heard this address, both of them looked at its person with stunned faces. That old man was actually her father? Yang Yuchan, are you crazy? To make a sneak attack on me for the sake of an old mongrel? After toning down, Li Xinyua's face was pale and she looked at its person with a twisted face. Learning about the heavy injuries in Yang Tianxiong's body in the less than half a year of lifespan, Yang Yuchan, who was already indignant, upon hearing that she had the audacity to speak out of turn, she then took it all out on her. Only the next moment, Yang Yuchan slapped a palm across the air at her. Pa! With a loud slap sound, an invisible slap was thrown hard on Li Xinyua's face. Li Xinyua was directly and viciously jerked off by this slap. A reddish slap mark appeared all over the pretty and delicate face. Soon after, the face swelled up and half of it turned into a pig's head. Yikes! Lu Linger, who was frozen in place, only reacted now and hurriedly jogged over. Squatting on the other side of Li Tianxiong, the same pair of jade hands surrounded gentle spiritual energy, healing the person in front of him. In the moment of contact, Ni was also instantly surprised by the injuries within his body. Meanwhile, the big watery eyes were still sizing up its people from time to time. Only after a long time, under the treatment of the two women, did Li Tianxiong slowly open his eyes. After a blur of consciousness, what came into his eyes was Yang Yuchan's beautiful and delicate face. It's Cindy. How come I'm dreaming of you again, girl? After seeing Yang Yuchan in front of him, only then did his originally cloudy and empty eyes regain a trace of clarity. He then patted his head with a splitting headache and staggered slowly to his feet. Seeing this, Yang Yuchan as well as Lu Lingair hurriedly assisted his person carefully. Father, it's Cindy. It's not a dream. Cindy has finally found you. Yang Yuchan looked at her aging father in front of her with eyes full of heartache, and was speechless for a moment. Not knowing what to say, she straightaway burst into tears and hugged the father in front of her. Soon spurts of tears wetted its man's chest. Feeling the wetness at his chest, Li Tianxiong seemed to perceive that this was not a dream. So only his old, hunched body could not stop shaking. The same old tearful hands hugged its person tightly, muttering under his breath, "It's really my daughter. Not a dream. Not a dream." Ooh-hoo. Lu Linger, who was standing beside them, shed clear tears with the same difficulty. Father, quickly speak with Cindy. How exactly did you come to this 10,000 void realm? And, who did this wound to you? Is mother here too? After a long time, Yang Yuchan slowly pushed his person away and hurriedly asked at the latter. His eyes snapped to blood red as he asked about the injuries on his body, and a powerful killing intent suddenly slowly rose in the surrounding space. After hearing this, Li Tianxiong's joy of just seeing his daughter again dissipated and he became disheveled again. Thinking about the strong strength of the Apocalypse Holy Land, his heart instantly filled with infinite despair. Seemingly sensing the worry within him, Yang Yuchan hurriedly said, "Father, feel free to tell Cindy anything difficult. You have no idea. The current husband, Yang Bai's strength is invincible in the entire Kunlun realm. He's now a beginning god, an existence that completely surpasses the great emperor. He will definitely avenge his father's death." Referring to Yang Bai, he smoothly said husband. But then the thought that this was in front of her father made it a little bit so unnatural in her mind. But the thought that she was supposed to be his child bride made the strange feeling then disappear. Yang Tianxiong, who heard these words, felt very puzzled. The beginning god was clearly beyond his comprehension. It was completely beyond his cognitive scope. However, when he heard the maiden Chan call out to Yang Bai as her husband, Yang Tianxiong, the old father, felt relieved. Then the old man said with tears in his eyes, "Cindy, you're already married to that brat? Yang Yuchan has been well behaved and pleasing since she was a child. Plus she has a fresh and elegant look. Grow up to be a proper beauty." So as an old father, Yang Tianxiong thought about the girl being able to marry that brat. Once upon a time, Yang Bai was debauched and unruly, just like a playboy. So before he left, he was very uneasy about Yang Bai. So he explained that the good girl would take care of him. Since then, Yang Yuchan has been Yang Bai's housekeeper plus a child bride. Chapter 119, Past Events. In a fit of rage, I am married to my husband. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan hurriedly blushed in shame and replied as if she were a mosquito. Haha, the fortune of my old Yang family. Pity. My father can't personally witness you tying the knot. After receiving an affirmative answer, the originally depressed Yang Tianxiong burst into joyful laughter. Father, you haven't told Cindy about you? Who the hell hurt you like that? Husband and I will definitely help you take revenge. Please believe that husband and I have the strength to do so. After saying that, Yang Yuchan hastily demonstrated her cultivation nowadays. With that, her undying realm cultivation was abruptly released. A terrifying undying realm pressure enveloped the four directions. A halo of moral light surrounded his body. After the undying realm's aura was released, Zhou Yuan, Li Purejun as well as Li Xinyue all looked at his person with a surprised expression. Wasn't it the Wanxiang realm before? Is she still hiding her strength? Yang Yuchan, who possessed the Xianling immortal body, breaking through the realm was as simple as drinking water. The Xianling immortal body was a powerful physique even if it was placed in the entire heavenly universe. That's Yang Bai, who was still a creator god back then. The Xianling immortal body that was forged using a drop of essence blood in his body. A drop of the creator god's blood. How terrifying is its power? A mere drop of essence blood could directly collapse the entire Hongmeng universe. A creation god was an invincible existence in the heavenly universe. The co-exaltation of the heavens that rule hundreds of millions of universes. The master of countless living universes. In the trillions of worlds of the heavenly universe, not even a few creation gods had been born. The previous Yang Yuchan was deliberately suppressing the terrifying speed of her cultivation. If she were to completely let go of the Xianling immortal body's cultivation speed, I'm afraid that she would become a saint in 1 year. 3 years of greatness is not a problem, but if this is done, then there would be quite a few obstacles to the later realms of heavenly fate, reincarnation, and transcendence. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Yang Yuchan, Yang Tianxiong also looked at her in disbelief. Under the enhancement of the moral laws as well as the Xianling immortal body, her aura was comparable to that of a lotus saint. Immediately afterward, with some persuasion from her, Yang Tianxiong told all that had happened back then. Turns out it was back in the day. Yang Bai's mother, Lin Yining, as the holy maiden of the holy land of the apocalypse. Once when he was chased by his enemies outside, all the protectors around him were secretly wiped out. So Lin Yining fled all the way to the eastern wasteland and arrived outside Mufeng City. I ran into Li Tianxiong who was out and about. The follow-up is also a classic as always. No more watered down words here. The two then gave birth to Yang Bai, as the holy maiden of the holy land of the apocalypse plus the daughter of the holy lord of the apocalypse. Recovering from her injuries, Lin Yining knew that this matter must not be learned by the old codgers within the Holy Land. Due to the huge gap between the two men's identities, in order to preserve the father, son and daughter, she decisively chose to leave and return to the Holy Land. However, after a few more years, seeing that Yang Bai as well as Yang Yuchan had also grown up and could support themselves, Yang Tianxiong, who has been thinking about Lin Yining, so too, he sought the direction of the southern border all the way to the Holy Land of the Apocalypse. However, after learning the news, the Holy Lord of the Apocalypse as well as the Chaoyang Old Ancestor were instantly enraged. Originally, the Holy Maiden was preparing for a marriage with the Dragon Sacred Land. Who knew that Lin Yining would suddenly come up with this? This immediately infuriated the two Sacred Grounds power holders. The Apocalypse Holy Land had been friends with the Dragon Totem Holy Land for generations. Old Ancestor Chaoyang was even a master and brother to immortal Cranedao Father. So in order to stabilize the relationship between the two Holy Lands, a marriage was chosen. However, Lin Yining is, nay, no matter how much the Chaoyang Old Ancestor do oppressed, she would rather die than let go of her words. In a fit of anger, Old Ancestor Chaoyang ordered her to be banished from the 10,000 Void Realm. Who knew that just at this moment, Yang Tianxiong found his way up alone. When the Chaoyang Old Ancestor who was in a rage learned of this, he directly struck out at Yang Tianxiong without regard to his status. The 8th Tribulation Paragon's Chaoyang Old Ancestor had shattered all of his organs and bowels with just a single breath pressure, and it also directly shattered his dantian and sent him into the 10,000 Void Realm with it. Become a handyman there and clean the dojo. Afterwards, in any case, the Holy Lord of the Apocalypse, who was his father-in-law, out of intolerance, after all, it's his son-in-law. Immediately afterward, he secretly concealed from Old Ancestor Chaoyang and recast the dantian for Li Tianxiong. After learning all the causes and consequences of the matter, Yang Yuchan was immediately filled with righteous indignation. Behind her, Lu Linger, a little ninny, also frowned slightly with a cute frown. Angry face reddened. Don't worry, father, I'm afraid that the present husband has learned of the matter and he will do us justice. Aha, that's it. Young master will definitely kick the dead old man's ass when he finds out. Lu Linger on the side also couldn't help but raise her small hand slightly in agreement. Having heard that, Yang Tianxiong couldn't help but look up and down with curious eyes at this naive and petite ninny standing behind Yang Yuchan. What about this little ninny who always brought him such an unusual feeling? Lu Linger, who was held in his gaze, only then realized that she had just been too excited. In an instant, he was embarrassed into a big red face. And this is? Facing Yang Tianxiong's inquiry, Yang Yuchan had no choice but to answer truthfully. That's actually what husbands. All the meaning is in the absence of words. When these words came out, Yang Tianxiong also looked at her with a surprised expression. Cindy, you are spoiling that brat. Do you mind? Given what he knew about his people's strong nature, this shouldn't be. With husband's strength nowadays, it would be difficult for Cindy alone to tie him down. All right, father, let's talk about catching up later. Let's save mother first. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianxiong nodded heavily. With that, he led Yang Yuchan forward to rescue Lin Yining. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yuan as well as the duo of Li Chunjun, who had been watching from the side just now, stood out and asked at this moment, the first holy maiden is gone, so the competition for the heavenly Dao Law fragment of our heavenly enlightenment holy land. Before he could finish his words, Yang Yuchan directly interrupted him. Don't call me the first holy maiden from now on. The holy land treated my father like this. Humph, help yourselves. Before Yang Yuchan left, she fiercely scraped a glance at Li Xinyue who was standing at the corner. Immediately afterward, an invisible and powerful soul force erupted from her divine sense. The invisible soul force pierced directly towards its person. Being at the same imperishable realm, Yang Yuchan completely crushed his people. Li Xinyue, who had already suffered a heavy blow, was unable to dodge in time under this sudden strike. It was directly pierced through instantly by that strong soul force. The hollow, cold body fell headlong. As early as the moment she struck out at Yang Tianxiong, she was sentenced to death in Yang Yuchan's heart. However, in the Kunlun realm, the moment Yang Yuchan and the others descended into the 10,000 void realm and saw Yang Tianxiong, Yang Bai then pierced through all the heavenly chances over there. After learning all about what happened, Yang Bai, who was seated on his honored seat, a shocking bloodshot aura flashed through his eyes. At the same time in the deep space of the universe, as a result of Yang Bai's anger, countless light years away, instantly, a terrifying energy storm nebula coalesced. Countless stars collapsed in an instant. Chapter 120, wiping out with the lift of a hand. 18 levels of hell. Rumble. Under Yang Bai's anger, not only the Kunlun realm, but the entire illusory heavenly star river was trembling non-stop. The countless Dao laws in the deep space of the universe all began to boil at this moment. Inside the great hall of Sacred Origin Peak, the entire Kunlun realm was shaking non-stop, and everyone was stunned by the sudden vibration. Immediately afterward, they felt a heaven and earth pressure descend. Under that terrifying pressure, it was as if the surrounding space and time had stood still at that moment. Next moment, old ancestor Chao Yang, who was standing in the crowd, then felt a gaze that gave him the creeps towards him, only to see Yang Bai, who was seated on the honored seat, promptly retract the mighty pressure that had been emitted. The tiger's eyes stared deathly at the Chaoyang old ancestor below, and his divine thoughts moved slightly. The Chaoyang old ancestor below was immediately choked by an invisible pair of large spiritual hands around his neck. Without knowing it, he was carried straight up into the air. Big. Duh. My lord. Why is this? The intense feeling of suffocation caused old ancestor Chaoyang's face to turn red with suffocation, and his eyes rolled upwards slightly. Toward Yang Bai. He opened his mouth with difficulty and inquired. Humph. Yang Bai looked at its person with a cold expression. The eyes filled with blood red, and a chilling killing intent instantly filled the hall. Substantial killing intent terrified the crowd present. Inside, they're all very confused. They were fine a second ago. How is it that the next moment you're full of murderous intent? Only a slight movement of Yang Bai's intention was seen, and a strong soul fluctuation erupted from within him. The terrifying power of the soul swept up a ripple of space, and the infernal world, the otherworldly space and time were all torn apart. With a speed that transcended space and time, it rushed straight at the Chaoyang old ancestor. A mere quasi-emperor was like an insignificant wisp of dust in front of the supreme patriarchal god. The slightest breath of air can annihilate it. Amidst the infinite horror of the crowd, old ancestor Chaoyang fell headfirst to the ground with empty eyes. The bodies that fell to the ground were then burned to ashes by an invisible and terrifying flame. A generation of 8 jacked quasi-emperors, just like that, left nothing behind and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. But that's not all. Yang Bai in the next moment sent down a projection to the Hell Realm, which was hundreds of millions of amazing days away. The Hell Realm was the place in charge of the dead spirits of the Hongmeng universe. It is not part of the real world in the strictest sense of the word. Living beings who die in the real world are transformed into dead spirits after their death and descend into the Hell Realm. At the entrance of the Hell Realm, The recently deceased old sunrise ancestor descended into the hell realm. The black and white irregulars are responsible for picking up the new arrivals of the dead. However, before he had time to watch and survey the environment of the hell realm, a mysterious projection of power appeared in front of him immediately afterward. Upon seeing the face of that projection, old ancestor Chayan was scared out of his wits. Daring. A living being dares to break into the hell realm. Seeing this, the black and white irregulars who had come to receive the dead spirit hurriedly yelled out to Yang Bai. However, Yang Bai was oblivious to them, and with a single move, he lifted the Chaoyang old ancestor with one hand and, with a flash of his body, he arrived at the 18 layers of hell that the 10 great Yama monarchs were in charge of. On his way out, he didn't forget to cast a cold gaze toward the black and white irregulars, the black and white invincibles. At the sight of that face which they could never forget, it was dumbfounded in place on the spot. Not good. How did that plague god come to my hell realm again? Let's quickly inform the 4 supreme beings, shall we? Black Impermanence offered. Inform a DNN that plague god is here. It's the same to inform anyone. Let's just do our part. That kind of existence is not something we can touch. After hearing Black Impermanence's words, White Impermanence hastily glanced at him. Was that an existence that the two of them tiny impermanence could deal with? When he thought about it, Yang Bai was a terrifying existence that could even break the chaos wall hard. In a blink of an eye, Yang Bai carried old man Xiaoyan to the last layer of the 18 layers of hell. He then subsequently dropped its people. The 10 great Yama lords all listen. No one is to let this person out without this god's order. Of course, this god won't allow him to die either. The 10 of you give this god a good look at the people. If he were to die, there would be no need for this hell realm to exist. After saying that, Yang Bai's projection instantly disappeared in place. Only his voice filled with domineering majesty was still left to echo throughout the hell realm. The voice was also laced with the unique patriarchal pressure of his patriarchal god. Every dead spirit in any hellish realm listens. All of them couldn't help but want to worship and place in the direction of the voice. After hearing this, the 10 great Yama monarchs who were in the 18 layers of hell couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths viciously. Although he was very unhappy in his heart, he was in the way of the strength of the other parties. They still forcefully suppressed the burning anger in their hearts. After all, when the hell realm gathered the strength of the entire realm, it ultimately didn't even hurt a single hair on his head. Not even the corners of the other man's coat were blown up. The 18 layers of hell in the hell realm are specifically used by the hell realm to imprison some of the most vicious people, stay inside and be subjected to excruciating and unparalleled torture on a daily basis. Legend had it that on the 18th floor, there was an overwhelming transcendence realm powerhouse imprisoned. And now, Yang Bai was casually throwing down the Chaoyang old ancestor, who was a mere 8th happening quasi-emperor. Even the 10 great Yen monarchs couldn't help but silently cry out for him in their hearts. That kind of torture, even the 10 of them felt horrible. On the other hand, the 10,000 Void Realm, under Yang Tianxiang's leadership, Yang Yuchan and the others quickly arrived at the place where Lin Yining was being held, only to see that there was a huge energy boundary standing right in front of them. In the midst of the boundary, there was a woman with an exquisitely beautiful but haggard-looking appearance. Yining, mother! Seeing this, Yang Tianxiang as well as Yang Yuchan hurriedly walked to the boundary and shouted. After being exiled to the 10,000 Void Realm, Yang Tianxiang hadn't been able to see her a few times. He had been guarded by a few disciples of the Apocalypse Holy Land who were here. Now that he sees his lover again, Yang Tianxiang can't help but burst into old tears. In the boundary, Lin Yining, who heard the shouts, sat up in a hurry. The moment he saw Yang Yuchan as well as Yang Tianxiang, his eyes were filled with surprise. Tenio, and Cindy, is it really you? Cindy. Lin Yining couldn't believe the Yang Yuchan standing in front of her. The three were separated by a boundary and watched each other. It's me. Mother, take it easy for now. Cindy will get you out now. Immediately afterward, Yang Yuchan's body was filled with a great aura, and the terrifying power of the moral laws rose. The moral halo climbed. Immediately after that, she drew the vegetarian jade lady sword at her waist, enhanced by the power of the moral law. The power of the unleashed soothing jade maiden sword technique was instantly stronger by an unknown number of times. The terrifying sword light landed on top of the boundary. Bang! The collision of the two instantly caused some vibrations around them. Only a ripple was seen in the boundary. This was the full force strike unleashed by Yang Yuchan, and it was already enough to compare to the full force strike of the first Lotus Saint. But even so, it still couldn't shake the boundary in the slightest. Chapter 121, Final Recognition. Xiao Qingji, poor little girl. Seeing this, Lin Yining, who was in the boundary, but shook her head slightly. With a pleased face, he smiled gently towards Yang Yuchan. Don't try it. It won't work. This is a boundary laid down by the hand of the 8th juncture quasi-emperor's Chaoyang old ancestor. Cindy is so strong now. Mother is happy enough to see you all again. Right. How did you find your way here, Cindy? It's not like you were captured, is it? As soon as he said this, Lin Yining's complexion instantly became nonchalant. A panicked face looked at its person. Seeing that the boundary could not be broken, Yang Yuchan was not annoyed. She then went into detail with Lin Yining about all of this. Listening to Yang Yuchan talking about Yang Bai becoming some kind of patriarchal god, invincible to the Hongmeng universe and so on. Listening to Lin Yining was confusing. However, right at this moment, the space beside them was suddenly torn open with a spatial crack. Immediately afterward, an invisible light came out from the spatial crack, only to see that the hardened boundary was shattered in the next second, and the boundary was instantly in pieces. The seal fragments were scattered all over the place. It's the husband coming. Young master is here. Yang Yuchan as well as Lu Linger, who were on the side, hurriedly exclaimed when they saw this. So under the rather surprised gazes of Yang Tianxiong as well as Lin Yining, Yang Bai's slender and slim figure slowly took a step out of the crack. Upon seeing his familiar boyish face, Lin Yining could no longer suppress the thoughts in her heart. One rushed at its person, holding Yang Bai into his arms. His mouth still kept saying, "It's Whitey, my white." Yang Bai just had a stunned look on his face as she held him in her arms. As a traveler, he didn't have much affection in his heart for the parents in front of him. What's more, they had left since they were young and had always been dependent on Yang Yuchan. After a long time, Yang Bai also gently broke free. "Mother and father, that what's-his-name old sunrise ancestor has been beheaded by me. As long as you guys open your mouths, I'll level the entire apocalypse Holy Land for you as well." When these words came out, Lin Yining as well as Yang Tianxiong were shocked. Suddenly, he felt that this Yang Bai in front of him was very strange. Old ancestor Chaoyan was a hallowed quasi-emperor powerhouse. It was even the second strongest person in the southern border. In their eyes, this was definitely a supreme giant existence. Whitey, this. For a while, Lin Yining was actually speechless. After the family of four was reunited, Yang Bai then took them back to the Kunlun realm. He only saw him gently wave his one hand, and a wave of spatial fluctuation was set off. In the next moment, their figures returned to the sacred Origin Peak Great Hall. Taoist Master Wujue, who was stomping his feet back and forth anxiously in the main hall, rushed forward as soon as he saw Yang Bai return. After Yang Yuchan as well as Lu Linger explained it, it was only then that Taoist Wujue realized what had happened. Understanding why Yang Bai would suddenly make a blatant attack on the Chaoyang old ancestor. "Master, this time we came back Linger and I came to say goodbye to you. This saintly apprentice will not do." After the two women had said goodbye to the Taoist Master Wujue, Yang Bai then prepared to take them back to Mufeng City. Yet just then, he suddenly detected a familiar figure not far ahead of him flying towards his direction at great speed. "Ha! It's her! How did she get back to the Kunlun realm?" It was only seen in the distance of the Holy Land of the Apocalypse. A white shadow quickly cut through the sky, its figure as fast as lightning. Space rippled along the way. Behind the white shadow, there were three silhouette figures rapidly chasing towards her. "Will you guys stop chasing me? I've already told you, I'm not a heavenly demon." Xiao Qingji looked at the three people in hot pursuit behind her with an aggrieved expression. Right at the beginning, Xiao Qingji had managed to come to the Kunlun realm through the spatial tunnel. Seeing that the sacred demon emperor as well as the Lu Jirua duo were late in arriving, after that she waited for a long time afterward, and only then did she realize that the space tunnel had been sabotaged. She had no choice but to walk out of the 100,000 mountains alone, seeking the scent of the original, all the way to Mufeng City. After that, she kept wandering around in Mufeng City, relying on her doggy nose. She sniffed the scent all the way, always thinking of her heart's Argo Yang Bai, having been to every place he's ever been. Revisit the place where the two had first met and recognized each other at that time, the Enrique. Finally she came back to the small pharmacy of Yang Bai. The second time the two met was in this tiny courtyard. When I think of the embarrassing incident that happened between the two of them in the yard in the first place, a flush would well up on Xiao Qingji's white and smooth pretty face. Every time she thought of that incident, Ni couldn't help but spit lightly. Afterwards, he has seen Yang Bai resurrect her mother, Lu Jirua, by lifting his brush. And then later on, the Hellbound War. Instead of a great battle, it was more like how Yang Bai crushed the entire Hell realm all by himself. Bring back Jiru Lu strongly. After all these amazing and unbelievable things, the young girl's heart was then completely filled with Yang Bai's figure. After Yang Bai left he even sat on the edge of the cliff every day, propping up his little head with one hand, looking at the bright stars of the deep space of the universe, thinking of the awe in his heart. The pharmacy hadn't been inhabited for several years, and dust and ashes fell all over the floor. So the little girl hastily rolled up her little sleeves and cleaned the medicine store inside and out. She then found the gracious bench again and looked at it with a wistful expression. "Where are you now? Ago?" The little girl after that stayed in the medicine store for several months, waiting for Yang Bai to come back. So that you can pour out your inner feelings with him. Yet it was not long ago that Xiao Qingji, who had been living within the medicine store, but suddenly welcomed 3 uninvited guests. Only 3 men with trays in their hands suddenly burst in. See, I told you that my magic treasure is fine. There really is a heavenly demon here, and such a beautiful sky demon. A person next to him hurriedly added after seeing Xiao Qingji's delicate and playful little face. A head of long, silver-white hair, winning the snow, and a lovely little horn on the head of the cicatrix. It further reflects the unique temperament of the young girl. The 3 of them had never seen such a beautiful heavenly demon before, and their mouths went dry at the sight. Since the end of the great battle between the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range and the Heavenly Devil, all of the superb forces in the Kunlun realm issued bounties on the Heavenly Devil. Anyone who captured a heavenly demon could trade to them for top-grade magic treasures and pills. So quite a few cultivators ran towards this, looking for leaks in various parts of the Kunlun realm. The 3 brothers came from the western desert, and by relying on the compass in their hands they were able to sense the presence of the Heavenly Devil. Along the way, he searched and found Xiao Qingji, who was in the pharmacy. Without saying a word, the 3 of them rushed to attack Xiao Qingji. The 3 of them were all high-ranking paragon saints. Xiao Qingji, on the other hand, only had the cultivation of a mid-stage paragon. As the daughter of the Holy Demon Emperor, reaching the middle rank of associate saint at only 20 years of age, that's already considered a gift. But even so, she could only flee in a sorry state in the face of 3 high-ranking paragon saints. She even escaped all the way to the Holy Land of the Apocalypse by relying on the life-preserving magic treasure given to her by the Holy Demon Emperor. Chapter 122 Large-Scale Cultivation Ground. Panicked Saint Demon Emperor. Status, 429 from https://bkuj. tw/book/2792301/840966625. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. No text content. Chapter 123 Acceptance. Just as the Holy Demon Emperor was about to forcefully pull Xiao Qingji away, Yang Yuchan, who was on the side, chided out. Stop, can't you hear that Sister Qingji doesn't want to go? The anxious Saint Demon Emperor couldn't stay here for a moment. Now I just want to take my daughter and leave quickly. At this moment, hearing a girl doll aside who dared to wail at him, the Holy Demon Emperor was already harboring a fire in his heart and was worried about where to release it. With that, he vented all the anger in his heart on her. Ha ha, little girl doll, how dare you yell at this emperor? Do you know who this emperor is? The slightest flick of my emperor's fingers can turn you into dust. When these words came out, Xiao Qingji, who had been pulled hard in his hands, was shocked. Hurriedly, he tried to cover his person's mouth with his jade hand. Nay, but it was brushed aside by the Holy Devil Emperor with one hand. My daughter, don't stop me. My father has traveled so far in the wind and dust, and he's burning up in his heart. Let me get it out of my system. Yang Yuchan, who was opposite him, was also slightly stunned when she heard this. A bad smile then appeared on the delicate and pretty face. Oh yeah? The Great One is able to do it. But my husband can do the same, and destroy you with a flick. The Holy Demon Emperor who heard this was infuriated and laughed. The girl doll is still bragging. I'm laughing my ass off. Then why don't you let that husband of yours try? Ha ha. Watching my own father bounce back and forth on the brink of death. Looking again at Yang Bai, who had been silent next to him, Xiao Qingji inwardly silently mourned for him. What a joke. A mere Kunlun realm cultivator, and snapping his fingers to exterminate him. A great emperor. People didn't know that they thought his husband was an adult. Bad. It's a big game. When the Holy Demon Emperor thought of this possibility, a boundless chill enveloped him. Overshadowed by anger, he sort of overplayed his hand. Looking ahead, Yang Yuchan gave him a bad smile, only to see the sacred Demon Emperor slowly twist his head with difficulty and look at Yang Bai who had been silent beside him. Dare I ask this girl, your husband is? Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's 2 eyes curved as she reached out and pointed towards Yang Bai in the distance. Just now, listening to the great emperor's words, you are going to test the strength of my father? Why don't? Let's have a fight. Saying that, Yang Bai slowly walked towards his people. Seeing this scene, the Holy Demon Emperor was instantly stunned and shivered. Alright, I will stop scaring my father. Xiao Qingji, who was on the side, finally couldn't stand it any longer and hurriedly stood up to defend her father. Haha well, holy devil dude, all in fun. Yang Bai was also looking at his people with a bad smile on his face at this time. With these words, the Holy Demon Emperor finally let out a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. This maneuver of theirs really took him by surprise. Immediately afterward, the Holy Devil Emperor was explained by Yang Yuchan. He explained to the former all about the last Heavenly Soul Mountain Range Heavenly Demon invasion. After learning the truth, the Holy Demon Emperor finally put his hanging heart down. Qingji is gone. since it's all over, we should go back too. The holy demon emperor urged Xiao Qingji from the side. Yet the young girl didn't want to go back so soon. After all, she still wanted to be with her A. How could the holy demon emperor not know what was in the mind of this foolish daughter of hers? When Yang Bai left, he had seen his formerly heartless daughter teared up day and night, sitting alone on the edge of the cliff, looking up at the stars, with someone in mind. However, the holy demon emperor was also clear that he already had a proper wife. So Xiao Qingji took 3 steps forward and 1 step back, under the strong pull of the holy devil emperor. With a look of fondness, he looked back at Yang Bai. Seeing this scene, Yang Bai was also quite helpless. After all, with his own mother here, it was unlikely that it would be like the last time the elves were here. This quirky, elfin little girl is still quite delightful. And again, when he was in the medicine store and the Xianle pavilion, he was the one who touched people's breasts first. Yang Yuchan, who had learned of all this, was now biting her red lips lightly with her white teeth. Sister Qingji, wait, before the husband did this to you, though you had no intention of doing so, but my sister's chastity is the truth. All sisters can stay. Seeing that Yang Yuchan had acknowledged her, Xiao Qingji froze slightly, unable to believe what she had heard in her ears. Is sister really willing? Yang Yuchan nodded heavily. Seeing this, Xiao Qingji shook off the holy demon emperor's hand and trotted to his person. Intimately, he took her jade hand. Sister is wonderful. Yeah, it's so nice of you, ma'am. Yang Bai, who was on the side, also followed and chimed in. However, what he drew was Yang Yuchan's cold, vicious gaze. Thus, the two women took each other by the hand and flew all the way back to Mufeng City, talking and laughing along the way. Yang Yuchan and Xiao Qingji talked about how she controlled Yang Bai. Xiao Qingji, on the other hand, was talking to her about all the things she had encountered with Yang Bai back then. Seeing the two women leave, in his heart, the holy demon emperor was of course a million times happy to see his own daughter united with Yang Bai. Wouldn't that be the same as completely embracing Yang Bai's thick and unimaginable thigh? With this relationship with Yang Bai, in the future, the Orion Galaxy, or even the entire illusory Sky Star River, who else dares to hit his heavenly demon realm? He had heard it from his daughter and his wife at first. It was Yang Bai who killed all the way to the Hell Realm with Xiao Qingji alone. Even more so, one person killed through the entire Hell Realm. Even the 4 supreme emperors of the Hell Realm of the Transcendent Mighty, Emperor Fengdu and Empress Ho Tu, were not a match for him. Even Transcendent Realm powerhouses were no match for him. So I'm afraid that his cultivation was that of a Supreme Tao ancestor. His sacred demon emperor's son-in-law was actually a Supreme Tao ancestor. Just thinking about this, the holy demon emperor couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. That lord, I'll return to the heavenly demon realm first if there's nothing else. Slow. The Kunlun realm can be hundreds of eons away from the heavenly demon realm. I don't know how long it will take for old father-in-law to fly back like this. I'll see you off. After he said that, he only saw Yang Bai waving his one hand. In the next moment, the holy demon emperor disappeared, his figure appearing in the outer space of the heavenly demon realm. He was once again shocked by Yang Bai's methods. A single wave of the hand could send him hundreds of eons away. This kind of divine ability was not something that he, a mere great emperor, could comprehend. After doing this, Yang Bai also flickered and disappeared in place. In the next second, he was back inside Mufeng City's medicine store, only to see that within the small courtyard, there was a silhouette waiting for him to return at that moment. Mother! Yang Bai gently called out to the Qian Yin in front of him. Upon hearing the voice, Yang Yuchan twisted her body and in the next moment, she fell into Yang Bai's arms. Yang Bai looked at the beautiful person in his arms with a smile. Yang Yuchan in her arms thought that during this period of time he had taken in 3 concubines in a row, and was momentarily angry. The white teeth gently bit on top of his man's arm, and his eyes said grudgingly, "Husband, you must remember, no matter what, I am your only married wife. All concubines. I know that." Yang Bai sniffed and hastily took over her words, then slightly bent his head to block the red lips of the beautiful person in his arms, to soothe her heart. Ooh-hoo. Chapter 124, Supreme Tao Ancestor Crossing the Small Era Tribulation. The true spirit Tao Ancestor is now present. Great Luo Heavenly Ancestor. Mufeng City, inside the small courtyard of the medicine store. Yang Bai is lying peacefully on the bench. There was also a small, delicate figure lying on top of her. Only Xiao Qingji was like a small wildcat, lying peacefully on its person's chest. There was a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. During this period of time, the little girl was quite fed up with Yang Bai. All day long, he hated to hang on to the ladder. In front of the courtyard door, Lu Linger, the little ninny, saw the scene and immediately slapped a small face. Cheeks puffed up and cute little mouths pouted high. It was like a little aggravated look, which made people think it was very cute at first glance. Young master is really too much. And that one who doesn't know how to be shy. She just sticks to young master all day long. Looking at Xiao Qingji in front of her, who had taken away her young master, the little ninny instantly exploded and, big watery eyes stared at its person. That position was originally hers. Now that it was actually snatched away by white hair, how could she not be angry? Young master too. When you have white hair, you forget about little doubting. Humph, all bad eggs. The more Lu Linger thought about it, the more angry she became, and then she turned away without seeing her eyes. Ouch, who is it? Just as the little ninny had turned behind her, her dopey head bumped into a firm chest. The already exasperated little ninny looked up at this moment with wide eyes and her hands covering her forehead. What? Don't even recognize the young master? Poof. Seeing that it was Yang Bai, Lu Linger was sulking and hurriedly turned her head away from him. What's wrong with little doubting? Why are you angry with young master? Young master doesn't know what makes Linger angry. Young master spends all day with that white hair. He doesn't even care about Linger. As soon as these words came out, Yang Bai was instantly delighted and laughed. Neisan has this cute look of exasperation. He couldn't help but reach out his big hand to give its pink and baby fat little cheeks a good pinch. Immediately afterward, in the midst of Neisan's exclamation of surprise, Yang Bai directly carried Neisan on his shoulders. Ignoring the little pink fists raining down behind him, he strides towards the room. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. This year Yang Bai had a pretty good time. It's just a little busy at night. Take care of this and that can't be left behind. This period of time down the road, Yang Bai's entire body had turned bad. At the moment he was lying on top of a bench with nothing to do, just as he was leisurely sunbathing and napping. Suddenly a hint of space calling was felt. With that, he sat up in a hurry and looked in the direction of the trace of sensation. The eyes exploded with the supreme greatness of the patriarchal god. The eyes suddenly pierced through countless hours of space and time. The entire Hongmeng universe was as small as dust in its eyes. At the same time, the supreme star realm, which was hundreds of millions of Jingtian days away from the Kunlun realm. At this moment, outside the supreme divine hall, a large number of strong people were converging, coming from all star realms. Only in the deep space of the universe in the distance, the imposing supreme Taoist ancestor, with his Taoist robes flowing, every single part of his body exuded a terrifying and incomparable aura. Even around him, the cosmic space was extremely distorted. Many powerful people gathered here. Even the remaining 9 great ancestors were all gathered here. Today, the supreme Taoist ancestor was about to cross his first small era tribulation, the minor epical calamity for the cultivators of the Hongmeng universe. It's always been a knife hanging over their heads, a heaven and earth calamity that no one can possibly avoid. Once a cultivator reaches 500,000 years of, it will surely be met with this calamity. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the minor epical hijacking is the death of all. Looking at the entire Hongmeng universe, those who have successfully survived the small era tribulation, I'm afraid it's not even more than a handful. Among the 10 Tao ancestors, it was the great Luo heavenly ancestor who had lived the longest, and his seniority was also the highest in the room. Legend has it that his strength has long since reached the peak of the supreme Tao ancestor, a terrifying existence with half a foot in the true spirit Tao ancestor. On top of the supreme divine hall stood an old man with white hair, a kindly look, a large pale hand caressing an equally pale beard. His eyes gazed at the supreme Tao ancestor who stood in front of him with an imposing appearance. Behind it stood a well-behaved porter. This old man who appeared to be unimpressive on the surface was none other than the mighty Deluotian, the strongest person recognized in the Hongmeng universe, ranked first among the 10 strongest. It was also the existence of the oldest antiquity of the Hongmeng universe. It was rumored that this old man had lived for nearly 1,000,000 years. During that time, it even survived 2 minor epical calamities. Of the 10 great Tao ancestors in the Hongmeng universe, he was the only one who had successfully survived 2 minor epical calamities. There was also a Long Yuan Tao ancestor who had survived a minor era calamity. Having survived 2 lesser era tribulations, the strength of the great Luo heaven was terrifying to the extreme. No one has ever seen his true strength. Lord Zunzu, do you think the Supreme Tao Father will be able to successfully survive this little era tribulation? If he crosses over, then Supreme Tao Ancestor will leap to become the first person after you and Long Yuan Tao Ancestor. The porter standing behind him stared with big, watery eyes and, looking toward the imposing Supreme Tao Ancestor in the distance, he curiously asked De Luo Tian. Upon hearing this, the great Luo heaven did not say anything, but only smiled faintly. The old man's look carried a bit of spontaneity that saw through the world. Slightly caressing his pale beard, his eyes never moved away from the Supreme Tao Ancestor since the beginning. Whether or not you can get through it, it's all actually predestined in the underworld. You must remember, as long as one remains within the Tao, then no one can escape their destiny. The porter behind him stammered against his lips in seeming understanding. Then, according to Zunzu's words, Zunzu was able to survive 3 minor epical tribulations. So it's all predestined? Nice. Dailoshan said with a sprightly smile. The world only knew that he, the great Luo heavenly ancestor, had survived 2 minor era calamities. Actually, no. Just a few months ago, within the Dala sky, he hid from the world that God managed to get through the 3rd minor era tribulation without realizing it. His cultivation strength followed him to true spirit Taoist ancestor. Become the first person in the Hongmeng universe in the true sense of the word, true spirit Taoist ancestor. Putting it in the universe of the heavens, although it couldn't be said to be a first-tier powerhouse, it was definitely counted as a party hegemon. Reaching true spirit Tao ancestor, the level of life once again took a leap. It was already possible to initially manage to resist the assault of the laws of origin and the power of chaos, but it can't do it to the extent of ignoring the laws of origin, and if it stays in the outer chaos for too long, in the end, it would also be obliterated by the terrifyingly manic destructive power contained in the laws of origin. This small era tribulation must be one that his supreme old man can't get through. Hearing this, the porter opened his mouth in surprise. The supreme Tao ancestor is in control of the entire 72 supreme laws. Hey, can't even get through this small era tribulation? At this moment, the great Luo heaven finally withdrew his gaze that was resting on the supreme Tao ancestor and slowly turned around. A large hand gently patted the porter's small head. A trace of the terrifying power of fate flashed through his eyes without trace. Deep and mysterious. Chapter 125, The Terror of the Small Era Calamity. Status, 429 from https://bkuj. tw/book/2792301/840966628. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. No text content. Chapter 126, Repelling the Thunder Tribulation with a Sound. Shocked Supreme Tao Ancestor. Rumble. The thunderclouds remained unbroken, and the earth-shaking roar of the thunder tribulation resounded throughout the entire Supreme Star region. Despair was written all over Supreme Tao Ancestor's bloodless face. At the same time, the infernal world as well as within the otherworldly space and time. In the face of such a terrifying minor era tribulation, an unprecedented feeling of powerlessness surged through the hearts of the crowd. None of the people on the scene were the lords of one side of the universe, but at this moment, after seeing the terror of the epical calamity, only then did they perceive that before the supreme greatness of heaven and earth, how small they are. Thumbs up. A new round of thunder tribulation was rapidly condensing. Only the power of heaven and earth of the entire Hongmeng universe was seen to be frantically converging into the thunderclouds at this moment. The Law Upanishads were also roiling meteors, rapidly coming towards the supreme star realm across space and time. Immediately afterward, a faint trace of origin law aura emanated from the thunderbolt. When the law of origins came out, all things avoided retreating. The real minor epical catastrophe is just now beginning. Feeling the power of origin contained in the thunderbolt, the supreme Tao ancestor who had just been spirited and imposing had completely faded away. The 72 supreme laws that he had once been proud of were rapidly dissipating around his body at this time. All is vanity before the laws of origin. This was simply not a power that a supreme Tao ancestor could resist. Only to see the supreme Tao ancestor, whose heart was filled with infinite despair, slowly close his eyes and prepare for the end. The next moment, what followed was the terrifying rubber thunder that carried the power of the laws of origin. The lightning poured down in an instant. The entire Supreme Star region was constantly emitting violent trembles under the lightning tribulation. A terrifying pressure descended upon it, and the Tao laws within the Supreme Tao ancestor were instantly suppressed to death. Just as the divine thunder was about to pierce through him, something suddenly came to him in that moment, and the infinite hope of life filled his heart. With that, the Supreme Tao ancestor's divine thoughts moved, and a spatial jade slip appeared in his hand out of thin air. Clenching the jade slip in his hand, he then violently crushed it. The moment the jade slip was crushed, being in the Kunlun realm, which was hundreds of millions of Jingtian days away, Yang Bai's divine sense, who had just stepped out of the house, instantly captured this strand of heavenly opportunity. A small epical hijacking. It's a bit interesting. Yang Bai's gaze ignored the boundaries of space and time and took in everything that was happening in the Supreme Star region. The next moment only saw him slightly step out with one foot, his body piercing through space and time, and one step was hundreds of millions of Jingtian. The figure instantly arrived in front of the Supreme Tao ancestor hundreds of millions of Kyoto heavens away. The terrifying thunderbolt above Yang Bai's head that appeared out of thin air in front of the Supreme Taoist ancestor. The surging laws of origin raged on, with a force strong enough to obliterate the world. It came at them fiercely. In the face of this shocking divine thunder, Yang Bai was disdainful and smiled. The white palms poked out of the cuffs slightly. The terrifying divine thunder was then grasped in his bare hands, obviously in front of the huge divine thunder. His thin figure was as small as it seemed, but it can be done so. the lords of the star rivers and star domains who came to watch the calamity. Seeing this scene, none of them are surprised jaws. In the next second, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yang Bai's palm erupted with amazing greatness. Invisible greatness compressed the cosmic space ahead. Immediately, that terrifying thunder tribulation was directly compressed and shrunk into a ball of thunder light. It was lying shivering in the palm of its human hand. Hiccup. Immediately after that, Yang Bai swallowed the thunder light into his stomach in one gulp, and then he let out a belch. Rumble. Only to see the thunderclouds overhead spread countless times at this point. An even more terrifying aura of thunderbolt was brewing in it. A little bit of divine perception will reveal that the aura that vaguely emanated from it was more than thousands of times stronger than the last one. The thunder was all condensed from the laws of origin. The chaotic thunderbolt slowly coalesced, the law of obliteration and the law of ashes surrounding it. An endless aura of destruction was spreading rapidly, as if the entire Hongmeng universe was about to be unable to withstand such violent energy. The universe is on the verge of collapsing. The will of heaven and earth seemed to be roaring in anger as the epical tribulation was intercepted by a bystander. The chaotic thunder tribulation represented the infinite wrath of the will of heaven and earth. The minor era calamity was a destructive calamity of heaven and earth targeting powerful cultivators in the world. No one is allowed to make a move to get involved in the thunderbolt. Otherwise, they will also become the attackers of the epical catastrophe. And this move will also anger the will of the heavens. Make the power of the epical catastrophe even greater. So that's why all the powerhouses of the Supreme Divine Hall, when they saw the imminent fall of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, and the reason why they don't dare to come to their aid. And at this time, Yang Bai's unauthorized intervention interfered. It was also undoubtedly making the power of the thunderbolt much stronger. A mere thunder tribulation dares to act recklessly in front of this god. In the face of the thunderbolt that had surged in power, only Yang Bai's supreme aura rose from his body at the moment. Absolute heavenly and earthly pressure emanated from within him. At the same time, the beginning ancestor order field directly enveloped the entire Hongmeng universe. The laws of the patriarchs, which contained the mysterious aura of the beginning of the heavens, filled the patriarchal order. Feeling the unique aura of the patriarchal god, the thunderclouds that looked like they were destroying the sky and the earth a second ago were actually trembling slightly at this moment. Seeing Yang Bai was like seeing the plague, and the thunderclouds quickly dissipated with unparalleled speed. Along with the power of origin, it also dissipated into thin air. The Supreme Tao Ancestor standing behind him was inwardly shocked in a way that could no longer be described in words. His eyes were dead set on the youth in front of him whose breath was disdainful. The mind was secretly amazed. Is this the senior who appeared that day? He actually manages to intervene strongly even in the heaven and earth tribulation. Even heaven and earth will fear him. What level of existence is this? After seeing the other party's heavenly and earthly means, the Supreme Tao Ancestor couldn't slow down for a long time. It was all as unreal as a dream. After a long time had passed since the thunderbolt had faded, the Supreme Tao Ancestor then clasped his hands and a respectful salute was made towards Yang Bai. Many thanks to Senior for coming to the rescue. The late generation is grateful. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "It's just an equal trade. No need to say thank you." That day, he took the herbs of the Supreme Tao Father and brought them to Mu Qi to refine the immortal spirit pill. This time it's a return gift. And, don't call this god any senior. You're calling this god old. That said, in front of Yang Bai's tens of years of age, those present were all old goblins. The sensitive Supreme Tao Ancestor with sharp ears heard Yang Bai call himself a god. The mind was shocked, and with his eyes, there was still a small amount of understanding of the world outside the Hongmeng universe. He knew that the Supreme Taoist principle was not the end of cultivation. Above the Supreme Taoist Ancestor, there was also the true Spirit Tao Ancestor, the Chaos Tao Ancestor, the Mixed Yuan Master, and that invincible existence in the heavens, the Creation God. The rest of these Tao Ancestors knew this as well. Most of it was what the will of the Hongmeng universe had told them earlier when they were teaming up to fight against the chaotic Qi. He calls himself God. Can it be that he is that legendary god of creation? No wonder. To be able to retreat from the small era calamity with a bang. I'm afraid the only one in the world who can do this is that Supreme Creator God. No wonder that Hongmeng will fellow, after learning that this ancestor is going to cross the small era tribulation, no sign or help at all. So it's because you already knew I had this great god behind me. Thinking of this, Supreme Tao Ancestor couldn't help but secretly curse the Hongmeng universe will in his heart. If you know, why didn't you tell this ancestor about the exalted god earlier? Looking at the supreme divine armor on his body, which had long since dimmed, as well as the countless great formations, the Supreme Tao Ancestor's heart ached. If I had known that this exalted god could easily take the minor era tribulation. You won't lose any of these things. Chapter 127, The Power of Fate. Status, 429 from https://bkuj. tw/book/2792301/840966630. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. No text content. Chapter 128, 12 Phases of Fate. The Power of Fate versus the Divine Power of the Patriarch. Even if you're a creator god, you can't fight fate. Big Luo Tian's eyes flashed greatly with thunderous light. His body's aura instantly climbed to a terrifying and boundless level under the mysterious power of fate. Then, 12 gates of fate appeared behind him. They represent life, death, fortune, misfortune, joy, anger, good fortune, evil, emptiness, reality, as well as the past and the future. The 12 gates of destiny appeared behind De Luo Tian, and at this moment, it was as if he had transformed into the master of heaven and earth. The will is in charge of all the world, in front of the great destiny. So what if you're a god? They are all ants. Only to see that the great Luo Tian looked indifferent and gently snapped his fingers. Then the mysterious and incomparable gate of the past as well as the gate of the future behind it exploded with divine light. The power of the law emanating faintly from it is beyond the world. The powerful force of destiny completely swept through the entire supreme star realm. The invisible power of fate filled within this heaven and earth. The great power of time emanating from the gate of the past. The illusory heavenly Tao ancestor who was watching the battle from the sidelines accidentally got half-stained. Only the next moment, the illusory heavenly Tao ancestor, who was in his prime, was swallowed up by this great force of time. Becoming gray in an instant. The original imposing face had faded from its sharp edges at this point. It exudes an air of lateness. While the crowd who saw the scene was shocked, their figures quickly moved away from here, not daring to dip into half of this mysterious power of fate. Ahem. Illusory heavenly Tao ancestor looked incredulous as he surveyed himself. As a supreme Tao ancestor, his lifespan was 5 million years long. He's only nearly 500,000 years old, only a tenth of that, yet tainted with a tiny bit of the power emanating from this gateway to the past. Just let him lose a whole 4 million lifetimes. What kind of terrifying Tao is this? Surprisingly, he chopped away 4 million of Illusory Sky's lifespan in an instant. The cautious-natured Long Yuan Tao ancestor, when he sensed that there was something wrong with the great Luo heavenly ancestor, just had a bad feeling about it and ducked into the other dimension early on. Now seeing this never-before-heard-of power of fate, his eyes were rather gloomy as he looked towards the extremely unfamiliar De Luo heaven in the real world. It seems that the Hongmeng universe is completely about to change. In this short period of several breaths of time, just the energy it unintentionally emitted, it just took away the hundreds of transcendent realm powerhouses present. Even the illusory heavenly Tao ancestor was struck and nearly died when his lifespan ran out. Tao ancestor Ao Yun was also looking at the complicated situation before him with a pessimistic attitude. Even the supreme Tao ancestor, who had always been invincible in the Hongmeng universe before, in front of that so-called power of destiny, they're all like ants. Not to mention the bystanders. The door of the past as well as the door of the future strangely disappeared in place. The next moment it bizarrely enveloped Yang Bai again. Let this ancestor see who you really are. The great Luo heaven utilized the power of the past as well as the future in the 12 phases of fate, in an attempt to penetrate Yang Bai's past as well as his future. Immediately, the space-time around Yang Bai was violently distorted and time was misplaced. Immediately afterward, terrifying temporal and spatial greatness erupted from within the two gates of the past and future. The space-time greatness gradually converged into a huge storm of space-time energy. A terrifying storm of space-time energy instantly spread tens of millions of Jingtian. It almost covered half of the Supreme Star region. In an instant, countless great worlds collapsed under the power of fate, turning into cosmic dust. Monkey's little trick is not bad. Is this the so-called power of fate? Hey, but it's nothing. Since the beginning, in the face of the terrifying power of destiny that had continuously erupted from De Luo Tian's body, he had a calm, self-assured look all over his face. The blades of temporal storms around them were frantically cutting Yang Bai's body. The power of time and space was even like a Tarsus, eroding its divine soul. But that was the body of the patriarch, invulnerable to all laws. With Yang Bai's gentle yawn, his body's breath shook slightly. The invisible patriarchal order field contracted violently, and under the patriarchal order field, all laws were as if they were illusory. There is nothing to hide. The huge storm of spacetime energy actually came to a halt at this moment. The terrifying power of spacetime was frozen by a mysterious greatness. Then we only saw countless forces of the patriarchal order being born between heaven and earth, and transcending heaven and earth, converging into a pair of heavenly hands. The entire Hongmeng universe was shrouded under the shadow of the patriarch's giant palm. Immediately, under the unbelieving gaze of the great Luo heaven, the beginning ancestor's giant palm slowly extended a finger. Pressing down hard towards the spacetime storm of the supreme star realm. The great power of the beginning ancestor directly crushed the boundless power of space and time with a destructive force. The power of time and space, the power of fate, and the greatness of the patriarch violently clashed. The gate of the past and the gate of the future were reduced to pieces in an instant under the greatness of the beginning ancestor. A loud sound resounded through the Hongmeng universe. The terrifying aftermath spread wildly towards the rest of the starfield. At this moment, the wall of chaos was like a block of tofu under the aftermath of the fight, shattering at the slightest touch. No way! Under the power of destiny, this ancestor actually can't even see your past and future. This is impossible. How can the living beings in this heaven and earth fight against the supreme power of destiny? De Luotian looked at this scene with eyes wide open. In the face of the energy aftermath coming at him, he had to set up his remaining 10 destiny doors and the terrifying aftermath energy was blocked with great difficulty. After the terrifying fight, the entire Supreme Star region was completely transformed into a place of dead silence. The great power of the patriarchs and the power of destiny still filled the astral realm. It is impossible to dissipate without hundreds of epochs. The multitude of Hongmeng universe powerhouses hiding in a different time and space gathered all their strength and exhausted the spiritual energy in their bodies. Only then was it able to withstand the horrifying energy aftermath. Only to see that all the people in the otherworldly space and time were looking at the center of the storm with palpitating hearts. With his body in rags, how could there be any semblance of the image of a cosmic overlord? There was intense fear in every eye. 9 supreme Tao ancestors, thousands of transcendent powers, plus there are also otherworldly and infernal world boundary walls blocking the way. It was only barely able to withstand the aftermath energy of the two fighting. This, Long Yuan Dao ancestor and the others had mixed feelings in their hearts. Shocked to the point of speechlessness long ago, the rolling dust and smoke dispersed, the void shattered, and under the time and space dislocations, the 10 gates of destiny had long since dispersed their supreme destiny light. It became dilapidated, as if it were the door plaque of a broken temple. Daeoloshan then staggered to his feet, dragging his body, which was riddled with holes. The spreading patriarchal greatness on his body was still continuously eroding his vitality. Even if the power of destiny was used, it could not be dispersed or even suppressed. Yang Bai, who was standing opposite him, also revealed his figure at this time. He was seen wearing a spandex scarf on his head, and even the corners of his body were not blown up by the god looked at its people with a bland and self-assured expression, and did not forget to mock a few words. This is the power of fate? This god is going to be merciful and let you see what it means to truly dominate fate. After saying that, Yang Bai's palm stretched out from his sleeve and slowly raised his hand to point toward the cosmic space in the distance. The beginning god's power flowed through his fingertips. Supreme Taoist ancestor, born. Words followed the law, and in the next moment the Supreme Tao ancestor who had originally died under the power of the great Luo heavenly ancestor's destiny. This moment is actually resurrected. The returning Supreme Tao ancestor looked around in shock, his eyes staring incredulously at the scene before him. He's not dead? How come you're alive again? Chapter 129, The 9 Creator Gods of the Heavens. The 12 Palaces of Destiny in the Heavens. After making this move, Yang Bai followed up by pointing towards the other side. Supreme Starborn. As soon as the words fell, having just been collided by the divine power of the patriarchs as well as the power of destiny, the countless worlds and countless living beings collapsed. At this moment it was coalesced again, as if what had just happened was all like a dream. It all seemed so unreal to them. After the Supreme Star Realm returned to life, even the shattered chaos wall was slowly being repaired at this moment. The chaos aura retreated back into the outer chaos in a well-organized manner. How is this possible? The great power of destiny is added to all the creatures of the heavens, even if they are as strong as the god of creation, and never escape predestination, let alone fight fate. Without a word, Daeoloshan was chanting under his breath. A moment later, he ended up completely turning into atomic dust under the intrusion of the beginning god's power. The rest of those 10 gates of fate also fell silent with a bang. The people hiding in the other time and space saw that the great Luo Tian had already fallen, but the heart was still too big for them to walk out. What are you guys still afraid of? That guy from Daeoloshan has already fallen. The great Lord Exalted God is invincible. Long Yuan Dao ancestor looked back at the crowd, who had become coy, with a look of contempt. It was about to be followed by a foot out of the otherworldly space. Thanks a lot. The real world, the resurrected and returned Supreme Taoist ancestor, as well as the Supreme Divine Hall and other powerhouses, before he could come out and thank Yang Bai. It was then flung into the otherworldly space with a subsequent swing of its person. Hide far away and don't disturb this god. Meanwhile, in the mysterious and bizarre land of the heavens, within the fierce Ohio Divine Palace, sensing a trace of the power of destiny falling in the heavens, the fierce Ohio creation god violently opened his eyes. The eyes glittered with the terrifying power of fate. following the heavenly chants. The fierce Ohio creation god's fingertips condensed countless forces of fate. A finger was pointed down in the direction guided by Tianji. Fateful thunderbolts descended on the heavens. A strike containing the god of creation pierces through space and time, ignoring the barriers of time and space. It instantly pierced towards the Hongmeng universe. The aura emanating from it was enough to collapse an entire universe. Fruitful. The good show is right behind. Since acquiring this cultivation, this god has yet to have a truly sound battle, so it's just the right time to come. Yang Bai sensed himself being locked by a powerful aura. That aura also contained the power of powerful destiny. It was unknown how much more powerful than the power of destiny that the previous Great Luo Heaven had mastered. The strike issued by the true spirit Taoist ancestors Great Luo Heaven. Using the power of destiny, it would be enough to destroy the entire supreme starfield. And as fierce Ohio, the god of creation, its outburst of fateful strikes could even collapse an unknown number of Hongmeng universes. In the face of this heaven-destroying thunderbolt, Yang Bai also merely pointed out a finger, shooting out a terrifying finger on. The finger main traveled through space and time and clashed hard with the shocking thunder. Absolute heavenly and earthly light shone through the universe of the heavens. This could be said to be the strongest strike Yang Bai had ever erupted with. The previous battles had been nothing more than playful nonsense, and they hadn't interested him at all. The power of destiny. Genesis. Meanwhile, in the universe of the heavens, several heavenly creation gods hidden in top secret places all opened their eyes at the same time. Has another creator god issued a challenge to him? Skyjon Universe, Zhu Xing Creation God, Dongming Creation God, Tingru Creation God, and a host of other creation gods of the heavens universe all gathered here. Although I don't know who that deity is, it is certainly one of my heavens. So what are you all waiting for? Together with him, we will attack the heavens. The Zhu Xing Creation God was the first to speak. It shall not be. The identity of that mysterious creator god is not yet clear, and the 12 gods of the 12 palaces of fate are not easy to deal with, and we're not even here yet. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to attack the Ascendant. Upon hearing this, the beautifully styled god of creation, Shangqing, lightly opened her red lips and crisp and melodious sounds came. Shangqing is right. It's better to wait around. Wait and see first. The god of creation, Dongming, said under further thought. There are a total of 9 gods of creation born in the universe of the heavens. They, the 9 creation gods, represented the strongest battle force in the heavens. Finger arms and surprising thunder collided with each other with a loud bang. The collision of the two immediately produced an earth-shaking energy storm. The energy storm instantly tore apart the outer chaos. And the chaos was like a mayfly that, scrambling through cosmic space. Even the unrivaled laws of origins in the presence of the god of creation. It's nothing more than a plaything to be ravished in the hands. In the next moment, only Yang Bai's figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place. The fierce Ohio god of creation, who is in the heavens above, had wanted to go down to the world to meet the other side. But I didn't expect Yang Bai to be so overbearing in following the heavenly planes and finding out where the heavens were. The Ascendant does not belong to the universe of the heavens, it is a bizarre place beyond the heavens. In the universe of the heavens it is rumored that in that mysterious and weird place, hidden in the heavens is a shocking secret of the heavens, destiny. The word destiny is so nebulous, but in the 10,000 realms beyond the heavens, this is a real thing. It's rumored that he controls the destiny of all cosmic beings in the heavens and the earth. Everything that happened was orchestrated by him. He sees the heavens as a giant chessboard, and the countless living beings and cultivators are all pawns, and he is the chess player. But it's not like destiny exists and no one has ever really seen it. The only proof of his existence is that eerie place, the heavens above. There was a weird gate blocking the way between the universe of the heavens and the heavens above. After passing through the creepy door, there is the divine. The most mysterious of all is the 12 houses of destiny. The 12 palaces of destiny had 12 palace masters sitting in them, and all of them are in the realm of the creation god. The entire heavenly universe was only 9 great creation gods. The strength of that creepy ascension is evident, and that weird door can only be broken by a creator god. Hundreds of epochs ago there was also only one time when the gods of creation of the heavens broke through the bizarre door and attacked the Ascendant, and there was only one creator god of the heavens at that time. That god of creation was undoubtedly severely injured by the 12 houses of fate. Dying, he was thrown back into the universe of the heavens. Since then, that creator god has brought back a message from the heavens that, and no one dares to enter the heavens without authorization anymore. And at that moment, Yang Bai had already appeared in front of the weird door. Chapter 130, Breaking the Weird Door. Dongming Sword God. The eerie door exudes an endless sense of mystery. A hazy and slightly chaotic aura surrounded the area. Just the aura that unintentionally emanated from it alone could easily suppress a mixed master. Anyone under the god of creation will die if they are near. Let this god see what kind of face is underneath this mysterious veil. After surveying the situation for a moment, Yang Bai slowly condensed countless patriarchal divine forces between his palms. Terrifying patriarchal laws swirled out. None of the surrounding chaotic chi retreated from it. With that, he swung out a punch with one hand, and the eerie gate, under the divine power of the beginning, it shattered like tofu dregs. The gate was broken, only to see that behind the bizarre door was a world shrouded in countless ghostly purple mists. It's amazing that there isn't a hint of heaven in that mysterious and bizarre world. The moment the gate was broken open, countless laws of destiny poured from it into the heavenly universe. Immediately, Yang Bai's figure flickered slightly, stepping into the bizarre door with one foot and entering the ascended world. At the same time, the terrifying energy fluctuations generated by the fight between Yang Bai and the fierce Ohio creation god just now, sweeping half of the outer chaos, it almost startled the powerhouses of half of the heavenly universe. Feeling the palpitating energy storm generated by the fight, the countless heavenly powers had used their divine sense to focus on this overwhelmingly noteworthy battle. Oh my god, such a strong energy fluctuation. He actually mobilized half of the heavenly universe's Tao rules directly. It's Genesis, but why is the scent of the creator god who fought against fate so strange? It's not like the aura of the 9 exalted gods. The collision between the finger manes and the shocking thunder set off the attention of half of the heavenly universe. The aftermath generated by the two was frantically sweeping through the outer chaos. It was about to impact the closest Skyfrost universe. Just as it was about to impact the chaos wall of the Skyfrost universe, several figures appeared in time to block the wall of chaos, only to see a Confucian great power clad in Taoist robes at the head of the group, his hands clasped together and his mouth reciting words. The invisible aura rose steeply, and the invisible greatness of the creator god folded the outer chaotic space. It was only by wrapping up the aftermath of the fight that the annihilation of the Skyfrost universe was avoided. It's the Tingru creation god, and Zhu Xing Genesis, quite a few masters of the universe who were attracted by the aftermath of the fight. After seeing Tingru, Zhu Xing, and the others, his face was in shock. They all bowed respectfully to a few people in a hurry and said, "Greetings to all the honorable gods." But after a long time had passed without any response from them, when they looked up, the several creation gods had long since disappeared into thin air. The god of creation was supreme, with boundless magical power, above all realms and countless living beings, are the true rulers of the heavens, supreme beings, in whose eyes the all under the god of creation are ants. And how could they care about the greetings of some mole cultivators who had reached a realm like the creation gods had long since been occupied by the great Tao's 10,000 laws within their hearts. Being in this realm is known as divinity. Outside the weird gate, the 8 creation gods of the heavens were gathered. This bizarre gate was located at the outer chaos that separated the Sky Dome universe as well as the other side universe. How? Zhu Xing asked the rest of the group. There's one more person yet to come. Where did that eternal fellow go? Where did he go when such an important event happened in the heavens? Shanqing looked around and realized that the god of creation was eternally absent. Tenji can figure out where that guy went at this critical moment? Tingru's eyes constantly flickered with the aura of creation as he asked towards the charitable-faced old man at the side. The god of creation, Tianji, sniffed, and then condensed a heavenly compass with both hands. A thin, mysterious mist swirled over it. A faint heavenly might instantly enveloped this heaven and earth. Tianji's eyes narrowed slightly, the heavenly Tao laws evening out around him. At this time, the countless huge heavenly machines of the universe of the heavens were like countless tributaries pouring into the ocean. It was projected into his sea of consciousness. Soon after, the countless heavenly chances dispersed as far as they could go, and the heavenly chances shook their heads slightly inside. AI, it's useless. That eternity guy deliberately hid his aura. Not even the heavenly Tao can capture his form. Humph, even you, Tianji, couldn't lock him down. He must have used their eternal heavenly kingdom's creation artifact. The god of creation, Dong Ming, who was carrying a huge sword behind him, said with a cold snort, "That's just it. Since that guy from eternity isn't coming, then on this trip, this god will lead you to break into the heavens together and unveil the mystery of that destiny." With that said, Dong Ming drew out his giant sword behind him as soon as the incomparably sharp sword chi instantly surrounded hundreds of millions of Jingtian in a circle. The terrifying sword intent was chilling, and the wall of chaos hundreds of millions of Kyoto days away from all of them were clicked by the sharp sword chi, and could be pierced through at any time. Such terrifying sword intent must have reached unprecedented heights. The East Ming creation god held in his hand 100% of the sword Tao Upanishad of the universe of the heavens, and as long as he waved his hand, it would be able to gather the sword Tao Upanishads of the entire universe of the heavens. The increase of the 100% sword Tao Upanishad of the heavenly universe, coupled with the first sequence divine sword in his hand. One sword can cut down all illusions. Hundreds of millions of years ago, The Dongming sword god's cultivation stagnated at the peak of the mixed master. The impact was slow to break through that barrier of creation. After that, the 12 palaces of fate sent down messengers of destiny from the heavens to come and hang his beloved wife, Mu Xian, with all their might. The Dongming sword god, who only has the cultivation level of a mixed master. How could one resist dozens of mixed masters of destiny? Until his beloved wife, Mu Xian, died in his arms. His heart was filled with infinite anger at the fate of the heavens. The Dongming sword god actually unexpectedly broke through the limit, and the entirety of the sword Tao mysteries of the heavens and universes converged in his hands, utilizing 100% of the sword Tao Upanishad to condense the first sequence of divine swords in the heavens. A sword cuts through the creation god barrier and ascends to creation god, become the ninth creator god of the universe of the heavens. The Dongming sword god, who had ascended to the rank of creation god, instantly decimated dozens of destiny emissaries in a single fit of rage, and with infinite indignation against the gods. With the first sequence Excalibur in his hand, he kills his way up to the heavens alone. In the end, he fought alone against one of the 12 houses of fate, the god of fortune and the god of wrathful heaven, without being defeated. This battle shocked the world, and at the same time alarmed the rest of the 12 palaces of destiny's palace masters. Luckily, the other 8 creation gods arrived in time to save the Dongming sword god. After this battle, the mighty name of the Eastern Ming sword god resounded throughout the heavens and the worlds. But what no one knows is that the Dongming sword god has broken into the river of time many times, wanting to reverse yin and yang with the creation god's power. He saved Mu Xian's life, but nevertheless, the power of fate was at work, and destiny declared that this was the destiny of his Dongming sword god. Mu Xian dies, the sword god stands. Dongming was the only one in the room who hated fate the most. Gentlemen, this god has a sword in his hand, and even if there's no eternal guy, together with that newly appeared mysterious creation god, we'll definitely be able to step on the heavens this time. Let the people regain control of their own destiny. After saying that, without waiting for them to respond, the Dongming sword god took the lead in breaking into the heavens alone. This was clearly forcing the remaining 7 creation gods to make a choice. Hey just, Zhu Xing shook his head, then followed suit. Immediately after that, the remaining 7 great creation gods had no choice but to follow them in. The strength of the universe of the heavens is inherently weaker than that of the heavens. The 9 of them had to stick together to have a glimmer of hope. Chapter 131 Untitled. Ascended Worlds. The whole of the heavens are covered with a purple mist, and all the ground beneath their feet is the earth of the underworld. The air was even thicker with the scent of destiny. In the hazy fog, a man with a slender, slim build was strolling through it. A curious face looked around. This purple mist is actually all created by the power of fate. Interesting, but just with this do you think you can stop this god? Ridiculous. After saying that, Yang Bai lightly stomped his feet, and the beginning god's breath radiated out from his body. Those forces of destiny are like meeting their nemesis. They all dissipated between heaven and earth the moment they encountered the divine breath of the ancestor. The purple mist dispersed, under the search of his massive soul power. Yang Bai soon discovered a huge magnificent palace standing outside the 10 capitals sky. The word fierce was written on the huge plaque at the entrance. This is the palace of the fierce Ohio god, the temple where the god of creation, fierce Ohio, sits. Ridiculous fate. Also worthy of being an enemy of this god? Only Yang Bai's palm probed out and gently pushed in the direction of the fierce Ohio divine palace. The giant hand illuminated by the divine power of the beginning ancestor instantly pushed across the entire fierce Ohio divine palace with a destructive force. The many divine formations laid out within the temple that were sufficient to trap the creation god were also annihilated under the divine power of the patriarch along with the temple. In a mysterious place in the heavens, within the underworld, the 12 palace masters of fate were all gathered here, and none of them were guarding their respective fate god temples. Instead, they converge within the underworld. Inside the dimly lit underworld hall, a huge underworld mirror stood in the air. All of the 12 palaces of fate's palace masters were sitting around in front of the underworld mirror. Above the underworld mirror was reflecting the image of Yang Bai, who had just single-handedly pushed the fierce Ohio divine hall horizontally. The creation god fierce Ohio, who was sitting in the ring below, looked at the image in the mirror with incomparably gloomy eyes. It's really too deceitful. Why are we cowering within the underworld? That man has even killed his way into the heavens and destroyed my fierce Ohio divine palace. This is simply provoking the heavenly might of destiny to its face. What are we waiting for to go out and exterminate this bureaucrat? The creation god fierce Ohio's breath instantly became manic at the sight of this scene. A horrifying aura of death permeated within the entire underworld hall. The protector of the underworld, the mixed master powerhouse who stood guard at the side of he was even directly killed on the spot by the deathly aura he emitted. The endless aura of death directly turned his person into a puddle of blood and water, dead beyond repair. not even the remnants of a soul were left behind. Originally, he was preparing to go down to the realm to spar with Yang Bai for a while. However, there was no choice but to suddenly receive an order from the true Lord of Fate, which led him to the Underworld Hall. Enough! Fierce Ohio. These are the instructions of the Great Fate for us. The true Lord of Fate received instructions from Fate before ordering not to make an enemy of this person. The creation god Life as well as the creation god Death sitting around the center hurriedly rebuked. When these words came out, not only was Fierce Ohio shocked to the point of, even the group of creation gods such as Nu Tian, He Yuan, Fu Lu, Wo Fury, and Ji Xiang who were at the side were all showing surprise on their faces. Even the Great Fate would fear this man. Who the hell is this man? Just as the crowd was shocked, Pluto Mirror slowly threw the camera to the back of Yang Bai's head. In response, the 12 palaces of Fate Palace Masters couldn't help but be curious and wanted to get a better look at their faces. But right at that moment, Yang Bai's face slowly twisted over, while his eyes flashed with divine light, eyes fixed on the 12 outside the mirror. Bang! As his gaze swept in, the underworld mirror shattered in a flash. The powerful aftermath rippled through the underworld hall. How? The other party was actually able to reverse lock onto them through divine sense. The most terrifying thing was that a single gaze actually damaged the underworld mirror. The underworld mirror was a creation artifact unique to the heavens, and was by no means comparable to ordinary magic treasures. The artifact of creation is undoubtedly the strongest artifact from the lower reaches of the heavens to the upper reaches of the heavens. It was actually crushed by the other party's mere gaze. It seems that we have all far underestimated this person. Seeing this shocking worldly scene, the creation god Future murmured in an unprecedentedly grave tone. It was at this moment that the people of the 12 palaces of fate realized the seriousness of the matter. Damn it! When did such a terrifying powerhouse emerge from the heavenly universe? Is that guy really a creator god? Creation god Fierce Ohio couldn't help but curse. If I had known, I wouldn't have sent any destiny messengers to the Hongmeng universe. This is great. Actually messing with such a horrible lord. Hongmeng universe? Boom! There was an earthquake and a shaking of the mountains in the heavenly world. The entire land of the upper heavenly capital was constantly trembling slightly. Outside the underworld palace, Yang Bai was seen holding his hands in vain, with the huge ruins of the 12 palaces of destiny above his head. In this short period of time, he swept the 12 houses of fate one by one. Through the aura emitted by the underworld mirror just now, Yang Bai quickly locked the location of the underworld hall. Immediately, the huge ruined palace smashed fiercely towards the underworld palace. Not good. He actually killed over so quickly. Bang! The underworld palace was instantly overwhelmed by the ruined palace. The 12 palaces of Fate Palace Master's figure quickly appeared outside the underworld palace. All of them looked up at the man standing proudly in the void. People of the Temple of Fate. Formation. As the creation god Future and creation god Past erupted with intense temporal and spatial greatness all over their bodies, a space-time tunnel slowly coalesced behind the 12. In it stepped out a group of the strongest members of the 12 palaces of fate who had just originally died at the hands of Yang Bai. Countless Fate Divine Hall powerhouses surged out, each exuding an incomparably strong aura. The weakest of them all had the cultivation of a true spirit Tao Lord, pulling out a random person among them. All of them were enough to sweep across the entire Hongmeng universe. Countless destiny powerhouses pinched out spells in their hands and instantly surrounded Yang Bai. The power of destiny that filled the heavenly world was all mobilized at this moment. It quickly condensed into a huge destiny god formation above Yang Bai's head. Your Honor, I, the 12 palaces of fate, have never messed with you half-heartedly. Aren't you being too deceitful in doing this? The creator god, Blessed Flow, looked at its person with a shadowy eye, and even though how the eye hid nor can it hide the imperceptible fear in its depths. At the same time, the gods of creation of the heavens, who had accompanied Yang Bai in killing their way into the heavens. At the moment it is also just entering the ascension. As soon as he entered the upper heaven, the East Ming sword god detected a hint of abnormality. Strange. How did the purple mist of destiny disappear without a trace? Soon, Tianji, Shangcheng, Zhu Xing, Ting Ru, and a host of other heavenly creation gods descended one after another, just as the doubts were being expressed, in the direction of the far-off temple of the underworld. A force of destiny that caused everyone present to palpitate came crashing down on them. Seeing this, the 8 great creation gods' figures flashed as they quickly rushed in the direction of the underworld hall. Seeing those broken destiny palaces along the way, none of them were shocked in their hearts. Chapter 132, The Gates of Hell. Humph, here comes the big formation thing again. If you dare to strike at this god, then prepare for the destruction of your heavens. The huge destiny god formation enveloped Yang Bai. Yang Bai looked at the imposing grand formation in front of him with a disdainful expression. With a command from the god of creation, Fortune, the divine formation of fate condensed a terrifying divine light of fate that, bursting toward its people. The terrifying power of fate caused the originally solid space of the heavens to distort. The space of the heavens is very different from the universe of the heavens. The power of destiny fills the entire space. It makes the space of the heavens more stable than the space of the universe of the heavens. In the universe of the heavens, as long as one's cultivation reached the saint realm, one could distort space at will. But in the ascension, even if a mixed master came, they wouldn't necessarily be able to distort the space here. The mysterious and bizarre divine light of destiny emanated an aura of destruction. In response, Yang Bai was calm and collected himself with a slight smile. One hand was then slightly raised, and the beginning God's power constructed an energy barrier. The incoming divine light of fate was easily blocked. Immediately afterward, Yang Bai's eyes condensed, and an invisible aura emanated from his body towards the surroundings. The space around them all rippled with a fierce ripple. The multitude of Destiny Divine Hall powerhouses who had formed the Destiny Divine Formation only felt a heavenly rotation at that moment, being impacted by the strong originator greatness in the sea of consciousness. The consciousness was plunged into chaos for a moment. Only Yang Bai, who was standing proudly in the Destiny God Formation, slightly rotated his hands. The entire ascended world followed his gesture and turned upside down. There was also a slight wave of eerie smiles on his or her face. In an instant, the entire upper heavenly world was directly inverted, with his head in the underworld and his feet in the air, above the upper firmament. At this moment, a hideous gate of hell suddenly appeared, with countless giant hands of the abyss sticking out of it, with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. While the crowd had yet to awaken from the intense divine soul impact of the beginning God's breath, the giant hand had then grabbed the crowd's anklet. With one hand, he dragged them, along with the 12 palaces of Fate Palace Master, inside the gates of hell. When they woke up, they suddenly realized that they were in a different place, and that they were no longer surrounded by the divine world. Instead, it was a world filled with blood red. Welcome to the world of this god. Don't you and the others believe in that so-called bull fate? Come, this prepares you for the judgment of your fate. Only Yang Bai's figure strangely appeared above the heads of the crowd. The words, a terrifying and hideous hell's eye appeared steeply behind the crowd of the Temple of Fate. The creation god Scourge seemed to feel a chill run down his backend. Within the world that Yang Bai had constructed with the beginning god's power, even though he was a creation god, he had lost all his 6 senses and was unable to use even his divine sense or divine power. With that, he couldn't help but look back and it was meeting the hideous, huge eyes of the hell's eye. Immediately afterward, the body of the creation god Scourge Fiend stiffened, as if his divine soul had been drained of all its. Straight away, he planted himself towards the ground. Bang! Planted on the ground. The Bane Fury's body came into contact with the rock of hell as it was reduced to a wisp of ash in an instant. It was turned into a wisp of cosmic dust, and its vitality was extinguished. The crowd of the Destiny God's temple who heard the sound were immediately shocked out of their jaws. A creation god fell like that? This is a creator god. The deep eyes of the hell's eye explode with a terrifying aura of destruction, and anyone who looks at them, all of them will be drained of their souls, and their bodies will be burned up by the fire of sin. This is a supreme Tao unique to the God of Beginnings. It was the first time Yang Bai had used it after he had been promoted to beginning god. Seeing this, the creation god New Skies as well as the creation god Hey Skies wanted to turn around and look back, but the creation god Life as well as Death, who was extremely sensitive to life and death crises, hastily rebuked. Don't look back. In this small world our divine sense and even our spiritual power are isolated. Life and Death looked at their present situation with extremely grave faces. The current ones could only be sensed with their chakra. At the same time a heart sank to the bottom. The other party was actually able to control all 12 of their creation gods as well as hundreds of mixed masters at the same time in a split second and knocked them into the small worlds of their own creation. Such unprecedented means of the creator of the 12 houses of fate has only been seen in the supreme fate. This is simply appalling. What exactly is the other party's origin? To actually master such a terrifying Tao, in the course of a single face-to-face meeting with the other side, their 12 houses of fate had lost a creation god. Actually extinguished the Scourge Fiend in an instant. Is it hard to believe that he has already reached the realm of otherworldly self-existence? Fierce Ohio looked at the place where Scourge Fury had just fallen with a face full of fear. A creation god of the beginningless Qianquan realm had fallen just like that, and they hadn't even seen the other side's exact appearance. It was horrible as hell. The realm of creation naturally has specific realm divisions. Between the same creation gods, there is naturally strength and weakness. Genesis can be subdivided into 3 realms. They are, Heavenly Beginnings Qianquan, Tathagata's self-existence, and all Dharma's infinity. The 12 palace masters of the 12 palaces of destiny were all in the realm of Heavenly Beginnings and Qianquan. Creation gods were as far apart even if they were separated by a small realm. A creation god of the realm of Tathagata self-realization was able to easily obliterate a creation god of the realm of heavenly beginnings. When one's cultivation had reached creation god, a small difference in realms was a world of difference. At this moment, Yang Bai was standing above their heads, his body shrouded in the divine light of the patriarch. The district creationist could not penetrate his form at all. Nowadays, Fierce Ohio began to suspect that the other party was not heaven's beginning Shinkuan at all. Fear overwhelmed it in an instant. Even more so, he regretted that he shouldn't have planted any destiny messengers in the Hongmeng universe in the first place. In the beginning, as one of the top 10 strongest people in the Hongmeng universe, Deluo Tian, his longevity had come to 1.5 million, coming up on his third minor epical hijacking. In the entire Hongmeng universe, not many people knew his true lifespan. The small era tribulation was more terrifying than ever. The power of the third thunderbolt was unknown to be stronger than the first two, even as a peak supreme Dao ancestor with half a foot in the true spirit Dao ancestor. Nor did he have the slightest confidence that he would succeed in surviving the third minor era tribulation, so he quietly hid the world's crossing. In the end, he was helpless, and he fell under the roiling thunder tribulation and origin laws, and the god of creation, Fierce Ohio, who was far away in the heavens monitoring the universes of the heavens, sensed the chi. With that, he sent out the destiny messenger and successfully seized his human body, becoming the new great Luo heavenly ancestor. However, what the murderous Ohi could not have imagined was that it was this action of his that let the whole heavenly world be plunged into ruin. The rest of the Fate Palace lords thought so, and were able to do so. It must have long since transcended the realm of the heavenly beginning Shenkuan, and was a Tathagata self-realization powerful one. If they were to know that Yang Bai was not at all a Tathagata self, rather, it was the patriarchal god who was above the infinity of all laws, so how should they feel? Chapter 133, Dramatic Changes in Kunlun. The true terror of the beginning god. Inside the ascendant world, the Dongming sword god and a group of other powerful people from the heavens universe who had just arrived at the underworld palace. Then he bumped into a group of destiny god temple powerhouses forming the destiny god formation. A terrifying annihilating divine light was sent towards Yang Bai. Seeing this, the Dongming sword god just wanted to gather the mysteries of the heavenly sword Dao and wield the first sequence divine sword in his hand. The time to cut through the divine formation of fate. Seeing Yang Bai use his supreme Dao method, he directly turned the entire upper heavenly world upside down. The massive sword shadow condensed from the sword body of the Dongming sword god was instantly shattered by the invisible Dao. Yang Bai's ancestor order field had long since enveloped the entire ascended world. Under the shroud of the absolute patriarchal rule, all Dao laws were reduced to nothingness at this moment. The heavens that possessed the cultivation of a creator god also completely transformed into a mortal general at this time. Spiritual power Daofa is lost. The 8 great creation gods of the heavens figures also then fell toward the endless heavens above. Watching a group of powerful men from the Temple of Fate, under Yang Bai's terrifying divine power, lose all their consciousness in an instant. After being pulled into the hideous gates of hell by the great hand of hell, the haunting scent of death came over me. In their hearts, they all secretly rejoiced in the fact that luckily the gates of hell hadn't pulled them in. Yang Bai, who was standing proudly above the void, had sensed their aura long ago. The figure then slowly turned around. The eyes looked indifferently at the people of the heavens. Who is the visitor? A disdainful and invincible aura instantly assaulted towards the Dongming sword god and the others. A strong sense of suffocation enveloped them. Even as the gods of the creation of the heavens and the supreme beings of the universe of the heavens, they, faced with such an invincible and disdainful aura, one couldn't help but feel a palpitation. After the words fell, Dongming sword god, goddess Shangqing, and the others' figures were slightly held up by an invisible greatness. After stabilizing their forms, the crowd then hurriedly saluted its person with respectful fists. I am Dongming, Shangqing. Greetings, Lord Venerable God. While respectfully saluting, a wave of shock rose within the crowd. The 12 creation gods of the Destiny Divine Hall were like ants in the hands of its people, being played with wantonly. This should not be too shocking to the world. This strong person who appeared out of nowhere. I'm afraid he's a Tathagata self-realization realm powerhouse. The Dongming sword god couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The heavenly universe has Lord Exalted God at its helm. This is truly a great fortune for my heavenly universe, with you leading us against life. After Zhu Xing, who was on the side, felt the power of Yang Bai's strength, he couldn't help but put down his stance and patted his ass. Halfway through his words, he was directly interrupted by Yang Bai. Enough! This god does not want to listen to you and others who are full of moralistic bull ********. He killed the upper heaven, not for the sake of any so-called beings of the heavens and the worlds. It was entirely Murder Ohio's own fault. If you dare to take a shot at him, you must pay the price. It just so happened that he was also quite interested in this what was called the power of fate. You all should go back to wherever you are. Don't bother this god. After saying that, Yang Bai waved his hand towards Zhu Xing, Dong Ming, Shang Qing and the others. The large hand instantly rolled up a tidal wave of space and transported them to the doorway of the Eerie Gate. Inside the gates of hell, Yang Bai stood proudly above the crowd, his eyes scornfully looking at the crowd below. Big hands to the crowd below. A huge amount of patriarchal divine power slowly condensed in his palm. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to continuously distort. Just as Yang Bai's palm was about to press down, preparing to search the memories of the people of the Temple of Destiny, suddenly, he sensed that the spirit body that he had purposely left in Yang Yuchan's body in the beginning had actually destroyed it this time. Then Yang Bai's heart was violently startled, learning that there should be a huge change on the side of the Kunlun realm. But looking at the Kunlun world, even if it was the Hongmeng universe who would be able to exterminate the spirit body that he had set up on Yang Yuchan in the first place, and the spirit body was still killed instantly in a single shot. That spirit body was casually located in the space of life and death runes when he was still at the cultivation level of a creation god. His cultivation also had the strength of an early stage of a mixed Yuan sovereign, but he would be instantly killed by a single move. Dang it! Learning that Yang Yuchan was in danger, Yang Bai finally panicked at this moment. A monstrous rage filled his heart. In a state of shock and fury, the terrifying beginning god aura within Yang Bai's body was released as much as it could in an instant along with his inner rage. The terrifying patriarchal god pressure was steeply released in full. A mighty pressure that even heaven and earth could not carry descended steeply within the realm of hell. The incomparable pressure instantly crushed hundreds of destiny divine halls as well as the remaining 11 palace masters into atomic particles, turned into part of the cosmic dust. Outside, within the hideous gates of hell, at this moment, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly surged out in it. It was as if the will of heaven and earth's destiny was going to restart the universe of the heavens and the worlds. The terrifying energy storm swept up all the forces of fate in the heavens in an instant, as a dazzling always light erupted. The tens of thousands of Hongmeng universes-sized ascendant worlds were under Yang Bai's beginner's breath. It was instantly reduced to nothing, and all the power of destiny was disintegrated at this moment. The 8 great creation gods of the heavens, who had just left the ascended world and had not yet traveled far, were just about to turn around and leave. An extremely terrifying aura fluctuation was felt coming from within the bazaar door. Not good. Move. Looking at the cracks that gradually appeared on the bazaar door, and the palpitating energy fluctuations, an unprecedented sense of death enveloped the hearts of the 8 heavenly creator gods. Under the fear, the 8 people couldn't think too much. Hurriedly, he urged his creation divine power with all his might, utilizing his most extreme speed to vanish towards the distance. In just less than half a breath of time, the 8 of them arrived thousands of trillions of Jingtian away, across hundreds of thousands of universes, and just half a breath after they left, the weird door suddenly exploded. The beginning god's power instantly surged into the universe of the heavens from the other side of the bazaar door. After the breath of the patriarch pours into the heavens, the energy storm mass that was enough to sweep through the entire universe of the heavens caused the cosmic will of destiny to resist trembling. Immediately, in less than half a breath of time, the energy storm instantly engulfed hundreds of thousands of universes. Seeing that the energy storm was about to involve the 8 creation gods, they just had to watch and couldn't do anything. The last thought of the crowd before they died was, "That was fast. This is like a reboot of the cosmic catastrophe of the heavens in front of us." Such a violent and terrifying energy that, even as a creator god they are, it's also death by half-staining. Luckily, at this critical moment, Yang Bai violently stopped his constantly overflowing breath. Utilizing the Tao of time, he instantly restored the universes of the heavens. This was the first time that Yang Bai did not suppress the spillage of his body's breath and fully released his body's breath. Just the breath pressure overflowing from the surface of his body was enough to collapse hundreds of billions of universes in the heavens. This was the terror of the patriarchal god. A single thought can restart the universe and bring the universe of the heavens and the worlds into a new century. And that's just the unintentional spillover of breath. If the pressure was deliberately released, the terror would simply be unimaginable. I'm afraid that in a blink of an eye it could restart the entire universe of the heavens. Chapter 134, Enemies from Outside the Sky. After recasting their fleshly bodies and resurrecting them, the 8 great creator gods of the heavens returned after experiencing a death. They had a clearer perception of Yang Bai's strength. Looking at the cosmic space where the weird door was located, it's turned into a void there. The weird door disappeared into thin air. Even the entire ascension world was reduced to pieces under the pressure of Yang Bai's breath. The greatest terrifying enemy known as the heavens universe was overthrown just like that. Just what realm is that exalted god? The Dongming sword god was in a trance, clearly having trouble accepting this fact. The power of a cultivator could actually reach here. This could simply be called the calamity that restarted the universe of the heavens. Just one breath of pressure has such power. This is definitely not something that a creation god of the Tathagata self-realization realm can do. The divine light of the heavenly Tao constantly flickered in the eyes of the god of creation. Tianji. Eyes gazing at the raging energy still remaining in the cosmic space in the distance. He murmured, "Can it be that his cultivation has already reached that legendary 10,000 laws without limit?" Creation god ancestor Xing said incredulously. The creator god of the realm of all lawlessness. There had simply never been such a figure in the long history of the heavens and the worlds. A single breath can erupt with the energy that destroys the universes of the heavens. He must have reached a realm that transcends the ancient and the modern. The 10,000 laws are limitless. But what exactly is the original reason that has caused such a powerful person to act in such a manner? The Genesis Divine Courtroom had obviously noticed the shocking roar that Yang Bai had just let out. Just as the gods of creation were shocked, Yang Bai, who was originally in the world of the heavens, had long since disappeared at this time. Under the detection of his beginning divine sense, the shocking changes that occurred in the Kunlun realm not too long ago all gave him insight. Just as the aftershocks of his shocking battle with fierce Ohio swept across the entire universe of the heavens, the aura of the Hongmeng universe was fully exposed to the sight of the universes of the heavens. It was the gazes of all the powerful people of the heavens universe that were directed towards the Hongmeng universe. The presence of the Hongmeng universe in the 10,000 realms of the heavens had always been very low. It was only because the strongest person in the Hongmeng universe was only merely a regional Supreme Tao ancestor. And the Supreme Tao ancestor could not even make it to the rank of first-level powerhouses in the heavens and the worlds. So the Hongmeng universe is an inferior universe in the heavens. Its location also belonged to a borderland among the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Just as Yang Bai traveled to the heavens alone, wanting to lift the mysterious veil of the power of destiny. What everyone didn't know shortly after he left was this. The Kunlun realm actually welcomed a powerful unwelcome guest at this time. Not long ago, a middle-aged man whose body was wrapped in a mysterious halo of light. From geometrically far away from the Hongmeng universe, the aura locked onto the Hongmeng universe and stepped through countless alien spaces. Descend upon the Hongmeng universe. The moment he came to the Hongmeng universe, the cosmic will sensed a strong sense of crisis. Just as it wanted to contact Yang Bai at the first opportunity, wanting him to return to the Hongmeng universe. The man whose incarnation swirled with a mysterious halo suddenly appeared in front of it. The mysterious middle-aged man only slightly released his breath and just instantly crushed this cosmic will in front of him into cosmic dust. Subsequently, under the powerful soul sense of the mysterious man, he quickly locked onto the Kunlun realm in the illusory sky astral domain. The purpose of his trip was clearly towards the Kunlun realm. Daughter, what a way to make this god search. Humph, that scumbag night sky actually sent you to such a nook and cranny hole. No wonder this god couldn't find you after decades of searching. But it's a good thing that the damned palace master of the Temple of Fate did this god a huge favor today. Otherwise this god really wouldn't have been able to find this place. Ha ha. After muttering to himself for a few moments, the mysterious figure flickered and quickly disappeared in place. Before leaving, the middle-aged man's mysterious halo swirled slightly. A face that bore a six-part resemblance to Yang Yuchan was revealed under the halo. Meanwhile the Kunlun realm, Yang Yuchan, who had just picked up her parents, was happily cooking a dinner party in the kitchen with Lu Linger as well as Xiao Qingji, the two nieces. How could Xiao Qingji, who was used to being a little princess in the heavenly demon realm, know this? But it was good that Yang Yuchan was there to keep teaching her. The little beaner, who was already quite critical of the white-haired girl, used this to play. The little mouth was slightly pouting, and dissatisfaction was written all over her little face. Humph, little white hair, can't even cook in the kitchen. I don't know what the young master likes about you. When Xiao Qingji heard that, a head of white hair immediately exploded on the spot. The same exasperated onion finger pointed at Lu Linger. Hey, who are you calling white hair? If our brother doesn't like Qingji, would he still like a dojin like you? After saying that, Xiao Qingji's small hand then faintly pointed at the small plane in front of little Doubting. Then with a look of smug pride, she made a point of sticking out her little hill. Lu Linger was first stunned. The simple little peahen hadn't heard the meaning of Xiao Qingji's words. Before it was the young master who would call her little Doubting. Lu Linger, this little ninny, had also always viewed this title as the young master's unique coddling of her. Therefore every time she heard young master calling for her, little ninny would always jump up and run over. Lu Linger, who then reacted, instantly understood what the other party was referring to. After realizing that the other party was mocking her, Lu Linger was so angry that she immediately held her pretty face red. The cheeks were even higher. Fixing my eyes on it, it was a proper little puffer fish. You, Lu Linger angrily pointed at his person, but just as the words came out, the little ninny couldn't say anything else. The big watery eyes glanced at the proud hill in front of Xiao Qingji, which was indeed erect. Then the little ninny lowered her head again and glanced away. Mediocre. You can still see those cute little feet on the floor. Lu Linger instantly developed a small inferiority complex. Humph. So what? Spirit can still grow to it. It will naturally be there by then. It must have been bigger than yours then. The unconvinced Lu Linger struggled to argue for herself. Yoo-hoo! Then this princess will learn to cook too. With that, the two little girls started hanging out with each other in the kitchen. And outside the kitchen the couple was looking at the two tussling ninnies with anti-smiles on their faces. Lu Linger's small hand attacked the hill in front of her person's body. Xiao Qingji, on the other hand, was plucking her 3,000 green threads with both hands with great force. Shortly after, Yang Yuchan, who was busy in the kitchen, saw this. Instead, one person was rewarded with a pop. The two girls deflated their little mouths, their big eyes filled with a faint mist of water. The small hands gently cradled the little head. The two were thus driven out of the kitchen by Yang Yuchan. The medicine store was cozy, yet what none of them knew was that a heavenly enemy was coming towards them at a fiery pace. We'll have to break them good. Just as they were about to eat their dinner, the mysterious man instantly descended upon the medicine store. A family reunion is good. Why did you open the banquet without preparing this god's place? A distant voice came from far away. Hearing the mysterious voice coming, Yang Yuchan and the others hurriedly stood up from their positions. Who is it? Yang Yuchan was startled and hastily drew out her vegetarian jade lady sword, her eyes looking around with vigilance. Chapter 135, Fate Makes It Happen. Inside the space of the life and death rune mark, the spirit body hidden within felt a sudden crisis. With that, he hastily awoke from his slumber and appeared in the outside world. Who is it? The spirit body after leaving the life and death rune mark felt bad all of a sudden. Because, actually even he couldn't sense the presence of the other party's breath. And then he was shocked in his heart. Not good. The other party is a creationist god. Just as the spirit body reacted, the mysterious man had already appeared behind him. A spirit body with good strength. Pity. If the main body was present even this god wouldn't necessarily be able to easily defeat it. But it's just a mere spirit body. Destroy. The mysterious man's large hand pressed behind the spirit body, and with a sound he gave, only to see the spirit body directly go up in smoke on the spot. A spirit body whose strength had reached the level of a mixed master. In the hands of the mysterious man. I can't believe I can't even catch a single move. With just one illumination, the spirit body was extinguished. No matter how much the hybrid lord bounces around, in front of the supreme god of creation, undoubtedly all of them are playing a big sword in front of the Guangong. Cultivation strength has reached this level of cultivators. The previous such thing of what cross-border reverse felling of the upper realm had long since ceased to exist. Not to mention a large realm. Even a small realm was a chasm that was difficult to cross. What? When Yang Yuchan saw this scene, her jaw dropped as she looked at the mysterious man in front of her. He couldn't believe that Yang Bai's spirit body would actually be destroyed in a single glance. Even though this was only a spirit body of Yang Bai, not his original body. But it was shocking enough. Previously, no matter how terrifying an enemy he had encountered, the spirit body had only slightly waved its hand and just exterminate the enemy. According to Yang Bai, after confessing everything to her in the Holy Land of the Apocalypse earlier, she had a clearer understanding of the world again. I also became more aware of the immensity of the world and realized my own insignificance. Also knowing that Yang Bai was the only patriarchal god in the universe of the heavens, an invincible existence above all others. And at this moment, one of his spirit bodies was actually destroyed by a single move in front of her. Who the hell are you? Yang Yuchan's eyes were gloomy as she looked at its person. You'll understand later. But that's for later. For now, the mysterious man didn't pay any attention to Yang Yuchan's inquiry. Instead, with a big wave of his hand, he quickly rolled up a space storm and carried her away quickly. The mysterious man was very clear that he had just exterminated a spirit body of the other party. The other party was the same creator god, so he would definitely know about it in the first place. Nowadays, he has a creation artifact to cover his aura, but it couldn't hide from the detection of a creation god under the full power of his soul, so he didn't have time to explain too much with Yang Yuchan now. To escape this place before Yang Bai returns, all the while inwardly cursing the really bad luck. The target he was looking for naively was the person beside the creator god of the Hongmeng universe who had just been introduced to the heavens. This is just too much luck. But in the mysterious man's mind, even if he would have a grudge against a creator god, goes out of his way to make an enemy of a creator god. He also wanted to snatch Yang Yuchan from his people. It was the only way he could succeed against fate. Inside the medicine store, the crowd with low cultivation levels had no idea what had just happened. The moment the mysterious man descended upon them, their consciousness was directly controlled by his person. Time and space froze in the blink of an eye. Where did Cindy go? Yang Tianxiang and his wife, who were sitting in front of the dining table, could not help but inquire curiously. Lu Linger as well as Chao Qingji's two daughters were still holding weapons in their hands at this time, their breath overflowing. Once the mysterious man left, the two women finally recovered. Master, Sister Yang has been taken. The reacting Lu Linger was hanging a few lines of pearls on her small face. Chao Qingji on the side was also pulling a face, her small face collapsing in frustration. On the other hand, Yang Bai had only just gotten the news. At this moment, it was rushing back towards the Hongmeng universe at fire speed. There were some strange thoughts in his mind. This god is the god of beginnings, and his divine thoughts have long reached the entire universe of the heavens. There is simply no one in the world who can conceal their senses from this god. What the hell is going on here? Immediately afterward, Yang Bai's eyes flickered slightly as he used his patriarchal divine power to project the strangeness of this matter. Yang Bai's speed spanned space and time, and his body continuously traveled through the heavens and the worlds. In just less than a breath of time, he returned to the cosmic space of the Kunlun realm. Meanwhile his maneuvers came to fruition, under the projection of the divine power of the patriarch. All the fishy things point to that mysterious and weird destiny. The moment he struck the heavens, he had been targeted by fate, and that mysterious man was none other than the creation god Eternal, one of the 9 creation gods of the heavenly universe. Creation Eternal thought it was his so-called creation artifact that masked his aura. Unbeknownst to him, where could this mere creation artifact hide from Yang Bai's soul perception? All of this is that mysterious invisible fate is secretly helping him, using the weird and mysterious power of massive destiny, as well as his creator's artifact. Plus, Yang Bai was in the world of the heavens at that time. The world of the heavens was already filled with the power of destiny. With the isolation of the world of the heavens, Yang Bai, who had already let his guard down, was confident that he was the invincible patriarch of the heavens, and that no one could do anything to him. A moment of careless oversight. With all these layers of factors, it was only by a fluke that the eternal god of creation sneaked into the Hongmeng universe. Took Yang Yuchan. It's as if all of this is being cast under the marvelous manipulative layout of a mysterious and bizarre fate. Clever use of all the elements. It was as if it was all meant to happen. Destiny? After this god puts an end to this matter, I will find you to settle this matter. At that time, it doesn't matter if you are that so-called will of heaven and earth, or some supreme existence. This god will also completely dissipate you between this heaven and earth. After sorting everything out, only Yang Bai's eyes flashed with an unprecedented dangerous light. In the meantime, only at the outer chaos where the weird door is located. The weird door that was destroyed by the pressure of Yang Bai's breath was slowly being repaired again at this time under the mysterious and weird power of fate. Even the world of the heavens within it was once again renewed. All the people of the 12 palaces of destiny who had died under the pressure of Yang Bai's breath were at that moment under the power of destiny. Resurrection again. The congregation of the Temple of Fate, who had successfully resurrected at this time are full of faith toward the sky above the dome kneeling down. Mouth shouted, "O great destiny!" And at the same time in front of the 8 creation gods of the heavens, a mysterious halo of light eerily descended. The moment they saw the halo, the 8 creation gods all looked fearful as they kept retreating backward. Put some distance between you and. Chapter 136, surprisingly, the true Lord of Destiny. Laws of the Sorcerer's Way. The halo dispersed and a blurry figure appeared before the 8 creation gods, only to see an old man wearing a Taoist robe with an immortal style appear steeply. Immediately afterward, the strong power of fate came crashing down. It actually formed a vacuum in the outer chaotic space. The surrounding Tao laws and regulations all became illusory at this moment, as if they were disconnected from the universe of the heavens. The powerful aura caused the 8 creation gods present to not dare to be careless, releasing their own creation laws one after another. He was looking at his person with a stern look on his face and a rather grave look on his face. The true Lord of Fate surrounded his body with the power of fate, and his eyes' laws of fate constantly flickered. Fate is merciful, and I was mindful of the fact that it is not easy for you to cultivate to the God of creation. Nah, you and others have to actively seek death. Then we can't blame fate for being merciless. After saying that, the true Lord of Fate recited words under his breath, and countless mysterious and bizarre fate runes appeared out of thin air. Stop him. Seeing this, the Dongming sword god didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and then he tightened his grip on the first sequence divine sword in his hand. All the mysteries of the heavenly sword Tao converged on the sword blade. The invisible sword intent pierced through space and time, and the sharp sword aura seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. It pierced towards the true Lord of Fate. The sword Tao Upanishads of the heavens and the earth were mobilized in a moment of time. Even the true Lord of Fate did not dare to take this move lightly. Only the eyes of the true Lord of Fate flickered slightly, and a terrifying divine light of fate burst out from its eyes. The two collided with a bang, and the divine light of destiny instantly crushed the sword awnings. The might was unabated as it attacked and killed towards the Dongming sword god. The reacting Zhu Xing, Shang Cheng, and others on the side all used the laws of creation. Gathering a creation god arrow, it collided with the divine light of destiny. The aftermath of the collision between the two immediately set off a storm of cosmic energy. In an instant, it just annihilated the surrounding sacred sky universe, paradise universe, and a host of other great universes that had never perished for ages. A fight between creation gods. Sparing the aftermath was not something an ordinary universe could withstand. The 8 great gods of creation were all sent flying by the aftermath, their figures retreating hundreds of millions of Kyoto days away. The 8 people had to marvel at the terrifying strength of the old man in front of them at this moment. The 8 of them together fell as far as they could in the first round. Damn it! Who is that old man? Why has this god never seen this person within the divine hall of heavenly fate? Creation god ancestor Xing cursed darkly. Now it seemed that they, the heavens universe, had really underestimated the strength of the heavenly destiny forces by a long shot. This mysterious old man in front of them. None of the 8 of them had ever seen him before. Looking at this person's strength, I'm afraid that he is also a powerful person who has broken through the heavenly beginnings and stepped into the Tathagata self-realization. The Genesis Divine Court Ru analyzed as he hurriedly responded to the constant onslaught of attacks from the Fate True Lord. It seems that the universe of the heavens is really about to change. Today in a row there were 2 strong people who broke through the heavens beginning Shenkuan. And I'm afraid that going to the other one is more than just a Tathagata self. District heavens beginning Shenkuan. Obstinate. Accept the judgment of fate. In the next moment, only the fate runes surrounding the true Lord of Fate were violently tightened. Bursts of endless divine light of destiny. The power of destiny instantly filled the surrounding cosmic space. At this moment, under the interference of the laws of fate, except for the laws of, all the laws became dull. I only saw the sword Dao mysteries that surrounded the first sequence of divine swords of the Dongming sword god. At this moment, they all dissipated into thin air. Excalibur is no longer what it used to be. At the same time, the heavenly Dao laws surrounding the Tingru creation god similarly disappeared at this moment. Not only that, but the entire universe of the heavens, whether it's the 3,000 paths, or maybe it was the 7 or 2 supreme laws, or even the 9 everlasting laws or the laws of origin. At this time, they all strangely disappeared, and not even a wisp of chi could be found. All the rules of the law have not disappeared into thin air, but have received the call of destiny. They all converged in the hands of the true Lord of Destiny. The 8 great creation gods looked incredulously at the world-shattering scene in front of them. The true Lord of Destiny was actually able to manage to mobilize all the Dao arcana of the entire heavenly universe with the lift of his hand. This kind of tactic is too counterintuitive. Is the law of destiny really so horrible? At this moment, the fear of fate loomed deep within the souls of the 8 great creation gods present. They were the number 1 fighting force in the universe of the heavens. But in the face of an onslaught of fate, then I realized how small I was. Nope, the laws of fate haven't gone against the heavens to this extent. There is another law not mobilized for it. The creation court Ru is at risk. His eyes were dead set on the massive force of laws gathered in the hands of the true Lord of Fate. Then there was a flash of divine light in his eyes. Is Tingri talking about? Not bad. It's really the law of which way. Are you willing to perform it with this god? The Tingru creation god asked with firm eyes. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the creation gods began to hesitate. The laws of the sorcerer's way were not like the other laws of the way, which could be utilized at will. The laws of witchcraft transcend the world and are not invisible. In the universe of the heavens, there were only a handful of few rules of the Tao laws that could compete with the laws of fate one way or the other, and the law of witchcraft is one of them. Gentlemen, it has now come to a time of life and death for the heavenly universe. Instead of sitting back and waiting to be swallowed up by the power of fate, it's better to let go with this god. Now that it has come to this, there is no room for them to choose. All along, the power of destiny had dominated all beings in the universe of the heavens. According to fate, all living beings are forced by fate at birth to settle on a destiny from which they can never escape. All beings of the heavens from the moment of birth. Everything you encounter is fueled by a mysterious and invisible destiny. The entire universe of the heavens is like a giant chessboard. All men are but pawns in the hands of fate. But looking at the universe of the heavens, I don't know how many outstanding people have been born. After learning of their destiny, they are all determined to break it, taking destiny into their own hands, but without exception, they are all buried under it. Yet history is long. Millions of epochs ago, 12 unprecedented powerhouses have appeared in the universe of the heavens. Legend has it that their strengths have all reached the unprecedented realm of the lawlessness of the 10,000 laws. These 12 supreme powerhouses were uniformly honored as witch ancestors by the cultivators of the current world. Yet even as strong as the witch ancestor, he could not fight against fate. Then on the occasion of the fall of the first sorcerer ancestor, he spent his entire life's cultivation and utilized a heaven-defying divine power, created the fledgling laws of witchcraft, and then through the continuous refinement of the witch ancestors, it finally became the present which way laws, an existence that was strong enough to fight against the laws of destiny one way or the other. Although the laws of the sorcerer's way were strong, the cost of utilizing them was not something that ordinary people could afford. The cost of summoning the laws of witchcraft is to use the cultivator's lifespan for sustenance. The longevity consumed therein was extremely terrifying, requiring tens of thousands of epochs. To think that the lifespan of a heaven's beginning Chinkuan was only less than 2,000 epochs, and it was surprising that it took so much longevity to summon the laws of the sorcerer's way. This was why the remaining few creation gods were so hesitant. Summoning the laws of witchcraft once is equivalent to killing half of their lives. The remaining lifespan would be less than a few epochs. Chapter 137, Return of the 12 Witch Ancestors. Mighty Witch Ancestors. To the God of Creation. A few epochs were but the blink of an eye. Normally, a closed door would be tens of epochs. However, at this moment, in the face of a world-shattering strike from the true Lord of Destiny with the entire universe of the heavens, with the loss of their Tao enhancement, it was impossible for them to take it. No matter what, only annihilation will greet them. Just as well, the 12 witch ancestors have never been used by anyone since they created the witch way laws. I think they must have long anticipated today's situation. This god put up a fight. Zhu Xing, Dong Ming, Shang Qing and the others clenched their teeth violently. With that, the 8 great hands made seals with their hands and recited words under their breath, and the witch road runes continuously surrounded them, only to see that the 8 had consumed a total of nearly 10,000 epochs of longevity, and at this time, their hair had all turned white. Even the divine power in his body was constantly flowing outward. The true Lord of Destiny, standing across from them. At this time, the power of the heavenly Tao laws in his hands had already been brewed. The infinitely terrifying Tao Ao Yun tore through space, just as strong as the true Lord of Destiny. At this moment, they were all somewhat unable to withstand the backlash of this berserk energy, and the chi and blood in their bodies violently rolled over and over. The essence of God's blood was violently spat out of his mouth. It took a lot of effort to use the laws of destiny to barely stabilize this violent energy. Laws of the witch way. Humph, not bad power. It's rare for a worm to create such a law, but how can I let you have your way? After saying that, the eyes of the true Lord of Fate condensed, and the countless heavenly Upanishads in his hands suddenly blossomed violently. The terrifying and incomparable Ao Yun pierced through space and time, not striking at the 8 creation gods who were in today's space and time. Instead, they hit the 8 creation gods of the past that had not yet grown up outside of the timeline. In the face of this strike from nearly the entire heavens, even the 8 great gods of creation today would not be able to receive it, not to mention the past them. As long as the 8 creation gods of the past died, they who were in the present time and space would fall with them. Just in the nick of time, the laws of the sorcerer's way came from beyond the heavens. The ancient aura instantly swept through the surrounding cosmic space. A huge and mysterious portal like an abyss appeared out of nowhere. In it, the endless aura of the sorcerer's way fluttered out. The strong and terrifying laws of the sorcerer's way, even the overbearing and boundless power of destiny became eclipsed at this time, only to see 12 figures slowly walk out of the spatial passage like an abyss. The disdainful aura of the world was spreading out towards the true Lord of Destiny in front of him. Even the Tathagata self-realized true Lord of Destiny felt his entire body explode when he was locked by this aura. Shudder! The 12 sorcerer ancestors, who actually utilized the laws of the sorcerer's way to cross time and space, descending from millions of epochs ago into this world. In the next moment, the 12 witch ancestors joined forces to gather the power of the witch way, piercing through space and time directly blocked the attack of the true Lord of Fate. Afterwards, one could only see the attack of the true Master of Destiny that gathered the power of all the Tao Arcana of the heavens and the worlds. It was actually instantly broken by this strike from the 12 witch ancestors. Only then did the 8 creation gods who saw this scene heave a sigh of relief. Luckily it came in time. Seniors Dongming, Zuxing, Shanqing, and Tingru, greetings to all the witch ancestors seniors. In a short while, the 12 sorcerer ancestors came before the 8 creation gods. The 8 great creation gods hurriedly saluted at the sight. Standing in the middle of all the witch ancestor Xianmei nodded his head slightly, looking at the 8 of them with satisfaction. Not bad. It's amazing that 9 creation gods even appeared together in the later generations. As the strongest of the heavens, one is able to sacrifice oneself for the greater good. Truly worthy of the gods of the heavens. The 9 creation gods referred to in the mouth of the witch ancestor Xianmei of course included the future to the scene. And sneak forward to the Kunlun realm of creation eternal. Well, let's save the compliments for later. Let's take care of the enemy in front of us first. The criminal heavenly sorcerer ancestor looked coldly at the true Lord of Destiny in front of him. The terrifying aura from his body firmly locked it in place to prevent him from escaping. In the face of the 12 ancient sorcerer ancestors at the moment as well as the 8 great creation gods of the present world encircling them, The true juggernaut of fate had no chance of winning, but he didn't show any panic on his face. Instead, he taunted the 12 witch ancestors in front of him, the lost dogs of the day. Now using the laws of the sorcerer's way to converge together thinking that you can shake fate? That's ridiculous. The witch ancestor Zhu Rong had a fiery temper, and when he heard that he still dared to speak out of turn even when he was on the verge of death, immediately, terrifying divine flames burned around his body. The terrifying aura of 10,000 hairs and no extremes rippled out with it. At the same time, the laws of the sorcerer's way instantly blasted apart the laws of fate that surrounded the true Lord of Fate. Immediately afterward, only the witch ancestor Zhu Rong's figure flashed, and his speed gave even space and time a raw hole. The large hand covered above his person's forehead, and immediately the blessed divine amazement spread to his arm. The terrifying temperature of the flames seemed as if heaven and earth couldn't carry it. Even the surrounding laws of destiny began to spontaneously combust. As strong as the true Lord of Destiny in the realm of transfiguration self-realization, under the scorching of Zhu Rong's divine amazement, without even being able to react, they were instantly burned to ashes. A generation of absolute creation gods fell so silently. The universal law of infinite and the transfiguration of the self can simply not be above the same level. The universal law of limitlessness is the pinnacle of the cultivation of the living beings of the heavens. The 8 great gods of creation standing on the sidelines couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw this scene. The heart was secretly shocked. Is this the witch ancestor? It's truly terrifying as hell. Surprisingly, even the fate true lord of the transformation self-realization realm couldn't walk through a single move in its hands. It's worthy of the 10,000 laws. The true Lord of Destiny, who had crushed the 8 of them just a moment ago, couldn't lift his head. Surprisingly, he was instantly killed in a single glance under the witch ancestor Zhu Rong. The strength of the witch ancestor is truly admirable. I have been looking up to you seniors for a long time. The Dongming sword god on the side came forward to brag as he lamented. Not bad. With all the witch ancestors leading the way, the heavenly universe will definitely be able to break its destiny. Return freedom to all beings in the heavens. Creation god Zhu Xing also chimed in. However, upon hearing the constant boasting of his juniors, Zhi Meng, who was a sorcerer ancestor, had a saddened look on his face. You think too highly of us and underestimate the horrors of fate. What you see today is only the tip of the iceberg of the power of fate. That true Lord of Fate isn't truly dead either. As long as fate remains alive, then the heavens will never be overthrown, and the people of the Temple of Fate will be immortal. Sorcerer ancestor Jumong's words undoubtedly poured a pot of cold water over the hearts of the 8 great creation gods. But there's no need to be too pessimistic. Since we have returned, there is still hope for the heavenly universe. The universe of the heavens now that the witch ancestor has returned in force. There is always a certain balance between the strength of the heavens and the heavens. Chapter 138 Destiny Voider. Eternal Heaven. Kunlun Realm. Only to see a meteor-like figure rapidly flash by in the depths of the cosmic starry sky. Inside the medicine store, Yang Yuchan had just been captured by the god of creation Eternal not long ago. At this moment, Lu Linger as well as Chao Qingji and the others were all like ants on a hot pan. Is stomping his feet back and forth in the small courtyard. As a figure descended, the 2 nymphets who were waiting anxiously hurriedly trotted forward to jump into his arms. Seeing this, Yang Bai carefully caught the 2 small things running towards him in front of him. Lu Linger still had teardrops hanging from the corners of her eyes, and her head was buried in her chest as she kept crying out. Young master, Wu's sister Yang was taken not long ago. Hearing the choking of the girl in his arms, Yang Bai gently stroked her head with his big hand and said comfortingly, "Don't worry, young master will definitely bring her back." On the side, Yang Tianxiong helped Lin Yining to come forward. Just come back. Facing this familiar and unfamiliar son in front of him, Yang Tianxiong's heart was complicated. I didn't realize that the foppish, untalented kid from before, now in the blink of an eye it had become a pivotal giant within the Kunlun realm. Yang Bai nodded his head towards his person, and the little Duden in his arms stopped crying at this time. After calming the crowd, he looked around the room with a slight frown. Under the detection of his beginning divine sense, the surrounding space was filled with the intense power of the laws of destiny. It is indeed related to fate. Otherwise how could a mere creation god roam past this god's divine sense perception? Immediately afterward, only Yang Bai's eyes were filled with the aura of time, and he intended to utilize the divine power of the patriarch. Use the power of the river of time to reverse time and space. But just as his beginning god power was about to invade the long river of time, he suddenly realized that the long river of time was unexpectedly blocked by a large amount of the power of the laws of destiny. Huge laws of fate converged here, and the fate Upanishad was unheard of in its immensity. Even Yang Bai would have to spend some time to completely remove it, so he decisively abandoned this method of. Meanwhile the mind has reached the limit of its tolerance for fate. This is done. Vow to visit the heavens again. No matter how many times we rebuild this god will also destroy you completely. Immediately, Yang Bai turned around and solemnly explained to Lu Linger and Xiaoqingji, I'll go in return. You stay at home and don't move around so easily. Before leaving, he also didn't forget to personally lay down a beginning ancestor formation as well as leave behind a beginning ancestor Dao mark within the medicine store. This great formation of the patriarchs was set up by his own hands, and cannot be broken by non-patriarchal gods. At the same time, if the great formation of the patriarchs suffers a powerful blow, this originator Dao mark he left behind would immediately give birth to a sense. This prevents similar encounters from happening again. After doing this, Yang Bai's figure violently sped towards the direction of the eternal heavenly kingdom. Enough speed to pierce through space and time, instantly rushing out of the Hongmeng universe, come to the vast and boundless space of the outer chaotic universe. The moment Yang Bai appeared, all the chaotic chi was ignited. The monstrous fury transformed into a cosmic catastrophe in the heavens, and for a time the entire universe of the heavens Tao and Dharma Upanishads all boiled up involuntarily. Countless stars retrogressed and Yang Bai pointed straight in the direction of the eternal heavenly kingdom. Meanwhile, the ascended world, the true lord of destiny, who was killed by the witch ancestor Zhu Rong with a single move of divine amazement. At this time, it actually reappeared in the Scourge God Palace. Below the main hall of the Divine Palace, the 12 creation gods of destiny, who had been forcefully killed by Yang Bai not long ago. At this time, they all returned from the resurrection and stood respectfully to the side. Lord, true Lord, now that the 12 witch ancestors have returned from the distant past, and from out of nowhere, there's another one who's extremely perverted and strong. Now that the strength of the heavens universe has skyrocketed, I, the Ascension, am clearly outmatched. Genesis Future opened his mouth to analyze the situation of the universe now. Humph, District Witch Ancestor. It's not enough to fear. The real trouble is him. According to the power of destiny, his karma cannot be traced at all, as if it had never existed. The divine light of fate in the pupils of the true Lord of Fate flickered continuously. Yang Bai's slim figure flashed in his mind. It's hard to guess. Shinzai, the god of creation, seemed to have thought of a certain possibility when he heard the words of the true Lord of Destiny in the past. Not bad. It is none other than the Destiny Voider, a transcendent existence that cannot even control fate. Has this existence actually surfaced again? The true Lord of Fate could hardly hide the fear in his heart when he mentioned the Destiny Voider. These words immediately caused the jaws of the 12 creation gods of destiny below to drop. The so-called Destiny Voiders, as the name suggests, are not subject to any rules. There is no past, nor can we see its future. It is the most mysterious existence in the universe of the heavens. There was simply no Tao that could pierce through its form. The only thing we can do nowadays is to let him fight with the heavenly universe to the death. Everything was secretly laid out by the invisible fate, and Yang Bai did not belong to this world. Fate couldn't even notice his presence until he attacked the upper Cthulhu world it was only then that the forces of fate noticed him. A huge kingdom, the eternal heavenly kingdom, that was extremely far away from the Hongmeng universe, with the kingdom lord, the creator god of the world, at the helm. The eternal heavenly kingdom was exceptionally powerful, with tens of millions of universes under his command, entrenched on the side of the heavenly universe, a well-deserved giant power of the heavens. Endless eternal laws filled the entire starry sky of the eternal universe. Yang Bai had already stepped into the universe of eternal heaven. Even he had to look sideways at the beautiful starry sky of the eternal universe, only to see that all star clusters are made up of countless eternal laws, blooming a dazzling deep blue color in the deep space of the universe. Countless stars dotted down the sky, illuminating the prosperity of the eternal kingdom of heaven. Yet all this apparent prosperity and beauty was about to be destroyed by the divine power of the patriarchs. Yang Bai merely glanced hurriedly as his body sped towards the direction of the eternal heavenly kingdom. Soon he arrived at the borderland of the eternal heavenly kingdom. A lofty, towering border gate blocked the way. The majesty of the border is an absolute defense formed by several universes stitched together. I have to say, the handiwork is quite grand, worthy of being a power guarded by the god of creation. Yang Bai stood at the bottom of the vast border city. His figure was looking so small. Who is the visitor? Leave quickly. The Lord of the Kingdom himself has ordered that from today, all cultivators are not allowed to enter the kingdom of heaven, and those who dare to disobey the order will be killed without. The soldiers guarding the city walls even had the cultivation level of the transcendence realm. Seeing Yang Bai standing under the city gate, he hurriedly spoke out and rebuked, but just as he was halfway through his sentence, he was killed by Yang Bai's glare. Strong and boundless soul power rippled through the surrounding space. The terrifying energy storm that erupted immediately tore a large hole in the hardened border. Not good. It's an enemy attack. It's the enemy. I only saw Yang Bai at this moment, his figure slowly prancing up on top of the city wall, his eyes filled with divine light. terrifying patriarchal divine power coalesced in his hands. The invincible aura that looked out of the world instantly obliterated this border gate that consisted of several universes. Like the opening reward of billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride, please collect 101 novel. The opening rewards billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride 101 novel. The fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 139, Crushing All the Way. Causes and Consequences. With the obstacles in front of him cleared, Yang Bai then hoofed it towards the capital of the eternal heavenly kingdom. The terrifying aura of the beginning god instantly spread throughout the entire eternal heavenly kingdom. At this very moment, the eternal god of creation, who was within the eternal capital, instantly, he sensed that this invincible aura was coming towards him. Pass the order down. Have the eternal god army move out and block the incoming enemies for this god. What he hadn't expected was that the other party had actually killed towards his divine kingdom so quickly. Even a creation god, who has a creation artifact to conceal his aura, it shouldn't have been traced to him so quickly. He had just returned to the divine kingdom on the front foot, and Yang Bai followed him on the back foot. Shocked, there was no more time for him to think anymore. Pass the order down. All cultivators above Supreme Tao Ancestor. On the other hand, in a short time Yang Bai destroyed dozens of border passes along the way. Hundreds of universes had already fallen to him. It's really annoying. This god would like to see just how strong your eternal heavenly kingdom is. With another cosmic border in front of him blocking his way, Yang Bai, whose patience had already been depleted, in a fit of rage, one hand was slightly raised, and a terrifying always divine power exploded out of his palm. Then one hand pushed out horizontally toward the front, and the divine light of the patriarch crushed everything with the momentum of A. Towards the front it kept pounding away. Anything that stood in the way was turned into a wisp of robotic ash under the impact of the divine light of the patriarch. The next moment, without the obstacles of the cosmic border, he went all the way to the top. Soon they arrived under the capital of the eternal kingdom. The eternal heavenly kingdom was worthy of being one of the giant forces of the heavens. The country was surprisingly as wide as tens of thousands of universes across. Underneath the national capital, the densely packed eternal god army was neatly arranged underneath the city. The soldiers were all dressed in divine kai, and their killing aura shook the heavens. In front of the formation, a cultivator at the realm of mixed dominance was holding a divine sword. This excellency, you have so forcibly entered my divine kingdom and destroyed countless of my borders. Do you really think that there's no one in my divine kingdom? This insult can only be washed away by your blood. Kill! Kill! The imposing eternal god army behind them immediately erupted into a terrifying formation. Endless killing intent and morale coalesced into a terrifying energy storm. Towards the front, Yang Bai attacked and killed. The blood of this god? Humph! Do gods bleed? The energy storm instantly pounced on his face. Yang Bai scoffed at this and only slightly raised his hand. Surprisingly, he tore through this earth-shattering strike alive. What? How is that possible? Tens of thousands of eternal divine armies coalesced with the power of battle intent. Even a blow from the god of creation can be resisted. The eternal divine army was one of the strongest battle forces under the eternal command of the god of creation. Immediately afterward, Yang Bai revealed an evil smile to the army and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Look out! The hybrid master cultivator in front of the formation hurriedly exclaimed. His pupils couldn't help but shrink as a beginning divine light instantly penetrated his entire being. Along with the countless divine armies behind them, they were also flooded with divine light one by one at this moment. Countless soldiers were reduced to pieces in a single moment. Yang Bai's speed pierced through space and time, his body constantly shuttling through the divine army like no one else was there. It was a one-sided crushing. A moment later, all the divine armies were killed without a single piece of armor left. The strong smell of blood filled the surrounding space, and blood immediately dyed the lofty city walls red. On the contrary, Yang Bai's clean white clothes were not stained with any blood at all. The only obstacle now was the wall in front of us. Upon closer inspection, the city wall in front of him shimmered with mysterious and powerful eternal laws. It even contained the power of the laws of creation, forged by the eternal god of creation himself. Not only that, there were also many creation formations on it. Even the god of creation would find it difficult to break it easily in a short period of time. Worthy of being the capital of the eternal kingdom, it's still on the line after all. Seeing this, Yang Bai faintly smiled and said, immediately, endless patriarchal divine power rose up from within his body. The pressure of the patriarch that not even heaven and earth could carry faintly emanated out. Once the patriarchal pressure descended, the eternal laws imprinted on the city walls couldn't stop trembling. Not only that, the entire universe of the heavens trembled violently. All the Tao laws were like meeting a king, and they all knelt down in the direction of the eternal heavenly kingdom. The breath of the supreme patriarch descended, and the 12 witch ancestors, far away in the Tianxian universe. At this time, He had just finished adapting to the rules of the Tao in the present world. The 12 witch ancestors were after all not cultivators of the present world, and would naturally be inhibited by the heavenly Tao. This aura that makes even this ancestor tremble, is it possible that it's the fate proper that has been revealed? The sorcerer ancestor interceptor felt fear from the depths of his soul. The initiate's aura brought back the feeling of fear he had felt millions of epochs ago in front of the fate essence. That feeling was like a haze in his heart that lingered until this world. The eyes of the other sorcerer ancestors as well as the 8 heavenly creator gods all glanced in the direction of the eternal heavenly kingdom. It's the direction of the eternal kingdom of heaven. What the hell is that eternity guy up to? The Dongming sword god's eyes gazed at the direction of the eternal heavenly kingdom with a heavy gaze, and his mouth said nan nan. Without waiting for him to react, the 12 witch ancestors instantly moved too, sprinting in the direction of the eternal heavenly kingdom. Seeing this, the 8 creation gods of the heavens had no choice but to follow them forward. On the other side of the city, under the city wall, only to see the city wall that was just now lofty and majestic. At this time, but only the remains of the wall. A depressed scene. The creation formation was also reduced to nothing under the pressure of the patriarch's might. Eternity. Get the hell out of this god. This small chapter is not yet finished. Please click on the next page behind the exciting content. With that, only Yang Bai slowly stepped inside the eternal capital with a bang. Within the giant boundary, countless eternal heavenly kingdom powerhouses were densely packed in a circle, squeezing out spells in his hands. The large formation supported the entire boundary, while Yang Yuchan's eyes were closed tightly and a face of pain lay within the boundary. Meanwhile, the god of creation eternal stood on the other side of the large formation. This is the inheritance grand formation of the eternal heavenly kingdom. Cultivation has reached the realm of heavens beginning in Qiankuan, so as to sacrifice the array with the person of the closest relative, together with the 128,000 Supreme Tao ancestors, 18,000 True Spirit Tao ancestors, 1,800 Chaos Tao ancestors, and 180 Mixed Masters, gathering the spiritual power of many powerful people's ways and methods to give it a sprint to the realm of Tathagata self-realization. This plan eternity has been planning for nearly 1,000,000 years, and the number of strong people eternal heaven has long been satisfied. Nay, the higher the cultivation level, the harder it would be for a cultivator to give birth to an heir. Eternals whose cultivation reaches the level of a creation god are much more difficult to give birth to an heir. Just over 20 years ago, his eternal imperial consort finally gave him a daughter, Yang Yuchan. Only when the eternal imperial consort learned that eternity was going to sacrifice her children to the formation, how could she bear to see her own daughter die before her eyes? And so, escorted by her personal guard, Night Sky, using the hyperspace charm, secretly sending Yang Yuchan to the distant Hongmeng universe. And Yang Yuchan was young and lucky to survive the time storm, but the eternal divine vein within its body shattered. This was also the original reason why her cultivation talent was so poor afterwards. Upon learning the news, the creator god Eternity became furious, and instantly and mercilessly exterminated the royal concubine. He sent Night Sky to the heavenly prison and forced Yang Yuchan to ask about her whereabouts. It wasn't until the appearance of Yang Bai not long ago, which exposed the heavenly chances of the Hongmeng universe, that the eternal insight, like the opening reward of billions of years of cultivation, also send a child bride please collect 101 novel. The opening rewards billions of years of cultivation, also send a child bride 101 novel. The fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 140, A Thought Determines Life and Death. Seeing that Yang Bai had actually killed his way in so quickly, the god of creation eternal couldn't help but change his face drastically. Hurry! Pick up the pace. He still wanted to impact the realm of Tathagata self-realization before Yang Bai arrived. Seeing the unconscious and pale Yang Yuchan in the big formation, Yang Bai was instantly furious, and for a moment, he almost failed to suppress the originator aura in his body. What an eternal heavenly kingdom! Since you and the others are looking for death, then this god will fulfill them. The beginning ancestors' divine breath swirled in a circle of billions of Jingtian. The terrifying pressure shook the heavens and the earth, and a large area of cosmic space collapsed, turning into a land where life and energy were destroyed. In the next moment, only Yang Bai clasped his hands in vain and, the great hand illuminated by the divine power of the beginning ancestor struck at the eternal grand formation with a single blow. The eternal divine formation, which was arranged by tens of thousands of eternal divine kingdom powerhouses joining forces under the divine power of the patriarchs. It's like tofu dregs. It breaks at the touch of a button. The group of powerhouses standing in the grand formation were all heavily injured by the tremendous backlash of the divine formation. The backlash suffered by the eternal god of creation, who was the main formation, was even more ferocious. In the next moment, under his incredulous eyes, Yang Bai's figure quickly flashed by and, directly ignoring the erosion of the eternal laws around him, he came above the altar. Yang Bai looked at the pale face of Yang Yuchan in front of him and picked her up with eyes full of heartache. Nyoko! I'm sorry. I'm late. Afterward, a gentle patriarchal divine breath slowly condensed out of his palm and struck into his person. Only Yang Yuchan, who was at the undying realm, was vulnerable in this universe of the heavens. Boing! Under the gentle divine breath of the patriarch, a feeling of warmth and comfort filled his entire body. Yang Yuchan fluttered her long eyelashes a few times, and a regal wailing sound came out of her mouth. Afterward, Yang Yuchan finally slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Husband? You're finally here. After seeing that the person in front of her was Yang Bai, Yang Yuchan broke into a smile and hurriedly threw herself into his embrace. The two of them embraced each other in oblivion and, completely just ignoring the countless pairs of eyes around them that were staring intently at them. At this point, hundreds of thousands of Supreme Dao ancestors, tens of thousands of True Spirit Dao ancestors, thousands of Chaos Dao ancestors, and hundreds of mixed masters were led by Eternal, surrounding the duo to death. A crowd of Eternal Heavenly Kingdom powerhouses erupted with the pressure of their breath. Even the heavens beginning Qianquan realm had to retreat and avoid the front line for the time being. Your Excellency, this god has no grudge against you. Why did you trespass into my god's kingdom and take my daughter? The god of creation Eternal stabilized his injuries and wiped off the divine blood from the side of his mouth, his eyes looking at Yang Bai with great scorn. Nowadays, he had understood clearly long ago that the other party had only broken into the divine kingdom. It only took less than a few breaths of time to kill the national capital. They hadn't even fully set up the divine formation before the other party killed their way in, and it also broke the eternal god formation laid down by so many powerful people in a single move. This was simply not something that heaven's beginning Qianquan could do. At the same time, he cursed his bad luck in his heart. I don't know when such a powerful person of the Tathagata self-realization realm appeared in the heavens universe. He has gone to great lengths to impact the Tathagata self. However, for the noise around him, Yang Bai did not bother to look at it more than once. The eyes never moved from the beautiful person in front of him. Mother, are you afraid? Yang Bai smiled gently at the beautiful woman in his arms and said, as long as my husband is there, I'm not afraid of anything. At those words, Yang Yuchan shook her head. That's good. Let's go home. Saying that, Yang Bai held his person across his chest. Your Excellency is also too arrogant. Seeing the other party treating him as if he were air, Eternity's forehead veins rippled, and as the supreme god of creation, he had never been so humiliated. Even if you are a Tathagata self-realization, it will never be easy for you to leave today. We help the honorable god. As soon as the words fell, Eternal was seen holding the eternal divine lance, the divine artifact of creation. Under the added weight of the great formation of the heavens formed by a group of eternal heavenly kingdom powerhouses. At this time, the cultivation strength of all the powerful people converged on the eternal body. With that, the breath of eternity was climbing. The eternal, who was already at the peak of the heavenly beginning Qianquan, had countless strong cultivations added to his body. His aura finally climbed to Tathagata self. Is this the power of the Tathagata self-realization realm? It's really strong. A pity, only to recapture her. This god will be the only true god of the heavens. Eternity felt the power surging in his body. At this time he was completely overwhelmed by power. The eyes were ferocious and incomparable as they stared at Yang Yuchan. Immediately afterward, holding the eternal god lance, his figure shot out explosively, piercing through countless times and spaces. The cosmic space behind him rapidly collapsed. The tip of the eternal god gun gathered countless eternal laws and pierced towards Yang Bai. The powerful heavenly mechanism instantly locked Yang Yuchan in the face of this amazing strike from the god of creation. Rarely was he outside of distant space. She could feel the invisible pressure descending on her body. Seeing this, Yang Bai then used the ancestor god's power to wrap it in. Griffins seek death. Today, this god will definitely end the eternal god kingdom forever. In the next moment, the eternal god gun killed in front of him. The terrifying and boundless aura of the eternal laws pounced on his face. However, although the divine spear was amazing, at this moment it could no longer advance by half a point, only to see a thin energy barrier coalesce in front of Yang Bai's body. The eternal god gun was unable to pierce through it no matter what. How? Then under Eternal's stunned gaze, Yang Bai slightly probed his hand and grabbed the tip of the gun with one hand. The divine light of the patriarch in his palm flickered slightly. Immediately afterward, the eternal divine lance turned into pieces under the divine light of the beginning, dissipating into the universe. A creation artifact was destroyed like that. Eternity's jaw dropped as he stared at the person in front of him. Only Yang Bai revealed a rather bizarre smile to him at that moment. Instantly, a sense of deathly crisis surged into the depths of its people's souls. Without any further hesitation, Eternal turned around and cast a secret method to flee towards the depths of the universe beyond the divine kingdom. What's the point of this fight? In a single glance the creation artifacts in his hands were crumbled by the other party. What kind of being is he? Eternity was secretly shocked in his heart, but at the same time, he was still thankful that the other party let him off the hook and didn't come after him. Otherwise he was afraid that he would really fall here today. However, what he didn't know was that Yang Bai in the distance revealed a stream of weird smiles. Then he snapped his fingers softly at the front. In the next moment, Eternity was actually back in the same place. Earlier, Yang Bai's beginning order field had wrapped the entire starry sky in it. In his originator's order field, the life and death of all living beings were at his whim. Immediately afterward, Yang Bai turned his gaze toward the group of eternal heavenly kingdom powerhouses who had formed a divine formation. Eyes flickered slightly, and with a thought, "This god is merciful. I will grant you a death of fear." The words had just fallen just before Eternity's eye-rolling gaze. All of the eternal heavenly kingdom's powerhouses were looking terrified, their hands covering their necks in death, falling in endless fear. No! Watching the eternal heavenly kingdom, which had operated for hundreds of epochs, collapse before our eyes. Genesis eternal but can't do anything about it. Like the opening reward of billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride please collect 101 novel. The opening rewards billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride 101 novel. The fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 141 Eternal Fall of the God of Creation. Your turn next. The eternal breath that had lost the eternal divine formation's enhancement instantly plummeted, reverting back to the heavens beginning Qinquan realm. Only Yang Bai was seen holding a single hand in vain towards his person. An invisible greatness surrounded his palm. Eternity was then choked to death by a pair of large, invisible hands around his neck. The fear of death instantly surged through its people. I'm her biological father. Thou art worthy? Just as Yang Bai was about to completely exterminate him, several terrifying auras suddenly came from outside the divine kingdom. Your Excellency, please also raise your hand. The 12 sorcerer ancestors and the 8 great creation gods of the heavens all came to the eternal god realm at this time. Seeing the eternal divine kingdom, which was once infinitely brilliant and dominated the heavens, now in disrepair, with ruins and walls everywhere, was a tragic sight. The 8 creation gods all looked different, and when they saw Yang Bai, they were secretly shocked in their hearts. It's even him. How did that eternity guy get into trouble with this mysterious, scary guy? The moment he saw the crowd appear, the creation god eternal looked like he was grasping the last straw. The eyes frantically looking toward them. What? Do you and the others also want to be enemies of this god? With one hand around the beautiful person, Yang Bai looked sideways. No, your strength is the strongest in the world. I admire you, but as the creator gods of the heavens, fate is our common enemy. Now that our heavenly universes are killing each other is exactly the scene the gods of the heavens want to see. Seeing this scene, Sorcerer Ancestor Interceptor hurriedly stepped forward to explain to him. Oh, humph. No matter if it's the eternal god kingdom or the ascended world, this god will kill them all. This god will give you 3 breaths of time to disappear from this god's field of vision. Everyone was frozen in shock by Yang Bai's tough attitude. Without waiting for them to react, Yang Bai's eyes stared, and the beginning god's power in his palm suddenly exploded. Terrifyingly incomparable patriarchal divine power instantly swept toward the cosmic space from within his body. Emperor Jiang, the witch ancestor, had a keen sense of divine awareness and sensed a strong crisis of death coming, and hurriedly exclaimed, "Not good. Retreat." The 12 sorcerer ancestors were all absolute creation gods with no limits to the laws of the world, and their divine sense was so sensitive. Immediately, the 12 witch ancestors' figures flashed, and their divine power rolled up the 8 creation gods, who were slightly weaker. Quickly piercing through space and time, he sped towards the eternal sky abroad. Boom! Terrifying tides of energy crazily swept through the entire eternal god region. Under the supreme divine power of the patriarch, all living planets are cosmic substances in the eternal divine realm. At this moment, they all turn into atomic particles and return to nothingness. The eternal divine realm was immediately turned into a land of ruins. With all vitality gone, the entire god's domain becomes a land of death. And in the tens of thousands of epochs to come, no life can even be born here, nor can any being set foot in the Jedi. Any living being that stepped into it would be obliterated by the remnants of the patriarchal divine power. The terrifying tidal wave of energy finally dispersed. Looking at the light that erupted in the direction of the eternal divine realm that illuminated the universes of the heavens, the 12 witch ancestors looked at this scene incredulously. On the contrary, the 8 heavenly creator gods behind them appeared calmer. After all, earlier they had witnessed Yang by releasing just a wisp of breath pressure. It just directly collapsed the entire ascended world. The terrifying breath pressure incidentally also destroyed half of the heavenly universe in it. Even their 8 creation gods didn't get away. The most terrifying thing was that he was actually able to reverse it all back with a single thought. This kind of terrifying means was beyond the comprehension of even them as creation gods. After the 12 witch ancestors were shocked, what was left was monstrous anger. As an ancient creation god, his cultivation was as high as 10,000 laws without limit. There were already few things in the world that could be hidden from their senses. After Yang Bai had exploded his patriarchal divine power, they had already made a few guesses. This powerful person with a mysterious origin was definitely not from the heavens and earth realms. This person cannot be kept. All of you follow this ancestor to kill back together. The witch ancestor Candle Join manifested his true form. The huge body of the divine dragon seemed to be a pillar of the heavens that held up the universe of the heavens. Huge and mighty. The pupils that were like copper bells exploded with endless divine light, and a terrifying aura gushed out. What does the witch ancestor say about this? The Dongming sword god struggled against the powerful aura emanating from Candle Join's body, stepped forward and inquired. We can accurately guess by observing the power that erupts from his person that he is by no means from the heavens. That breath pressure has far exceeded the limit of the 10,000 laws of infinity. He is not a creation god at all. Rather, it's a terrifying existence that spans another higher level. Witch ancestor Xianmei held the Xianmei ancient sword and explained to his people. Sorcerer ancestor Xianmei's words could shock the 8 creation gods behind him. The eyes of the Genesis divine court ruler flashed with a strange color, and he hurriedly asked after him, "Isn't the creator god a cultivator? There are even realms above the creation gods." It simply shocked them to their core. Good. You must all have more or less a suspicion in your hearts that you had that feeling the moment you were promoted to creation. This one involves the deepest secrets of the universe of the heavens. It touches on the origin as well as the destruction of the heavens. The witch ancestor Zhu Rong said, "Dare I ask the sorcerer ancestor, what exactly is the realm above the god of creation?" Above the god of creation is the quasi-patriarch. Quasi-patriarch? The 8 creation gods of the heavens murmured this name in their hearts. The world of the heavens possesses such a group of people, whose destinies are vain. His cultivation has long since stepped into the quasi-patriarch, hiding in the darkness of the universe. Little Lord, there is more behind this chapter. Oh, please click the next page to continue behind more exciting. It's an enemy worse than fate. Emperor Jiang, the witch ancestor, revealed all in a single word, informing them of this secret. There's no point in hiding this anymore. You, as the current creation gods of the heavens, have a right to know this. Now that they learned that there was still such a powerful enemy in the shadows, Dongming sword god and the others felt the pressure multiply. Then according to what the witch ancestor said, could he be that destiny voider? Zhu Xing asked curiously. Nice. Right. Now that all things are known to you, then there's no need for nonsense next. Kill with this ancestor. Witch ancestor Candle Join couldn't help the wariness in his heart and dragged his huge dragon body towards Yang Bai to kill him. Immediately after that, the rest of the sorcerer ancestors as well as the East Ming sword god saw this and all followed closely behind. As soon as the crowd stepped into the eternal divine realm, they were eroded by the divine power of the patriarch, Candle Join, who was walking at the very front. At this moment, on the surface of the huge dragon body, the hard dragon scales fell off crazily. The body is moist. Immediately, the mouths of all the witch ancestors chanted, and mysterious and incomparable laws of the witch way appeared out of thin air. It was barely resisting the erosion of the beginning god's power, but as strong as the laws of the sorcerer's way were, they couldn't be compared to the divine power of the patriarchs. It could only manage to barely cut down on the power of erosion. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred, only to see countless laws of destiny descending upon the eternal divine realm from the celestial world. Cuts down on the intrusion of the divine power of the patriarchs. At the same time, the true Lord of Fate brought the 12 palace masters of fate to descend into the eternal god realm at the same time, attacking and killing towards Yang Bai. At this moment, the universe of the heavens had unexpectedly joined forces with the faithful ascendant in a joint crusade against Yang Bai. Seeing this situation, Yang Bai looked calm, not seeing any fear at all. Instead, the interest made him tease Yang Yu-chan in his arms. 2 merry brains. They didn't put the raging powerhouses of the heavens and the 12 witch ancestors in the slightest bit of regard. Like the opening reward of billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride please collect 101 novel. The opening rewards billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride 101 novel. The fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 142, The 12 Witch Ancestors, the gods of creation of the heavens, and the god of heavenly destiny unite versus Yang Bai. Candle Join was the first to break through the beginning divine power, and the dragon claw as huge as a star was heading towards tearing through space and time. Towards Yang Bai, he attacked fiercely. The powerful fist wind swept up a storm of divine power, and a terrifying aura rippled through the cosmic space, facing the full force of a manifestation infinite powerhouse. Yang Bai slightly side-eyed. His eyes were filled with divine aura. and terrifying soul power exploded out of them. It was as if the space around them had frozen, only to see Candle Join's pupils lose their concentration. Under the impact of the strong souls of Divine Sense was on the verge of collapse. The huge dragon's claw stalled in midair. Get out! With Yang Bai's rebuke, Candle Join's huge body immediately flew backwards and away. I don't know how many living planets were smashed along the way. All of the divine scales on his body shattered, and golden blood spilled out into the starry sky. Immediately following, Witch Ancestor Xuanmei's Xianmei ancient sword as well as Witch Ancestor Zhu Rong's heavenly soul off-fire whip followed. The terrifying sharpness of the creation artifact carried with it countless arcane witch way laws. A bunch of annoying flies. If you dare to strike at this god, be prepared to fall. As soon as the words fell, the beginning order field instantly enveloped the entire eternal divine realm. Under the powerful laws of the patriarchs, the laws of the sorcerer's way became dim. Under the astonished gaze of the two sorcerers, the ancient sword of the Zhuanhenge as well as the heavenly soul flame separation whip were even instantly slapped into two by Yang Bai's big hand. The two great absolute creation artifacts were destroyed like this. Subsequently, only Yang Bai was seen encircling the beautiful woman with one hand, his body ignoring the boundaries of space and time. Out of thin air, he appeared steeply in front of the two great sorcerer ancestors, and gave a simple one-handed push to the two of them. Sorcerer Ancestor Xianmei as well as Sorcerer Ancestor Zhu Rong instantly only felt a strong and invisible greatness in their chests. The extreme pressure of the beginning god descended steeply. Even though the two reacted in time and gathered their entire body's divine power in front of their chests, it was still to no avail. In the next moment, Xianmei as well as Zhu Rong's divine blood was violently spat out, and their breath instantly fell to the bottom. The body shape also went backward frantically. See the situation. Behind him, the Sorcerer Ancestor Emperor Jiang, as well as the four of them, Xing Tian, Zhu Meng, and Thunder God, hurriedly stepped forward to catch the severely injured duo. Although the 12 witch ancestors are all in the realm of the limitlessness of all laws, and definitely stand in the universe of the heavens, but nay, they were facing the beginning god at this time. Could the divine power of the patriarch be resisted by a mere creation god? Even if the four of them used all their strength, it was enough to glide for nearly hundreds of billions of Jingtian days. I don't know how many worlds along the way. He perished under the terrifying aftershocks that erupted from the collision between the raging originator divine power and the creation divine power. Just as Yang Bai repelled the 7 great witch ancestors, the remaining 5 great sorcerer ancestors came to kill immediately afterward with a few people from the Dongming sword god. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 12 palaces of Fate Palace Masters had already formed the 12 phases of Fate Divine Formation. Under the increase of the 12 phases of Fate Divine Formation, the true Lord of Fate's aura steeply climbed to an extremely powerful one. Endless laws of fate filled his pale eyes. Even though you are a progenitor to be, you can only end up with a grudge under our siege today. This is what happens when you dare to provoke fate. The voice of the true Lord of Destiny that was filled with majesty spread throughout the entire heavenly universe. After saying that, we only saw the true Lord of Destiny condense the power of the massive laws of destiny with both hands, and his body flickered and, quickly piercing through space and time, he arrived behind Yang Bai in an instant. Facing this sudden attack, Yang Bai's breath around his body shook. What? The powerful aura stirred up a cosmic space storm, and the storm instantly swept away the true Lord of Destiny. The violent tidal wave of energy struck at its man's chest. Immediately after that, Yang Bai was seen clenching his fist with one hand, his expression indifferent, and endless patriarchal divine power burst out in the fist. He then fiercely blasted his fist towards the several great witch ancestors in front of him, as well as the Eastern Ming sword god and the others. The moment the fist force was unleashed, the beginning god's power instantly went into a rampage. At this time, both the laws of the sorcerer's way and the laws of destiny were all extinguished. It all happened in a million moments. In the next moment, the Fate True Lord's figure flew backwards, and he spat out divine blood violently in his mouth. The halo of destiny that surrounded his body was instantly blasted apart. The other side of the fist force that carried the power of the endless patriarch god collided with the heavenly creator gods as well as the sorcerer ancestors Dao. The moment it collided with the god of the heavens as well, Dongming sword god's first sequence of divine swords instantly dissipated. The 100% sword Dao righteousness on top of the divine sword also died out in the cosmic space. Several great witch ancestors were at the forefront, enduring the strongest onslaught of patriarchal divine power. The collision between the Dao of creation and the divine power of the patriarch instantly erupted in a dazzling light. The light illuminated the entire universe of the heavens in no time. If Yang Bai's beginning order field hadn't enveloped the eternal divine realm in time, I'm afraid that the entire universe of the heavens would be annihilated in the aftermath of their fight. The terrifying light slowly dispersed, and the divine dust drifted around. At this time, above the eternal God realm space, There was only a single thin and slim figure standing proudly in it, like the pillar of creation. It will not fall for eternity. Amidst the single thin and slim figure, there was also a stunning woman lying. The powerful aftermath of the fight had not even blown up the clothes of the two men. Yang Yuchan's beautiful eyes were tightly closed and she was lying in Yang Bai's arms with a peaceful face. During the fight, Yang Bai used the divine power of the patriarch to wrap the beautiful person in it, perfectly isolating the aftermath of the fight from the outside world. At this level of fighting, with Yang Yuchan's present meager cultivation, even though she was hundreds of millions of Jingtian days away, all of them will be killed by the aftershock. Only after a moment passed did Yang Yuchan open her tightly closed eyes. The beautiful eyes flickered with countless stars. Seeing that just now, Yang Bai was alone with a crushing force. Shake off the incoming enemy. The aftermath of the battle that erupted and appeared. Even the dazzling stars of the cosmic starry sky were dimmed and lost their colors. She looked at the person in front of her with a face of adoration. Only now did she truly realize how powerful Yang Bai was. Seemingly sensing the hot worshipful gaze of the beauty in front of him, Yang Bai lowered his head and smiled smugly and said, "Well, now you finally know that your husband is invincible, right?" At this remark, looking at his immodest appearance, the invincible demeanor aura of the absolute powerhouse in Yang Yuchan's eyes just now instantly vanished. I know, look at you, but how can you beat this girl even if you're stronger?" Looking at his cynical appearance, Yang Yuchan also had a rare moment of playfulness. Eyes curved like willow leaves, cheeks red as the morning sun. In the distance, the 12 sorcerer ancestors, the Dongming sword god and the others, the true lord of destiny, and the 12 palace masters of destiny behind them were all seriously injured. His breath was shriveled, and there were thousands of injuries all over the top of his creationist body. The beginning god's power kept invading their wounds where no matter if they swallowed a healing divine elixir it would not help. Ahem, is this the quasi-patriarch? The existence that transcends the supreme being of the creation god? It's actually this powerful. The divine sword in the hands of the Dongming sword god had already been destroyed, and looking ahead, his breath remained stable. Not even the corners of his clothes were blown up by Yang Bai. Surprisingly, he was protecting an undying realm maiden with one hand. The lifting of a hand puts them in a situation where they will never be able to recover. In the face of such a large gap in strength, the once unrivaled first sword god of the heavens, at this time also fell into a deep fear. Sword heart broken. Like the opening reward of billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride please collect 101 novel. The opening rewards billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride 101 novel. The fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 143, Strong Decimation. True Fate. The God of Death descends. Not bad. How can I be a match for my lady if I am strong? After we get rid of these annoying guys, we'll go home. The little peasants are worried about you. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan gently nodded, and then under Yang Bai's somewhat surprised gaze, the cheeks flushed, she planted a sloppy print on his lips. Aha! After saying that, Yang Bai turned his gaze to the people of the heavens in the distance. There's a murderous intent in his eyes like never before. You fellows, I have yet to find you to settle the score of the previous counting of this god's wife, and now you dare to strike at this god. If I don't completely step on your heaven today, this god vows not to be a god. When the gods of fate used the laws of fate to count on him, causing Yang Yuchan to fall into the hands of eternity. In Yang Bai's mind he had already sentenced them to death. The dragon still has scales, and his scales are the loved ones around him, and if he touches them, he will die. After he said that, Yang Bai's mind moved, and the originator order field that enveloped the eternal divine realm abruptly changed. Terrifying patriarchal divine power instantly rose up from the order field. It immediately filled the entire eternal divine realm. With that, the beginning ancestors' divine power exploded within the eternal divine realm, and the 12 sorcerer ancestors hurriedly pinched their hands at the same time. The laws of the sorcerer's way surrounded his body. In the next moment, the 12 witch ancestors slowly rejoined together in the witch Dao halo, collecting the power of the 12 witch ancestors in the witch ancestor Xingtian. Xingtian's aura at this moment steeply climbed to a terrifying new height, coming to an unprecedented number of quasi-patriarchs. Subsequently, the strength soared, as Xingtian hurriedly urged the power of the sorcery Dao laws, forming a hard energy barrier. It enveloped the entirety of the Dongming sword god and the others. The ensuing tidal wave of terrifying originator energy instantly struck. The patriarchal divine power filled the entire eternal divine realm, only to see that the god of heavenly destiny, such as the true lord of destiny, who stood on the far side of Yang Bai, failed to even make a reaction. The figure was instantly submerged in the tidal wave of raging originator energy. Not even a single scream could be uttered, and several people instantly perished in it, turning into atomic particles. The cosmic dust. A moment later, the terrifying tidal wave of energy dispersed. The unlucky eternal divine realm. Under the many flushes of the divine power of the ancestors, the vitality has long since been extinguished. It was completely transformed into the forbidden land of the heavens. Terrifying patriarchal divine power rippled through cosmic space. There was no more possibility of a living planet being born in the eternal divine realm. The endless light disperses. The energy barrier formed by the power of the which-way laws in the distance had become riddled with holes. The strength of the quasi-patriarchal emperor, criminal sky. Rather, it was extremely reluctant to withstand this wave of terrifying energy impact. It was a good thing that the patriarchal divine power was not aimed at them. They were subjected to nothing more than the aftermath of a tidal wave of energy. Not at the center of the energy storm. After the energy barrier shattered, only then did Xingtian let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes looked at the thin figure in front of him in horror, and his heart was greatly shocked as he said, "How is that possible? Fusing the power of the 12 of us, our cultivation reaches that of a quasi-patriarch. Why is it that you still can't even catch a simple move from your opponent?" In his opinion, the two were both quasi-patriarchs, and their strength shouldn't be so different. Sensing that there was even a breath behind him, Yang Bai's eyes lit up slightly and he couldn't help but look back, looking up and down at Xingtian. "Oh, still able to survive the tidal wave of this god's divine power. It's a bit beyond my expectation." Quasi-patriarch? The monkey actually mastered this interesting Tao. However, a paramount patriarch is still a paramount patriarch after all, and a fake is still a fake after all. Saying that, the next moment Yang Bai's figure flickered and noiselessly appeared in front of Interceptor out of thin air. So fast. Criminal Heaven was quite shocked in his heart. Even if one's cultivation had reached the level of a quasi-patriarch, one would still be unable to pierce through the opponent's form. Just as he was about to vanish, a strong pressure instantly descended upon him. In an instant, it was as if his divine soul, divine power, and the space around him had been frozen. No matter how much he struggled, but even the divine power in his body. How could one get rid of Yang Bai's breath pressure when even the power of the physical body was sealed? Immediately, Yang Bai's eyes looked indifferently at the criminal sky in front of him, and with one hand clasped in vain, invisible greatness formed a pair of large hands. Straight away, he lifted his people. Seeing this, the 8 great creation gods of the heavens behind his person hurriedly urged all their divine power to. The divine source in his body flickered continuously. They wanted to blow up the creation god source in their bodies and come to the same end as Yang Bai. Once one stepped into the realm of the creation god, a divine origin could be condensed within their body. The divine source was similar to a cultivator's dantian, but the terrifying divine power contained in the divine source was not comparable to the ordinary spiritual power in a cultivator's dantian. In a situation of certain death when facing a life and death crisis, the divine origin would be the only card to save one's life. Once a divine source of the heavenly beginnings Qiankuan explodes itself, its power was even comparable to the full force strike of a strong Tathagata self-realization powerhouse. Right now, all 8 creation gods wanted to detonate the divine origin. This was equivalent to the full force of 8 powerful individuals of the transformation self-realization realm. But Yang Bai could not do as they wished. It was only a mere look from him, and the huge spiritual soul power contained within it. It actually directly destroyed the spiritual will of several people. The spiritual will of the 8 creation gods was suppressed and destroyed by Yang Bai in an instant. The spiritual will was suppressed, and the divine source within a few people instantly quieted down. The 12 witch ancestors of the heavens, the 8 gods of creation, the heavenly destiny true lord and the 12 palaces of destiny battled Yang Bai in a joint effort. It ended in a crushing defeat without a doubt. Just as Yang Bai was about to kill a few people, under his strong originator soul, a sense was born, only to see the true lord of fate as well as the 12 palaces of fate palace masters, who he had just forcefully killed. Surprisingly, he was resurrected again at this time, re-emerging in the world of the heavens. And what a meddler! This god would like to see how many more times you can be resurrected. After saying that, Yang Bai casually flung his big hand and threw the criminal sky in front of him to the side. A terrifying fingertip exploded out, attacking towards Xingtian as well as the Dongming sword god and the others. Just as the finger main was about to pierce through a few people, a divine light of destiny appeared abruptly, blocked the finger awnings for them. After watching the show for so long, are you finally willing to show your true self? Subsequently, countless destiny divine lights appeared steeply for a time. Unprecedented forces of the laws of destiny coalesced in the eternal divine realm. It would almost fill the entire eternal divine realm. Immediately afterward, an energy body covered in a halo of destiny appeared in front of Yang Bai's eyes. The halo of destiny that shone all over his body was nothing short of mysterious. Reaper buddy, can you help me kill this bureaucrat? Afterwards, the 12 sorcerer ancestors and those 8 creation gods of the heavens will all be ceded to you. An inaudible male or female voice slowly spat out from the mouth of the destiny energy body. As soon as the words fell, behind Yang Bai there was another sudden swath of bizarre black mist. From the eerie black mist a terrifying side steeply protruded out, and out stepped a man with a masked face. Like the opening reward of billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride, please collect 101 novel. The opening rewards billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride 101 novel. The fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 144, The God of Fate Falls. The heavens will destroy. Afterward, I'm going to eat these great pills of God now. The eerie black mist was pervasive, and from the distant stars, it looked. The entire eternal divine realm was shrouded by the divine power of the patriarch, divine power of fate, and divine power of death. The god of death kept weaving in and out of the black mist, and soon arrived in front of Xingtian as well as the 8 creation gods. The huge death scythe swung viciously towards the several people who had fallen into unconsciousness. Who dares to touch this god's prey? Seeing this, Yang Bai waved his big hand and surging beginning god power struck. But in the end, 7 were robbed by the Reaper. Except for the Dongming sword god. The rest of the heavenly creator gods were all swept into the black mist of death by the death scythe. In the next moment, only the 7 people whose cultivation had reached heaven's beginning Qinkuan were seen to have their godly bodies instantly shattered in the black mist. The divine source in his body, as well as his entire body's divine power, all turned into a great medicine and surged into the death god. After receiving the cultivation of the 7 heavenly beginnings dryads, the death god's aura steeply climbed to an extremely terrifying level. He was already in the realm of the quasi-patriarch, and at this time, his cultivation was even infinitely closer to that of a true patriarchal god. Not enough. Far from it. Having reached this level of cultivation, he had long since realized that there was a stronger realm above the quasi-patriarchs. However, Nei had been stuck at the peak of the quasi-patriarch and had never been able to break through to that level. One could only see the vast divine might from the eternal divine realm spreading out in the sky and wanting to strike towards the universe of the heavens. Unexpectedly, they were all blocked by the ancestor order field, unable to spill out the slightest bit of breath. Damn it! I didn't ask you to come here just to harvest yams. The present fate being is the god of fate. His strength had also reached the terrifying peak of the quasi-patriarch realm. The endless laws of destiny surrounded it, and since the beginning of the heavens and the worlds, before the birth of living beings, the power of destiny is then scattered throughout the heavens and the worlds, governing the destiny of the heavens and the worlds, known by monks as predestination. The god of fate was furious in the face of death's insatiable appetite. Humph, finally willing to show yourself. I've been putting up with you for a long time. On the other side, Yang Bai's eyes were dead set on the god of fate in front of him. As for the death god next to him, he was simply ignored. After saying that, his figure transformed into a meteor and instantly appeared in front of his people. A single fist condensed a terrifying initiate divine power. Seeing this, the god of fate could only go all out. And for Yang Bai's terror, he knows a thing or two about it. Immediately, the god of fate hastily unfolded the 12 pairs of feathers behind him for each of the 12 phases of fate. The moment the 12 pairs of wings of fate filled with the vast laws of fate unfolded, the power of fate of the entire universe of the heavens was mobilized. At this point, whether it's the 3,000 paths, the 72 supreme law mysteries all converged in the hands of the god of destiny 100%. The next moment, the god of destiny carried a destructive punch that, it clashed fiercely with Yang Bai. Holy, are you two for real? The god of death, who had just finished devouring the cultivation of the gods of creation and had reached the consummation of his strength. Seeing that the two were actually moving, unable to hold back his foul mouth, he then shook his large hand, and the death scythe was blocked horizontally in front of his chest. The massive black mist immediately closed in, protecting it to the death. Boom! The power of fate and the power of the god of beginnings violently collided together. The god of fate is the origin of all the laws of destiny. The power of destiny it wielded was far beyond the likes of the true lord of destiny. The power of fate that the two catalyzed was simply not on the same level. A storm of energy swept across the field, only to see that in the center of the energy, Yang Bai was holding Yang Yu-chan with one hand around his arm, with a look of ease. On the other hand, the god of fate, the 12 pairs of feathers behind him were all broken, and the divine light of fate was dim. The figure flew backwards in a lousy manner, ruthlessly smashing into the edge of the beginning order field. Ahem! The god of destiny violently spat out several mouthfuls of golden blood from his mouth. Seeing that Yang Bai was surprisingly so ferocious, beating the god of fate in a single glance that he couldn't take care of his own life, the Reaper on the side hastily put away the scythe in his hand and, from beneath his ghastly mask came a voice of resignation. That should be a feud between you two. It seems to have nothing to do with me, so I'd better go first. Having said that, I only saw the figure of the god of death unexpectedly and strangely vanish into the mysterious foreign space. sneaking away without a word. Seeing this, the severely injured god of fate immediately cursed. You wimpy asshole, you think he's going to leave you alone? The god of fate, who is the ruler of destiny. How could he not have imagined that Yang Bai's strength was actually so strong? It was also escorting a burdensome person beside him, and all of them were able to defeat him with a crushing force. This is definitely not the kind of divine power that a paramount patriarch can possess. Who exactly are you? It is simply impossible for the beings of the heavens to give birth to someone as powerful as you. The god of destiny looked at Yang Bai with an incredulous expression. Since he had taken charge of the heavenly universe, all the worlds of the heavens were under his watchful eye. If an existence is born that can threaten him, he would then be the first to destroy his people before they were fully grown. As soon as the words fell, Yang Bai's figure appeared in front of the god of destiny out of thin air. The large hand directly gripped the latter's heavenly aura. With a slight force from his large hand, the god of destiny was transformed into energy particles between his palms. With the power of the originator's physical body alone, he could easily exterminate a quasi-origin realm powerhouse. Before you die, I'll let you see the divine power of the heavens universe. The god of destiny that turned into energy particles instantly regrouped into a physical body in the next moment. Strong people whose cultivation had reached this level had long since ceased to be bound to their physical bodies. One thought is all it takes to instantly gather a physical body. Saying that, Yang Bai's eyes fiercely flashed with a strong patriarchal divine light. The patriarchal laws around his body instantly rose up. Under the sweeping force of the patriarchal god between his palms, the god of destiny's physical body, soul, and spiritual will were slowly dissipating. No, I am not willing. A moment later, the god of destiny completely perished in Yang Bai's hands. Immediately afterward, with the fall of destinies, the laws of destiny that existed in the heavens and the worlds were all slowly dissipating at this time. The origin then completely fell, and the ascended world completely collapsed at this moment. One could only see the true Lord of Fate as well as the 12 palaces of Fate Palace Masters and the others who had previously been forcefully resurrected by the God of Fate using the power of fate. At this time, they all turned into pieces and became a speck of dust in the universe. As for the fleeing Reaper, he was now completely uninterested in learning the secrets hidden in the former. With that, Yang Bai, who had done all this, waved his one hand and the 12 sorcerer ancestors who had survived as well as the Dongming sword god. At this time the figure slowly flew towards Yang Bai. That's all. I'm a little tired of killing people today, so I'll let you go. But a capital offense can be waived, but a living offense cannot be escaped. After saying that, Yang Bai used the divine power of the patriarch to plant a touch of slave seal imprint at their divine source. In the future, as long as he moved his mind, he could take their lives at any time. Like the opening reward of billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride please collect 101 novel. The opening rewards billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride 101 novel. The fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 145, The Great Flooding Tribulation. Destiny Voider. Return to Kunlun. Status, 429 from https://bkuj. tw/book/2792301/84278961. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph, no text content. Chapter 146 Night of the Blood Moon. Vast Ocean Pearl. Kunlun Realm. East Wasteland. Only two silhouettes flashed quickly from the sky. Yang Bai descended inside the medicine store with Yang Yu-chan in his arms. Lu Linger, Xiao Qingji, Yang Tianxiong and the others rushed forward to greet them. Sister Yang. When the two little girls, Lu Linger and Xiao Qingji, saw that Yang Yu-chan had returned safe and sound, there was a delighted smile on his face. As soon as the two of them returned to the pharmacy, they were surrounded by people like stars. Linger, Qingji, and father and mother. I'm back. When Yang Yu-chan saw the looks of concern on everyone's faces, her heart felt warm. Yang Bai, who had just landed on the ground, quickly noticed that there were quite a few extra people inside the medicine store. I pay my respects to Lord Venerable God. The Supreme Tao Ancestor who had been waiting here for a long time rushed forward and bowed. It's you! Why are you here? Seeing that the Supreme Tao Ancestor was actually able to seek out this, Yang Bai asked suspiciously. Venerable God Sama. This time, I have come to pay my respects for your great kindness last time. If you hadn't come to my rescue back then, I would have fallen under the small era calamity a long time ago, turned into a pile of robbed ash. There's no need for that. It was already said in the beginning. It's just a fair deal. In response, Yang Bai waved his hand and said, the other side. Cindy, long time no see brother Yang Bai. Sister Cindy, brother De Bai, long time no see. Only then did Yang Yu-chan see that Li Qing Luo and Li Xiaofei's siblings were actually here. Lidlo, Fei, what are you doing here? Seeing this, Yang Yu-chan hurriedly came forward to catch up with the siblings. when Yang Yuchan as well as Lu Linger worshipped the Northern Plains Songhai sect. There are several years between now and then. With the physique that Yang Bai had improved for them in the first place, the siblings, after practicing within that Songhai sect for several years, nowadays, their cultivation levels had all come to the 10,000 elements realm. That's Sister Yang, and Young Master. Actually, Sister Lightning Luo and the others came 3 days ago. It's just that at that time Young Master went ahead to save Sister Yang. Lu Linger, who was on the side, spoke out. It's like this. In fact, this time I came not only to see you for a while. When it came to the purpose of this trip, Li Qing Luo had some difficulty in speaking. Sister Lightning Luo, and little Fei Di, why do you and I need to be like this? If there's anything I can do for you, just ask. Don't be so outgoing. Seeing that Li Qing Luo was actually so embarrassed, Yang Bai saw this and hastened to say boldly. Actually, specifically, it's our master who has a request for brother Yang Bai. After saying that, Ling Yifan, who was standing behind Li Qing Luo's siblings as well as Su Yao, walked out. Then he bowed his hand toward Yang Bai and said, Ling Yifan and Su Yao of the Songhai sect have met Lord Venerable God. It's you guys. Seeing the somewhat familiar face in front of him, Yang Bai looked at the two people in front of him with some consternation. Brother Yang Bai, this is Fei and I's master. Li Qing Luo stepped forward and explained. Time went back to when Luo Qingsong descended into the eastern wasteland and made a strong move to take Luo Shishue captive. And sensing this, Ling Yifan and his wife rushed to come out and stop his people. But in the end, due to the absolute gap in strength, the two were undefeated and were nearly killed on the spot by Luo Qingsong. Afterwards the two were ordered by the Songhai sect's supreme elder to, looking around for the whereabouts of the sect's imperial weapon, the Songhai Pearl. The couple who searched around in vain finally came within the secret realm of the 100,000 mountains in the beginning. He ran into the Li Qing Luo siblings who had gone on a training trip back then. The husband and wife saw that the siblings were extremely talented in cultivation, so they stepped in and accepted them as disciples on the spot. Become a disciple of the Songhai sect. It was only that Su Yao and Ling Yifan were on clan duty at the time, and after collecting the two of them, he then walked out of the secret realm and continued to search for the whereabouts of the Songhai bead. So the two of you are Sister Lightning Luo and little Fei Di's masters. In that case, how do you need this god to help you? Tell me. As soon as these words came out, Su Yao as well as Ling Yifan and the two of them hastened to rejoice. So I told him all about Luo Shishue. Once again, my husband and wife implore Lord Venerable God to take action to save He Shui. Yeah, brother Yang Bai. Back when it was still within the fire elemental kingdom, when Luo Shishue was still a white tiger Xian daughter, she treated Xiao Fei and I very well. Sister here begs you to save the white tiger Xian daughter. Seeing this, Li Qing Luo, who was on the side, also stepped forward and pleaded. It turns out that tonight is the night of the blood moon in the Kunlun realm. Luo Qingsong was about to absorb the power of the blood moon as well as the innate yuanin of Luo Shishue's innate Taiyin body this night. In this way, we can impact the realm of the great emperor. And the current Songhai sect had even lost its emperor's soldier Songhai Pearl, and was even more unable to fight against Tian Nan. Afterwards, this matter was learned by Li Qing Luo as well as Li Xiaofei's siblings, who were equally indignant. So the siblings offered to come to Yang Bai for help. After Su Yao and Ling Yifan learned that their good disciple actually had an extremely deep connection with the mysterious powerhouse from Mufeng City in the eastern wasteland, both husband and wife were shocked. After all, in the Kunlun realm, since the incident of the Northern Plains Aotian Pavilion in the first place, who doesn't know about the mysterious hidden powerhouse of the eastern wasteland? Back in the Aotian Pavilion, countless quasi-imperial powerhouses from superstar forces, all of them were instantly destroyed under his hands. Those paramount emperors didn't even have a chance to fight back before perishing on the spot. Immediately afterward, Su Yao and Ling Ruabai rushed under the leadership of Li Qing Luo's siblings and arrived at the Mufeng City medicine shop. So it is. Learning the cause and effect of the matter, Yang Bai suddenly had a big head. Had I known that Luo Shishue would have such an affinity with him after that, he should have agreed to Gong Qingya's request in the first place, directly out to slap that Luo Qingsong to death. That saved so much trouble afterward. He's been on a killing spree lately, and he's very tired of it. From the Supreme Star realm in the Hongmeng universe, to the Ascended world in the back, and finally the Eternal God realm again. What with the Temple of Fate, the Fateful Voiders, the gods of creation of the heavens, the 12 sorcerers, and the like, appearing one after another annoyed him to no end. Now as soon as he came back he was going to exterminate Luo Qingsong, and all of this required him to do it himself, but forced by the fact that it was Li Qing Luo as well as Li Xiaofei's request, he had no choice but to agree. Seeing Yang Bai nod his head and agree, Su Yao as well as Ling Yifan were overjoyed at the sight. That's right, I seem to have seen that Songhai bead that you guys were talking about just now. With that, He took out the mysterious beads that he had accidentally obtained in the Aotion pavilion after destroying it back then. The sky blue Sunhai pearl was taken out by him after the, immediately causing Su Yao and Ling Yifan to exclaim in surprise. The Sunhai pearl! How could the venerable god Lord Sunhai sect be in your hands? Seeing this, Ling Yifan couldn't help but ask in confusion. With that, Yang Bai explained that the beads were found from within the Aotion pavilion, after returning that Sunhai bead to its original owner. Just as Yang Bai was preparing to take the four of them forward to the northern plains Tiannan, the supreme Tao ancestor, who had been silent from the side, stepped forward at this time and said, Lord Venerable God, it's not just a mere quasi-emperor, why is it necessary for you to come personally? If you don't mind, I'm willing to go ahead and exterminate that paragon emperor who doesn't know the heights of heaven, like the opening reward of billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride, please collect 101 novel. The opening rewards billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride 101 novel. The fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 147, Jealousy. For my mother to pass on a trick to you. Seeing the supreme Taoist ancestor volunteering, Yang Bai was eager to do so. In that case, also strike. A mere paragon emperor. This god does degrade himself if he goes in person. Then you will go on behalf of this god. Jean obeys the orders of the honorable god. Let's leave this matter all to the old man. With that said, the supreme Tao ancestor waved his hand, immediately setting off a burst of spatial power that, rolling up the Li Qingluo siblings on the side as well as Ling Yifan's husband and wife. He was a supreme Tao ancestor, and dealing with a paramount emperor was simply a descending blow. And so it was that, under the watchful eye of young White, the supreme Tao ancestor as well as Li Qingluo's crowd then disappeared within the medicine store. For the supreme Tao ancestor's knowledge of the world, it was still quite pleasing to his heart, seeing that everything had been taken care of. The recent events had kept Yang Bai busy. Now he could finally take a break and continue to be a happy salty fish. Lu Linger, the ninny on the side, saw Yang Bai stretching his back and, immediately and knowingly, he moved that familiar bench from inside the house, serving Yang Bai to lie down, and immediately squatting on the side to pinch his shoulders and pound his back. Not bad. The little beanstalking technique is as subtle as ever. A little above. Yes, that's it. Yang Bai squinted comfortably under the ministrations of Lu Linger's small hands, enjoyed the moment of leisure very much. Lu Linger, who was praised by him, did not forget to make a face at Xiao Qingji with a smug face, slightly, seeing the scene of Xiao Qingji where to stand, so angry also hurried to run over. Cut. It's not just a massage. Qingji can do it too. After saying that, Xiao Qingji hurriedly curled up the snow-white silver hair that was draped over her shoulders, crouching on the other side of Yang Bai. His small hands grabbed the work. At the same time, his eyes did not forget to look provocatively towards Lu Linger on the opposite side. Seeing the two jealous elf girls beside him, Yang Bai just smiled slightly at this. It's nice to have these two spooks around a haunt. Seeing this, Yang Yuchan, who was on the side, shook her head helplessly and said in her heart, Hey, Linger and Changji, these two little girls are good at everything. Look at how happy this guy is. Seeing that Xiao Qingji even dared to provoke herself, Lu Lingdao hastily increased her strength. On the other hand, Xiao Qingji on the other side was not at all willing to fall into a disadvantage and followed suit to increase her strength. In this way, the force in the two little hands of the two living treasures was getting bigger and bigger. It wasn't long before it directly collapsed Yang Bai's bench. Yang Bai stumbled and fell to the ground in a sorry state. The scene shifts and an exasperated Yang Bai resumes his seat on top of the bench. Lu Linger as well as Xiao Qingji, the two little girls were lying flat on their thighs with their little aggravated faces and little butts facing upwards. Instead, Yang Bai's two pairs of large hands were raised high in the air before falling heavily. Two crisp snapping sounds followed in the small courtyard, as well as the wailing of the two maids. Lu Linger and Xiao Qingji felt the hot and spicy sensation coming from their little butts. With an aggrieved face, he looked at Yang Yuchan who was watching the show from the side. Facing the two little girls' request for help, Yang Yuchan directly chose to ignore it. Hastily, he turned his cicatrices away. It was like saying, deservedly so. Let's see if you'll dare in the future. Yang Bai said while his big hand landed heavily on top of the two's erect and soft little butts. Oh young master. Ah brother, we won't dare to do it again. Woo! The two little girls hurriedly cried and begged for mercy. On the other side, Lin Yining walked towards Yang Yuchan with an anti-smile on her face. Seeing this, Yang Yuchan looked at his person with a puzzled face. Mother? What's wrong with you? For some reason, looking at Lin Yining with such a look in her eyes, Yang Yuchan only felt a pang in her heart. Come, Cindy girl, come with me. After saying that, Lin Yining pulled away Yang Yuchan with a mysterious face. The two of them quickly came to the room, and the meticulous Lin Yining didn't forget to close the door to the room. Seeing her so secretive, Yang Yuchan couldn't help her curiosity and asked, What is wrong with you, mother? Upon hearing this, Lin Yining hurriedly sat down beside her and pulled up her catkin and said, Cindy girl, look at you, it's been so long since you got married to the big white boy. Your father and I both can't wait for our grandchildren. Yang Yu-chan's brain instantly went down when she heard this, so I stammered and stammered and stammered and stammered. That mother. This my husband and I haven't even considered this matter yet. That said, she hadn't really considered this before. At this moment, Lin Yining's words finally made her think about this matter on. Hey, you say the same thing about you. Mother has an exclusive secret recipe here. It's guaranteed to work. I'll pass it on to you for my mother. With that, Lin Yining pulled out a book from her bosom. The top of the book is clearly written in the Room 36 plans of the LW. Yang Yu-chan's mouth twitched as she took the book. Then Lin Yining tiptoed out of the room with a deep look on her face. After she left, Yang Yu-chan, driven by curiosity, carefully opened the book. Just turning the first page, she was shocked by the contents of the book. Then blushing, he immediately closed the book, steam still whistling from his head. The book is too much of an impact picture, and when it was previously with Yang Bai, she's all disciplined, but the action in the book is simply indescribable. Meanwhile, the northern plains are south of heaven. There are less than 3 hours before the blood moon descends on Kunlun. At this moment, only the entire Tiannan was busy up and down. The entire Tiannan's warning disciples had increased by quite a bit, and even the clan protection array was given to use. Deep within the great hall of the heavenly south, Luo Qingtsong wore a wide brocade robe and looked up at the sky with an imposing air. The long-awaited blood moon will finally descend tonight. At that time, with the power of the blood moon and the purity Yuan Yin of the land of the innate Taiyin, he would definitely be able to succeed in advancing to great emperor. As soon as he thought of this, Luo Qingtsong could hardly hide his inner excitement. He had been planning for this day for hundreds of years. A moment later, he walked alone towards the depths of the great hall. One could only see that behind the door in the depths of the great hall was an extremely luxurious and splendid bedchamber. On top of the large bed in the bedchamber, there lay a young girl with an extremely beautiful appearance. Only the young girl's beautiful eyes were extremely empty. Luo Shishua's cultivation was sealed, and her body was even subjected to many restrictions by Luo Qingtsong. Watching the man in the brocade robe at the door walk in and her long eyelashes couldn't help but tremble slightly as her eyes looked at its person with extreme disgust. Hey Shui, you look just like your mother. Don't blame my father. I'm doing this all for the sake of striking the great emperor realm. I will not treat you poorly afterward. Luo Qingtsong looked at the young girl lying beside the bed and couldn't help but say, like the opening reward of billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride, please collect 101 novel. The opening rewards billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride 101 novel. The fastest update speed of the whole network. Chapter 148, Raising a Hand to Kill. Creating Forces. Rumble. Just as Luo Qingtsong was getting complacent, there was a sudden earth-shattering roar from outside of Tiannan. Outside of Tiannan, only an old man in a Taoist robe with a fluttering, endless Ao Yun surrounded his body. Standing proudly above the 10,000 miles of the sky, the majesty of a supreme powerhouse emanated from every brow. Behind the old man, Li Qingluo, Su Yao and the others all looked at his person with shocked faces. There was no surprise in the mind. I didn't realize that this unattractive. The old man who forced a smile in front of Yang Bai actually possessed such strong strength. It actually broke through Tiannan's clan protection formation with a single move. The heavenly south, which was previously magnificent and grand, had become dilapidated at this point with the wave of a supreme Dao ancestor's hand. The group of Tiannan powerhouses that presided over the grand formation among them were all reduced to pieces at this time. At this time, all the defenses in Tainan became useless. Luo Qingtsong, who had heard the commotion outside, felt a sudden sense of ill will in his heart. With that, he waved his big hand, and his spiritual energy rolled up Luo Shishua beside him in an attempt to escape from here. Humph, a mere quasi-emperor. It's just an ant. Can you still turn the world upside down in front of this ancestor? This was all caught in the eyes of the Supreme Dao Ancestor outside. Immediately, the Supreme Dao Ancestor waved his large hand, and strong spatial law power slowly condensed in his hand. In the next second, Luo Qingtsong as well as Luo Shishua's figures appeared steeply in front of the crowd. Hey Shui! After seeing Luo Shishua appear safe and sound, Su Yao rushed forward and picked up the former. Upon seeing the restraints that had been placed within his human body, Su Yao immediately said angrily to Luo Qingtsong, US**T, what a heartless maniac, even your own daughter. Then at Su Yao's request, with a wave of his hand, the Supreme Dao Ancestor unlocked the many restrictions that had been placed within Luo Shishua's body. Things have come to this point. Luo Qingtsong understands that the plan he has been plotting for years has come to naught. But in the face of Su Yao's accusation, he smiled instead of being angry. Haha, strength is honored in this world. This seed is doing all this to gain power. In essence, this seed is beyond reproach. Isn't it also because of great strength that you and the others are able to run so rampant in this seat's Tiannan? After hearing this, Su Yao was furious but had nothing to say about it. Griffin, finished with your last words? Having finished, then this ancestor will give you a ride this time. Walk well. After saying that, the Supreme Tao ancestor's eyes Supreme Tao rhythm flickered slightly. In the next moment, Luo Qingsan's body gradually turned into ashes in the midst of endless unwillingness, completely dissipate into the world. Well, this ancestor's mission is complete. Make yourselves at home. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Then, under the watchful eyes of Su Yao and the others, the Supreme Tao ancestor's figure instantly disappeared in place. Looking down at the devastated Tiannan below, Ling Yifan sighed for a moment. It was at this point that he realized that in the presence of a truly strong, these so-called superlative forces in the Kunlun realm were nothing more than slightly larger mole crickets. Luo Shixue on the side had not yet recovered from her shock. Hey Shui, that's wonderful. Auntie has finally rescued you. Now, even if you die, I'll have the face to see my sister in the 9 springs. Su Yao could hardly suppress his inner excitement. With one hand, he took Luo Shixue, who was like a porcelain doll in front of him, into his arms. Luo Shixue's heart set off huge waves at this time. To think that it all happened like a dream but for real. The aggression that had been endured for many years finally exploded at this moment as well, crying freely in Su Yao's arms. Venting the aggression that has accumulated in his heart for many years. After a long time, Luo Shixue couldn't help but ask curiously, Auntie, who is that old man who stepped in to save me just now? Recalling the infinite divine might of the old man just now, raising one's hands and throwing one's feet could invoke such a huge force of heaven and earth. Even more so, he easily annihilated Luo Qingsan, a 9th tribulation quasi-emperor, with a single hand. It was also unknown what kind of terrifying level of strength it had reached. Hey Shui, actually, the one who really saved you wasn't that old man. Rather, it was someone else. He only came to save you by order. The word set off another huge wave in the young girl's mind. A supreme powerhouse like that, who was at the top of the world, was actually being ordered by someone. What kind of terrifying existence should the person behind it be? Who is it? Luo Shixue curiously asked after him, thinking that she had never come into contact with such a terrifyingly strong person before either. Su Yao then pointed to the Li Qingluo siblings behind him, informing her of the entire matter. Mufeng City, inside the medicine store. Lord Venerable God, I'm fortunate to be able to fulfill my orders. That so-called tenant's chicken and dog will not be left behind. That young girl named Luo Shixue was also rescued by the old man. The Supreme Tao Ancestor's figure steeply appeared in the small courtyard of the medicine store. Good job. After saying that, Yang Bai casually pulled out an immortal pill from his bosom and threw it to his person. This elixir will serve as payment for you. Seeing this, the Supreme Tao Ancestor hastily took the immortal pill that was thrown towards him. The Supreme Taoist Ancestor didn't look good, but was startled, exclaimed, 7 lives Xian Mendan. The 7 lives Xian Mendan, a 6-colored elixir, is used when a cultivator undergoes a minor epical calamity, at a time when life and death are at stake. If you cannot carry the terrifying thunderbolt, you can take this pill. After being struck to death by the lightning of a calamity, one can instantly return to the state before taking the immortal elixir with this elixir. In this way, he concealed the heavenly Tao and muddle through the small era tribulation. Even if it was put into the universe of the heavens, the 6-colored immortal pill was an extremely rare thing. Even the chaotic Tao ancestors would covet it greatly. Little Lord, there is more behind this chapter. Please click the next page to continue behind more exciting, and not to mention a heaven-defying elixir like the 7 lives Shinmen pill, which was capable of evading the calamity of the little era. It's even harder to find an elixir. With the eyesight of a supreme Tao ancestor, he certainly recognized this Dan. However, after a moment of thought struggle, he finally gritted his teeth and returned the immortal elixir. No, Lord Venerable God, a mere quasi-emperor power. This is nothing more than a show of hands. Never dare to ask for honorable God treasures. This kind of immortal elixir was certainly coveted by the supreme Tao ancestor, but in the end, he didn't dare to accept it. Take it when I tell you to take it. This God doesn't care to owe others favors. If you feel ashamed to receive it, send more immortal medicines to this God. Also, this God has recently planned to create a power, and if you are willing, you can lead your supreme divine hall to join. This God will not treat you poorly. This immortal pill was something he had casually picked up in the eternal God realm earlier, thinking that all along, everything was done by him personally. Yang Bai was also a bit weary, wanted to cultivate a force of his own. This way, in the future, something that can be solved casually won't need to be solved with his presence every time. and he saw that the Supreme Tao Father actually had such an eye for the truth. Solely, he used this immortal pill to throw an olive branch to him. Hearing that Yang Bai wanted to create a power and also invited him to the Supreme Divine Hall to include it, the Supreme Tao Ancestor knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, though it will make the Temple of the Most High a non-entity in the future. But recalling Yang Bai's terrifying and boundless strength, he was able to heckle back the small era tribulation with a single move. He instantly felt that compared to falling into Yang Bai's lap, the rest was nothing at all. After thinking for a moment, the Supreme Tao Ancestor hastily agreed in one single breath. He's back to his professional ass-kissing. The exalted God doesn't dislike the Supreme Divine Hall. This is a supreme honor for the Supreme Divine Hall. But in this matter, the old man must first return to the Supreme Divine Hall and arrange things properly. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai nodded slightly. Aha! Go on. Like the opening reward of billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride, please collect 101 novel. The opening rewards billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride 101 novel. The fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 149, Linger wants a reward. News of the 10,000 Void Realm. After seeing the Supreme Tao Ancestor leave, Yang Bai once again leisurely lay flat on the bench. Enjoy the relaxation you haven't felt in a long time. I don't know when Lu Linger, this ghostly elf, sneaked over again, crouched down on his human side, with a good-natured face, pressing his shoulders, and crouching in his ear with a queer, elfin face. The voice said softly, is young master comfortable? Nice, comfy. Yang Bai responded with a comfortable slight squint. Then, young master, you see that little doubting is so well behaved. Is there any reward? Lu Linger also ghostly used her soft red lips to blow fragrant hot air in her person's ear. Seeing this, Yang Bai this where to endure? Immediately, a nameless evil fire rose from within him, only to see, amidst the petulant exclamations of the little ninny, Yang Bai swept over the little girl's small waist that was less than a handful, picked her up horizontally, and with a flash of his body he arrived above the clouds in the 10,000 miles of the sky. This was followed by a big wave of his hand, laying down a prohibition. Little beaner, let you make bad. Now young master will give you a big reward. Ignoring the little pink fists of the doubtings in his arms, Yang Bai pounced on them like a hungry tiger. The old rules. A million words omitted here and there. After a gust of windy essence, Lu Linger's pretty face was full of red light, and at this moment, like a frightened kitten, shyly, she curled up in Yang Bai's arms. The young girl's warm and fragrant nostrils fluttered at his man's chest, and Yang Bai only felt itchy, feeling the smooth, white, delicate body of the little lamb in his arms. Looking down at Lu Linger, who had fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion, a sense of triumph arose. It was only after a long time that Lu Linger woke up leisurely from her sleep. After waking up, the little girl recalled the crazy scene that had just humiliated her. She was so angry that her hand climbed up to his waist, and her pretty face was covered with redness. Young master is so bad. Just knows how to bully Linger. At those words, who knows, Yang Bai looked down at the young girl with a bad smile on his face. I say, little Do Ding, don't you feel free to wrong the young master? Earlier you were the one who said you wanted a reward. Besides, just now the little Dojin can be much more active than the young master. Oh, ha. As soon as these words came out, Lu Linger was so ashamed and angry that she hurriedly covered her person's mouth. The little face was hot and red, and the little head was more like a steam engine. It's hot and steamy. Bad young master. Stop talking. Linger will ignore you if you keep talking. Looking at such a dainty and adorable doubting in his arms, Yang Bai couldn't help but laugh and said, haha there. Young master won't make fun of you anymore, okay? Say, what kind of reward do you want? I'll pick you off even if it's a star. Hearing this, Lu Linger then guffawed and said, just now, the young master even gave that bad old man an immortal pill. That Linger also wants an immortal pill. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai curiously inquired, with little Do Ding's talent, cultivation strength is a matter of course. How is it so urgent to raise your strength now? Lu Linger then muttered with her cherry mouth raised, that white hair is now a mid-stage quasi-saint. Linger can't beat her. Thinking about losing to Chao Qingji not long ago and being punished by her by being tied to a tree, the whole scratching little feet with dog tails thing. Lu Linger was then furious and indignant with her young master. After learning about this matter, Yang Bai was instantly laughed not to live by the tit-for-tat of these two living ghosts and elves, laying on a cloud for half a day of fun. Seeing that the young master was actually still laughing at her, Lu Linger immediately puffed up a whole cheek, like a puffer fish. Its large watery eyes glared at its person with small, sultry eyes. Young master, you're still laughing. No laughing at Linger. The little girl shook its man's arm as she spoke. After drying his tears with laughter, Yang Bai finally stopped laughing. He really didn't expect these two little girls to actually be so capable of straightening things out day after day. Well, first with the young master. During the time I've been away, what happened over at the 10,000 Void Realm? The immortal pill will be refined for you by the young master afterward. Really? Yes. At the mention of immortal pills, countless little stars twinkled in the little girl's watery eyes. Subsequently, in Lu Linger's mouth, the Yang Bai learned everything that happened in the 10,000 Void Realm after he left the Hongmeng universe. In the beginning, when the elves suddenly appeared in the 10,000 Void Realm, immediately, it caused many superlative powers to be shocked. But thinking of the mysterious hidden powerhouse that the elves had backed up, those superstar forces didn't dare to have any dissatisfied complaints in the slightest. And he also specifically instructed the disciples of the clan not to start any conflict with the elves. They were afraid that their own disciples would clash with the elves over the Heavenly Tao Law Fragment, finally pissing off that hidden powerhouse. After all, Ao Tianga's bloody example can be placed there. Who do not want to step in the former's dust? The current elf clan could be said to be in existence that no power dared to mess with in the Kunlun realm. Finally, a group of disciples of the superlative powers in the realm of the 10,000 Void, when they encountered the people of the elf clan in the 10,000 Void realm, they all avoided them from afar. Not long ago, at the center of the 10,000 Void realm, the crowd discovered fragments of the Heavenly Tao laws. Unable to help the news reach the ears of the elves, so Mukid rushed forward with the elves to fight for the Heavenly Tao Law Fragment. Once the elves arrived, the disciples of those superb forces became at a loss for words. I don't know what to do. Seeing that Mukid was about to seize the Heavenly Tao Law Fragment, there were some who couldn't stand it anymore. That was a fragment of the Heavenly Tao laws that could enable a cultivator to comprehend one of the 3,000 great roads 100%. So there were quite a few disciples who brazenly attacked the elves despite everything. At the critical moment, the sect elder who had been observing the 10,000 Void Realm saw the situation and hurriedly appeared in the 10,000 Void Realm. Directly with one hand, he killed the disciples within the gate, and panicked. He kept apologizing to Mukid, the elders of the other superlative forces who saw the scene. Fear of his own disciples taking unauthorized action against the elves, so they all showed up in the 10,000 Void Realm and brought their own disciples out of the 10,000 Void Realm. Since then, the battle over the Heavenly Tao Law Fragments in the 10,000 Void Realm had scribbled to a close. Despite the fact that those super first-rate forces had more than enough difficulties to part with in their hearts, but it was a matter of life and death for the clan. They also had no choice but to give up fighting for the Heavenly Tao Law Fragment. After all, no matter how good the Heavenly Tao Law Fragment was, then they had to have the life to enjoy it, didn't they? Like the opening reward of billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride, please collect 101 novel. The opening rewards billions of years of cultivation. Also send a child bride 101 novel. The fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 150, The Illusory Sky Planet Realm is in chaos. My mind is made up. In the end, all the fragments of the Heavenly Tao laws of the 10,000 Void Realm were captured by the elves. Mukid even succeeded in comprehending the entire 43000 Great Tao laws, including the Law of Fist Tao, the Law of Blistering Wind, the Law of Formation Tao, and the Law of Thunder and Lightning. By virtue of the Heavenly Tao Law Fragment, the rest of the Heavenly Tao laws Mukid distributed to the rest of the elves. The overall strength of the elven race had risen greatly after the trip down to the 10,000 Void Realm. Young Master! Young Master! Young Master! Where's the elixir for Linger? Where's the elixir Linger wanted? After telling the story, Lu Linger then urged with a face of impatience as she bounced in front of Yang Bai, fixing his eyes from a distance. The Hun was just like a live bunny. Seeing this scene, Yang Bai instantly cried and laughed as he pressed his big hand on the little head of the girl in front of him. When the Supreme Old Man brings back the immortal medicines within the Supreme Divine Hall, young Master will refine them for little doubting. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger's small face then collapsed, her mouth deflating as she whispered, "Oh, the vast and boundless cosmic starry sky of the illusory sky star domain. Countless stars shining darkly in the cosmic space. Countless bright and colorful rivers of stars stood in their midst. But often, the more beautiful something is on the outside, the more it harbors a deadly crisis in the shadows. So is this bright and beautiful starry sky. A figure like a shooting star quickly glided across the starry sky, precisely leaving from the Kunlun realm, the Supreme Tao Ancestor who was preparing to return to the Supreme Star Realm. Just then, a group of cosmic star pirates intercepted the Supreme Tao Ancestor who wanted to return to the Supreme Star Realm in a spirit ship. Hey! In front, this road is opened by this master. If you want to pass this way, leave the money to buy the road. A cosmic star pirate at the head of the group, armed with a large ringed sword, standing on top of the deck, he yelled at the Supreme Tao Ancestor in front of him. Hey! In response, the Supreme Tao Ancestor let out a lamenting sound helplessly. Immediately afterward, the Supreme Tao Ancestor, who didn't want to talk nonsense with him, had his eyes condensed and, the law of life and death, one of the 72 supreme laws, steeply lingered around him. The moment the laws of life and death appeared, the surrounding cosmic space suddenly gave birth to a shocking vision. What? Not good. Supreme law. Brothers retreat. The star pirate leader is not low-eyed. At a glance, he could tell that the supreme Tao ancestor was surrounded by the laws of life and death. Realizing that he had run into a tough opponent today, the star pirate leader exclaimed in shock as hurriedly, he urged the spirit ship with all his might to fly towards the deep space of the universe. But it was too late. The two Qis of life and death had already wrapped around the entire spirit ship. No matter how much they pushed, they were indifferent. As the two Qi of life and death wrapped the spirit ship, amidst the wails of the crowd of star thieves, the entire spirit ship was instantly reduced to pieces by the two Qis of life and death, with not even a dregs left. After cleaning up this group of unknowing cosmic star pirates, the supreme Tao ancestor then resumed his journey back to the supreme star realm. Coming out of the Kunlun realm, the supreme Tao ancestor had already encountered no less than dozens of robberies by cosmic star pirates in the illusory sky astral domain. Now in all parts of the Mirage Sky Starfield, there were fierce fights going on all the time for the star realm's greatest treasure. Regarding the chaotic situation in the illusory sky astral domain today, the supreme Tao Father could only faintly lament. The root cause of this chaos in the illusory sky astral domain was the death of the illusory sky Tao ancestor under the minor era calamity not long ago. The illusory heavenly Tao ancestor's lifespan had already exceeded 500,000 years, and he had ushered in his minor epical tribulation not long ago. However, he was not as lucky as the supreme Tao ancestor, who had Yang Bai, the first of the heavens, to shield him from the calamity. In the end, the illusory heavenly Tao ancestor died under the terrifying lightning tribulation of the laws of origin. A supreme Tao ancestor had fallen like this. The fall of the illusory heavenly Tao ancestor was like a giant bomb that exploded in the entire Hongmeng universe. Countless powerhouses from other major star fields in the Hongmeng universe. The first time, they coveted the illusory sky divine hall and the living planets of the illusory sky astral domain. The illusory heavenly divine hall, having lost illusory heavenly Taoist ancestor as a C-pin, its status in the starfield was in tatters as a result. And in the face of the raging powerhouses of the major star domains, the illusory heavenly divine hall was also powerless to fight against them. The cosmic defenses established on the front lines were also quickly breached. Powerful people from all the major star domains madly poured into the illusory sky star domain, wanting to take advantage of this moment to scrape the opportunity. And then it completely forged such a chaotic situation in the illusory sky astral domain. Seeing this, the supreme Tao ancestor was overwhelmed with emotion. If Yang Bai hadn't come in time and blocked the thunderbolt of the minor era tribulation for him in the first place, the temple of the supreme god has lost his guardianship. Then the current illusory sky star realm was the example of the original supreme star realm, right? Thinking of this, the supreme Tao ancestor inwardly became even more grateful to Yang Bai. It strengthened his determination to merge the supreme divine hall into Yang Bai's forces. If he hadn't stepped in to help, he would have died under the lightning of the calamity. The supreme planet will also be swept away. After a long time, after the supreme Tao ancestor sped all the way, he finally rushed back to the supreme divine hall. At the entrance of the brilliant and magnificent supreme divine hall, soldiers in supreme divine armor stood guard on both sides. Upon seeing the supreme Tao ancestor return, the soldiers waiting on the sides knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Tao ancestor. The supreme Tao ancestor nodded slightly before striding into the divine hall. At the same time, a rather majestic voice spread throughout the entire supreme divine hall. All the elders, deacons, and protectors within the divine hall listened to the order. Proceed to the supreme hall immediately. The group of elders from the supreme divine hall who heard the summons all came out of their seclusion, hoofing it towards the great hall. Within the glorious supreme hall, the supreme Taoist ancestor wore a Taoist robe and the Aoyun of the supreme laws vaguely surrounded his body, emanating the majesty of an absolute powerhouse. Below the steps, a crowd of elders, protectors, deacons, and the like of the supreme divine hall stood. This ancestor has summoned you all here to inform you of an important matter. When these words came out, the crowd below all listened with sideways ears. The supreme Tao ancestor then informed the crowd below of this matter. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused an uproar among the group of elders below. The crowd was in an uproar. Ah, how can this be? If my supreme divine hall were to merge into other forces, wouldn't that be the same as existing in name only? Yeah, that makes sense. This news came from the mouth of the supreme Tao Father, with a strong shock of gratitude that tugged at the heartstrings of the crowd below. The grand elder of the supreme divine hall that stood below hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. Honorable Ancestor Sama, this matter must not be allowed. To think that the supreme divine hall is a foundation that has been passed down by countless generations of hall masters. If they were to suddenly merge into other forces, how would they have the face to meet their ancestors after death? I also asked Lord Xuanzu to take back his order. The Supreme Tao Ancestor sitting above had long anticipated this scene, and after a few moments of contemplation, it was only then that the Supreme Tao Ancestor leisurely spoke. Gentlemen, this ancestor thinks you've made a mistake. This ancestor has come to inform you all this time, not to deliberate. I'm sure all of you here have witnessed the miserable state of the illusory sky astral domain nowadays. If it wasn't for the exalted God's intervention to save my ancestor in the first place, this ancestor will definitely fall under the lightning tribulation of the laws of origin, just like the illusory heavenly Tao ancestor. At that time, the Supreme Divine Hall lost the present ancestor sitting in the town. Then today's illusory sky astral domain is the original Supreme Astral Domain. So the matter is finalized. My will has been decided. If anyone else dares to disagree, equal downfall with this thing. After saying that, the Supreme Tao Ancestor's aura was released, blasting the stone pillars that stood majestically in the Great Hall to smithereens. Chapter 151, A Gathering of Heroes. The crowd below felt the powerful aura of the Supreme Tao Ancestor coming over them. The pressurized crowd of reincarnation transcendence realm elders didn't dare to breathe a single breath for a moment. Seeing this, the crowd below didn't dare to have any more objections. As the Supreme Tao Ancestor was the Supreme Star Realm's co-respecter, who would dare to disobey his decision? Why don't we see Hong Yi come? Where is Hong Yi? The Supreme Tao Ancestor swept his eyes toward the bottom, so he spoke out and inquired. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder below hurriedly replied. Back to the words of the revered ancestor. The Supreme Elder has gone to the illusory sky astral domain to fight for the Supreme Treasure. Hearing that Hong Yi had gone to the chaotic illusory sky star domain to get a piece of the beautiful pie, for some reason an ominous premonition instantly surged between the Supreme Tao Ancestor's heart. Does the Grand Elder know exactly which star river in the illusory sky astral domain that Guy Hong Yi went to? The Supreme Elder also invited me to go before he left, saying that he was traveling to Star Huan Xinghe. When Star Huan Xinghe came out of the Grand Elder's mouth, the Supreme Tao Ancestor instantly couldn't remain calm. In his heart, he sweated a bit and said, it shouldn't be that coincidental. Immediately afterward, the Supreme Tao Ancestor went down the line to arrange a series of affairs for the merger into the Kunlun realm. By the way, it rolled away all the immortal medicines stored in the Supreme Divine Hall. Having done this, he dared not delay a moment to. Hurriedly, he rushed to the Kunlun realm again without stopping. 10,000 imaginary worlds. Now within the small world of No, only Mukid and the group of elves she led were here. All the superb forces in the Kunlun realm had successively dismissed their own disciples. Some of them had even dismantled the dojos established within the sect's 10,000 void realm. The major superlative powers were now avoiding the elves as much as possible like the plague, afraid of where they would provoke them and attract the descent of that mysterious powerhouse. At this moment, Mukid, who had just finished absorbing the 4 heavenly Tao law fragments, looking at the fragments of the heavenly Tao laws that were still quite a bit left over after distributing them to the other clans. The mind wondered, just leave all this to brother Yang Bai. With that, the little nymph was about to collect the remaining heavenly Tao law fragments into her nascent sacred ring. However, just at this moment, what the little ninny didn't know was that outside the heavens of the 10,000 void realm, there were many pairs of eyes that had long ago set their eyes on the heavenly Tao law fragment in her hand. Beyond the several eons of the 10,000 void realm, countless powerful people converged here. Not long ago, it was rumored within the Xinghuan Star River that there were fragments of the heavenly Tao laws hidden on one of the planets within this space of the 10,000 void realm. This news instantly attracted many powerful people to come and find out what was going on. Even if it's a powerhouse above the mandate of heaven, the heavenly Tao law fragment was similarly not a small temptation for them. After all, who would mind having more law Upanishads at their disposal? If one could master 1/3 of the power of the laws of one of the 3,000 great roads, completely just become a party hegemon of the Hongmeng universe, it was no less than the 72 supreme laws mastered by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. Instead, the heavenly Tao law fragment was able to allow the cultivator to comprehend one of the 3,000 great Tao paths in an instant. Sure enough, it's a fragment of the heavenly Tao laws, and to think that in such a borderland as this, all of them can give birth to such heaven-defying treasures. Fragments of the heavenly Tao laws. Your Majesty is here. Status, 429 from https://bkuj. tw/book/2792301/8435331/2 HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. No text content. Chapter 152 Instantaneous Killing Transcendence. What? Even the people from the Supreme Divine Hall have come. Seeing Hong Yi descend to this place immediately caused a gasp of surprise from the surrounding crowd. Immediately afterward, a group of powerful people who were preparing to seize the fragments of the heavenly Tao laws. At this time, they all scattered without the slightest hesitation. The Supreme Divine Hall was a power at the level of the Hongmeng universe hegemony, and it was renowned in the universe. Strong men of such power are here. The rest of the minions are afraid that they will not even be able to drink the soup, then they simply left. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion Master was quite scornful of the Hong Yi in front of him. As the Supreme Tao Ancestor successfully passed through the Minor Era Tribulation, his strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. And with that, the power of the Supreme Divine Hall expanded, and it could be said to be in the sky in the Hongmeng universe. Heavenly Sword Jr. This fragment of the Heavenly Tao laws will be smiled upon by my father. Saying that, the supreme laws surrounding Hong Yi's body burst forth at this moment. The figure quickly rushed towards the 10,000 Void Realm. Humph. Hong Yi, do you think that this seed is seriously afraid of your Supreme Divine Hall? If you want a fragment of the Heavenly Tao laws, you'll have to go through this seed first. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion Master also disregarded all and hurriedly chased towards Hong Yi. At the same time, he drew out the huge sword behind him, and the sword steeply condensed a terrifying sword intent. A sword was chopped out towards Hong Yi. Sword chi stirred up space. Countless voids were torn apart by the sharp sword chi at this moment. With you dare to be an enemy of my Supreme Divine Hall? Facing the terrifying sword chi coming towards him, Hong Yi did not dare to be careless at all. Hastily, he fully operated his own supreme laws to resist. Immediately thereafter, two transcendent powers of the transcendent realm. A fierce fight unfolded in the cosmic stars outside the 10,000 Void Realm. Both of them were equally strong in the Transcendence Realm, and neither of them could do anything about it in a short period of time. Seeing that the situation was gradually stalemated, Hong Yi feared that as time went by, there would be other powerful people secretly fishing for gains. With that, he hastily broke away from his people's pursuit. The figure rushed towards the 10,000 Void Realm, choosing to draw back from a hard battle with his people. Humph, this seed is not here to fight with you. Seeing this, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion Master behind Hong Yi was still in hot pursuit. The two of them arrived within the 10,000 Void Realm one after the other. The supreme pressure of the Transcendent Realm seemed to be on the verge of directly collapsing this small world. As soon as Hong Yi and his duo descended into the 10,000 Void Realm, they sensed the rich aura of the Heavenly Tao laws coming over them. Soon, the powerful divine sense of the duo followed the aura of the Heavenly laws and, instantly, he locked Mu Keed and the others who were in the 10,000 Void Realm. Mu Keed, who was within the 10,000 Void Realm, was just trying to lead her clan to leave the 10,000 Void Realm. At that moment, she suddenly felt a suffocating pressure sweep over her and eventually lock her in a death grip. Facing these two terrifying and boundless breath pressures, Mu Keed only felt a heavenly rotation. The fragment of the Heavenly Tao laws is on this woman. After saying that, Hong Yi took the lead and attacked towards Mu Keed below, and the body's horrifying pressure was also spread out to cover the sky downwards. Behind him, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion Master also followed closely behind. The heaven-shaking sword intent instantly blocked the entire space of the 10,000 Void Realm so that Hong Yi would not vanish immediately after obtaining the Heavenly Tao Law fragment. The crisis of death instantly filled Mu Keed's heart. However, just in the nick of time, hidden within the space of the life and death rune seal inside his person, Yang Bai's spirit body finally slowly awoke from its slumber at this time, and at this time, it violently opened its eyes. Just as Hong Yi's large hand as well as the Heavenly Sword Pavilion Master's huge sword were about to land on the young girl, an invisible greatness rose up from within the young girl. It was as if the space and time around them had frozen. Hong Yi as well as the Heavenly Sword Pavilion Master were all imprisoned in midair at this moment. No matter how much he used his spiritual energy and how much his body struggled, his figure was unable to move an inch further, only to see a slim, slender silhouette slowly walk out of the void. Brother Yang Bai. Upon seeing the appearance of the visitor, Mu Keed on the side couldn't help but exclaim. With that, he popped up in front of his person with a fluttering face. Only in the next moment did he learn that the visitor was merely Yang Bai's spirit body. Neisan's little face fell. You are, who is it? No, is the supreme being? Noisy. Hong Yi saw that the visitor was so powerful, he was actually able to manage to fix their two transcendent realm powerhouses on the spot with a single move, unable to move in the slightest. Thus, he wanted to move out the biggest backer behind him, the Supreme Divine Hall, as a deterrent to their people. However, he didn't expect the other party to actually not give the Supreme Divine Hall the slightest bit of face. Before he finished speaking, he only saw the Yang Bai Ling body standing in front of him, and his breath shook. One look glared hard at him. Strong and incomparable soul power suddenly burst out from its person's eyes. The terrifying soul power instantly pierced through Hong Yi's divine soul. Under the terrifying soul divine power of Yang Bai Ling's body, Hong Yi's divine soul instantly became fragmented. The divine soul was steeply obliterated. Subsequently, under the astonished and incomparable eyes of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion Master on the side, his person's eyes were hollow and, the body planted itself helplessly on the ground. Court! Under! I didn't make a move on this. This little girl. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion Master saw a Transcendence Realm powerhouse fall so easily in front of him. As a party hegemon of the universe, he was also deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. At the same time, he was secretly shocked in his heart. Destroying a Transcendence Realm powerhouse so easily. Can it be that the other party is a Supreme Tao ancestor? In the Hongmeng universe, those who could manage to obliterate a Transcendent Realm powerhouse so easily, the only other person to do so was the Supreme Tao ancestor. After all, he then belonged to the same half-caddy level as Hong Yi. The other party was able to easily exterminate Hong Yi, so naturally, they were also able to easily exterminate him. Thinking of this, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion Master swallowed hard and stammered. None of the eyes that looked at the Yang Bai Ling body in front of them were filled with panic. However, Yang Bai, who was standing opposite him, did not give the Heavenly Sword Pavilion Master the slightest chance to explain. Immediately, his eyes glazed over. A terrifying soul force erupted, hardening the soul of his person and ripping it out of his body. Then only Yang Bai Ling body was seen holding one hand in vain. An invisible greatness condensed a pair of great hands of spiritual power. The big hand of spiritual power clenched and directly pinched its person's soul. In the blink of an eye, two Transcendence Realm powerhouses had both fallen at the hands of Yang Bai Ling body. After doing this, the spirit body slowly turned around and barked at Mukid behind her. Leave the 10,000 Void Realm earlier. The illusory sky astral domain is not peaceful now. In response, Mukid nodded slightly before taking out the remaining Heavenly Tao Law fragments from Renaissance Sacred Ring. These are the rest. Give them all to Brother Yang Bai. Looking at the large number of Heavenly Tao Law fragments held by the young girl, Yang Bai Ling body nodded. I'll take it then. These fragments of the Heavenly Tao Laws didn't serve any purpose for Yang Bai though. It doesn't matter what the 3,000 Great Tao Laws, the 72 Supreme Laws or the 9 Great Everlasting Great Tao, or even the Law of Origin. As the only originator God of the heavens and the universe in common, Yang Bai only needed to move his mind. All the Great Tao Laws of the heavens and the universe would converge in his palm and be at his disposal. Rather, these Heavenly Tao Law fragments were of great help to Yang Yuchan, Lu Linger, Xiao Chengji, and the others. Chapter 153, Cosmic Star Pirates, Kunlun Ruins. After the spirit body collected the pieces of the Heavenly Tao Laws, Mukid also stepped into the middle of the spatial passage with a group of elves behind her, returning to the Kunlun realm. At the same time, the Kunlun realm also welcomed a group of uninvited guests, only to see a group of cosmic star pirates piloting a spirit ship in the cosmic starry sky hundreds of light years away. It was slowly heading towards the Kunlun realm. The illusory sky astral domain is unusually chaotic these days, thus bringing in the infamous cosmic star pirates of the Hongmeng universe. Taking advantage of the chaos, a number of cosmic star thieves have been muddying the waters and constantly harvesting life planets within the illusory sky astral domain. Now a large group of cosmic star pirates had set their sights on the Kunlun realm, which had a very rich vitality. Brethren, come with me to kill that planet and harvest everything there. The leading Oba pointed his sword at the Kunlun realm and called out to the countless minions behind him. With Oba's command, the spirit ship quickly headed towards the Kunlun realm. Not long after, the spirit ship descended into the depths of the eastern wasteland of the Kunlun realm. After the spirit ship forced its way down, countless star pirates swarmed out of the spirit ship under Oba's leadership. Eyes greedily glanced around at the living planet. He had learned about it long before Oba selected the Kunlun sector. This planet they're on now, called the Kunlun realm. It was nothing more than an unimpressive life world in the Hongmeng universe. The strongest person in this living planet was only at the cultivation level of the quasi-emperor realm. And Oba was a hallowed great emperor powerhouse, totally capable of eating the planet. He then hastened to lead the many star pirate minions in his ministry with an oath of honor. He hurriedly came towards the Kunlun realm, with countless powerful auras suddenly appearing within the eastern environment. Inside the great hall of the Kirin realm, the divine sense of the Kirin demon sovereign sitting high above the throne immediately captured that powerful group of unfamiliar auras. Such a terrifying imperial might. It's a great emperor powerhouse. But this honored one feels very unfamiliar. Can it be that a strong person from beyond the heavens has descended? Just as the Qilin demon sovereign was puzzled, Oba led a group of star thieves behind him and, towards the Qilin realm came a vast assault. Sensing that the other party was coming from a bad place, the Qilin demon sovereign hurriedly ordered the deployment of defense. Enemy attack. With the Kirin demon sovereign's command, the entire Kirin realm's defense array instantly rose up from the ground. And also at that moment, Oba led a group of star pirates under his command to arrive outside the Qilin's borders. The Qilin demon sovereign stood proudly in midair, confronting Oba and the others across the defense array. Mythical ancestor, golden winged rock. and the 8 Kirin divisions all stood at the side of the Kirin demon sovereign, looking at the terrifying aura emanating from the person in charge in front of him. The Qilin demon sovereign's eyes were quite gloomy. His brow furrowed as he looked across the room at Oba and the others with a stern look on his face. Oba was located in the middle of the crowd. His eyes filled with disdain as he glanced at the defense array in front of him. Tiny barbarians, surrender obediently to this emperor, voluntarily handing over all the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. It is not possible for this emperor to be happy to let you and the others off the hook. If we wait for this emperor to personally kill in the face of Oba's threatening words, the mythical ancestor standing within the defense array immediately roared, "You fart! Just by the likes of you!" The very moment the mythical old man spoke out, Oba's body was filled with emperor's might unleashed. Sharp eyes glared hard at its person, only to see that Oba's soul force actually directly pierced through the defense array in front of Ignore. It directly attacked the mythical ancestor within the grand formation. A mere worm dares to come up and interrupt. In the next moment, the mythical ancestor's divine soul was subjected to a powerful soul shock. Under the violent soul impact, the mythical ancestor of the 7th quasi-imperialist, the silky cracks appeared on the surface of its divine soul. Both eyes were empty, and his body swayed so much that he could barely stand. The people of the Qilin realm who saw this scene all felt a strong shock. The strongest person on this side of the Qilin realm is only the Qilin demon Zun, a mere 9-happening Paragon Emperor. The only ones left were the 7-jacked Paragon Emperor's mythical beast ancestor as well as the golden-winged rock that were still on top of the game. On the other hand, on Oba's side, apart from him, a great imperial powerhouse, there were dozens of other strong 9th Tribulation Paragon Emperors in the rest of the group, while there were even more countless strong people under the 9th Tribulation Paragon Emperors. Facing the gulf-like gap from strength, the Qilin demon sovereign was slightly bitter in his heart. Then a decision was made in his mind and he stood up and said, "You and the other cosmic star pirates are nothing more than street rats in the Hongmeng universe. It's just something that everyone calls out, and dares to speak out in my Kunlun realm. Lord Venerable God, I, the Kirin realm, am willing to belong to the Kunlun ruins, and from now on, all of them look up to the Honorable God Sama." Not long ago, the Qilin demon sovereign had gotten the news that Yang Bai wanted to form a force. The Qilin realm, as the overlord of the eastern wasteland, had of course received a request to submit to the Kunlun ruins. However, it was good that mysterious exalted god lord did not force them to join in on this. With Yang Bai's invincible strength, he didn't even bother to force him to submit and join. As long as he raised his arm in the heavenly universe, the 12 witch ancestors would come with countless powerful people. And also in recent days, Yang Bai finally thought of the name of the power that, after some thought, it was decided to name it Kunlun Market. Now, faced with an attack by the cosmic star pirates, the Qilin realm was simply powerless to fight against it. And the other side not only had a great emperor powerhouse, and there were even dozens of 9th Tribulation quasi-emperors. In the face of this life and death situation, the Kirin demon father had no choice but to preserve the Kirin realm. He had to turn to Yang Bai. Under the Kunlun ruins, nowadays, within the entire Kunlun realm, only Yang Bai was able to solve this group of raging star pirates. With these words from the Qilin demon sovereign, from the distant Mufeng city, a power rune mark suddenly flew out and descended out of thin air in front of the Qilin demon sovereign. "Take this rune mark," only to see Yang Bai's voice filled with majesty slowly coming out from within the power rune seal. Seeing this, the Qilin demon sovereign hastily took the power rune mark in front of him. The moment he received the power rune mark, the power rune mark instantly merged into the Qilin demon sovereign. Immediately after that, the Qilin demon sovereign attempted to use his spiritual energy to catalyze that power rune mark within his body. In the split second it took to catalyze the power rune mark with the spirit power, an unprecedentedly terrifying power filled the Kirin demon father's body. Chapter 154, Instantly Killing Oba. Yang Yuchan transcended the quasi-saint thunder tribulation. Only the Qilin demon sovereign's aura was climbing instantaneously. The terrifying aura in his body kept churning. As the breath overflowed outward, the surrounding space was actually directly torn apart alive, revealing the hideous tides of energy within the infernal world. First happening Great Emperor, second happening Great Emperor, the third happening Great Emperor, early stage of karma. His breath did not stop until it climbed to the early stage of the causal realm. The Qilin demon Zun's eyes widened as he felt the surging power within his body with an unbelievable expression. He had unexpectedly soared directly from a 9th Tribulation Paragon all the way to the early stage of the causal realm. The center directly crossed the Great Emperor realm. Yang Bai's power rune marks increase in the user's cultivation level. It depends entirely on the strength of its person's own physical body. As long as the user's physical strength is strong enough, then it wasn't even impossible for the cultivation level to climb up to a mixed master. and the Kirin demon sovereign's main body is the strange beast, the Ink Kirin. As a Kunlun realm beast race hegemonic level existence, the strength of his fleshly body was extremely terrifying, so it was able to withstand enough power within the power rune. Standing across from the Qilin demon sovereign, Oba only felt a terrifying and boundless aura coming over him. Feeling this extremely powerful pressure, Oba stammered with a frightened face, cause, fruition realm powerhouse, how is it possible? How could a mere unimpressive savage world give birth to a causal realm powerhouse? Shocked, Oba came out of his shock, and without looking back, he turned his head and ran away in a hurry. The figure flew towards the spirit ship's side at extreme speed, only leaving behind a group of dumbfounded star pirate minions frozen in place not knowing what to do. Without waiting for them to react, the Qilin demon sovereign, who had finished familiarizing himself with his power after the surge, flashed his figure and, piercing space, in the next moment, the place where the Qilin demon sovereign passed through then set off a terrifying and boundless energy storm. In an instant, the group of star pirate minions were caught in the middle of the energy storm. Without even uttering a single scream, he turned into pieces and perished on the spot. On the other hand, using the star pirate minions to fend off Opa, who fled the scene for a few moments, the figure quickly cut across the sky, the pale old face covered in false sweat, and his mouth tremblingly muttered, as long as we get on the spirit ship, then there's still a chance of survival. What kind of unorthodox world is this that actually has a causal powerhouse? Oba's figure was speeding towards the spirit ship while cursing in his heart the person who gave him the information. Meanwhile the heart kept screaming in agony. I didn't want him to be so unlucky as to rob the doorstep of a causal realm powerhouse. The spirit ship was right in front of his eyes, but at that moment a pair of large hands steadily grabbed above Oba's shoulders. His form stopped abruptly in mid-air, and then Oba twisted his head with difficulty and, rushing to beg for mercy, "My lord, I have eyes to recognize MT. Tai, please let me off the hook. I'll be a cow or a horse afterward." Just when the Qilin demon sovereign wanted to ask Yang Bai what he meant, from the invisible space suddenly came the latter's rather imposing voice. "Extinguish it. There's no need to consult this god for such small ants in the future." The Qilin demon sovereign, who had received Yang Bai's order, flashed a divine aura in his eyes. The hand that gripped Oba's shoulder clenched slightly, and invisible power coalesced in his hand. The next moment, in the eyes of Oba's horror and despair, his human vitality steeply embers extinguished. After eradicating the entire group of cosmic star thieves, the Qilin demon sovereign felt the power rune mark lying peacefully within his body and couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion in his heart. Just what kind of terrifying level of strength has that mysterious exalted god lord reached? With just a small talismanic seal, I was able to instantly skyrocket my cultivation to the realm of causality. It's really scary as hell. I'm afraid that the limits of this power rune are far more than that, but alas, the power of my fleshly body cannot withstand a stronger force for the time being. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After Yang Bai distributed all the remaining heavenly Dao Law fragments to Yang Yuchan, Lu Linger, Xiao Chengji, and the others, several people had each mastered several great Dao Laws, and their strength had once again been qualitatively improved. During that time, by virtue of comprehending the many 3,000 laws of the great Dao, the Yang Yuchan's cultivation level had also finally arrived at the peak of indestructibility. Today will draw her Paraclete Thunderbolt. With an extremely heaven-defying physique like the Xianling immortal body, Yang Yuchan chose to directly cross the threshold, only to see that above the 10,000 miles of the dome of Mufeng City, thunderclouds were rolling in at this time. A terrifying aura of the Thunder Dao Laws filled the air. Meanwhile in mid-air, a young girl wearing a red dress holding a vegetal jade maiden sword stood in the void above, with 3,000 green silks draped over her fragrant shoulders in disarray. The sprinkling of frowns is as valiant as it gets. Yang Bai as well as Lu Linger and the others were standing in the small courtyard of the medicine store quietly watching. In the next moment, above the dome of the sky, the thunderclouds slowly condensed into a robbing thunderbolt that, toward the Yang Yuchan below, he ruthlessly chopped. Boom! The thunderbolt carried the momentum of 10,000 pounds, and its terrifying aura instantly enveloped Mufeng City below. Seeing this, the young girl standing above the void, her red lips pursed lightly, revealing a smile. The vegetarian jade lady sword in his hand spun open. Without any defense, he swung his sword towards the thunderbolt. The sword chi stirred the clouds and collided with the thunderbolt. The two were slightly stalemated for a moment. Then the sharp sword chi directly chipped away at the thunderbolt with a crushing force. As if Yang Yuchan had angered the heavens with this action just now, there were a total of 77 and 49 quasi-saint lightning tribulations. Immediately after that, only to see the remaining 48 thunderbolts unexpectedly splitting down towards his person together at this moment. The terrifying aura of the thunderbolt rippled through the surrounding space, In response, Yang Yuchan hastily utilized the Xianling immortal body's natural aptitude. A Xianling immortal mirror stood above his head. 48 thunderbolts violently bombarded above the Xianling immortal mirror, only to see that the terrifying thunderbolt was all sucked into the mirror at this moment. The Berserk Thunder Road Law's power was thus imprisoned within the immortal mirror. After the 49 thunder tribulations, the thunder clouds that covered the 10,000 miles of the sky slowly dispersed, easily passing through the quasi-saint thunder tribulation. Yang Yuchan had not even had the hem of her body blown. This was the terror of the Xianling immortal body. Wow! Sister Yang is too mushy, isn't she? Seeing that Yang Yuchan had actually passed through the quasi-saint lightning tribulation so easily. Below, Lu Linger's large watery eyes immediately flashed with stars. Looking at the former with a face of adoration, Xiao Qingji on the side also couldn't help but sigh at the power of the Xianling immortal body. After the two nymphets succeeded in comprehending several great Tao laws through the heavenly Tao laws, the strength has likewise had a lot of refinement. Lu Linger's cultivation had also reached the undying realm, and Xiao Qingji also came to the high-ranked paragon in a watery manner. After seeing Yang Yuchan successfully pass through the quasi-saint lightning tribulation, Lin Yining, who just had a worried look on her face at this time, hung her heart at this time, also finally let go. Ha ha, the children have become so strong now, we both don't have to worry about them anymore. Yang Tianxiong, who was holding Lin Yining in his arms on the side, after seeing Yang Yuchan and the others possessing such powerful cultivation, the heart was also very pleased. Chapter 155 8 Desolate Divine Heavenly Flames, 9 Heavenly Immortal Embracing Pill. Ha ha, congratulations to Lady Exalted God for successfully transiting the quasi-saint thunder tribulation. Your strength has been refined even further. In the midair of Mu Feng City, the figure of the Supreme Tao Ancestor appeared out of thin air, arching his hand towards Yang Yuchan in front of him. He congratulated him. After rushing for nearly half a month, he finally returned to the Kunlun realm at this time. Lord Exalted God, this is the immortal medicine you asked for. All the immortal pills of the Supreme Divine Hall have been brought by me. Please take a look. Furthermore, the Supreme Divine Hall will be officially merged into the Kunlun ruins. After saying that, the Supreme Tao Ancestor threw out the nascent sacrifice ring with countless immortal pills hidden in it to his people. After receiving the nano ring, Yang Bai nodded slightly. Have a heart. Lu Linger, who saw the scene, immediately couldn't hold back the joy in her heart. With a leaping face, he came to his person with a jump. The small hand tugged tightly at the sleeve of his person's coat. Young Master Spirit's immortal pill, Ghost Nikki said with her voice drawn out. Seeing this, Yang Bai had a happy face and his big hand stroked on his person's small head. This little beaner, don't be anxious. Young Master will refine it for you right now. After saying that, Yang Bai used his divine sense to probe into the nascent sacred ring. With that, he took out the immortal pill needed to refine the immortal pill. Immediately, one could only see countless immortal pills flying out from the nascent sac. Immediately after that, Yang Bai hurriedly sat down cross-legged, and as he moved his mind, the next moment an unusually terrifying flame slowly rose from its hands. Demonic flames surrounded his fingertips, and there was purple divine thunder constantly flickering around the flames. The moment the flames appeared, the surrounding space instantly became hot and dry. The pupils of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, who witnessed this from the side, shrunk dramatically. With a terrified face, he pointed to the rising flames in Yang Bai's hands and said with a trembling voice, This is the 8 Desolate Divine Heavenly Flame. Looking at the flames rising up in Yang Bai's hands, the Supreme Tao Ancestor recognized this as the 8 Desolate Divine Heavenly Flame at a glance. There are records of this fire in the Hongmeng universe, hundreds of epochs ago. Roughly, creation gods also existed in the Hongmeng universe. At that time, the Hongmeng universe was also once the center of the entire universe of the heavens, and it could be said that 10,000 clans came to the city, and that 8 Desolate Divine Heavenly Flame also appeared in the same era. That Supreme Creator God was originally in the Hongmeng universe, but in the end, fire came from outside the sky. The 8 Desolate Divine Heavenly Flames suddenly descended from nowhere in the Hongmeng universe. When the Creator God of the Hongmeng universe saw that this fire carried the violent energy of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, so it was intended to go out and take it in. But in the end, that God of creation, in the process of refining the 8 Desolate Divine Heavenly Flames, however, the latter's extremely violent energy burned through the divine origin. Losing his divine source, that Creator God sat down shortly afterward. Since then, the Hongmeng universe, which had lost the God of creation to sit in the center, had also been declining day by day. It eventually faded out among the sights of the universe of the heavens, and the 8 Desolate Divine Heavenly Flames also shook the heavens and the universe. How could the Supreme Taoist Ancestor not expect that this terrifying flame, which was enough to exterminate the God of creation, it was actually in the hands of Yang Bai. It is rumored that this 8 desolate divine heavenly flame is a fusion of the terrifying purple heavenly divine thunder as well as the 8 desolate breaking amazing. The power was extremely terrifying. Just as the supreme Tao ancestor was shocked, Yang Bai waved his hand and divine fire flew out from his hand. One could only see countless immortal medicines transformed into medicinal-filled spirit liquids in a matter of moments under the divine fire. Immediately after that, Yang Bai made a handful of different spiritual liquids under his divine power. Countless kinds of, all blended together. After the immortal pill was formed, along with the constant roaring of the thunderbolt overhead, a strong fragrance of pills instantly filled the medicine store. The supreme Tao ancestor on the side was dumbfounded as if he were a wooden chicken as he stared at the world-shattering scene before him. This entire process of refining the immortal Dan, Yang Bai had only used less than 10 breaths of time. Looking up at the 9-colored thunderbolt above the firmament, this was still a 9-colored immortal elixir, the pinnacle of immortal pills. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Facing the 9-colored thunderbolt that was about to descend, Yang Bai, who was sitting cross-legged on the bench, glanced at the thunderclouds above his head with a slight glare in his eyes. "Get out!" With his rebuke, the thunderclouds dissipated in the twinkling of an eye, as if they had received an imperial decree. The sky was once again clear. Immediately, Yang Bai made a move with his big hand, and the immortal pills in midair fell into his hands. Looking at the body of the Dan in his hand, 9-colored Dan circles surrounded the surface of the immortal Dan. There are countless Dao rhyme will be wrapped. Not a bad taste. Looking up, he only saw Yang Yuchan, Xiao Chengji, and the rest of the crowd inside the medicine store all looking at Yang Bai with shocked faces. "You're done? Elixir of immortality?" Seeing this, Lu Linger then took the immortal pill in her small hand with a leaping face. Her pretty face flushed red as she hurriedly said, "He thank you young master." Saying that, the little ninny also swiftly and quickly gave his person a kiss on the cheek. Then the big eyes kept scrutinizing the immortal pills in Jade's hands. "Right, young master, what kind of potion is this?" At these words, all the people present listened with sideways ears. Inwardly, he was equally curious as to what kind of heaven-defying immortal pills Yang Bai had refined. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai hurriedly explained. "This Dan is called the 9 Heavens Embracing Immortality Dan. It is a 9-colored immortal pill. It ranks at the peak of immortal pills, no matter what their cultivation level is. Even mortals with no cultivation level are given to take this elixir. The greatest effect of the 9 Heavenly Embracing Immortal Pill is to rapidly raise your cultivation level, and still without any side effects. 9 energy seals will appear in the body of the taker after taking it. It contains a huge amount of energy that can directly help the user to improve his or her cultivation. Remember, little doubting, after taking this elixir, first unlock the first energy seal. The rest should at least wait for the cultivation to settle for a while before unsealing it. Otherwise the surge in cultivation too quickly will cause irreversible damage to the foundation. After Yang Bai's explanation, only then did the crowd understand the terror of this 9 heavenly immortal embracing pill. "Ago, you're biased. Only give this beanbag elixir. Xingji wants it too." Xiao Qingji, who saw the scene, was instantly displeased and hurriedly ran to Yang Bai and pouted. Lu Linger, who heard this, directly exploded. "Hey, you little white hair, who are you calling a beanbag? This is specially made for Linger by the young master. Go. Where's your share?" With that, the two little ninjas who were getting more and more anxious once again fought. At the same time, Yang Yuchan on the side was also looking at Yang Bai with a slightly grudging little look. Seeing that his own backyard was about to catch fire, Yang Bai waved his hand and the 9 heavenly embracing immortal pill then flew into his hands, followed by the beginning God's power rising up and away from his body. In the next moment, he utilized the supreme patriarchal avatar. Make several copies of the 9 heavenly embracing immortal pill in your hand. Immediately following, he then distributed the 9 heavenly embracing immortal pills in his hands to the hands of Yang Yuchan, Xiao Chengji, and Yang Tianxiong, Lin Yining, and the others. Okay, now that's no favoritism. Xiao Qingji, who had gotten the immortal Dane, held it in her hand and smugly made a face towards Lu Linger, who was at the side. Slightly. Chapter 156, Kulun Ruins. The people who had obtained the 9 heavenly embracing immortal pill, under Yang Bai's urging, swallowed and refined it one by one. Now you will begin by unlocking the first energy seal and absorbing and refining it. Immediately, Yang Yuchan, Lu Linger and the others all sat down cross-legged at the words, "Begin to unlock the first energy seal." After absorbing the first channel of energy, in an instant the surrounding spiritual energy began to become restless, and even many of the Tao rules boiled up together at this moment. The energy contained in the 9 heavens immortal embracing pill was so huge that even if it was only the first layer of energy, all extremely scary. It was only after absorbing the energy from the first layer of seals that Yang Yuchan took the lead in breaking through and cultivation had once skyrocketed from a primordial quasi-saint to the peak of a three-lotus saint. It was also only one Saint King Thunderbolt away from the Saint King realm. On the other hand, Lu Linger on the other side, her cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds, breaking through from the undying realm all the way to the peak of the second Lotus Saint. Xiao Qingji was already at a high level of quasi-saint, and at this time, her cultivation was even at the second level of Saint King. At the same time, as the two women's cultivation gained a leap, thunder and lightning flashed once again above the 10,000 mile dome of Mufeng City. The two women respectively ushered in their quasi-saint thunder tribulation as well as the Saint King tribulation. On the side, Yang Tianxiang as well as Lin Yining's cultivation had also arrived at the undying realm after unlocking the first layer of seals. Feeling the terrifying energy flowing out of their bodies, the couple looked themselves up and down with unbelievable faces. A single elixir allowed them to climb in place to the undying realm, and that's just the weakest layer of energy in the seal. If this cultivation level was placed in the Kunlun realm, one could start a sect. Yang Tianxiang looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Yang Bai in front of him and secretly sighed in his heart. Baier has long since grown to a level that I, his father, cannot comprehend. Young master, brother, we're going to cross the threshold. After saying that, the two women flew successively into mid-air, preparing to cross the lightning tribulation. Yang Bai looked at the two women as they flew away. In his heart, he secretly estimated that all the energy of this 9 heavenly immortal pill should be able to directly allow them to reach the peak level of the transcendence realm. In a short while, the two women easily passed through their respective lightning tribulations. Lord Supreme God, from now on, the Supreme God's temple will only look up to Kunlun ruins, but right now we have this sect residence. At this moment, the Supreme Tao ancestor stepped forward and said, "Clan quarters. That's easy." Upon hearing this, Yang Bai slowly got up from on top of the bench after pondering for a moment. A faint smile crossed the corners of his mouth. Immediately afterward, he only saw the patriarchal divine power within his body slowly rise up and away. Immediately after that, the large hand probed out towards the sky. At the same time, the rules and regulations of the entire universe of the heavens are all under Yang Bai's control. Countless Tao Dharma Upanishads all received a call and madly surged towards the Hongmeng universe. Only in the cosmic space outside the Kunlun realm, the enormous power of the heavens and earth slowly condensed into a terrifying formation that covered the sky. Subsequently, within the heaven and earth grand formation, the power of the 3,000 great Tao laws gradually converged together. An imposing and gigantic citadel was constructed. Countless floor tiles condensed from the power of the 72 supreme laws were spread out in it. Above the magnificent and gigantic citadel, the 9 everlasting ancient laws condensed a dense number of soldiers to guard it, and the terrifying aura shook the sky and the earth, enough to easily deter incoming enemies. Not only that, the origin-level laws such as the law of obliteration and the law of chaos, which were mixed in with the chaotic chi. At this moment, it madly surged into the city and merged into the space in the city, stabilizing the space in between. In the center of the countless city buildings was an unusually brilliant hall. Above the door plaque of the Great Hall were the 4 big words Kunlun Divine Hall. The 4 big words contained the power of endless great Tao, which contained Yang Bai's terrifying originator divine power. If you stare at the door plaque for too long, you will be hardened and have your soul drained by it. Meanwhile, at the back of the Kunlun Temple of God, an ancestor god tree condensed from Yang Bai's supreme ancestor laws rose up from the ground. The giant tree in the sky in which every leaf contains the power of the supreme great Tao laws. Endless mysterious Tao halos surrounded the circumference of the patriarchal divine tree. The moment the patriarchal divine tree appeared, the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth as well as the great Tao Upanishads within the Kunlun ruins were instantly thicker by an unknown number of times. Cultivating within the Kunlun ruins, its speed would be unknown to be several times faster than cultivating in the outside world, especially under the patriarchal divine tree. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth as well as the law Upanishads were the most dense. There was even the power of Yang Bai's patriarchal laws implied in the air. Inside the medicine store, the Supreme Tao Father saw that Yang Bai had actually built such a behemoth with a single thought. The heart felt very shocked. In his heart, he was secretly surprised that this venerable God Lord was really deep in his heart. The surprises brought to him were just as shocking. At the same time, inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder if this was really something that a creator God could do. Go, mother! There's also little Do Ding. I'll take you guys forward to the Kunlun ruins to take a look. After saying that, Yang Bai waved his big hand and the invisible space force instantly rolled up the crowd. The next moment, they appeared outside the gates of the Kunlun ruins. One could only see the heaven and earth grand formation condensed by countless forces of heaven and earth standing in front of them. the countless soldiers on top of the city walls that were condensed from the power of the 9 everlasting laws. Seeing Yang Bai's arrival, they all bowed and saluted towards the latter. Greet the ancestral god. The voice shook the sky and shook the earth. Even the supreme Tao ancestor standing in front of the grand formation was frightened by this terrifying formation. Probing with his divine sense, he discovered that the great formation was actually composed of the enormous power of heaven and earth. And those soldiers were even condensed from the power of the 9 everlasting laws. The supreme Tao ancestor was completely bowled over by this grand gesture of Yang Bai's. I'm afraid that looking at the entire heavenly universe, only the latter could be so bold. Immediately, Yang Bai waved his hand and led the crowd inside the Kunlun ruins. Looking at the countless magnificent and incomparable city buildings in front of them, all of them looked around in shock. These citadels are made up of the power of the 3,000 great Tao laws. The space was also reinforced by origin-level laws, so even if it was a creation god, he wouldn't be able to destroy it easily. Immediately afterward, Yang Bai instructed the Supreme Tao ancestor beside him. You first go and find a city building to serve as the Supreme Divine Hall's residence afterward. After the Supreme Tao ancestor heard the words, he then slowed down from his shock and hastily took the order that, towards this huge Kunlun ruins within, searching for a place with a more dense spiritual chi. Feeling the incomparably dense aura as well as the Tao axioms that filled the air. After cultivating here for a few moments, the Supreme Tao Lord could sense that the cultivation within his body had unexpectedly loosened. After Yang Bai brought Yang Yu-chan and the other women around within the Kunlun ruins, he led them to the ancestor god tree. From now on, you will stay here and cultivate. Cultivating here, I believe you will soon be able to break through to a higher realm. With a higher level of cultivation, you can truly realize how small this universe is. The universe of the heavens is the more vast sky. There are my patriarchal laws implied under the divine tree, so comprehend them well. This will greatly benefit your cultivation. At Yang Bai's command, the women sat down cross-legged under the divine tree, carefully feeling the countless forces of laws contained in the air as well as the power of the patriarchal laws. Chapter 157, Sudden Progress. Cultivating for a year and a half under the beginning divine tree, coupled with the help of the 9 heavens embracing immortal pill. The ladies were afraid that they would be able to break through to the great emperor realm. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, the illusory sky astral domain remained in a state of turmoil. In addition, the group of monks from the Supreme Divine Hall, under the incessant urging of the Supreme Taoist ancestor. At this time, they also finally arrived at the Orion Galaxy. There were also quite a few disgruntled mutterings from the disciples of the Supreme Divine Hall on the way here. I don't know what the Honorable Ancestor Sama was thinking. To actually let the Supreme Divine Hall merge into some Kunlun ruins. This power is unheard of. This galaxy's aura is actually so thin. Since the death of the great Luo heavenly ancestor in the Supreme Star Realm, in the Hongmeng universe today, the only 2 Tao ancestors who have successfully survived the small era tribulation are the Supreme Tao ancestor and the Dragon Abyss Tao ancestor. Moreover, 2 years ago, the illusory heavenly Tao ancestor even fell on the spot during the small era tribulation. The prestige of the Supreme Divine Hall in the Hongmeng universe also climbed to the top. But nay, their family's old ancestor actually wanted the Divine Hall to be merged into a power called the Kunlun Ruins. This was unacceptable to them disciples in any case. After all, when the Supreme Taoist ancestor was in the midst of the little epical tribulation, with the strength of these disciples mole-like, there was no understanding of what had happened at that time, much less the fact that there was also Yang Bai, a supreme being, who had helped the former through the calamity. The great elder of the Supreme Divine Hall, who was flying before the crowd, heard that the disciples behind him were muttering incessantly, so he hurriedly turned around and chided towards those disciples. How dare you? Are the choices made by the Honorable Ancestor Lord not something you can discuss behind your backs? With the Grand Elder's rebuke, those disciples behind him hurriedly shut their mouths when they saw this. A few moments later, a group of powerhouses from the Supreme Divine Hall arrived outside the Kunlun ruins in great numbers. What came into view was a giant city that, there was also a large formation with an extremely terrifying aura shrouded outside the city. Looking at this magnificent and incomparable city building in front of him, even with the experience of the Grand Elder of the Supreme Divine Hall, all of them couldn't help but gulp slightly at this point. When this city was compared to the Supreme Divine Hall, the latter undoubtedly paled in comparison. The Supreme Tao ancestor in the city sensed it in his heart, and then his figure came before the Kunlun ruins. Pick up the crowd and bring them into the city. As soon as he entered the city, the incomparably dense spiritual chi of the heavens and earth as well as the mysteries of the great Tao came to him. Countless people's breath within their bodies began to become extremely unstable in this instant. Many people broke through the realm on the spot in their own shocked gazes. The Grand Elder of the Supreme Divine Hall, who had been stuck in the late Transcendence realm for tens of thousands of years, entered the city and, The cultivation level had unexpectedly broken through directly to the Transcendence Realm Grand Circle. Oh my god. The aura and also the Great Tao laws here are actually so dense. Yeah. I just broke through directly from the Ninth Tribulation Great Emperor to the causal realm just now. The disciples, who had been complaining incessantly before they came to, at this moment, after seeing the Kunlun ruins wonderland-like cultivation environment, they were in awe. Shortly afterward, under the leadership of the Supreme Taoist ancestor, a group of Supreme Divine Hall powerhouses completely settled down in the Kunlun ruins. Not only the Supreme Divine Hall, but the Qilin realm had also moved into the Kunlun ruins 2 years ago. Before moving in, the Kirin Demon Father was well aware of what had happened to the elves before. There was some separation between the Qilin realm and Yang Bai, so in order to please Yang Bai, the Kirin Demon Sovereign, who was well aware of his people's methods, took the initiative to exterminate all those who had previously persecuted the elves as well as those who had taken the life extension pill one by one. After this order from the Qilin Demon Sovereign came down, the entire Qilin realm as well as the eastern wasteland had been cleansed once. Seeing this scene, many people in the dark were glad that they fortunately didn't go and gather any elf clan before. As a result, after some great cleansing down, the entire Qilin realm powerhouses were sharply reduced by half. But the Qilin Demon Sovereign, who had seen such a superior cultivation environment within the Kunlun ruins, did not hesitate to do so, also to bring the Kirin realm into its cultivation. And after 2 full years of cultivation down in the Kunlun ruins, the Qilin Demon Sovereign had also broken through to the Great Emperor realm as expected. Not only that, the mythical beast ancestor of the Qilin realm and the Golden Winged Rock had also successively broken through to the Great Emperor realm. The number of people under his command who had broken through to quasi-emperors was even more numerous. Seeing this, the Qilin Demon Sovereign inwardly became very grateful for how wise his decision was. On the other hand, under the patriarchal god tree, during these 2 years, Yang Bai had also brought the elves crowd into the middle of the Kunlun ruins. Mukid was also meeting each other with her 3 sisters. To Yang Bai's delight, it was fortunate that the 4 women didn't start a tearing battle as soon as they met. The 4 daughters have gotten along quite well in the past 2 years. The 4 women had been cultivating under the beginning god tree for 2 whole years, and their cultivation levels had all improved by leaps and bounds. The 4 women also unlocked the second layer of the seal of the 9 heavenly immortal embracing pill during the period. Yan Yuchan's cultivation level had come to the 5th Great Emperor at this point, Lu Linger's 3rd Great Emperor, Xiao Chengji's 4th Great Emperor, and Mu Qid's 1st Great Emperor. This kind of cultivation speed was considered top-notch even if it was placed in the heavenly universe. Oi, it's a pity. For 2 years now, I've never been able to comprehend half of husband's patriarchal laws. Yang Yuchan, who was sitting under the beginning god tree, frowned slightly at this moment. Why does sister need to sigh so much? It's sister who has made the most progress among us in these 2 years. Seeing this, Mu Qid on the side hurriedly spoke out to comfort her. The 4 girls have been together for the past 2 years. Yang Yuchan had also been spending time with the remaining 3 daughters as the first lady. This was the promise Yang Bai had given her earlier. The remaining 3 women had no complaints about this. Ha ha, mistress, if only my husband's laws of the beginning, if it can be comprehended so easily by you, a great emperor realm, then wouldn't this patriarchal god of my husband seem to have no gold content? At this moment, Yang Bai's figure suddenly appeared in front of the women. Alright, young master knows how to hit Sister Yang as soon as he arrives. Lu Linger, who was on the side, said with a disgruntled pout on her cherry lips. Well, cultivation should also be a combination of work and rest. It's not good to bury one's head in cultivation instead. Go, mistress, I'll take you out for some air. As soon as these words came out, Lu Linger hurriedly jumped up from the ground and looked at its person with excitement. Yes, we can go out with young master again. This ghostly ninny wasn't the least bit interested in the boring cultivation, and when she heard that she was going to go out, the first one jumped out at me. Xiao Qingji and Mu Qid on the side were also looking at him with glowing eyes and an expectant face. However, Yang Bai's next words were a vicious splash of cold water on them. Good for what? Little duden you 3. Don't think I don't know about these 2 years. It's been lazy and playful. Humph. Don't even think about going out without breaking through to the 5th Great Emperor. Chapter 158, Maple City. Little Orchid. Kunlun Realm. Desolate State. A small border town is situated here. This was the border between the Fire Elemental Kingdom and the Great Zhou Kingdom, and the small city was called Maple City. From a distance, the little town appeared to be in disrepair. The city walls were littered with debris. The fight between the Fire Origin Kingdom and the Great Zhou Kingdom never stopped. Maple City, which was on the border between the 2 countries, naturally became the center of the battle. Outside the city gates, only to see a pair of men and women who looked like golden boys and girls walking into the small city holding each other. The man was dressed in a brocade robe, showing off his dashing colors. The woman was dressed in a red dress, and a beautiful face of stunning beauty showed off her splendor. In the past few days, Yang Bai had nothing to do, so he had been accompanying Yang Yuchan to stroll around the various parts of the desolate state. At this moment, the two of them came into the middle of this small, dilapidated city. Ravioli, sizzling ravioli Lou, come and have a look. In the middle of this slightly depressed side street, a Handan restaurant sits in front. The shopkeeper was calling out for customers toward the cold alley street. Why don't we go taste it, ma'am? At this time, Yang Bai suddenly proposed. Aha! Spinning around, the two of them walked towards the Handan restaurant, leaning on each other. Shopkeeper, 2 bowls of wonton. After half a day's shouting, seeing that a visitor had finally arrived, the shopkeeper's wrinkled old face instantly twisted into a twist. Okay, please wait a moment. Guest. Yang Bai pulled Yang Yuchan to sit with each other in a quiet corner. Moments later, hot ravioli was served. While the two were eating ravioli, what they didn't know was that deep in a quiet and dimly lit alley, a small, helpless, pathetic little figure huddled in the middle of a dimly lit corner. The figure's body was tattered and torn, and its stomach kept making grumbling noises. The poor little figure seemed to be mesmerized by the strong scent coming from the other side of the street, so staggering and struggling to stand up the small body, her agitated nose followed the direction of the source of the scent. When he came to the light, he saw that it was a little girl dressed in rags and with a vegetable face. Following the scent, she quickly arrived in front of Yang Bai. The little ninja was also carrying a small bag full of raggedy knickknacks. Looking at the bowl of fragrant wontons held in Yang Bai's hands, the little girl swallowed deeply. Those large eyes were filled with infinite longing. The indisputable little belly was making a deafening gurgling sound at this point. With that, the dirty little thing plucked up courage and walked into Yang Bai's table. Immediately afterward, she stretched out her little black hands towards Yang Bai. Grabbing the latter's wide robe, his voice choked. Daddy Orchid has finally found you. Orchid is so hungry right now. Can I have the ravioli? Saying that, little Orchid's large eyes instantly filled with watery mist. With a pitiful look at Yang Bai, who was enjoying the food on earth, heard this dirty little girl in front of him actually call out to his father. He was momentarily taken aback. His mouth was stuffed with ravioli, and he slurred as he hastily tugged his robe back on. Yeah. You're going to. Don't you scream, little girl. The words. Yang Bai then keenly perceived an extremely dangerous gaze beside him scraping viciously towards him. Daddy! You are Orchid's daddy. How could Orchid not recognize you? Father was so cruel to leave Orchid and Mother behind in the first place. Mother has been searching for Father for a long time without finding him. Now Orchid has finally found Daddy. Woo! As she spoke, little Orchid burst into tears clattering out of her large eyes. Seeing that this little girl was speaking as if it were true, Yang Bai hurriedly let go of the ravioli in his hand. Panicked, he twisted his head and explained to Yang Yuchan, Mama, my wife, listen to my defense. Not. Explain. This really isn't what you think it is. However, Yang Yuchan didn't listen to his explanation at all, her eyes scraping viciously at its person. The tone was grim. Good. Yang Bai, you are really good. I can't even take me for a walk without running into a child you've abandoned. On the other hand, little Orchid then quickly held Yang Bai's bowl of ravioli with a quick hand. The next moment she would be sticking her face in a bowl bigger than her head. In a few swishes she wiped out the bowl of ravioli. A pedestrian passing by, when he saw the little caller, turning his gaze to Yang Bai as well as Yang Yuchan beside him again, he then sighed out with an uncontrollable sigh. Ha ha, it's this little screecher again, coming to wreak havoc on another couple. Ha ha, right, how come it's always this little barker? Seeing little Orchid eat the ravioli from Yang Bai's bowl, and the murmurings of the pedestrians around him, only then did Yang Yuchan realize that she had wronged Yang Bai. A light cough followed to hide the embarrassment in his heart. Seeing this scene, little Orchid, who had accomplished her purpose, hurriedly put down the large bowl in her hand, and with a flash of her figure, a slip of smoke quickly slipped toward the dimly lit alley behind him. How could Yang Bai, who had cleared his name, eat this dumb loss? Immediately, he waved his big hand, and the invisible greatness transformed into a pair of giant hands that carried the little Orchid back. Looking at the small Orchid near him, Yang Bai questioned fiercely, Say, you little ass, why did you wrong me? If it wasn't for the pedestrians pointing it out, he wouldn't be able to wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River today. When the surrounding crowd saw this maneuver of Yang Bai's, they then understood the latter's identity. Unable to help himself, he exclaimed, It's the immortals. The next moment, the surrounding pedestrians all scattered in all directions at the word, instantly running without a trace. avoid Yang Bai like the plague. Ah, you're an immortal? Let go of me. Someone come quickly. Immortals are bullying children. Oh, someone save Orchid. Ooh-hoo, caught in mid-air. Orchid. Upon learning that the handsome-looking man in front of him was that legendary immortal, she was immediately shivering with fear, knowing full well that she had kicked the bucket today. Then he was scared by Yang Bai's fierce appearance and hurriedly screamed, "Husband, stop! Don't scare the boy!" On the other side, Yang Yu-chan, who already knew what was going on, hurriedly opened her mouth, also removed the small orchid. Put down. The little orchid was no longer as mischievous as it had been a moment before. His body trembled as he hid behind Yang Yu-chan, his small hands tightly tugging at the hem of the latter's skirt. With a frightened face, he poked out half of his little head and looked fearfully at Yang Bai on the opposite side. This little guy must have been terrified. Seeing this, Yang Yu-chan shook her head slightly, turned around and picked up little orchid behind her, and, ignoring the mess on the little girl, at the same time Shoyue glared at Yang Bai with another disgruntled glance. This operation came down and confused Yang Bai. Then also in Yang Yu-chan's eyes, he had no choice but to disperse his spiritual power hand. Chapter 159, Taking in Little Orchid. The little one is called Orchid? A very good name. Orchid, don't be afraid. That guy wouldn't dare hit you with me around. Yang Yu-chan carefully scrutinized this little wretch in her arms, looking at Orchid's dirty body as well as her pitiful little eyes. One couldn't help but want to pity her. Where are your parents? Orchid? Why do you call him daddy? After saying that, Yang Yu-chan pointed to Yang Bai who was next to him. At this time, Yang Bai similarly stretched out his neck and, curious as to how this little guy called him daddy so inexplicably, it was only after a long time that the panic within little Orchid was slowly dispelled, then stammered out the reason for it. It turned out that little Orchid was back a year ago, because of the war in the Fire Yuan Kingdom as well as the Great Zhou Kingdom. Many of the people of Maple City lost their lives in this fight. Little Orchid's parents died in the war just a year ago. Since then, little Orchid has led a life of wandering and uncertainty. He survives by picking up leftovers from the alleys. Hearing that little Orchid's life was so difficult, Yang Yu-chan then felt compassion for her. It was followed by a curious question. So little Orchid called his daddy for that bowl of ravioli? Upon hearing this, little Orchid nodded dumbfoundedly and said in a glutinous voice, "That's what my mother said when she grabbed Orchid's hand before she died, saying that this way she could beg for a bite to eat." Yang Bai, who was on the side, burst into tears and laughed. Carefully, he also noticed that the little girl's small, ebony arms were covered in scars. It seems that these injuries are the result of being beaten up for not managing to escape, as was the case today. At this moment, Yang Bai seemed to have discovered what was different within little Orchid through his powerful divine soul perception. What's wrong? Yang Yu-chan noticed Yang Bai's strangeness and then hurriedly transmitted a secret voice towards him. Mistress, under my perception, I'm afraid this little girl's origin is not simple. There is an extremely terrifying energy implied in its soul. It's highly likely that she's the reincarnated body of some great power. Really? Husband, you see that this little one has no place to live. How about we take her home? To hear that there was something so singular in the poor little girl before her, Yang Yu-chan's heart was even more set on the idea of taking in this little wretch. Is this your wife's desire for a child? Looking at the color of love that constantly flickered in Yang Yu-chan's eyes when she looked at little Orchid, Yang Bai couldn't help but snicker. In the universe of the heavens, the more powerful a person tends to be, the more difficult it tends to be for them to give birth to an heir. Think of that creator god for eternity. After so many years of endeavor, in the end, only one descendant, Yang Yu-chan, was born. This shows how difficult it is for a person of great strength to produce an heir. Eternity is still so difficult for even a single creation god of the heavenly beginnings of the eternal region. That was not to mention Yang Bai, the strongest patriarchal god of the world. It's not that the two didn't think about having a child during that time, but ultimately it wasn't what they wanted. What does the husband think? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai laughed it off. Everything will be as you wish. Ma'am, it's not like I can't afford this little girl. I'm afraid that if this is known to little Doubting, she's going to be out of favor from now on. Ha. When these words came out, Yang Yu-chan also couldn't help but snort out a laugh, and then she blanked its person. And, Onion Finger said as he tapped his forehead, "You, Linger, this girl loves you so much that she can't wait to stick to you all day long. You're good. You just know how to make fun of Linger for joking words." Little Orchid, who was held in her arms, looked at the intimate duo in front of her with an uncertain expression. "Little Orchid, see if you're willing to follow us. As long as you follow us, you'll never have to endure this kind of starvation again." At this moment, Yang Yu-chan twisted her head to look at the little Orchid in her arms. Little Orchid, who heard this, kind of couldn't believe her ears, eyes staring blankly at the beautiful big sister in front of her. You, Are you really willing to take an orchid? Then when she saw Yang Yu-chan's affirmative nod, little Orchid gathered her courage and said in a sticky voice, "Then Orchid will call you mother from now on." Yang Yu-chan was visibly stunned after hearing this title. Then it guffawed and pointed at Yang Bai beside him. "Then little Orchid will have to remember in the future that this is your daddy." Not only that, then Yang Bai as well as Yang Yu-chan learned another piece of news from the mouth of the wonton shopkeeper. That is, after the death of both of Orchid's parents, her family's compound was then targeted by the county magistrate of Maple City. What's more, on the first day after the death of Orchid's parents, she forcefully lost her parents' coffins out in the wilderness. Throw the Orchid out of the house. The two men who learned the news were furious. After paying the shopkeeper for the ravioli, Yang Bai, guided by his, holding Yang Yu-chan, he headed towards little Orchid's home. Meanwhile, inside the Orchid family compound, a middle-aged man with a fat head and a pig's face is lying in the compound at this moment, surrounded by clothed singers, is merrily living a life of paper-thin luxury. Maple City was clearly ravaged by war, yet he lived in such luxury here. As a county magistrate, he certainly didn't exploit the people on a regular basis. Yang Bai stood on top of the high platform with Yang Yu-chan and was looking down on everything below. Little Orchid, who was held in Yang Yu-chan's arms, was still experiencing for the first time and flying up so high in the air. At that moment, she was looking around with a curious face. Miscellaneous things. Yang Bai only felt that it would be a waste of his life for his sight to linger on this kind of person for even a moment longer. When he said that, he only saw his eyes condense, and with a slight movement of his mind, he, in an instant, it had invoked the power of heaven and earth around it, only to see that within the compound below, the space there was collapsing. The surrounding spatial power instantly boiled up. Soon, the fat-headed lord was buried in the middle of the endless void along with his group of songstresses. Yang Bai pinched him to death as easily as he pinched an ant. After this is done, with a wave of his hand, Yang Bai took Yang Yu-chan and the Orchid in her arms with him and disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, the three of them immediately appeared within the medicine shop in Mufeng City. "Well, little Orchid, look at that. This will be your home from now on." After bringing little Orchid around the pharmacy to familiarize herself with the area, Yang Yu-chan took the little one to take a bath. "Wash the stains off your body." And Yang Bai, who had just returned, suddenly received a call from Xiao Qingji, who was in the Kunlun ruins. At that moment, "Ago, come over here quickly." With no other choice, Yang Bai then had no choice but to greet Yang Yu-chan, and then his body flashed and back again under the tree of the God of Beginnings in the Kunlun ruins. Chapter 160 Holy Demon Emperor in Distress. Surprised by the appearance of the Patriarch? Under the Beginning God tree, only Xiao Qingji was pacing back and forth continuously with an anxious expression. On the side, Mu Qi and the others had also stopped their cultivation now. Even Lu Linger, the little ninny with whom she usually kept bickering, at this time all stood up and patted its person's fragrant shoulder and said, "Don't worry, little white hair. I'm sure young master will be back soon." As soon as the words fell, Yang Bai's figure appeared in front of several people out of thin air. Before Yang Bai could inquire, he saw Xiao Qingji jump into his arms with a crying little face. Seeing this, Yang Bai's big hand stroked his person's 3,000 white silk, and gently inquired, "What's wrong with Qingji? What difficulties have you encountered about to speak with young master?" Once these words came out, Xiao Qingji in her arms only slowly stopped choking on her sobs and then said, "It's my father who's in trouble." Immediately, Xiao Qingji told all of the recent events. It turned out that just a day before Yang Bai accompanied Yang Yu-chan to hang out, Xiao Qingji then suddenly received a call for help from his father. After getting the news, so as not to disturb the honeymoon of the duo, she then informed the Supreme Tao Ancestor, who was also in the Kunlun ruins, of this matter. Upon learning of this matter, the Supreme Tao Ancestor hurriedly assured him, "A mere trifle. Why bother, Lord Venerable God? This ancestor will just go. Lady Exalted Goddess, also rest assured, the old immortal will definitely bring your husband back safely." In this small Orion galaxy, the strongest people were at most at the heavenly fate realm. Supreme Tao Ancestor Tang was a Supreme Tao Ancestor, and he was still afraid that he wouldn't be able to solve the matter here? As a loyal follower of Yang Bai, he could deeply understand what Yang Bai was forming his forces for. Wasn't it just to have a little brother like him to run errands on his behalf when these little things like that went wrong? That way Yang Bai can be a shirker. Immediately thereafter, the Supreme Tao Ancestor who knew this well then sped towards the direction of the heavenly demon realm with confidence. Right. If even the old man meets an untimely end, all the ladies can sense it with this jade slip. The person he wants to save is the father-in-law of Lord God. And although the Supreme Taoist Ancestor is confident about this, he will not be able to save his father-in-law. But there's no guarantee that something will happen halfway through. After all, the entire illusory sky astral domain is in chaos everywhere nowadays. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons everywhere in the cosmic stars, so just to be on the safe side, before the Supreme Tao ancestor left, he also left Xiao Qingji and the others with spatial jade slips that could sense where he was going. The women originally thought that with the Supreme Taoist ancestors' cultivation, going to save the Holy Demon Emperor must be a sure thing. However, at this moment, the jade slip in Xiao Qingji's hand had suddenly lost the sense of the Supreme Tao ancestor. Its aura was as if it had completely disappeared into the universe of the heavens. In the heat of the moment, Xiao Qingji had no choice but to send a voice call to Yang Bai to rush over. After understanding all the causes and consequences of what happened, Yang Bai also cannot help but be a little curious. It should be said that in order to the cultivation of the Supreme Taoist ancestor, there would never be anyone in this area of the Orion galaxy who could match him. With that, Yang Bai said with a slight sigh, "That's all. Let's just let this god see what's going on." Saying that, only Yang Bai's eyes suddenly exploded with a dazzling light. Terrifying patriarchal divine power slowly rose up from the depths of his body. With that, he slowly raised one hand to stand in front of his chest, and the invisible power of time turned back the clock. Just as Yang Bai was preparing to use the power of the laws of time to forcefully reverse the time of the entire universe of the heavens, an extremely strange greatness suddenly interrupted his spellcasting. The power of the laws of time also strangely dissipated between his palms. Feeling this familiar yet unfamiliar greatness, this couldn't help but cause Yang Bai to be shocked. Exclaimed incredulously, "Patriarchal divine power!" The three women on the side, Lu Linger, Xiao Qingji, and Mu Qid, were all startled by Yang Bai's cry of surprise. Ever since the three of them met Yang Bai, it was the first time they had seen this look of surprise on Yang Bai's face. Once upon a time, whether Yang Bai had encountered any troublesome matters or enemies, he was always on cloud nine. It was as if nothing in the world could move him in the slightest. "Young master, what's wrong with you?" Lu Linger, this little ninny, obviously felt the infinite shock within Yang Bai, so with a worried face, he stepped forward and hooked his jade hand around his man's broad palm. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai hurriedly organized himself and, then twisting his head, he forced a smile. "Nothing, young master can be invincible. How could anything happen?" After stabilizing little Do Ding, Yang Bai was undoubtedly gloomy and terrifying inside. That mysterious and strange greatness just now was clearly the terrifying energy that only the patriarchal divine power possessed. For the beginning divine power in the entire heavenly universe, I'm afraid that no one would know more than him. If it wasn't for the patriarchal divine power, then it wouldn't have been possible to interrupt his time divine power at all. Immediately, Yang Bai was inwardly shocked. Could it be that there are even more terrifying existences hidden in this heavenly universe that have reached the patriarchal god? But in the heavens universe, isn't I the only one who can reach the beginning god? System, don't play dead for me. Come out here and explain to me what the hell is going on. Who knows that Yang Bai cried out inwardly for half a day, but the system in his body seemed to be dead. Half the time there was no response to him. In response, he couldn't help but spit out how non-existent this system really was. Since he crossed over, this dog system had appeared a total of 2 times. One time was when he had just crossed over, and the other time was when he was at the boundary wall of the Hongmeng universe. Damn it! Seeing this, Yang Bai couldn't help but gnash his teeth. Facing this bizarre patriarch hiding in the shadows, he couldn't help but feel panicked in his heart. After all, this was the first person he had encountered who was in the same realm as him. Previously, he had fought all the time with the invincible cultivation of a patriarchal god that he had strongly crushed. But today, immediately, the anxious Yang Bai hurriedly threw away all distractions and the terrifying divine sense of the patriarch swept throughout the entire universe of the heavens. How powerful is the soul power of the beginning god? Soon Yang Bai had turned over the entire universe of the heavens inside and out, and yet, he could never find any trace of that mysterious patriarchal god. It was obvious that the other party had also used the beginner's avatar to conceal themselves. Nowadays, Yang Bai was in the light and the other party was in the dark. The situation was clearly not in Yang Bai's favor. Immediately afterward, Yang Bai used his divine sense to once again thoroughly investigate the universe of the heavens. Apart from those endless abyssal voids that suddenly appeared in the universes of all the heavens, the rest, however, did not reveal anything unusual. Is it just me? After saying that, Yang Bai raised one hand and endless time laws converged between his palms. Just as his power of the laws of time seeped into the long river of time, he was completely shocked by the scene in front of him, only to see that the normally calm long river of time had become unusually turbulent and surging at this time, and that path to the past was blocked out by the mysterious greatness that had just. Even Yang Bai couldn't go back in time. Looking further into the future of time, everything there was covered by a mysterious and eerie black fog. Even Yang Bai's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. With no choice, Yang Bai's divine sense had to exit the long river of time. After a few careful probes afterward, he finally discovered a hint of what was going on in the universe of the heavens. Under Yang Bai's terrifying originator's soul probe, to his horror, he discovered all the stars in the universe of the heavens had become extremely unstable internally. It was as if all the stars in the universe of the heavens would all fall out in the next moment. An unprecedented aura of destruction rippled throughout the entire heavenly universe. Chapter 161 Arrival of the 12 Witch Ancestors. Seeing this, Yang Bai instantly guessed that this was related to the Great Flood Tribulation that the 12 Witch Ancestors had mentioned at the time regarding the reboot of the universe of the heavens. The reboot of the universe of the heavens must have had a lot to do with the current dissension within the stars. This could be the prelude to the reboot of the universe of the heavens and the coming of the Great Flood. Counting the time since the last Great Flood, 1,000,000 great epochs have almost passed since the birth of the new era. But what about that mysterious patriarch? He is definitely not a cultivator of the heavenly universe. The apex of the living beings of the heavens universe is the creation god, and it's never possible to reach the patriarchal god. Who is he really? Just as Yang Bai was pondering, which ancestor Ting Tian, which ancestor Zhu Rong, and Di Jiang, who had arrived from the distant heavenly vault universe, suddenly arrived outside the Kunlun ruins. Lord Ancestor God, please come out and meet me. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai turned back to pacify Xiao Qingji next to him. Don't worry, Qingji, with Ah Gao around, we will definitely get your father back. Aha! Brother, still please do everything for your own safety. After explaining everything, under the worried gazes of Lu Linger's 3 daughters, Yang Bai's figure disappeared under the beginning god tree. AI. It's all because Linger is so useless. Her cultivation has never been able to keep up. Otherwise it could have helped the young master share some of it. Lu Linger saw that Yang Bai had hurriedly left here, and she could not help but feel worried. Not long after, the 3 women stopped slacking on their cultivation and all buried themselves under the patriarchal divine tree to cultivate hard. On the other hand, outside the Kunlun ruins, the 12 great sorcerer ancestors all stood outside the grand formation. Not long after, Yang Bai's figure appeared steeply in front of several people. The moment I saw him appear, sorcerer ancestor Ting Tian, sorcerer ancestor Zhu Rong, and the others all saluted toward the former with respectful faces. Xing Tian, Zhu Rong, and the others see Lord Ancestor God. There's no need to be too polite. Tell me, what is the reason for coming to this god this time? In response, Yang Bai slightly waved his hand and said, at this time, sorcerer ancestor Interceptor stepped forward and said solemnly, I'm sure the ancestral god lord has noticed something recently. We have come here to make it clear to the ancestral god lord that the once-in-a-million great epoch's flood catastrophe will come. Although the 12 witch ancestors in front of us were not as strong as Yang Bai, they had lived for so many long years. Their experience must be quite extensive. After hearing this, Yang Bai hurriedly asked, this matter is indeed perceived by this god. For this mysterious flood catastrophe, what do you say? The witch ancestor Emperor Jiang sniffed and then hurriedly stepped forward and said, regarding this mysterious great calamity of the reopening of the heavens universe, in fact, the 12 of us don't know much about it either. Looking at the time of the birth of the entire universe of the heavens, we have lived no longer than a sand in the desert. The only thing we know about the great flood is that we know that on the eve of its arrival the long river of time in the universe of the heavens will be sealed and no one will be able to get in, and the stars in the universe will riot at the same time, and by that time, the universe of the heavens will not be far from the great flood. Although the 12 witch ancestors had lived for a long time, in the end, they were nothing more than a drop in the bucket. These things concerning the great flood, all still from the old days when they learned from the fates. So that's how it is. It seems that for that mysterious patriarchal god the 12 of them don't know either. Seeing this, Yang Bai muttered secretly in his mind, Lord Ancestor God, now all the small universes in the heavens know that the great flood calamity is coming. Now all parts of the heavenly universe are in turmoil. The entire universe is even in chaos. We have come to meet with the ancestral god. On the one hand, for the sake of that great flood catastrophe. On the other hand, it's for that endless abyss that suddenly appeared in the universe of the heavens. We, the sorcerer ancestor Interceptor then mentioned the mysterious endless abyss. Well, all of this is already known to this god. These inconsequential matters, ergo just deal with them on your own. Now this god has other important matters. That endless abyss, this god will go ahead and deal with it. Disperse. Seeing that Interceptor wanted to say more, so Yang Bai hastily interrupted the former. For this so-called endless abyss, back when he was probing that mysterious patriarchal god, he had already gained complete insight. As for any cosmic turmoil in the heavens, if the 12 witch ancestors can't even handle that, what's the point of keeping them? After saying that, Yang Bai's figure instantly disappeared again. Greetings, Lord Ancestor God. Go back a day. Since the entire illusory sky astral domain is in turmoil, The illusory sky astral domain that had lost control of the illusory sky divine hall was in chaos everywhere. As a party hegemon of the Orion galaxy, the Chi family had a heavenly fate realm ancestor sitting in the family. The already ambitious Chi family would naturally not let go of this great situation for them right now. Their Chi family wanted to take advantage of this moment to completely dominate the entire Orion galaxy, make the entire Orion galaxy their Chi family's private galaxy, and then to dominate the Xinghuan Star River. The heavenly devil realm was originally neighboring the Chi clan. Naturally, it became the first stop for the Chi family to dominate the Orion galaxy. The strongest person in the heavenly devil realm was only the Holy Devil Emperor, a mere great emperor realm powerhouse. Facing the Chi clan, which possessed the heavenly fate realm, the heavenly demon realm was simply powerless to resist. With no choice but to send out a call for help to Chao Qingji, the Holy Demon Emperor had no choice but to send out a call for help to Chao Qingji. Hopefully, Yang Bai would get the message and come to help the heavenly demon realm. The Holy Demon Emperor, on the other hand, was alone to draw away a group of Chi clan powerhouses. The supreme Taoist ancestor who got the message. Soon after, he followed the Holy Demon Emperor sent all the way to the heavenly demon realm. Upon arriving at the heavenly demon realm, what met his eyes was a group of Chi clan powerhouses surrounding the entire heavenly demon realm. With that, the supreme Tao ancestor waved his hand and exterminated these Chi family powerhouses in front of him. After entering the heavenly demon realm, the supreme Tao ancestor did not find any shadow of the Holy Demon Emperor. Immediately, the sacred demon emperor's wife, Lu Jiruo, came face to face with him. Many thanks to the senior for his generous help. Seeing this, Supreme Tao Ancestor rushed to help up Lu Jiruo, who bowed to him. There is no need to perform such a great honor. I am from the Kunlun ruins. It's on the order of Lady Zunshin who came to help the heavenly demon realm. Chapter 162, Chi Family Extinction. Strange star cluster. So it's someone who honors the gods. Please ask the senior to save my husband. As soon as Lu Jiruo heard that it was Yang Bai's people, then it was like grabbing a life-saving straw. He hurriedly came forward to tell what had happened in the heavenly demon realm in the past few days. Learning that it was the Chi family that had done this, the supreme Tao ancestor immediately snorted coldly. The Chi family of the district. How dare you? After he said that, he only saw the supreme Tao ancestor's divine sense instantly enveloping the entire star Huan Xinghe. But no matter how much the supreme Taoist ancestor's divine sense probes the entire starry river, it even probed the entire cosmic stars of the illusory sky astral domain. The result was that there was still no trace of the Holy Demon Emperor's breath. Since I can't find it, then I have no choice but for this ancestor to personally descend on the Chi clan. With that, the supreme Tao ancestor's figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place. Seeing this, Lu Jiruo, who was on the side, hurriedly and eagerly said, "Senior, then everything is in your hands." And on the other side of the Chi family, all of the Chi family's children were all in high spirits as they converged on top of the huge square. The Chi family's group of ancestors stood in the middle of the void, overlooking the densely packed Chi family's children below. All the sons of my Chi family, listen up. This battle determines whether or not my Chi family will have enough say in the Xinghuan Star River and even the illusory sky astral domain in the future. This time it is bound to take and annex the entire Orion galaxy. The Chi clan's old ancestor who stood above the void. His words were all filled with the terrifying pressure of his heavenly fate realm. Kill, kill, kill. Feeling the pressure of his own ancestor's breath. The crowd of Chi clan's children below seemed as if they were all pumped up with chicken blood as they shouted with fighting spirit. For a time, the Chi family's killing sounds shook the sky, and a murderous aura filled the surrounding space. However, just at this moment, a rather majestic voice suddenly came from the cosmic space. Just by virtue of your tiny Chi family, you're also worthy of dominating Starro and Star River? And you and the others don't take a piss? The moment these words came out, the Chi family members above the square all changed color upon hearing them. A causal realm Chi clan ancestor immediately stepped forward, his eyes looking around angrily. What kind of petty generation dares to speak so loudly and furtively up and down my Chi family? Show yourself to this seat if you can. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw that causal realm Chi clan ancestor's figure stiffen in place the next moment. Immediately afterward, under the stunned gazes of the crowd of Chi family juniors, his body fell straight towards the ground. Elder ancestor. The junior members of the Chi family who saw this scene rushed forward to catch his human form. It was only when he got closer that he realized that the latter's vitality was actually completely extinguished. A causal realm Chi clan ancestor had fallen so easily? The causal realm was definitely considered a supreme power in the Orion galaxy, a supreme existence that dominates a party. And now, this high and mighty ancestor of karma, he actually fell on the spot without even seeing the other party's face. Come to think of it, the crowd of Chi clan's children above the square suddenly felt a dark cloud of terror hanging over their hearts. the Qi family was even more enveloped by an extremely depressing atmosphere. Old me, Qi Daolin. I dare to ask which reincarnation realm Senior is visiting my Qi clan. I don't know where the Qi family has offended Senior. On behalf of the entire Qi family, I apologize to Senior. Qi Daolin saw that the other party had actually easily destroyed a causal realm powerhouse in a single glance. The heart is not good. Those who can have this strength must be strong in the reincarnation realm. Damn it! I don't know when my Qi family has even incurred such a powerful person. Immediately afterward, under the stunned gazes of Qi Daolin and the rest of the Qi family, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe with fluttering sleeves appeared in the sky above the Qi clan. Only the Supreme Tao Ancestor looked down at the crowd below, his eyes filled with contempt. Humph! What kind of ants are in the reincarnation realm? How dare you compare yourself to this ancestor? As soon as the words fell, the Supreme Tao Ancestor aura slowly rose up from within his body. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of the Supreme Tao Ancestor instantly pressed towards the bottom. Immediately, even the invisible space around them, under this horrible pressure, all of them were squeezed with a violent sonic boom. In the next moment, Qi Daolin and the group of Qi family members behind him were under the extreme pressure of the entire body was prostrate above the ground. The Supreme Tao Ancestor slowly walked towards Qi Daolin with extremely cold eyes. An extremely strong feeling of suffocation surged into the depths of Qi Daolin's soul. Generation. If the Qi family has, if there is, I'm sorry for any offense. I am willing to pay for it. Looking at the Supreme Tao Ancestor approaching towards him step by step, Qi Daolin trembled and begged for mercy. Immediately afterward, the Supreme Tao Ancestor's large hand clasped towards his person in vain. The large hand that was transformed from spiritual energy directly picked up Qi Daolin from the ground. Give this ancestor an honest explanation. Where have you hidden the holy demon emperor? With these words, how could Qi Daolin not think that such a powerful person on the other side would actually come to his door for a small heavenly demon realm? While cursing in his heart, I should have known that this heavenly demon realm actually has such a great backer. Even if I were given 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to trouble the heavenly demon realm. Facing the Supreme Tao Ancestor's pressing questions, Qi Daolin only felt that the terrifying pressure was growing. The pressure enveloped him, and being in the heavenly fate realm, the ribs in his body were hardened and broken at this moment. In order to stay alive, Qi Daolin spoke out the original reason for this with great difficulty. Word by word, Elder, that day, my Qi family did go after the sacred demon emperor. But, seeing that he stammered and couldn't spit out a single word for half a day, the irascible Supreme Tao Ancestor hurriedly forced the question. But what? If you have something to say, spit it out for this ancestor. Otherwise this ancestor can completely wipe out the entirety of your Qi family with a single thought. It turns out that just a day ago, the Qi family's strongest members saw the Holy Devil Emperor vanish alone. Qi Daolin saw this and rushed forward to catch up. Qi Daolin, who had been preparing to tease the other party a bit, was chasing after a weird cluster of stars when he realized that the Holy Demon Emperor, who had been within the range of his divine sense just a moment ago, was still within the range of his divine sense. At this time, but suddenly for some reason, the figure disappeared without a trace. That weird cluster of stars was shrouded by a large, weird black fog, and no matter how much he probed it with his divine sense, none of them could penetrate in at all. Seeing that the situation was so bizarre, Qi Daolin felt bad, so he chose not to go any further into that weird star cluster and returned straight to the Qi family, and that Holy Devil Emperor's whereabouts were unknown as a result. Elder, that's all I know. That Holy Demon Emperor is truly unknown to me. The Supreme Tao Ancestor said after a moment of contemplation after hearing this. Tell this ancestor the coordinates of that star cluster. Seeing this, Qi Daolin had no choice but to honestly tell the Supreme Tao Ancestor the coordinates of that star cluster. After obtaining the coordinates, Supreme Tao Ancestor then revealed a wry smile. Upon seeing his person reveal this smile, Qi Daolin, who was prostrate on the ground, let out a staccato sound deep inside. In the next moment, 72 Supreme Law halos instantly surrounded the Supreme Tao Ancestor. The moment he saw the Supreme Law halo, Qi Daolin realized the identity of the old man in front of him. A face of incredulity exclaimed, You are actually a Supreme Tao Ancestor. The power of the Supreme Laws erupted in a burst of dazzling light. Only to see that the entire starfield where the Qi family was located was submerged under the Supreme Halo in the next moment, turning into cosmic dust. After doing all this, the Supreme Tao Ancestor waved his sleeve robe, and then his figure cut through the starry sky, rapidly rushing towards the bizarre star cluster Qi Daolin spoke of. Chapter 163, The Endless Abyss. The Supreme Taoist Ancestor crosses time and space. Soon enough, they arrived at the bizarre star cluster that Qi Daolin had spoken of. Stopping in it and looking out, The galaxy ahead was just as Chi Daolin had said. The place was completely shrouded by a strange black fog. What exactly is this black mist? Even old me faintly feels palpitations. This place is very strange, but don't think it will be difficult for this ancestor. Scatter for this ancestor. Only to see the Supreme Tao ancestor's aura shaking. The strong breath pressure instantly dispersed the strange black fog in front of him. Seeing this, the Supreme Tao ancestor then took a step forward. But just after he stepped into that cluster of stars, the surrounding cosmic space was once again shrouded in black mist. Not only that, but in the midst of this weird black fog, his Supreme Tao ancestor's divine sense actually couldn't extend beyond a distance of half a zhang. This was simply shocking. The divine sense of a Supreme Tao ancestor actually couldn't even probe past a distance of half a zhang. A strong sense of foreboding then instantly enveloped him. Supreme Tao ancestor was now considered completely lost in this black mist. Just as the Supreme Tao ancestor was in a hurry, the space around him was rapidly changing. At the same time he felt an extremely strong attraction was pulling him in somewhere. Silky black threads kept dragging his body. The Supreme Tao ancestor was still subtly aware that those black threads were still sucking the spiritual energy from his body. In the face of this mysterious and bizarre power, no matter how much the Supreme Tao ancestor struggled, it was to no avail. All one could do was watch himself being dragged in one direction by the black line. A moment later, the scene in front of him caused the Supreme Tao ancestor's eyes to widen in disbelief. What came into view was an endless abyss with no bottom. Those black lines were poking out from the depths of that dark abyss. And not only that, the attraction that erupted from that endless abyss was continuously devouring all the matter in the surrounding cosmic space. The darkness emanating from the endless abyss. It made the Supreme Tao ancestor, a Supreme Tao ancestor, feel intense palpitations. What in the world is this? When did something like this appear in the Hongmeng universe? The Supreme Tao ancestor looked incredulously at the mysterious and bizarre endless abyss in front of him. Immediately after that, the Supreme Tao ancestor's gaze stayed fixed on the abyss. Even his divine soul was being sucked out by the endless gravitational force at this point. Fortunately, he reacted in time, or else his divine soul would have been hardened. As the Supreme Tao ancestor's figure was completely pulled into the endless abyss, he then felt an extremely strong spatial squeezing force. The power of darkness around him was still eroding the substance within his body. He could only mobilize the 72 supreme laws now before he could barely resist the erosion. Nowadays he is completely swept up in a world filled with endless darkness. I think 90% of that sacred demon emperor has also been caught up in this endless abyss. It's over. I've gotten myself into trouble instead of saving someone's life. Now this ancestor is completely disgraced to meet Lord Venerable God. The Supreme Tao ancestor couldn't help but say bitterly in his heart in the face of the situation he now found himself in. He's a Supreme Taoist ancestor. Who would have thought that this small Orion galaxy could harbor a crisis that even he couldn't fight? Putting it in the context of the Hongmeng universe, this is a bit too ridiculous. That's all. Nowadays, I only pray that Lady Venerable God can quickly send a message to Lord Venerable God. Right now the only person who could save him was afraid to be Yang Bai, a cosmic borderland in the world of the heavens. One could only see that in the borderland of this heavenly universe, there was an endless sea of stars of unparalleled beauty situated, in the depths of the endless star sea, in the middle of a long deserted temple. For mysterious black shadows covered in black mist sat around. One of them was carrying a horrifyingly huge death scythe behind his back. The Grim Reaper with the ancient spirit mask on his face let out a hoarse voice and said, "The stars of the heavens are rioting. The incarnation of the cosmic will of the heavens has come to life. The great flood calamity is coming all of you." A dark figure sitting across from death, with 12 pairs of huge black feathered wings floating behind him. The aura emanating from it was haunting. Just the aura that he vaguely exuded was, I'm afraid, enough to easily subdue a mixed Yuan lord. Where did that fate guy go? The great flood catastrophe is almost upon us. That guy has grown his destiny power quite a bit in this Siriidii. I'm afraid that guy is just one step away from being a beginning god nowadays. We're the main force here, but it's him. The fallen god with 12 teams of fallen feathers floating behind him said. At these words, the death god who was wiping his death scythe could not help but let out a lamenting sound. Seeing this, another heavenly deity beside him with an equally terrifying aura asked, "What is the reason for such a lamentation from the Reaper dude?" Death sniffs and has no choice but to tell the truth. All of you who have slept all these years do not know. An extremely terrifying existence has been born in this heavenly universe. The god of fate was beheaded by his own hand, and this god was there in the beginning. Speaking of which, Death couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He was indeed present at that time, but went to devour the 7 great creation gods of the heavens first. Who knew that Yang Bai's strength was so terrifying, and that the god of destiny's cultivation had reached the quasi-patriarchal realm? The two had only just met for a moment when the god of fate was heavily injured by the other party. Even the divine origin in his body was shattered. Death had just finished devouring the big medicine, and had wanted to turn back over and join the fray, fight the other side with destiny. However, when he saw that the god of fate had been heavily injured so easily, he turned around and fled without saying a word. The fate god's cultivation level was even vaguely above his, and even the former couldn't even last a single round. Then why is he fighting? The remaining three who heard this news were immediately shocked. When the Hades god, who had been silent on the side, heard these words, his body's Hades light exploded and the terrifying power of the underworld god filled the surroundings. The sea of stars in the outside world has destroyed an unknown number of living planets. Reaper, what did you say? No matter how bad that guy Fate is, he's at least a quasi-patriarch. Coupled with his powerful laws of destiny, how could any living being in the heavens universe be able to kill him? Chapter 164, The Destiny Voiders Gather. Why is this god lying to you and others? This god was present at the time, and all of this was witnessed by this god. Death was equally grim. The expression on the face of the god of the underworld, who was sitting on the side, was also cloudy, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, then according to you, it's highly likely that the other party is a true patriarchal god. Only a beginning god can manage to instantly strike that guy from destiny with a single move. When these words came out, everyone here felt as if they were on pins and needles. The fallen sky god slowly flapped the massive 12 pairs of feathered wings on its back. That being said, you all know better than anyone else how it is possible for the beings of the heavens to reach the patriarchal god? We don't know how many generations we've lived through, how many times we've witnessed the destruction and birth of the universes of the heavens. After such a long period of settling down, all never able to take another step forward. Break through to beginning God. Unless, at this point, the fallen god's voice suddenly paused. The eyes of the other heavenly god at his side simultaneously exploded with a ray of terrifying divine light. After a short period of silence in the surrounding space, the four of them exclaimed at the same time, unless he's an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Extraterrestrial demons. It was a term used by the cultivators of the heavenly universe to address the cultivators from other cosmic worlds who intruded into the heavenly universe. Shackles were placed on the beings of the universe of the heavens at the moment of their birth. From that moment on it was doomed to not be able to break through to the beginning ancestor god. So in the final analysis, there is only one possibility, that Yang Bai is an extraterrestrial heavenly devil. In itself, it was not a heavenly universe being at all. Unrestricted he could naturally break through to beginning god. Damnable, it's actually an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. How did he manage to slip in under our noses? The fallen sky god, underworld god, and other sky god all looked extremely ugly. You guys still have the nerve to say that? Death looked at the remaining three with a grim gaze. The four of them were the legendary Destiny Voiders. The god of death and the god of fate were secretly connected, and the two were responsible for controlling the living beings in the universe of the heavens, laying out means in the heavens and the worlds, and waiting until the great catastrophe of the flood is imminent. With the other three, they devour the living beings of the heavens. The living beings of the heavens were turned into great medicines to restore their strength, thus successfully surviving the great flood calamity. And the three fallen gods, while falling into a deep sleep, the souls of the paramount patriarchs were spread throughout the entire universe of the heavens, responsible for monitoring the entire heavenly universe. The main thing was to prevent any extraterrestrial heavenly demons from descending into the heavenly universe, because a few of them knew deep down that there were no shackles within the extraterrestrial heavenly devil, and that they could break through to the beginning god, a mortal threat to them. Now, however, the shadow of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil had actually suddenly appeared in the present world, and even deadlier, the other party had managed to break through to the beginning god. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Death panicked. Not good. Now that we have opened the endless abyss, even though the timing of the opening is very hidden, but with the supreme greatness of his patriarchal god, through the scent of the endless abyss, it will surely be able to easily find our location. At that time, after he seeks us out, we will not be a match for him at all. The endless abyss is precisely the supreme divine ability that the death god and the others unleashed. A great harvest of the living beings of the entire universe of the heavens. Under the laws of the abyss of the endless abyss, all living beings would be transformed into great medicines to heal their wounds. To cope with the coming flood catastrophe. Meanwhile, in the endless abyss, the 72 supreme law halos of the supreme Tao ancestors' protective body were about to completely dissipate. Seeing this, the surrounding abyssal laws immediately became exceptionally ferocious. Berserk and abnormal bizarre power swept across the entire field. Damn it! This ancestor has been wise for a lifetime. Can't it be that he's going to die in this hole of a place? A moment later, the supreme Tao ancestor's divine soul consciousness gradually became blurry. The spiritual energy in his body was on the verge of being drained in the blink of an eye, and even his divine soul was being gradually ripped out. Just as the Supreme Tao Ancestor was about to be completely swallowed and wrapped up by the surrounding abyssal legal system, only to see that beyond the bizarre star cluster, a figure came across countless times and spaces, descend upon this bizarre star cluster. The person who came was none other than Yang Bai. Looking down at this cluster of stars below that was shrouded in bizarre black mist, Yang Bai just gave a slight cold snort. Scatter! The voice seems to represent the supreme heavenly Tao that orders all beings and all things. The bizarre layer of black fog below dispersed at once. After clearing the clouds, a huge endless abyss appeared in the center of the star cluster. The endless abyss at the center of the cluster is frantically devouring all matter there, only to see all the matter of that space sucked into the abyss, even the fragments of the void. The laws of the infernal worlds and the otherworldly space and time could not escape. Humph! It's those rats hiding in the shadows again. After sensing that the Holy Demon Emperor as well as the Supreme Tao Ancestor's aura was within the endless abyss, without saying a word, Yang Bai's figure flashed and violently rushed towards the endless abyss. Having just entered the space of the endless abyss, only the arrogant and incomparable laws of the abyss and the strong attraction around them were seen. At this time, they all looked like they had seen the plague, and they all avoided Yang Bai. Immediately afterward, Yang Bai's huge soul force searched within the space of the endless abyss. Soon, his face became slightly gloomy, and then he waved his big hand. In the next moment, the Supreme Tao Ancestor's figure appeared on Yang Bai's side. The Holy Devil Emperor is only at the cultivation level of a mere great emperor. The fragile body simply couldn't resist the erosion of the power of the abyss. I'm afraid that when I was first sucked into the endless abyss, it was then obliterated into dust by the terrifying power of the abyss, turning into sustenance for the death god to restore their strength. Seeing that the Supreme Tao Ancestor's body in his hand was gradually vaporizing, Yang Bai had no choice but to take him back to the real world. Looking down at the slowly rotating endless abyss below, Yang Bai's eyes stared. Father-in-law, how can I explain to Qingji if you die? After saying that, the supreme beginning divine power in Yang Bai's body slowly rose up. Terrifying and boundless patriarchal divine power instantly filled the surrounding cosmic space. For a time, the infernal worlds and otherworldly space and time were shattered at this time. The surrounding Tao rules all boiled up instantly. Immediately afterward, he only saw Yang Bai raise one hand slightly, and the patriarchal avatar flowed between it in his palm. He was trying to use the yin and yang twisting method of the beginning god to forcefully resurrect the Holy Demon Emperor. However, just as Yang Bai was about to activate his law's avatar, that mysterious power of the patriarchal god in the universe is at work again. The invisible power of space fiercely squeezed towards him. The surrounding space instantly erupted with an ear-piercing popping sound. Seeing this scene, Yang Bai was completely enraged, and his eyes were filled with a blood-red color. Solidified killing intent instantly swept through the surrounding space. Humph! Sneaky person, do you really think this god is afraid of you? Even if your original body descends today, you won't be able to stop me. Saying that, the indignant Yang Bai's body's patriarchal divine power was suddenly thrown into a rampage. The beginning divine force carried the power to annihilate everything in the world, instantly crushing the invisible beginning divine force that was coming at him into smithereens. Chapter 165 Holy Demon Emperor Reborn. After shattering the mysterious patriarch divine power that was coming at him, Yang Bai's divine sense immediately followed the trajectory of his breath, trying to track down exactly who the other person is as a result. But the divine sense had only just been released for a short while. That trace of the power of the patriarchal divine force was wiped clean. If an ancestor god deliberately tries to hide his whereabouts, then I'm afraid that no one in the entire heavenly universe will be able to find it. This was the second time that Yang Bai had activated the patriarchal divine power in his body and entered a stormy state. When I think back to the first time or when I was in the ascended universe, I was furious when I learned that Yang Yuchan had been taken away. If the opponent wants to confront Yang Bai, then he must descend here in his true form. Otherwise, the patriarchal divine power alone would not be enough to pose any threat to him at all. After driving that mysterious patriarchal god away, Yang Bai's palm began to condense the initiate halo once again, only to see the yin-yang twisting avatar instantly envelop the entire starry sky. The two chi of life and death surged toward the endless abyss. Subsequently, that bottomless endless abyss was like papier-mâché at this point. Very easily, it was torn apart by that furious two chi of life and death. After the endless abyss had dissipated, all the matter previously devoured by it all reappeared in cosmic space at this time. Immediately afterward, it was only seen that under the limitless circle of the yin-yang twisting dharma, the Holy Demon Emperor's divine sense slowly condensed. Shortly afterward, under the impetus of the divine power of the patriarch, the Holy Demon Emperor's physical body also began to slowly recast itself. Under Yang Bai's manipulation, the two chi of life and death crazily flushed his person's divine sense as well as his physical body. I only saw that under the rush of the two chis of life and death. The holy demon emperor's divine sense as well as his physical body exuded the power of endless great Tao laws. Consciousness gradually returning, the holy demon emperor stood under the infinite circle, looking himself up and down continuously. A shocked face exclaimed, Didn't I already fall? How could you suddenly? After the doubt, the holy demon emperor was again shocked to find that his cultivation had suddenly skyrocketed from the great emperor realm to the reincarnation realm. There was a full span of two large realms in between. After being remodeled by the divine power of the Yang Bai patriarch, the holy demon emperor could be said to have been reborn in nirvana, and his strength had taken a qualitative leap. Feeling the power surging within his body, the holy demon emperor was in a trance. This time he discovered Yang Bai standing not far away. The moment he saw Yang Bai, then all these bizarre things became well explained. The saint demon emperor who had been reborn in nirvana hurriedly flew to its person and arched his hand. Venerable God-sama, thank you for stepping in to save us. The great favor will not be repaid by the heavenly demon realm in the future. Hearing this, Yang Bai hurriedly stepped forward to support his person and sweated. Father-in-law, we are all family. If Angela were here and heard you call me that, what do you make of that, ninny? Call me Yang Bai from now on. After the holy demon emperor heard the words, his eyes couldn't help but look at his person with great gratitude, with a hint of strangeness at the same time. In the universe of the heavens, generally the higher the strength the stronger the person. Most of them are indifferent by nature. Some can be said to have been completely dehumanized. But on the contrary, Yang Bai was clearly a special case, possessing a cultivation strength that was nearly invincible in all the heavens. And yet, he is still as genuine as ever, which is really rare. Thinking of this, the holy demon emperor couldn't help but be a little glad that his daughter could be looked upon by such a powerful person. This was truly a blessing for the heavenly devil realm. Alright, father-in-law, not only is the Hongmeng universe unsettled, today the entire heavenly universe is completely in the midst of chaos. Soon there will even be a world-shattering upheaval. You'd better move to Kunlun Hush early with your heavenly demon realm. There's the great formation of the patriarchs that I've set up there. And in the future, no matter what kind of crisis erupts in the universe, hiding in it will protect you from yourselves. After saying that, Yang Bai waved his big hand and rolled up a burst of spatial power that instantly transferred the holy demon emperor in front of him to the front of the heavenly demon realm. After doing so, his gaze turned back to the supreme Tao ancestor he was carrying in his hands. Immediately, a divine aura containing rich life chi from Yang Bai's fingertips was sent between the eyebrows of the supreme Tao ancestor. Huge life chi surged into the supreme Tao ancestor's body. After a few moments he slowly awoke from his slumber. The supreme Taoist ancestor rubbed his forehead and realized that the person in front of him was none other than Yang Bai after he slowed down. Immediately afterward, he only saw the supreme Tao ancestor fall on his knees before his person. Do you know the sin? Yang Bai was silent, his eyes slightly cold as he just glanced at his person. Upon hearing this, the supreme Tao ancestor hurriedly cried out in pain and apologized. Lord Venerable God, I know I'm wrong. I should not have trespassed, and I should have notified Lord Venerable God at the first opportunity after learning the news. But what I really didn't expect was that this district, the Orion Galaxy, I can't believe I've come across such a dangerous place. But it's also the case that the old man doesn't want any little thing to require the labor of the Venerable God Sama. That's why this is unauthorized. So please chastise the Venerable God. Yang Bai sighed slightly at this. It's just that, considering that you've done some good work before, and that you haven't committed any major mistakes this time, the Holy Devil Emperor fell before you got the news. But this god hopes there won't be a next time. Otherwise, when he said that, a dangerous aura quickly flashed through Yang Bai's eyes. I wouldn't dare. There will never be a next time. The heavens in the future cannot be predicted even by this god. A great enemy is coming. A storm is coming. Thinking of that mysterious patriarchal god who had been hiding in the shadows, Yang Bai frowned. When the kneeling supreme Tao ancestor heard this, he was inwardly shocked. Given the strength of Lord Exalted God, the great enemy he spoke of must be extraordinary. With the invincible strength of Lord Exalted God, there's still talk of enemies in the heavens universe? It seems like the heavenly universe is about to be in great chaos lately. Seemingly seeing through his person's inner thoughts, Yang Bai warned, don't rumor to the outside world what you shouldn't know. Now your task is to help the heavenly demon realm move into the Kunlun ruins as soon as possible. After this, by order of this god, completely blockade the Kunlun ruins. No one is allowed to go out or enter privately. The supreme Tao ancestor who heard the instruction didn't dare to say anything more in the slightest, being shocked by the aura that was all over Yang Bai at this moment. The figure hurriedly rushed towards the distant heavenly demon realm. After seeing him leave, Yang Bai's gaze went far in the direction of the cosmic borderlands. When he obliterated the endless abyss just now, he followed the traces of its power and, in an instant, the death god 4, who were at the edge of the heavens, were locked down. Humph, the rats of the heavenly universe have lived for a long time, so I guess that the matter concerning that weird originator, they should know a thing or two. Chapter 166, Hades' Heavenly Soul Pill. Another patriarch? The edge of the universe of the heavens, endless sea of stars, inside a dimly lit broken temple. Just as the Reaper was feeling bad, the 4 people present immediately felt an incomparably powerful aura instantly locking them in a death grip. Not good. Move. The god of death had personally experienced Yang Bai's terrifying and boundless strength back then. Only the moment the god of death felt the powerful heavenly chance descending upon him, his figure instantly appeared outside the broken temple, and rushed towards the endless starry sea. But just as he flew out of the land at the edge of the endless sea of stars and was about to enter the universe of the heavens, a barrier suddenly appeared out of nowhere, bouncing him back within the endless star sea. Yang Bai's ancestor order field had long since enveloped the entire endless star sea. Neither one can leave this place. The eyes of the god of death who saw the scene were undoubtedly grave to the extreme. On the other side, the other heavenly god, fallen heavenly god, and the others arrived late and stood behind their people, feeling that the entire endless star sea was enveloped by an incomparably powerful patriarchal law. The Stygian god couldn't help but feel a sharp palpitation deep in his soul. Is this the frighteningness of the patriarchal god? It is truly extraordinary. That extraterrestrial heavenly demon is here. The god of death's eyes looked grimly at the ancestor order field in front of him. Immediately afterward, he only saw Yang Bai's figure spanning countless times and spaces, with terrifying and incomparable originator divine power surrounding him. Wherever it passes, the sea of stars is silent. An unknown number of living planets were destroyed under the pressure of his invisible breath. The underworld god and the others only felt an overwhelming aura coming towards them. Yang Bai didn't see the slightest expression on his face as he stood in the middle of the void with his clothes flowing. Immediately, Yang Bai slightly opened his mouth. On your knees. The voice was mixed with infinite greatness, causing a large portion of the space in front to collapse. Countless laws of the great Tao were shattered together at this moment. An incomparable patriarchal pressure descended on several people. At the same time, accompanied by the constant squeezing of the surrounding space, the fallen god was sweating profusely as he forcibly flapped the 12 pairs of feathered wings behind him. It was hard to resist this invisible greatness, to support not to bring himself to his knees. Immediately afterward, Yang Bai was not mighty angry with himself. The divine sense swept over the endless abyss that was raging madly in the universe of the heavens, and a word was faintly spat out from his mouth. Swallow. The invisible patriarchal divine power quietly and breathlessly swept through the entire universe of the heavens. Just see those infernal abysses that are ravaging the universe. The space in its vicinity suddenly shattered with emptiness and a hideous and incomparable black hole in space directly swallowed it. In the next moment, all the endless abysses within the heavenly universe were swallowed up by the mysterious spatial black hole. At this moment, the avatar was destroyed, and the 4 death gods were immediately hit by a strong backlash force, and they all violently spat out a mouthful of divine blood. The breath became steeply shriveled, so far away in time and space. It directly destroyed the preparations we had made for many years. Seeing how strong Yang Bai was, the other heavenly god's heart was filled with infinite despair. This is the one-word divine skill. Not only did he accomplish the beginning god, but he also wields such a terrifying beginning divine ability at the same time. This word divine skill this god has seen in the ancient books of the past. In it, this kind of originator's divine ability has been recorded. I didn't realize. Ahem. The most experienced of the 4, the underworld god, could tell at a glance that the divine ability Yang Bai had just used was none other than the one-word divine skill. When a rat lives long enough, it really does know a lot. I didn't realize that you've heard of this god's one-word divine skill. Looks like this god has found the right person today. Yang Bai's eyes were slightly surprised as he looked at the underworld god below. Humph, don't think that you're sure to eat us. With that, a bizarre elixir appeared out of thin air in the Hades god's hand. Then he took it in a handful of times under Yang Bai's astonished gaze. As a patriarchal god, you certainly pride yourself on being invincible to the world. But this god has also lived in this heavenly universe for an unknown number of years. This god is not the kind of goods like destiny. This god will go against the ancestor today, to prove the way of my underworld god. After swallowing that bizarre elixir, only the underworld god's aura was rapidly climbing. It's actually the underworld god heavenly soul pill. I didn't realize that this fellow Hades god even had this kind of divine elixir. The scythe-wielding Shinigami was shocked and felt slightly bad, and was then the first to sneak away. This scene happened to be seen by the fallen heavenly god as well as the other heavenly god on the side. With that, The two of them were all filled with disdain in their hearts and said with great contempt, "Cut! This Shinigami is such a cowardly incompetent. How can we conspire with such a thing?" The underworld god Heavenly Soul Pill was a 9-colored divine pill, ranked at the top of the divine elixir. The energy contained within it was in no way weaker than the full force of a strike erupted by a quasi-patriarch. Only after swallowing the Heavenly Soul Elixir of the god of the underworld. The god of the underworld. The breath was frantically impacting the barrier that was blocking the creation god from breaking through the beginning god. "Oh, this potion is quite interesting." Seeing this, Yang Bai, who was on the side, didn't have the slightest intention to hinder. They wanted to see if this divine elixir could help the underworld god break the rules of the heavens and create a miracle or not. But inside, more than anyone else, as long as they were beings of the heavens, they would not be able to break through to the beginning god no matter what. These destiny voiders had lived for so many eons and had experienced an unknown number of years of baptism. However, he was still stuck at the extremely awkward realm of peak quasi-enlightened ancestor. "If I could break through, I would have done so long ago. Why wait until now?" The god of the underworld wrapped his hands around his head in immense pain and is experiencing endless bombardment from the laws of the universal laws of the heavens. "Hey, it looks like you need a ride from this god." "Ha? No." Yang Bai slowly walked towards the god of the underworld. But the next moment he sensed that something was wrong. With a boing, the god of the underworld actually hardened his cultivation by virtue of the elixir and temporarily elevated it to the level of a patriarchal god. Now that's interesting. This god could just use you for practice. Let this god know how strong this god is when placed among the patriarchal gods. After saying that, Yang Bai's beginning god power slowly rose up around him. Unprecedented wariness rose within his heart. It was just an initiate god who had forcibly broken through the divine elixir. So what did he have to fear? Not to mention that it was only a temporary patriarchal god, even if it did allow the underworld god to break through. So what? This god is already a beginning god. Come, kill this god. In the face of Yang Bai's furious attack, only the underworld god's body similarly rose with raging and surging initiate divine power around him. Feeling the initiate divine power sweeping through his body, the underworld god felt an unprecedented sense of euphoria. This was a realm that he had longed to reach for countless generations of yuan. The two figures slammed together. Boom! As the two collided, berserk and incomparable patriarchal divine power instantly swept across the entire endless star sea. The Shinigami, who had already experienced it, due to his early hiding on the other side of the beginning order field. Naturally, it had escaped the rush of the beginning god's power. However, the fallen gods, as well as the other gods, were not so lucky. The two were directly swept into the center of the beginning god's power storm. These two eyeless fools, how dare they despise this god? Humph, I told you not to run. This is good. Is the beginning god's power that easy to withstand? You'll have to eat it. The god of death looked at the duo who were swept up in the storm of the beginning god's power and gloated. Chapter 167 Mysterious Patriarch reappears. Underworld god falls. The beginning god power storm finally slowly dispersed. One could only see the fallen heavenly god as well as the other heavenly god both covered in rags, looking extremely wretched. Among them, the 12 pairs of feathered wings behind the fallen god turned into nothingness under the rush of the divine power of the patriarch. The two desperately used their entire body cultivation, before barely escaping from the energy storm. Even the divine origins within their bodies showed the slightest trace of shattering. The beginning god's power was still like a tarsus, madly eroding their bodies all the time. The two men dragged their tattered and torn bodies, supporting each other, staggered in a hasty rush in the direction of death. Reaper, on the other hand, eyed them with a gloating look as he watched them come. After the storm dispersed, only the underworld god was covered in rags, and the breath in his body was extremely disorganized. On the contrary, Yang Bai, a white brocade robe, does not show the slightest mess, still looking down indifferently at the underworld god below with a subdued demeanor. Fake is still fake. Today, even if you were to break through to a true patriarchal god, this god would still be fearless. Let alone this half-assed patriarch of yours right now. After saying that, Yang Bai waved his big hand and struck out an ancestor's fearless seal, suppressing it towards the underworld god. Facing the fearless seal of the beginning that was coming at him, the underworld god hurriedly collected his whole body's breath and the laws of the underworld god surrounded his body. A Stygian god's light then met it. The two collided with each other with a loud bang, and a terrifying energy storm was once again formed. All the matter in the endless starsea was almost finished being obliterated by the two men's fight. Only in the center of the energy storm, a large area of cosmic space collapsed and coalesced. Alright, this false patriarch, it's time to end this. Let this god send you on your way in peace. Immediately, Yang Bai had completely lost his patience. His eyes condensed, and a trace of divine aura flashed through. A chant came out of his mouth. Extinguish. The one-word divine skill was launched blatantly, and the surrounding space was instantly silenced by all laws. The supreme power of the patriarch pierces through space and time. Endless power of Ao Yun descended on the body of the underworld god. Immediately afterward, the underworld god's body began to slowly dissipate between heaven and earth. No, no, impossible. I am not willing. The three reapers, who were hiding in the distance, looked at the scene with palpitating hearts. An infinite amount of fear welled up inside. Death sighed helplessly. The power of the ancestor god is truly as terrifying as this. All under the ancestor are ants. The endless sea of stars was shrouded by Yang Bai's beginning order field, and now they were unable to fight and defeat it. There's no escape. Just when they thought that the underworld god was bound to fall, the vision still happened, only to see that from beyond the heavens of the endless sea of stars, a sharp arrow crossed time and space and it directly pierced through Yang Bai's beginning order field and shot toward him violently. This god knew that you, a stirrer, would come and get involved. This god was waiting for you, anticipating this. Yang Bai turned slightly and grabbed the sharp arrow with his big hand, refining all of the patriarchal divine power implied in it. At the same time, a strange and mysterious greatness instantly descended upon the god of the underworld. The aura of the great power-added underworld god immediately began to skyrocket. The endless patriarchal divine power hardened and broke Yang Bai's extermination technique and stopped dissipating. Ancestor god power plus. I didn't realize that the other parties still possessed this divine ability. Yang Bai was slightly stunned inwardly, then said frankly, also, let this god try to see how much weight you, an originator god that came out of nowhere, really have. After saying that, only Yang Bai raised his hand and set off a storm of beginning god power. It smashed towards the god of the underworld under the divine power clamp. At this time, the god of the underworld was not what it used to be, and under the divine power of that mysterious patriarchal god, his strength was thoroughly stabilized at the beginning god realm. Immediately, a halo of Stygian light surrounded his human fingertips. A single Stygian light finger arrow was born to easily pierce through the divine power storm. Immediately after that, the god of the underworld's figure flashed and actually took the initiative to attack and kill Yang Bai. This was the first time that someone had taken the initiative to attack him, and this feeling made Yang Bai feel very new and strange. A word came slowly out of his mouth. Get out! The terrifying beginning god's power shook from within Yang Bai's body, spreading out to the surroundings. Straight away, the underworld god lifted off tens of millions of Kayatin. On the other side, just as the two fallen heavenly gods and the other heavenly gods were watching the battle and watching, without even noticing the reaper beside him sneaking off again, the ancestor god's arrow from beyond the heavens shot through Yang Bai's ancestor order field. The cunning and sleek death god immediately saw the opportunity and flew towards the endless starry sea without a sound. Looking back at the two men who were still pinned in place watching the battle, Death couldn't help but snicker. Two fools, you deserve to die in the ancestor god's power storm. In the next moment, the fallen god then reacted to the fact that the god of death on the side had already disappeared. When he turned his head to look, he realized that he had touched the edge of the ancestor's order field at an unknown time. This guy is really sinister. Thanks to the fact that we have known each other for countless generations of yuan. He didn't call his old man even when he stole away. How selfish. After saying that, the fallen heavenly god led the other heavenly god to chase after him. The situation here was of course noticed by Yang Bai, who then let out a cold snort. Humph. It was hard for this god to find you guys, and you still want to sneak away? Only to see Yang Bai calmly dealing with the underworld god's strong offense while mobilizing the patriarchal divine power within his body to mend the order field. Just as Death was about to escape the blockade of the order field happened to be repaired. Death just crashed headlong into the top of the order field and was once again blocked within the endless sea of stars. Damn it! How does this guy still have room to focus on this side when he's facing a patriarchal god? Hey! It's true that God is going to kill me. Seeing this, the god of death cursed Yang Bai inwardly. The fight between the patriarchal gods was still intense, but the patriarchal god power of the underworld god was always rootless water. That mysterious patriarch gave a limited amount of patriarchal divine power. On the contrary, the patriarchal divine power in Yang Bai's body was like a deep, bottomless pool of ocean. As time passed, the patriarchal divine power became more and more massive. After a few moments, the patriarchal divine power in the underworld god's body was finally depleted. The breath fell steeply to the quasi-patriarchal realm. After the dissipation of the divine power of the patriarchs, the body of the god of the underworld was not originally the body of the patriarchs. Due to bearing too much of the patriarchal divine power, the body was eventually overwhelmed. He immediately turned into a wisp of cosmic dust and completely dissipated into the universe of the heavens. Even the quasi-patriarch divine souls were not preserved. After seeing this scene, Yang Bai then retracted the beginning god power. Standing in the middle of the void, An unprecedented gravity flashed through his eyes looking in the direction of the Hongmeng universe. His mouth muttered, "In the Kunlun realm? Who the hell are you?" Chapter 168 Incarnation of the Will of the Heavens. Just as that mysterious beginning god descended divine power onto the god of the underworld, Yang Bai, who had anticipated that he would intervene, hurriedly used his divine sense to follow the traces of power, and it was eventually detected that the divine powers surprisingly originated from the Kunlun realm. After learning that that mysterious patriarchal god was in the Kunlun realm, Yang Bai immediately panicked. His parents, Yang Yuchan, Little Do Ding, Qing Ji, Qid and the others were all still in the Kunlun realm, but when you think about it, the other party is a patriarchal god. If he had put his foot down and made a move on them, then he would have done so long ago, and being so far apart in space and time, he was simply too late to stop it. No matter who you are, if you dare to touch them, this god will definitely obliterate your originator cultivation. After the fall of the underworld god, Yang Bai hurriedly withdrew his mind and eyes were cast on the trio of reapers who were within the edge of the beginning order field. When the three fallen sky gods saw Yang Bai's gaze sweeping towards them, their hearts and minds all violently trembled. Immediately after that, Yang Bai's mind moved, and the beginner's halo wrapped the death god trio and sent them to him. Greetings to Lord Ancestral God. I wonder what Lord Ancestor God is looking for us for. He. Seeing this, the god of death quickly screwed an extremely ugly smile on his face and asked Yang Bai. After Yang Bai heard this, his eyes glanced coldly at his person and said with a cold snort, "Humph, you must know better than anyone else what this god is looking for you for. Don't waste more of this god's words. Otherwise this god doesn't mind letting you go down to accompany the underworld god." When these words came out, all three of them were shocked. The fallen sky god said in a hurry, "Lord Ancestor God is trying to find out about that mysterious patriarchal god just now." "Just so. We have lived for countless eons and have some knowledge of him. As long as Lord Ancestor God promises to let us live after we inform you of the news. How about it?" Hearing this, Yang Bai immediately revealed an evil smile, and the beginning divine power in his hand fiercely tightened his grip. "It seems you guys don't know what you're in for. Are you ants worthy of negotiating with this god?" The power of the patriarchal laws then invaded the three of them. One could only see that even the divine origin within them was being eroded by the divine power of the patriarch. If this goes on, I'm afraid that in less than a few moments, their divine source will be eroded away. A quasi-ancestor's cultivation dissipated. Seeing this, the fallen heavenly deity as well as the other heavenly deity were shocked and hurriedly let out pleas for mercy. Don't! Lord Ancestor God, we'll just say it. The two had just gone through the storm of the beginning god's power, and the divine source in their bodies was originally close to collapsing. If he were to be tossed around like this, his divine origin would shatter in minutes, and his quasi-ancestor cultivation would be lost. The two, as destiny voiders, had experienced countless worlds and generations and had lived for an unknown number of years. There was certainly some understanding of that mysterious patriarchal god in Yang Bai's mouth. Of course, that beginning god naturally couldn't be a being of the heavenly universe. He is the embodiment of the will of the universe of the heavens, being the incarnation of the will of the universe of the heavens. Before the first 990,000 great epochs, all have been in an endless slumber. Only when the reboot of the universe of the heavens strikes, and the great flood of it is only then that he slowly awakens from his endless slumber and thus descends into the world. The incarnation of the will of the heavens represents the entire universe of the heavens, and the great tribulation of the flood is the irreversible rule set by the will of the heavens for the universe of the heavens. Every million great epochs, the universe of the heavens will restart and enter the next epoch. As destiny voiders, they have escaped the baptism of countless great floods and catastrophes. It also naturally became the primary target of eradication for the incarnations of the will of the heavens. And as the incarnation of the will of the heavens, his strength is even higher than that of all the beings of the heavens. Reach the realm of the supreme beginning God. But the faithful voider is crafty as hell. It is very well understood that the will incarnation will only awaken until the eve of the flood catastrophe. And by that time they had long since finished harvesting the living beings of the heavenly universes. After absorbing all the cultivation of the living beings of the universes of the heavens, the five people who cultivation strength once again reached a level infinitely close to that of a patriarchal god. With the combined efforts of the five, even the will incarnation that was a patriarchal god could not do anything with them in the slightest. But what the five of them didn't expect was because of the appearance of Yang Bai, the patriarchal god. On that day of the battle in the heavens, after Yang Bai learned that his spiritual body had been destroyed and that Yang Yuchan was in danger, the patriarchal divine power in his body completely erupted, nearly collapsing a large portion of the universe. It was that complete eruption of the divine power of the patriarchs that, thus awakening the incarnation of the will in its endless slumber. Just like that, the will incarnation revived early, catching fate, death, and the others off guard. After the willful incarnation awakened, they had completely lost the opportunity to harvest the universe. The destiny of the body in the heavens was not asleep at that time. Active in the universe of the heavens, he detached part of his divine sense to keep observing the movements of the will incarnation. So the moment the willed incarnation awoke, Fate was the first to know. After learning that the will incarnation had suddenly awakened, Fate immediately chose to let go and strike out at Yang Bai, trying to lure that will incarnation to fight against Yang Bai with him. The early awakening of the will incarnation was undoubtedly a death sentence for the 5 of them. And nowadays, among the universes of the heavens, only Yang Bai could fight against him. So the Fates tried to find one last chance of survival between the two. This was something that the god of fate did not inform the god of death, who had also just awakened. At the time, he knew deep in his heart that, with the nature of the Reaper, he had learned that the situation was so dangerous, definitely the first to run faster than anyone else. But in the end, what the god of fate hadn't anticipated was that the incarnation of will hadn't made a move at all. So much so that he was directly killed by Yang Bai in 2 moves under a single glance. The laws of fate have since completely dissipated into the world as well. And the 4 of death had only just learned of the awakening of the will incarnate a few days ago. With that, they already had no chance of winning and intended to let go, directly unleashing the endless abyss, devouring the cosmic beings of the heavens and restoring peak strength. In the end, the 4 of them lured Yang Bai into a great battle. After learning all the causes and effects before and after the incident, Yang Bai came to a sudden realization. It turned out that this so-called mysterious patriarchal god was the will of the heavens incarnate, and after learning the truth, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. So this so-called mysterious patriarchal divine enemy was printed by the original me myself. Immediately afterward, Yang Bai thought of the great flood catastrophe that lingered above the heads of all living beings in the universe of the heavens. So asked again, when is it until the next great flood? The fallen god, who was pinched in his hands, obediently answered again, ahem. Due to the early awakening of the will incarnation this time, the exact time is unknown to the little 1 inch. Hearing to these words, Yang Bai immediately had a slight flash of divine aura in his eyes. Wait, I don't know the exact time, but when the great flood came to pass, a realm sea will appear out of nowhere at the edge of the universe of the heavens, which was the sign of the hour of the breaking forth of the great tribulation of the flood. At the same time, the terrifying tidal wave of flood energy from the great flood calamity is also sweeping away from the realm sea toward the universes of the heavens. Chapter 169, Land of the Boundary Sea. Cosmic Turmoil. The Boundary Sea? Yang Bai muttered under his breath. The fallen sky god who was pinched in his hands spoke with difficulty. Not bad. The Boundary Sea is precisely the place of silence where the great flood calamity was initiated. No one has ever set foot in that mysterious place. We only know of one place on the edge of the wilderness. Alright, Lord Ancestor God. These are all the news we know about the great flood calamity. Can the ancestral god Lord release? As soon as the words fell, the terrifyingly extreme originator's soul power violently burst out from Yang Bai's pupils, only to see the fallen god's words interrupted. His divine sense and divine source were pierced through by Yang Bai's soul power in an instant. Yang Bai then casually tossed the empty shell of his person aside like a piece of trash. The god of death as well as the other gods of the sky face indignation, but helpless strength above the insurmountable gulf. However, his body was firmly bound by the power of the patriarchal laws, unable to move the slightest bit at all. Humph, how dare you, as an ancestor god, go back on your word. The other heavenly god glared at its person with an angry face. Yang Bai sniffed and then couldn't help but snort and laugh. Out of the blue? What's the matter? This god has never said anything about letting you and the others go from the beginning. Besides, even if this god had said that it's hard for you old monsters who have lived for countless years to be naive enough to believe such verbal words. Alright, all that this god wishes to know is now known. Don't want to waste any more time on you. Let this god give you a final ride. With that said, only to see the initiate divine power imprisoned around the death god duo violently fall into a rampage, under the extremely resentful gaze of the two. The terrifying and boundless originator divine power directly destroyed the divine origin in their bodies. Their bodies then turned into dusty fragments, completely dissipating into the universe of the heavens. Since then, the 5 great destiny vapors of the universe of the heavens, the old monsters who had lived for countless generations had all fallen at the hands of Yang Bai. After doing this, Yang Bai's figure pierced through space and time and rushed towards the Kunlun realm. Meanwhile, the Kunlun ruins, the holy demon emperor with the entire heavenly demon realm had all moved into the Kunlun ruins by now. Xiao Qingji, who was sitting under the patriarchal divine tree in cultivation, sensed it in her heart and hurriedly stood up, towards the outside of the Kunlun ruins great hall. He flew, seeing that my father was unharmed and his cultivation level had risen to an astonishing level. Both mother and daughter Lu Jirua and Xiao Qingji were pleasantly surprised. Just as the crowd was rejoicing, a sudden drastic change occurred within the star cores of the many stars outside the Orion galaxy. The internal star core was collapsing, and an extremely large amount of energy was suddenly generated within the star. Over time, the star is finally unable to withstand the violent energy generated within it and bursts apart. A terrifying tidal wave of energy instantly swept through the entire Orion galaxy. The terrifying energy contained in the energy tides caused the cosmic space of the entire galaxy to tremble, only to see the many living planets simply no resistance. According to So perish under the tidal wave of energy, turned into cosmic dust, not only in the Orion galaxy, but in all parts of the Hongmeng universe, among the universes of the heavens and the earth. A number of stars have undergone such changes. It is as if the will of heaven and earth is preparing the nutrients as well as the material foundation for the birth of a new epoch of the universe. Under a tidal wave of terrifying energy, whether it was a great emperor powerhouse or a causal realm powerhouse, they were all like ants at this moment. All the living planets in the Orion system were nearly swept away. Immediately afterward, that tidal wave of energy arrived outside the Kunlun realm. The heaven and earth patriarch formation of the Kunlun ruins immediately gave birth to a sensation, steeply protecting the Kunlun ruins as well as the Kunlun realm behind them within. It resisted this energy tide. What the hell is this? What is happening in the Hongmeng universe? The eyes of the Supreme Tao ancestor standing on top of the walls of the Kunlun ruins were quite grave as he looked at the tidal wave of riotous energy in front of him. The drastic change in the stars within the Orion galaxy has caused the Supreme Tao ancestor of the Hongmeng universe to. The overwhelmingly giant figure felt an extremely unsettling sensation. Intuition told him that it was never that simple. Lu Linger, who had sensed the strong movement in the outside world, also withdrew from the closed-door cultivation under the patriarchal divine tree. The beautiful eyes were equally filled with shock as they gazed at the strange changes in front of them. On the other side, inside the Kunlun realm medicine shop, Yang Yuchan was accompanying Little Orchid to play happily inside the medicine store. From time to time she teaches Little Orchid to practice. During this period she surprisingly discovered that not only was Little Orchid's cultivation talent surprisingly good, but her comprehension of the Tao laws and rules Upanishads was also quite not bad. And right at this moment, she who was in the Kunlun realm similarly sensed a strange movement outside the cosmic space, vaguely sensing the amazing energies coming from outside of cosmic space. A sense of anxiety inexplicably appeared within Yang Yuchan, hoping that Yang Bai would return soon, as the vision of stars collapsing for no apparent reason has appeared in all parts of the universe of the heavens. The entire universe of the heavens was now in an unprecedented state of panic. Countless living planets have been destroyed by this tidal wave of energy. A natural tidal wave of energy created by the natural collapse of a star. It's not that unusual in the universe, but there's never been anything like today. All the stars in the entire galaxy collapsed at the same time, and at that moment, a news of the imminent reboot of the universe was leisurely set off in the universe of the heavens. When this news came out, it intensified the turmoil in the heavenly universe. Nowadays, everyone in the universe of the heavens is in danger, and under this extremely chaotic situation, all kinds of upheavals are happening all over the universe. Meanwhile in the Hongmeng universe, in front of the Kunlun ruins, countless powerhouses from the Orion galaxy all converged in front of the Kunlun ruins. At the head of the group were 5 heavenly fate realm powerhouses. The home planets of these Orion galaxy powerhouses had all perished under the sudden tidal wave of energy that had just erupted. The multitude of powerhouses with nowhere else to go saw that only Kunlun ruins had been preserved in the entire galaxy. Already with nowhere else to go, they feared the tidal wave of energy would strike again. Then they all converged before the Kunlun ruins. Fellow Taoists within the city, please also open the formation and let us enter. A heavenly fate realm powerhouse at the head of the group stepped forward and arched his hand. The Qilin demon sovereign guarding the top of the city wall responded in a hurry after hearing this. I'm sorry gentlemen. My lord venerable god of the Kunlun ruins has ordered that no one is allowed to enter or leave the Kunlun ruins. It is better for you all to go back where you came from. I apologize for not seeing you off. A one-eyed middle-aged man of the heavenly fate realm standing in front of the grand formation had a shadowy face. Secretly, he sent a message to the person next to him. Gentlemen, a mere great emperor dares to speak to us like that. Look at those people on the city whose cultivation is no higher than the realm of cause and effect. This precious place was definitely not built by them. How about we force our way in? Chapter 170, Decades in the Blink of an Eye. The moment these words came out, the remaining few heavenly fate realm powerhouses were instantly caught in a state of hesitation. The one-eyed man saw this and egged him on again. Gentlemen, there can be no more hesitation. If that horrible tidal wave of energy strikes again, may I ask if all of you present will still be lucky enough to survive the tidal wave of energy? When that tidal wave of energy was mentioned, the faces of the people immediately revealed a look of horror. With that, The 5 Heavenly Fate Realm powerhouses immediately decided to forcefully attack in, only to see those 5 Heavenly Fate Realm powerhouses unite with a group of powerhouses behind them. A furious bombardment of the patriarchal phalanx in front of him. The Qilin demon sovereign on top of the city wall couldn't help but let out a cold snort when he saw this scene. Humph, you are really looking for death. A mere Heavenly Fate Realm and you dare to forcefully break into the Great Formation of the Patriarch? The Great Patriarchal Formation was forced to activate by the attack, and the patriarchal divine power immediately gushed out from above the formation. The crowd of Orion Galaxy powerhouses were instantly submerged under the power of the beginning god. After resolving these uninvited guests, a meteor-like figure sliced through cosmic space, descending into the Kunlun ruins. Seeing this, the Qilin demon sovereign hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Welcome, Lord Ancestor God. The person who came was none other than Yang Bai, who had returned from the endless star sea. Yang Bai nodded slightly towards his people and then came to the beginning god tree. The lady saw that Yang Bai had finally returned, so they eagerly greeted him. Yang Bai looked around and realized that Yang Yuchan was not here. Seeing this, Lu Linger then stepped forward and said, Sister Yang is still in the Kunlun realm right now. Young master, what happened outside just now? What the hell happened there? The attentive little ninny was on Yang Bai's way out. However, he saw the surprise hidden under his eyes clearly, and looked at him with a worried face. Inwardly, he was very worried that what had just happened had something to do with him. Yang Bai sniffed and, looking at the nervous little face of the little bean ding guffawed and rubbed her little head. Don't worry, little doubting. Young master is still here. Don't worry about that. After meeting with the women and confirming that no means had been planted in them, Yang Bai's gaze was quite grave as he looked in the direction of the Kunlun realm. That mysterious patriarchal god, the embodiment of the will of the heavens, was now hiding within the Kunlun realm. Immediately, Yang Bai's body flashed and arrived outside the planet of the Kunlun realm. The huge divine sense carefully probed the entire Kunlun realm inside and out. The power of the soul covers every place within it. Yet, they still hadn't found any fluctuations of the patriarchal divine power. Could it have caved in and run ahead? Yang Bai, who had searched fruitlessly, silently mused. In order to make sure that everything was safe, Yang Bai put the beginning order field to envelop the Kunlun realm as well as the Kunlun ruins. Looks like that guy doesn't dare to confront this god head-on yet. Humph. Forgive him for not having the guts. Can't even deal with Death's 5-district quasi-enlightened ancestors. Let them live on the power of the beings in the heavens for countless eons. His cultivation as a patriarchal god doesn't seem to have a lot of water in it. After doing this, Yang Bai then flashed his body and returned to the Kunlun realm within the medicine store. As soon as he descended into the medicine store, Yang Yuchan came to meet him with Little Orchid. Husband, you're finally back. Seeing Yang Bai return, Yang Yuchan immediately jumped into his arms. Looking at the person in his arms, after a few times of careful probing with his divine sense, after not finding any traces of that will incarnate arranging his means, he then let out a sigh of relief. Time rushes by, spring goes by, fall comes and goes, and decades pass in the blink of an eye. Decades rushed by, and the energy tidal storm of the heavens universe gradually calmed down. The stars haven't shown any movement since that riot. It became extremely calm. Seeing that the previous calm was once again restored, the multitude of powerhouses in the universe of the heavens, then they have put the matter behind them, and gradually a number of people have completely forgotten about it. Inside the familiar small courtyard, Yang Bai was still sitting on top of that familiar bench. Next to her, Lu Linger was chasing and playing with Little Orchid in the small courtyard. Decades have gone by, and this Little Orchid hasn't seen any growth. It was still the same petite appearance that Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan had when they met in Maple City. During this time, Yang Bai, who noticed the abnormality, made a probe on it. After some probing, Yang Bai realized that this little ninny was very uncomplicated. It actually possessed an extremely heaven-defying physique. A powerful physique called the mixed Tao Heavenly Yuan body. This physique is naturally affinity with the Heavenly Tao. There had always been such a physique circulating in the legends of the heavens universe, but strangely enough, looking at the millions of great epics in the universe of the heavens, there has never been a single person with this kind of physique, but it has been inexplicably circulating in the ears of all cultivators, possessors of the mixed Tao Heavenly Yuan body, because of their affinity with the Heavenly Tao. Therefore, the growth pattern of its physique is different from that of normal people. Moreover, Little Orchid's cultivation talent was extremely outstanding, reaching the transcendent realm at a young age. This kind of speed is truly unprecedented and even more so. Even Yang Yuchan's Xianling immortal body was undoubtedly much inferior in comparison. Several decades had passed, and Yang Yuchan's cultivation level had come to the Heavenly Fate realm, and Little Do Ding and the others had also arrived at the peak of the causal realm. Lying on top of the bench, Yang Bai had never forgotten about that will incarnation during these years. For a patriarchal god enemy, capable of threatening his existence at any time, Yang Bai didn't dare to have any slack in the slightest. The divine sense had been traveling among the universes of the heavens, but it had not been able to make any gains. During these decades, that will incarnation never appeared again. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. At that moment, the giggling sound of Little Duden and Little Orchid tussling with each other came back to my ears. Then lying flat on top of the bench, Yang Bai slightly squinted to enjoy this good time at the moment, secretly thinking inwardly, what's the harm even if he shows up? As long as he dares to show up, I'll make sure that this incarnation of his will dies. Yang Yu-chan, who was sitting on the side in the courtyard, saw Lu Linger and Little Orchid scuffle, couldn't help but look down and touch the towering pink belly to hide a smile. Under the constant urging of Lin Yining's Mother Superior as well as the exclusive secret method, Yang Bai in these decades cannot be said to work day and night. In the end, under the tireless efforts of the two of them, Yang Yu-chan was finally pregnant with a little life. Lu Linger, who was frolicking by the side, was careful enough to notice the worry hidden deep in Yang Bai's eyes again. With that, he ran over with a cheeky grin. The little face was prostrate at his broad chest, and the big watery eyes looked up at him. Don't hide what's in your heart, young master. Perhaps it would be better to talk to Little Doubting. Yang Bai looked at the ghost girl in front of him who was close at hand, and scraped her small agitated nose with his big hand. Young master is so strong. What else could be troubling him? You little ninny. I don't know how many times I've asked over the years. Seeing this, Lu Linger as well looked at him with a suspicious little face and said with inner certainty, young master must be hiding something. Just as the two were talking, Yang Yu-chan, who was watching the show from the side, suddenly covered her stomach and let out a cry of shock. Chapter 171, Yang Bai who is happy to be a father. Little ancestor Feng Xia, Yang Bai as well as Lu Linger, who heard the sound of alarm, rushed to follow the sound. Only Yang Yu-chan was half squatting on the ground, cold sweat pouring out above her pretty face. Seeing this, Yang Bai hurriedly stood up and sent her back inside with a big wave of his hand. Lin Yining, who heard the commotion, also ran out at this time, preparing Yang Yu-chan for the delivery. Only a few moments passed. Only Yang Bai was seen pacing back and forth outside the room with apprehension inside. Although only a few moments of time had passed, it was extremely long for him to. Inwardly, he kept saying to himself, I'm going to be a dad. I'm gonna be a daddy? As a baby's cry came from inside the room, Yang Bai's inner relation completely exploded. Immediately, Lu Linger walked out of the room with the little baby in her arms. The little one in his arms cried very disturbingly. Yang Bai hurriedly greeted him and took the little guy under the reluctant eyes of Little Doding. This is a little princess. Yang Bai looked at this little guy in front of him and, the little guy's tightly closed eyes finally opened at that moment. The little guy's little eyes also stared at Yang Bai. A moment actually stopped crying. The little guy's little eyes also stared at Yang Bai. A moment actually stopped crying, grinning at the latter with a hefty grin. Yang Bai looked at the little one affectionately, then carried her into the room. Place it next to Yang Yu-chan. Mama, look at the little one. Yang Yu-chan also asked towards Yang Bai with a pleased smile. Husband, give her a name. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai turned his eyes to look out the window, and at this time, the sky was flying under the afterglow of the setting sun outside the window. The view is very pleasant. How about just Yang Fengxia? Fengxia? Good name. Yang Yu-chan murmured the word Fengxia in her mouth, then agreed with a sweet smile. 5 more years passed in the blink of an eye. As spring turns to fall, 5 more years have passed. On top of a small meteorite outside the Huan Star River, a large and a small figure sat on the meteorite mountain. Yang Bai was lying on his back leaning against the meteorite wall behind him, and next to him, Feng Xia was wearing a colorful princess dress, sitting in his arms. The big watery eyes looked ahead at the bright and colorful starry sky, and her hands could not help but raise high and, the voice was soft and sticky. Daddy, this place is so nice to look at. Will you bring Feng Xia here every day from now on? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai scraped his person's small agaric nose and said in a doting manner, good. Let's not talk about this little request. As long as Feng Xia likes it, father can pick the stars and hang them around Feng Xia's neck. When these words came out, Feng Xia immediately happily pounded in Yang Bai's arms for a while. Then he said with a milky kiss on Yang Bai's face, Daddy is the best. Then quickly pick one off for Feng Xia. Feng Xia is going to hang it around her neck and go back to show off to Auntie Ling and the girls. He. Hearing that she was going to come for Rial, Yang Bai instantly said in the darkness of his heart, bad. I've overstated it. The little princess is taking it seriously. With that, Yang Bai said with some difficulty, that. Feng Xia, daddy here has a furry rumble toy dragon for you to play with. With that, he pulled out Blackie from his arms and played with him in front of his little ancestor. At the same time, he also gave Blackie a wink. Seeing this, Xiao Hei instantly understood and performed the transformation aptitude that, turning itself into a furry, adorable form, it spread its wings in a desperate attempt to please the little one, who knew that Feng Xia grabbed Xiao Hei with both hands and shook him up and down for a while, then knocked him back to his original form, then puffed up his cheeks and huffed towards Yang Bai. Humph, it's little black again. Feng Xia is tired of playing with it. Stinky Daddy still thinks Feng Xia is stupid? Phoenixia doesn't care. Feng Xia must want the stars. Want the stars? Didn't Daddy just say so? It's going to be taken off for Feng Xia. After saying that, Feng Xia threw the small black in her hand aside as soon as she did so. The miserable Blackie was instantly dropped and looked miserably at his little master. Oh, why is it always me who gets hurt? Once upon a time, the great master was like this. Now the little master is the same. Oh, I'm just so sad as a munchkin. Seeing this scene, Yang Bai immediately cursed his mouth for being too drifting, and then coaxed Feng Xia to say, "Good Feng Xia, listen to Daddy. The stars won't look good if you pick them. We don't want stars." Who knew that Feng Xia would not listen to anything she said? This girl has been surrounded by endless favor since she was a child. Now it was crying and begging for Yang Bai. With no choice but to take this little ancestor back to the Kunlun realm, Yang Bai had no choice but to return to the Kunlun realm. Yang Yuchan, Lu Linger and the others had long ago prepared a table of food waiting for the father-daughter duo to return. Once he came back and saw Feng Xia hanging on Yang Bai and pulling his ears and nose again, crying with snot hanging all over his face, Yang Yuchan and the others curiously went up to ask the reason. Upon learning the truth, several people could not help but blankly glance at its person. Be a mother, quickly coaxed the little ancestor. Egu, my little ancestor, stop making a fuss. Yang Bai immediately turned to Yang Yuchan and the others for help. However, the women were ignoring him in the slightest, casting him a loving look. Your own mouth floats you to solve your own. You as a father said words shall not be realized? This little ancestor is good at everything, but her temper is as stubborn as her mother. Yang Yuchan, it's hard to coax a person to stick with what they've decided to do. As night crept in, every household in Mufeng City was brightly lit, with rising smoke rising from the roofs of the houses. Yang Yuchan, Lu Ling Er, Xiao Cheng-ji, and the other women were in the kitchen bringing out fragrant meals. Fill the tables in the small courtyard. Feng Xia, who had been tossing and turning on Yang Bai for quite a while, after smelling the aroma of the meal, Feng jumped off Yang Bai. Before jumping down, Feng Xia was still angry and bit hard on Yang Bai's neck, leaving a row of clear white teeth marks on Yang Bai's neck. Then, at Yang Yuchan's greeting, jumping into her arms, she also didn't forget to turn around and playfully spit out her tongue towards Yang Bai. Slightly stinky Daddy, I can't believe I lied to Feng Xia. Feng Xia will never pay attention to Daddy again. With these words, Yang Yuchan, who held the little one in her arms, couldn't help but gently rub Feng Xia's little head with her jade hand and said with a face full of pampering, "Well, Feng Xia, look, Auntie Ling and the girls have made all your favorite food tonight." Father lied to Feng Xia and then punished him by not giving him food tonight, only to watch as Feng Xia eat. Greedy. When Feng Xia heard this, her eyes then curved like willow leaves and her small hands clapped. Good. No food for bad Daddy. After saying that, Feng Xia sat down at the table and took a big bite of the table food with a happy face. One side of the story was a compliment. Auntie Spirit's lobster is just delicious. On the side, Yang Bai began to sell his misery, looking at little Feng Xia with a pitiful face. Feng Xia, in a moment of weakness, could not see her dear father go hungry, so she said, Feng Xia and Auntie Mother can't eat so much. If Daddy still lies to Feng Xia next time he is a puppy-o. Only to see Feng Xia holding a skewer of fragrant meat and waving it in front of Yang Bai. Chapter 172, The Boundary Sea appears. The great calamity rises. Another year has passed in the blink of an eye. Under Yang Bai's guidance, little Feng Xia also officially began to cultivate. As the daughter of the beginning god, she possessed the most powerful bloodline power in the universe of the heavens. The speed of cultivation was also unprecedented, contacting cultivation for only a year. Cultivation then reached the quasi-saint realm, Kunlun ruins. At this time, the thunderbolt roared, and a petite figure in a colorful dress stood under the thunderclouds. A confident smile hung on her pink face. The entire Kunlun ruins at the same time were startled. As the young princess of the Kunlun ruins, her every move was quite popular. An old man in a Taoist robe with an unusually strong aura. Looking at the petite figure in front of him, he gently stroked his beard and couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Worthy of being the daughter of an ancestral god lord. Only a mere year of cultivation and she stepped into the saint domain level. This kind of cultivation talent is also absolutely unprecedented when placed in the heavenly universe. It's really enviable for me. In the Kunlun realm, the sacred realm level of cultivation was a realm that countless cultivators could only dream of. However, The vast majority of monks are afraid that they will not be able to reach the sanctuary in their entire life. But little Guy Fengxia reached, in just 1 year. This was still under the circumstances that Yang Bai and the others were trying their best to suppress. It was none other than the Supreme Tao ancestor who voiced his sentiments. Decades had passed. It was because he and his Supreme Divine Hall were the first to join the Kunlun ruins. Plus this fellow had accomplished a lot of feats. A few years ago, the Supreme Taoist ancestor, with the immortal pill bestowed upon him by Yang Bai, successfully breaking through to true spirit Tao ancestor, become the first person in the universe other than Yang Bai in the Hongmeng universe. In the next moment, the quasi-saint thunder tribulation violently struck down towards young Fengxia, only to see Fengxia's small hand slightly probing out. She crushed the landing thunderbolt with one hand. At the same time, countless Tao rhythm law halos continuously surrounded its circumference. The quasi-saint lightning tribulation posed no threat at all to little Fengxia. Soon she passed through the quasi-saint lightning tribulation with extreme ease. After the last thunderbolt dispersed, the crowd of Kunlun ruins powerhouses who were watching the robbery all let out earth-shattering exclamations. Then, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Fengxia jumped into the arms of Lu Linger, Mu Qid, and the others. Little Fengxia is so good, quickly let Auntie Ling touch it. Yeah, and Aunt Kaira too. And let Aunt Kaira touch it too. Lu Linger several people usually to this little girl than Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan 2 people but also more spoiled. Just a few jade hands then rubbed affectionately on Fengxia's head. Yang Bai on the side watched silently, but inwardly he was thinking about another thing. Looking at the stars in the cosmic space beyond the sky, that will of the heavens incarnation had been in hiding since the endless star sea battle, and had never missed any traces. But the quieter that willed incarnation became, the more uneasy Yang Bai became inside. This may be the last calm before the storm. Yang Bai's gaze then turned to little Fengxia, who was full of joy, clamped in the arms of Lu Linger's few people laughing. The next moment his eyes condensed. As long as there is this God, whether it's the Great Tribulation or the incarnation of the will of the heavens, none of this God will let you and others destroy all this goodness. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden change occurred, only to see that the entire heavenly universe suddenly began to tremble violently at this moment. At the same time, the aura of heaven and earth as well as the laws of the great Tao also began to become thin and dim. The aura was thinning and the laws were receding, which was a sign that the universe of the heavens was coming to an end. What's going on here? What happened to the universe of the heavens? All the powerful people who were in the Kunlun ruins looked around with a bewildered expression, overwhelmed by this sudden turn of events. All of Kunlun ruins listened to the order. Immediately open the great formation of the patriarch. If there is no order from the god, no one is allowed to enter or leave the Kunlun ruins at will. After saying that, Yang Bai's eyes became incomparably grave, and his body slowly rose to mid-air. Looking in the direction of the borderland of the heavens universe. Daddy, where are you going? Seeing that Yang Bai wanted to leave, Fengxia as well as Yang Yuchan and the other women flew towards him. At those words, Yang Bai's figure paused, and the next moment Fengxia jumped up and, tiny hands wrapped around his neck. Yang Bai helplessly favored and patted Fengxia's little head and explained, Fengxia is good. Daddy here has something that has to be done. Daddy will be back immediately when this is done. On the side, Yang Yuchan and the other women also ran to the front, coaxing and talking to Fengxia as they did so, while looking at Yang Bai with a worried face. Within these decades, Yang Yuchan, Mu Qid, and Xiao Qingji had also heard something from Lu Linger, and they understood that the thing that had been troubling Yang Bai had finally descended at this moment. Husband, I hate that several of us are too poor in strength and cultivation to share your husband's worries. Going along with you will only be a drag. But I hope that no matter what kind of danger husband encounters, please also put your own safety first. Yang Yuchan admonished from the side with a worried face. If daddy must go, then he must promise Fengxia that he will return safely. Let's pull the hook. Father not this time not allowed to lie to Fengxia again. Looking at the friendly faces in front of him, Yang Bai's heart to go and end this great calamity became even more determined. After pulling the hook with Fengxia, his big hand gently stroked over Yang Yuchan's delicate cheeks. A mysterious halo hid in the latter's body with a momentum that was imperceptible to the naked eye. After doing this, under the watchful eyes of the women, his figure quickly pierced through space and time like a meteor, toward the edge of the heavens. Yang Bai's speed was extremely fast, and in no time the land of the borderlands of the heavens appeared in front of him. The strange changes that had just occurred in the heavenly universe were caused by this heavenly borderland in front of him, only to be greeted by an endless sea of vastness. An eerie mist hangs above the sea. Looking ahead at the endless sea that had suddenly and strangely appeared in front of him, a sea that had only just sprung up. The universe of the heavens could have never had it before. And then Yang Bai's eyes gradually became gloomy. Just now, he used his beginning god's mind to probe within the endless sea. However, he found that his divine sense was blocked by the strange mist. With his beginning God's powerful and extreme soul force, he was unexpectedly unable to penetrate that mist. It seems that this endless sea is the boundary sea that fallen sky god guy was talking about. Standing before the bizarre boundary sea, Yang Bai couldn't help but murmur. The emergence of the boundary sea meant the coming of the great tribulation of the cosmic flood of the heavens, the incarnation of the will of the universes of the heavens. At this point in time, hiding is pointless. Come out and fight with this god. Yang Bai's voice echoed continuously above the empty and incomparable surface of the realm sea. A long time passed without any sound response from the surrounding space. This place is truly bizarre, worthy of being the place of origin of the great flood calamity. Yang Bai didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. His divine sense had been outwardly released. If there was even the slightest breeze, there was no way to hide it from his senses. Just as Yang Bai was about to let his guard down, a sudden change occurred in the realm sea. The seawater on the surface of the boundary sea steeply boiled at that moment. An endless aura of vicissitudes came over him at once. At this moment, Yang Bai's patriarchal divine consciousness gave birth to an unprecedented sense of crisis for the first time. Through the endless mist of the depths of the realm sea, the endless realm sea waters were swept up one after another. Turning into a huge and boundless energy tide instantly locked Yang Bai, who was located within the boundary sea. Chapter 173, Shocking Collision. Heavenly Havoc. The will incarnation finally appeared in a crisis. The depths of the realm sea steeply set off a huge tidal wave of energy. The mist that covered the boundary sea was also washed away by the incomparable tidal wave of energy, turned into part of a tidal wave of energy. Looking at the tidal wave of energy that covered the sky, Yang Bai's pupils shrunk slightly. That huge tidal wave of energy was enough to cover the entire universe of the heavens. Standing under the tidal wave of energy, Yang Bai was as small as an ant. Is this the great flood that restarts the universe of the heavens? It is indeed extraordinary. Even this god is not amazed by it. But unfortunately, with this god beginner's divine power at full strength, it's still not enough. After a moment's hesitation, the incomparably raging originator divine power within Yang Bai's body was completely plunged into a violent state as he roared. Extreme beginning god power surrounded Yang Bai's body. An endless beginning god auras filled his eyes. With only a slight lift of one hand, the beginning ancestor divine power instantly transformed into a huge and boundless energy storm mass, clashing hard towards the tidal wave of energy pressing towards him from the front. Only two forces representing the most powerful forces of the heavenly universe collided together. The energy fallout from the collision quickly swept towards the depths of the heavenly universe. This level of power had long since transcended above the universe of the heavens. Terrifying energy aftershocks struck from the edge of the universe toward the depths of the universe of the heavens. All the worlds and universes that passed along the way were instantly turned into ashes, and their energy was absorbed by the tidal wave of the great flood. The strong cultivators among them fell on the spot without even knowing what happened. The 12 sorcerer ancestors at the center of the universe of the heavens had expected it the moment the boundary sea appeared. The great flood has come. Whether or not the heavenly universe can carry this through depends on Lord Ancestor God. Not good. Quickly defend. When which Ancestor Interceptor saw that an extremely terrifying energy was sweeping towards this side in the distance of the cosmic space, he then exclaimed. The 12 sorcerer ancestors hurriedly appeared at the outer chaotic space, fully utilizing their entire body's cultivation. A sturdy and incomparable defense was erected, blocking in front of the Tianshom universe. The next moment, the energy aftermath struck and the energy barrier erected by the 12 witch ancestors didn't even last a breath of time before it instantly shattered. The powerful backlash caused all 12 witch ancestors to spit out a mouthful of divine blood, their breath becoming very weak. Each one of them is a creator god of all laws and no limits. It couldn't even carry a trace of the power of the aftermath of the great flood disaster. This direction is from the boundary sea. Lord Ancestor God has collided with the great flood tribulation. That power just now, this ancestor also sensed a trace of Lord Ancestor God's aura in it. This should just be an aftershock. Which Ancestor Emperor John's face became incomparably ugly. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings became incomparably silent in an instant. At the same time, infinite despair filled their hearts, and they, even as gods of creation. But now, in the face of the flood catastrophe, there was no difference between them and slightly larger mole crickets. Just an aftershock made them completely lose their power of resistance. The terror at the center of that storm was simply unimaginable. The collision between the beginning god and the flood great tribulation must be only this one time in the entire heavenly universe. And I don't know who's better. Before the boundary sea, the tidal wave of energy from the great flood tribulation was constantly colliding with the storm of the patriarchal god's power. Terrifying energies spilled out, only to see the space of the universes of the heavens fall silent. The large swaths of space were reduced to nothingness. In the face of the seemingly endless energy of the flood's catastrophe, even Yang Bai, who had the full power of the beginning god, was, at this time also felt great pressure. Unlike the Five of Death, after they reached the peak of their strength, all one has to do is simply to preserve oneself. Yang Bai, on the other hand, was now fighting the flood Great Tribulation head-on, blocking it from spreading and erupting into the universes of the heavens. What the two face simply cannot be mentioned in the same breath. However, just as Yang Bai was fighting against the flood catastrophe, outside the Kunlun ruins in the distant beyond, a mysterious figure appeared steeply within the cosmic space. It was none other than the will of the heavens incarnate, only to see that his body was wrapped in a halo of heavenly Tao light. Looking in the direction of the boundary sea, feeling the shocking energy erupting over there, the will incarnate couldn't help but let out a snort. Humph, ancestor god? Still presuming to fight against the laws of the heavenly precepts? Foolish. However, with just the flood tribulation alone, it is not enough to exterminate an ancestor god. This god is still missing one thing. After saying that, the will incarnation transformed into Yang Bai's appearance and flew towards the Kunlun ruins. Meanwhile, on top of the walls of the Kunlun ruins, the Supreme Tao Ancestor and a bunch of other powerhouses were trying their best to catalyze the great formation of the patriarch that Yang Bai had left behind. The aftermath energy from just now similarly swept into the Hongmeng universe. Nowadays, the entire Hongmeng universe, with the exception of the Kunlun realm, all the living planets were reduced to pieces, and the Kunlun ruins were fortunately guarded by the great formation of the patriarchs as well as the patriarchal order field left behind by Yang Bai. Fong carried on under the energy fallout. Looking at the Hongmeng universe, which had completely turned into a place of death at this time, it was only then that the Supreme Tao Ancestor and the others realized that this time, they were afraid that things were not as simple as they had imagined. What a terrifying tidal wave of energy. I'm afraid this is just an aftermath of the power of. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the center of an energy collision should be. The Ancestor God Lord shouldn't be right there, right? The Supreme Tao Ancestor had never seen such a terrifying force of energy aftermath before. A look of unprecedented horror appeared on his face. On the side, Yang Yuchan was holding Fengxia in her arms, her eyes filled with endless worry, watching the space outside the Kunlun ruins become dead silent. That horrible scene caused her to lightly cover her red lips, and inwardly she was constantly praying for Yang Bai. Fengxia in his arms also saw this scene, and immediately cried to go forward to retrieve his father. Lu Linger had no choice but to knock her out and send her back inside her chambers to rest. Before she left, Lu Linger looked in the direction that Yang Bai had left and also murmured with tearful eyes, "Young master, you must return safely. Little Doubting is still waiting for you to come back and marry me." A dark and gloomy cloud hung over the heads of the crowd. Just then, however, under the gaze of a crowd of pleasantly surprised people, Yang Bai actually returned to the Kunlun ruins and kept waving his hand in front of the big formation. "Quickly open the great formation. This god is back." Seeing Yang Bai return, the Supreme Tao Ancestors on top of the city wall instantly found their backbone. The next moment he was ready to open the large formation and let it in. However, Yang Yuchan, who was very familiar with Yang Bai, found a hint of clues at this time and hurriedly rebuked. "Stop. No need to let go of the big formation." When these words came out, the Supreme Tao Ancestor several people all looked at Yang Yuchan with a blank expression. "You are not a husband. You can fool others, but you definitely can't fool me." Yang Yuchan. Yang Yuchan was certain that the person in front of her must not be Yang Bai himself. The incarnation of Will standing outside the great formation let out a laugh and changed back to its original appearance. Then said helplessly, "AI women are really troublesome. I was thinking of saving some of my divine energy, but it looks like I'll have to do it the hard way." Saying that, the will incarnate's body then erupted with an endless amount of patriarchal divine power. Chapter 174, Sword of the Heavenly Beginnings. Danger. Seeing this scene, the Supreme Tao Ancestor and the others standing on top of the city wall were shocked, pushing his entire body's spiritual energy into the large formation. "Quickly, stabilize the big formation." The beginning ancestor grand formation instantly rose up from the ground, and the beginning ancestor divine power fluctuations flowed through the surrounding space. Looking at this patriarchal grand formation in front of him, a disdainful smile appeared on the face of the will incarnate. Trying to stop an ancestor god with just a formation is very imaginative. Saying that, endless beginning god power gushed out crazily from within his body. Immediately, a storm of divine power was set off, only to see that under the storm of divine power, the great formation of the patriarchs hadn't even lasted a single breath of time. It was in pieces in a matter of moments. How is this possible? The opponent had actually broken the patriarchal formation left behind by Yang Bai with a single move. Just as the will incarnation was about to enter within the Kunlun ruins, a patriarchal order field appeared out of nowhere. The strong energy fluctuation instantly bounced him out. It seems that he attaches great importance to, and has laid out quite a few means. The eyes of the deflated will incarnation gradually became shadowy. With that, he pushed one hand towards the order field horizontally. The mysterious and powerful heavenly Tao Law's halo instantly shattered the order field. The order field was forcefully blasted through, and the entire Kunlun ruins were swept by the terrifying energy aftermath at this moment. Shortly after, only to see that the energy aftermath that covered the sky was about to drown Yang Yuchan, Mu Qid, and the other women in the next moment. Seeing this scene of the supreme Taoist ancestor, clenched his teeth, his body shape flashed and hurriedly blocked in front of a few women. Aura surrounded its body, and the 72 supreme laws were activated to the extreme. But even so, the supreme Tao ancestor figure ended up annihilating under the energy aftermath. The body is dead. Behind her, Yang Yuchan and the other women were also injured, and their breath was extremely disorganized. Under the raging energy of the divine power of the patriarch, everything was as small as a mole cricket. The Kunlun ruins, built by the power of countless great Tao laws, had also completely turned into a ruin at this moment. As far as the eye could see, only the buildings under the patriarchal god tree were spared from the energy fallout. Yang Yuchan's women staggered to their feet at this time, and as a large amount of dust and smoke dispersed in front of them, a figure wrapped in mysterious aura appeared steeply and was slowly approaching towards them. Who the hell are you? Yang Yuchan stood up with great difficulty, even after seeing the strength of the other party. The eyes, however, remained resolute. It doesn't matter who this god is. You should have been turned into dust under the great flood at this moment. But may in the universe of the heavens there are those who presume to fight against the great flood and go against the heavens. This god has no interest in mole crickets like you, and is only here to take one thing. As soon as the words fell, the incarnation of Will waved a big hand, and the next moment, under the stunned gazes of the women, the little orchid, who was under the beginning divine tree, was wrapped in beginning divine power. It appeared in front of the crowd in an instant. I only saw that at this time the little orchid was missing her former appearance, and under her incomparably vacant eyes as if it wasn't a living thing. Instead, it looked like a dead thing without any breath of life. The next moment, under the manipulation of the incarnation of the will, the power of the heavenly Tao hidden deep within little orchid's body erupted and continuously flushed her body. Soon little orchid's body gradually dissipated, transforming into a supreme divine sword. The being held in the hands of the will incarnate. Carefully scrutinizing the divine sword in his hand, the will incarnate couldn't help but lament. The sword of the beginning of the heavens. Long time no see, old friend. Take the blood of that unsuspecting patriarchal god to open the blade for you today. Ha ha. After saying that, the incarnation of will that carried the sword of the beginning of the heavens didn't even look at the people around him. He then instantly disappeared in place, piercing through space and time, and sped towards the direction of the boundary sea. The crowd that stayed in place hadn't come out of their shock for a moment. Meanwhile the boundary sea, terrifying and boundless flood aura continuously swept out from the huge tidal wave of energy. Yang Bai used his entire body's patriarchal divine power to just barely separate himself from it. The moment the order field he had left in the Kunlun ruins shattered, he mentally sensed it. Realizing that there had been an accident at the Kunlun ruins, Yang Bai's mind instantly became chaotic at this moment. Damn it! I can't believe I picked this time. Only 3 breaths later, he then sensed a breath from behind him that was not the least bit weaker than his, locking him firmly in place, and a bone-chilling chill came from behind him. Immediately afterward, a divine sword pierced through space and time, and a terrifying originator divine power surrounded the tip of the sword. The speed was so fast that it ignored the boundaries of space and time and firmly locked onto Yang Bai. There was no way to avoid this sword. Seeing this, Yang Bai spread out one hand and split out half of his beginning god's power to form a divine power barrier, blocking the sudden heavenly beginning sword. However, the divine power barrier only resisted for a few moments before it developed a slight crack. The divine power barrier was about to shatter at the same time. As the beginner's divine power was siphoned off, the energy storm fell in no time and was about to be swallowed up by the flood tide. Facing 2 terrifying energy pincers, Yang Bai's situation instantly became critical. In the next moment, the divine power barrier shattered, and the energy storm was swallowed up by the sword of the beginning of the heavens, as well as the flood tide came towards Yang Bai at the same time. In this 1/1,000,000th of a split second, Yang Bai unleashed the beginner's order field. Wrap yourself in it. The 2 streams of terrifying energy hit the order field at the same time, immediately setting off a terrifying to the extreme energy storm. Only the shocking light produced by the energy eruption instantly illuminated the entire universe of the heavens. The energy fallout from the explosion swept across half of the heavenly universe in a flash with unrivaled speed. Under this terrifying energy rush, half of the heavenly universe was simply defenseless. All of them were reduced to a place of nothingness and death. The universe and space there are all silencing into a land of nothingness. The endless energy aftermath slowly dispersed in front of the realm sea. Yang Bai's body became riddled with holes, and the sword of the beginning of the heavens was ruthlessly inserted into his chest. The golden-colored blood of the patriarch god slowly flowed out. From a distance, he fixed his eyes on the wolfish figure. Not only that, the wild and incomparable flood chi stayed within its body and, constantly destroying his body, suppressing the patriarchal laws as well as the patriarchal divine power within him. Ahem. Feeling the excruciating pain coming from all over his body, Yang Bai looked down at the sword of the beginning of the heavens that was stuck in his chest, and then laughed instead of being angry. It's been so long since I've felt like this. I'm about to forget what pain feels like. Ha ha. Thank you very much for making me feel pain again. After saying that, Yang Bai looked ahead at the figure that slowly walked out from the endless void. Upon hearing this, the willed incarnation waved a large hand and the beginner's sword that was stuck in Yang Bai's chest was violently pulled out from the latter's body and returned to his hand. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Humph, there's no need to thank this god. Afterward, this god will also let you know what death tastes like." After saying that, the will incarnate's finger slightly pointed, and the power of the heavenly Tao converged on the fingertip, only to see that in the depths of the realm sea, once again, it began to tremble violently. The terrifying and boundless flood tide slowly condensed once again. Chapter 175, Destroying the Flood and Chopping the Incarnation. The heavens are at eternal peace. Grand finale. The vast flood tide coalesced and appeared once again. The will incarnation was actually able to mobilize the energy of the great flood tribulation at will. Ahem. Yang Bai's breath was incomparably weak, and he stumbled and fell on one knee above the void. It was the first time he had received such a heavy injury since crossing over. The incarnation of will standing opposite him was holding the number one divine weapon of the universe of the heavens, the sword of the beginning of the heavens. The supreme patriarchal artifact was in his hand, holding the energy of the flood great tribulation that destroyed the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the will incarnation completely transformed into an invincible existence in the heavens and the universe. In the face of this willful incarnation to which all the power of heaven and earth had been added, even Yang Bai, who was in his peak state, was no match for him. The sword of the patriarch of the heavens slowly came out of its sheath. Extremely sharp sword chi instantly filled the space of the heavens universe. The invisible sword intent shredded countless great avenues alive. Today, this god will behead you, the beginning god of the world. In the next moment, the sword of the patriarch cut out a terrifying sword chi that. The sword chi was also wrapped with endless originator divine power, seemingly destroying everything in the world as it chopped towards Yang Bai, who was kneeling on top of the void in front of him. At the same time, the flood tides in the depths of the realm sea surged towards Yang Bai in an overwhelming manner. Facing the two destructive attacks at the front and back, Yang Bai closed his eyes at this time. Then a slow, soft sigh escaped his lips. There can be no more hesitation, only to see that in his mind. The memories of the past were all flashing rapidly in his mind at the moment. My husband is invincible. Is young master going to marry Linger? In the words of my mother, "Hoof, you're a you're a traitor. I am fortunate to have met Sijuan, but it is a pity that you cannot understand my heart in this life. I wish to renew my relationship with you in the next life." The familiar faces in the depths of my memory. It then quickly faded away in Yang Bai's mind. Father must return safely, but father has pulled a hook with Fengxia, or daddy is a puppy. In the end, Fengxia's double cute and soulful little face also dissipated in its memory. While the memories of the past dissipate, a mysterious and rather majestic halo of light instantly occupied Yang Bai's mind. In this moment, accompanied by the extinction of former emotions, a figure hidden deep inside Yang Bai's body then completely awakened and occupied his divine consciousness. After reaching creation god, a touch of divinity would follow within the cultivator's body. The existence of divinity makes the god more powerful, and once the divinity is awakened, while his strength soared, he would also completely abandon all the emotional ties of the past and completely transform into a supreme god. The previous Yang Bai had been suppressing the touch of divinity hidden deep within his body, and a patriarchal god who had not awakened his divinity was not considered a true patriarchal god. And now faced with this certain death, he must awaken his divinity. Only Yang Bai, who was kneeling above the void, opened his eyes violently at this moment. A shocking pillar of energy light burst out from his eyes. In an instant, the sword chi coming towards him was blown away. At the same time, the endless patriarchal divine power surrounded its body. Immediately after, Yang Bai stood up and divine light flickered in his eyes as he condensed terrifying energy in his single fist and blasted towards the flood tide. In a flash, the fistons actually hardened and blasted back the energy of the flooding cataclysm. Yang Bai stood before the boundary sea, his golden-colored patriarchal divine power surrounding his body. Silk of the beginning divine thunder was added to his body, and the supreme majesty belonging to a god was revealed. At this moment, Yang Bai truly transformed into a flawless patriarchal god. Looking at the change in Yang Bai in front of him, the will incarnate said with quite a bit of surprise. From this god's observation of you over the years, it's amazing that you would completely awaken your divinity given your nature. Achievement of a true patriarchal god? But even so, this god is now holding the sword of the beginning of the heavens, to destroy you still. Looking at the chattering of the will incarnation in front of him, Yang Bai's eyes were extremely cold as he spat out two words. Noisy. The voice was mixed with the terrifying and boundless power of the originator's soul, instantly penetrating the divine sea of the will incarnation, causing it to briefly lose its will. And then Yang Bai gently stepped out with one foot, and his body quickly flashed through the. Instantly, he came to the will incarnate. With one hand, he snapped his fingers, while the will incarnation awoke with a start and hurriedly crossed his sword to block. Immediately, the will incarnation felt the endless greatness that came from above the sword, and its body shook back. The heavenly Tao halo wrapped around his body vibrated violently. Impossible. The same beginning god. This god still has the ancestor sword of the heavens in his hand. There's no way you can defeat me. Heavenly punishment. Saying that, the will incarnation condensed huge divine power on the sword of the patriarch of the heavens. And not only that, behind him, all the energy of the land of the realm sea converged on the sword body. And then he swung a sword violently towards Yang Bai. In the next moment, the endless emptiness deep within the land of the realm sea shattered one after another, and countless sword chi tore through the long river. Carrying the power of the flood, the beginning god's power rained down towards Yang Bai. Seeing this, Yang Bai's face did not see any color change at all, and his voice was cold and rather majestic. A half-assed patriarch god, holding a first divine artifact of the heavens and daring to challenge the majesty of this god? Stupid and ridiculous. Let thee see the apex of the divine power of the patriarch. Wave sword triple fold. After saying that, only Yang Bai pinched out the sword technique with one hand, and the invisible sword chi tore the void of the boundaries sea and star river. With that, the cloudy hand commanded a three-tiered sword chi. The three layers of sword chi cut through the sky, and wherever it passed, the spatial vibrations all turned into nothingness. The next moment the rivers of sword chi chopped out by the sword of the beginning of the heavens were all instantly crushed by the three layers of sword chi in a crushing force. Even the boundless land of the boundary sea was torn apart by the three layers of sword chi, and the boundary sea was gradually falling silent. Star river silence. Give this god death. The disbelieving will incarnation then unleashed a heaven-destroying divine skill, only to see a sky full of stars appear above Yang Bai's head, and the terrifying power of the stars instantly locked him in place. The entire cosmic space was instantly illuminated, and as the will of the universe of the heavens, he, at this moment madly mobilized the power of heaven and earth of the entire heavenly universe, turning it into countless stars. As he pointed out with one hand, endless stars fell down. Facing the landing of countless stars, Yang Bai's eyes were filled with a golden-colored divine aura from the beginning to the end. Couldn't see any of its coloring, only a slight flickering of his figure, wrapped in the divine power of the patriarch around him. It then crashed towards the endless stars. In a flash, endless stars fell down, and even the terrifyingly endless stars like this instantly broke. Immediately afterward, Yang Bai's figure strangely appeared in front of the will incarnation. The big hand directly pinched its person's neck in death, and said indifferently, "It's time for everything to end." The incarnation of will that was pinched in his hand said with difficulty, "Worthy of being an initiate god after awakening his divinity, this god is inferior. In essence, he has been nothing more than the will of the universe of the heavens since the beginning of time. It wasn't comparable to a true patriarchal god, although this god is not able to defeat you." But, the will incarnation then revealed a crazy smile that, in a matter of moments, he detonated the originating divine source within his body, and the heavenly originator's sword in his hand was detonated along with it. The divine origin of the beginning god exploded, and the might it produced was unimaginable. Annihilating the entire universe of the heavens can be done. Detonate the divine source? Set. In the next moment, Yang Bai utilized the supreme divine ability of the beginning ancestor to fix the surrounding space and time. Then with a flick of one hand, he threw the will incarnation into the depths of the realm sea. Boom! With a violent ringing sound, the entire universe of the heavens trembled violently. One could only see the land of the realm sea completely turn into nothingness in the self-destruction of the origin divine source as well as the heavenly origin sword. There is no such thing as a cosmic reboot in the universes of the heavens as long as this god is around. Yang Bai's voice instantly spread all over the heavenly universe. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since the great flood calamity. Kunlun realm. In Mufeng City. It's night. Fengxia squatted at the edge of Mufeng Lake with a cheerful face and put down a lotus lamp. At the same time the hands were joined together in the heart to recite a blessing. On the side, Yang Bai put one arm around Yang Yuchan and, the two of them looked at Fengxia, who was having a great time playing by the lake. With a pampered look on their faces, 2 years ago, after Yang Bai exterminated the will incarnation, Yang Yuchan then found Yang Bai under the leadership of the 12 witch ancestors, and with the halo that Yang Bai had left on her body when he left, he had resuppressed the divinity in the former's body and restored her memories. Husband, it's so good to have you back. The two of them were leaning against the side of the pavilion, enjoying the full moon. Yang Yuchan's cheeks were soaring. The head leaned against Yang Bai's arms. Yang Bai's big hand gently caressed her 3,000 green silk, and guffawed. Can that not come? We've all fooled Feng Xiao once before. Fool her this time, then my husband will really be a puppy. After saying that, he scraped Yang Yuchan's small nose with a light tone. Father, Mother, Auntie Ling and Auntie Kaoru and the others are bullying Feng Xiao. Come and help me. I can just see the phoenix haze dripping into the lake in the distance. Lu Linger, Mu Keed, and Chao Qingji's 3 bad ants are working together to splash water on little Feng Xiao, and at that moment Feng Xiao was rolling up her little sleeves and rushing to fight back. While doing so, he also waved his hand towards Yang Bai and also Yang Yuchan. Seeing this scene, Yang Bai yelled loudly, Feng Xiao, don't be afraid. Father is here. Father will punish them now. Spank your little ass. After saying that, Yang Bai's figure flashed and joined the battlefield as well. Upon seeing him coming, the 3 women hurriedly let out a chirping sound and then scattered in all directions. Yang Yuchan, who was on the side, covered her mouth and laughed, and actually had a rare immodesty for once. Go down to the water and have a great time splashing around with them. End of book. P.S. Thanks to all the readers who supported me along the way.